In this unforgiving world, the gates to a parallel realm have swung wide open, unleashing ferocious and formidable beasts upon Earth. Each individual has the potential to forge a pact with a beast, nurturing it from a tender age to become a powerful beast master. Lin Xian, having traversed dimensions, find himself transformed into a lowly high school student with a meager mental acuity of merely 8 points. Just as he grapples with uncertainty regarding his future, he is astonished to discover that his ability to contract beasts is unbounded, unlike that of others, allowing for infinite pacts. Moreover, his success rate in forming these contracts stands at a remarkable 100%. Thus begins Lin Xian's fortunate journey. A sacred tier beast that no one else can contract? It's mine. A rare elemental sprite, seldom seen in a century? I shall claim it. A waning demon god? Come work for me. A dragon? A rarity that can only be kept as a pet? Just sell it to me. Ha ha ha. They are all mine. Chapter 1. The Beast Contracting Ceremony. Lin Xian, why are you dozing off here? Today is the pivotal Beast Contracting Ceremony, and it's almost your turn. Wake up quickly. Beast Contracting Ceremony? What on earth is happening? Awakened by the peculiar words spoken nearby, Lin Xian's eyes fluttered open, only to find himself in utter bewilderment. Where am I? Didn't I just have a car accident? How did I end up here? Lin Xian murmured instinctively. Lin Xian, you can't possibly still be groggy, can you? Exclaimed the short boy in front of him, incredulity etched on his face. It's almost your turn to contract a beast. You can't be like this. Contract a beast. What is that? Is this some kind of new game? As Lin Xian was about to voice his confusion, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his head, followed by a torrent of memories flooding his consciousness. Beasts invading, humans contracting beasts, the rise of beast masters. Am I actually reincarnated? I've read about this in novels before, but never thought it would happen to me. After perusing through these memories, Lin Xian's previously dazed eyes sparkled with understanding, grasping the current situation. After being struck by a dump truck, he had, astonishingly, been transported to a parallel world. This realm is inhabited by numerous beasts, and individuals can forge a pact with a unique beast to become a beast master, wielding extraordinary powers. Today marks the day of the Beast Contracting Ceremony at Kangwu High School, where the original Lin Xian had been enrolled. It is also a crucial juncture determining the destinies of the senior students. The short boy before him, named Tang Fong, is his desk mate from Class 7. Their amicable relationship prompted concern for Lin Xian's peculiar behavior. Having clarified his circumstances, Lin Xian suppressed his exhilaration and offered a sheepish smile to his friend. Apologies, I stayed up too late last night and must have dozed off, leading to some strange dreams. I appreciate your concern. Tang Fong appeared skeptical, but still replied, then take a moment to rest. I'll keep an eye on things up front and call you when it's your turn. And no need, let's go together. ITLL helped clear my head with a bit of movement. Declining Tang Fang's offer, Lin Xian followed him across the playground toward the contracting venue. The ceremony was already well underway, with many students having completed their contracts and acquired their own beasts. Firetail mice, sea-winged birds, azure wind wolves, fireclaw rabbits, and murky water swallows, these are all common contract beasts, and Lin Xian could easily recall their names from memory. So this is what it means to be a beast master. How exhilarating. Lin Xian unconsciously clenched his fist. In his past life, he was merely an average individual, leading a monotonous existence with no horizon in sight. Now that he finds himself in this fantastical world, he is determined to embrace life to the fullest. Right now, the most pressing matter is to become a beast master. Despite the haziness of the inherited memories, Lin Xian sensed that beast masters hold a superior status in this world. The societal standing of ordinary people pales in comparison to that of beast masters. Failing to become a beast master would be akin to sentencing oneself to a life devoid of prospects. As his thoughts whirled, Lin Xian was suddenly interrupted by a ding in his mind, and a luminous interface materialized. Congratulations! You have bound the More-the-Merrier system. Please complete the system tasks promptly to officially activate the system. Huh? A system? Lin Xian felt a flicker of excitement. Is this my unique advantage? Suppressing his elation, he opened the task interface. Task requirement. Contract 5 different beasts. Current contract count, 0. Contract 5? Isn't it the case that one can only contract a single beast? From the memories he inherited, Lin Xian distinctly recalled from the school curriculum that a beast master could only forge a pact with one beast. Perplexed, he exited the interface and turned to Tang Fong beside him. Tang Fong, can a beast master contract multiple beasts? Tang Fang's thin brows furrowed in confusion. Xiango, what are you talking about? You're not considering doing something reckless, are you? On the very first day of school, the teacher emphasized that a person can only contract one beast. Anyone attempting to contract more has met with fatal consequences. He even showed us a video. You remember? At his words, the corresponding memory surged back into Lin Xian's mind, the gruesome images of mangled bodies sending chills down his spine. Is that so? He muttered an evasive reply, but internally he felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that I alone can contract 5 beasts in this world? Does that not imply that I start off 5 times stronger than others? Noticing Lin Xian deep in thought, Tang Fong mistook his demeanor for anxiety and offered reassurance. Xiangu, there's no need to worry too much. The contracting ceremony allows for 5 opportunities. Even if the first attempt fails, there are still more chances to come, so relax. Yeah. Thanks as they conversed, the two arrived at the contracting ceremony venue. Before Lin Xian could speak, a short, portly boy wearing black-rimmed glasses stormed up, visibly irate. Lin Xian, where have you been? This crucial beast contracting ceremony, and you're not taking it seriously? What else can you do? Look at Su Mingqi. She arrived early at the venue and instantly contracted a platinum-tier evergreen tree. She's guaranteed to become a platinum-tier beastmaster at the very least. And then look at you. You have no sense of time. No wonder you're such a waste. With someone like you, it's a miracle you could ever become a beastmaster. Listening to the malicious words, Lin Xian's brow furrowed tightly, a wave of intense disdain surging within him as memories of this individual resurfaced in his mind. Shi Bongda, the class monitor of the third-year Class 7, a loyal sycophant of the homeroom teacher. He feigned admiration for academically gifted students while displaying contempt and hurling insults at those who struggled. Due to the dismal score of merely 8 in the mental power assessment upon enrollment, which fell below the average of 10, Lin Xian had been subjected to Shi Bongda's scorn for 3 long years, enduring countless verbal assaults and occasional underhanded tactics. However, the submissive nature of his predecessor did not dictate the character of the current Lin Xian. Just as he was about to retort, the instructor overseeing the beast contracting ceremony fortuitously called his name. Next, Class 7, Year 3, Lin Xian. Ultimately, he felt reluctant to waste the teacher's time. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian steadied his emotions. Noticing the fire of indignation in Lin Xian's heart, his desk mate, Old Tang, patted him on the shoulder. That scoundrel is always looking down on us ordinary students. Don't take it to heart. It wouldn't do to let it affect the contract ceremony. Rest assured, Lin Xian replied with a hearty smile, emboldened by the presence of the system. It's only a matter of time before that fellow kneels before me and begs for mercy. With that, he strode towards the waiting instructor. You must be Lin Xian? Yes, that's correct. Oh, you have any particular beast in mind for the contract? As soon as the question left his lips, the burly instructor shook his head in amusement. With a mental power of just 8, your options are rather limited. You may choose from the 3 families, the fiery mouse, the sea wingbird, or the azure windwolf. The conditions of the 3 beasts were comparable, leaving Lin Xian with little room for selection. Let's go with the azure windwolf. Chapter 2. The Gamble of 10 Magic Crystals. Upon receiving Lin Xian's response, the robust instructor retrieved a square growth suppression box measuring half a meter from behind him. This specialized container was designed for exotic beasts, specifically to house their young and prevent them from naturally evolving, which would render them unsuitable for contracting. Through the grating, Lin Xian could faintly discern a small wolf with a slate blue coat. This was a cub of the Qingfeng wolf, one of the most common contracted beasts. The burly instructor adeptly opened the box door and extracted the cub, handing it to Lin Xian, and then stated, "In a moment, you will follow my instructions and release your mental energy. I shall gradually guide your mental energy to connect with the Qingfeng wolf. The final contracting part, however, depends solely on you. Do you understand?" Lin Xian nodded. The Beast Taming contract ceremony was a compulsory course for every student at the Beast Tamer High School, and he had practiced the simulation numerous times beforehand. He could easily recall many images from his memory, making the process feel familiar. Oh, by the way, the instructor remembered something. Your mental energy is only at 8 points. There might be instances where the exotic beast resists contracting with you. If it becomes too difficult, step back and choose another. Do not force it. Otherwise, you might end up injuring yourself. Do you understand? Understood, Lin Xian replied. This was also common knowledge. Mental energy was a crucial indicator of a beast tamer's aptitude. Individuals with higher mental energy often exhibited greater affinity with beasts, making contracting easier, while those with lower energy faced a higher likelihood of failure, with some even suffering mental damage. It was for this reason that Bongda, that disdainful snob, had always looked down upon Lin Xian's previous incarnation, often resorting to scolding and berating him, having conveyed all necessary warnings. The instructor quickly entered the role of guiding the contract. Lin Xian cooperatively released his mental energy, delving into the essence of the Qingfeng wolf. After a while, he indeed felt his mental energy touch a refreshing sensation. This was the characteristic of the wind-based exotic beast, the Qingfeng wolf. With the instructor's guidance, Lin Xian remained patient, slowly making contact, aiming to inscribe the contract runes within the Qingfeng wolf's mental energy. However, unexpectedly, the Qingfeng wolf did not reject him. Instead, it responded warmly and dependently to his mental tendrils. What could this mean? Lin Xian felt puzzled, yet he did not hesitate in his mental movements. Several runes swiftly descended, and before long, the contract was complete. But as the final rune settled, the Qingfeng wolf's form abruptly shattered, transforming into a gust of wind that vanished into thin air. Wah! The gathered students from Class 7 of the senior year erupted into a chorus of astonishment and speculation. What a pity! The contracting process looked smooth at first, yet it ended in failure. Indeed, I thought he was destined for success. For someone with only 8 points of mental energy, it's impressive he managed to maintain stability for that long. Let's see how he fares next time. The students lamented Lin Xian's misfortune, while Bongda seized the opportunity to deliver a harsh blow. Stop dreaming. The first contract is always the time of peak condition. If he failed the first time, how could he possibly succeed in subsequent attempts? As Lin Xian's good friend, Tang Fong felt incensed. Sure, can you just shut that foul mouth of yours? Am I wrong? Bongda scoffed. Only you, a fellow wastrel like Lin Xian, would fail to comprehend this. You don't believe me? Care to wager? Just as Tang Fong was about to accept, Lin Xian interjected. I'll wager with you. The students turned to see Lin Xian standing confidently, his complexion flushed, as if he were entirely unaffected by the contract's failure. 10 magic crystals. Let's bet on whether I can successfully contract today. Are you brave enough, Bongda? Lin Xian regarded him with an air of nonchalance, a playful smile gracing his lips. The so-called magic crystals were a unique mineral in this world, containing pure, attribute-less magical energy. They could be used to nourish contracted beasts and serve as energy sources in various evolution ceremonies. In short, their applications were numerous, and they were considered a relatively rare resource. Just these 10 magic crystals would be worth a substantial sum in the market. What is there to fear? Bongda exuded confidence in his judgment, certain that Lin Xian, with his measly 8 points of mental energy, could not possibly succeed. As he spoke, he retrieved 10 pitch-black magic crystals from his pocket, not forgetting to undermine Lin Xian's confidence. Rest assured, I know you won't be able to produce 10 magic crystals. If you lose, you'll have to crawl 10 laps around this playground. Shouting Bongda, is my father the whole way? Do you dare? Such childish taunts held little sway over Lin Xian, who had long since grown numb to such trivialities. He merely replied, I look forward to graciously accepting your magic crystals, and turned back to the burly instructor. Simultaneously, his consciousness sank into his mind, summoning forth a luminous interface. Task requirement. Contract 5 different exotic beasts. Current contract count, 1. The contract count now boldly displayed 1. This indicated that Lin Xian's previous contract had, in fact, been successful. He now possessed 1 contracted beast. Moreover, Lin Xian could distinctly sense a clear connection within his mind. Through this link, he could summon the Qingfeng wolf at any moment. Although unsure why his success appeared as a failure, he speculated it might be related to the system. He decided to collect 10 magic crystals from Bongda as a form of interest. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian proceeded to contract the Qian mouse, high bird, and Huozhua rabbit, among other exotic beasts. As expected, the results mirrored those of his encounter with the Qingfeng wolf. Although the contracts were successful, they manifested outwardly as failures, with the contracted beasts transforming into various ashes. Witnessing this, Bongda erupted into boisterous laughter. Lin Xian, if you kneel and admit defeat right now, I might show mercy and let you skip a couple of laps. The surrounding students cast pitying glances at Lin Xian. Some shook their heads, lamenting. This guy truly values his pride over his well-being, insisting on wagering with Bongda. Indeed, it was merely a contract failure. Now he is subjecting himself to further humiliation, creating unnecessary trouble for himself. Others expressed disdain. I expected this outcome. If he had any sense, how could he possess only 8 points of mental energy? Undeterred by his 4th failure, Lin Xian turned to the burly instructor and inquired, Instructor, does our Kangwu Beast Tamer High School have any exceptionally rare exotic beast cubs? After 4 contracts, Lin Xian had felt the affection and endearment from the beasts he attempted to contract. He believed that his initial mental energy assessment had been erroneous. He certainly possessed more than just 8 points. He should try for beasts of higher aptitude. What do you intend to do? The instructor looked puzzled. Faced with this question, Lin Xian could not divulge the truth, so he concocted a casual excuse. Instructor, as you can see, my aptitude is appallingly poor. I struggled even to contract the 3 primary exotic beasts. Even if I were to succeed on the 5th attempt, it's unlikely any Beast Tamer University would accept me, effectively closing off my future. Rather than resign myself to that fate, I might as well take a gamble and see if I can contract a beast of better quality, thus providing me with hope for the future. Lin Xian had intended this merely as a trial, yet to his surprise, the burly instructor was easily persuaded. He laughed heartily, clapping Lin Xian on the shoulder. Well said. A man should possess the courage to stake everything. He then pulled out a form from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xian. This is the catalog of untamed beasts from our school. Feel free to select one that captures your fancy. Lin Xian took the form without much scrutiny, merely glancing at the qualifications section, where he discerned the sole beast possessing the sacred tier qualification. Pointing to its name, he exclaimed, the Flame-Wind Feather Beast. That one. Chapter 3, the Peculiar Flame-Wind Feather Beast. In the memories he inherited, Lin Xian understood that the tiers representing beast taming qualifications in this world were classified as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and sacred, ascending in strength from the lowest to the highest. A beast with a qualification of sacred implied that, barring unforeseen circumstances and with steady growth, it could evolve to the sacred tier. Thus, Lin Xian did not hesitate and decisively chose this beast to form a contract. One should seize opportunities when they arise. In his recollections, such a sacred tier beast was valued at no less than 9 figures on the market, if not more. If he were to let this chance slip away, he doubted he would encounter another. Upon hearing Lin Xian's choice, the burly instructor's expression shifted to one of concern. Classmate, perhaps you should consider a different option. Why? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. This beast is quite. The instructor hesitated, while Shi Bongda, ever the provocateur, did not hold back, laughing. Lin Xian, are you truly out of your mind? You dare to choose the Flame-Wind Feather Beast? Ha! Everyone in Kangwu Beast Taming High knows that every individual attempting to contract that beast has met a gruesome end. Surely, you don't wish to become a laughingstock, do you? The other students were equally baffled by Lin Xian's choice, whispering amongst themselves. He seemed normal before. Why is he acting foolishly now? Who knows? Were you ever close to him? Is he contemplating suicide as a means to escape the contract? Indeed, considering the ordeal of crawling 10 laps and crying out for help, I would rather perish. Tang Fong, observing from the side, felt a pang of anxiety. In his memory, Xiange had always been somewhat frail but rational. Today, however, he was making decisions that defied expectation. Xiange, perhaps you should reconsider and select another beast. There is no need to be so reckless. The reactions of those around him took Lin Xian by surprise. He closed his eyes to recollect, and indeed found memories pertaining to the Flame-Wind Feather Beast. This beast had been brought back by the former principal of Kangwu Beast Taming High from a perilous region a decade ago. Its rare sacred tier qualification had caused a stir throughout the city, prompting many affluent individuals to seek its purchase. Yet, the principal, wishing to offer ordinary students a chance, had refused all offers, leaving the beast within the school in hopes that a student might successfully form a contract with it. However, the outcome was unexpected. From then until now, countless students had attempted to contract the Flame-Wind Feather Beast, yet none had succeeded. Most had perished instantly upon failure, while a select few with exceptional talent had barely survived, ultimately becoming vegetative. Thus, by the time of the current beast contracting ceremony, it had become entirely overlooked. Lin Xian clicked his tongue, realizing he had unwittingly chosen a harbinger of doom. He felt a twinge of trepidation. With the system at his disposal, he was destined to grow stronger and had no need to take such perilous risks. Meanwhile, the burly instructor had already produced the growth suppression box containing the Flame-Wind Feather Beast. Just as Lin Xian was about to request a different beast for the contract, he suddenly sensed a peculiar shift in his mental energy. What is happening? He closed his eyes to concentrate. Lin Xian felt a warm tendril teasing his mental energy. Instinctively tracing the tendril back, he was astonished to discover that the source was indeed the Flame-Wind Feather Beast within the box. What? Opening his eyes, he locked gazes with the small, dog-like beast adorned with diminutive white wings. Was this little creature reaching out to him? It seemed rather absurd. There was no precedent for such behavior in his previous memories. What kind of beast would actively seek a contract with a human? Lin Xian hesitated, still intending to ask the instructor for a different selection. Yet the little Flame-Wind Feather Beast appeared to sense Lin Xian's indecision, anxiously scratching at the walls of the box. Its demeanor rather pitiable. This posed a dilemma. Hey, this creature is quite audacious. The The burly instructor remarked in disbelief, clearly intrigued. He then pulled it out and playfully slapped it twice. Behave yourself, or you'll regret it later. After a brief scare, he handed it over to Lin Xian. Here you go. If there are no issues, proceed. And remember, don't force it. Lin Xian nodded as he accepted the beast. Very well. Let's attempt the contract and see how it goes. Judging by its appearance, it likely won't simply perish. He skillfully guided his mental energy to merge with the flame-wind feather beast. However, the little creature eagerly entwined itself with him, even assisting Lin Xian in inscribing the contract runes. This is utterly abnormal. My body feels as though it's transforming into a demon specialized for beast taming. How could I possibly possess only 8 points of mental energy? Lin Xian resolved that once the contract ceremony concluded, he would certainly retest his mental energy levels. The contract was swiftly completed, and this time, the flame-wind feather beast did not disintegrate into ashes as before. Instead, it stood before Lin Xian, gazing up at him. Observing from the crowd, Xuan scoffed. Lin Xian, what are you dawdling for? Are you genuinely afraid? If so, just concede already. Don't waste everyone's time. No sooner had he spoken than his eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing an unimaginable spectacle. The flame-wind feather beast affectionately leaped into Lin Xian's arms, licking his face with its tiny tongue, much like a pet dog. Without a doubt, Lin Xian had successfully formed a contract with the flame-wind feather beast. How is this possible? You worthless fool. How could you possibly contract the flame-wind feather beast? I refuse to believe it. You must be cheating. Xuan's incredulity morphed into a grotesque sneer. Lin Xian gently patted the little creature's head before retorting. Just because you cannot achieve something doesn't mean others cannot. Your narrow view is precisely what defines you. With that, he raised the flame-wind feather beast before him. Come now, breathe fire for that dog to see, and demonstrate our bond. The little creature readily understood Lin Xian's request, obediently preparing to exhale. A torrent of fiery waves erupted from the flame-wind feather beast's mouth, startling the onlooking students into retreat. Good heavens, is this the power of a sacred tier beast? Can a black iron tier unleash such ferocity? Lin Xian must have struck an extraordinary stroke of luck. Had I known, I would have chosen the flame-wind feather beast myself. A chorus of envy and admiration ensued among the students, many envisioning their prosperous futures should they successfully contract the flame-wind feather beast, igniting a wave of jealousy within their hearts. Lin Xian found their reactions amusing. Did they truly believe they had stumbled upon fortune? Shaking his head, he disregarded the self-satisfied crowd. He turned to Xuan. You miserable cur, what were the terms of our wager? If I successfully contract, you owe me 10 magic crystals. Correct? Now that I have successfully bonded with the flame-wind feather beast, shall we settle our wager? Chapter 4. The Rudimentary System. Upon Lin Xian's declaration, all the students present turned their gazes toward Xuan, anticipating the unfolding drama. Bond was momentarily taken aback, his previously contorted visage of rage transforming into a forced smile. Haha, come on, Lin Xian, were you seriously taking that as a joke? The Bond family could only be considered middle class. Those 10 magic crystals, valued at 10,000, were not a trifling sum for him. This morning, he had begged his father for permission to purchase those 10 crystals, solely to feed his contracted beast upon becoming a beast master, enhancing their bond. If his father were to discover that he had lost them in a wager, he would certainly face dire consequences. Lin Xian was not inclined to let him off easily. Everyone heard you just now. You wouldn't be unable to bear the loss, would you? Exactly. Tang Fong chimed in. You were just so arrogant a moment ago. Why the cowardice now? Tang Fong had been seething with anger at Bond's earlier obnoxious remarks, and now that the scales had tipped in his favor, he was determined to savor this moment. As Lin Xian remained resolute, Bond's expression darkened. Lin Xian, must we be at odds? Those 10 magic crystals are worth 10,000. Far exceeding your family's income for half a year, don't you think? Even if I did give them to you, would you dare accept? Indeed, Lin Xian. One should exercise mercy when possible, interjected another classmate, attempting to mediate. After all, Bond is our classmate, and even the class monitor. It would be best not to escalate the situation. However, upon hearing their words, Lin Xian's anger flared. I suppose you all have suffered under this guy's tyranny before, haven't you? And now you choose to speak up for him? Where were you when he was being so insufferable? You didn't come to my aid then, did you? Now you dare show your faces? Should I let him off the hook? Will you all reimburse me for those 10 magic crystals? Is anyone among you wealthy enough? Lin Xian pointed at a few classmates nearby, or perhaps you. The classmates he pointed at lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze, too intimidated to respond. Seeing them rendered speechless, Lin Xian turned to Bond and exclaimed, Hurry up, 10 magic crystals. None can be missing. With that, he fixed a fierce stare on Bond. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere grew tense. After what felt like an eternity, Bond finally broke into an exasperated smile. All right, you've got guts, he declared, tossing the bag containing the magic crystals to Lin Xian. This is the first time someone has dared to demand my magic crystals. I hope you can maintain this audacity during next week's Beast Master entrance examination. With that cutting remark, Bond strode away from the playground. By now, the contract ceremony had reached its conclusion, leaving the playground nearly deserted. After the excitement had died down, the onlookers dispersed. This year's Beast Master contract ceremony had garnered attention for producing a student with a sync tier, Beast. News of this would undoubtedly spread throughout the school. Meanwhile, having acquired the coveted magic crystals, Lin Xian and Tang Fong were elated. Xian, that was brilliant. I've had my fill of that insufferable Bond. Feeling relieved, huh? Lin Xian smiled, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. This is just the beginning. There's more to come for him. Let us go celebrate our windfall. I'll treat you to a meal. Hooray. Thank you, Xian. Today, both of us have become beast masters. I'm going to feast well. Tang Fong cheered, ecstatic. He had successfully contracted a muddy water swift, which, while not as prestigious as Lin Xian's Firewind Feather Beast, still boasted silver tier qualifications and a promising future as a silver tier beast master. After their meal, Tang Fong headed home to share his good news with his family, while Lin Xian lingered, stroking the Firewind Feather Beast that was still voraciously eating. He delved into his mind, activating the system interface. The interface had undergone some changes. Mission complete. The system is now officially activated. The More-the-Merrier system is at your service. Name, Lin Xian, currently owned contracted beasts, Firewind Feather Beast, Crimson Flame Mouse, Sea Wing Bird, Azure Wind Wolf, Fire Claw Rabbit, primary Beast Master position, not set, Beast Master rank, Bronze Level 1, Beast Master skill, All-Knowing Eye, talent. Upon reviewing the information, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. This system seems rather rudimentary. In the novels he had read, systems could easily yield divine artifacts from slaying mere dogs or chickens, akin to a game where one could deal 999 damage with a single strike. Why did his system appear so lackluster? Moreover, completing the initial task merely activated the system? Where were the rewards? The most significant rewards? System, are you there? Can we possibly add some functionalities? He mentally called out several times, but received no anticipated response. It seemed he was dealing with a robotic system, incapable of communication. With a sigh, Lin Xian turned his attention back to the system panel. It displayed the various beasts he had contracted, considering the need for discrete wealth accumulation. His earlier choices had been rather unremarkable. Aside from the Firewind Feather Beast, the others were quite ordinary. The Azure Wind Wolf, Crimson Flame Mouse, Sea Wing Bird, and the commonly seen Fire Claw Rabbit. His focus shifted to the primary Beast Master position section, where he found an explanation. A contracted beast bound to this position would receive additional growth bonuses, including accelerated growth rates, expedited skill acquisition, and higher evolution success rates. This enhancement would increase as Lin Xian's number of contracted beasts grew, with no upper limit. This implied that, as long as he contracted enough beasts, the primary beast in this position could even level up with a single magic crystal. I take back what I said earlier, Lin Xian thought, his eyes sparkling with joy. This is simply extraordinary. Furthermore, the binding method was quite flexible, allowing for replacements at any time. Without hesitation, Lin Xian bound the Firewind Feather Beast to this position, as it was his most capable contracted beast. Further down the panel lay the Beastmaster rank and Beastmaster skills sections. The content in these sections puzzled him. The Beastmaster rank represented the level of the Beastmaster, categorized similarly to the beasts. Beastmasters ranked from weakest to strongest, classified as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and saint levels, with each major rank further divided into 10 tiers. It was well known that due to the unique symbiotic relationship between beast masters and contracted beasts, the rank of a beast master would align with that of their contracted beasts. A bronze level 1 beast master would invariably have a contracted beast of the same rank. However, Lin Xian found this peculiar. He was certain his contracted beasts were all black iron level weaklings. Yet the system panel boldly displayed a bronze level 1 beast master rank. Could it be because I have 5 contracted beasts? Lin Xian speculated, clenching his fists to sense the power of the contracted beasts flowing through him. He felt the presence of 5 distinct energies, each varying in temperature and intensity. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Lin Xian's eyes lit up with excitement. Does this mean that if I continue to contract enough beasts, my own body could attain the strength of my contracted beasts? This ability is invaluable. For ordinary beast masters, even with the benefits from their contracted beasts, their physical strength remained mediocre, far inferior to that of the beasts. Even a high-ranking beastmaster may fall victim to the assassination of a low-tier contracted beast. Lin Xian discovered records in the information he gathered about this world, explicitly detailing instances of advanced beastmasters being killed by specialized assassins in the form of contracted beasts. With this newfound trait, Lin Xian's very essence would no longer be a vulnerability. Should anyone attempt to take his life, they would surely encounter unforeseen repercussions. How delightful! Suppressing his inner glee, Lin Xian turned his attention to the all-knowing eye, talent. This inexplicably manifested beastmaster skill astonished him even further. From the memories of his predecessor, he was aware that exceptionally gifted beastmasters had a considerable chance of awakening a unique talent skill. The effects varied, and such skills could not be acquired through ordinary means. However, the term exceptionally gifted implied an initial mental power of at least 15 points. With Lin Xian's innate mental power standing at an impressive 8 points, he hardly qualified as an exceptionally gifted beastmaster. The awakening of a talent skill indeed seemed rather peculiar. Chapter 5, All-Knowing Eye. After pondering for a long time without clarity, Lin Xian refocused on the all-knowing eye. All-knowing eye. When observing a beast, you can obtain information about it. If the beast's rank exceeds your own, the amount of information you receive will diminish. The greater the rank disparity, the less information you will acquire. A reconnaissance skill, indeed. It appeared rather standard. With the wind and fire feather beast before him, Lin Xian decided to test this skill. The result was startling. Wind and fire feather beast. Master, Lin Xian. Attributes, fire. Wind. Qualification, holy grade. Rank, black iron level 1. Status, healthy. Skills, fire devour, bite, fire feather whirlwind. Optimal evolution route. 1. Flame feather spirit magpie, bronze grade. Flame wings silver eagle, silver grade. Fire feather blue crow, gold grade. Fire feather demon rock, platinum grade. Demon flame phoenix, diamond grade. Flame feather vermilion bird, holy grade. Heaven burning fire phoenix, divine grade. 2. Wind shadow beast, bronze grade. Hurricane battle beast, silver grade. Gale howling shadow beast, gold grade. Demon storm overlord beast, platinum grade. Blood drink stabbing beast, diamond grade. Shadow cutting demon lord, holy grade. Underworld gate god, divine grade. Lin Xian need not exert himself to seek further. The information provided by the all-knowing eye directly included the optimal evolution route for this beast. What an extraordinary ability. Among the myriad evolution routes for beasts that exist in this world, each one, except for those officially published, is worth its weight in gold, meticulously guarded by various beastmasters. Even a mere hint of a stable evolution route to silver grade could sell for hundreds of thousands, and the more exceptional ones could fetch millions. What then? Of this, holy grade, qualified, wind and fire feather beast, with 2 evolution routes? Lin Xian could scarcely fathom. Moreover, what was this final divine grade? He was utterly astonished. Could it be that a rank above holy grade existed? Such a notion had not been part of the memories he inherited. Was this a hidden capability of the all-knowing eye? Could a beast of lower rank reveal additional information, even including an evolution route that surpassed its qualification limits? In the privacy of the box, feeling secure from discovery, Lin Xian summoned his other contracted beasts to inspect them. Crimson Flame Mouse. Optimal Evolution Route. Fire Devouring Mouse, bronze grade. Explosive Frenzy Mouse, gold grade. Sea Wing Bird. Optimal Evolution Route. Murky Water Swift, bronze grade. Wave Chasing Seagull, gold grade. Azure Wind Wolf. Optimal Evolution Route. Swift Wind Wolf, bronze grade. Wind Commanding Demon Wolf, gold grade. Fire Claw Rabbit. Optimal Evolution Route. Blazing Fire Rabbit, bronze grade. Explosive Flame Rabbit, gold grade. Indeed, observing the various evolution routes confirmed Lin Xian's suspicions. For these beasts, whose ranks were even lower than his own, the information he obtained was not only more comprehensive, but also included unique insights. His thoughts soared as he contemplated further. If my hypothesis is correct, then is divine grade truly the highest rank? Might there be even more advanced routes beyond that? Alas, without a beast of divine grade qualification before him, he could not be certain. Having verified his conjecture, Lin Xian recalled his other contracted beasts, turning his gaze back to his wind and fire feather beast. Concentrating on the names of the evolved forms, he could glimpse the descriptions of their enhanced abilities. A comparison revealed that the first route, Flame Feather Spirit Magpie, augmented the wind and fire feather beast's capabilities in flight and fire, evolving it towards the direction of a raptor. Conversely, Wind Shadow Beast further enhanced combat prowess in wind and ground engagement, allowing it to dash in beast form. Essentially, it was a choice to cultivate one of the 2 attributes of the wind and fire feather beast. Not only were ability descriptions provided, but detailed evolution requirements were also outlined. Flame Feather Spirit Magpie necessitated the continuous feeding of Flame Spirit Flower throughout the entirety of the wind and fire feather beast's black iron stage. Upon reaching the evolution ritual, 5 pairs of bronze-grade fire attribute beast wings must be offered. Wind Shadow Beast was similar, but it required windmill grass instead of flame spirit flower. And the fire attribute beast wings were replaced with the claws of wind attribute beasts. Gasp, this is quite. Upon reading these requirements, Lin Xian involuntarily inhaled sharply. Both flame spirit flower and windmill grass were familiar to him. These were fire and wind attribute magical materials of the Black Iron stage, and they were not cheap. Each plant cost a 4-digit sum, and with the 10 magic crystals he possessed, he could only afford 10 such plants. Goodness! Does being a beast master truly require such financial expenditure? He had thought himself wealthy after acquiring that windfall. Yet it turned out he lacked even sufficient resources for the sustenance of his contracted beasts. Considering that he was responsible for 4 such gold-consuming beasts, Lin Xian could not help but draw in a few more sharp breaths. Glancing at the wind and fire feather beast beside him, he envisioned its future voracious appetite for wealth, which sent a chill through him. Observing the wind and fire feather beast, relishing the remnants of their meal, he sighed softly. Indeed, it is a hardship for you to accompany me, having to subsist on these. Although the wind and fire feather beast was quite intelligent, it could not fully grasp Lin Xian's sentiments, interpreting them instead as a desire for closeness. It paused in its gnawing of a bone, nuzzling against Lin Xian's face and playfully flapping its small wings against him, appearing exceedingly joyful. Seeing its demeanor, Lin Xian sighed again. Alas, I must quickly devise a means to earn money. With that, he cradled the wind and fire feather beast and exited the restaurant. Once outside, Lin Xian did not wander far. He first sought out a Beastmaster materials shop, retaining 3 magic crystals for emergencies. He used the remaining 7 to purchase 8 flame spirit flowers to serve as the wind and fire feather beast's regular sustenance. It was not that he was well versed in beast mastery. He had merely identified the route for the wind and fire feather beast early on. It was purely a matter of choice during the purchase, as he found the flame spirit flower to be slightly cheaper than the windmill grass, allowing for an additional purchase. Unbeknownst to the wind and fire feather beast, its future existence had been arbitrarily determined, as it happily munched on the flame spirit flower on Lin Xian's shoulder. Do be frugal, for there are no more to spare. Had it not been for the advanced requirements stating that one must feed at least 1 creature each day, I would not have fed you so early. To see something valued at over $1,000 consumed so carelessly made Lin Xian feel a twinge of regret. After swallowing a flame spirit flower, the firewind feather beast affectionately nudged Lin Xian's face and let out a couple of soft cries to express its fondness. Upon observing through the lens of all-knowing eye once more, Lin Xian noticed a change in the status bar of the firewind feather beast. Status: Fire Attribute Fulfillment 1. With just 1 flame spirit flower, the progress stood at a mere 1% for 100 flame spirit flowers. Lin Xian realized he would need to collect interest from Surebond 9 more times to fully nourish the firewind feather beast. With a sigh, just as Lin Xian was about to dismiss the data panel, he unexpectedly discovered additional items in the skill column. Besides the existing skills of Fire Devour, Bite, and Fire Feather Whirlwind, there was now a newly acquired skill named Blazing Storm. A new skill. Lin Xian could hardly believe his eyes. According to the knowledge imparted at Kangwu Beast Taming High School, he understood that ordinary contracted beasts typically required extensive, targeted training to learn new skills, and some even necessitated the consumption of special magical food. Yet this little creature had autonomously learned a new skill simply by consuming a single flame spirit flower. How astonishing! Was this the true worth of a beast with holy tier qualifications? A smile crept onto Lin Xian's previously troubled face. Truly, it was a bargain. With renewed motivation, he resolved to earn money swiftly. Coming to a halt, Lin Xian found himself standing before an imposing structure. The sign read Beast Tamer Association. Chapter 6, Team Formation. The Beast Tamer Association serves as the official organization of Huagua, overseeing and coordinating the activities of beast tamers, with branches established in every city, including Lin Xian's own Lin City. Over the years, the Beast Tamer Association has evolved into a colossal entity. Here, one can not only register as a beast tamer but also accept tasks or engage in trading material information, often at slightly lower prices than those found in the market. If Lin Xian were willing to wait for an opportunity, he could obtain 9 flame spirit flowers for 7 magic crystals here. But the time expenditure was far too great for him to afford. His purpose for visiting the Beast Tamer Association was singular: to accept a task and earn money. Following the contract ceremony in the morning, he had officially become a beast tamer, which was the most legitimate way for him to make money quickly. However, before that, Lin Xian needed to fill out a form at the front desk to register his beast tamer information. The staff member was quite familiar with the process and guided Lin Xian efficiently, allowing him to fill out the form swiftly. While entering his information, Lin Xian overheard a few idle employees chatting behind the counter. Have you heard? The holy tier, beast from Kangwu Beast Taming High School, was successfully contracted today. Is that true? Is it the fire wind feather beast that the old principal brought back? Absolutely. My son is a sophomore at Kangwu, and he mentioned it during lunch today. After 10 years, I can hardly believe someone managed to contract it successfully. I wonder what kind of genius that beast tamer is. Hey, don't kid yourself. It's not a genius at all. According to my son, that senior who made the contract is notorious for being a poor student. He only scored 8 points on the mental strength test when he enrolled. How absurd. That's unbelievable. The idle chatter reached Lin Xian's ears, and he frowned. Was news spreading this rapidly? In the mere time it took to eat, even the employees at the Beast Tamer Association were aware of it? Without any intention of boasting, Lin Xian submitted the form and received a black iron badge indicating his rank as a beast tamer from the staff, turning to leave. As the employee reviewed Lin Xian's information, she was taken aback when she saw the beast species and qualification section displaying Fire Wind Feather Beast, Holy Tier. She exclaimed, "Everyone, come quickly and take a look. What is going on? Is this the lucky individual who contracted the Fire Wind Feather Beast? So it's Lin Xian, huh? Did you all catch a glimpse of his face? We were so engrossed in our chatter that we didn't notice anyone else." Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, who had already departed, others were speculating about him and hoping to recognize his face. He now stood in the center of the association's grand hall, gazing at the scrolling text on the luminous screen. Those were the task requirements. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, the association had implemented strict regulations regarding task acceptance for beast tamers. As a black iron tier beast tamer, the tasks Lin Xian was eligible to undertake were exceedingly limited, primarily consisting of long-term, unrestricted material collection missions. Unfamiliar with the ins and outs of this place, he meticulously examined each task. Black iron tier magic cores, priced at 100 each, accepted long-term and unrestricted. Demon devouring grass collection, priced at 50 each, accepted long-term and in large quantities, also unrestricted. Lin Xian pondered for quite some time without reaching a decision. Just as he hesitated, a bright voice rang out. Magic Core Team seeking strong teammates. For spots available. Magic Core Team seeking strong teammates. For spots available. Lin Xian turned to see a group of 2 men and 2 women standing diagonally below the luminous screen, calling out to those nearby. Upon closer inspection, he noticed all 4 wore black iron beast tamer badges on their chests. The leader, a tall woman with chestnut hair and an exquisite appearance, had the right curves in all the right places, making her strikingly attractive. It was her voice that had issued the previous calls. Lin Xian, feeling a bit perplexed, pulled aside a passing beast tamer to inquire, "What are they doing?" The man, seemingly accustomed to such inquiries, glanced at Lin Xian's shiny new badge and asked, "Is this your first visit to the Beast Tamer Association, young brother?" "Yes, I've only been raising beasts at home until now. This is my first time venturing out into the world." Lin Xian instinctively fabricated a lie. "How did you know? Only a novice like you would ask such questions." "Those calling out are forming a team." "Forming a team?" Lin Xian echoed. "Of course. The wilderness is perilous. Forming a team not only enhances efficiency, but also ensures a certain level of safety. Thus, every beast tamer accepting a task goes out in a team." Lin Xian's understanding deepened. "I see. Thank you, elder brother." With this newfound insight, he contemplated his next steps. If the wilderness was indeed as dangerous as the elder brother described, it would be unwise for him to recklessly venture out alone. Joining a team would be prudent. Once he better understood the circumstances of the wilderness, he could make a more informed decision. Having grasped the key points, Lin Xian approached the group. Due to the beauty of the woman leading the group, many beast tamers surrounded her, eager to join. However, after observing for a while, Lin Xian noticed none were accepted into the team. They rejected those who were too strong as well as those who were too weak, presenting a rather contradictory situation. Feeling a bit anxious, Lin Xian stepped forward when the crowd thinned and asked, "Are you recruiting hunting team members? May I join?" The chestnut-haired beauty glanced at him without any prejudice based on appearance and smiled. "What level are you, young brother?" "Black Iron level 1, Lin Xian replied candidly, showing no signs of shame for his relatively low strength. Hearing his words, the smile on the chestnut-haired beauty's face gradually faded. "I'm afraid your abilities do not quite meet the requirements of our team." Lin Xian had anticipated such a reply and calmly stated, "I believe my strength cannot be solely defined by levels. Perhaps you could grant me an opportunity to demonstrate." The chestnut-haired beauty did not respond directly, but locked her gaze onto Lin Xian's eyes. Unfazed, Lin Xian met her stare. After a moment of silent confrontation, the chestnut-haired beauty sighed and summoned her contract beast, a black iron level 7 fire claw rabbit. "How about letting your contract beast spar with it, so I can see what you're capable of?" "Certainly." Lin Xian nodded in agreement and signaled for the wind-fire feather beast perched on his shoulder to advance. "Be careful," the chestnut-haired beauty called out, and the fire claw rabbit sprang into action. Its sharp claws slashed downwards, the flames igniting and rapidly expanding, transforming into the legendary sword Chi that hurtled towards the wind-fire feather beast. Lin Xian was already aware of this skill, known as Flame Blade, through his all-knowing eye, and remained unperturbed. He calmly directed the wind-fire feather beast to sidestep the attack and countered with a standard claw strike. This exchange appeared effortless, yet it caught the chestnut-haired beauty's attention. She recognized the ferocity and speed of the fire claw rabbit's flame blade, and it was evident that Lin Xian's contract beast managed to evade it easily, while even finding the opportunity to strike back, an indication of considerable strength. Having formed a favorable impression, yet wary that it might have been a mere fluke, she commanded the fire claw rabbit to continue its assault. Chapter 7. A powerful counterattack. The ensuing events unfolded as she had anticipated. The fire claw rabbit's attacks proved ineffective, all deftly dodged by Lin Xian's contract beast. With her suspicions confirmed, a smile reappeared on her face. Recalling the fire claw rabbit, she softly remarked, "That will suffice." Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback before also having the wind-fire feather beast retreat to his shoulder. Following their successful team formation, the chestnut-haired beauty led Lin Xian to her resting teammates, where they introduced themselves. The chestnut-haired beauty was named Su Linqing, with a contract beast that was a level 7 fire claw rabbit. Another woman, bespectacled, introduced herself as Zhao Nuo, with a level 5 shadow cat. The two remaining men were twin brothers named Du Shan and Du Hai, each with a contract of level 4 green wind wolves. After their introductions, Su Linqing smiled at Lin Xian. "Now it's your turn. I am Lin Xian, and my contract beast is the wind-fire feather beast, at level 1 of black iron." Upon hearing this, the others, aside from Su Linqing, were left in astonishment. Zhao Nuo, wide-eyed, questioned, Black iron level 1. Lin Xian, you must be joking." Lin Xian wore a perplexed expression, while Su Linqing shook her head. "No joke. It is indeed the truth." "Qingjia." Zhao Nuo looked incredulously at Su Linqing. "Are you out of your mind, bringing such a liability into our midst?" "Exactly," Du Hai chimed in. "Qingjia, you are putting all our lives at risk." Du Shan also voiced his dissent against Su Linqing's decision, exclaiming, "Qingjia, what use is a black iron level 1? During battles, not only will he be of no help, but we will also have to divert our attention to protect him. Doesn't that complicate our actions?" Hurt by their disdain, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. Was this fellow really that strong? Using his all-knowing eye, he assessed Du Shan's green wind wolf, which was merely level 4 of black iron, with nothing particularly special about it. Thus, he retorted, "Who says I won TB of any assistance in battle? I am undoubtedly stronger than you." "Huh." Du Shan found it amusing. "Look at this kid claiming he is stronger than me. What a cocky little brat. Are you all willing to take someone like him into the wild?" Su Linqing, aware of Lin Xian's true abilities, was about to defend him when Lin Xian interjected. "There's no use in talking. If you don't believe me, the association has an arena. Let us settle this with a match." Provoked by Lin Xian's arrogance, Du Shan's temper flared. "Fine, let us do it. Come and take a beating. After that, go home to your mother and stop being a nuisance." With that, he strode directly toward the association's arena. Lin Xian scoffed and followed suit. The wind-fire feather beast's holy tier aptitude signified more than just its potential to evolve into a holy tier beast. Even at the black iron level, it surpassed its peers in every aspect. Strength, speed, reaction time, and skill quantity were all significantly superior to other beasts of the same tier. The earlier encounter with Su Linqing's level 7 fire claw rabbit had proven insufficient against the wind-fire feather beast. How could Du Shan's inferior green wind wolf possibly compare? With a mere bronze quality, it truly wasn't a match for the wind-fire feather beast. Additionally, let us not forget that Lin Xian possessed 4 other contract beasts. Among them, the sea-wing bird's initial skill, riding the wind and breaking the waves, was a rare supportive skill that could be applied to itself or other beasts, dramatically enhancing their speed. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, Lin Xian discreetly summoned the sea-wing bird from within his attire and bestowed the riding the wind and breaking the waves skill upon the wind-fire feather beast. "Hey, even a lion must use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Today, I shall let you broaden your horizons." Beside them, Su Linqing earnestly attempted to intervene, but Du Shan was clearly too riled up to listen. Reluctantly, she followed him to the arena's edge to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Within the association, conflicts among beast tamers were common, leading to the establishment of a vast underground space with numerous arenas, currently unoccupied. Du Shan was the first to ascend the arena. Summoning his green wind wolf, which he had named Iron Mountain, and pointed at Lin Xian, shouting, "Get up here. Humph, relying on your age to act tough. Are you?" Lin Xian spat as he joined him on the arena. The wind fire feather beast remained on his shoulder, not requiring summoning. Seeing Lin Xian ready, Xuan commanded his green wind wolf to attack first. Iron Mountain, charge forward. Fight that guy? His green wind wolf, now a level 4 black iron, had grown significantly since its initial summoning, now resembling a fully grown wolf. The wind fire feather beast exhibited a natural combat prowess, effortlessly sidestepping the incoming green wind wolf without needing Lin Xian's direction. Seizing the opportunity while the green wind wolf stumbled, it utilized the speed boost from riding the wind and breaking the waves to turn and deliver a bite strike against the green wind wolf's back. A spurt of blood erupted, and within just one exchange, the green wind wolf was already wounded. Lin Xian seized the moment to taunt. Is that all? You didn't even need my guidance to get hurt. Are you really a level 4 black iron? Surely you didn't exaggerate your strength just to remain in the team? What? How could this be? Duhai was taken aback, astonished that his brother's battle-hardened green wind wolf had been so easily evaded. Zhao Nuo looked equally bewildered, glancing at Su Linqing with a questioning expression. However, Su Linqing was not surprised. The reason was straightforward. Lin Xian's contract beast possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, even surpassing the speed of the level 4 black iron green wind wolf. She had sensed this disparity during the earlier skirmish with the fire claw rabbit. How is this possible? Zhao Nuo exclaimed in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Perhaps it is simply that Lin Xian's contracted beast possesses superior aptitude. Duhai remained skeptical. It could merely excel in speed, and its abilities at the black iron tier might only include a passive acceleration skill. Let us not forget that Brother Shan's Qingfeng wolf still has skills yet to be utilized. No matter how swift Lin Xian's contracted beast is, could it possibly outpace the Windblade? Upon hearing Duhai's words, Su Linqing merely shook her head, refraining from rebuttal. The earlier counterattack from Lin Xian's contracted beast only grazed slightly, yet it managed to breach the Qingfeng wolf's defenses, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. However, Su Linqing chose not to voice her thoughts, as maintaining team harmony was paramount. In the arena, Xuan was also taken aback by the ferocity of the wind fire feather beast's recent counterattack, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet, true to the nature of identical twins, he reached the same conclusion as Duhai. This small beast with wings must only be proficient in speed. Having dispelled his uncertainty, he composed himself and projected an air of confidence, stubbornly declaring, It was merely luck. I refuse to believe it can evade a second time. To prevent Lin Xian from overhearing his intentions, he opted to communicate directly with the Qingfeng wolf through mental energy. Observing his petty demeanor, Lin Xian chuckled softly, choosing not to intervene, instead leaning against the edge of the arena to watch the spectacle unfold. With ride the wind and break the waves, accelerating, combined with the physical prowess of a holy tier beast, if your Qingfeng wolf manages to touch even a single hair of the wind fire feather beast, I will devour the very ground of this arena. Unfazed by the potential repercussions, Lin Xian boldly echoed the grandiose words of a once famous streamer in his heart. Chapter 8. Beneath Redstone Mountain in the arena, the Qingfeng wolf exhibited patience, engaging in probing attacks, while the wind fire feather beast consistently denied it any openings. Suddenly, with another swish of its claws, the Qingfeng wolf appeared to falter, its footing giving way momentarily. The wind fire feather beast seized the opportunity, preparing to unleash a bite upon it. Now's the moment. Qingfeng wolf, Windblade. Just as Dushan's contracted beast seemed on the verge of injury, he issued an attack command instead. Upon closer inspection, the Qingfeng wolf had steadied itself. Its earlier stumble was merely a feigned weakness. At that moment, the Qingfeng wolf stood tall, baring its fierce maw, as a tempest coalesced within. Whoosh! The gathered winds transformed into razor-sharp blades, hurtling directly towards the wind fire feather beast. Did you expect this, Lin Xian? Dushan sneered triumphantly, relishing the thought of Lin Xian's impending downfall. The wind fire feather beast found itself suspended in midair, devoid of any chance to evade. Its small frame would surely succumb to the full force of the wind blade, leaving it gravely wounded, if not dead. I bet that creature will soon be begging for mercy, Dushan mused. To his astonishment, Lin Xian remained nonchalant, observing the situation with an unperturbed expression. He did not even flinch at Dushan's taunts, merely cleaning his ears as if dismissing them entirely. Let us see how long you can bask in your arrogance. With a surge of determination, Dushan refocused on the arena. The wind blade and the wind fire feather beast were now mere inches apart. The raised paw remained poised but did not descend. Instead, the creature altered its stance and inhaled sharply. In an unexpected turn of events, the tempestuous wind blade was drawn into its mouth. As the wind blade entered its belly, the wind fire feather beast convulsed momentarily before regaining composure and exhaling. The wind blade transformed into raging flames, which then surged towards the Qingfeng wolf. Witnessing this spectacle, Du Shan's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "Taizhan, get out of the way." Without his master's command, the Qingfeng wolf instinctively attempted to evade. However, its speed paled in comparison to the wind fire feather beast, rendering it incapable of executing such an extreme maneuver. Ultimately, it was engulfed by the flames. The excruciating searing pain caused it to roll on the ground, howling in agony. Du Shan was frantic, calling out, "Taizhan, are you alright?" He rushed to extinguish the flames engulfing the Qingfeng wolf. Thankfully, he was prevented from doing so by Su Linqing, who seized him just in time as she leapt onto the arena. "Du Shan, are you out of your mind? A Black Iron Tier Beastmaster's physical constitution is not significantly superior to that of an ordinary person. You could easily be burned to death." Yet, Du Shan, a robust man, was on the verge of tears. Su Linqing, feeling somewhat helpless, produced a vial containing a light blue liquid from her pocket and sprinkled it over the Qingfeng wolf, Taizhan. In an instant, the flames were extinguished, and even the burns on Tieshan's body diminished significantly. After tending to the urgent matter, she turned to Lin Xian with admiration, saying, "Lin Xian, you truly are a hidden gem. Possessing 2 skills at the Black Iron tier is quite remarkable. Your contracted beast must be of extraordinary quality." "Oh, it's nothing," Lin Xian replied, scratching his head. He did not divulge the truth, modestly attributing the beast's capabilities to a mere golden tier. To avoid any unforeseen troubles, Lin Xian intentionally concealed the holy tier aptitude of the wind fire feather beast, claiming it was several tiers lower at golden. Nevertheless, Su Linqing regarded him with newfound respect. Her own fire claw rabbit was of golden quality, a rare find among the generally bronze and silver tier fire claw rabbits, and it had only one initial skill: Flame Claw Strike. After painstakingly nurturing it for nearly a year, it had just learned a second skill upon reaching Black Iron level 5. A contracted beast that initially possessed 2 skills inherently boasted sufficient combat prowess to accompany their team in hunting exotic beasts. Moreover, if she was not mistaken, that skill just now was a rare counterattack skill, wasn't it? Counterattack skills refer to the ability to block and, after absorbing an attack, immediately retaliate. Such skills are exceedingly rare and typically only block physical attacks. Su Linqing had never heard of, nor seen, a contracted beast like Lin Xian's that could absorb a wind blade and convert it into flames. Indeed, Lin Xian nodded in affirmation. That technique is called Fire Devour, and it is indeed a counterattack skill. Fire Devour, when facing energy attacks, it can absorb the attack and convert it into flames for full retaliation. The energy absorption limit for a single instance is determined by the tier of the contracted beast. This was one of the skills inherently possessed by the wind fire feather beast, and Lin Xian had already reviewed its effects, which was why he remained unfazed when the little creature fell for the trap earlier. How could a mere wind blade pose a challenge? The outcome was as anticipated. Du Shan's Qingfeng wolf collapsed under its own attack. Lin Xian approached Du Shan, who was slumped on the ground cradling his contracted beast, and looked down at him, asking, "Am I still considered a liability?" Du Shan, still clutching the Qingfeng wolf with traces of tears on his face, found himself at a loss for words in response to Lin Xian's inquiry. Zhao Nuo and Du Hai, who had followed Su Linqing onto the arena, exchanged glances with complex expressions, astonished that Lin Xian, whom they had easily dismissed, had so effortlessly defeated Du Shan. In fact, had it not been for Su Linqing's timely intervention, Du Shan's Qingfeng wolf might have perished on the spot. Sensing the palpable embarrassment among the group, Su Linqing interjected, All right, we mustn't let misunderstandings linger. Let's move on." She clapped her hands together energetically, declaring, "Now, let us proceed with our mission. We've already wasted too much time, and if we don't hurry, the day will slip away." It was now afternoon, and for a Black Iron tier team like theirs, venturing outside the city at night would only heighten the dangers they faced. Many enigmatic and unpredictable beasts tend to be active during the night, a time when they pose a significant threat. Heeding Su Linqing's warning, the group hastened their departure towards the outskirts. At the foot of the lush Hansher mountain, Lin Xian and his companions finally arrived at their destination. Although this locale was somewhat distant from the urban center of Lin City, it was frequented by numerous beast tamers who ventured here to hunt exotic creatures or gather materials, lending the area a lively atmosphere rather than a desolate one. Various makeshift stalls dotted the surroundings, with vendors hawking an array of magical cores, energy materials, and snippets of dubious information. This marked Lin Xian's inaugural visit to such a place, and he surveyed his surroundings with keen curiosity. One sharp-eyed vendor, noticing Lin Xian's youthful and naive appearance, called out to him, "Young brother, would you care to take a look at my magical cores? They've just been extracted from the beasts." You might even acquire a rare skill of immense value. The so-called magical cores are, in essence, the power cores of these extraordinary beasts. Presently, the primary method for beast tamers to nurture their contracted beasts involves having them consume these cores. In terms of energy content, magical cores are akin to magic crystals. Though the energy within a magical core tends to exhibit specific elemental affinities, unlike the more pure magic crystals. The notable distinction lies in the fact that when a contracted beast consumes the magical core of a beast of the same type, it not only enhances its strength, but also has a certain probability of inheriting the skills of the consumed beast. This is a vital means for beast tamers to acquire skills for their contracted beasts. Naturally, Lin Xian had a keen interest in magical cores. His Windfire Feather Beast could learn a skill simply by consuming a flame spirit flower. So it stood to reason that he would want to fill the skill slots for each rank in the future. However, he did not possess only this one contracted beast. At present, he had 4, and in the future, he envisioned countless uncontracted beasts whose skill slots awaited fulfillment. Chapter 9. The Unforeseen Effect of All-Knowing Eye. While his interest was piqued, Lin Xian harbored no fondness for such vendors. Just as he intended to follow Su Linqing onward, he instinctively cast a glance at the magical cores on display, momentarily pausing in his stride. "What's the matter?" Su Linqing inquired, noticing Lin Xian's unusual behavior. Observing his fixation on the magical cores, she leaned in to advise him. "Lin Xian, if you have any needs, it's best to visit a reputable beast shop. Those larger businesses also have branches at the foot of Hansher Mountain. The goods from these vendors are typically overpriced and of poor quality, often returned by disgruntled beast tamers." As she spoke, her silky chestnut hair brushed against Lin Xian's ear, causing a slight tickle. He instinctively turned away, redirecting his gaze towards Zhao Nuo and the twin Qingfeng wolves. Although an air of awkwardness lingered between them, their expressions indicated agreement with Su Linqing's sentiments. It was evident that these stalls had garnered a notorious reputation. "Rest assured," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "I'm merely here to indulge my curiosity and explore something novel." Upon hearing this, his companions felt relieved. "That's fine then, you can browse for a bit. We'll go procure some supplies," Su Linqing said before leading the others away. If it was merely to satisfy his curiosity, there was no harm in it. They had had similar experiences in the past. Once they departed, Lin Xian crouched before the stall, ignoring the subpar materials and instead scrutinizing the magical cores as if he could discern their contained skills. "How much for these magical cores?" he inquired, genuinely seeking a price. The vendor's face lit up with a grin. "These are all 500 each. Feel free to choose any that catch your fancy." "How audacious of you," Lin Xian scoffed, shaking his head. The remaining magical cores were all black, indicating they were of the black iron tier. The Beast Tamer Association frequently posted tasks for collecting magical cores, offering a standard rate of 100 for black iron cores, while the market price hovered around 200 each. This unscrupulous vendor was clearly trying to fleece him. Disinterested in haggling further, Lin Xian candidly stated, "I'll take a few at 200 each. Will you sell?" "Come on, that is too harsh on me. While my cores may be of a lower tier, they're all from rare beasts." "Wait, don't go. I'll sell them to you," the vendor exclaimed, desperate to keep Lin Xian from leaving. "That's more like it." Lin Xian nodded, crouching again to sift through the magical cores. He occasionally picked one up, holding it up to the sunlight for examination, exuding an air of professionalism. The vendor seized the opportunity to boast, "Young brother, I assure you, these magical cores were just acquired from the beast tamers who came down from Hansher Mountain. They are certainly not lacking." Enough with the sales pitch. Lin Xian interjected, swiftly selecting 5 magical cores. "I'm just here to have a bit of fun. You don't need to elaborate so much. I'll trade you these 5 for a magic crystal. Is that sufficient?" "That's plenty." The vendor readily agreed, nodding enthusiastically. Magic crystals are always in demand, with their market price fluctuating but generally remaining around 1,000 each, making it a suitable form of payment. Lin Xian tossed a magic crystal onto the stall and turned to leave. Once he had distanced himself, the vendor burst into laughter. What a naive fool. Selling a pile of junk not even the Beast Tamer Association would accept for a magic crystal. What a steal. Rejoining Su Linqing and the others, Lin Xian examined the magic crystal in his hand, his thoughts mirroring the vendor's. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with that vendor. But as he prepared to depart, he instinctively activated the all-knowing eye, rendering him unable to move. Qing Si Worm Magical Core, black iron applicable to insect-type beasts. Can learn skill, Silk Threads. Probability, 0, 1. Thunder Armored Beast Magical Core, black iron applicable to thunder-type beasts. Can learn skill, Thunderstrike. Probability, 0, 35. Flametail Butterfly Magical Core, black iron applicable to fire-type beasts. Can learn skill, Flame Shadow. Probability, 0, 18. The barrage of feedback information startled him. And after regaining his composure, Lin Xian realized, not only could he perceive the beasts, but the all-knowing eye also allowed him to see through the magical cores, revealing the skills within. He could even discern the probabilities of learning those skills. This was an extraordinary revelation. With this newfound ability, all magical cores became transparent to him. He no longer had to gamble on their contents with bated breath. Once he grasped the implications of this capability, he expressed to Su Linqing his desire to linger a bit longer. Ultimately, this decision proved fortuitous, as he stumbled upon a hidden gem. Spore's Demon Flower Magical Core, bronze applicable to plant-type beasts. Can learn skill, poison application. Probability, 79. A bronze-tier magical core had somehow been dyed black, mingling with the black iron-tier cores. Moreover, the probability of learning a skill from this core was an astonishing 79, compared to the other cores with abysmally low probabilities. This one was practically a guaranteed acquisition of a new skill. The market value of bronze-tier magical cores was nearly equivalent to that of magic crystals. But a bronze-tier magical core with a 79 probability of skill acquisition was exceedingly valuable. Lin Xian was elated at this unexpected windfall. If that unscrupulous vendor were to learn of this, he would surely lament his misfortune. Delving further into the magic crystal, Lin Xian also gleaned insights into the effects of the poison application skill. Poisonous enchantment adds a toxic enchantment status to a target, causing them to inflict spore toxin upon attacking, thereby weakening the enemy while inducing continuous bleeding. This is a purely auxiliary skill that enhances damage. While such skills may seem rather commonplace for an ordinary beastmaster, they hold significant utility for Lin Xian. Although none of his current contracted beasts belong to the plant category, he will eventually acquire a botanical extraordinary beast. When that time comes, he can have it learn this skill, thus augmenting the combat prowess of his long-term ally. The Wind Fire Feather Beast, against external threats. To maintain a low profile, he cannot summon all his beasts to overwhelm the enemy. But acquiring an auxiliary skill to play a 4-protect-1 strategy should suffice, right? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Lin Xian. How could I have overlooked this? Since I can only openly engage in battle with the Wind Fire Feather Beast, why not gather more auxiliary skills and cultivate a support squad? As the saying goes, the ironclad support is ever-flowing, and once my auxiliary team is sufficiently developed, transitioning to other contracted beasts for combat will be inconsequential. Furthermore, with his limitless Beastmaster rank, as long as he possesses an ample number of supportive beasts with formidable skills, he could likely vanquish even a Qingfeng wolf with ease. Slaying dragons would be a mere trifle. Indeed, this is the way forward. Lin Xian's thoughts expanded significantly, and he began to sketch a preliminary plan for his future as a beastmaster. He would contract more extraordinary beasts while gathering auxiliary skill cores, nurturing a battalion of supportive contracted beasts. Already envisioning the promising future in his mind, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh aloud. Chapter 10. A Surprise. Lin Xian, what are you laughing about? Su Linqing inquired as they walked along the path into the mountains. Nothing, just thought of something delightful, Lin Xian replied. Noticing Lin Xian's reluctance to share, Su Linqing wisely refrained from probing further and commenced discussing their hunting plan. Our destination this time is the rock forest at the southern foot of Redstone Mountain. It is the outermost region, predominantly inhabited by black iron-tier extraordinary beasts. The danger level is relatively low, but carelessness can lead to injuries, so we must stick together. Understood? Zhao Nuo and the Du brothers, Du Shan and Du Hai, were seasoned hunters, well aware of these precautions. Su Linqing's words were primarily directed at Lin Xian, who, aware of his limited experience, nodded earnestly. Seeing everyone focused, Su Linqing nodded and led the way. The so-called rock forest was not a true forest, but rather a collection of towering stone pillars clustered together, with branches extending from them, creating a canopy that obscured the sky, hence its designation. In reality, greenery was sparse, and the main extraordinary beasts inhabiting this area were rock beetles and crumbling armadillos, both of the earth type. These extraordinary beasts were not particularly aggressive, despite their thick hides. They could not withstand the coordinated assault of 5 beastmasters, which was why Su Linqing chose this location for hunting. Upon entering the forest, a rock beetle emerged from a stout stone pillar, clumsily launching an attack against Lin Xian and the other intruders. Su Linqing immediately summoned his black iron-tier Fireclaw rabbit and commanded, spread out according to formation and block its path. Attack together. The group swiftly reacted, summoning their contracted beasts to execute their roles. Before long, the black iron-tier rock beetle was subdued. Gesturing for Du Shan to handle the carcass and extract the magic core and useful materials, Su Linqing turned to Lin Xian and asked, "How does it feel?" Quite simple, right? In truth, we could have taken down such extraordinary beasts individually, but it would have required much more effort, which is why teamwork is essential for Beastmasters. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. He had also commanded the Wind Fire Feather Beast to attack earlier, while it was merely the basic bite skill. It had not inflicted significant damage on the rock beetle. To achieve a kill, relying solely on the Wind Fire Feather Beast would undoubtedly take much longer. However, he was not an ordinary Beastmaster. He had several contracted beasts at his disposal. If possessing numerous beasts allowed him to easily overpower high-tier extraordinary beasts of the same level, then he might not necessarily need to rely on a team. Yet, Lin Xian did not rush to seek a reason to detach from the group. His primary purpose for this outing was to gain experience in battling extraordinary beasts in the wild, with any spoils being secondary. Moreover, Lin Xian found himself increasingly intrigued by the Earth-type extraordinary beasts present. His Beastmaster rank had no limits, and the more he contracted, the faster the growth of the Wind Fire Feather Beast, bound to his primary Beastmaster rank. Thus, contracting more extraordinary beasts would only serve to satisfy his curiosity without any drawbacks. However, with many eyes around, each extraordinary beast that appeared would be swiftly surrounded and attacked, making it impossible for Lin Xian to contract them under such scrutiny. Therefore, he resolved to observe and learn first. With this determination, Lin Xian accompanied Su Linqing and the others as they traversed the rock forest until the sun began to set, their bags filled with countless magic cores. Wow, I feel incredibly efficient in slaying extraordinary beasts today. We've been at it for so long, and I don't feel tired at all. Du Hai exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, his face aglow with joy. Indeed, Zhao Nuo echoed with equal delight. In the past, achieving even half our current results by this time would have been commendable, and our contracted beasts would still bear numerous injuries. Today, we hardly sustained any wounds, saving us a substantial amount on healing potions. Even Dushan, who had taken some hits, wore a less gloomy expression. It seems we're in great form today. Why not continue hunting for a while longer? Su Linqing did not agree. As the team's commander, she needed to maintain an overview during combat and understood the reason behind their team's exceptional performance today. It was all because of Lin Xian. His red and white contracted beast was not only agile in movement, but also possessed remarkable combat instincts. It required little direction from Lin Xian to position itself perfectly for finishing blows, preventing extraordinary beasts from futilely struggling in their last moments. More critically, this contracted beast was absurdly powerful. Its ordinary claw strikes could tear through the bodies of extraordinary beasts, inflicting severe injuries. Not to mention its skills. The bite, imbued with a gust of wind, was instantaneous death. Occasionally, the flames emitted from its defensive counter skills rendered those extraordinary beasts immobile with just a slight entanglement. With such efficient means of infliction, it was no wonder that their team's harvest was so bountiful today. Yet, the puzzling aspect was that Lin Xian's contracted beast was merely at Black Iron Tier 1. How had he achieved this? Without asking or interrupting the team's joy, Su Linqing glanced at the time and decided not to lead the group in search of another target, stating, "That should be enough for today. It will be dark soon. Let's head back." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Lin Xian returned the diligently battling Wind Fire Feather Beast to his shoulder. Although it had been engaged in combat all afternoon, it had merely circled the targets to deliver bite attacks without exerting significant force, so it remained energetic, perched on Lin Xian's shoulder and surveying the surroundings. Lin Xian also looked around, seizing opportunities to activate all-knowing eye to observe the area. He hoped to spot any uniquely gifted extraordinary beasts that could serve as candidates for his contracted beasts. However, the previous few sightings had all been of bronze and silver tier quality, deemed worthless. What I initially presumed to be a rather mundane encounter unexpectedly transformed into a delightful surprise. Elemental Sprite. Attribute: Earth. Qualification: Diamond rank. Tier: Black Iron level 5. Condition: Hungry. Skills: Firm Grounding, Seismic Wave, Sandstorm. A diminutive creature, radiating a soft earth-toned luminescence, cautiously peered from behind a stone pillar, seemingly assessing the situation outside. It astutely sensed Lin Xian's gaze, turned what might be considered its head towards him for a fleeting moment, and then retreated in fright. Noticing the feedback from all-knowing eye, Lin Xian's heart surged with tumultuous excitement. Could this truly be the fabled elemental sprite? How fortunate I am to encounter such a rare beast in this desolate place. The so-called elemental sprite is a uniquely shaped otherworldly creature, composed of pure elemental forms such as water, fire, wind, and lightning. Abandoning its corporeal flesh, it possesses exceptional qualifications and formidable elemental mastery. Regardless of the elemental attribute, each elemental sprite boasts at least platinum rank qualifications, and some exceptionally rare specimens may even reach the holy rank, akin to Lin Xian's Firewind Feather Beast. However, A significant distinction lies in the ease of forming a contract with these sprites, as long as one possesses a modicum of affinity for the corresponding element. A contract can be established. This elemental affinity can be readily achieved through potions, skills, or various rituals. In essence, the success rate for contracting an elemental sprite is nearly 100. Contracting even a single beast of at least platinum rank is a prospect of immense allure for individuals in this world. Regrettably, the population of elemental sprites is exceedingly scarce, and their inherently timid nature results in few records of capture. Currently, the number of beast tamers who have successfully contracted an elemental sprite can be counted on one hand. Should Lin Xian manage to capture this elemental sprite and sell it, he would undoubtedly have ample resources to elevate his Firewind Feather Beast to a golden rank. Yet, Lin Xian's thoughts raced. How could he possibly part with such a splendid opportunity? Wouldn't it be far more rewarding to form a contract himself? Indeed, he is unlike other beast tamers. When others encounter an elemental sprite, they often already possess a contracted beast. Even if they were to be reckless and attempt to form a second contract, they would be unable to do so, thus rendering them helplessly resigned to selling the precious elemental sprite for monetary gain. However, Lin Xian does not face such limitations. His capacity for beast contracts knows no bounds. Chapter 11. Capture. Such a rare opportunity was not one Lin Xian wished to squander. He dismissed any concerns regarding the distribution of magic cores. A contracted beast of diamond qualifications far outweighed the importance of a plethora of black iron magic cores. He turned to Su Linqing and said, "Sister Qing, you all should return first. I believe I just spotted a special material essential for the growth of my beast. I wish to take a closer look." "What special material?" Su Linqing asked, momentarily taken aback. "Do you need us to accompany you?" "Not at all. It's merely a simple gathering task," Lin Xian replied playfully. "There's no need to trouble Sister Qing. You all head back, and I shall catch up shortly." "But it's nearly dark," Zhao Nua interjected. "Given the dangers posed by these beasts after sunset, Lin Xian, you should return with us." Su Linqing, wanting to add her voice to the persuasion, hesitated as Lin Xian began to distance himself, waving his hand dismissively. "Do not worry. I am well aware of what I am doing." The remaining group exchanged glances, perplexed. Du Shan, harboring some resentment towards Lin Xian, scoffed. "That guy must think he's invincible after slaying beasts all afternoon. Just wait, he'll surely trip up." "Sister Qing." Zhao Nua turned to Su Linqing. "Should we follow him?" "No, we should head back," Su Linqing replied, shaking her head. Lin Xian clearly had something he wished to do alone. It would be best not to interfere. With a sigh, she began to walk towards the exit of the stone forest. On Lin Xian's end, after parting from the group, he proceeded with utmost stealth, striving to make not a sound. Elemental sprites are notoriously skittish. Even the prolonged gaze he had cast earlier had startled it. If he approached too boldly, that little creature would likely remain hidden indefinitely. Cautiously drawing nearer, Lin Xian refrained from hasty actions, instead concealing himself behind a stone pillar, observing and waiting patiently. Moments prior, all-knowing eye had hastily revealed the status of the earth elemental sprite, hungry. As long as he remained quiet, he anticipated the wait would not be long. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, the small earth-toned head emerged once more, scanning its surroundings. Noticing no immediate threats, it ventured from behind the pillar, allowing Lin Xian a clear view of its entire form. The body of the earth elemental sprite consisted of 4 orbs of earthy light. The largest formed its body. A smaller orb represented its head, and the 2 tiniest resembled arms. Overall, it appeared somewhat simple-minded. Having previously encountered an elemental sprite in a dream due to his low spiritual power, he was familiar with the method of capturing and contracting them. It merely required enticing the sprite with corresponding energy. The simplest means of doing so was through an earth attribute magic core. Though he had not utilized it in the past, it would now serve Lin Xian well. Conveniently, he had earth attribute magic cores at hand. While the magic cores acquired from hunting beasts were kept with Su Linqing, he still possessed other cores. Among the 5 magic cores he had purchased from the vendor, aside from 1 bronze rank spore flower demon core, the remaining 4 included 2 earth attribute cores. What a fortuitous coincidence. Delighted, Lin Xian summoned the 4 contracted beasts he had with him, instructing them to find concealed positions. The earth elemental sprite was at black iron level 5. Relying solely on the Firewind Feather Beast would not guarantee success, and he aimed to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, thus preparing to outnumber it. As the elemental sprite began to drift closer, Lin Xian gently placed 2 earth magic cores on an open patch of ground for maximum visibility. The energy emanating from the cores easily caught the attention of the earth elemental sprite. Although it remained cautious, its limited intelligence prevented it from detecting any danger, and it cautiously approached Lin Xian's trap. Once in close proximity, Lin Xian issued an attack command through his mental power. prompting his 4 contracted beasts to launch a coordinated and ferocious assault from all directions. Windblade, fiery claw strike, fireball. Accompanied by the sharp talons of the sky-winged bird, the earth elemental sprite found itself cornered before it could react. Attempting to gather mud and stone for protection, it struggled to manage threats from all sides and ultimately succumbed to the assault. With a pained cry, it emitted a series of distressing sounds. Lin Xian wasted no time. Shouting, "Fire Wind Feather Beast, utilize Fire Feather Whirlwind." Flames in the form of feathers materialized around the earth element spirit, swiftly swirling to form a spherical vortex, effectively sealing it within. Observing the earth element spirit's frantic attempts to escape, Lin Xian clenched his fist in excitement. Splendid. This marked a crucial step in his meticulously crafted plan. The earth element spirit possessed formidable control over its element. If granted even a moment's time and space to react, it would undoubtedly burrow underground to evade capture. The skill, Fire Feather Whirlwind, of the Wind Fire Feather Beast, was a dual-element control technique adept at severing the connection between the earth element spirit and the ground. The next move was solely up to me. Without further ado, Lin Xian boldly approached the earth element spirit. The Wind Fire Feather Beast, with an innate sense, created a space within the storm for Lin Xian to reach the captive within. This was the final step of Lin Xian's strategy. He would engage directly with the earth element spirit, attempting to forge a contract. Simple and direct, devoid of any elaborate ceremonial aids. The audacity of his approach stemmed from 2 reasons. First, due to the overwhelming power granted by contracted beasts, he had already reached the bronze level, allowing him to withstand the earth element spirit's assaults, with his mental fortitude sufficiently matching that of the spirit. Secondly, he possessed confidence in his own physique. He had not forgotten the inexplicable succubus trait he had displayed during the beast contract ritual that morning. Even a diminutive creature like the Wind Fire Feather Beast, possessing holy tier potential, had willingly approached him for a contract. Subduing a mere earth element spirit should be a trivial task. As anticipated, events unfolded precisely as Lin Xian had foreseen. In a desperate bid to shatter the fiery feathered prison, the earth element spirit summoned a barrage of debris to attack. The moment Lin Xian's arm ventured into the vortex, it was met with several lacerations, blood spraying into the crimson tempest, adding a vivid hue to the scene. He gritted his teeth against the pain, his arm reaching straight for the earthen-hued orb, his mental energy extending alongside. As his mental energy intertwined with that of the earth element spirit, its resistance gradually subsided. After a brief moment of calm, it surged toward him like a fledgling seeking its mother. The scenario mirrored that of the Wind Fire Feather Beast from earlier that day. In mere seconds, a contract seal was formed. The earth element spirit had become Lin Xian's contracted beast, motioning for the Wind Fire Feather Beast to cease the Fire Feather Whirlwind. 2 larger and 1 smaller earth-hued orbs promptly rushed forward, eager for closeness with Lin Xian. With the bond of contract established, the intimacy between man and beast deepened. Lin Xian was not surprised, having witnessed similar behavior from the Wind Fire Feather Beast. However, reflecting on the earth element spirit's initial demeanor and its current affectionate display, he could not shake a peculiar association. It felt oddly reminiscent of a trope from certain less savory comics. A once proud lady, ensnared by the enemy, prepared to fight to the death in the face of danger, only to be subjected to peculiar methods, gradually finding enjoyment in her predicament, ultimately reluctant to depart. This was precisely akin to the narrative of corruption. Chapter 12. The Rage of Humiliation. Lin Xian muttered under his breath, feeling as though he had committed some grave sin. His peculiar affinity seemed to effortlessly charm otherworldly creatures. With a sigh, casting aside the frivolous thoughts, he leaned against a stone pillar and began examining the attributes of the earth element spirit. Its initial rank was a commendable black iron level 5, equivalent to gaining a high-tier combat force out of thin air. This was undeniably gratifying, saving him a considerable sum in materials compared to training from level 1. Possessing 3 skills, Grounded, Seismic Wave, and Sandstorm. Grounded, upon release, if in contact with the ground, the caster can continuously heal their own injuries. When completely buried underground, the healing effect is doubled. Seismic Wave unleashes invisible energy waves, invoking localized tremors to strike enemies. Sandstorm summons debris to surround and attack enemies. 1 for healing, 1 for offense, and 1 for control. This combination was remarkably effective. With exceptional sustainability and continuous output, Lin Xian envisioned numerous applications. Even an ordinary beast tamer, with such a spirit, could dominate, let alone someone as unique as Lin Xian. On the advancement path, the all-knowing eye provided but a singular optimal route. Or rather, all elemental spirits were bound to this path, transitioning from servants to masters. and Lin Xian's earth element spirit was no exception. However, while the route count could not be expanded, the all-knowing eye at least offered an evolution method and requirements superior to the current tier. Earth Element Holy King Ascension Ceremony. Engage a Holy Tier adversary in direct combat. On the brink of death, consume 10 Diamond Tier Earth Elemental cores and absorb the energy of the Earth to construct the Holy King's throne, achieving ascension. The mention of facing a Holy Tier enemy and nearing death seemed daunting. Fortunately, the little Earth creature was only at Black Iron level 5, making such challenges distant. Lin Xian's immediate task was to ensure it remained on the designated path. As he absorbed this information, Lin Xian's focus returned to the present. Noticing the earth-hued little creature snuggled against him, its thoughts conveying a desperate hunger. It seemed to be quite famished. Lin Xian suddenly recalled that the reason this little one had fallen into the trap was due to its hunger. He retrieved the 2 earth elemental cores and said, Come, eat these quickly. We'll get you something better when we return to the city. The earth element spirit had a remarkably simple diet, requiring only items rich in earth energy, and the cores were an exceptionally cost-effective choice. After attending to the newcomer, Lin Xian did not forget about his old companion, producing a flame spirit flower for the wind fire feather beast. You've worked hard today. He gently patted the little red head of the wind fire feather beast. Acknowledging its efforts throughout the afternoon and its significant contributions, it certainly deserved a reward. The wind fire feather beast devoured the offering in one gulp, affectionately nuzzling Lin Xian's hand, signaling for more attention. Lin Xian, ever agreeable, leaned against the stone pillar to rest a while longer. Observing his collection of contracted beasts, Lin Xian stroked his chin, pondering. It was time to bestow some names upon you all. Upon hearing this, the wind fire feather beast and the earth element spirit both lifted their heads to gaze at their master. Lin Xian, oblivious to their attention, remained lost in thought. He suddenly realized that as his bond with his contracted beast grew, their interactions would undoubtedly increase. Lacking names would lead to confusion. Resolving to act upon this epiphany, Lin Xian promptly declared, As for you, wind fire feather beast, you will focus on the fire element path. Henceforth, your name shall be Little Fire. The creature paused momentarily at the name, then energetically pawed at Lin Xian's face, its small mouth agape, emitting a series of dissatisfied sounds. Clearly, it was not fond of the name. Lin Xian shook his head in resignation. I truly have no way with you. Then you shall be called Fire Feather. According to the information provided by the all-knowing eye, the subsequent evolution path was predominantly fire-themed avian creatures, making the name quite fitting. Indeed, upon hearing this name, the wind fire feather beast appeared elated, gently caressing the spot it had just swatted. Satisfied with the name Fire Feather, Lin Xian turned his attention to the earth element spirit, contemplating before speaking. It seems reluctant. Shall we call it Little Earth? It always feels that a team should have a member named Little XX. Surprisingly, the earth element spirit did not protest and happily accepted the name. It's too small. Earthy yellow orbs fluttering about, exuding a sense of joy. Excellent. Such a good little one. Lin Xian joyfully patted its head, though his hand passed through it. He felt a surge of warmth. As for the remaining 4 contracted beasts, Lin Xian refrained from naming them. It was not that he didn't wish to, but rather that it was unnecessary. These creatures possessed such poor attributes that they held little value for cultivation. Thus, in his plans, they would hardly consume any resources. Their sole function was to engage in battles at the Black Iron rank by overwhelming foes with numbers and providing growth bonuses to the main contracted beast. Beyond that, they served little purpose, at most as pets. All right, it's done. The matter is settled, and I should take my leave. Lin Xian glanced around. The sky had completely darkened, and the grayish-blue stone pillars of the rock forest were shrouded in darkness, resembling some arcane ritual or the remains of a titanic beast. With Fire Feather illuminating the way, Lin Xian was unconcerned about losing his path. Yet, he proceeded slowly. He had not forgotten Su Linqing and the others' warnings that the rock forest was far more perilous at night. He treaded cautiously, but for a long while, nothing occurred. As he journeyed halfway, Lin Xian's once tense nerves began to slacken. Just as he sought to relax, a sudden chill swept through, cutting sharply against his face. Lin Xian's spirit instantly surged. Focusing intently, he saw nothing amiss. Fire Feather, increase the flames. Let me assess the situation. The little feathered beast obeyed, intensifying its fiery blaze. Under the immense torchlight, Lin Xian finally discerned his surroundings. Encircling him was an array of transparent figures, drifting aimlessly, devoid of corporeal form. Their blood-red eyes fixed hungrily upon Lin Xian. It was as if 100 ghosts were wandering the night. Damn! Lin Xian nearly shouted out loud. In his previous life on Earth, he had an inexplicable fear of ghosts and never dared to watch horror films. Although he had fantasized about how he would confront ghosts after traversing to another world, it had merely been a figment of imagination, never to materialize. Yet now, having truly crossed over, in less than a day, he had encountered ghosts for real. What terrible luck is this? Lin Xian felt tears welling up in his eyes. As he attempted to flee, the all-knowing eye suddenly provided information feedback. Ghost, attribute, spirit, quality, black iron. Rank, black iron level 2. Status, yearning for flesh and blood. Skill, possession. Optimal evolution path, none. Damn it. So, it turns out to be a horde of black iron rank aberrations. The fear within Lin Xian instantly morphed into fury. They lack even the capital for evolution. With such meager strength, they dare to masquerade as phantoms? Fire Feather, Little Earth, attack, and you four, go and slay them all. If I don't eradicate these ghosts tonight, I, Lin, will write my name backwards. Fueled by anger transformed from shame, tonight. The peculiar aberrations of the rock forest faced their doom. Chapter 13, A Mountain of Corpses. Wind blades, fireballs, claws wreathed in flames, gales infused with fire, and storms composed of jagged stones painted the night scene of the rock forest. Quick, quick, quick. Pursue them, eliminate them all. Lin Xian commanded his contracted beasts to hunt down the ghosts. Though these beings appeared frightening, their actual power was quite feeble, possessing only the obscure skill of possession. Possession affixes the body to a living target, causing spiritual damage. If the target's spirit is weak, it may forcibly control the target's body. The potency of this skill was truly lacking. With 6 beasts at his command, none feared it. Furthermore, they mostly belonged to the 2nd and 3rd levels of black iron rank, their bodies alarmingly frail. Lin Xian's black iron level 1 Qingfeng wolf could pierce through several of them with its wind blades, achieving multiple kills in a single strike. Not to mention the even broader fiery tempest unleashed by the wind fire feather beast. Last one. Damn it. They're everywhere like cockroaches. Finally finished them off. These rascals thought hiding in the dark would keep them safe? With my fire feather's colossal torch, can they really escape my gaze? As the moon reached its zenith, Lin Xian at last ceased his frenzied activity, collapsing against a massive stone pillar, panting heavily. The 6 contracted beasts nearby were mostly exhausted, closing their eyes and resting beside him. Only Little Earth remained spirited. As an earth element spirit, it drew boundless energy from the ground, maintaining its vitality around the clock. Scattered around were the black iron rank magic cores, extending far into the deep darkness. These were the fruits of Lin Xian and his contracted beast labor. After a night of toil, he had slain every ghost he could find, their bodies dissipated, leaving only these magic cores as proof of their existence. In his wrath, Lin Xian spared not a single one, even lacking the interest to contract any. He felt that such foul entities were unworthy of becoming his contracted beasts. Once his strength gradually returned, Lin Xian rose from the ground, directing a few contracted beasts to assist in collecting the magic cores. These were ghost-type magic cores. His own contracted beasts could not consume them, but selling them would yield a handsome profit. However, soon a problem arose. With so many magic cores, collecting them was easy, but carrying them all proved challenging. Lin Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the piles of magic cores before him, musing, shall I bury them for now? I can return tomorrow to retrieve them. Just as he contemplated this, he witnessed Little Earth's round, earthy yellow form suddenly expand, opening like a vault. Upon the door's opening, its chubby little hands began stuffing the magic cores into its body, seemingly using itself as a temporary storage unit. Wow, the element spirit has such a function? Its elemental body can be used to store things? This development truly exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. He patted Little Earth's small head. Well done. When we return, I'll reward you. Having acquired this tool, Lin Xian and his 6 beasts quickly gathered all the magic cores into boxes. Once completed, Little Earth transformed into its larger form, nearly the size of a van. Though it could not be stored in the beast's space due to holding the magic cores. Little Earth, being an earth element spirit, could easily meld into the ground and traverse beneath the surface, thus avoiding detection. After finishing everything, Lin Xian recalled the other 4 contracted beasts, leaving only Fire Feather perched on his shoulder as he set off on his journey home, laden with a hefty bag of spoils. Homeward bound, as human presence faded, the rock forest once again succumbed to a heavy silence. However, this darkness did not linger long. A pitch-black, transparent shadow suddenly emerged from the depths of the earth, observing the eerily empty rock forest, which should have been teeming with spirits. It let out a furious roar. Who is it? Who has stolen my amassed soul power and blood food? Sniffing the air in anger, it abruptly turned its gaze toward the direction Lin Xian had departed. Oh, that damn thief. I shall tear you to pieces. As he spoke, he hurriedly followed the path that Lin Xian had taken. At the foot of Redstone Mountain, The bustling redstone market remained lively, its lights ablaze. The beast tamers, having toiled throughout the day, were here exchanging their spoils and procuring their necessities. Su Linqing and her companions were no exception. The magic cores were meant for task completion and thus could not be sold. However, they had gathered a considerable amount of earth attribute materials during their hunt today, which could fetch a handsome sum if sold. By the time they wrapped up their business, it was already well past midnight, and the group sought a place to enjoy a late-night meal. The thought crossed Su Linqing's mind. Could it be that something had happened to him? During dinner, she unexpectedly voiced this concern. Zhao Nua chuckled teasingly. Oh, Sister Qing, are you so concerned about Lin Xian? Have you perhaps developed feelings for him? Impossible. I am merely concerned as a teammate. Su Linqing firmly dismissed Zhao Nua's insinuation, though she could not deny that she harbored such thoughts. Lin Xian had indeed aided them significantly during today's endeavor, even if they were to share the spoils. Their harvest would still surpass what they usually gathered over 2 or 3 days. If he were to perish in the rock forest while assisting them, Su Linqing knew she would never forgive herself. Lost in her thoughts, a shadow of sorrow unwittingly crept onto her face. This pitiful expression stirred a twinge of jealousy in Du Shan's heart. Was it really appropriate for a newcomer to evoke such concern? His disdain for Lin Xian resurfaced. I suspect something has indeed gone awry. Sister Qing, have you forgotten? When we were late initially, we narrowly escaped being encircled by that group of eerie specters. It took a considerable effort to flee. Can he, alone with his beast, truly be stronger than all of us combined? Just as he finished speaking, an irksome voice interrupted. Oh, you haven't left yet? The group turned in unison to find Lin Xian standing at the entrance, looking at them in surprise. I thought you had already returned to the city, given that I am so late. Upon seeing Lin Xian, a smile involuntarily blossomed on Su Linqing's face. We just finished up and are having a late-night snack. Would you care to join us? No, I've just eaten, he replied, gesturing to his soiled clothes with a grin. Besides, I'm rather dirty and need to hurry home to wash up. By the way, we just counted the magic cores. There are a total of 375. Should we divide them now, or wait until we return to the city and complete the task to split the earnings? Oh, magic cores? Right. Lin Xian, still somewhat dazed from the earlier battle with the ghostly hordes, nearly forgot that his outing with Su Linqing was primarily to collect magic cores. 375 cores means I would receive 75. I don't need the cores, just transfer me 7,000 yuan instead to save the hassle. He promptly pulled out his phone and activated the payment code. With the Earth Elemental Spirit still harboring an entire card of magic cores, Lin Xian had little use for this small sum. However, Su Linqing was unwilling to comply. That simply won't do. We hunted these together. How could we possibly shortchange you? She then transferred Lin Xian 7,500 yuan and added him as a friend. All right then, let's leave it at that. I must take my leave now. With that, he turned and exited the restaurant. Look at him acting all high and mighty now. We were the ones who brought him along initially. And now that he knows the way, he just leaves us behind? Du Shan scoffed. Zhao Nua grew irritated at Du Shan's backhanded remarks. What are you saying, Du Shan? If you continue to speak disparagingly about our teammate, I swear I will give you a taste of my fists. All right. Su Linqing interjected to quell their minor conflict. We've all had a long day. Let us head back and rest early. We need to be ready to hunt the exotic beasts again tomorrow. Chapter 14, Procurement. Meanwhile, under the moonlight, Lin Xian hurried home. Having been an orphan since his parents perished in the line of duty 3 years prior, he relied solely on their pension for his living and educational expenses. This meager allowance sufficed for rent, food, and schooling, but nurturing a contracted beast was nearly impossible. Thus, upon his arrival in this world, his first thought was to acquire wealth. Fortunately, today's venture had proven remarkably successful, yielding a substantial windfall. Summoning the well-fed earth elemental spirit from underground, Lin Xian gazed at the glistening piles of magic cores, unable to contain his elation. With these magic cores, there should be ample resources for the initial cultivation of Fire Feather and Little Earth. Tomorrow, he would visit the material market to gather provisions for them. Whatever other contracted beasts possessed, his would need as well, and what they lacked, his would surely require even more. With these thoughts, Lin Xian embraced the little feather beast and drifted into blissful slumber. The next day, Lin Xian was jolted awake by his phone's vibrations. Upon checking, he found a message from Tang Fong. Xingu, are you awake? My parents are taking me to the Beast Taming materials market today to buy specialized food for my muddy water swallow. Would you like to join? Rubbing his eyes and pondering for a moment, Lin Xian declined Tang Fong's invitation. I just got up, you go ahead. I have matters to attend to and won't be joining. Although he indeed needed to go to the Beast Taming materials market, he first had to deal with the magic cores, and he anticipated purchasing quite a bit. If Tang Fong were to see him, he might assume Lin Xian was involved in some illicit dealings, making it difficult to explain. Thus, it was best not to accompany him. That's fine then. By the way, next week is the Beast Taming Advancement Conference. You must prepare well, Xiangu. That dog, Sherbonda, made some harsh remarks yesterday. He will most likely target you. The Beast Taming Advancement Conference? Lin Xian furrowed his brow, and memories related to it surfaced in his mind. The so-called Beast Taming Advancement Conference was akin to a college entrance examination in this world. All third-year students who successfully contracted beasts in Lingfeng City would be sent to a completely isolated island populated by exotic beasts for a 7-day hunting expedition. At the end of the event, they would be scored and ranked based on the number and rank of the beasts they hunted. It was a straightforward yet effective method of examination. High-ranking beast tamers would supervise the testing, and any prohibited items would not be allowed on the island. In such a setting, Sherbonda could do little more than rely on sheer numbers to overpower others. However, when it came to outnumbering opponents, Lin Xian truly feared no one. Having come to this realization, he replied, "Rest assured, before my Saint-tier qualified fire feather beast. Whatever Sherbonda attempts will merely be the antics of a clown, unworthy of concern. Focus on your own, muddy water swallow, and strive for a good result. Aim for a prestigious university. All right, your assurance puts my mind at ease. And you can rest easy as well. I am certain I will score high. Who knows? Perhaps we will continue as classmates." After sending that message, he followed up with some encouraging emojis like "keep it up" and "do your best," before ceasing further replies. After hastily finishing breakfast, Lin Xian extracted all the magic cores from Little Earth, packed them into bags, and headed straight for the Beast Tamer Association. In truth, aside from the Beast Tamer Association, many commercial establishments in Ling City also purchased magic cores, often at prices that could exceed those offered by the association. However, Lin Xian's collection consisted entirely of cores from the less common ghostly attributes, and given their large quantity, selling them to a magic core merchant would likely result in a lowball offer. Selling to the Beast Tamer Association would be more advantageous, as they were affluent and well-connected, capable of easily absorbing these magic cores. Thus, Lin Xian, despite feeling fatigued, resolved to persevere and take a few more steps, not for any other reason, but because the numerous magic cores before him, even if undervalued by a mere 1 or 2 coins, represented a significant fortune to him. As he gazed at the piles of magic cores, the personnel from the Beastmaster Association appeared somewhat dazed. In total, we are submitting 384 ghost-type magic cores, valued at 400 yuan. Is that correct? After working at the Beastmaster Association for over a decade, this was the first time he had witnessed someone relinquish such a vast quantity of magic cores in one go. Thus, even though Lin Xian bore the emblem of a Black Iron tier Beastmaster, the attendant instinctively addressed him with a respectful "you." Fortunately, the task submission took place in a private room, sparing them from any public commotion. Indeed, Lin Xian was too lazy to count. He estimated the total and agreed, "This figure is fine, just transfer it directly to me." With the money in hand, Lin Xian made a beeline for the Abyss Trading Company. This was the largest marketplace for beast materials in the entire Lin City, lavishly funded by its organizers, boasting a comprehensive array of goods. Any beastmaster in Lin City with needs would flock here, even if their desires were unmet. They could post requests for the trading company to procure on their behalf, as they always had more connections. Lin Xian had a considerable list of materials to acquire. The fire feather required ample fire-type magic cores as daily sustenance, and he still needed over 90 flame spirit flowers to meet the prerequisites for advancement. He intended to purchase these, and had also hoped to gather the 5 sets of bronze-tier fire-type beast wings required for the ritual, but the prices were exorbitant. A complete pair cost over 30,000, and securing 5 pairs would wipe out a third of Lin Xian's newfound wealth. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided against it. After all, Fire Feather would need time to digest the flame spirit flowers, so it was prudent to reserve funds for unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Little Earth required pure earth element materials. Initially, he thought it sufficient to buy earth-type magic cores, but fearing Little Earth might grow weary of them, he purchased a variety of earth materials, such as red pine rock, greenstone crystal, and amber essence. On average, the costs were comparable to purchasing earth-type magic cores. As for the advancement ritual, Black Iron tier elemental spirits did not require it. They simply needed to consume enough sustenance to evolve naturally. In addition to these, Lin Xian also acquired some common magic cores from various types and a portion of magic crystals, as he still had 4 other beasts to feed, necessitating food for their daily consumption. Altogether, this expenditure swiftly depleted over 300,000 from his total of 530,000. His wealth had plummeted by 60%, and that was after the shop offered discounts. Sighing, Lin Xian lamented the voracious appetite for wealth inherent in the beastmaster profession, realizing that the journey to financial stability was a long and arduous one. As a valued customer, The shop gifted Lin Xian a bracelet made of clear crystal for storage purposes. With this, he no longer needed to fret over how to pack items into Little Earth's belly. Thank you for your patronage, esteemed guest. We look forward to your next visit. With the staff's warm send-off, Lin Xian exited the store, ready to return home when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. You're talking nonsense. This Lingxiao flower was already damaged. How dare you claim we caused it? Are you trying to extort us just because you have the numbers? Have you no shame? Chapter 15, A Fortuitous Encounter. Lin Xian turned to see Tang Fong and his parents being confronted by three burly men, evidently embroiled in a dispute. What a coincidence. Lin Xian chuckled softly and approached them. Old Tang, uncle, aunt, what a coincidence to run into you here. Tang Fong turned around, and upon seeing his close friend, managed to smile. Didn't you say you had matters to attend to? What brings you to the Abyss Trading Company? Well, I finished my errands sooner than expected. I didn't anticipate you all would still be here. What is going on? Just as Tang Fong was about to explain, the leader of the three burly men interjected forcefully. You're friends with this family, aren't you? They ruined the Lingxiao flower I just purchased. If you're smart, you'll convince them to pay up quickly or when the enforcement team from the trading company arrives. It won't be as simple as just compensation. Lin Xian ignored him and inquired of Tang Fong. What is a Lingxiao flower? Is it a beast material? The name did not ring any bells in his memory. Tang Fong nodded. Yes, it's a bronze-tier wind-type material, typically valued at no more than 10,000 per unit. Yet these thugs are demanding 100,000 in damages. They clearly collided with my parents and me. And I haven't even held them accountable for not watching where they're going. I can't believe they're attempting to extort us. The last words were spat out with palpable disdain, revealing Tang Fong's deep-seated animosity towards these men. Exactly, Tang Fong's father echoed. Lin, you shouldn't get involved in this. Quickly go find the police. Upon hearing Tang Fong's father's reaction, the leader of the men sneered. Old man, I advise you not to be delusional. My demand for 100,000 is quite generous. The price of a single Lingxiao flower is sufficient to warrant a case. At that point, regardless of who is at fault, the police will detain both parties for investigation. We aren't afraid. But it seems your child is a senior in high school, isn't he? The Unified Beastmaster entrance examination is next week. If he misses it over such a trivial matter, it could ruin his future. Are you really willing to gamble with us? With that, he crossed his arms and grinned at the four of them, exuding an air of unwarranted confidence. The bustling atmosphere of the Abyss Trading Company had drawn the attention of passers-by, and upon hearing the men's words, a murmur spread through the crowd. This family is truly unfortunate. They came here happily to buy materials for their child, only to have their items damaged. Those three don't look easy to deal with. Getting involved with them could be problematic. Unfortunate. I think those three are clearly here to extort. Hey, you can't just accuse without evidence. The security department at the Abyss Trading Company isn't idle. They wouldn't allow extortion to occur unchecked. This situation might indeed be genuine. So does that mean this family can only accept their misfortune? How pitiful. They came to help their child become a beastmaster, only to encounter such a situation. They might be facing a significant financial loss. The onlookers exchanged words, clearly outlining the plight of Tang Fong's family. Tang Fong's father remained resolute, while his mother appeared somewhat anxious. Dear, perhaps we should let it go. We could just pay them off to avoid further trouble. She feared that her child might miss the Beastmaster entrance examination. After years of hard work, coupled with a bit of fate, they had finally secured an opportunity to become a Beastmaster. If it were lost over money, she couldn't fathom how to face her child in the years to come. Nonsense. Tang Fong's father exploded with anger. Are you out of your mind? Now is the time to be firm. It's not just 100 or 1,000. It's 100,000. Our family earns only that much in a year. If we let them extort us this easily, how will Tang Fong train his contracted beast? Tang Fong wholeheartedly agreed with his father's sentiments. Exactly, Mom. Don't worry, we'll just call the police. I believe they will help us obtain justice. Though he said this, a shadow of doubt flickered in Tang Fong's eyes as he realized the potential risk of not being able to continue his studies. Listening from the sidelines, Lin Xian began to comprehend the situation. It turned out these three were nothing more than a trio of extortionists. They had identified Tang Fong as a senior student and were confident that his family would not dare to waste time with them, emboldening their audacious demands for compensation. However, Lin Xian observed the attire of the three burly men. The upper body was clad in a faded black t-shirt, frayed at the sleeves and collar, clearly worn over many years. Closing his eyes to sense the aura, Lin Xian discerned that the fluctuations in spiritual energy indeed belonged to beast tamers, albeit of a low rank, at most, a black iron level 2, or even possibly a level 1. Such impoverished individuals, willing to extort materials worth 10,000 each? What if they encountered someone formidable? Wouldn't that result in a net loss of 10,000? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, calculating his next move. Old Tang, hold on. Let me see if I can handle this situation. With that, he approached the three burly men. Could you show me the damaged Lingxiao flower? What? You not only want a medal, but also to destroy evidence? The sinister-looking man, Lu San, was reluctant. Look around, there are so many witnesses. Even if you were to forcibly seize it, I would have people to testify for me. His incessant chatter only reinforced Lin Xian's suspicions, prompting him to respond impatiently. Hurry and produce it. If it truly was damaged by them, I'll compensate you with 100,000. Xiangu, don't. Tang Feng urgently interjected. Lin Xian turned his head, subtly signaling to Tang Feng not to worry. You just said that. Lu San gestured to those around him, ensuring everyone heard. He then retrieved a flower with vibrant green leaves and pure white petals from beneath his t-shirt. From its appearance, it was indeed a material of the wind element, unmistakably resembling the Lingxiao flower, enough to deceive Tang Feng, who recognized it. However, this so-called Lingxiao flower had been crushed, its internal wind energy dissipated entirely. Humph! Lin Xian scoffed upon seeing the remains of the flower. The reason was simple. The all-knowing eye had provided feedback. Illusory grass. Master, Lu San. Attribute, supernatural. Qualification, black iron. Rank, black iron level 1. Status, illusory. Skill, illusion. Optimal evolution route, none. Illusion, can completely mimic the appearance of other entities, with the imitated target not exceeding one major rank above the illusory grass. Illusory status, a disguise achieved through the illusion skill, which can be maintained long-term but cannot deceive beings two major ranks above the user. The crushed Lingxiao flower was merely a contracted beast. Its resemblance to the Lingxiao flower was solely due to its skill called illusion, a creature devoid of combat strength, relying solely on its skills to deceive. Speaks volumes about the character of those who would contract such a beast. Clearly, this was a group of habitual fraudsters. Chapter 16, Experience the Pain. With a firm understanding in mind, Lin Xian had no intention of directly exposing their deceit. Merely alleging without evidence would lead the uninformed onlookers to believe he was merely causing a ruckus. After some contemplation, Lin Xian feigned agreement, nodding. It does appear to be a Lingxiao flower. Surely, I wouldn't deceive you? A flicker of surprise crossed Lu San's eyes, yet his expression remained sour. Now that it's confirmed, as we discussed earlier, you will compensate them with that 100,000. Hurry and hand over the money. Seeing his close friend prepared to pay, Tang Feng panicked. Xiangu, don't listen to him. We can call the police and let them adjudicate. Indeed, Shaolin. How can we allow you to pay this unjust fee? Tang's father echoed, feeling uneasy at the thought of a younger generation bearing such a financial burden. We can delay. We must not allow these rascals to succeed. Fear not, Uncle Lin. I came into a windfall yesterday. 100,000 is merely a drop in the bucket. Lin Xian exaggeratedly feigned affluence. See, this is how a genuine beast tamer should behave. With 100,000 in sight, Lu San was determined not to let Tang's father complicate matters, continuing to flatter Lin Xian, generous and willing to take responsibility. It's no wonder you've struck it rich. You see how your family is struggling. Perhaps you should learn from this young man. With that, he turned to Lin Xian. Young man, cash or bank transfer? Not so fast. Lin Xian didn't immediately hand over the money, but made a request. I can give you the 100,000, but you must return the Lingxiao flower to me. Lingxiao flower? Upon hearing Lin Xian's demand, Lu San's eyes flashed with caution, forcing a smile as he countered. What use do you have for a worthless flower? To destroy it, of course. Having paid, how could I leave it in your possession? What if you use it to extort my classmate further? Lin Xian asserted, as if it were a matter of course. Is that really necessary? Absolutely. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Are you unwilling? Of course not. Lu San denied verbally, yet internally he was calculating. This illusory grass was a rare beast he had painstakingly contracted in the wild. It had previously allowed him to con some small change, alleviating his basic needs. It was precisely because he had witnessed its effectiveness that he dared to bring his brothers along for this lucrative deal of 100,000. But now, with the deal in jeopardy, obtaining that sum would require sacrificing this useful contractual beast. A beast tamer can only contract one beast in their lifetime. Whether the beast dies or the contract is voluntarily released, the beast tamer cannot form another contract. Thus, Lu San was on the verge of losing not only a useful tool, but also his identity as a beast tamer and the potential for future opportunities. The cost was far too grave. In this world, lacking the identity of a beast tamer would hinder all actions, complicating everything from work to errands. For example, had he not possessed that title today, no one would believe he would carry around a Lingxiao flower valued at 10,000 each. After a lengthy contemplation, Lu San remained indecisive. Observing his hesitation, Lin Xian decided to apply pressure. Brother, it's merely a spoiled flower. I am willing to compensate you 100,000. And you still hesitate to part with it? Raising his voice suddenly, He added, "Is there something more to this?" The onlookers began to sense the underlying issue. Indeed, it's 100,000. Hasn't this individual achieved his goal? Why the hesitation? Could it be that there is truly a problem? Is this fellow a swindler, daring to commit fraud at the trading post? Hearing the mounting accusations from the crowd, Xuan broke into a sweat, further paralyzed by indecision. His two brothers, unable to bear the sight, leaned in to whisper, "Third brother, what are you hesitating for? It's just a contracted beast. If we lose it, we lose it. That's 100,000. Yes, third brother, at worst we can find another beast to contract later. How often do we get a chance to earn 100,000? Where else will we find such an opportunity?" Neither of them were beast tamers, nor had they received any education regarding beasts. So they were oblivious to the gravity of relinquishing a contracted beast, unable to comprehend why their typically decisive third brother was acting so differently today. Their words began to sway Xuan, who lost focus and began to consider their suggestions. He failed to notice that Lin Xian had been watching them closely, and as soon as Xuan lowered his guard, he decisively commanded his fire feather beast, perched upon his shoulder. Fire Feather seized the illusory grass from him. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Huiyu nimbly leaped from Lin Xian's shoulder, deftly landing before Xuan in a matter of moments. In a swift motion, he snatched the decayed Lingxiao flower from Xuan's grasp. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time Xuan regained his senses from the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, the Lingxiao flower had already found its way into Lin Xian's possession. Furious and astonished, Xuan exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Nothing of consequence," Lin Xian replied with a cold smirk. "Since you are incapable of making a decision, allow me to take the reins." He then commanded, "Huiyu, incinerate this flower. Let him experience true suffering." Obediently, Xiao Huiyu unleashed a burst of flames. The fire engulfed the illusory grass in an instant, producing a piercing wail from the already damaged Lingxiao flower. Under the blaze, the appearance of the Lingxiao flower transformed dramatically, revealing a vibrant, dreamlike grass of myriad colors before the assembled crowd. The grass, unable to withstand the searing inferno wrought by the fiery Huiyu beast, quickly disintegrated into ashes amidst a shrill cry of agony. Ugh! Simultaneously, Xuan began to writhe in torment, doubling over as if he were experiencing an unparalleled agony. This horrifying scene left the onlookers in shock, some with keen eyes recognizing the unfolding events. This is the reaction of a beast master upon the death of their contracted beast. That flower. Was it truly this individual's contracted beast? How is that possible? I have never heard of anyone able to contract such a magical entity. Have you lost your wits? That flower was evidently transformed from a contracted beast. The multicolored grass is its true form. As the crowd murmured, Lin Xian smirked slightly. "What is the matter, Xuan? This hardly seems sincere of you. Engaging in criminal acts with a contracted beast could very well land you a life sentence, don't you think?" "Oh right," Lin Xian suddenly recalled. "You are no longer a beast master, which means you won't benefit from any leniency. Execution might even be on the table for you." Yet Xuan paid no heed to this scornful taunt, as he was deep in anguish. The bond between a beast master and their contracted beast is not a mere master-slave relationship. It is a covenant of mutual coexistence. Thus, the death of either party inflicts suffering akin to death upon the other. "Third brother, are you all right? We must leave quickly." Seeing Xuan's distress, two of his subordinates attempted to pull him away. However, a middle-aged man with curly hair and his entourage blocked their escape. Attempting to extort here. And you think you can slip away unscathed? You underestimate the Lin Yuan Trading Company, he declared. "Seize them." Chapter 17, The Holy Grade Beastmaster. The security team of the Lin Yuan Trading Company arrived tardily, moving to apprehend the two men. Stay back. Stay back. On what grounds are you arresting me? I have committed no crime." The two subordinates protested, but the security team swiftly subdued them with force, bringing them to their knees. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, the subordinates ceased their defiance, hastily pleading for mercy. "Please, spare me. I do not wish to go to prison." You think you can avoid imprisonment? The leader of the security team scoffed. "You've overestimated your position." Two of the three were ordinary individuals, and the sole former beastmaster was gravely injured and unconscious, resulting in little resistance as they were apprehended. Once the three were taken away, the crowd of onlookers dispersed. The middle-aged leader approached Lin Xian. Offering an apology, "I apologize for the unfortunate incident that occurred at our Lin Yuan Trading Company. It is a failure on our part. I hope you can forgive us." "Not at all," Tang Fu and his parents replied, somewhat apprehensive. "We are simply relieved that the matter has been resolved. Thank you for your assistance. You flatter us. After all, it was our oversight today," the middle-aged man mused. "How about this? For your expenses at the trading company today, we will provide a 20% discount. What do you think?" Thank you. Thank you." Tang Fu's parents expressed their gratitude, with Tang Fu following suit. Given the considerable value of beast materials, a 20 discount amounted to a significant saving. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a tinge of desire upon hearing this discount. He had spent over 300,000 today. Even a discount would be a notable sum. Just as he contemplated whether he could request a discount for himself, he suddenly noticed the middle-aged man was looking at him. I am Zheng Tianyi, one of the administrators of the Lin Yuan Trading Company. May I inquire as to how you prefer to be addressed? Lin Xian was taken aback. The Lin Yuan Trading Company was not merely an ordinary trading establishment in Lin City, but a super organization extending throughout the entirety of Huagua. Its upper echelon comprised an elite group known as the Lin Yuan Guild. The members within this guild hailed from diverse backgrounds, business, politics, and more, each excelling in their respective fields. The only commonality among them was their status as formidable beastmasters, each at least of golden tier or higher. To become an administrator of a Lin Yuan trading company in any region, one must be a member of the Lin Yuan Guild. Thus, Zheng Tianyi before him was at the very least a golden tier beastmaster. Why would such a person wish to make his acquaintance? I am Lin Xian. May I ask what brings you here, esteemed administrator? Nothing of great consequence, Zheng Tianyi replied with a smile. I merely wish to witness the demeanor of a beastmaster possessing the qualifications of a holy grade contracted beast. Today's encounter has indeed been extraordinary. He then produced a silver card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xian. What is this? Lin Xian queried, perplexed. Before he could ponder further, Tang Fu, who had been observing in astonishment, gasped even more. This is a membership card for the Lin Yuan Trading Company. A silver tier 1. You recognize this? Lin Xian asked, astonished by Tang Fu's knowledge. He hadn't anticipated that Tang Fu would be so well informed. Sensing Lin Xian's scrutinizing gaze, Tang Fu let out an awkward laugh and scratched his head. Haha, you know me, Xian Gu. In my spare time, I enjoy reading about curiosities, and I came across this information. Very well, but what is its purpose? Before Tang Fu could respond, Zheng Tianyi interjected. This card is called the Lin Yuan Order, a membership credential of our Lin Yuan Trading Company. With this card, you can enjoy priority service and certain discounts at any Lin Yuan Trading Company across the nation. The silver tier Lin Yuan Order offers a 30 discount. Once he finished speaking, Tang Fu leaned closer to Lin Xian and whispered, to obtain this silver tier Lin Yuan Order, one must spend at least 10 million in one go at the Lin Yuan Trading Company. Is it truly so valuable? Lin Xian felt a pang of concern. He had initially assumed it was a trivial item, only to discover the conditions for obtaining it were exceedingly stringent. Such a reward, even as compensation for the earlier incident, seemed overly extravagant. Not wishing to accept an unearned favor, Lin Xian resolved to decline. Sensing Lin Xian's intent, Zheng Tianyi quickly urged, Lin Xiaoga, it would be wise to accept it. This will also facilitate my reporting. Why? You may perceive it as an investment. An investment? Indeed, Zheng Tianyi nodded. Are you familiar with the Lin Yuan Guild? Lin Xian acknowledged that he was, as the Lin Yuan Guild was not a secretive organization. It operated quite openly and was well known throughout Huagua. Since you are aware, it simplifies matters. Our Lin Yuan Guild's current elite roster relies on prior investments. Engaging with newly qualified beastmasters in various regions is a responsibility of local Lin Yuan Guild members. Even if you had not come to the Lin Yuan Trading Company today, it is likely that other members would have approached you soon. Understanding began to dawn upon Lin Xian, yet another question arose. What is it that you require of me? To join our Lin Yuan Guild in the future. There's no need for anything. Zheng Tianyi shook his head. It is merely a gesture of friendship. We shall not interfere with your actions. We are simply offering a modicum of assistance. When you mature and find our Lin Yuan Xing to your liking, should you wish to join us, we would welcome you with open arms. Even if you choose not to, I trust we shall not become adversaries for no reason. Shall we? Goodness, how extravagant. Lin Xian gasped. To think something worth millions is merely for the sake of friendship. Extravagance is hardly the case, Zheng Tianyi shrugged. We are merely granting you a membership card. Regardless, you will continue to patronize our establishment, will you not? Very well, Lin Xian sighed. Since you are so sincere, it would be rather ungracious of me to refuse. He accepted the silver card from Zheng Tianyi. Thank you. No need for thanks. Zheng Tianyi quickly waved his hand. His tone modest. Rather, I ought to express my gratitude to you for accepting this card. Your willingness to do so is a great aid to me. Why do you say that? Lin Xian inquired. His curiosity piqued, prompting Zheng Tianyi to scrutinize him closely and discern something. He countered. I suspect you are still unaware of what it signifies to possess a contract beast with sacred grade potential. Are you? Lin Xian's surprise deepened. What does that entail? As Zheng Tianyi elaborated, it became evident how highly he regarded Lin Xian. Hence his patience in explanation. The crux of the matter is that a contract beast of sacred grade potential will ensure your steady ascension to become a sacred beast master. The path to becoming a Beast Master is fraught with challenges. I need not elaborate. Other Beast Masters with ordinary contract beasts must either invest vast sums in research or traverse various lands in hopes of encountering fortuitous events. In essence, they exhaust every means to alter the fate of their contract beasts and elevate their potential to sacred grade. However, for you, such measures are unnecessary. Simply nurture your contract beast judiciously, ensuring ample resources, and you will reach the pinnacle that all Beast Masters yearn for, becoming a sacred Beast Master. Chapter 18. An unexpected interruption. Zhang Tianyi's words resonated deeply within Lin Xian, illuminating his significance. Indeed, how could a future sacred Beast Master be anything less than significant? Memories long buried in his mind resurfaced. Presently, there are scarcely 10 sacred Beast Masters in existence. With 3 residing in Huagua, they stand at the pinnacle of the globe, overshadowing the United States, which boasts only 2 such masters. The influence a single sacred Beast Master wields on the global stage is immense, let alone within the myriad factions domestically. To gain his allegiance signifies a promise of formidable support in the future. Who wouldn't wish to make such an investment? With these realizations, Lin Xian felt a buoyancy in his heart. However, as he prepared to depart from the Lin Yuan Trading Company, Zhang Tianyi offered a word of caution. It has been a day since your contract beast with sacred grade potential was made known. The news has spread, and it won't be long before other Beast Master factions seek to engage with you. Should you consider joining one, it is wise to ponder carefully before making a decision. Why is that? In today's Huagua, numerous internal factions of Beast Masters abound, naturally rife with conflicts. Should you ally with one faction, its adversaries will undoubtedly be unwilling to see a future sacred Beast Master thrive. At that point, a plethora of both overt and covert machinations will ensue. The power struggles among these large organizations can swiftly jeopardize your very life. Thus, if you decide to join any faction, ensure you are psychologically prepared and sufficiently powerful to confront various crises. Otherwise, his sentence trailed off, yet Lin Xian grasped the implication. The specter of death could be merely the mildest consequence. Those around him could be endangered as well. Zhang Tianyi's admonition anchored Lin Xian's soaring heart once more. Thoughts of the treacherous intrigues and assassinations he had encountered in his past life flooded his mind, leaving him unsettled. Politely declining the invitation from Tang's parents to celebrate today's events, Lin Xian bid farewell to Tang Fong and returned home with the materials he had procured at great expense. Yet, it wasn't long before his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he found an unfamiliar number. Hello? Greetings, is this Lin Xian? Yes, may I ask who you are? I am calling from the Chang'e Beastmaster Club, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. The caller proceeded to elaborate on this so-called Chang'e Beastmaster Club. To summarize, it was a local Beastmaster organization in Ling City, of moderate strength, with its leader merely at the golden tier. Lin Xian inquired how they had acquired his contact information so swiftly, only to learn it was through his homeroom teacher, Luo Han. Luo had posted on a local Beastmaster forum, heralding Lin Xian's achievement in contracting a sacred grade potential beast, and had listed his contact information for a price of 20,000 yuan. This revelation incensed Lin Xian. What the hell? Is this really a teacher? How unscrupulous. It was one thing not to protect a student's privacy, but to actively peddle it was another. No wonder they produced such despicable individuals. Politely declining the invitation from the Chang'e Beastmaster Club, Lin Xian hung up the phone, only to find himself reflecting on what he had intended to do earlier when the phone rang again. Hello, is this Lin Xian? Once again, another organization sought to invite Lin Xian. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of joining any organization at this time. After a courteous refusal, Lin Xian hung up once more. This time, however, he did not toss his phone aside. Instead, he kept a vigilant eye on the screen. Sure enough, within a minute, another call came through, with a similar purpose of enticing him to join their ranks. The entire afternoon was consumed in a battle of wits with his phone. Calls came at intervals of as little as 1 minute to as long as half an hour. The incessant interruptions left Lin Xian feeling agitated. Another call came in, and without allowing the speaker to utter a word, he declared, I apologize, but I have no intention of joining any organizations at this time. Please do not call again. My apologies, Lin Xian. I am from the admissions office of the Modu Beastmaster University. Excuse me? The admissions office? Modu Beastmaster University? Lin Xian's mind momentarily faltered before he quickly realized something was amiss and hastily apologized. I'm so sorry. I thought it was yet another unsolicited call from one of those Beastmaster organizations. My sincerest apologies. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian, you are quite the popular one. The voice on the other end was that of a young woman. If you're busy now, I can call back in a few days. Oh, no, please. What can I do for you? Lin Xian expressed his eagerness. How could he not be excited? This was Modu Beastmaster University. the foremost institution for beast masters in the nation, unrivaled by any other, even surpassing the prestigious Kyoto University. Indeed, Lin Xian, we wish to invite you to join the newly established special class at Modu Beast Master University this year. Would you be interested? A special class? Yes. Joining the special class will grant you access to our unique training program. Are you interested, Lin Xian? But I am not yet a student at Modu Beast Master University. Haha, Lin Xian truly possesses a remarkable sense of humor. The young lady on the other end of the line chuckled softly. As long as you consent to join the special class, you shall undoubtedly be granted direct admission. How could you not become a student of our esteemed Magic City University? To think this conversation is directly about guaranteed admission. That illustrious institution, ranked first nationwide. Although he was aware of his desirability, Lin Xian never anticipated being this sought after. It is crucial to understand that the Beastmaster universities in this world are not akin to the ordinary universities of his previous life. They boast formidable strength, abundant resources, and extensive networks, with many distinguished Beastmasters serving as instructors at these universities. One could say that the Beastmaster universities themselves are powerful conglomerates of adept Beastmasters, with Magic City University standing at the pinnacle. In his former life, Lin Xian often dreamt of being admitted to Magic City University, which instilled in him a deep-seated yearning for the institution. Thus, upon learning of their intention to offer him guaranteed admission, how could he not feel a surge of excitement? The wealth of resources available at Magic City University is so enticing that even someone with Lin Xian's unique advantages finds himself green with envy. The advanced routes for contract beast evolution, the mature and efficient training of contract beast skills, and various arcane methods for learning exclusive skills tailored for powerful beastmasters. Everything is at one's disposal. More importantly for Lin Xian, he expressed his exhilaration at receiving an invitation from Magic City University, while also wishing to inquire about the specifics of the so-called special training program. I sincerely apologize, but that information is confidential and cannot be disclosed at this time, the young lady replied. In general, the special training program is significantly more rigorous than the standard education at our university, but the growth rate of participating Beastmasters will undoubtedly surpass the average. Very well, Lin Xian acknowledged, discerning the young lady's firm stance, and proceeded to inquire, if I join this special class, will I immediately receive a quota for entering and exiting the Otherworld? Chapter 19, The Otherworld. It is widely acknowledged that the monstrous creatures inhabiting this world did not simply emerge from thin air. Over a century ago, massive portals appeared across the globe. Following their emergence, these portals rapidly influenced the surrounding fauna. All creatures, save for humans, underwent a transformation into monstrous beings. Even the environmental landscape was altered to accommodate these newly birthed entities. This upheaval wreaked havoc, resulting in immeasurable losses in property and lives. Some smaller nations were obliterated in that cataclysm and have yet to recover. After years of struggling through the aftermath, humanity finally discovered the means to contract these monstrous beings and become beastmasters. Thereafter, the empowered beastmasters began reclaiming the altered lands and initiated investigations into the portals. The investigations revealed that these portals were, in fact, the legendary gateways to other realms. Nations reacted swiftly upon this revelation, dispatching teams to explore the portals. The reports from these exploratory teams astounded the world. Beyond the portals lay a realm far larger than Earth, teeming with resources. High-grade monstrous creatures were abundant, and gold and platinum were as common as dirt. The leaders of various nations were elated, promptly deploying large forces to establish footholds for the development of that world. Even many well-connected beastmasters ventured into the Otherworld in pursuit of its bountiful resources. This world beyond the portal is precisely what Lin Xian referred to as the Otherworld. Upon discovering the existence of the Otherworld, Lin Xian experienced an exhilarating thrill. Was this not the utopia he had longed for? An abundance of resources available for the taking without the need for monetary exchange. Despite the dangers posed by various monstrous creatures, Lin Xian felt confident in unleashing his legion of contracted beasts for protection in such sparsely populated areas. Unfortunately, the Otherworld is fraught with peril. Less than 1,000th of the initial troops and civilian beastmasters who ventured into the Otherworld remain alive today. This grim reality has led to stringent regulations on entry and exit permissions for the Otherworld. Ordinary beastmasters must achieve at least platinum rank to gain access. Additionally, only certain powerful beastmaster organizations are granted extra quotas by the authorities, which naturally includes the various beastmaster universities. Thus, when Lin Xian realized that Magic City University was interested in recruiting him, his mind immediately turned to the matter of the Otherworld quotas. Regrettably, however, events did not unfold as he had hoped. The young lady on the other end of the line hesitated before responding to Lin Xian's request. I'm sorry, Lin Xian, but we cannot accommodate that request. Why not? He inquired. Since you are aware of the other world, you must know just how perilous it is there. Although your talent is exceptional, given your current strength, it would be far too dangerous for you to venture into the other world. You could easily perish. Our primary objective at Magic City University is to cultivate talent, and we cannot allow you to take such risks. After explaining the reasoning, the young lady added, once you have grown stronger, not only one quota, but even 10 could be yours should you desire them. With your promising potential at the saint level, that day will not be far off. Please focus on your growth. It was evident that she doubted Lin Xian's ability to face the perils of the other world. Lin Xian found this unsurprising, as she was unaware of his unique capability for infinite contracts. Contemplating for a moment, he cautiously asked, what must I do to prove that my strength is sufficient to enter the other world? Must I reach platinum rank like an ordinary beastmaster? On the other end of the line, sounds of movement suggested that the young lady was consulting with an authoritative figure. After a brief interval, she returned with an answer. As a genius possessing saint-level contract beasts, you need not go through such complexities. Proving your worth is quite simple. Achieve first place in the upcoming Beastmaster entrance examination. If you can significantly surpass your peers in scores, Magic City University will undoubtedly recognize your strength. Upon receiving the conditions set forth by Magic City University, Lin Xian ended the call and swiftly sat up in bed. With a clear goal in mind, it was time to act decisively. Initially intending to adopt a low profile during the entrance examination, he now felt compelled to unleash his full potential. Today was Thursday, and there were only 3 days left until the Beastmaster entrance examination next Monday. In the preceding days, Lin Xian had devoted himself entirely to nurturing his 6 contracted beasts. First and foremost was the Fire Wind Feather Beast, for the little fire feather. He provided not only the usual fire attribute magic cores as snacks, but also the evolution-required Flame Spirit Flower. According to the information provided by the all-knowing eye, the Firewind Feather Beast would require an entire day to digest a single Flame Spirit Flower. However, the performance of the little fire feather exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. Within less than an hour of consuming one, the mental link indicated its request for more food. Were it not for the progress bar in the all-knowing eye, indicating an increase from 1 to 2 in the fire attribute, Lin Xian would have suspected he had purchased a counterfeit. How could it be so swift? Was it because the little fire feather was bound to the main contracted beast position in the system? Although the main contracted beast position does enhance growth speed, this magnitude of improvement was staggering, almost a 24-fold increase. After 2 days of continuous feeding with flame spirit flowers and an abundance of fire elemental magic cores, the Firewind Feather Beast's power surged rapidly. Under the scrutiny of the all-knowing eye, its status panel also saw a transformation. Firewind Feather Beast, rank, Black Iron level 6. Status, healthy, fire attribute fullness, 50. Skills, Fire Devour, Bite, Fire Feather Whirlwind, Flame Storm, Bright Fire Eyes. The rank has ascended from Black Iron level 1 to Black Iron level 6, with the progress of fire attribute fullness surpassing the halfway mark. Moreover, it has acquired a new skill, Bright Fire Eyes, ignites the bright divine fire with both eyes. Enemies seen by the user will be engulfed by the bright divine fire, suffering tremendous fire damage. Similar to the Flame Storm, learned from the first feeding of the Flame Spirit Flower, this is also an exceedingly potent output skill, with a larger area of effect. Any enemy within sight falls within the attack range. It is likely to prove particularly effective against certain agile foes. Aside from the Fire Feather Beast, the Earth Elemental Sprite has also seen improvement. However, Little Earth does not benefit from the Master Beast position, rendering its growth relatively insignificant compared to the Fire Feather. It has only leveled up by 1 rank, now reaching Black Iron level 6, with no other changes and no new skills learned. Apart from these two, Lin Xian's contracted beasts, Crimson Flame Mouse, Sea Wing Bird, Azure Wind Wolf, and Fire Claw Rabbit, have also garnered considerable benefits, feasting heartily on magic crystals. Yet even so, these 4 small creatures have only grown to Black Iron level 3, and acquiring new skills remains out of the question. Although the collective growth of the contracted beasts has allowed Lin Xian to rise to Bronze level 3 as a Beast Master, he cannot help but sigh at the rapidly depleting resources. Alas, if it weren't for the impending examination, these magic crystals would be a complete waste on such bronze-tier contracted beasts. Chapter 20. Return to Redstone Mountain. On the final day before the Beast Master Advancement Examination, Lin Xian refrained from remaining at home. He has realized that even if he continues to feed resources, his few contracted beasts would not experience substantial growth. Even the Fire Feather Beast, which benefits from the Master Beast position, has ceased to grow rapidly. The Flame Spirit Flower only enhances its fire attribute fullness by 1 bloom every hour. After contemplating, he resolved to visit Redstone Mountain once more. With growth potential and quality exhausted, he sought a breakthrough in quantity. To contract more exotic beasts at Redstone Mountain. That was his current intention. To this end, he made selections based on the official Redstone Mountain Beastmaster Compendium. The exotic beasts he chose all possessed unique functional skills, be it healing, enhancement, or even combat assistance. Each varied in capability. Additionally, Lin Xian remembered that he still possessed a magic core with the poisoning skill, as it was a bronze-tier plant-type magic core. He had yet to utilize it due to the absence of suitable contracted beasts. This time, he planned to venture into the poison marsh wilderness, which is said to abound with plant-type exotic beasts. He noted down the names and habitats of these exotic beasts on his phone, including the purple poison flower, twisted ancient tree, and the poison spray mushroom, ranging from bronze level 1 to 3, boasting both plant and poison attributes, perfectly fitting. Excellent. Lin Xian jotted down the last of these exotic beasts and set off. On the way to Redstone Mountain, Lin Xian hurried along while studying the locations of the exotic beasts on his list, meticulously planning his route. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that just outside Lin City, a tail had stealthily followed him. Damn thief. At last, I've caught up to you. A shadowy beast figure lurked in the darkness, discreetly trailing Lin Xian's footsteps. It was the same entity that had chased him from the rock forest 3 nights prior. At that time, it had followed Lin Xian's scent all the way to Redstone Gathering, but had lost track of him due to Lin Xian's hasty escape. Once Lin Xian entered Lin City, it entirely lost the opportunity to capture him. Lin City is far from the rudimentary Redstone Gathering. As one of Huawei's regional cities, it is home to a plethora of high-ranking beast masters, and the anti-exotic beast facilities essential in every city would be more than sufficient for its needs. Yet, reminiscing about the souls it had painstakingly nurtured, it remained undeterred, circling around Lin City, waiting for the opportune moment. After 3 days of arduous waiting, that opportunity finally arrived. Everything I have lost, I shall demand in double from you. Damn thief. Meanwhile, Lin Xian acted swiftly, arriving at Redstone Mountain and promptly commencing his search along the predetermined route. Avoiding other beast masters hunting exotic beasts, he effortlessly contracted the vast majority of the exotic beasts on his list with his 6 contracted beasts. He had nearly gathered all of them, with only the poison spray mushroom from the poison marsh wilderness remaining. Glancing up to ascertain the direction, Lin Xian prepared to head towards the poison marsh wilderness. Suddenly, sharp stone spikes materialized out of thin air, piercing towards Lin Xian from all directions. A jolt of alarm surged through him, and just as he was about to evade, the fire feather perched on his shoulder reacted even more swiftly. A fire feather whirlwind rapidly formed, enveloping Lin Xian and shattering all the stone spikes. Once the spikes had been reduced to dust, the fire feather dissipated the whirlwind. Humph, there is some strength there. No wonder they dare to steal from my territory. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Lin Xian furrowed his brow, bracing himself against the impending threat. He was determined to uncover the identity of his assailant. However, as the dust settled, the sight before Lin Xian left him utterly astonished. Emerging from the haze was not the enemy he had anticipated, nor even a human, but rather a dog. With its coat of earthy yellow fur and a wagging tail, it appeared strikingly akin to a rural stray dog from Lin Xian's previous life on Earth. Lin Xian was taken aback, momentarily forgetting his defensive posture, standing dumbfounded. What are you? What kind of creature are you? He initially intended to inquire about the identity of the intruder, but halfway through, he remembered it was not a person and hastily altered his question. You dare to ask me what I am after stealing from my home? The dog bared its teeth, its expression fierce as it glared at Lin Xian. It was evident that it desperately wished to appear formidable. Yet, Lin Xian, having instinctively regarded it as merely a dog, felt no anxiety. Instead, he found it amusing. Upon hearing its accusation, Lin Xian chuckled and retorted, What did I steal from you? Those souls. The dog snarled. That was my food accumulated over nearly a century. An essential resource for me. You stole it all in one night. And you still dare to ask? Souls? Lin Xian was taken aback, recalling the frenzied slaughter from that night, followed by the fear he had experienced. The feelings of indignation surged once more. So those ghostly things were yours. TMD. Of all places, why raise ghosts here? And you dare to trouble me? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Summoning all his exotic beasts, charge at this dog and take it down. The original 6 contracted beasts, along with the newly contracted exotic beasts, totaled 13. All lunging at the dog. Various enhancement skills illuminated in faint glimmers as all contracted beasts were bolstered. Then came the aerial wind blades, sharp claw strikes. A storm of stone spikes radiating chilling light, and the most formidable of all, raging flames. Such a dazzling array of attacks surged towards the dog. Having followed Lin Xian for quite some time, The dog had already witnessed the sight of him commanding multiple contracted beasts. Seeing them rush towards it, the dog remained unperturbed, instead displaying a mockingly human-like smirk. Bullying me with numbers? I am not one of those pathetic creatures you've caught before. As it spoke, a radiant golden light enveloped it, coalescing into a formidable and weighty protective shield. Upon its formation, this shield absorbed the entirety of the attacks from Lin Xian's 13 contracted beasts, only shattering at the very brink of destruction. What kind of skill is this? Lin Xian's heart trembled. Despite the combined might of all his contracted beasts, they had merely managed to breach the shield. This defensive ability was truly astonishing. After this minor setback, Lin Xian regained his composure and recalled that he had yet to employ all-knowing eye to scrutinize the earthen canine. He promptly fixated his gaze upon the creature, awaiting the activation of all-knowing eye. However, the information that surged back sent cold sweat cascading down his brow. Remnant soul of the ancient rock devourer. Attributes: Ghost Rock. Potential: Rank: Bronze level 3. Status: Severely injured, fragmented. Skills: Unyielding rock, stone manipulation. Remarks: A divine beast from another realm. The ancient rock devourer perished at the foot of the Redstone Mountain, its corporeal essence returning to the earth and transforming into the vast stone forest, while its soul, preserved by a flicker of divine light, clung to existence, retaining a sliver of its former power. To safeguard its remnant soul, it has continuously nurtured specters within the stone forest, seeking to restore its strength. Good heavens, Lin Xian was left speechless, as if he had inadvertently provoked an extraordinary entity. That seemingly ordinary earthen canine was, in fact, the remnant soul of a divine beast. Chapter 21, Dread. Judging by the remarks, this being hails from another realm, a divine beast that met its demise for reasons unknown at the foot of the Redstone Mountain, leading to the birth of the stone forest and the emergence of this remnant soul. Lin Xian focused intently and indeed observed that the canine's form exhibited a faintly translucent state, characteristic of ghostly creatures. This trait was obscured by its inherent golden glow, which is why Lin Xian had failed to notice the anomaly earlier, despite sharing the same rank as Lin Xian's Beastmaster level. The information provided by All-Knowing Eye still contained several question marks due to the canine's identity as a former divine beast. Among all the bronze-level beasts Lin Xian had encountered thus far, this was indeed unprecedented. Regardless of the circumstances, this was utterly absurd. Lin Xian found it hard to believe that a dignified divine beast could fall at the foot of the Redstone Mountain. It is worth noting that, according to various beast experts' assessments, the danger level of Redstone Mountain is rated at most as gold, explaining the multitude of low-ranked beast masters who thrive here, hunting beasts to acquire resources for nurturing their contracted creatures. If there truly existed a crisis capable of leading to the demise of a divine beast, how could it have remained undisclosed for so many years? Cursing under his breath, Lin Xian seethed at the expert's unreliable information. Unfortunately, the current situation left no room for Lin Xian to ponder further. If not handled with care, he might very well meet his end today. He needed to devise a plan, and swiftly. Utilizing the distraction provided by his contracted beasts, Lin Xian paced back and forth, biting his thumb as he contemplated an escape strategy. With their attacks proving ineffective, defeating it head-on seemed implausible. Thus, only one option remained. Coming to a halt, Lin Xian lifted his gaze, his expression grave as he focused intently on the earthen canine. The bright yellow shield surrounding it continued to fracture and reform under the assault of Lin Xian's contracted beasts. Meanwhile, the creature itself remained stationary, its small, dark eyes mockingly observing Lin Xian, as if relishing his futile struggles. With direct attacks yielding no results, he would have to attempt a forced contract. Indeed, this was the solution he had meticulously contemplated. It was no jest. With the shield impervious to his assaults, this was the only course of action he could conceive. However, this creature evidently possessed a considerable intellect, and his demoness affinity for beast specialization might not yield the desired effect. This was the sole risk inherent in this plan. Previous encounters with forcibly contracted beasts had primarily involved those acting purely on instinct. The most intelligent among them, the Windfire Feather Beast and the Earth Elemental Sprite, merely possessed a modicum of sentience, akin to that of some clever pet dogs. Yet, this earthen canine not only could speak, but also exhibited intense emotional fluctuations. Had it not revealed itself, Lin Xian would never have suspected he was conversing with a dog. In light of the current circumstances, he had no choice but to take the risk. With resolve surging within him, Lin Xian cast aside his trepidations and commanded his contracted beasts through mental exertion. They ceased their relentless assaults and instead focused on restraining the movements of the ancient god's remnant soul. The earthen canine astutely detected the shift, scoffing, "What? Still intent on a futile struggle? Unable to defeat me in direct combat, what are you planning? As it spoke, Lin Xian sprang into action, charging forward. Witnessing this, the canine erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Instead of fleeing, you have the audacity to rush towards me? Truly, humans are incorrigibly foolish. Unperturbed by the canine's derision, Lin Xian retorted coolly, if you're so clever, how did you end up dead at the foot of the Redstone Mountain? The canine's heart raced with suspicion. How could this human possibly know that? The information provided by all-knowing eye was indeed detailed. While pondering this, Lin Xian continued to taunt. Once a grand divine beast. How magnificent you must have been. Yet now, reduced to this pitiful state, existing as a mere remnant soul, engaging in petty mischief. Is this all you are? Do you still dare to be arrogant? With a disdainful smile, Lin Xian declared, I have never encountered such an unabashed dog. His scornful words utterly enraged the earthen canine. Initially, it had only intended to toy with this audacious human, venting its frustrations from its death. Yet, inexplicably, this human had seen through its facade. Moreover, seizing the opportunity to mock it mercilessly, each cutting remark struck deep, piercing through every wound within the canine's heart. As anger swelled, it could no longer maintain its composure. Its canine visage twisted into a menacing snarl. Ah, you seek death, you wretched creature. Today, I shall rend you limb from limb. With that, it abandoned its position, charging furiously towards Lin Xian. Observing this turn of events, Lin Xian felt a surge of exhilaration. Just what I wanted. He too dashed towards the earthen canine. This was precisely as he had anticipated. The words he had spoken earlier were not merely for the sake of provocation. They were intended to incite the earthen canine. Once it became consumed by rage and lost its rationality, its actions would become less measured, granting Lin Xian an opportunity to evade the bright yellow shield and make contact with the canine's body. Without physical contact, Lin Xian's demoness affinity would be rendered utterly ineffective, and the forced contract would be out of the question. As both man and dog charged towards one another, they soon collided, leveraging the slight advantage of longer arms. Lin Xian swiftly made contact with the canine's body, his hand pressing firmly against its head, ruffling its fur vigorously. Subsequently, he channeled his mental energy upward, entangling with the earthen canine. Sensing the invasion of external mental energy, the canine instantly grasped Lin Xian's intentions, inciting even greater fury. This fool, this imbecilic human, how dare he compare it to those mindless beasts? Attempting to forcibly bind it in a beast master contract. This was an affront, an egregious humiliation. I will kill you. The diminutive paws of the earth-colored dog swung downwards, unleashing a gust of clawed fury aimed at Lin Xian. The force of this strike was formidable, swiftly manifesting its effects upon impact. His garments were tattered, blood sprayed forth, and even a few strips of flesh were torn away. Had he not been a bronze level 3 beastmaster, this claw strike might have rent him asunder. Stifling a groan, Lin Xian bore the pain without relinquishing his grip. Such an assault had been anticipated. He had intended to endure the earth dog's attack to force a contract. Yet, he had underestimated the creature's strength, which effortlessly breached his defenses. If such an attack were to be repeated, Lin Xian feared he would not withstand it. He needed to establish the contract swiftly. Resolving this in his mind, Lin Xian's mental energy surged not in a steady advance, but delved directly into the depths of the earth dog's soul. Sensing the encroaching mental force within him, the earth dog's fury intensified. How dare you underestimate me? Oh, die. With this roar, it prepared to swing its paw again, aiming to obliterate this detestable, foolish human before it. However, mid-swing, it inexplicably halted. Lin Xian, focused on entangling the creature's soul, felt no pain and gazed up in confusion. The ferocious expression on the earth dog's face had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming, palpable fear. How is this possible? How could your mental energy possess such power? Chapter 22. A carrot? Or a big stick? Lin Xian initially suspected some cunning scheme at play, his instincts on high alert. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized the terror etched across the creature's visage was genuine. It seemed to have encountered something that instilled profound dread within it. How could this be? Lin Xian pondered, incredulous, as this creature had once been a divine-tier beast. What could possibly induce such fear in it now? He struggled to believe it. Yet, the evidence was undeniable. Moments ago, the food rock ancient god's residual soul, filled with fury and vowing to tear him apart, was now held by Lin Xian, its head pinned, its forepaw rendered motionless. A keen observer might even detect the subtle tremors coursing through its body, indicative of its utmost fright. While Lin Xian remained cautious and still, unaware of the turmoil within the earth dog's mind, the creature was engulfed in a tempest of confusion. From their initial mental contact, it had sensed Lin Xian's uniqueness and understood why he would attempt to forge a contract forcefully. His mental energy possessed an inexplicable allure to beasts, akin to a starving ghoul captivated by a freshly bathed beauty, unable to extricate itself. Typically, when beasts encountered Lin Xian's mental energy, they would rapidly succumb, yearning to form a contract and become his contracted beast. However, the Earth Dog was different, having once been a divine tier beast. It retained a wisdom that surpassed that of most humans, even in its current state as a residual soul. This desire was one it could easily resist. Just as it prepared to mock Lin Xian's audacity, it suddenly sensed that his mental energy was infused with another force, one it recognized. Before its death, it had wielded this power, the power of the divine tier. Upon realizing this, the Earth Dog's mind was flooded with trepidation, a primal fear that arose instinctively when confronted with divine power. Even though it had once reached the divine tier, the current Earth Dog was merely a bronze-level residual soul, unable to evade this terror. This fear deepened the moment it brushed against the divine energy embedded within Lin Xian's mental force, culminating in its current state of trembling disarray. Lin Xian, oblivious to the Earth Dog's internal transformation, attributed its reaction to his peculiar constitution. Choosing to disregard it, he propelled his mental energy deeper into the Earth Dog's soul, inscribing the contract seal and swiftly completing the pact. With the contract established, Lin Xian exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. The Earth Dog no longer sensed the terrifying divine energy, and its fear began to dissipate, its body ceasing to tremble. Once calm returned, it became acutely aware of Lin Xian's actions moments before, reigniting its fury. Die! With that exclamation, it lunged at Lin Xian, claws slashing in anger. Instinctively raising his hand to block, Lin Xian witnessed the Earth Dog's body convulse abruptly, losing its balance and crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Lin Xian then realized he had successfully contracted the residual soul of the Foodrock ancient god, becoming its beastmaster. One of the fundamental tenets of a beastmaster contract is that neither party may harm the other. Haha, you thought you could escape unscathed. Didn't you, Earth Dog? You never expected to find yourself in such a predicament. Observing the Earth Dog's disheveled state, Lin Xian burst into laughter, reveling in his triumph. The Earth Dog seethed with rage but could do nothing to retaliate, resorting only to displaying its teeth and acting fierce. Yet, no matter how menacing it appeared, to Lin Xian, it seemed more like a playful display. Behave now, and I might fetch you a few bones to gnaw on later. For now, just settle down. Patting the dog's head affectionately, Lin Xian ignored its vexation and focused all his attention on the information feedback provided by all-knowing eye. Residual soul of the Foodrock ancient god. Attributes: spectral rock. Qualities: divine tier. Rank: bronze level 3. Status: severely injured, incomplete. Skills: unyielding rock shield, rock manipulation, possession, meteor strike. Earthbound mountain, goose strike. Best evolution path: none. Its unique origin determines its peculiar essence. As a residual soul of undying divine light, it no longer possesses a path for evolution and can only heal its soul through special means to restore its essence. Once the soul is fully restored, it may reforge its divine body on its own. Suggested healing methods: 1. Devour spectral materials and other beasts. 2. Offer sacrifices of rock-type beasts through prayer. 3. Seek divine tier beasts with healing abilities to treat its soul injuries. Having become the Earth Dog's master, previously obscured attributes began to reveal themselves to Lin Xian. As a residual soul of a divine tier beast, it was unsurprising that the qualifications reflected divine tier. The rank and status remained unchanged, while the skills section displayed not only the unyielding rock shield defensive skill and the rock manipulation offensive earth skill, but also 4 additional skills. Possession is a common skill for spectral beasts. All spectral beasts possess it, even the weakest of spirits. Earthbound Mountain is a control skill capable of gathering soil to ensnare a target, and with sufficient force, it can culminate in a mountain that suppresses the target. Much like the legendary suppression of the Great Sage, Meteor Strike and Goose Strike are both offensive skills but serve distinct functions. Meteor Strike summons meteors for area of effect bombardment, while Goose Strike executes a rapid, stealthy, and precise attack on a singular target, boasting a vast range capable of accurately striking even geese in the air, hence its name. Beyond these innovative skills, the most distinctive aspect of the entire panel was the best evolution path section. It provided no evolutionary route, but instead elucidated the Earth Dog's unique essence, followed by several healing suggestions. This was something Lin Xian had never encountered before. Perhaps it was indeed the peculiarity of a divine tier beast. Moreover, due to the contract with the Earth Dog, Lin Xian's Beastmaster rank elevated by 1 tier, reaching bronze level 4, which is a modest yet significant advancement. Alas, it is somewhat regrettable that he could not discern the evolutionary path beyond the divine tier. Lin Xian sighed, reflecting on how his previous use of the all-knowing eye on exotic beasts had always revealed evolutionary routes one tier higher than their inherent qualities. Thus, upon observing the Earth Dog's divine tier aptitude, a flicker of excitement surged within him, leading him to believe he might uncover whether there were other tiers beyond the divine. Unfortunately, the Earth Dog proved to be exceedingly unique, leaving his aspirations unfulfilled. Nevertheless, surviving against the odds and forging a bond with such a divine beast was already a stroke of fortune. To desire more would be to court greed. Comforting himself, Lin Xian diverted his gaze from the light screen and returned to reality. The 13 contracted beasts had gathered around him, some languidly reclining, others idly chewing on blades of grass. The more intimately bonded Fire Feather and Little Earth nestled affectionately against Lin Xian, gently rubbing against his thigh. Everything felt so harmonious, save for the Earth Dog, which continued to prance about in a comical display. Lin Xian found it amusing and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! How long do you intend to keep this up? The Earth Dog remained silent, emitting low growls of woo. Woo. Lin Xian, unfazed, shrugged casually. If you persist in your uncooperative demeanor, I shall have no choice but to confine you to the Beastmaster space. Would you prefer to reflect in the little darkroom? Of course, if you are willing to fulfill your duties as my contracted beast. I could indeed devise a means to heal your soul's wounds and restore your essence. Once you regain your full divine powers, eliminating me would be a breeze. Wouldn't it? As he spoke, Lin Xian wore a devious grin. So, my dear companion, would you prefer the carrot or the stick? Chapter 23, Testing Skills. To be frank, Lin Xian's expression at that moment was rather grotesque. He bore a resemblance to certain infamous figures from the realm of butter, exuding an aura of wickedness that was thoroughly deserving of a reprimand. Even the Earth Dog, a remnant of an ancient god, felt a wave of nausea at the sight. Yet, it had no means of escape, for it was now bound as Lin Xian's contracted beast. As long as Lin Xian willed it, the Earth Dog could not extricate itself from him. Thus, it found itself faced with a choice: the little dark room or the hope of restoration to its former glory. This decision was not difficult to make. Even for a divine tier beast, when faced with necessity, dignity could be cast aside. If I were to genuinely commit to being your contracted beast, would you truly assist in healing my injuries? The Earth Dog inquired cautiously. Of course, Lin Xian replied with an air of pride. The Earth Dog's choice did not surprise him. Anyone who knew Lin Xian understood that he kept his word. Once a consensus was reached, the subsequent arrangements were easily negotiated. The terms were as Lin Xian had initially promised. The Earth Dog would assist him, and in return, Lin Xian would find a way to restore its strength. However, the Earth Dog insisted on one condition. It must not be coerced into performing tasks it found distasteful. Lin Xian, viewing this request as unreasonable, promptly rejected it. What a jest! You consume my resources and expect me to cater to your whims? Would that not render me the fool? On this matter, Lin Xian stood his ground, refusing to yield an inch. Ultimately, the Earth Dog relented. After all, compromise tends to breed further compromise, and it had little leverage to negotiate its interests. I hope you are a man of your word, a benevolent master, it sighed resignedly, settling down on the ground. Excellent. It appears you have come to terms with your situation, Lin Xian acknowledged with a nod. As you have joined my ranks, it is customary to bestow upon you a name. He stroked his chin, gazing thoughtfully at the Earth Dog's spectral form, and after a brief moment of contemplation, his eyes brightened. You shall be called Ergo. Upon hearing this name, the Earth Dog merely lay there in stunned silence, unresponsive. Dignity had long since been discarded. It hardly mattered what name it bore. Come, Ergo, allow me to introduce you to your comrades. Lin Xian cheerfully tugged at the Earth Dog and summoned the Wind Fire Feather Beast and the Earth Elemental Sprite, who were playing nearby. This is Fire Feather. And this is Little Earth. As the latest addition to our ranks, you should address them as elder brother and second brother. Ergo did not react, merely squinting at Lin Xian with its lifeless, vacant eyes, asking it to refer to two beasts that could not even speak human language as elder brother and second brother was indeed a tall order. Lin Xian merely intended to establish Ergo's position within the group, so he did not press the matter. After the jest, he adopted a serious demeanor and inquired about the pressing matter. What did you experience when I forcibly contracted you earlier? You don't know? Naturally. If I knew, why would I ask you? That was the power of the divine tier. Ergo hesitated for a moment before speaking the truth. This power is identical to what I possessed in life. It is of the same quality and origin. I would never mistake it. The power of the divine tier? Lin Xian was taken aback. He had thought himself merely a succubus, but hearing Ergo's claim, could it be that he was a deity? He pondered the rudimentary system he possessed. Could it be the cause? not only allowing him to form infinite contracts, but also bestowing divine power that ensured his success in binding beasts. This seemed exceedingly extraordinary. By the way, weren't you a divine tier beast before? Why are you trembling in fear before the divine power I possess? Ergo cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xian. You seem to misunderstand the nature of divine power. For exotic beasts, it is not merely a pinnacle of strength. It represents absolute dominance on the hierarchical scale. Even now, I cannot resist such power. Is that so? Lin Xian suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Then does that mean I would be invincible in the other world? It is filled with exotic beasts that could not possibly contend against the power I possess. You are overestimating your position. The divine power you hold resides solely within your mental faculties. Those exotic beasts with even a modicum of strength would easily keep you at bay, rendering you incapable of exerting any pressure. Even had I not been driven to madness by your antics, do you truly believe you could subdue me? Hee. Lin Xian playfully ruffled Ergo's head. There are no ifs in this situation. The fact remains that you are now in my grasp. Accept your fate. Ergo had indeed resigned itself to this reality. It had grown weary of resisting Lin Xian's whims. With no hope of escape, it chose to lay down and endure. Having dealt with the troublesome remnant of the Earth God, Lin Xian continued his journey of contracts. His final target, the poison-spitting mushroom nestled within the toxic marsh wilderness, was the sole bronze-tier exotic beast. Initially, it posed a slight challenge, but with the formidable assistance of Ergo, the obstacles melted away. Gathering earth into mountains, immobilized it on the spot, leaving the unfortunate poison-spitting mushroom entirely at Lin Xian's mercy. After forming the contract, he swiftly fed the poison touch magic core to the poison-spitting mushroom. Lin Xian was fortunate, not triggering the 21 failure rate, and the poison-spitting mushroom successfully grasped the poison touch skill. With a new toy at hand, he was eager to test its capabilities. Lin Xian immediately sought out a twisted treant to experiment with the skill. Upon the release of the poison touch skill, the claws of the wind fire feather beast immediately shimmered with a ghostly purple glow, exuding an aura of danger. Subsequently, during the battle with the twisted treant, as the wind fire feather beast tore through its armor and the toxin permeated its being, the treant's mobility clearly diminished, until the battle reached its conclusion. It collapsed entirely onto the ground, immobilized. Lin Xian glanced at his phone. It had barely been 5 minutes. How could the toxin be so potent and act so swiftly? He was somewhat astonished. It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. With this skill in his arsenal, he now possessed an additional layer of assurance for tomorrow's Beast Master entrance examination. Muttering to himself, Lin Xian signaled for the fire feather to grant the twisted tree demon a swift end. Already afflicted by lethal poison, it would not survive regardless. Thus, it was better to provide it with a final infusion of magic core. The fire feather responded to the command, opening its beak wide and unleashing a torrent of blazing flames. To his surprise, the once crimson flames were now tinged with a deep purple. What was happening? Lin Xian was taken aback and quickly activated all-knowing eye to assess the status of the fire feather. Status: poison coating. All your attacks are imbued with poison. This. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Then a thought struck him. Could using a skill also be considered an attack? Goodness, was that not invincible? With Inferno Storm unleashed, it could spread poison over a vast area, potentially decimating a multitude at once. Lin Xian had never anticipated that the poison coating skill would synergize so effectively with other extraordinary beasts. He scooped up the poisonous mushroom and the fire feather, planting a kiss on one of them. Haha, you little rascals are truly remarkable. Chapter 24, Returning to School. After completing his final preparations, Lin Xian returned home, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Beast Master entrance examination. The following day, at Qingwu Beast Master High School, the senior students, accompanied by their contracted beasts, returned to the long-cherished campus, each radiating joy as they discussed their recent experiences in nurturing their contract beasts. Why is raising a contract beast so expensive? I just contracted last week, and I've already spent over 100,000. Indeed, after such an expenditure, I only just reached Black Iron Level 2 yesterday. Look at my Azure Wolf, it's already Black Iron Level 3. Huh, how did you manage that? Teach me, will you? Hee, it's a secret technique. Wanna know? It'll cost you. Though their tones varied, their faces were predominantly adorned with smiles. The various contract beasts around them sensed their owner's delight and joyfully frolicked in place. Amidst this cheerful atmosphere, Lin Xian entered classroom 7 of the senior year. The moment he appeared, the chatter and laughter in the classroom abruptly ceased. Every classmate cast furtive glances at him, whispering among themselves. Ah, Lin Xian is here. I heard he contracted a beast with sacred tier qualifications. Is it true? Indeed. I was there at the scene. Did you see the winged dog on his shoulder? That's the one. The excitement on the playground was palpable. He failed to contract 4 times in a row before finally taking a risk and contracting that sacred tier fire feather. I'm so envious. Envious of what? He.S. clearly just a gambler. Can someone like that truly excel as a beast master? Exactly, just a lucky fool. What is there to envy? Whether envious or spiteful. Everyone was secretly sizing him up. Lin Xian could hardly be bothered by their incessant chatter. They were merely a ragtag bunch with little future, unworthy of his concern. Bored, he closed his eyes to contemplate the possible scenarios for today's examination. After a short while, a classmate suddenly called out. Su Mingqi has also arrived. The one at her feet must be that platinum tier evergreen tree, right? I wonder what level it is now, given Su's family background. With all the resources poured into it, it must at least be black iron level 4 by now. Lin Xian opened his eyes to see a girl with long black hair entering the classroom. She was a picture of elegance, her features exquisite, her stature tall, and more importantly, she possessed a physical maturity surpassing that of her peers. A wave of admiration washed over Lin Xian as he quietly remarked to himself. Memories associated with her began to surface. Su Mingqi, a renowned genius at Kangwu Beastmaster High School, had achieved the highest mental power test score of 16 points upon enrollment, equivalent to nearly 2 Lin Xians. At last week's contracting ceremony, she succeeded in contracting the platinum tier evergreen tree on her very first attempt, leaving a profound impression on the previous Lin Xian. In that vivid memory, the evergreen tree had been no larger than a pet cat, yet now its tallest branches nearly reached Su Mingqi's waist. Without thinking, Lin Xian instinctively activated all-knowing eye. Evergreen tree. Attribute, grass. Qualification, platinum tier. Level, black iron level 5. Status, healthy joyful. Skills, vine entanglement, healing seed. Optimal evolution path. 1. Lifelong tree, bronze tier. Immortal tree spirit, silver tier. Tree of life, gold tier. With soul guardian, platinum tier. Lord of the forests, diamond tier. 2 skills. A diamond tier evolution path. It was all within expectations. However, contrary to the conjectures of his peers, within a mere few days, Su Mingqi's evergreen tree had reached black iron level 5, nearly catching up to Lin Xian's fire feather. And she didn't even possess a system. This meant that this level was entirely achieved through financial means. It was rumored that her family was quite affluent, but he hadn't anticipated they were this wealthy. Lin Xian sighed helplessly. Perhaps this was the reality of a Beastmaster's journey fueled by wealth. Shaking his head, Lin Xian was about to close his eyes for some quiet contemplation when he noticed that Su Mingqi had unexpectedly stopped beside him. What could the school beauty want with that lucky fool? The surrounding classmates were equally puzzled. Lin Xian, too, was bewildered, watching Su Mingqi, waiting for her to speak first. You are the one who contracted the sacred tier fire feather, Lin Xian? That's me. May I inquire as to your purpose? Su Mingqi paused for a moment, seemingly in thought. After a while, she spoke again. In this examination, I will surpass you. Without a hint of emotional fluctuation, she dropped this statement and turned to take her seat. Lin Xian was left even more perplexed. He couldn't fathom the intent behind Su Mingqi's seemingly random declaration. Could she be a bit unhinged? This bold thought crossed his mind. Before Lin Xian could ponder further, someone suddenly threw an arm around his shoulder. Hey, Xiangu, when did you get involved with the school beauty? Turning to look, he found that Tang Fong had somehow made his way into the classroom. His large face squeezed close to Lin Xian, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Get lost. Lin Xian pushed him away. I have no relationship with her. The two chatted casually for a while until Luo Han, the unscrupulous homeroom teacher who had posted Lin Xian's contact information for sale on the lynching forum, entered the classroom. With a loud bang, 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 he struck the podium several times, calling out, students. Once he had captured everyone's attention, he began to speak. I am delighted to see so many students in my class today. You are fortunate. Successfully completing a contract during the contracting ceremony signifies that you all possess exceptional talent. But do not grow complacent. Talent merely represents your starting point. What kind of beast master you ultimately become depends on your efforts afterward. And today marks the first step in that effort. The Beast Master entrance examination awaits you. Strive for high scores. Attending a prestigious Beast Master University will pave the way for a brighter future. Listening to this speech, one might mistakenly assume he was a dedicated and responsible teacher. Yet, Tang Fong leaned in and whispered, this fellow truly revels in his so-called pre-battle speeches. Let him be, Lin Xian shrugged. After all, this is one of the last few times. I won't have to endure this buffoonery again. After inheriting the memories of his predecessor, he harbored no fondness for this Luo Han, rendering even superficial flattery beneath his notice. Disinterested, he closed his eyes to rest. Unbeknownst to him, a group was fixated on him from a distance. Once the exam commences, we shall assemble and hunt down that scoundrel Lin Xian, starting by dispatching his contract beast. Is that clear? Understood. That brat dared to humiliate the class leader. He deserves a severe lesson. The ringleader was none other than Zogo, the class leader of the senior year, Bonga. Yet, someone voiced a concern. But isn't that a holy ranked beast? Are we truly its match? A companion slapped the back of his head. Are you foolish? We outnumber it significantly. How could we possibly lose? I'm just worried. Have no fear, Bonga interjected. I've procured this from my brother. He produced a spherical object from his pocket and displayed it to those nearby. What is that? It's a power suppression bomb. Any beast struck by it will completely lose its special abilities, becoming nothing more than a defenseless pet. With this, I doubt Lin Xian can mount any sort of comeback. As he spoke, Bonga's eyes glimmered with a fierce hatred. Last night, he had knelt before his brother for the better part of the night to obtain such an item, all for the sake of revenge against Lin Xian. On the day of the contract ceremony, he had lost 10 magic crystals to Lin Xian, only to return home and face his father's wrath, leading to a severe cut in his allowance. The special advancement route promised to him vanished without a trace. His father, utterly disappointed, was now prepared to invest all resources in his brother instead. Just thinking about it filled Bonga with dread for his dim future. And all of this, he attributed to Lin Xian, the so-called waste. How could Bonga not harbor hatred for Lin Xian after suffering such calamity? Humph. Just because you possess a holy ranked contract beast, you think yourself invincible? Today, I shall first slay your beast and let you taste despair. Chapter 25, the examination begins. As the bell tolled, Lin Xian joined the throng heading to the playground. Unlike the previous week's contract ceremony, a large pedestal had been added, upon which was a portal. Behind the portal lay the otherworld. Indeed, it was the otherworld that Lin Xian had longed for. The island for the Ling City Beastmaster admission examination was not on Earth, necessitating this dedicated portal for access. The group swiftly passed through the portal, emerging into an expanse bustling with more students. They donned a variety of uniforms, all newly minted Beastmasters from various high schools in Ling City. In front of the crowd stood a raised platform. Upon it were several high-ranking Beastmasters, including local military and political leaders frequently seen on the front pages of Ling City news. Lin Xian could even recall some of their names from memory. Among them was a striking middle-aged man clad in green military garb, his muscular form marred by several gruesome scars, exuding an aura of ferocity. Lin Xian recognized him as Xiong Pengfei, a platinum-ranked Beastmaster and the commander of the Ling City Beastmaster Corps, as well as the chief examiner for this examination. Beside him stood the foremost official of Ling City, Qianjin. Noticing that nearly all students had arrived, Qianjin cleared his throat, signaling for the murmurs to cease before addressing the assembly. Welcome, students, to this year's Ling City Beastmaster admission examination. As you can see, we are in the otherworld, home to the fiercest of beasts. As you embrace the privilege of being a Beastmaster, you must also shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. Protect Earth and resist the tide of beasts. From this day forth, you will have many opportunities to interact with the otherworld. Today is not merely an examination. It is also a preparation for the brutal combat against those malevolent beasts. If you find yourselves unable to adapt, I urge you to request your teachers to terminate your contracts and return to a life of mediocrity. Tell me, will there be any cowards who shrink back today? Though the speech was straightforward, Qianjin delivered it with fervor. The students, inspired by his words, felt their blood surge and collectively shouted, "No." Excellent. Qianjin nodded in satisfaction. Now, let Commander Xiong introduce the rules of this examination. With that, he yielded the floor to the imposing figure beside him. Unlike Qianjin, Xiong Pengfei was not one for flowery speeches. He succinctly outlined the rules of the examination. The rules were largely consistent with previous years. The beasts on the island had been marked in advance. When killed by examinees, the marks would be absorbed by the examinee's sensor for scoring. Throughout the examination, teamwork, theft, and even point trading were permitted. In essence, as long as no lives were lost, a variety of competitive conditions were allowed. However, such competition was confined within certain limits. The use of powers not belonging to the examinees could not exceed the Black Iron level 10, and team sizes were capped at 10 members. This was to prevent candidates from impoverished backgrounds from being easily crushed, preserving the integrity of the assessment. Even so, the rules inherently favored candidates from affluent backgrounds, a fact not lost on the examiners. For a Beastmaster, the extent of resources at one's disposal was paramount. Cultivating a beast was a protracted endeavor. The few days between the contract ceremony and the examination offered little opportunity for significant growth. Savvy candidates seized this time to garner support from various sources. Those with exceptional talent sought investment, while those less fortunate endeavored to align themselves with influential candidates for assistance. Sure enough, as soon as Commander Xiong finished his address, candidates from various schools began forming small groups, disregarding the lines of their institutions. Tang Fong stood with a few acquaintances and called out to Lin Xian, who remained isolated. Xian Ge, come join us. Let us form a group. Lin Xian did not approach. It was not solely because Tang Fong's companions wore awkward smiles, but because he had no need to team up. Absurd. He himself constituted an entire Beastmaster Corps, with 14 contract beasts of exceptional quality and levels far surpassing the rest, including a bronze-ranked beast at level 3. The notion of forming a team was ludicrous. No need, Lao Tang. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. If you aim to score more points in this exam, it would be prudent to keep your distance from me. Why? Tang Fong was about to inquire when a group approached Lin Xian. Noticing them, Lin Xian smiled and asked, "What brings you fine students here?" "You are Lin Xian?" The leader, brimming with arrogance, looked down his nose at him. "I am not," Lin Xian denied. "Nonsense. You clearly are. Why else would you ask?" The individual retorted, his face flushed with anger. You've sealed your fate. Despite having contracted a mere sacred tier beast, I initially intended to offer you an opportunity to join my team. Now, however, your fate is sealed. Just you wait." With no desire to continue conversing with Lin Xian, he turned on his heel, accompanied by his companions. Lin Xian let out a scoff, feeling utterly unfazed. The tone of his words revealed that this individual possessed a mental age no greater than 10. Lin Xian found it beneath him to engage in disputes with such a child. What warranted his concern, however, was the atmosphere around him. He glanced about and indeed noticed many candidates observing him, whispering among themselves, occasionally pointing fingers. Thanks to the mischievous actions of the unscrupulous class teacher, Luo Han, Lin Xian had already made quite a name for himself within the circles of the Lin City Beast Taming High School, and now everyone recognized him. Driven by the jealousy that exists among humans, they might not actively target Lin Xian, but given the chance, they would certainly relish the opportunity to trip him up. Cursed be that wretched Luo Han. I shall settle the score with you sooner or later. Lin Xian silently cursed his teacher, recalling the grievances stemming from their previous interactions. Observing the pervasive hostility surrounding him, Lin Xian took a deep breath to steady his emotions, transforming the gravity on his face into an exuberant smile. This situation, after all, could work to his advantage. During the forthcoming exam, he would seize their points without an ounce of guilt, in pursuit of that coveted opportunity to traverse the otherworldly realm. The formidable Beast Master of Magic City had stipulated that Lin Xian must achieve a commanding lead in this grand examination. This implied that while he eliminated beasts to accrue points, he would simultaneously need to rob his fellow students, thwarting their chances of earning points. Conflict was inevitable. With the burden of conscience lifted, what was there left to fear? Come forth. Let me witness the extent of your abilities. With that declaration, Lin Xian boldly stepped into the dense forest on the island, under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. Chapter 26, Ambush. As the candidates ventured into the forest, the supervising beast masters busied themselves, wielding sensing devices as they hovered above, ever ready to assist any candidates who found themselves in perilous situations. The leaders stationed at the island's edge were not idle either. Those in higher positions, such as Qianjin, had already returned to Lin City. They were occupied and could not afford to remain for the entirety of the 7 days, only making appearances at the commencement and conclusion of the examination. The other leaders gathered in a makeshift control room by the island's perimeter, observing the candidates' performances. With the examination just beginning and no significant developments yet, they engaged in casual conversation. "Have you heard that this examination boasts many promising candidates?" "Indeed, from what I know, there are He Yuheng from No. 1 High School, Li Chioha from the Goodwater Academy, Xuan from No. 7 High School, and Su Mingqi from Kangwu. These individuals are not only gifted but also hail from affluent families, ensuring their future as Golden Beast Masters." Everyone had heard these names before. But are there any formidable dark horses? Surely there are. While I one team mentioned those who have contracted Golden Tier beasts, there are unexpectedly over a dozen with Platinum Tier beasts. However, the most outrageous among them is who? Just as someone was about to inquire, a staff member, who had been fixated on the scoreboard, exclaimed, "Here it comes. Someone has slain the first beast." Everyone turned their attention to the scoreboard, which was otherwise blank, save for a solitary line of text. School, Kangwu Beast Taming High School. Name, Lin Xian. Points, 3. Ranking, 1. That was quick. This little fellow is quite remarkable. Kangwu, Lin Xian, who is that? Is there a prominent Lin family in Lin City? The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered by this unexpected name. It was the individual who had spoken earlier who clarified. "This is the dark horse I mentioned, Lin Xian from Kangwu Beast Taming High School, who has contracted a sacred tier beast." "What? Sacred tier? Are you joking? Is that the beast brought back by Principal Qi? Wasn't it said to be off limits due to the casualties?" The attendees, all seasoned beast masters with years of experience, were acutely aware of what it meant to contract a sacred tier beast. "You're not aware? The earlier speaker was astonished. This news had long circulated online. Given their significant roles, one would expect them to pay attention to important events in Lin City. Ha ha ha, apologies for the oversight. The group displayed awkward yet polite smiles. They were typically preoccupied with their duties, so it was understandable that they hadn't kept up with online developments. A sacred tier beast, someone remarked. It seems Lin Xian is quite likely to clinch the top spot in this exam. Humph. Another chimed in, patting his shoulder. Brother, you've been supervising for a while now. Why utter such naive sentiments? On Lin Xian's end, after entering the forest, he did not immediately summon his legion of beasts. Instead, he stealthily called forth his auxiliary beasts, bestowing a plethora of enhancement skills upon the fire feather. Sea wing bird, ride the winds. Poison spray mushroom, apply the toxin. Bubbling flower, accelerate healing. Forecasting white owl, harness the power of the sun. A cascade of buffs enveloped the fire feather's crimson form in a radiant array of colors: purple, orange, pale green, and light blue, a dazzling spectacle. In the blink of an eye, a simple claw strike sent sprawling the canine beast that had intended to ambush him from behind. Watching the sensor on his wrist emit a notification of 3 points, Lin Xian affectionately ruffled the fire feather's head. Well done. As Lin Xian had anticipated, the examination was under constant supervision by examiners, preventing him from summoning all his contracted beasts at once to overwhelm the competition. Thankfully, he had made prior preparations by contracting a host of auxiliary beasts. Otherwise, he would indeed be in a precarious situation today. With a light chuckle, he glanced again at the sensor. The names of the top 10 candidates flashed on the screen. And in just a few seconds, the points and rankings shifted rapidly, with Lin Xian's name already falling off the leaderboard. It seemed everyone was putting in considerable effort. I cannot afford to slack off. After surveying his surroundings, Lin Xian ventured deeper into the island. This area was densely populated with beasts, perfectly suited for him to showcase his prowess. With a multitude of powerful support skills at his disposal, coupled with the inherent advantages of the fire feather, the Black Iron tier beasts on the island posed no significant resistance to Lin Xian. Even the Black Iron beasts ranked 8 or 9 were ruthlessly dispatched by him. According to the scoring rules of the examination, slaying a Black Iron tier beast awards 1 point, 2 points for a 2-tier beast, and so forth. After a morning's effort, Lin Xian had amassed a total of 168 points. Yet, even so, his name merely occupied the 10th position on the leaderboard. My speed of elimination has undoubtedly surpassed all other candidates. However, despite such efficiency, I find myself relegated to the bottom of the top 10. It seems that merely focusing on killing isn't sufficient. With a sigh, Lin Xian halted his progress. He sensed a need to rethink his strategy. Pacing thoughtfully, an idea suddenly struck him. Upon encountering another fire hound, he refrained from delivering the killing blow and directed the fire feather to restrain it with Fire Feather Whirlwind. Lin Xian then forcefully contracted the creature. Once the contract was established, the fire hound remained in place, tilting its head to observe Lin Xian, awaiting his command. Summoning it out of thin air would reveal his uniqueness, but conducting the contract in situ would not, would it? Lin Xian gazed at his successful endeavor, a smile spreading across his face. Compared to summoning, the fleeting fluctuations of spiritual energy from a contract are virtually negligible. If it weren't for the close proximity, other beast tamers would hardly perceive that Lin Xian was engaged in a contract, thus avoiding any premature exposure. After all, his beast tamer position had no upper limit. Establishing another beast legion on site was certainly not an insurmountable task. If questioned by the invigilators after the examination, providing an explanation would be effortlessly simple. Why are there so many wild beasts assisting you? I am not their creator. Perhaps they are simply intimidated by my saintly tier contract beasts, willingly bowing before me? After all, they lack any saintly tier contract beasts themselves. With a train of thought taking shape, Lin Xian swiftly sprang into action. He targeted a specific direction, capturing every wild beast encountered along the way for contracts. Moonlit Fox. Contract. Ice Spirit Horse. Contract. Another Fire Hound. Contract. 5, 10, 15. Lin Xian's legion of contracted beasts was rapidly expanding. Wiping the beads of perspiration from his brow, Lin Xian noted proudly that he had amassed 29 beasts. Capturing just one more would be nearly sufficient, wouldn't it? As he gazed at the imposing giant needlebee before him, Lin Xian rubbed his hands together. Just as he was about to instruct the Firewind Feather Beast to subdue it, an ominous sound of slicing wind erupted from behind. Startled, he instinctively rolled to the side to evade the attack. Rising to his feet, he turned to find that the ground where he had just stood had been rent apart by a massive wind blade. Had it not been for Lin Xian's quick reactions, that devastating wound would have manifested upon him. Damn it! Which blind fool dares to launch a sneak attack on me? Lin Xian seethed with anger. Pivoting to face the source of the wind blade, a group of 10 individuals approached, the leader sneering coldly. Umph. You managed to dodge quite well. But I wonder, if all 10 of us attack together, can you still evade, you worthless fool? Short and rotund, with a malicious countenance, Lin Xian was all too familiar with this figure. It was none other than the detestable Shirzotto from the contract ceremony. Chapter 27, Encirclement. So it's you. Upon seeing that repulsive face, Lin Xian felt his anger dissipate. A dog he had trampled upon attempting to bite back was only natural. Earlier, to prevent his legion of contracted beasts from scaring off the wild creatures, Lin Xian had scattered them around, disguising them as wild beasts. The moment he was attacked, he evaded while simultaneously commanding them through their mental link to converge. In mere moments, this area was encircled by at least 30 contracted beasts of at least black iron tier. They were poised and ready, awaiting Lin Xian's command. Having prepared for a decisive strike, how could Lin Xian fear this ragtag group? Mockingly, he asked Shirbongda, instead of hunting wild beasts, did you come here to deliver magic crystals because you know your grandpa Lin is short on funds? You. Shirbongda's eyes widened in fury. Although the wager at the contract ceremony was trivial, it had long left him seething with resentment. Losing 10 magic crystals so effortlessly had drastically diminished his standing in his father's eyes, ultimately resulting in all family resources being funneled to his elder brother. With his prospects dimmed, his hatred had only intensified. Now that waste of space Lin Xian dared to bring it up. The expression on Shirbongda's face grew increasingly sinister. I was originally going to give you a chance to beg for mercy, but now I've changed my mind. Brother Shir, why waste so many words with this brat? One of his companions interjected. Let's just take him down directly, eliminate his contracted beasts, and then pin him to the ground to see if he still dares to act so arrogantly. Exactly, Brother Shir, the others chimed in. Having regained his composure after hearing his companion's reminder, Shirbongda calmed down. He had indeed intended to approach this matter with aggression. But Lin Xian's words had ignited his rage, causing him to lose his rationality momentarily. Very well, he articulated, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Xian while leading his windfire bird. All of you attack. First, destroy that good fortune of his, that contracted beast. Regardless of how they planned to deal with Lin Xian afterwards, eliminating that firewind feather beast was undoubtedly a priority. A beast tamer without a contracted beast is akin to a mere mortal devoid of limbs, left vulnerable and defenseless. As Shirbongda's gaze fixated on the vibrant firewind feather beast perched on Lin Xian's shoulder, his jealousy boiled beneath the surface. Why should he, with a spiritual energy of 12, be limited to contracting only a silver-tier windfire bird? Meanwhile, this waste with a mere 8 spiritual energy, practically crippled, had managed to contract a saintly-tier firewind feather beast. Why must he suffer scorn from his father and be stripped of all resources while this waste soared to heights on the back of a saintly-tier beast? Shirbongda felt that something was fundamentally amiss in this world. He was determined to rectify this injustice. He would destroy Lin Xian, starting with the death of that firewind feather beast. Merely because of losing a wager and 10 magic crystals, he sought to obliterate Lin Xian's path as a beast tamer? How audacious! On Lin Xian's side, upon hearing Shirbongda's brazen remarks about murdering his contracted beast, his expression hardened. Shirzotto, do you not realize that maliciously killing other examinees' contracted beasts during the grand examination can lead to imprisonment? Lin Xian, what nonsense are you spouting? Shirbongda's grotesque face twisted in mockery. How could I possibly kill your contracted beast? It was clearly your poor command that led your contracted beast into the ambush of wild beasts, resulting in its demise. What does that have to do with us? There are so many witnesses here to attest to this. Am I right, everyone? Ha! Absolutely right, Brother Shir. The group behind him burst into laughter, summoning their own contracted beasts to charge at Lin Xian. Gazing at their menacing faces, Lin Xian sighed deeply, truly incorrigible. Do you think that sheer numbers grant you the license to act with impunity? Perhaps you are unaware of the value of a saintly tier contract. Allow me to enlighten you today. Lin Xian's confident demeanor, however, appeared to Shirbongda as a pathetic facade. No matter how formidable a saintly tier might be, it still required time to grow, did it not? In the brief span since the contract ceremony, how could he possibly bridge the gap to the point of facing many alone? He found it utterly unbelievable. Since you are so confident, then come. Let us see if we can reduce your precious contracted beast to mere shreds. Lin Xian, of course, had no fear of engaging them in combat. His confidence was not mere bravado. With a significant allocation of resources, coupled with the system's primary beast tamer position enhancement, his firewind feather beast had already ascended to black iron tier 6. This was double the highest tier among Shirbongda's group, which was merely black iron tier 3. Additionally, adorned with a plethora of auxiliary skills, even if another 10 wild beasts appeared, the firewind feather beast would not falter. Confronted with the onslaught of numerous contracted beasts, The Firewind Feather Beast did not retreat, but rather surged forward. Skillfully sidestepping an incoming claw strike, it retaliated with a fierce bite. Then immediately turned to engulf the incoming wind blade, transforming it into a roaring inferno that was sent back at their foes. As the remaining wild beasts advanced, the Firewind Feather Beast puffed up its cheeks, exhaling a torrent of flames accompanied by a swirling tempest, infused with ominous purple toxins, directed at the adversaries. The first target, Bonga's Windfire Bird, bore the brunt of the fiery assault, quickly losing its shape and reduced to charred remains, collapsing to the ground in a feeble state. The contract beasts of others merely suffered superficial injuries. The flames and toxins had already infiltrated their bodies, causing them to stagger back, spitting blood uncontrollably. How could this be possible? What kind of skill is this? The besieged individuals exclaimed in disbelief, particularly Bond, whose muscles spasmed in agony transmitted from his contract beast, forcing him to kneel, his earlier mockery contorting into a grimace. Impossible. In just a few days. How could your Firewind Feather Beast have mastered such a powerful skill? Thus, Lin Xian laughed arrogantly, proclaiming, "You know nothing of the qualifications of the holy tier. A mere 10 individuals dare to confront me? The Beast Legion hasn't even been deployed, and yet you all have fallen. With such meager strength. You seek to trouble me?" As Lin Xian prepared to deliver a crushing blow to the fallen, Bond suddenly produced a silver orb from his pocket and hurled it towards Lin Xian. Instinctively, Lin Xian dodged, but was still a moment too late. The orb detonated upon nearing him, enveloping Lin Xian and the Firewind Feather Beast in a cloud of silver smoke. His expression shifted as he covered his mouth and nose. "Truly, I commend you. You even resort to poisoning. Do you think this will be effective?" Despite his dismissive words, Lin Xian remained motionless, cautiously attuning to the changes in his body, yet he felt no abnormalities. Could it be a toxin with a delayed effect? He pondered, when suddenly a feeble whimper reached his ears. Ing. Turning, Lin Xian beheld the Firewind Feather with a dazed gaze, its little claws trembling weakly. On the verge of collapsing. Is this a targeted item against contract beasts? His brow furrowed deeper. Observing his hesitation, Bond wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and cackled. "Huh? Did you think you had already triumphed? This is a specially prepared ability suppression bomb. Your prideful holy tier qualified contract beast has completely lost its combat ability. How does it feel?" "Isn't it exhilarating? I brought this along as a precaution, never expecting it would actually come in handy. I admit, I underestimated you a bit, but what now? Your contract beast may handle 10 foes, but what about you? With your spindly arms and legs, how many hits can you endure? Why the silence? Are you afraid? Do not worry. Shortly, I shall attend to you properly, and then you will have no thoughts of fear." Ha! Chapter 28, Preparing to Chase Points. Bond's triumphant laughter failed to affect Lin Xian, whose focus remained solely on the Firewind Feather. Not only could it no longer utilize its skills, but its mobility was completely incapacitated. This item is rather formidable. Concerned for its safety, Lin Xian repeatedly attempted to communicate through their mental link until he finally received a response indicating it would survive. Uncertain how long this so-called ability suppression bomb would last, he realized he must seek clues from Bond. Looking up, he saw Bond still prattling on, his arrogance unabated. The expression on his face suggested he had already imagined countless scenarios where he had vanquished Lin Xian in his mind. Behind him, several lackeys stood with their own contract beasts, one retrieving healing potions for the injured creature, while others gathered around Bond, glaring at Lin Xian with malice. "Brother Bond, hurry up. I can hardly wait to crush this wretched creature." One shouted. "I didn't dare go hard on my contract beast during training. And yet this brat dares to?" Listening to their pleas made Lin Xian chuckle. A soft laugh escaped his lips, gradually escalating into hearty laughter. "What is so amusing?" Bond's expression darkened. During their earlier assault, Lin Xian had exuded confidence, resulting in his contract beast single-handedly thrashing them to near defeat. Now, his sudden laughter filled Bond with an ominous premonition. Yet, the holy tier qualified beast lay unconscious. He could not fathom how Lin Xian could possibly turn the tide. Lin Xian did not let him dwell on it for long. Wiping away the tears of laughter from his eyes, he declared, "It appears the previous lesson was insufficient, allowing you to believe you could still resist." With that, he waved his hand and, through their mental link, issued a command. "Come forth. Let our dear class leader witness what it means to overwhelm with numbers." No sooner had he spoken than multiple beasts emerged from the underbrush, branches, stones, and even the ground, surrounding Bond and his entourage. Observing their stunned expressions, Lin Xian sneered. "What now? Did you not enjoy bullying the few? Come, let us see you try again." In an instant, Bond's entire group and their contract beasts lay prostrate on the ground. Each individual assigned 3 contract beasts to oversee them. As for Bond himself, He bore a face of bruises and blood at the corners of his mouth. Finding himself pinned beneath Lin Xian, his expression remained one of disbelief. How could you command so many beasts to do your bidding? He stammered, speaking only a few words before spitting blood, yet he persevered to finish his sentence. It was evident how great his confusion was. As I have stated, you know nothing of the holy tier qualified beasts. Lin Xian examined the scoring device in Bond's hand, casually remarking, merely based on the innate pressure from my firewind feather, I can control these beasts effortlessly. Fabricating an excuse, Lin Xian shifted the topic. You all have worked tirelessly throughout the day. How is it that you have not accumulated any points? Bond stuttered, since entering the forest. We have been searching for your location and neglected to hunt any beasts, Lin Xian replied. Think carefully about what you might offer me to spare your lives. He tossed the scoring device onto the ground. Otherwise, your examination journey will end here. Killing was out of the question. Lin Xian would not even harm his contract beasts. With a promising future ahead of him, he had no need to embroil himself in trouble over a few insignificant individuals. Better to let them pay for their lives. You must be dreaming. Bond seethed. Having completely lost his father's backing, his future as a beast tamer appeared bleak. He came to take revenge on Lin Xian with a mindset of mutual destruction, and thus he would never plead for mercy. However, his subordinates did not share his sentiments and began clamoring. No, please don't. I have no points, but I have some magic cores. Will that suffice? They had followed Bond to confront Lin Xian because he promised to help them score high in this examination. Now that Bond was finished, they certainly would not follow him to ruin. With 7 days for the examination and only the first day passed, they still had ample opportunity to strive for good results. Of course, that will do. Lin Xian accepted the bag handed to him, counting the contents. 30 to 40 magic cores, not a large sum, but still a significant amount for students from ordinary families. After finishing his count, Lin Xian waved his hand, signaling the overseeing contract beasts to release him. You may leave. Thank you. Thank you. The individual, as if granted a reprieve, bowed several times before hastily departing. Following the example of their compatriot, the other lackeys followed suit, each producing all the magic cores they possessed to buy their lives. Some offered 20 or 30, while others contributed 50 or 60. Once all had fled, Lin Xian found himself with a small fortune. Observing the sudden emptiness around him, he playfully patted Bond on the head beneath him. Shizogo, will you or will you not produce the funds? I have no time to waste with you. If you cannot come up with the money, just say so, and I will assist you in summoning a beastmaster to escort you out. Sure, Bond remained silent. He neither desired to contribute nor possessed the means to do so. Observing his reaction, Lin Xian shrugged it off and crushed Sure Bond's scoring device. Soon, the silhouette of a colossal eagle appeared in the sky, gracefully descending. The beastmaster atop the eagle leaped down first. Who was calling for help? Lin Xian pointed to his intact scoring device on his wrist, proclaiming, my device is perfectly fine. Upon confirming the situation as Lin Xian had stated, the supervising beastmaster nodded in acknowledgement, without uttering a word, and led Sure Bond onto the eagle's back. Before departing, Lin Xian noticed Sure Bond glaring at him with resentment, but paid it no mind. He activated the scoring device on his wrist. During the afternoon, while others were summoning exotic beasts to establish their beastmaster legions, Lin Xian had refrained from hunting, resulting in no new points accrued, and his ranking had plummeted out of the top 10. The current leaderboard showcased a stable top 3. Xuan from the 7th Beastmaster Academy of Ling City held the first position with 312 points, while Li Qiuhe from the Shanshui High School and He Yuhing from the 1st Academy were tied for 2nd place with 278 points. The following 7 contenders had scores fluctuating between 230 and 260. Among them, Lin Xian also spotted the name of Su Mengqi from their class. Given her prestigious background, beauty, and aptitude, it was unsurprising that she had no shortage of admirers, especially with her evergreen tree-level beast. Observing the steadily increasing scores on the leaderboard, Lin Xian sighed. That group will undoubtedly split up to hunt during the night shift. To catch up with them, it seems I shall have to forego rest tonight. Gazing at the setting sun on the horizon, Lin Xian resolved to venture deeper into the island. Chapter 29, A Morning Surprise. Despite the multitude of Beastmaster examinees participating in the grand test, most were scouring the island's periphery for prey. Lin Xian traversed into the depths until midnight without encountering any other examinees. The effects of Sure Bond's ability suppression bomb faded shortly after darkness enveloped the surroundings. Accompanied by his Windfire Feather Beast, Lin Xian dispatched the 30 newly contracted beasts of his legion in groups of 3, setting off in 10 directions to hunt. Should he confront formidable foes, he would sense the danger through their mental link and rush to assist them. This effectively provided him with 10 combat squads, significantly enhancing his score-gathering efficiency. When the moon reached its zenith, Lin Xian glanced at his scoring device. His name reappeared on the leaderboard. With 326 points, he ranked 6th, surpassing Su Mingqi's 301 points by 1 position. Good grief. I've slain so many yet still only ranked 6th. Lin Xian felt agitated. He acknowledged that the wealthy heirs possessed abundant resources but did not anticipate such an outrageous disparity. Fortunately, aside from the relentless score chasers in the top 3, the scores of the subsequent contenders had remained unchanged for a while, indicating they had likely taken a break. Lin Xian was eager to continue the hunt. But upon observing his Beastmaster Legion, he noted their exhaustion after half a night's endeavor. Many of the contracted beasts were panting heavily, tongues lolling. Even he himself was beginning to feel the strain. Although a bronze-tier Beastmaster's physique was extraordinary, he was still human and could not sustain endless activity. Even with the newfound 30 exotic beasts elevating his Beastmaster rank to bronze level 5, he found it impossible. Never mind, I can't keep pushing myself, Lin Xian sighed. I can't operate in overdrive alone. I should rest a while and charge ahead tomorrow. I can expand the Legion's numbers then and easily dispatch those on the leaderboard. With this realization, Lin Xian ceased to dwell on his ranking. He sought out a concealed tree hollow, evicting the exotic beasts nesting inside. He then instructed the members of his legion to hide around the tree hollow. Once they were safely concealed, Lin Xian returned to the hollow and snuggled up with his fire feather to sleep. The following day, before dawn, Lin Xian was roused by a cacophony of shouts. Quick! Catch it! Bronze-tier exotic beasts are worth 50 points each. Hurry! Kill it, and I can surpass Xuan. If I can secure first place in this exam, all your rewards will be doubled upon your exit. Disrupted from his peaceful slumber, Lin Xian rubbed his eyes, sleepily peering out to see who was making such a racket. Parting the branches before him for a clearer view, he observed a group of 10 pursuing something. What on earth is going on? He muttered, slapping his face to shake off the drowsiness, his eyes widening in curiosity. To his surprise, he discerned a peculiar sight. At the forefront of the group was a plump little creature, adorned with 2 blades of grass atop its head, its limbs trailing long whiskers, appearing rather odd. Lin Xian had hastily reviewed the official exotic beast compendium the previous day, which bore no record of such a creature. Instinctively activating his all-knowing eye, he gleaned the following information: young ginseng. Attribute: grass. Qualification: diamond tier. Level: bronze level 1. Status: panic, fear, exhaustion. Skills: favor of fate, vital essence, form complementation. Optimal evolution path: 1. Solidifying spirit ginseng, silver tier. Ginseng fruit, gold tier. Ginseng demon, platinum tier. Celestial ginseng king, diamond tier. Ginseng immortal, holy tier. As Lin Xian studied the details, his fatigue dissipated, and he understood why a bronze-tier exotic beast was being pursued so recklessly. None of its 3 skills were offensive. However, Lin Xian's attention shifted away from that detail. He fixated on the diamond-tier qualification, taken aback. Wow, such an exotic beast exists on this examination island? A diamond qualification, and a rare healing-type beast to boot. The 3 skills of the young ginseng, aside from favor of fate, which provided inherent luck, were incredibly beneficial to others. Vital essence was an efficient, rapid healing skill, allowing the young ginseng to consume its internal life force to swiftly heal the wounds of its target. In high-intensity combat scenarios, this skill could even turn the tide of battle. As for the latter skill, form complementation, it was astonishing. Form complementation: the young ginseng sacrifices part of its limbs or organs to regenerate corresponding parts of the target's body. The simplicity of its description belied its remarkable efficacy. Organs and limbs could be restored without damage, akin to resurrecting the dead. It was vital to note that for the young ginseng, any lost limb could regenerate. This signified that if Lin Xian could contract it, he would be nearly invulnerable to death unless obliterated by a force of overwhelming power. Such a valuable asset could not be allowed to fall into the hands of those fools so easily. Lin Xian murmured to himself, immediately setting his plan into action. He carefully observed the escape trajectory of the young ginseng, then issued commands to the members of his Beastmaster Legion, signaling them to prepare for a rescue. The young ginseng, pursued by humans, was frantically fleeing for its life. It darted into a thicket, only to suddenly encounter a formidable, black iron-tiered tusked giant rabbit waving at it. Instinctively, it deemed this otherworldly creature a trustworthy ally and subconsciously fled in its direction. As anticipated, the tusked giant rabbit proved to be a reliable companion, leading it into a subterranean cave. There, it swiftly covered the entrance with soil, concealing all traces of their presence. Just as it completed this act of concealment, the group of pursuers arrived, furious at the disappearance of the ginseng. The leader, irate, shouted, "Search for it. That creature's speed is insufficient to evade us with just one corner. It must be nearby. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but find it." The ginseng, unable to comprehend human language, sensed the anger in the leader's voice and trembled in the corner of the cave, clutching its head in fear. Perhaps fate was smiling upon it, as the search party failed to discover its hiding place. After a lengthy search, the group grew impatient, and one of them asked, "Brother Xuan, we've spent nearly an hour on this bronze-tiered beast. Shall we continue searching?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Xuan. We have never encountered this creature. What if it possesses abilities like short-range teleportation or earth manipulation? Are we not wasting time? With this time, we could have hunted other beasts and scored far more than 50 points." The leader fell silent for a moment, and after a while, he collected himself and replied, his tone now devoid of anger, "Xuan, you are right. I lost my composure. Let us move on." Subsequently, a cacophony of footsteps gradually receded. They seemed to have truly departed. Sensing the danger had passed, the ginseng turned to face the tusked giant rabbit, performing a human-like bow, its small mouth opening slightly as it expressed its gratitude with soft, incoherent sounds. The tusked giant rabbit, possessing only bronze-tier qualities, could not grasp the ginseng's meaning but felt its joy and chuckled in response. Observing this, the ginseng shook its head in resignation and prepared to leave. At that moment, the previously blocked cave entrance suddenly collapsed, revealing a stranger standing at the threshold, smiling and waving at it. "Hello there, little one." Chapter 30, Overwhelming Power. Upon witnessing this scene, the little ginseng's face scrunched up in fear, its expression filled with trepidation, and it began to mutter incoherently. Translated into human language, it conveyed a sense of cunning apprehension towards the stranger. It wished to flee, but the only escape route was now obstructed by this unfamiliar human. Glancing around, despair gradually crept into its tiny, rice-sized eyes. Realizing it had reached a dead end, the ginseng ceased its struggles and slumped to the ground, weeping inconsolably. What kind of otherworldly creature is this, so human-like? The figure blocking the entrance was none other than Lin Xian. After instructing the tusked giant rabbit to assist the ginseng, he stealthily approached the vicinity. Once the pursuers departed, he swaggered over to claim his prize, only to be met with this unexpected sight. "Little one, why are you crying?" Lin Xian, having directed the Fenghuayu beast to guard the cave entrance, squatted down and gently patted the ginseng's head. "Come with me. You can go wherever you wish without the fear of being bullied. It's far better than living in perpetual dread on this desolate island, don't you think?" The ginseng, unable to comprehend, only sensed the joy in his voice and cried all the more sorrowfully. Lin Xian sighed in exasperation. "All right, since you don't believe me, I shall have to demonstrate through action." With that, his mental energy extended from his arm, intertwining with the ginseng. As expected, his alluring mental energy had the same effect on the ginseng. Once the contract was established, the ginseng's tears abruptly ceased. Its eyes, still glistening with tears, were filled with confusion, as if struggling to comprehend why it was in this situation. Upon seeing Lin Xian, it felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and instinctively leaned towards him. "Good little one," Lin Xian responded, nuzzling his face against the ginseng in return. After nurturing a bond for a while, he placed the little creature into his beast space. This being, equipped with functional skills but lacking in combat prowess, would be better preserved in the beast space, awaiting a time when its true potential could be realized. Awakening early to discover such a remarkable contract beast, Lin Xian was in high spirits. Stepping out of the cave, he surveyed the surroundings, ready to find a spot for breakfast, when he suddenly heard a disdainful snort. As expected, there really is a little thief trailing behind me for an easy score. Having learned from past encounters, Lin Xian instinctively turned at the voice, only to see a group of candidates emerging from the thicket. Judging by their appearance, they were indeed the very individuals who had pursued the ginseng. "Is it you?" Lin Xian frowned. "You didn't leave?" As soon as he spoke, realization dawned upon him. "Were you all merely trying to lure me out?" "Of course," the leader of the candidates replied with a cold demeanor. "If we hadn't done so, how could we possibly draw you out? How about it? Enjoying the 50 points for the bronze-tier beast?" Realizing he had fallen into their trap, Lin Xian felt his previously buoyant mood dampen. He instinctively retorted, "Well, a non-aggressive bronze-tier beast yielding 50 points is quite the freebie. Who wouldn't he be pleased?" "Glad to hear it," the man sneered. "Once you're sufficiently pleased, transfer all the points from your scoring device to me. That way, I might even grant you a chance to continue the exam. Are you planning to rob us simply because you have the numbers?" "What nonsense." The man feigned helplessness, raising his hands. "You are voluntarily transferring your points to me. How can you possibly claim it's robbery?" "Well then, robbing me in broad daylight while pretending to be innocent." Observing his adeptness, Lin Xian surmised that he must have engaged in such antics frequently the previous day. This realization alleviated any psychological burden in retaliating against them. From their earlier conversation, it seemed they were quite high on the leaderboard. If he acquired all their points, he could potentially ascend to the top. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian's face broke into a grin. If you desire my points, then come forth and let me witness how I willingly transfer them to you. In the central control room by the island's edge, Feng Lu, a secretary left behind by Qian Jin, the head of the local political scene, entered promptly to monitor the examination. Stifling a yawn, he inquired of the supervising Beastmaster. So, any changes on the leaderboard? The supervising Beastmaster respectfully responded. The top three remain unchanged. Xuan, Li Qiuhui, and He Yuheng, with their scores consistently leading the pack. Su Mingqi, who was originally in 7th place, surged ahead last night to claim 4th. The remaining names are familiar and anticipated, but there is one unexpected entry. Noticing the pause, Feng Lu's curiosity was piqued. What unexpected entry? The fortunate soul who contracted a Saint-tier beast, Lin Xian, is also on the leaderboard, currently in 7th place. Ah, this lad, Feng Lu responded with surprise, is indeed performing rather well. They had previously discussed this dark horse during their casual conversations. Some believe he will achieve high scores, while others remain skeptical. Feng Lu belongs to the latter group. He has always maintained that in the beast taming entrance examination, innate talent is not the most crucial factor. What truly matters are one's family background and the influential forces backing them. To secure the 7th position is indeed remarkable. Yet as Feng Lu crossed his arms and gazed absently at Lin Xian's name on the leaderboard, he recognized that climbing higher would not be a simple endeavor. The disparity in resources was enough to induce despair. He hoped fervently that Lin Xian could muster further effort to maintain his 7th ranking. With this thought in mind, Feng Lu settled into a spot and poured himself a cup of warm tea. Savoring the rich flavor, he relished a sip. Acknowledging that the tea produced in the Lushan's secret realm was indeed exquisite, he would have to procure more from that fellow later. As Feng Lu enjoyed his tea, he was abruptly startled by the alarmed exclamation of the duty beast tamer. What? This is impossible. Startled, Feng Lu sprayed his tea all over the ground. He hurried over to the duty beast tamer's side, inquiring urgently, what happened? What is going on? As soon as he asked, Feng Lu noticed the changes on the score leaderboard and quickly comprehended the reason behind the duty beast tamer's astonishment. Affiliated school, Kangwu Beast Taming High School. Name, Lin Xian. Score, 756. Ranking, 1. Lin Xian's score had surged by over 400 points to reach 756, surpassing the previous first-place holder, Xuan, who had 478 points, and claiming the top position. Simultaneously, the name of He Yuheng, who had been in 2nd place, vanished from the leaderboard. It was evident to any astute observer what this signified. Lin Xian, ranked 7th, had seized the points of the 2nd-placed He Yuheng, ascending to the current 1st position. Chapter 31. The Dark Horse prepares for takeoff. How could this be? The same thought surfaced in Feng Lu's mind. He was well acquainted with He Yuheng, the son of He Ben, a major shareholder of the Renxin Group, a genius from the Tanqing Beast Taming High School, and one of the candidates for the top spot in this examination. During the contract ceremony, he had not only utilized his family's secret techniques to contract a platinum-quality beast, but had also lavishly bribed 9 classmates who had contracted golden-quality beasts to assist him in this examination. Additionally, his family had equipped him with a plethora of combat tools permissible under the examination rules for unforeseen circumstances. With such thorough preparation, how could he have faltered against Lin Xian, this dark horse? Feng Lu was reluctant to accept this reality. Yet, the evidence was undeniable. He had to believe it. This dark horse had certainly surpassed expectations. Feng Lu murmured to himself. Although he felt somewhat humiliated, he was not angered. In fact, he felt a twinge of delight. The better Lin Xian performed, the happier he became. As a member of the leadership team in Tanqing, the emergence of such a prodigious beast tamer under his jurisdiction was indeed a testament to his accomplishments. Laughing heartily, Feng Lu took another sip of his fragrant tea. Nodding in satisfaction, this year's examination was proving to be quite intriguing. Meanwhile, within the dense forests of the Beast Island, a robust and resolute candidate was also observing the scoreboard. Upon seeing Lin Xian ranking 1st, he furrowed his brow and murmured, that audacious brat, possessing such strength? If Lin Xian were present, he would instantly recognize this individual as Xuan, who had previously invited Lin Xian to join his team at the island's edge. No wonder he dared to reject my invitation. It turns out he had something to rely on. He scoffed and chose to disregard the vexing leaderboard. Someone nearby suggested. Considering the changes on the scoreboard, he must have taken He Yuheng's points. Should we do the same and ambush him in the wild? No need. Xuan replied almost instantly. I am well aware of He Yuheng's team's strength. Even if we encounter them, we would not fare well. The fact that Lin Xian could seize points from him indicates that his contracted beast must possess some peculiar abilities. Moreover, Xuan paused and continued. That fellow is likely acting alone, moving freely. Even if we wanted to capture him, we would find it impossible. What then? Someone nearby queried. Seeing as he managed to attain 6th place all on his own, his contracted beast must be far more formidable than we anticipate. Continually hunting beasts. Closing such a considerable gap will be quite challenging, won't it? Use your wits. Xuan gestured toward his head. Since Lin Xian can take points from He Yuheng, we can certainly do the same to others. He did not delve further into the topic, instead glancing at the sun, now fully risen in the sky, and waved his hand. Let us adjust our route and continue hunting beasts. Wei Sanshan, keep watch around. If you see other candidate teams, promptly notify us. Moments earlier, on Lin Xian's side, the leader of the first high school candidates, He Yuheng, who had been smirking just moments ago, now found himself sprawled on the ground, bloodied and bruised, utterly defeated and despondent. His once handsome countenance was now marred by a grimy mixture of blood and dirt. How had the situation deteriorated so drastically? He Yuheng instinctively questioned himself. Just moments prior, he had rallied his companions, ready to seize the scoring device of the candidate before him and eliminate him from the examination. But as he summoned his contracted beast, a horde of beasts suddenly emerged from the surrounding forest, of varying levels from Black Iron Level 4 to Black Iron Level 8. Upon their arrival, they divided into several groups and began assaulting his party. Although He Yuheng's contracted beast was powerful and he possessed numerous tools, including 3 of the precious suppression bombs revered by Shirbangda, he was not overly concerned about being besieged by these beasts. He effortlessly repelled them and intended to assist his companions when the candidate they had previously cornered summoned his own contracted beast, launching a direct attack on him. That contracted beast was unexpectedly formidable, inflicting heavy injuries on his Black Iron Level 5 water beast within moments, and then delivering blows that sent him crashing to the ground. Subsequently, the contracted beast, displeased with its master, settled atop his back. In a matter of mere minutes, he found himself bewildered. Why had a horde of beasts suddenly attacked him? Why was this candidate's contracted beast so powerful? He directed his inquiries to the candidate atop his back. The response he received was, "You know nothing of the Saint-level contracted beasts." Saint-level? A sudden flash of realization struck He Yuheng. "You are Lin Xian? You didn't recognize me earlier?" Lin Xian inquired, surprised. He had thought that after Luo Han's series of maneuvers and that fellow's antics before the examination, he would have become quite renowned. "It's you." He Yuheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Beast tamers possessing Saint-level contracted beasts were exceedingly rare across the entire globe. Being defeated by such an adversary was hardly a cause for shame. He could only console himself with this thought. Lin Xian chose to ignore He Yuheng's sudden shift in expression and continued, "Not recognizing me is of little consequence. What you should now contemplate is something else." "What?" He Yuheng asked, bewildered. "Consider how to preserve your qualification for the examination." He Yuheng was taken aback, realizing that he had become a captive of Lin Xian. Glancing at the companions similarly pinned to the ground, he recognized that he had lost any chance of escape, and, resigned, asked, "What do you want?" "Excellent. I truly appreciate your willingness," Lin Xian exclaimed joyfully, giving him a pat on the shoulder. "Now, kindly transfer all your points to me." "Very well." He Yuheng, with an impassive expression, manipulated the scoreboard, astonishingly transferring all his points directly to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was taken aback. "You're so compliant." "I'm not compliant. Will you offer me a discount then?" He Yuheng pondered clearly. Having become a prisoner of circumstance, he possessed no leverage for negotiation. Given his abilities, even if he forfeited these points, there remained potential for a comeback. However, should he provoke Lin Xian, it could lead to dire consequences during the examination. He Yuheng's thoughts were lucid, leading him to a swift decision. Seeing his astuteness, Lin Xian was greatly impressed. "With such awareness, you undoubtedly have a promising future. I have high hopes for you." Despite his words, he accepted He Yuheng's points before allowing him to leave. His subordinates, however, were not as fortunate. Their points remained with He Yuheng, forcing them to use their magic cores for a chance at a do-over. He Yuheng was magnanimous, promising to reimburse them later. Observing his ascension to the top of the leaderboard, alongside a mountain of magic cores and various materials, Lin Xian felt an immense sense of joy. "Take care, and I hope our next encounter is just as pleasant." He Yuheng ignored him, silently leading his team away. While he understood the pros and cons, it did not diminish the anger brewing within him. How could he greet Lin Xian with a smile after suffering such a significant loss? Chapter 32. Since opportunities do not fall from the sky, I shall create them myself. What a splendid morning it was. Sitting atop a pile of magic cores, Lin Xian delightfully enjoyed wild fruits gathered by his beast legion for breakfast while tallying the morning's gains. He had secured the first place on the leaderboard, surpassing the second place, Xuan, by nearly 300 points and accumulating over 500 magic cores. Indeed, to amass wealth, one must reap from the bountiful. He Yuheng's subordinates were far wealthier than Shirbangda's. The quality of their spoils was incomparable. Alas, if only such opportunities could arise more frequently. He felt he could attain financial freedom. As Lin Xian munched on the wild fruit, he couldn't help but indulge in daydreams. Yet, regrettably, such chances are rare. Though his beast army was formidable, the elite contenders on the leaderboard were no slouches either. Had it not been for He Yuheng's overconfidence, easily falling into Lin Xian's trap, escaping would have been a mere whim, even if they couldn't secure victory. Speaking of He Yuheng, lost in thought, he suddenly halted his fruit consumption. Perhaps there were opportunities after all. A spark ignited in Lin Xian's mind. Opportunities that do not descend from the heavens can indeed be forged by oneself. He could easily replicate the amicable exchange he had with He Yuheng to create a favorable moment. While He Yuheng chased after the ginseng sapling, Lin Xian could entice other candidates to pursue it. The operation was simple and straightforward, requiring no complex maneuvers. Merely allowing the ginseng sapling to perform a display before the group of candidates would suffice. Such a powerful skill, whether obtained through secret methods or simply from the magic cores dropped after defeating a beast, was invaluable. Furthermore, the points from a bronze-tier beast were not insignificant. Aspiring teams could very well emulate He Yuheng's pursuit. With such temptation, he doubted they would resist. The thought of those candidates falling for his ploy made Lin Xian chuckle heartily. Without hesitation, he set his plan into motion. On the second day of the examination, he ceased hunting beasts himself and did not expand his army. 30 beasts were more than sufficient to crush any small team. Further additions would yield diminishing returns and risk exposing his fabrications. Overall, such actions would bring more disadvantages than benefits, and Lin Xian deemed it unnecessary. He refrained from venturing deep into the island, casually progressing in a chosen direction, inquiring about the whereabouts of teams on the leaderboard to swiftly locate his targets. Lin Xian had no intention of preying on those struggling candidates without subordinates, as he would gain little while incurring psychological burdens, an endeavor fraught with losses. If he were to rob, it must be from the affluent. Regrettably, after wandering for an entire morning, he encountered no one who could provide useful information. Quite absurd. Lin Xian fed a daily supplement of flame spirit flower to the small fire feather perched on his shoulder, squinting at the blazing sun above. It's already midday. Why haven't I found those individuals yet? Is there something wrong with my approach? He had overlooked a crucial detail. The paths traversed by those hunting teams would leave no beasts behind, rendering any points unattainable. Stragglers would not gravitate towards their ranks, instead seeking secluded corners to hunt beasts and earn points for better results. What if I send out a few contracted beasts to locate people? Lin Xian contemplated. Suddenly, a strange man's voice drifted from ahead. Everyone hold on, just a bit faster. If we maintain this efficiency, Meng Qi will have a chance to surpass the formidable Li Qiuhe from Shanshui Academy. Securing a top 3 finish means more magic crystals and cores for everyone. Instinctively, Lin Xian concealed himself behind a tree, ensuring no threats lurked nearby before cautiously peering out. He saw a team composed entirely of girls rapidly approaching his direction. Clad in the familiar attire of Kangwu Academy, the leader was none other than Su Mengqi, who had made an inexplicable declaration to surpass him the previous morning. How fortuitous. Lin Xian murmured softly. Just when he was troubled about where to find candidates, they had come knocking at his door. Prepare to strike. Prepare to strike. What? You say Su Mengqi is a girl? She is Lin Xian's classmate. Lin Xian retorted, what are you talking about? Before me stands a grand experience pack. There are no female classmates here. Letting them go was out of the question. It was simply impossible. With no thoughts of women clouding his mind, he drew his sword with divine purpose. Lin Xian was acutely aware of how to grow stronger. He commanded his beast legion to assume a concealed position and set up a pocket formation. Then, he stealthily released the ginseng sapling and summoned the fierce-toothed giant rabbit that he had previously saved. They had worked in tandem before, so their collaboration this time should pose no significant issues. Meanwhile, in Su Mengqi's team, Sheng Fenglin, after directing the team's movements, approached Su Mengqi to curry favor. Mengqi, at this rate, we should surpass Li Qiuhe by evening, securing a top 3 finish. I'm sure Uncle Su will be thrilled for you. To this, Su Mengqi merely nodded, not engaging further. She was generally reticent, and her earlier challenge to Lin Xian had been a rare departure from her usual silence. In Lin City, the Sheng and Su families were well acquainted, and Sheng Fenglin had grown up alongside Su Mengqi, so he was well versed in her nature. Noticing her silence, he continued to chat casually. By the way, that Lin Xian is quite impressive, managing to turn He Yuheng's arrogance against him. Speaking of which, he's also from Kangwu. Do you know him, Mengqi? Su Mengqi nodded and remarked, classmates capable of contracting beasts of the Saint tier are undoubtedly formidable. Is that so? Sheng Fenglin pondered, his brow furrowing in private contemplation. He had never witnessed Su Mengqi extol anyone in such a manner. Was this so-called classmate truly deserving of her admiration? A peculiar unease stirred within Sheng Fenglin, prompting him to instinctively belittle Lin Xian further. In that light, they don't seem particularly impressive. A Saint-tier contracted beast, who knows what strange abilities it possesses. After speaking, he glanced at Su Mengqi, hoping for her agreement, only to find her silently shaking her head, seemingly refuting something. Sheng Fenglin's agitation deepened. He yearned to provide some justification, but Su Mengqi's expression suddenly shifted, becoming solemn as she gestured for the others behind her to halt their advance. Observing her reaction, Sheng Fenglin abandoned his previous line of questioning and asked gravely, "What is it? Is there something amiss?" Su Mengqi replied indifferently. Following her gaze, the group beheld a cluster of trees swaying inexplicably. Instinctive wariness ensued. Moments later, two beasts leapt from the thicket, one, a bronze-tier plant type, and the other, a black iron-tier fighter type. The black iron-tier beast, a massive fawn rabbit, bore injuries. Its left front paw bloodied, evidently having lost a claw. Upon this realization, the group collectively relaxed. What a fuss over merely two beasts. Sheng Fenglin exhaled in relief, then recalled the scoring rules for bronze-tier beasts. While they remain unaware of our presence, let us swiftly approach and eliminate them. A single bronze-tier beast is worth 50 points. We could accomplish the majority of our afternoon task in one go. Before Su Mengqi could respond, the chubby bronze-tier beast suddenly emanated waves of plant energy. Frowning, it detached a branch resembling an arm and fed it to the fawn rabbit beside it. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Flesh buds erupted from the rabbit's severed paw, rapidly forming a new gray paw before their eyes. Chapter 33, Unforeseen. How is this possible? Sheng Fenglin was utterly astonished, staring blankly, his lips unconsciously murmuring this phrase. Not only he, but the other members of Su Mengqi's team were equally entranced by the sight of the rotund bronze-tier beast. Only Su Mengqi remained unfazed, her brow furrowed. Ignoring the reactions of those around her, the rotund plant beast healed the fawn rabbit's injury, and the two little creatures prepared to rise, seemingly ready to depart. Finally snapping back to reality, Sheng Fenglin urgently urged Su Mengqi, "Quick, Mengqi, we must seize it immediately, at any cost." Unmoved, Su Mengqi remained silent, her fingers stroking her chin in contemplation. Her calmness only heightened Sheng Fenglin's impatience. "Mengqi, what are you hesitating for? You saw that scene, right? That was a skill capable of regenerating severed limbs. Invaluable. We absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away. Your evergreen tree is also a plant type. It could easily consume its magic core and learn this skill. Such a splendid opportunity lies before us. What is there to deliberate?" After his fervent appeal, Su Mengqi's expression shifted slightly, revealing a change in her contemplative demeanor. He sighed in relief, preparing to act, when unexpectedly, Su Mengqi issued a surprising command. "No. Turn around and change direction." "Why?" Sheng Fenglin questioned, bewildered. "Something feels off. There's an issue," was her succinct reply. In truth, the behavior of the two beasts appeared entirely normal, and she had not noticed anything amiss. Yet, her instincts warned her against proceeding. Her intuition had always proven accurate. However, such instincts held little persuasive power over others. Thus, she offered no further explanation, issuing her command instead. Sheng Fenglin, feeling utterly perplexed, was on the verge of frustration. He intended to voice his thoughts, but Su Mengqi had already taken the lead, walking in another direction. Reluctantly, he glanced back at the two beasts about to disappear into the thicket, his mind wavering before finally resolving to act. "Mengqi, you all go ahead. I'll go help you capture that beast." With that declaration, he boldly dashed off in the opposite direction of Su Mengqi and her group. On Lin Xian's end, witnessing the two little creatures nearing the conclusion of their act, while Su Mengqi's team remained stationary, even preparing to depart, he felt a wave of agitation. What is this woman thinking? I recall her contracted beast is also of the plant type. Why isn't she moved? Prior to the examination, Lin Xian had seen Su Mengqi's contracted beast, a platinum-tier evergreen tree, which should have made her the most susceptible among the top 10 rankings. Could it be that those two little ones were simply lacking in acting prowess? That shouldn't be. They appeared quite convincing. Lin Xian was puzzled. Just as he prepared to turn and lure other candidates, he noticed someone from Su Mengqi's team breaking ranks to chase after the ginseng juvenile. He could vaguely hear the words, "I'll go help you capture that beast." Observing this scene, Lin Xian's interest peaked. Finally, someone could not resist temptation. Watching the individual cautiously approach the ginseng juvenile, recalling the earlier phrase he shouted, Lin Xian formulated a bold hypothesis. This fellow must be Su Mengqi's devoted admirer. Reflecting on Su Mengqi's captivating beauty and figure, he felt increasingly convinced of this possibility. The bait failed to attract the intended prey, but instead caught a devoted admirer. Lin Xian chuckled, shaking his head. "Well, let us see if this admirer can surprise me." With that thought, he stood up and made his way towards the ginseng juvenile. Upon arrival, he saw the admirer stealthily approaching the bush with his contracted beast. Lin Xian instinctively activated his all-knowing eye, discovering that this individual possessed a golden tier contracted beast as well. He was quite taken aback. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Who would dare to court Su Mingqi without some degree of capability? That fellow Sherbanda was always speaking of Su Mingqi, yet he had never mustered the courage to approach her. Why? He was both unattractive and inept. The meager wealth he possessed paled in comparison to Su Mingqi's family background. Under such circumstances, how could he dare? Shaking off the distracting thoughts, Lin Xian observed the ginseng juvenile and Fong rabbit, under his command, struggling to feign ignorance of the approaching admirer. He no longer hesitated, stepping out from his hiding place. His sudden movement startled Shengfeng Lin. You? Who are you? Me? Lin Xian feigned anger. You conspire against the beasts under my command. And you dare ask who I am? Shengfeng Lin was confused. What do you mean, your beasts? Those two. Lin Xian pointed at the two little creatures feigning innocence, shouting imperiously, look, you've even injured them so severely. If you don't provide an explanation today, don't think you can leave. Understanding dawned upon Shengfeng Lin, followed by amusement. It seemed that the two beasts' sudden appearance indeed held some significance. This individual before him was attempting to extort him with an absurd trap. However, did this fellow lose his mind? How dare he attempt to extort him? An explanation? What sort of explanation do you desire? In a rather casual manner. The request was made for a mere 200 or 300 points, suggesting that this matter could be brushed aside. Is that truly sufficient? One might ponder. Observing the man's smug smile, Shengfeng Lin couldn't help but join in laughter. And what of my blazing fire tiger? With that, he summoned a tiger. Its back ablaze with flames, charging toward Lin Xian. What? You intend to compensate me with your contracted beast as well? Lin Xian feigned ignorance of his intentions and commanded the wind-fire feather beast perched on his shoulder to engage. In that case, I shall graciously comply. Witnessing his naivety, Shengfeng Lin's heart harbored a cold mirth. What a naive boy. No wonder he dared to embark on this robbery without any preparation. He remained motionless, anticipating the blazing fire tiger to swiftly dispatch the diminutive winged contracted beast, bringing the boy to his knees in supplication. However, the ensuing spectacle left him utterly astounded. His golden quality, black iron level 4 blazing fire tiger was bested in mere moments by the seemingly inconsequential contracted beast, reduced to a pitiful state beneath its feet, unable to mount any resistance whatsoever. This is impossible. Shengfeng Lin shrieked in disbelief. Unfazed, Lin Xian commanded the small fire feather to unleash a fire feather whirlwind, ensnaring the ailing tiger, and with a cheerful nod, declared, I have received my additional compensation. Now, kindly transfer the points to me. Observing Shengfeng Lin's continued stupor, Lin Xian's irritation grew. Hey, you wouldn't dare to default on your debt, would you? As he approached to take the scoring device from his hands, Shengfeng Lin finally regained his senses, exclaiming in terror, Don't come any closer. Hey, weren't you the one who said you'd transfer the points to me? With a swift gesture, Lin Xian pinned the retreating sycophant to the ground, gripping his hair to face him, laughing maniacally. Why the sudden change of heart? You, let me go? Shengfeng Lin pounded on Lin Xian in distress. I can't breathe. He attempted to resist, but alas, as a black iron level 4. His feeble strikes barely affected the bronze level 5 Lin Xian. Ignoring his struggles, Lin Xian crouched down, stating, if you wish for me to release you. It's simple. Hurry up and transfer the points. Despite his agony, Shengfeng Lin stubbornly retorted, Humph, even if I refuse to transfer, do you dare to kill me? Of course not, Lin Xian shrugged. As a law-abiding student, all I can do is help you call for aid and cancel your exam eligibility. However, he leaned closer to Shengfeng Lin's ear, whispering, without exam eligibility, how do you think your goddess, Su Mingqi, would perceive you? Wouldn't she consider you a failure? In which case, what chance would you have to be near her? You. Shengfeng Lin's struggles abruptly ceased, his heart filled with uncertainty. How do you know about Mingqi? He began to explain his long-standing bond with Su Mingqi, but suddenly recalled her earlier remarks about Lin Xian. He fell silent, seemingly grasping the scenario Lin Xian had painted. The arrogance drained from him, his head drooping as he muttered, I don't have any points. His voice was barely audible, prompting Lin Xian to inquire, what did you say? I have no points. All our team's points are with Mingqi. What? Damn it. Lin Xian cursed, you sycophant. You're insufferable. He instinctively slapped Shengfeng Lin on the head. Surely you have some magic cores or combat items with you. Hurry up, bring them forth. Lin Xian was quite displeased, contemplating other forms of compensation from this pathetic sycophant. Oh, all right. Shengfeng Lin, resembling a chastised spouse, complied with Lin Xian's directive, opening the empty crystal bracelet on his wrist to retrieve its contents. Just then, a voice echoed from behind them. Let him go. Startled, Lin Xian leaped to his feet, instinctively placing himself in front of the sycophant. The sudden appearance of the newcomer elicited vastly different reactions from the two. Lin Xian was astonished, while Sheng Fenglin felt a surge of joy. Su Mingqi, didn't you leave? Mingqi, have you come to rescue me? Indeed, the one who had appeared was Su Mingqi, accompanied by her team. When Sheng Fenglin had distanced himself from the group, she had not departed immediately. Instead, she had waited, having Sheng Fenglin scout ahead, before bringing her team in this direction. Upon nearing, she had witnessed Lin Xian robbing Sheng Fenglin and could not simply stand by. Facing their inquiries, Su Mingqi offered no explanation, merely repeating, "Let him go." Lin Xian, unfazed by her return, replied, "I'll release him, but you must settle his debt of points." Unaware of the nature of their financial entanglement, Su Mingqi turned to Sheng Fenglin, awaiting his clarification. "Mingqi, don't listen to his nonsense. With you here," Sheng Fenglin's bravado returned, "I don't owe him anything. He is extorting me." Those two suddenly appearing beasts were traps he set. "Hey, you little brat." Lin Xian slapped him again. "Weren't you supposed to cover the medical expenses for the beasts? Now you deny it." After listening to both parties, Su Mingqi grasped the situation. Knowing Lin Xian had contracted the wind-fire feather beast, she dismissed the notion of medical compensation as absurd. "Let Sheng Fenglin go. I will cover that debt." Before Lin Xian could respond, Sheng Fenglin interjected urgently, "Mingqi, don't listen to him. He wouldn't dare harm me. I can just withdraw. Don't let him succeed." "Oh." Lin Xian feigned surprise. "Very well. You agreed to 300 points, so hurry up and transfer them." Su Mingqi shook her head, disregarding his exorbitant demand. 50 points. "What? Are you jesting?" Just as Lin Xian was about to erupt, Su Mingqi interjected with, "I will also provide you with information about the whereabouts of others on the leaderboard." He was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? Although I'm not sure how you've managed to do it, you must be stealing points from the leaderboard candidates, right? This information should aid you." In essence, she implied that while the points were unattainable, the intel was his to grasp. "Damn it, you saw through me already?" Lin Xian's heart simmered with resentment. It was clear she had kept her distance, likely anticipating his covert strategies. However, a cold smile crept onto Lin Xian's face as he summoned the beast army to encircle them. "No matter how clever you may be, you never anticipated I possessed the beast army." As the encirclement was completed, Lin Xian shouted, "My minions! Charge! Capture them!" In a mere 10 minutes, Lin Xian found himself once again seated upon a human cushion during the examination. Unlike the previous occasions, this time the human cushion was not the usual team leader, Su Mingqi, but rather the sycophant, Sheng Fenglin. At that moment, Sheng Fenglin had reverted to the despondent state he had donned before Su Mingqi's arrival, utterly oblivious to the words of those surrounding him. Meanwhile, Su Mingqi maintained her icy demeanor, exhibiting no emotional fluctuations despite being reduced to a captive. She paid no mind to the contracted beast, a green tree, languishing from the flames, but surveyed the array of exotic beasts guarding her entourage, inquiring, "What is the situation here? So many exotic beasts obey your command. Is this the capability of your sacred grade contracted beast?" However, I distinctly recall that the wind and fire feather beast is a dual element creature, embodying both wind and fire. Do these two elemental categories also possess alluring capabilities? Since encountering Lin Xian, Su Mingqi's desire for conversation has been steadily increasing, culminating in her posing such an extensive query all at once. Observing her inquisitive nature, Lin Xian was more than willing to indulge her curiosity. Indeed, a sacred grade beast inherently possesses skills that exude an aura of authority. Is that so surprising? Not at all. Su Mingqi nodded in agreement with Lin Xian's assertion. He chose not to pursue the topic further and instead remarked, "Excellent. I have received all 414 points. Since you are so forthright, I shall waive the ransom for your subordinates, so feel free to take them with you." Indeed, moments ago, Su Mingqi had transferred her entire points tally to Lin Xian. The previously resolute stance against any compromise had evaporated into thin air. He Yuhong, too, seemed to embody the traits of scions from influential families, adeptly weighing advantages and disadvantages, willingly relinquishing pride in unfavorable situations, and completely avoiding feudal struggles. This left Lin Xian feeling somewhat displeased. They were denying him even the chance to retaliate. However, it was precisely for this reason that he was spared the need for excessive verbal negotiation, efficiently achieving his goals. "Oh, it seems there are both advantages and disadvantages to this situation," Lin Xian sighed. Raising his head, he realized that Su Mingqi and her companions had not yet departed. Why are you still here? Do you still desire information regarding the whereabouts of other examinees on the leaderboard? You are willing to share?" Lin Xian questioned, astonished. "Of course," Su Mingqi affirmed, signaling for someone nearby to produce an examination map, upon which she had made numerous annotations. "This marks the locations where we last encountered them. She handed the map to Lin Xian before turning to leave with her entourage. After they had walked some distance, Sheng Fenglin regained his composure. Reflecting on the series of events that had just transpired, and with a hint of indignation, he remarked, Mengqi, while it may be a matter of skill that you lost points, why did you voluntarily provide him with information? Isn't that merely benefiting him? Hearing this, Su Mingqi halted, gazing at him thoughtfully for a moment before shaking her head in silence and resuming her stride. Hey, Mengqi. Noticing her demeanor, Sheng Fenglin reached out to stop her. While another girl in the group, unable to bear the situation, retorted angrily, isn't it because you foolishly walked into a trap that Mengqi ended up losing points? If Mengqi hadn't relayed their information to Lin Xian, allowing them to suffer some losses, do you think we would still have a chance to break into the top 10? Do you expect it to be accomplished by you fool? After being berated in such a manner, Sheng Fenglin stood frozen, his expression vacant. It wasn't due to a sudden realization of his responsibility, but rather a dawning comprehension. What did you say? That person is Lin Xian? Chapter 35, Arrogance and Foolishness. Beneath the scorching afternoon sun, Lin Xian, having received information from Su Mingqi, did not hasten to depart, but instead squatted in the shade of a tree, voraciously devouring juicy fruit. Following his amicable exchange with Su Mingqi, his points had surged once more, reaching a remarkable total of 1170. He stood unchallenged at the top of the leaderboard, leaving Xuan, in second place, in the dust. Not to mention the other contenders. Even if he were to languish for a day or two, his position would remain unaltered. Lin Xian had no desire to move, waiting instead for other examinees to amass points. With his current overwhelming martial prowess among the candidates, the scene could be likened to a neighbor hoarding grain while he stockpiled weapons. Should his points dwindle, he could simply raid another team. However, after lounging in the shade for a while, Lin Xian suddenly recognized an issue. From the moment he had seized points from He Yuheng, Su Mingqi had already grasped his intentions upon their next encounter. Even the most obtuse of the examinees would surely notice Lin Xian's skyrocketing points. Realizing that this examination was unlike any other, they would undoubtedly be wary of him. No, he could not afford to be complacent. He must swiftly capitalize on their insufficient preparations to harvest another wave of points. Resolving this, he promptly stood up, retrieved the map, confirmed his location, and set off toward the nearest target. Lin Xian's intuition proved correct. On the far side of the island, in a valley ablaze with azure flames, Xuan had already initiated his actions. Xuan, how dare you? Did we not agree prior to the examination that our families would delineate our territories? How could you act in such a manner? How will you explain this to your father? Explain? Wei Shan, it seems you have misunderstood something, Xuan retorted, a disdainful smile gracing his resolute features. If I failed to secure first place, my father would be the one demanding an explanation. As for your Wei family, he left the statement unfinished, but the implication was unmistakable. Enraged and humiliated, Wei Shan felt a surge of blood nearly rise in his throat. This infernal Xuan was as unscrupulous as his father, Zhou Yanchang. Xuan paid no heed to the infuriated Wei Shan, glancing at the scoring device on his wrist, eager to relish the sensation of reclaiming the number one position. Yet, upon merely casting a glance, his smile gradually faded. Lin Xian, 1170 points, rank 1. Xuan, 784 points, rank 2. While he was robbing Wei Shan, Lin Xian's points had inexplicably surged once more. Xuan, infuriated, nearly hurled the scoring device to the ground. That wretched scoundrel. It seemed that Su Mingqi had meticulously annotated the map, as if she were eager for Lin Xian to confront the other examinees. Within her notes, she meticulously recorded the contracted creatures of each individual, their current levels, the items they possessed, and even the composition of their teams. For instance, Lin Xian's intended target, currently ranked 8th, was a contestant named Jiang Jingwei, who had contracted a platinum-grade pale terror eagle. While his innate strength was mediocre, he was fortunate to hail from the illustrious Kaishan logistics of Lin City. His father, Jiang Kaishan, held great affection for his son, equipping him with an array of formidable items, including but not limited to ability suppression bombs, magic crystal barriers, and invisibility smoke bombs. If Lin Xian wished to take action against this target, it would be wise to conduct a surprise attack. What use were all those items if they remained unutilized? Moreover, Su Mingqi had specifically noted the 4 words arrogance and foolishness in her dossier about him. If this were indeed the case, he would likely be the easiest contender among the top 10 to deal with wealth and power at his disposal. Yet possessing an arrogant and foolish disposition, Lin Xian tapped his fingers against his temple, murmuring, I believe I can scent an opportunity for a flamboyant display of triumph. With this thought, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Yet, despite his exhilaration, Lin Xian now faced a new dilemma. He lifted his gaze to the towering mountain blocking his path, and then glanced at the map in his hand. The map indicated this very location. yet there was no sign of anyone. Comparing his surroundings to the map, Lin Xian was certain he had not lost his way, nor had he reversed the map. Was it possible that the person named Jiang had already departed? He began to speculate, commanding his beast army to scour the area, and indeed, they soon discovered a multitude of disordered footprints. After an arduous pursuit, I finally arrived at the destination marked by the trail of footprints, a vast cavern. Gazing into the abyss of darkness within, Lin Xian instinctively halted his advance, a sense of unease washing over him. The unmistakable signs of reptilian activity and the inexplicable transparent slime adorning the walls elicited an ominous feeling. Was it wise to venture into such a place? It was no wonder that Su Mingqi had labeled him as brash and brainless. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xian stowed away the map and ventured inside. As a man of considerable wealth and naivety, he was reluctant to relinquish this opportunity easily. A slight risk seemed a trivial matter. Furthermore, with his current prowess, he was not overly apprehensive about unforeseen dangers. With a multitude of contracted beasts at his side, he felt confident in their ability to respond promptly to any threats. Within the cavern, there was but a single path, devoid of any hiding spots. The legion of contracted beasts accompanying Lin Xian could only surround him, making their presence remarkably conspicuous. Such a scenario rendered the idea of traps utterly implausible. Lin Xian felt a twinge of frustration as he pondered how to deal with Jiang Jingwei and his cohorts, when suddenly, a resounding roar pierced the air. Roar. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Xian felt a rush of excitement. Oh, is it here? He murmured to himself, hastening with his contracted beasts towards the corner from whence the roar emanated. On the other side of the corner, countless stalagmites jutted from the ground and ceiling, sharp and menacing, creating an undeniably perilous scene. In the midst of this forest of stone, a vast clearing revealed a group of 10 individuals commanding their contracted beasts in an attempt to encircle a colossal gray python. While they were attempting to surround the beast, it was evident that their contracted beasts were incapable of inflicting any real damage, and with a mere swipe, the python sent them into disarray. Only one muscular man, hurling peculiar devices, managed to inflict minor harm upon the creature. The roar from earlier had indeed originated from this confrontation. This must be Jiang Jingwei and his crew. The abundance of equipment and the man's brawny physique aligned perfectly with Su Mingqi's description, allowing Lin Xian to identify him at a glance. Noticing their determination to persist in battle, Lin Xian stealthily approached with his legion, eavesdropping on their conversation. Jingwei, let us retreat. If we keep this up, our contracted beasts won't survive, one of his companions urged. Indeed, our combat strength barely scratches the surface. Another chimed in. Silence. Jiang Jingwei bellowed. Did you not see that my blood-explosive device just wounded it? If you can hold on a little longer while I unleash a few more, this foul serpent will soon succumb. But, stop your whining. Forward now. This is a level 10 bronze beast. It's worth 300 points. If we capture it, my rank will surely rise 3 or 4 places. I'll heal your injured contracted beasts, and for those that perish, my company will find you new ones. I'll even compensate you with a few million. In short, I will double any losses. Chapter 36, The Whirlpool. An ancient adage states that great rewards will yield brave men. Indeed, after hearing Jiang Jingwei's assurances, the apprehension on his teammates' faces began to dissipate as they rallied to assist him in hunting the gray python. Meanwhile, Lin Xian listened with a mixture of skepticism. A level 10 bronze beast? Is that true? He instinctively activated his all-knowing eye, cave python. Attribute, earth. Quality, bronze. Rank, level 10 bronze. Status, angry, injured. Skills, tail sweep, scale shot. It was indeed true. Lin Xian's mouth fell slightly agape. Such a creature existed on this island? He found it difficult to comprehend. Although he had encountered a bronze-tier juvenile ginseng beast before, it was only of the first level. It was well known that the power of exotic beasts grew exponentially with their rank. A level 10 bronze beast was over 50 times stronger than a level 1 bronze beast. Were the invigilators not concerned about students encountering such dangers on the island? Suddenly, Lin Xian realized something. The scoring rules explicitly stated the point value for level 10 bronze beasts. Were they encouraging candidates to hunt such formidable creatures? Or was it a method to cull the oblivious? Speculation brewed in his mind, yet he had no means to confirm it. He redirected his focus to the battle unfolding before him. At this moment, 2 contracted beasts from Jiang Jingwei's team had already perished, and 4 more lay grievously injured. Wailing in agony, the few that remained capable of movement were also severely wounded, displaying signs of retreat. Even Jiang Jingwei's stately white terror eagle had become akin to a grounded chicken due to its damaged wings. Damn, is this wretched snake made of armor? Why is its hide so tough? Jiang Jingwei seethed, his frustration palpable. He had exhausted his supply of blood-explosive devices, yet the python, though bloodied, remained spry and ferocious, having already slain 2 of his teammates' contracted beasts. If not for the ineffectiveness of the suppression bombs against this level 10 beast, he would have vanquished it long ago. Should he concede defeat? The thought flickered through his mind, but he shook his head vehemently. No, the losses have been too great. If we fail to capture it, those contracted beasts will have died in vain. He was about to command a final assault when his teammates interjected. Jingwei, it's truly futile. If we continue, we may provoke the scoring mechanism's protective measures. At that point, losing these 300 points will be the least of our worries. We could even lose our eligibility to take the exam altogether. Initially determined to fight despite the losses, Jiang Jingwei hesitated upon hearing his companion's words. Indeed, if he failed to secure these points, there would always be other opportunities. But to lose his eligibility for the exam, remembering his father's stern orders before the examination, sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly shouted, "You're right. Retreat. Everyone, gather around me. Prepare to withdraw." Upon hearing this command, his teammates collectively exhaled in relief, hastily converging towards him. Once they were assembled, Jiang Jingwei swiftly produced several smoke bombs from his pocket, hurling them to the ground. A cloud of purple smoke erupted, and when it dissipated, Jiang Jingwei and his group had vanished without a trace, leaving only the furious roars of the cave python in their wake. Realizing the danger yet knowing to flee, they were not as foolish as Su Mengqi had suggested. Observing Jiang Jingwei's hasty retreat, Lin Xian murmured to himself, choosing not to pursue. The so-called invisibility smoke bombs worked remarkably well. He could not discern where Jiang Jingwei and his team had escaped. Moreover, within the all-knowing eye, the status of the cave python had changed. Status: angry, severely injured, near death. After the barrage of blood explosive devices, the cave python had nearly exhausted its fighting capability. Had Jiang Jingwei held out just a little longer, they might have witnessed the beast showing signs of fatigue, thus successfully claiming the 300 points. Regrettably, he faltered at a critical moment. Thus, Lin Xian had no choice but to graciously accept the 300 points. Rather than pursuing Jiang Jingwei with uncertainty, seizing this easily obtainable cave python was indeed a delightful prospect. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian commenced his actions. He refrained from deploying his entire beast legion, instead commanding only the Windfire Feather Beast to advance alone. The reasoning was straightforward. Against a formidable, large creature like the cave python, his legion, which was abundant in numbers but lacking in quality, would prove ineffective and only result in unnecessary casualties. In contrast, the Windfire Feather Beast possessed the powerful long-range skill, Flamestorm. It could strike the cave python from a safe distance, inflicting damage while evading any potential counterattacks. The situation unfolded precisely as Lin Xian had anticipated. The flames, accompanied by howling winds, surged forth, and within moments of enduring several flamestorm strikes, the life of the cave python drew to a close. In its final moments, the serpent raised its head towards the heavens, opening its massive maw to emit a roar of defiance. Simultaneously, its scales began to shed, shooting outwards in all directions. Fortunately, the Windfire Feather Beast, being small in stature and possessing the agility of a sacred-grade beast, easily evaded the remnants of the cave python's death throes. The scales that were propelled outward struck the surrounding stalagmites, shattering them into fragments. In an instant, debris flew, and dust rose, causing Lin Xian to cough. After a considerable wait, once the dust settled enough to clear his vision, Lin Xian emerged from his hiding spot and approached the massive serpent, now a lifeless corpse. He extracted the magic core and the valuable snake gall from its body, ensuring nothing went to waste. The meat of a level 10 bronze extraordinary beast was a substantial supplement for both humans and extraordinary beasts alike. He called upon his beast legion to feast, encouraging them to consume as much as they desired, serving as a reward for their recent labors. Feeling the weight of the enormous snake gall and witnessing the score counter rise to 1470 points, Lin Xian could no longer contain his exuberance, bursting into triumphant laughter. "What a magnificent gift upon our first meeting, Brother Jingwei. I almost feel guilty about taking advantage of you," he mused, his filled acknowledging Jiang Jingwei's apparent aptitude for inheriting the family business. With his spirits lifted, Lin Xian began to search the vicinity. Observing the layout of the cave, it appeared to be the lair of the cave python. With thorough investigation, he might uncover leftover magic cores or some materials associated with extraordinary beasts. Such findings would be quite lucrative. Although Lin Xian had earned a considerable sum over the past few days, he was not one to indulge in extravagance. Here we go. After a thorough search, Lin Xian indeed located the cave python's nest amidst a pile of beast bones. While he found no leftover magic cores, he did discover a large quantity of shadow snake grass, a material of black iron grade that only grows near the nests of bronze-grade snake-type extraordinary beasts, which is invaluable for nurturing snake-type extraordinary beasts. Even though Lin Xian did not possess any snake-type beasts, selling it would yield a handsome profit. I am a gatherer of herbs, a proficient gatherer. What is this? While humming a tune and harvesting the shadow snake grass, Lin Xian suddenly stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. It was a vortex that appeared out of nowhere, radiating a soft white glow, continuously spinning and drawing in various points of light from its surroundings, resembling a miniature interdimensional portal. Chapter 37. The Sanctuary of the Sea Witch. Indeed, no matter how Lin Xian perceived it, this object bore a striking resemblance to the portal he had encountered just the previous morning, albeit on a much smaller scale. Hiss. A portal? Where does it lead? Earth, perhaps? Lin Xian pondered, feeling uncertain. After a brief contemplation, he decided to send one of his contracted beasts to explore it. After careful selection, he chose a water reverse turtle, known for its defensive capabilities. Given the exploratory nature of the task, it was prudent to dispatch a resilient creature. At Lin Xian's command, the deep blue, dark-shelled water reverse turtle reluctantly descended from the corpse of the cave python and clumsily began to execute its mission. As he watched it enter the white vortex, Lin Xian immersed his consciousness into his mind, attentively perceiving the messages it relayed through their mental link. After a considerable wait, the water reverse turtle exhibited no unusual reactions, even transmitting a sense of comfort through the link. It was akin to the warmth of returning home, reminiscent of a weary bird returning to its nest or a tired tiger retreating into the mountains. That's odd, Lin Xian mused. But such a reaction seemed to imply no immediate danger, so he decided to investigate further. Upon entering, he immediately sensed something amiss. Before he could react, the briny sea water enveloped his mouth and nose, causing him to sputter. Cough, ugh. Startled, he quickly held his breath. Once he calmed down, Lin Xian realized he was submerged in the deep sea. Is this the deep sea of Earth? Lin Xian was astounded, instinctively parting his lips and tasting the salty ocean water before coming to his senses. He hastily instructed the water reverse turtle to cast an underwater breathing skill on himself and the windfire feather beast perched on his shoulder, which was covering its mouth and blowing bubbles. Once the spell was complete, Lin Xian steadied himself and looked around, only to realize he had misjudged the situation. Not far ahead, a vast expanse of peculiar structures emanating a blue luminescence came into view. The architectural style was undoubtedly not of human origin. This implied that he might still be in another realm. Lin Xian was bewildered. Instinctively, he began to swim towards the strange buildings, eager to explore. However, after swimming a short distance, he halted. He felt that such impulsive exploration was recklessly unwise. After some contemplation, he summoned the remnant soul of the ancient food rock god, known as Ergo. This place did not resemble the extraordinary beast island where the examination was held, and summoning other contracted beasts seemed relatively safe. As a remnant soul of a divine-grade extraordinary beast from another realm, Ergo was likely well-versed in various situations of the otherworldly, potentially providing him with insights. Being a ghost-type extraordinary beast, Ergo had no need for breathing, so upon being summoned, it did not struggle like Lin Xian had nearly done. Upon materializing, it immediately questioned Lin Xian, "Hey, wasn't it agreed that I wouldn't be confined in the beast space? Why have you taken so long to release me?" Setting aside those matters, Lin Xian ignored its complaints and pointed towards the buildings ahead. "Ergo, take a look at that. Have you seen anything like it before?" Ergo, albeit somewhat displeased, could do nothing about Lin Xian and reluctantly turned its gaze in the indicated direction. However, upon seeing it, even the remnant soul of a divine-grade extraordinary beast was taken aback. After a moment, it grasped Lin Xian's collar with its paw and exclaimed, This is the sanctuary of the sea witches. How did you find it?" "Sea witches? Sanctuary?" Lin Xian was perplexed, unsure of what they were. In all his studies related to extraordinary beasts, he had never encountered these two terms. Noticing his confusion, Ergo elaborated. "The sea witches are a unique intelligent species in our world, possessing both beauty and strength. They once ruled over the entire ocean, and this so-called sanctuary was a place for them to strengthen their offspring." After explaining, it began to ponder aloud, but this shouldn't be possible. Their kin perished hundreds of years ago, and the sanctuary was supposed to be destroyed as well. How could remnants still exist here? Wait, Lin Xian interrupted, astonished. "An intelligent species? Are you saying this other realm has intelligent races, and that they once held dominion?" He had never heard of this at all. Is that not entirely normal? Ergo cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xian, asserting that the ability to engage in fluent conversation with him was the best proof of his intelligence. "I had thought that your wisdom stemmed from your elevated rank," he remarked with narrowed eyes, clearly harboring disdain for Lin Xian's apparent dullness. Although Lin Xian felt quite embarrassed, his mind was already pondering. Given the information currently available, the government has established forward bases in the other world and dispatched a legion of beast tamers for exploration. I refuse to believe they are completely oblivious to this. Why would they conceal such knowledge from the public? Are they afraid of inciting panic? Lin Xian found himself perplexed. Yet he chose not to dwell on this issue and redirected the conversation. So what exactly is the purpose of this so-called sanctuary? How does it enhance the offspring? Upon returning to the topic, Ergo became animated once more. It provides comprehensive enhancements for our beast kin, healing injuries, elevating levels, and if one is fortunate enough, even improving innate qualities. Lin Xian's pupils dilated in astonishment. Enhancing innate qualities? Such an extraordinary opportunity had crossed his path so easily. Countless beast tamers on Earth would yearn for such a chance, and here it was, presented to him by mere happenstance. Observing Ergo's exuberance, Lin Xian couldn't help but express his skepticism. Is it truly as miraculous as you claim? Absolutely, Ergo affirmed confidently. Even the injuries on my soul can be partially healed by this sanctuary. No wonder he was so excited. It seemed he had spotted an opportunity for self-repair. This revelation made Lin Xian believe a portion of what Ergo had said. After all, this fellow would hardly boast about matters concerning his own life. In that case, let us hurry inside. What are we waiting for? As he spoke, Lin Xian attempted to swim forward but was halted by Ergo. Hold on, Ergo cautioned. Since this is a so-called sanctuary, there will undoubtedly be protective measures set by the sea demons. Although they have long since vanished, it never hurts to be cautious. Is that so? Lin Xian nodded. Then you lead the way, Ergo. After all, you are more familiar with the sea demons. In a surprising turn of events, Ergo did not refuse the obviously perilous task, and indeed took the lead. The trio, one man, one dog, one turtle, arrived at the entrance of the structure. Upon entering, Lin Xian was struck by the realization that the strange patterns adorning the exterior walls were actually a mural. The mural depicted a monstrous creature with a fish's body and a serpent's tail engaged in battle with other exotic beasts. According to Ergo, this was a common stylistic mural among the sea demons. They were a warrior race, reveling in combat. Every one of their sanctuaries bore similar artistic renditions. Not lingering long at the entrance, Ergo pushed open the grand doors of the sanctuary. As the doors thunderously swung open, Lin Xian beheld the interior, a resplendent hall. Contrary to his expectations of various debris floating in the seawater, the hall was immaculate. The only exception was a creature, resembling the sea demon from the mural, kneeling devoutly at the center of the hall. Upon hearing the doors of the sanctuary creak open, it rose from its reverence and turned to face Lin Xian and his companions, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Chapter 38, The Guardian. This must be the guardian of the sanctuary. Lin Xian instinctively activated his all-knowing eye. Sea Demon Spirit Griffith. Attributes: Phantom, Water. Quality: Bronze. Rank: Level 7 Bronze. Status: Sanctified. Decayed. Skills: Possession, Water Manipulation, Water Stab. Notes: the valiant sea demon warrior Griffith transformed into a variant beast through the tribe's sanctuary. Due to secret arts, its strength has severely diminished, and it has lost its rationality, yet it endures in this world, fighting to protect the sacred land of its kin. The explanation was straightforward and easily comprehended by Lin Xian. Wow, a level 5 bronze phantom creature. He turned to the floating Ergo beside him. Ergo, I recall you need to consume spectral beings to recover from injuries. Hurry up, what nonsense are you spouting? Ergo replied, wearing a look of disbelief. I'm only a level 3 bronze. If I recklessly charge in, it would likely devour me instead. Are you not a phantom beast transformed from a divine tier beast? Can you not even handle such low-tier spirits? Lin Xian scoffed. Ergo was unfazed, retorting, please, if I could easily devour it. Would I be caught by someone like you? Do you think too highly of yourself? After a brief exchange of banter, Lin Xian returned to the matter at hand. What should we do next? My contracted beasts, while exceptional in quality, lack sufficient training time. They fall short against foes of this caliber. Among his contracted beasts, the wind and fire feather beast and the earth elemental spirit had formidable combat prowess, but their levels were too low. The wind and fire feather beast's attributes were suppressed in this water-covered environment, making it nearly impossible to defeat a level 7 bronze spirit. The newly contracted ginseng sapling, while also at the bronze level, was not adept at combat, as all its skills were merely for self-preservation or aiding others, rendering it useless in this scenario. The only potentially useful ally was the ancient spirit resembling a dog made of rock. Fortunately, Ergo did not disappoint him. Though its strength was a mere fraction of its former self, its memory and knowledge remained intact. It quickly devised a strategy. Don't panic. As you mentioned, it's merely a low-tier fish. How could it possibly transform into a soul being as flawlessly as my noble ancient rock god? This so-called spirit is merely a half-finished product created by the sanctuary, incapable of sustaining itself for long. The Sea Demon clan has been in hiding for centuries, and this spirit has existed for nearly as long. Its power has long since waned. If we destroy its key, it won't be long before it perishes on its own. Lin Xian suddenly understood. No wonder when he had used all-knowing eye to observe it earlier, the status bar displayed a decayed condition. It was because of this reason. However, Lin Xian's curiosity was piqued. And what exactly is this key you speak of? This grand door. Ergo gleefully pointed at the door it had previously pushed open. When the door is closed, the entire sanctuary functions as a cohesive unit. The spirit is effectively sealed, and its power diminishes at a greatly reduced rate, allowing it to endure until now. But now that we have opened the door, it is as if we have shattered the seal. It won't last long. Is that so? Lin Xian observed Ergo's triumphant demeanor with an uneasy premonition. Have you considered what we should do during the time it takes for it to perish? Ergo's smug expression suddenly stiffened. Before it could react, the spirit in the sanctuary hall sprang into action. Twin blades materialized in its hands, and with its serpent tail thrashing, it charged toward Lin Xian. Run! Ergo shouted. Lin Xian, having recognized the imminent threat without needing the reminder, quickly retreated to evade. Yet, frustratingly, this was the ocean, the domain of the sea demons. The water impeded his evasive maneuvers, and he was unable to dodge in time, resulting in a deep gash across his arm from the spirit's water blade, causing blood to mingle with the seawater, releasing a metallic, sweet scent. Upon witnessing the scene, not only was Lin Xian filled with dread, but Ergo also became anxious. He swiftly unleashed the skill, Immovable Rock, enveloping Lin Xian in a brilliant yellow shield to protect him from the onslaught of the spirit. As Lin Xian's contract beast, Ergo shared a symbiotic bond with him. Their fates intertwined, and it was only natural that he would not allow Lin Xian to perish so easily. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Ergo's current strength was still insufficient. The radiant yellow shield of Immovable Rock could not withstand for long and was soon cleaved apart by the spirit's water blade. As the water blade descended again, Lin Xian disregarded the suppression of the surroundings and directed the wind and fire feather beast to unleash Fire Feather Whirlwind to encircle him with exotic beasts that could not possibly contend against the power I possess. True to expectation, the flames on the feathers were quickly extinguished by the seawater, producing a hissing sound. Fortunately, the force of the wind still remained, stirring the water around Lin Xian to form a vortex that not only blocked the spirit's strike, but also sent it hurtling backward. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xian propelled himself through the water, attempting to distance himself from the spirit. Observing Lin Xian swim away, the sea demon glanced at its own body, which had grown nearly transparent, and refrained from pursuing. Instead, it dissipated the water blade in its hand and formed a hidden water spike with its webbed fingers, which swiftly shot toward Lin Xian's back. By the time Lin Xian sensed the danger, the water spike, blending seamlessly with the ocean, was almost upon him. He had no time to evade. All he could do was force himself to dodge the vital areas and take the blow head-on. With a splatter, fresh blood gushed forth, and Lin Xian's injuries worsened significantly. Had it not been for his beast tamer level being at bronze level 5, that strike could have very well claimed his life. Damn, that hurt so much. He cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth against the pain as he continued to swim and hide. Suddenly, he heard Ergo shout, All right, that guy is dead. You don't need to escape anymore." Turning his head, Lin Xian saw that the glowing form of the spirit was indeed fading, eventually transforming into specks of light that scattered in the ocean. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, resting against the underwater rocks as he summoned the ginseng sprout to tend to his wounds. At that moment, Ergo paddled over with an awkward expression, asking Lin Xian, "Are you all right?" "Of course. What a stupid question." Lin Xian replied, his anger drained. "If I were to stab you a couple of times, would you be fine? What do you know about this?" Acting all high and mighty, chuckling nervously, Ergo scratched its head, responding, "As long as you're fine, that's good." Lin Xian's face still bore the remnants of fear as he scolded, "If you ever pull a stunt like that again, be prepared to stay in the beast taming space for eternity. Never come out." This time, Ergo was indeed in the wrong, so it refrained from retorting, allowing Lin Xian to vent his frustrations. Once Lin Xian had calmed down and healed sufficiently, Ergo eagerly said, "Now that the obstruction is gone, the sanctuary is right ahead. Let us hurry and go." Nodding, Lin Xian followed Ergo into the sanctuary. As Ergo had mentioned, there were no further obstacles within the sanctuary, and they smoothly reached their destination, a pond submerged in the sea. The pond was filled with a thick blue liquid that blocked out the light. Upon seeing it, Ergo's face lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "This is it. The Treasure of the Sea Demon Clan, the Primordial Sea Spring. Chapter 39, Advancement. Sensing the approach of extraordinary beasts, the blue liquid in the pond began to bubble, as if imbued with sentience. Paying it no mind, Ergo shouted, "I can't wait to try this primordial sea spring." It leaped in, followed by a moan of pleasure. A look of sheer comfort spread across its earthy canine face. After observing for a while, and seeing no apparent anomalies with Ergo, Lin Xian no longer hesitated and summoned all his contracted beasts. Aside from the wind and fire feather beast, the earth elemental sprite, and the ginseng sprout, he released the remaining beasts he had contracted outside the Beast Island. Such a rare opportunity to encounter the primordial sea spring could not be squandered. However, upon witnessing Lin Xian's actions, Ergo was momentarily stunned. Hey, what are you doing, Lin Xian? What does it look like? You said the primordial sea spring is so beneficial, so of course I'm going to let more contracted beasts soak in it. Lin Xian grinned. Not only that, but I also plan to return to that cave and bring the other contracted beasts over. Ergo was rendered speechless by Lin Xian's declaration. It recalled that there seemed to be no rules regarding the number of beasts that could enter the sanctuary. However, previous encounters with extraordinary beasts had mostly been solitary, with none willing to share. Thus, it found itself momentarily at a loss. By the way, Lin Xian remembered something and asked, "Does the primordial sea spring operate on the principle that the more beasts there are, the less power each beast receives?" Listening to this, Ergo carefully sensed the situation and shook its head. That shouldn't be the case. From my perception, the power of the primordial sea spring seems boundless, with no concept of depletion. However, there is indeed a limit to how much each beast can absorb. Doesn't that work perfectly then? Lin Xian exclaimed with excitement. After ushering all the summoned beasts into the pond like dumplings, he did not linger, exiting the sanctuary to head toward the vortex leading back to the cave. Yet, just as he was about to enter the vortex, Lin Xian distinctly sensed that it was inexplicably weak, as if it would disintegrate upon his passage. What was going on? Lin Xian hastily halted his approach to the vortex. If it was indeed as he imagined, it would mean he could no longer return to this sanctuary easily. Losing out on the primordial sea spring would be unfortunate, but losing the contracted beasts soaking in it would be a matter of life and death. No, this risk is too great. Lin Xian abandoned the idea of returning to the cave to retrieve his beast army. Instead, he shifted his focus and scanned the surroundings. Since he couldn't go over there to bring back the contracted beasts, perhaps he could find other extraordinary beasts nearby and contract a few on site. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian began to search around the sanctuary. Strangely enough, aside from the sanctuary and various reefs, there was nothing else in this area. Not a single extraordinary beast, nor even a normal coral. Something is off, Lin Xian thought, harboring doubts as he fixed his gaze toward a certain direction, intending to explore further afield. However, after swimming a short distance, he unexpectedly encountered a mysterious transparent wall. What the hell? Lin Xian was startled. An air wall? Could it be that this place is enclosed? Realizing this, he halted all movement and stood still, and indeed, he felt no currents of water. At this moment, Lin Xian finally comprehended the reason behind the sanctuary's prolonged existence. No wonder it hadn't been discovered by any extraordinary beasts. It could only be accessed through the teleportation vortex. With this understanding, Lin Xian no longer sought to exploit the primordial sea spring and instead made his way back into the sanctuary. Inside the pond, various extraordinary beasts were crammed together like dumplings. Fortunately, they were all relatively small, contracted beasts. Had they been large creatures like the cave-dwelling serpents, this little primordial sea spring would hardly suffice even for a single tail. At that moment, among the contracted beasts in the pond, only Ergo remained relaxed, lounging by the shore with a look of contentment, occasionally emitting satisfied sighs. The other contract beasts, including the wind and fire feather beast with its sacred tier aptitude, all had their eyes closed, quietly immersed in the primordial sea spring, absorbing the precious power it offered. Bored, Lin Xian decided to try soaking in the primordial sea spring himself. As expected, he felt nothing extraordinary. It was akin to an ordinary hot spring on Earth. To avoid disturbing his contract beasts as they absorbed energy, Lin Xian refrained from lingering by the pond, and instead found a secluded corner within the sanctuary to rest, patiently awaiting their completion of energy absorption from the primordial sea spring. He had anticipated that this process would be brief, lasting no more than a few hours. However, to his astonishment, he ended up waiting for a full 3 days. During this time, he distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in the strength of all the contract beasts in the pool, with several little ones even acquiring new skills. Due to severe injuries, Ergo's level only rose from bronze level 3 to bronze level 5, yet his status changed from severely injured to injured, and he gained a new skill. Stone to crystal, allowing him to solidify soil into a shield of formidable defense. Xiao Tu, empowered by the primordial sea spring, leaped directly from black iron level 6 to bronze level 1, evolving into a earth elemental servant and acquiring 2 new skills, armor fusion and fossil to sand. Armor fusion summons rocks to form armor that covers the target, enhancing both defense and recovery. Fossil to sand, upon release, can transform non-living objects into loose gravel. One is a highly practical defensive enhancement skill, while the other serves as a potent functional strategy. On Xiaohuiyu's side, thanks to the system's Master Beast position bonus, it had already ascended to Black Iron level 10 on the first day, gaining 2 new attack skills, Dance of Flames and Flame Burst. The former allows targeting multiple foes, while the latter inflicts explosive damage on a single target. Additionally, it was unable to directly evolve due to the need for materials to complete the evolution ritual. Harnessing this newfound strength, Lin Xian fed all remaining Flame Spirit flowers to Xiaohuiyu, bringing its fire attribute progress bar to a full 100. Once he returned to Earth and gathered 5 pairs of wings from bronze tier fire-type exotic beasts, Xiaohuiyu would be able to evolve into the bronze tier Flame Feather Spirit Magpie. This also signified that it had irrevocably committed to the path of fire. Among all these developments, the most astonishing was the young ginseng, perhaps due to the activation of the passive skill, Destiny's Favor. The plump little exotic beast that Lin Xian had contracted not long ago was enveloped in a cocoon of radiant white light. According to Ergo, this was a sign of the exotic beast's aptitude advancing. In other words, the ginseng's aptitude was set to ascend from the diamond tier to the sacred tier. Aside from these 4 extraordinary contract beasts, the others that Lin Xian had captured for the sake of numbers also experienced notable improvements, with an average level increase of 1 or 2 ranks. Riding the wave of his contract beast's enhanced strength, Lin Xian's Beastmaster level rapidly grew, reaching bronze level 7. This was already on par with the level of that sea demon spirit. Of course, the levels of Beastmasters and exotic beasts are not directly comparable, even now. Should Lin Xian encounter that sea demon spirit, he would still be inclined to flee. While he pondered these thoughts, the trembling white cocoon finally broke open, and the ginseng sprang forth, leaping into Lin Xian's embrace. No, it could no longer be called the ginseng. It had become Ginseng Spirit. Attribute, Grass. Aptitude, Sacred Tier. Level, Bronze level 3. Status, Joyful. Skills, Destiny's Favor, Life Essence, Shape Complement, Life Link. Optimal Evolution Path. 1. Transform into Ginseng Spirit, Silver Tier, Ginseng Doll, Gold Tier. Fate Ginseng Demon, Platinum Tier, Celestial Ginseng King, Diamond Tier, Ginseng Immortal, Sacred Tier, God of Life, Divine Tier. It had acquired the new name, Ginseng Spirit. Moreover, while the Sacred Tier aptitude was anticipated, the skill section now included Life Link. Life Link, designate a target and share life force with them. When the linked target is injured, the Ginseng Spirit can consume its own life force to restore them. Once linked, the target cannot be unselected. This was a powerful protective skill. According to its description, the target bound by this skill could share the Ginseng Spirit's life force but would not reciprocate. It was a one-sided benefit. Without hesitation, Lin Xian bound himself to it. In his Beastmaster system, his own life was undoubtedly paramount. With such a skill, why would he use it on anyone else? Besides these changes on the panel, the Ginseng Spirit's form had undoubtedly become more anthropomorphic. Its limbs were no longer mere stick figures. They now bore muscular contours. In light of this, the new name, Ginseng Spirit, was entirely fitting. This journey had certainly not been in vain. Gazing at the little Ginseng Spirit, who was gleefully frolicking in his arms, Lin Xian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. To suddenly acquire a sacred tier contract beast was an opportunity that was sought after everywhere. With this in mind, the previous near-death encounter with the sea demon spirit seemed less daunting. After this pilgrimage to the sanctuary, Lin Xian's power had surged dramatically. With this newfound strength, he felt confident in overcoming even a fully healthy cave python. However, upon reflection, Lin Xian felt a wave of disappointment. Alas, it was regrettable that this power could not be directly utilized in the examination. Otherwise, securing points would be as simple as charging straight through without the need for traps. Even with those peculiar items some candidates possessed, he would have nothing to fear with the strength of his contract beasts. Speaking of candidates, Lin Xian glanced at the scoring device in his hand. Before entering the teleportation vortex, he had held first place with a score of 1470. After 3 days of idleness, his points remained stagnant while other candidates had not been idle. Now, Lin Xian had dropped to 5th place. The top spot had been reclaimed by Xuan from the 7th middle school, with an impressive score of 2,135. Surprisingly, He Yuheng and Su Mingqi, who had been overtaken by Lin Xian and reduced to 0 points, had made a remarkable comeback, ranking 6th and 7th with scores of 1207 and 1189, respectively. Ah, truly. They were from prominent families, adept at closing the gap so swiftly. Lin Xian was somewhat taken aback. He had thought that his earlier lead would keep him securely in the top 3, yet he had not anticipated such a rapid decline in ranking. Calculating the time left. With only 2 days remaining in the examination, Lin Xian felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. He patted himself down and prepared to return through the vortex to the cave. Noticing that Ergo was still paddling beside him, fearing it would become lost in this space, Lin Xian decided to store it in the Beast Master space. "What are you doing, Lin Xian?" Ergo exclaimed in alarm, quickly swimming away. "Didn't you say you wouldn't confine me in that little black room?" "What do you know?" Lin Xian disregarded Ergo's protests and forcefully placed it into the Beast Master space, declaring, "I'm doing this for your own good." Stepping through the swirling vortex back to the cavern, Lin Xian glanced back only to find that the diminutive portal had indeed succumbed, shattering into fragments. This signified that, unless fortune smiled upon him once more and he stumbled upon another portal leading to that realm, he would be unable to access the primordial spring within the sanctuary again. Putting aside the pangs of regret that flickered in his mind, Lin Xian emerged from the lair of the cave python and arrived at the clearing within the cavern, where he was reunited with his beast legion. After 3 days of feasting, the corpse of the cave python had been reduced to a mere skeleton, sprawled across the cavern and bestowing a unique allure upon the space. Meanwhile, the members of the beast legion had all seen a significant rise in their levels, greatly enhancing the overall strength of the group. Excellent. There has been a commendable increase in strength here. With this newfound power, Lin Xian felt confident that within the remaining 2 days, he could reclaim his coveted position at the top. Directing his newly empowered beasts to line up before him, Lin Xian's excitement surged. "All right, my little ones, let us embark on our hunt anew." The subterranean beasts responded with a cacophony of roars and howls, some waving their claws and tails, echoing their master's ambitions. At the island's edge, on that clear morning, Feng Lu arrived once more at the control room, clocking in early. Upon entering, he inquired of the duty beastmaster, "So, has there been any change in Lin Xian's score today?" This question had become a daily ritual for Feng Lu over the past 3 days, so the duty beastmaster was unfazed, replying, "No change still." With multiple days of stagnant points, Feng Lu stroked his chin, wondering if something had transpired. He vividly recalled the astonishing surprises Lin Xian had brought during the first 2 days of the examination. How could he suddenly be at a standstill? Not even a single beast had he hunted. After much contemplation, Feng Lu arrived at a hypothesis. Perhaps that young man's methods of acquiring points had been uncovered? If so, it would make sense. The top-ranking candidates were no pushovers. If Lin Xian's tactics were exposed, they would swiftly devise countermeasures. Under such heightened vigilance, it was only natural that Lin Xian would make no further progress. Pondering this, Feng Lu instructed, "Please investigate Lin Xian's recent location." The duty beast master swiftly conducted the necessary checks and finally reported, "For the past 3 days, he has remained within the central cave python cavern, without moving." "The cave python cavern?" Feng Lu exclaimed in surprise. "If I recall correctly, there is a level 10 bronze beast there, isn't there?" "Indeed, the cave python, worth 300 points. Enlightenment dawned upon Feng Lu. Having failed to seize points from the candidates, Lin Xian was likely contemplating hunting such a formidable beast. However, he soon found humor in the situation. Yet, 3 days without a sound? Judging by the current state, it seems he has failed. Truly, he was audacious, daring to provoke such high-level beasts just days after forming his contract. No wonder he had the gall to risk it all to contract a beast of sanctified potential. While he appreciated Lin Xian's boldness, Feng Lu shook his head at the recklessness of such actions. A level 10 bronze beast was not to be trifled with. Lin Xian was bound to encounter significant hardship. Perhaps a bit of adversity would serve to ground him, facilitating smoother growth in the future. With these thoughts settled, Feng Lu took his usual seat, savoring a soothing sip of hot tea. Chapter 41. Revenge unbeknownst to Lin Xian. Feng Lu in the control room was closely monitoring his examination progress. After exiting the cavern, Lin Xian hadn't engaged in hunting beasts. Instead, he wandered the island, questioning solitary candidates he encountered regarding the whereabouts of those ranked higher. Curiously, upon seeing Lin Xian approach to ask for directions, the solitary candidates immediately exhibited signs of panic, exclaiming, "I have no points left. Please don't come near," before hastily fleeing. Lin Xian found this perplexing. What was going on? He could not comprehend the situation. After walking for a while longer, he came across a candidate team and hurriedly approached them to inquire. Those candidates, too, appeared alarmed. Upon realizing he was alone, they sighed in relief. Lin Xian felt a sense of relief as well, thankful that these individuals did not flee outright. Just as he was about to ask about the situation, he suddenly heard a voice exclaim in delight, Brother Xian? Huh. Lin Xian turned toward the source of the voice, his face lighting up as he recognized his old friend, Tang Fong, amidst the startled group of candidates. What a coincidence. Indeed, it was quite serendipitous. Tang Fong greeted Lin Xian warmly, congratulating him on successfully breaking into the top 5 of the leaderboard. Before his expression turned serious as he asked, Brother Xian, what are your plans moving forward? Are you still going to continue hunting beasts? Most likely. Lin Xian nodded in response. He refrained from sharing his intentions of robbery with Tang Fong. To his surprise, Tang Fong proactively brought it up, if that's the case. You should change your direction. There are candidates from the leaderboard ahead who are blocking the way to rob. Lin Xian was taken aback, but soon realized the reason for their earlier panic. You all were just robbed? Indeed. Tang Fong and his teammates responded with expressions of anger. Those ruffians, relying on their numbers and strength, bully weaker candidates indiscriminately. If it weren't for our relatively large group, we would probably have been left with no points at all. Understanding dawned on Lin Xian as he stroked his chin. No wonder the solitary candidates he encountered had acted like frightened birds. They had already been preyed upon by that group. I thought as much. Lin Xian exclaimed, his right fist striking his left palm. No wonder those two could catch up in the rankings so quickly. They must have taken a page from my book and resorted to robbery. It was likely not just those two. Other candidates on the leaderboard were probably engaged in widespread thievery as well. They had no need to hunt beasts when they could simply prey on ordinary candidates. This effectively turned all the candidates on the island into their labor force for points. Wouldn't the point accumulation be rapid? Feeling a surge of indignation after realizing all this, Lin Xian thought, so this is how it is for those privileged children? They failed to learn any of my admirable traits, yet they picked up the worst habit of robbery. It seemed he would need to teach them a lesson. Tightening his fists, Lin Xian turned to Tang Fong and asked, who robbed you just now? Take me to see them. Startled by Lin Xian's request, Tang Fong exclaimed, huh? Brother Xian, what are you saying? You can't go. You have so many points. If they set their sights on you, it would be a huge loss. Lin Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, pausing for a while before patting Tang Fong's shoulder. Don't worry, old Tang. After all, I am a name on the leaderboard. Do you not trust my strength? However, Tang Fong was not questioning his best friend's capabilities. He cautioned, Brother Xian, I know you are strong, but battles between beast masters and hunting beasts are entirely different. Those people will use tools. In a situation where they outnumber you, just their throwing of tools could leave you overwhelmed. Outnumbered. Lin Xian's lips twitched. He was accustomed to being the one with the advantage. Yet this time he would be at the disadvantage. Lin Xian refrained from providing a forceful explanation and simply remarked, Old Tang, we have been desk mates for 3 years. Could you not afford me a modicum of confidence? With that, he did not wait for Tang Fong's reply, confidently smiling as he strode forward. If I recall correctly, you fled from this direction earlier, yes? I shall investigate which ruffians dare to set up ambushes in the examination hall. Hey, Xiangu, wait up. Tang Fong hurriedly chased after him. His group of teammates remained rooted in place, exchanging glances, paralyzed by their earlier encounter with robbery. After a moment, one of them gritted his teeth and declared, let us go too. After all, Lin Xian is standing up for us. If we abandon them now, can we still call ourselves human? With that, he took the lead, prompting the others to follow suit without hesitation. Not long after, Tang Fong pointed out the group of candidates who had previously robbed them. To Lin Xian's surprise, the leader of that group was a familiar face, Jiang Jingwei, the very person who had nearly been exterminated by the cave-dwelling python. Oh, the little brat is back? Jiang Jingwei noticed Tang Fong first and teased, then turned his attention to Lin Xian, realizing he had brought someone to confront him. What is this? Are you here to seek retribution? No, Jianggu. We simply took a wrong turn. Tang Fong hurriedly caught up, offering a nervous smile, then turned to Lin Xian and whispered, Xiangu. These people are truly not to be trifled with. We should leave quickly. Old Tang, I understand your concern, but judging by their demeanor, it seems they have no intention of letting me go easily. Lin Xian gestured toward Jiang Jingwei and his entourage. Tang Fong turned around, only to see that they had already encircled them, partially surrounding both Lin Xian and himself. You're quite astute, kid, Jiang Jingwei said with a swaggering grin. Since you dare to stand up for your friends, we certainly won't let you leave without leaving something behind. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. If you're wise, hand over your score device so we can redistribute your points, and we might just allow you to continue the exam. Jiang Jingwei had no intention of letting any candidate escape with their points. His team had suffered immense losses in the cave. 2 candidates had reverted to mere civilians, while the others contracted beasts were gravely injured and still recuperating. Even the supplies they had brought into the exam had been nearly depleted. It was evident that they were now in dire straits. If not for this predicament, Jiang Jingwei would have sought amicable discussions with the candidates on the leaderboard. Haha, hearing your words, Jiang Jingwei. I was initially inclined to let you off lightly, considering the favor I had once done for you. But now, Lin Xian's smile abruptly morphed into one of arrogance. Since you have come to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 42, returning to the second round. Seeing Lin Xian's audacity, Jiang Jingwei felt a surge of irritation. Humph. Even now, you still want to put on a show, huh? Just as he spoke, a sudden rustling erupted from the dense forest, and hordes of beasts charged forth, encircling them completely. Wow, what is happening? Is this a beast tide? But how is that possible? Panic set in among Jiang Jingwei's men. Their contracted beasts were injured, while they could easily bully ordinary candidates. Facing this level of beast tide was far too daunting. Jiang Jingwei's expression darkened with gravity. Lin Xian, observing the change in their countenance, grinned even more wickedly, resembling a true villain. Ha! Weren't you just planning to bully us with numbers? Why the silence now? Jiang Jingwei turned in shock. Is this your doing? How is it possible for someone to control a beast tide? His face was painted with disbelief. There is no need for me to explain this to you. Lin Xian dismissed him, merely waving his hand to signal the approaching beast army to attack. Let us show Mr. Jiang what it means to be outnumbered. Jiang Jingwei summoned his pale terror eagle in a bid to resist. However, against Lin Xian's empowered beast army, his strength was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Although his contracted beast was of platinum quality, it was currently only level 5 black iron and had yet to recover from its injuries, rendering it utterly powerless. If he was in such a state, it was needless to say that his team members were even less capable. In but a moment, the tide of battle shifted, and Jiang Jingwei became Lin Xian's fourth human cushion in this examination. Tang Fong, who was watching from the side along with his teammates who had arrived slightly later, was left in a state of astonishment. Tang Fong's eyes widened as he stared at the beasts, stammering, Xian Go, are these beasts all under your control? His teammates shared the same curiosity, looking to Lin Xian for an explanation. Lin Xian nodded nonchalantly, providing the expected reply. These are brought forth by beasts of sacred quality. Little ones can exert their pressure to control a batch of similarly ranked beasts. No wonder, Tang Fong thought he understood. With so many allies, it's no surprise you were able to ascend to the top 10 on the leaderboard so easily. Lin Xian's awkwardness resurfaced. However, after a moment of contemplation, he opted not to elaborate further and instead focused on Jiang Jingwei beneath him. Unlike the previous human cushions, Jiang Jingwei was remarkably defiant. Even while being pinned down by Lin Xian, he retorted fiercely, "You better let me go. Otherwise, once we exit the examination hall, I will definitely make you pay." Huh. Quite the bravado. Lin Xian placed a foot on his face. Have you yet to grasp your situation? Just because I can beat you here on this island doesn't mean I can't do it outside as well. I suggest you think carefully before plotting against me. Once Jiang Jingwei regained some rationality, Lin Xian continued, "Now, hand over the points. The sooner you transfer them, the sooner you can go hunt again. Otherwise, if you fail to enter the Beast Tamer University, don't say I didn't warn you." As previously stated, the Beast Tamer University in this world is no ordinary institution. Each university represents a formidable interest group. Even if Jiang Jingwei's family holds significant power in Lin City, they cannot influence the university. To gain admission, they must go through the proper examination process. A score of 0 in this examination would be utterly unacceptable for Jiang Jingwei. Shaking the mud off his face, he grit his teeth and said, "Do you truly wish to make an enemy of the Jiang family?" TCH. Lin Xian scoffed. "What is the Jiang family to me that I should fear making enemies with you?" Not wanting to waste further breath on such a domineering individual, Lin Xian exerted force on Jiang Jingwei's head, commanding, "Hurry, transfer the points to me. I do not wish to repeat myself." 10 minutes later, Lin Xian wore a satisfied smile as he left with Tang Fong and the others, leaving Jiang Jingwei and his teammates in a state of disarray on the ground. Once they had distanced themselves, Lin Xian turned back to inquire, "Old Tang, how many points did that guy rob from you? I will transfer them to you." Tang Fong was taken aback, then quickly realized, "No need, Xian Go. You've already avenged us. I can't possibly accept your points again. What nonsense are you spouting?" "Old Tang." Lin Xian clung to his close friend's shoulder. "As brothers, when you are in need, I am more than capable of lending a hand. It is only right." Yet, despite his words, a twinge of embarrassment stirred within Lin Xian. The truth was, the robbery that Tang Fong and the others had faced bore a degree of relation to him. After all, it was he who had set a precedent by robbing those three first, which had led them to imitate his actions, ultimately allowing such malevolence to spread across the entire island. Lin Xian felt somewhat guilty about it. Thus, he not only replenished Tang Fong's points, but also generously added a few more. Additionally, he ensured that Tang Fong's other teammates received a certain allocation of points as well. "Lin Xian, how can we accept this?" they exclaimed, their heads bowed in shame. Indeed, we treated you so poorly before, and yet you still assist us so generously. I truly. Seeing Lin Xian's actions, Tang Feng's teammates were filled with a sense of guilt. It was important to remember that at the exam's commencement, they had all outright rejected Tang Feng's invitation for Lin Xian to join their team. But now, they found themselves at a loss on how to face Lin Xian. Lin Xian, however, seemed rather indifferent to their sentiments. He was no saint, and it was undoubtedly impossible for him to repay malice with virtue. He merely felt a sense of obligation to maintain the relationship with those who were on decent terms with Tang Feng. Besides, these individuals possessed little in terms of points. Even if he redistributed some, it would merely be a drop in the ocean. Even after deducting those points, with the assistance of Jiang Jingwei's points, Lin Xian's ranking swiftly ascended to second place, second only to Zhou and from the 7th high school. Gazing at the prominent name in first place, Lin Xian chuckled softly to himself. Next, as long as I can take down this Xuan, I should be able to secure the top position. After bidding farewell to Tang Feng and the others, Lin Xian continued his quest, occasionally stopping passers-by to inquire about Zhou and's team's whereabouts. Although Xuan had not resorted to robbing ordinary examinees like Jiang Jingwei, the teams he had robbed harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. In the current climate of rampant pillaging on the island, each time they encountered a team of worth, they eagerly relayed Xuan's location, hoping to complicate matters for him. Now that Lin Xian approached them seeking information, they were even more delighted, practically urging him to confront Xuan right away, thus readily providing him with the information he sought. With the assistance of these robbed teams, Lin Xian easily located Xuan's group, poised in front of a marshland. Chapter 43. Xuan and his team were leisurely feasting on roasted meat in front of the marshland when he noticed Lin Xian's approach. "Oh, you truly have come," Xuan exclaimed, rising with a smile. "I have been waiting for you for quite some time." As Xuan stated, he indeed had been anticipating Lin Xian's arrival. While he was unaware of Lin Xian's activities over the past few days, he had noted the changes in Lin Xian's points and recognized that Lin Xian was once again on the move. As the conspicuous leader of the rankings, he had become Lin Xian's primary target. Therefore, he chose to remain stationary, waiting for Lin Xian to come to him. After all, he was quite envious of Lin Xian's accumulated points. Lin Xian recognized this individual who had attempted to invite him to join their team prior to the exam and responded with a smile. "So, Captain Zhou, are you still wishing to invite me to your team? Haha, if you are willing to transfer all your points to me, then I might consider letting you join." Xuan shrugged. He glanced around before asking, "Lin Xian, aren't you going to summon your Beast Legion?" "Oh, you already know?" Lin Xian replied, surprised. "Who told you? Suminchi or Hiyong?" After pondering for a moment, he concluded, "No, that doesn't seem right. Those two would surely want nothing more than for me to rob you all. So, you must have an insider in their ranks?" Lin Xian chuckled. "No wonder you've managed to maintain your position at the top of the leaderboard for so long." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou's expression darkened. His previous smile replaced with a scowl. "I should have eliminated you before the exam even began." Xuan now regretted his earlier decision. He had indeed bribed a few individuals from other teams before the exam commenced and learned from the insider about Lin Xian's ability to control other beasts. Xuan had initially planned to give Lin Xian a taste of defeat to dampen his spirit, but he had never expected Lin Xian to see through his schemes so easily. Had he known, he would have been the first to eliminate Lin Xian when his invitation failed before the exam. When he had heard that Lin Xian possessed a sacred tier contract beast, he had taken it very seriously and even lowered himself to invite Lin Xian to join. However, after being mocked by Lin Xian, he had abandoned that idea. Yet, Xuan had not anticipated that Lin Xian was not only exceptional in his contract beast qualifications, but also possessed a remarkable intellect. He had underestimated him gravely. Observing Xuan's face, which was dark enough to drip water, Lin Xian mentally commanded his gathered beast legion to reveal themselves from their hiding spots. "Since you are already aware of these little fellows' existence, I shall no longer conceal them. Let us confront this head-on." With that, he directed the Beast Legion to charge at Xuan's team. "Do not belittle us," Xuan shouted in anger, summoning his own contract beast. A 5th-level black iron sacred spirit beast emerged, renowned for its extraordinary destructive capabilities, which had allowed Xuan to maintain a significant lead on the leaderboard since the exam's inception. However, even in his furious assault, the sacred spirit beast could not contend against multiple opponents. To accommodate him, Lin Xian specially selected a few 9th and 10th level companions from the Beast Legion to engage Xuan. In an instant, the battle tilted dramatically in Lin Xian's favor. Xuan and his once dominant teammates found themselves being thoroughly overwhelmed by Lin Xian's contract beasts. Witnessing such a dire situation, Xuan wiped the sweat from his brow and shouted, "Everyone, do not hold back. Use everything I previously provided you." As soon as Xuan's words left his mouth, Lin Xian saw each member of his team retrieve 2 silver spheres from their pockets, hurling them at their respective enemies. One of the silver spheres shattered, releasing nearly invisible ripples that washed over Lin Xian's contract beasts. Lin Xian recognized this ripple. It had been used against him by Bongda on the first day of the exam. It was a power suppression bomb, as Lin Xian had anticipated. As the ripples swept over his beast legion, they all lost their strength, collapsing to the ground, only to be ensnared by the black net released from another silver sphere thrown by Xuan's team. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle shifted once more, and Lin Xian's entire beast legion was rendered incapacitated. Haha, Xuan gasped, straightening his back and glaring at Lin Xian with a smirk. Lin Xian, what will you do now that you're all out of support? I wonder how you will meet your end today. Is that all you have? Lin Xian shrugged. He had expected Xuan to possess some secret weapon and had intentionally left his guard down to witness his innovative tactics. But this? Did he truly believe he could solely rely on his beast legion in battle? Lin Xian burst into laughter, since you were so eager to see. Allow me to show you. Little fire feather. Show him what you're made of. With that, the wind and fire feather beast perched upon his shoulder soared into the air. Humph. Xuan let out a cold snort, sending forth his spirit beast, fully aware of its remarkable holy tier potential. However, despite its prowess, having only been contracted for a mere few days, could it truly stand against 10 adversaries? He gestured to his teammates behind him, commanding, all of you attack. 1 against 10? Lin Xian scoffed. My contracted beast could easily dispatch 100. Xuan was taken aback, thinking the fellow had lost his sanity. Ignoring him, he directed his spirit beast and the others' contracted beasts to launch an assault on the firewind feather beast. Yet, what unfolded next left Xuan and his companions utterly astounded. Lin Xian's contracted beast indeed held its ground against 10 foes. The howling winds and raging flames surrounded them, with the firewind feather beast exerting dominance over their contracted beasts. How could this be possible? Xuan felt on the verge of madness. Just because of a 2-tier advantage in aptitude, how could the disparity in strength widen so quickly? He found it utterly unbelievable. Although he had not witnessed other holy tier contracted beasts in battle, he had seen many diamond tier ones, and they had never exhibited such outrageous capabilities even in their black iron phase. Lin Xian, however, was unfazed by Xuan's shock. Contracted beasts of holy tier aptitude were inherently superior to their peers of the same tier, let alone his firewind feather beast, which had already ascended to black iron level 10 within the sea demon sacred grounds, far surpassing the contracted beasts of everyone present. Moreover, the little fire feather had fully absorbed all the flame's spirit flowers, achieving a complete 100 fire attribute enhancement, significantly boosting the effectiveness of its fire-related skills. On top of that, before the battle commenced, he had bestowed a multitude of buffs upon the little fire feather from his other contracted beasts. With such multifaceted advantages, the little fire feather was far superior to Xuan's ragtag crew, not to mention 1 against 10, even if another 10 were to join. They wouldn't pose a threat to the little fire feather at all. With this in mind, Lin Xian calmly instructed, Little Fire Feather, stop playing with them and finish this battle swiftly. Chapter 44, A Vast Lead. Upon hearing Lin Xian's command, the Firewind Feather Beast obediently nodded and ceased holding back. Fire Devour consumed the incoming Holy Light Strike, transforming it into a fiery counterattack against Zhou and Spirit Beast. Simultaneously, a whirlwind of flaming feathers formed around it, repelling all the surrounding contracted beasts. With a puff, a massive plume of flame, tainted with toxic, surged forth, propelled by the fierce winds toward the group of still reeling contracted beasts, leaving them rolling on the ground, choking incessantly, observing their continued resistance. The little fire feather furrowed its brow and unleashed dance of flames, crafting numerous fireballs that shot towards every enemy attempting to rise, utterly defeating them. Next, it gathered flame burst into its small claws, waiting for the fireball to swell to its limit before swiftly appearing before the still defiant spirit beast, delivering a full-force strike. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Zhou and Spirit Beast was sent flying, spitting blood and rendered incapable of rising again. The agony transmitted through their mental link made Zhou feel the pain as if it were his own, collapsing to his knees, unable to focus on anything else around him. Do you still think you can rely solely on those beasts? Lin Xian approached, squatting before Zhou and patting his face. A holy tier contracted beast is not something you can dismiss lightly, thinking that sheer numbers would suffice? How naive. Consider this a lesson, Xuan, so that in the future, when you encounter formidable beast masters on Earth, you won't lose your life so easily. Taking into account the help he had extended, Lin Xian reached out his hand, grinning. Hurry up and transfer your points. Lin Xian, do you truly wish for an irreconcilable feud with me? Xuan demanded, his face stern. Here we go again. Lin Xian seized Xuan by the hair, lifting him up. Since the exam began, you've exhibited this inexplicable sense of superiority. Have you not recognized the situation? In this world, strength reigns supreme. I am far stronger than you now, so why do you wear that ugly mug? With a sudden surge of anger, Lin Xian slammed Xuan's head into the ground. Are you seeking death? This unexpected fury and action startled Xuan's teammates. They had not anticipated Lin Xian would dare to humiliate Xuan so brazenly during the exam. The enmity formed from this incident was nearly irreparable. Yet they remained oblivious to Lin Xian's inexplicable anger. Why was it that when Xuan won, he could freely seize his points, yet when Lin Xian triumphed, Xuan demanded leniency? Was Lin Xian inherently inferior to Xuan in nobility? What gave him that right? Lin Xian was genuinely furious, disregarding what might unfold afterward. Gripping Xuan's head, he repeatedly slammed it against the ground. Speak up. Who gave you the audacity to think I would spare you? Xuan longed to respond, but the relentless pounding had left his face bloodied and distorted, his lips crooked, leaving him no room to utter a word. He wished to resolutely reject Lin Xian, yet the intense pain and impact rendered him incapable of contemplating anything else. Seizing the brief moments when his head was lifted, Xuan could only intermittently plead, Please, spare me. I'll transfer the points to you right away. Ah, so you can still speak, Lin Xian chuckled, tossing Xuan's head aside and clapping his hands. Hurry up. Xuan dared not defy him, meekly operating the scoring device to transfer all his points to Lin Xian. In an instant, his ranking plummeted to the very bottom among all examinees. Yet he paid no heed to this, attempting to rise with great effort from the ground. His teammates rushed to assist him upon witnessing his state. Lin Xian paid them no mind, absorbed in the scoreboard, relishing his commanding lead. However, before departing, Xuan, gritting his teeth against the pain, uttered, I will remember this grudge. With that, without waiting for Lin Xian's response, he struggled to leave, supported by his teammates. Humph. Lin Xian scoffed, finding it amusing. The longer time passed, the stronger he would become, far beyond Xuan's reach. Even if Xuan sought vengeance with the backing of his forces upon exiting the examination hall, Lin Xian remained unafraid. Securing first place meant he was already half a student of the Demon City Beastmaster Academy. Having demonstrated such remarkable aptitude, Lin Xian doubted that the academy would remain indifferent to any persecution he faced. Thus, in every consideration, Lin Xian could not fathom the possibility of Xuan successfully avenging himself. What was there for him to fear? Not focusing on Xuan any longer, he turned his attention back to the scoring leaderboard. After seizing Xuan's points, he now boasted a score of 5,684, comfortably perched at the top, more than double that of second place Li Qiuha. Gazing at this dazzling achievement, Lin Xian smiled triumphantly. Now, I should be considered far ahead, wouldn't you agree? It was already the afternoon of the 6th day, with only one day left in the exam. It was nearly impossible for these individuals to catch up to him now. He believed that the admissions office at the Demon City Academy would no longer reject his request for a spot in the otherworldly realm. Lin Xian vividly recalled that during the earlier phone call to negotiate terms, the representative from the academy had stipulated, you must lead significantly in points. He was oblivious to how the esteemed authorities in the magical metropolis defined leading by a wide margin. However, surpassing the competition by more than double should suffice, shouldn't it? If this were not the case, it would imply that the dignitaries of the magical metropolis were deliberately complicating matters for him. Fat tiger. If that were indeed true, one could only conclude that the esteemed authorities were not living up to their reputation. Such an institution was hardly worth attending. In the time leading up to the examination's conclusion, Lin Xian harbored aspirations of also overtaking the second-place contestant, Li Qiuha. Yet, following his initial ambush on Xuan, the rest of the candidates were alerted to his presence in the examination hall and began to flee at the sight of him. As a result, those remaining not only ceased their attempts to accumulate points, but also resorted to hiding. This turn of events transformed what should have been a thrilling hunt into a mere game of hide-and-seek. After a lengthy search yielded no results, Lin Xian found himself somewhat exasperated. He had never anticipated that this group would suddenly retreat into their shells. Thus, he decided to abandon the chase altogether and commanded his beast legion to disperse. They spread out in various directions across the island, serving as scouts. Any sighting of a listed contestant would trigger a mental link to relay the information. At that moment, Lin Xian would hasten to confront any student attempting to stir trouble. It was not that he lacked the desire to continue his pursuit. Rather, he found himself constrained. Without the encirclement of the Beast Legion, defeating these individuals was not particularly challenging, but it was impossible to prevent them from fleeing. Had Xuan not willingly allowed the group of contracted beasts to surround him, Little Firefeather would not have been able to easily vanquish them all. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. If he could not accumulate points himself, he would ensure that this group did not succeed either. Ideally, they would all act sensibly and refrain from unnecessary movements, allowing him to conserve energy while maintaining his substantial lead in the rankings. Thus, under the weight of his high-pressure strategy, a day swiftly passed, and the examination soon approached its conclusion. Lin Xian ultimately achieved his goal of securing first place. Chapter 45, Enmity. On the morning of the 8th day, when the military and political leaders of Lin City once again arrived at the Beast Island, a multitude of examinees had gathered at the island's edge under the supervision of the invigilators. By this point, the examination results had been finalized. Lin Xian, of course, was the undisputed first place. The second position was claimed by Li Qiuhua, the sole fortunate candidate among the top seeds who had managed to avoid an encounter with Lin Xian. When Xuan vanished from the leaderboard, he had experienced a moment of sheer terror, only emerging with his group once the examination concluded. Meanwhile, He Yuheng and Su Mingqi had quietly endeavored to accumulate points during the latter part of the examination when Lin Xian was pursuing Jiang Jingwei and Xuan. Remarkably, they both ascended to 3rd and 4th places, respectively. To be honest, Lin Xian was quite surprised. Despite having his points entirely depleted by his own actions, they had managed to stand out among the top candidates, showcasing formidable strength. Given their performance, it was clear that if not for his interference, Xuan would have found it far more challenging to claim the first position. However, what astonished Lin Xian the most was, "Oh, Xuan, you've made it here too?" He greeted Xuan, whose expression was darkened with discontent. Lin Xian had not anticipated that with so little time remaining, Xuan could climb to the 10th position. He truly lived up to the reputation of a talented student from number 7 high school. Indeed, it was Xuan, who had previously suffered a beating at Lin Xian's hands, and during the last day and night of Lin Xian's vigilant oversight, he had stealthily clawed his way back to the 10th position on the scoreboard. This was something Lin Xian had never envisioned. Humph. Xuan's face contorted with phantom pain at the sight of Lin Xian, and he could not muster a courteous response. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Lin Xian, don't get too smug. One day, I will have my revenge. Bring it on. I'll be waiting." Lin Xian replied with a dismissive smile. He truly felt no fear of Xuan's meager threats. At that moment, Tang Fong spotted Lin Xian and called out to him from a distance, "Brother Xian, I actually secured the 23rd position. It seems I can enroll in Lin City's esteemed institution." "Haha, congratulations then." Lin Xian laughed heartily, draping an arm around Tang Fong's shoulder. "I'm sure your parents will be thrilled." Yes. Thank you, Brother Xian. If you hadn't helped me make up for those points, I honestly wouldn't know what to do." Tang Fong's expression was filled with relief. His family had invested a significant sum to ensure he could pursue the path of a beast tamer, staking nearly their entire fortune. Had he failed to secure a place in the esteemed institution due to point theft, he truly would have been at a loss for how to explain it to his family. Lin Xian chuckled, playfully punching Tang Fong on the chest. "Oh, come on, bro. No need for thanks." Their jovial exchange continued until the leaders finally took their positions. Qianjin, as per usual, delivered an encouraging speech to the examinees before announcing the top 10 rankings, inviting them to the stage to receive their rewards. Indeed, while this examination was an academic endeavor, the top 10 did receive prizes. The rewards were quite modest, merely magic crystals, but in substantial quantities. When Lin Xian accepted the empty crystal bracelet filled with magic crystals from Qianjin, he discreetly probed it with his mental energy and nearly failed to maintain his composure. A neat stack of 5,000 magic crystals awaited him, equivalent to 5 million. Lin Xian's heart raced. How generous! Struggling to keep a smile plastered on his face, he extended his hand to shake Qianjin's. Qianjin, equally beaming, patted his shoulder and remarked, "Well done, young man. The future of Lin City will take pride in you." At that moment, Lin Xian, standing before a figure of Qianjin's caliber, had no pretenses to uphold. Thus he promptly replied, "It's all thanks to the guidance of our esteemed leaders." In response to his words, Qianjin smiled and gave his shoulder another encouraging pat before proceeding to award the others. Once all the rewards were distributed, there was the customary photo session. At this stage, the spotlight naturally shone on Lin Xian and his fire feather beast perched on his shoulder. Countless eyes, both on and off the stage, were fixed upon him. However, among these spectators, a select few harbored expressions filled with animosity. The most conspicuous were, of course, He Yuheng and Jiang Jingwei. Although He Yuheng had managed to claw his way back to 3rd place after exerting himself during the latter half of the examination, he could never easily forget the humiliation of having been trampled underfoot by Lin Xian. He longed to summon his allies at that very moment to eliminate Lin Xian. Jiang Jingwei's plight was even more dire. Having been thoroughly thrashed by the cave python, his team had been left utterly depleted, forcing them to resort to targeting other ordinary examinees for points. Yet, following Lin Xian's friendly exchange, Jiang Jingwei had not only lost his points, but also his strength. Unable to seize points from other examinees or even hunt beasts, his entire team languished at the bottom of the rankings. If no other unforeseen events occurred, he would have to bid farewell to the esteemed institution. In the minds of these two, Lin Xian had almost ascended to the top of their hit list. However, this was clearly not the time or place for confrontation, so they refrained from acting, merely seething with murderous intent as they fixed their gazes upon Lin Xian. On the other hand, Su Mengqi, who had also been robbed of her points, completely ignored Lin Xian. Her eyes were vacant, lost in thought. She was always so rational, rarely allowing external matters to disturb her emotional equilibrium. Moreover, this was simply a case of being outmatched, rather than wallowing in resentment. She resolved to enhance her strength and reclaim her position. Instead of harboring vengeful thoughts, she would focus on training her contracted beasts. Lin Xian paid no heed to the hidden thoughts of others, contentedly basking in his moment of glory. He did not perceive any fault in his high-profile demeanor. From the very first day he arrived in this world, Lin Xian understood one fundamental truth. This was a realm where strength reigned supreme. As long as one exhibits formidable prowess, friends will multiply, and malevolent spirits will keep their distance. Having secured first place, he found himself the focal point of many gazes. Without uttering a word, Qian Jin, who had just shaken his hand, would ensure that no harm befell him easily. In fact, he might even welcome trouble, eager to gain a personal favor in return. A future Saint-tier Beastmaster. This could serve as a stepping stone. If he were to sell favors now, once Lin Xian ascends to greatness, wouldn't Qian Jin's status rise proportionately? Yet, alas, not everyone in this world possesses the capacity for rational thought. I must report this. Lin Xian is unworthy of being first. He resorted to foul play against our class leader during the examination. How can such a deranged individual be allowed to claim first place? A voice from the audience cried out in condemnation of Lin Xian's ranking. This outrageous claim stunned everyone present, all eyes turning toward the source of the accusation. Lin Xian, too, glanced over, only to behold the venomous expression of Shubongda. He hasn't left? Lin Xian was taken aback. Shubongda had been expelled from the examination room on the very first day, and Lin Xian had assumed he had returned home to face reprimands. Little did he know he had lingered on the island, plotting to create trouble for him. Unfortunately, his words indeed shocked the assembly. Yet Lin Xian merely regarded him with pity, as if observing a dim-witted fool. Not only Lin Xian, but even He Yuheng and Jiang Jingwei, who also held grievances against him, looked upon Shubongda with disdain. Still so brainless, Lin Xian sighed, wondering if he thought he was in the prestigious Kangwu Academy. Did he believe that the military and political leaders of Lin City would indulge him in twisting the truth, like Luo Han's dog? What a pitiable creature. Chapter 46, A Mediocre University. As Lin Xian had anticipated, Qian Jin, who had been smiling amiably on stage for photographs with the outstanding candidates, subtly furrowed his brow upon hearing Shubongda's harsh outburst. Observing this, his secretary, Feng Lu, hurriedly approached to direct the security personnel on site to intervene. Shubongda had indeed lost his mind. Upon seeing someone attempt to restrain him, he summoned his contracted beast, the Gale Bird, in a futile attempt to resist. However, those assigned as security near Qianjin were far from ordinary. They showed no mercy, swiftly dispatching the Gale Bird and dragging Shubongda away like a defeated dog. This nonsensical farce did not impede the conclusion of the grand examination. Following the completion of the necessary procedures, the announcement of the successful conclusion of the Lin City Beast Master Advancement Examination was met with jubilation from the candidates, who subsequently returned to Earth through the portal. Lin Xian and the others entered the portal from the Kangwu Academy's playground and naturally returned to the same spot. As they stepped out of the portal, a throng of people surrounded them, calling out the names of the top-ranking candidates. Lin Xian was the one most frequently called. The circumstances of the advancement examination were not kept secret from the outside world. Many had already learned of Lin Xian's top position and approached him with various motives. Eager to engage in conversation, the first to squeeze his way to Lin Xian's side was, unexpectedly, their homeroom teacher, Luo Han. At that moment, his once sharp visage was adorned with a smile as he ingratiatingly said, "Lin Xian, you did remarkably well. I am truly delighted for you." Lin Xian, with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, retorted, "If you are so pleased, shouldn't you reward your student, Mr. Luo? What would you like?" Luo Han feigned generosity, stating, "You have brought such glory to our class and school. Anything within my capability, I will certainly fulfill. Is that so? I noticed you made quite a sum on the forum a few days ago. How about you allocate a portion of that as my reward?" Lin Xian replied with a grin. Luo Han's expression stiffened, nearly losing his smile. He quickly realized Lin Xian was referring to the incident where he had sold his contact information. Luo Han was eager to deny it, but the radiance surrounding Lin Xian was far too dazzling. A beast master with Saint-tier qualifications. the top scorer of the examination. The combination of these two titles rendered him no longer a mere high school student that Luo Han could easily manipulate. After much contemplation, he was reluctant to sever ties with Lin Xian, the future Saint-Tier Beastmaster, and forced a smile, saying, "You're joking, Lin Xian. That money isn't mine. It's all under my care for you. I will transfer it to you shortly. Thank you very much, Mr. Luo." Lin Xian laughed heartily, giving Luo Han a pat on the back before striding away. This is the advantage of showcasing one's strength. It effortlessly intimidated Luo Han, compelling him to return the money earned from selling Lin Xian's contact information. Had Lin Xian chosen to remain low-key, someone like Luo Han, who thrived on opportunism and flattery, would only have grown more audacious. With the money reclaimed and his thoughts clarified, Lin Xian's steps felt considerably lighter. However, he had barely taken a few strides when he was surrounded by another group. "Lin Xian, would you be interested in joining our U-City Beast Academy? We have a beautiful environment." "Nonsense. Lin Xian, don't listen to him. What is so great about U-City? Clearly, our Xuan City has the finest scenery. Lin Xian, come to our Xuan City Beast Academy. A cacophony erupted as the crowd of people, each vying to extol the merits of their respective beast academies, endeavored to entice Lin Xian to their institutions. Indeed, they were representatives from various Beast Academy recruitment offices. Following the conclusion of the grand examination each year, they became most active, akin to wealthy families of your seeking suitors among the top-ranking candidates. As the valedictorian of Lin City's examination, Lin Xian attracted even more attention, and his image had been circulated countless times. Thus, it was no surprise that he was besieged shortly after emerging from the portal. Observing the seemingly frantic recruitment officers, Lin Xian sighed, raising his hands to signal for silence before speaking. "Esteemed teachers, I apologize, but I have already found a preferred Beast Academy and have initiated contact with them. The process and outcome have been very amicable. Therefore, I'm afraid you need not expend further effort on me. Perhaps you should engage with other outstanding candidates." Upon hearing his words, the recruitment officers erupted in an uproar. "What? Has it already been decided so swiftly? Which school is it? What conditions did they offer Lin Xian? Could you share?" "Yes. Our Xuan City Beast Academy is quite sincere. Why not hear our terms?" Seeing that they showed no signs of relenting, Lin Xian felt increasingly exasperated. To deter them, he was forced to raise his voice. "They promised me a long-term opportunity to traverse the alternate realm. Can you match that? While the alternate realm is fraught with peril, it also teems with abundant resources, making it ideal for beast masters to enhance their strength. A beast master residing in the alternate realm will experience growth at a pace several times faster than their peers. For this reason, each opportunity to enter and exit the alternate realm is incredibly precious, and each academy has a limited number. Generally, academies reserve these opportunities for outstanding third and fourth-year students, ensuring that those who receive them can maximize their benefits." When Lin Xian had previously approached the Magic City Beast Academy regarding such opportunities, he had been rebuffed with excuses. This time, to dissuade the persistent recruiters, he had revealed a hint of this information. However, to his astonishment, they seemed utterly incredulous. "Lin Xian, are you jesting? How could the prestigious Kyoto University grant an entry quota to another world to a mere freshman? Indeed, Lin Xian, I implore you not to be deceived by those unqualified institutions masquerading as schools." A young man, bespectacled and standing before a group of admissions officers, sneered disdainfully. "Lin Xian, this is not how negotiations are conducted. Presenting such impossible conditions will only diminish your own standing." At his remarks, the surrounding educators initially froze, only to quickly comprehend the underlying message. It turned out this top student was not outright rejecting their offers, but rather gauging their responses to set conditions. Hope rekindled in their hearts as they pondered how to impress Lin Xian. Seeing through Lin Xian's intentions, the bespectacled man, who considered himself clever, spoke up. "Lin Xian, you need not heed their words. Come to our Kyoto University. We offer you the utmost privileges regarding magic crystal quotas, beastmaster techniques, and contract beast methods. All that can be extended to a freshman will be yours. Of course, the notion of an entry quota to another world is a jest. Such matters are beyond the reach of someone of your standing. Trust us, Kyoto University is undoubtedly the strongest and most sincere choice among beastmaster universities. And I can vouch for that." With a sense of superiority, he raised his chin, confident that this young man would acquiesce. According to his research, Lin Xian was merely a student who had stumbled upon good fortune, hailing from an ordinary background. Surely, upon hearing the illustrious conditions presented by Kyoto University, he would bow in submission? However, Lin Xian did not respond. Instead, he politely inquired, "Excuse me, sir, may I ask your surname?" "One may simply call me Wang Jiao," replied the man. "You may refer to me as Teacher Wang." "Teacher Wang, I sincerely apologize," Lin Xian expressed with utmost courtesy, bowing slightly. I have indeed made prior arrangements with other universities. Kindly seek out other candidates. Wang Jiao was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believing Lin Xian was dissatisfied with his offer. Lin Xian, this is the best offer available. I assure you, no other institution can match these terms. We have extended all possible privileges to you. There is no need for further negotiation. Lin Xian had already conveyed his rejection clearly, yet Wang Jiao persisted, prompting Lin Xian to retort, "Are you finished? I have already declined your offer, so why do you continue to pester me? Very well, present the entry quota to another world, and I shall grant you a chance to compete." Wang Jiao was momentarily stunned by Lin Xian's sudden shift in demeanor. He instinctively thought he had misheard. Only upon witnessing Lin Xian's impatience did he realize the gravity of the situation. Amusement flickered in Wang Jiao's eyes, and he derisively remarked, "Indeed. A country bumpkin stumbles upon treasure and becomes utterly arrogant. Do you truly fear the consequences of such brazen demands? An otherworldly realm is hardly a place for a mere black iron beastmaster like you. Very well, someone of your caliber is unworthy of Kyoto University. Farewell, Lin Xian. May you fare well with that lesser institution willing to provide you an entry quota." Just as Wang Jiao turned to leave, a familiar and irksome female voice interrupted him. "Oh, did I hear correctly? Just a moment late, and our magic capital university has become a mere joke of a school?" Upon hearing that vexing voice, a surge of irritation welled up within Wang Jiao. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and was met with the sight of a beautiful yet utterly detestable face. "Jiang Wanner, what brings you here? Your words are quite amusing. Is it permissible for your Kyoto University to recruit, yet not for our magic capital university?" Jiang Wanner scoffed, dismissing Wang Jiao and stepping closer to Lin Xian, extending her hand. "Greetings, Lin Xian. I am Jiang Wanner, the admissions officer from Magic Capital University who contacted you a few days ago. You may call me Teacher Jiang." "Ah, yes, of course." Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Wanner, although he had surmised from her voice during their earlier conversation that she might be an attractive woman. Witnessing her in person was still a surprise. Her countenance seemed as if crafted by divine hands, exuding an ethereal grace and unblemished purity. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back, enhancing her serene demeanor. Contrasting this was her alluringly curvaceous figure, modestly concealed beneath a simple white t-shirt, while her long, graceful legs emerged from a short skirt that barely reached her knees. Among the women Lin Xian had encountered, only Su Mengqi could rival her beauty. However, Su Mengqi's aloofness made her seem unattainable, while Jiang Wanner embodied a captivating blend of innocence and allure. This contrast was irresistibly enticing, compelling Lin Xian to steal a few extra glances. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and shook her hand. "Hello, Teacher Jiang." Jiang Wanner was well aware of her striking appearance and was not surprised by Lin Xian's gaze. However, she was somewhat taken aback by how swiftly he composed himself. A hint of surprise flitted across her eyes as she turned to Wang Jiao. "Master Wang, did I mishear you just now? You referred to our Magic Capital University as a mere joke? Would you dare repeat that in front of our principal Zhang and see if he does not personally teach you a lesson?" Wang Jiao's face flushed, yet he dared not retort. While his previous statement was indeed inappropriate, it could have been a minor slip. Typically, a leader would merely chuckle and move on. However, the current principal of Magic Capital University, Zhang Tianling, was known for his lack of decorum and penchant for bullying the less powerful. Wang Jiao knew that if his words reached Zhang Tianling's ears, he could easily envision a scenario where he would be reprimanded. "I did not say that," he insisted, unwilling to linger on the topic. He feigned indifference and countered, "So, it was you who contacted Lin Xian earlier? Are you claiming that your admissions director has lost his senses, genuinely willing to grant a precious entry quota to a freshman?" A broader smile spread across Jiang Wanner's delicate features. "Regrettably, that decision was made jointly by our director Xiao and Principal Zhang. Their discerning eyes have never faltered, especially today. After Lin Xian achieved the top score in the Lin City examination, I am even more convinced of this decision." Moreover, Jiang Wanner's eyes narrowed with a knowing gleam. "The value of a contract beast with sacred tier potential is far beyond your imagination." At the depth of her insinuating smile, Wang Jiao felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively countered, regardless of how high the potential of a contract beast may be, Lin Xian is still just a freshman. What value could he possibly hold? Jiang Wanner chose not to engage in an argument, only bursting into laughter. "Ha! You should relay that to your grandfather. Let us see if Principal Wang will agree with your assessment. Ha! To suggest that a future sacred tier beastmaster possesses no value. Ha! The more she pondered, the more amused she became, laughing so hard she could barely stand upright. President Wang unexpectedly dispatched you, his grandson, to recruit students. Could it be that he has lost his senses? Ha! With such decisions, It's no wonder that your prestigious Kyoto institution declines year by year, far outpaced by our esteemed institution in the Magic City. How dare you? Hearing her insult his grandfather, Wang Jiao could no longer ponder the deeper implications of her words. Enraged, he retorted, Jiang Wanner, do you have a death wish? While he was fuming, Jiang Wanner remained unfazed, paying no heed to his empty threats. She tugged at Lin Xian, eager to depart. Lin Xian, let us hurry and leave. Staying here too long makes me fear I might catch the idiot virus. Let's South find another place to chat. During their earlier exchange, oh no, Jiang Wanner's one-sided mockery of Wang Jiao. Lin Xian had merely been a spectator, enjoying the spectacle. As the secrets involving the heads of the two leading beast taming universities unfolded, Lin Xian found the gossip quite delightful. Just as he was savoring the juicy tidbits, Jiang Wanner suddenly yanked him away. Instinctively, he withdrew his hand, responding haltingly, oh, okay, then please lead the way, Teacher Jiang. The group of admissions office teachers surrounding them ceased their pursuit. The moment Wang Jiao from Kyoto and Jiang Wanner from the Magic City revealed their identities, they knew their chances were gone. They collectively sighed, bidding farewell to the two amidst Jiang Wanner's melodious laughter. Jiang Wanner did not lead Lin Xian far. Once outside the gates of Kangwu University, they chose a quaint roadside cafe to settle down. After casually ordering some beverages, Jiang Wanner got straight to the point. Since you, Lin Xian, have achieved your goal, our esteemed institution in the Magic City will not go back on our word. Once you enroll, the qualifications for entering and exiting the other world will be directly issued to your student ID, allowing you access to the teleportation gate. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian, who had been anxious, finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had truly feared that the Magic City's institution might renege on their promise. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. No need for thanks, Jiang Wanner replied with a smile, waving her hand. This matter was personally acknowledged by our principal. If you wish to express your gratitude, do so to him. Additionally, she produced a document from her handbag and handed it to Lin Xian. Please take a look at this document. If you have no objections, kindly sign it. Document. Lin Xian was somewhat perplexed, but instinctively accepted and began to read. The content was brief, merely a simple confidentiality agreement. In essence, it stated that he must not disclose any information regarding the special training program to the outside world. Special training program? He recalled that this was the specialized class curriculum they had discussed over the phone, initially thinking it was merely an unconventional teaching method. He was taken aback to discover it was shrouded in such mystery, to the extent that a confidentiality agreement was necessary. He voiced his confusion, but Jiang Wanner insisted that she could only elaborate once the document was signed. Left with no alternative, Lin Xian examined it carefully, ensuring there were no hidden traps before signing at the bottom. After all, it was merely a confidentiality agreement. It posed no significant risk. Excellent, Jiang Wanner said, taking the document with a satisfied nod. She did not prolong the suspense, but addressed him directly. Since you have requested the qualifications for entering the other world, I presume you have some understanding of humanity's current situation there? Lin Xian was unclear on how the special training program related to the other world, but he nodded in response. Yes, I have gleaned some information through the internet and news. Humanity has established teleportation outposts in the other world and has commenced certain explorations, correct? Is there an issue? Jiang Wanner shook her head. That is merely the official narrative. In reality, even for us, who are progressing the fastest, the conditions at the outposts beyond the teleportation gates are dire. Merely contending with the relentless tide of otherworldly beasts consumes all our resources. It is utterly impossible to dispatch effective forces for exploration. The scant records of exploration we possess are brought back by spontaneously formed teams of beast tamers, and their quality varies greatly, with credibility nearly at zero. I see, Lin Xian pondered. Jiang Wanner's explanation alleviated some of his concerns. Previously, during his time at the Sea Demon Sanctuary, Ergo had hinted that intelligent races also existed in the other world. Yet, despite humanity's apparent foray into the other world, Lin Xian had never encountered any rumors regarding intelligent races there. This suggested that either Ergo or the human authorities were lying. Given Ergo's status as a legendary divine beast, Lin Xian found him far more trustworthy, leading him to suspect the human authorities. However, he had not anticipated that the higher-ups were indeed lying, though the nature of the deception was completely different from what he had imagined. The so-called exploration merely amounted to a superficial inspection of their own doorstep. It was no wonder that a confidentiality agreement was required for such matters. This was utterly absurd. Lin Xian mentally scoffed. He soon found himself with new questions and countered, Teacher Jiang. How does the situation at the Otherworld outpost relate to the special training program you mentioned? Of course, it is relevant. Jiang Wanner pointed toward the heavens, indicating that those in authority had realized they could no longer waste resources on merely repelling the beast tide. Thus, They commissioned our esteemed institution in the Magic City to initiate this special training program. This plan aims solely to cultivate powerful beast tamers capable of standing alone. Lin Xian was taken aback. What does that mean? Precisely, Jiang Wan'er affirmed with a nod. After years of battling the otherworldly beasts, it has become clear to the authorities that, in combat against these creatures, quality far outweighs quantity. A silver-tier beast tamer can have a far greater impact than 100 bronze-tier beast tamers. Therefore, our approach to training beast tamers will shift from universal education to elite education. The so-called special training program serves as a pilot for implementing this elite education. Each student in the special class will enjoy the finest resources, powerful secret techniques for beast tamers, rare skills for contract beasts, customized evolutionary paths for contract beasts, direct mentorship in combat experience from high-ranking beast tamers. Any method you can conceive for rapid growth as a beast tamer will be available in this program. However, as she spoke, Jiang Wan'er suddenly paused. Lin Xian looked up to find her grinning widely, her innocent face now adorned with a manic smile. With these exceptional privileges comes a greater expectation from you. You will not experience the vibrant university life that other students anticipate. What you will face daily, what you will ponder, is solely how to enhance your strength and how to combat the otherworldly beasts. So what do you think, Lin Xian? Are you satisfied with such an environment for growth? Faced with Jiang Wan'er's sudden transformation into a frenzied beauty, Lin Xian found himself momentarily speechless, his mouth agape. The abrupt shift in her demeanor, coupled with the explosive nature of the information, was overwhelming, leaving him struggling to process it all. After a considerable period of contemplation, Lin Xian finally found the clarity to reflect upon the unique training program elucidated by Jiang Wan'er. To be candid, he felt quite satisfied. The so-called vibrant university life was an experience he had endured in his previous existence, and it had not been particularly pleasant. Thus, he harbored no expectations for this life. Following the incident at the Sea Demon Sanctuary, Lin Xian had come to a profound realization that seemingly simplistic, other worlds might indeed be the most captivating realms in this world. Enigmatic special races, breathtaking scenic landscapes, and the myriad wonders akin to the Sea Demon Sanctuary were all that Lin Xian yearned to encounter. To embark on this exploration of other worlds safely and successfully, formidable strength was imperative. Therefore, the foremost priority in his mind was to swiftly enhance his own power. Following this line of thought, this unique training program was precisely in line with his aspirations. With this understanding, the bewilderment on Lin Xian's face dissipated, replaced by a confident smile. He grasped Jiang Wan'er's outstretched hand and exclaimed with vigor, "This is exactly what I desire." While Lin Xian engaged in fervent discourse with Jiang Wan'er, a small-scale celebratory banquet convened by Qianjin, the head of Lin City, commenced. In attendance were not only military and political dignitaries, but also the relatives of high-ranking candidates from the recent examination. Naturally, the topic of conversation revolved around the recently concluded Beast Tamer entrance examination. Oldly, congratulations. Qianjin raised his glass to clink with the middle-aged man before him. Your son has made you proud. Not at all, replied the middle-aged man, who was none other than Li Wei, the father of Li Qiuhua, who ranked second in the examination. In recent years, he had amassed considerable wealth in real estate, which allowed him to attend the banquet. Though typically boastful, he refrained from displaying arrogance in front of Qianjin, instinctively lowering his glass slightly. My son Qiuhua's second-place finish is largely thanks to your guidance, Lord Qian. Ha ha. You flatter me, Qianjin chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Such an impressive ranking is truly a testament to your diligent nurturing of your own offspring. Nearby, Zhouan's father, Zhou Chenggan, was also present. He was somewhat displeased that his son Xuan, despite his great expectations, had only secured the 10th position. Witnessing Li Wei, the nouveau riche of Lin City, basking in the limelight before Qianjin only heightened his irritation. After careful consideration, he interjected with a smile, Lord Qian is jesting. The top scorer, Lin Xian, has no background whatsoever. His ability to contract a sacred tier beast and seize the top spot is attributed to whom? It is indeed your meticulous cultivation, Lord Qian. Without your policies for nurturing beast tamers, Lin Xian would not be where he is today. It must be said, as one of the major shareholders of the Chunin Group, Zhou Chenggan was adept at socializing and flattering others. At this moment, Qianjin, buoyed by Zhou Chenggan's praise, felt a swell of pride and laughed heartily. By Qianjin's side, his secretary, Feng Lu, had been accompanying him throughout. Observing his superior's delight, he recalled his earlier investigation into Lin Xian and chimed in, speaking of which, Lin Xian indeed has a connection with you, Lord Qian. Really? How so? Qianjin inquired, intrigued. While reviewing Lin Xian's files during the examination, I discovered that his deceased parents were once members of the Seeking Bright Bird exploration team that you personally established. Chapter 49, Seeking Bright Bird. Seeking Bright Bird? Upon hearing Feng Lu utter this name, the attendees were taken aback. Even the amiable and smiling Qianjin displayed a look of astonishment. The reason lay in the legendary nature of the name itself. When humanity first ventured into the otherworld, the authorities had called upon the populace to spontaneously form Beast Tamer exploration teams for the purpose of exploring and developing the otherworld. Behind the scenes, various local governments were similarly entrusted with this mission, which was factored into their year-end evaluations. Qianjin, living up to his name, possessed a strong desire for progress and naturally exerted great effort in this endeavor. He painstakingly promised various benefits and gathered numerous powerful beast tamers from the populace. Among these beast tamers, the weakest was at the golden level 7, while the strongest even reached diamond level 2. This formidable group of beast tamers formed the exploration team dispatched from Lin City, aptly named Seeking Bright Bird. This name embodied Qianjin's lofty hopes for the team, as he wished for it to illuminate the future of humanity and pave the way for his own prospects. Regrettably, disappointment soon followed. Merely 2 months into their journey into the otherworld, news of catastrophe arrived. All past exploration teams from Earth went missing, with only a handful of the most powerful beast tamers managing to return, albeit in a severely weakened state. The entire Seeking Bright Bird exploration team was declared lost. Following this debacle, recognizing the perilous nature of the otherworld, the authorities ceased to request civilian-organized exploration teams. Qianjin faced substantial losses, and with the subsequent loss of motivation, he naturally no longer monitored the affairs of the exploration team. Thus, the designation Seeking Bright Bird quietly faded into obscurity after a fleeting 2 months. Given Lin Xian's age, any connection he had with the members of Seeking Bright Bird could only be with the 2 survivors. Xiaofeng, are you certain of this? Qianjin asked in astonishment. Is Lin Xian truly related to those 2 individuals? Indeed, Feng Lu affirmed with a nod. According to my investigation, Lin Haoran and Xiao Wu became disheartened after that ill-fated mission. They settled in Lin City, marrying and leading ordinary lives. They only re-emerged when they inadvertently got caught up in the chaos caused by the Celestial Church 3 years ago, leading to their demise. And they had not revealed their identities as beast tamers since. Ah, so they have passed on, Qianjin sighed, a somber expression overtaking his features. Though he had never openly expressed it, he felt a profound sense of guilt towards the beast tamers associated with Seeking Bright Bird. Had it not been for his commission, those promising individuals would not have perished so easily in the otherworld. When Lin Haoran and Xiao Wu returned severely injured, Qianjin had intended to offer them additional compensation. However, they had declined his generosity and vanished without a trace, never to contact him again. With his own work keeping him busy, Qianjin gradually pushed the matter from his mind. Now, upon being reminded by Feng Lu, the guilt resurfaced. Qianjin's demeanor shifted to one of despondence, and he no longer cared for the business elites around him. Waving his hand dismissively, Xiaofeng, if you have the time, please keep an eye on Lin Xian. It would serve as a form of atonement. With that, he departed from the banquet. Feng Lu, taken aback by how a casual remark of his had suddenly affected Qianjin's mood, quickly replied, "Ah, all right, I'll go see him shortly," and hastened to catch up. As the main guest left the gathering, the other attendees dispersed, each harboring their own thoughts. However, neither Qianjin nor Feng Lu noticed the fleeting glimmer of surprise that passed through Zhou Chuangan's eyes upon hearing the names Lin Haoran and Xiao Wu. As the banquet reached its conclusion, Zhou Chuangan feigned busyness to bid farewell to the others. Subsequently, he chose not to return to the company, but instead headed straight home. As soon as he stepped through the threshold, Zhou Chuangan made a beeline for his study. He rummaged through the seldom-used drawer of his desk and retrieved a mobile phone, dialing the sole number it contained. The dialing tone echoed for what felt like an eternity until, upon connection, a slightly irritable voice emerged from the other end. "What is it? Did I not inform you earlier that I have pressing matters to attend to for the next 2 months? Unless it's urgent, refrain from calling me unnecessarily. Yes, I have a matter of utmost urgency to report to the parish chief." In this moment, Zhou Chuangan exhibited a humility and reverence far surpassing that displayed in the presence of Qianjin. Today, at the banquet hosted by Qianjin, I heard news of Lin Haoran and Xiao Wu, and I learned that they have a son named Lin Xian. As he uttered this last phrase, Zhou Chuangan found himself drenched in sweat, as if he had suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation he was about to face. A prolonged silence enveloped the phone line before the parish chief spoke again, his tone now eerily calm. "So, what you're implying is that you deceived me when you claimed 3 years ago that everything was handled." Although his irritation had dissipated, Zhou Chuangan now felt a deeper sense of dread creep in. No, that is not the case. Those 2 individuals lived in obscurity, masquerading as ordinary citizens, completely off the radar. It was only during my subsequent investigation that I discovered they were members of the Seeking the Ming bird, which had been eradicated by the Holy Church. At that time, I acted hastily to ensure their silence, without conducting a more thorough investigation. He poured forth his explanations desperately. Yet the parish chief's demeanor remained as unyielding as a still lake. Are you suggesting that it was my insistence that pressured you into haste? Never. Not at all. Zhou Chang'an suddenly realized his error, hastily delivering 2 sharp slaps to his own face, hoping to convey the gravity of his situation across the line. Whether the parish chief heard this or not, he proceeded with his orders without hesitation. Lin Xian, is it? Find an opportunity to eliminate him directly. Ensure that no word of this leaks out. But Lin Xian is the top candidate in this year's Imperial Beast examination. Qian Jin specifically instructed his secretary to keep an eye on him. It might not be so easy to carry out, I care not. The parish chief's fury was now palpable, unmasked. If I find out that information has leaked from your end, jeopardizing the Holy Church's grand plans, I will ensure your utter destruction. Following this, a thunderous crash echoed from the other end, signaling the abrupt end of the call. It was evident that the parish chief had smashed his phone in a fit of rage. Zhou Chang'an, however, dared not follow suit. He carefully placed the phone back in the drawer and slumped into his chair, releasing a heavy sigh. Alas, I wonder whether joining the Heavenly God cult was a blessing or a curse. His association with the cult had begun long ago, during a time when humanity was retreating in the face of monstrous beasts pouring forth from the portal with no hope in sight. To secure a path for the Zhou family, Zhou Chang'an had joined the cult, which revered these beasts in hopes of survival. Yet, to his astonishment, humanity's fortunes had since improved dramatically, leading to the establishment of stable outposts in the otherworld in recent years. Reflecting on this, he sighed once more. Forget it. Pondering such matters is futile. Now that I have embarked on this journey, there is no turning back. I must look forward. He contemplated the parish chief's instructions. First, I must find someone to assess the protective forces surrounding Lin Xian and gauge their responses. Who should I approach? Zhou Chang'an recalled what Xuan had mentioned about the events during the closing ceremony of the examination. There seemed to be an individual among the candidates who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Xian, which could be exploited. Chapter 50. Seeds of Hatred. While Zhou Chang'an was preoccupied with the search for a pawn, Shibanga had just finished his statement at the police station and finally returned home. Upon entering, he found his father and brother seated on the sofa, their expressions grave as they regarded him. He feigned ignorance and proceeded directly to his room. Stop! Father bellowed. What is it? Shibanga replied with evident annoyance. I hear you not only scored 0 in this examination, but also attempted to confront Lord Qian during the closing ceremony. I did not. Still denying it. Father's anger intensified, his disappointment palpable. You neither excel nor take responsibility for your actions. From now on, do not claim to be my son when you go out. Suit yourself. Shibanga tossed these words over his shoulder as he retreated to his room. Just as he stepped inside and reached for the door to close it, he found his brother's foot wedged in the way. What? Are you here to mock me as well? Don't misunderstand. I have no time for that. Hualing retorted, his disdain unmistakable in his eyes. I merely wish to remind you that father has just decreed that you shall no longer have access to the family resources. For the next few days, abandon any dreams of being a beast tamer and prepare to report to the family business next week. Do you understand? Shibanga offered no reply, slamming the door shut with force. This time, Hualing did not intervene, and the door struck its frame with a resounding bang. Finally alone, Shibanga could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. He hurled every object within reach to the ground. Damn it! They all look down on me. That worthless Lin Xian scorns me. You all scorn me. Why? Why should that useless fool be able to contract a sacred-grade beast? Why must you favor that pig of a brother, Hualing? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Each utterance echoed with resentment, a low growl emanating from his throat. As he continued to wreak havoc, he realized he had exhausted his supply of projectiles and was about to head toward his desk to unleash further fury when a strange voice suddenly pierced the air. If you refuse to accept it, do you seek revenge? Meanwhile, Lin Xian, after an extensive conversation with Jiang Wan'er, exchanged contact information with her before parting ways. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, he decided against further activities and headed straight home. Upon arrival, he exhaled a sigh of relief, sinking into the comfort of his sofa. The examination days had been tiring, filled with sleepless nights and outdoor hardships. Now back at home, he was eager to envelop himself in the softness of his couch. After a brief respite, once he felt revitalized, Lin Xian drew the curtains, turned on the lights, and summoned his 4 primary contracted beasts, Little Fire Feather, Little Earth, Air Go, and the unnamed Spirit Deer. These four exceptional creatures possessed considerable intelligence, with Ergo even capable of conversing fluently in Chinese, akin to a normal human. Such extraordinary beasts were ill-suited for prolonged confinement within the beast taming space. Previously, they had to remain hidden due to the prying eyes of the outside world. Now that he was home, in a secure environment, it was only fitting to grant them a sense of freedom. The moment they materialized, each sought out a comfortable spot to frolic. The level 10 little fire feather nestled into Lin Xian's arms, reveling in the warmth of his embrace. The level 3 spirit deer, displaying peculiar behavior, uprooted a long-dead potted plant from the corner of the living room and discarded it, proceeding to plant itself in the pot instead. It then transformed, taking on the semblance of a legitimate potted plant. Meanwhile, the level 1 little earth inexplicably felt a fondness for the spirit deer, curling up around the newly planted pot. Its elemental energy manifesting limbs that gradually formed a protective barrier around the pot. It was as if he had become a protector of flowers. As for Ergo, despite being merely at the modest level of Bronze 5, this fellow was the epitome of nonchalance. He leaped onto the sofa, nudging Lin Xian aside just enough to settle down comfortably. Subsequently, he manipulated the remote control with his tiny paws, turning on the television and tuning into a program of his liking, watching it with great enjoyment. A mere mutt lived a life akin to that of a human. Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words. These four contracted beasts constituted Lin Xian's primary source of combat power at present. When he departed from the examination grounds, he had not brought forth all the beasts from the Beastmaster Legion he had established on the Beast Island. With so many contracted beasts, merely feeding them would entail a substantial expense. Naturally, Lin Xian could not bear such a burden. Thus, he retained only a few contracted beasts with auxiliary skills by his side, releasing the rest back into the wild. Indeed, beast contracts could be dissolved, although it was uncommon for most beastmasters to do so. After all, once they severed their contracts with exotic beasts, they could not, like Lin Xian, forge new contracts with other beasts. Lin Xian had thus set a clear guideline for himself going forward. Unless he encountered exceptionally gifted beasts or those possessing rare auxiliary skills, he would refrain from casually contracting exotic beasts. He would only temporarily contract certain beasts as a means of bolstering his strength when necessary, just as he had done on the Beast Island. This was purely a matter of financial prudence. Beasts of lower qualifications held no value for cultivation. He simply could not afford to squander his limited resources on them and would have to rely on temporary contracts instead. Alas, it seemed he was perpetually ensnared by financial constraints. Lin Xian heaved a long sigh. Glancing at his contracted beasts, he noticed Ergo lounging comfortably while watching television. And for some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Recalling the insights he had gleaned from Xuan earlier that day regarding the otherworldly situation, he gave Ergo a gentle kick on the rear. "Ergo, I have a question for you." "What is it?" Ergo replied, his gaze fixated on the television, not bothering to turn his head. "Considering your current state, how much of your previous memories do you still retain?" "Most of them, I suppose." "Why? Do you have any idea why the gateway to the otherworld suddenly opened up on Earth?" Ergo suddenly turned his head. Why the sudden curiosity about this? "After all, it's the world I inhabit." Lin Xian spread his hands. "I wouldn't want to remain oblivious if one day the world were to come to ruin." This had been a lingering question since his arrival in this world. However, at the time, he lacked sufficient understanding of this realm, so he had temporarily set it aside. After hearing Xuan's explanation today, he realized he still did not have a clear understanding. With some leisure time on his hands and an otherworldly expert before him, Lin Xian was eager to seek clarification. Yet, Ergo did not provide an answer. Instead, he shook his doggy head, his front paws making a gesture of helplessness. "Regrettably, I cannot answer that question at the moment." "Why not? Weren't you once a divine tier exotic beast? Shouldn't you be at the pinnacle of the food chain in the otherworld? How is it that you are unaware of matters pertaining to the future trajectory of the entire world?" "Because I was initially part of the Peace Faction." Peace Faction? It refers to those who advocate for friendly exchanges and mutual growth with humans. Chapter 51, A Series of Visits. Upon saying this, Ergo noticed Lin Xian still appeared perplexed and elaborated further. "When we first discovered your world, our divine tier exotic beasts convened to discuss our approach. Unfortunately, we could not reach a consensus and instead split into two factions, one advocating for conquest and the other for coexistence. I am one of the divine tier exotic beasts supporting coexistence." "Oh," Lin Xian was puzzled. "If that was the case, then why?" "Because we underestimated the resolve of the war faction." Ergo shook his head. Their determination was inexplicably steadfast, seeing that discussions yielded no desired results. They resorted to force. Those of us in the Peace Faction were taken by surprise, completely unprepared, and were easily overwhelmed. Even I, being relentlessly pursued, had to forcibly tear open a spatial rift to escape to your side. At this point, Ergo humanely sighed and fell silent. However, Lin Xian was already aware of the subsequent events. The panicked escape of the ancient rock-eating deity had not allowed him to survive. He had perished in the other world and transformed into the present-day Ergo. No wonder Lin Xian felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Being inexplicably hunted to death must have been profoundly distressing for Ergo as the victim. Nevertheless, Lin Xian's mind was suddenly flooded with new questions. Those were faction members, preferring to resort to violence rather than explain their reasons, must have some hidden motives. What could it be? Ergo, comfortably engrossed in the television, occasionally glanced back at Lin Xian. Seeing him with his head lowered, he assumed Lin Xian was still worried and waved his little paw in a comforting manner. Don't fret. With those fellow strength, you humans are utterly incapable of mounting any resistance at present. Yet, until now, Earth has not been fully occupied, and can even push back into the other world, which indicates that something is occupying their attention over there. Thus, it seems Earth is unlikely to face any immediate peril. Rest assured, it was evident that Ergo was genuinely trying to console him. However, Lin Xian felt even more anxious upon hearing this. The fact that even those divine-tier exotic beasts could not handle the threat underscored its severity. If such danger were to spread to Earth through the portal, he could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences. Suddenly recognizing the precariousness of his world, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel apprehensive about his future. Yet, after a brief moment of worry, he unexpectedly burst into laughter, lightly patting his own head. Haha, what am I thinking? If the sky were to fall, there would be tall folks to support it. With my current strength, even if I were to worry incessantly, what difference would it make? Coming to this realization, Lin Xian felt a little more at ease. However, his desire for strength intensified. If even the tall folks couldn't hold up, he must possess adequate means to ensure his own safety. Early the next morning, Lin Xian had intended to head straight to the Abyss trading post to procure the materials needed for the evolution ceremony of Little Fire Feather. However, before he could step out, someone came knocking at his door. After brushing his teeth, he opened the door to find an unexpectedly familiar figure. Lin Xian pulled the toothbrush from his mouth and smiled. Teacher Luo, did you come early this morning to return the money you kept for me? Indeed. It was his somewhat unscrupulous homeroom teacher, Luo Han, who had come to knock at his door bright and early. After Lin Xian had made his intentions clear the previous day, Luo Han felt quite reluctant. That was money he had earned through his own cleverness at the right moment. Why should he give it all to Lin Xian? No matter how formidable Lin Xian may become in the future, he was still just a student. What could he possibly do to him? However, after witnessing the altercation between the esteemed beast masters of Magic City and Kyoto over Lin Xian, Luo Han felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, awakening him to the reality of the situation. Such colossal entities were beyond the capacity of a mere homeroom teacher like him to contend with. Thus, Luo Han no longer hesitated. To demonstrate his sincerity, he opted not to transfer the money but instead personally withdrew the funds he had been safeguarding. On that early morning of the following day, he brought the money to Lin Xian's door, aiming to mend their relationship. Upon hearing Lin Xian's inquiry, Luo Han took no offense. Rather, he responded with a sycophantic smile. Indeed, this sum is not insignificant. The more I hold on to it, the more anxious I become. Considering that Lin Xian was likely at home today, I decided to bring back this money directly to you. He handed the box in his hands to Lin Xian, a total of 14 million. Please count it. Lin Xian, and see if anything is missing. Lin Xian received the box without hesitation and, surprisingly, began to count the money right there. However, contrary to what Luo Han had anticipated, Lin Xian only counted out 1 million and promptly returned the remaining money in the box to Luo Han. Initially, I only deposited 1 million with you. Teacher Luo, the excess must be your own funds, right? It would be better for you to take it back. Luo Han was momentarily taken aback, not fully comprehending Lin Xian's implication. Nevertheless, being no stranger to life's intricacies at his age, he quickly grasped the situation, took the box back, and feigned annoyance, saying, Alas, I must be getting old and muddled. How could I make such a foolish mistake? With that, the two exchanged a knowing glance and erupted into hearty laughter. Lin Xian was, of course, amused by his unexpected windfall of 1 million. Meanwhile, Luo Han was delighted that the outcome of this visit exceeded his expectations. Lin Xian's willingness to accept the money implied that he had already forgiven him, and the return of the 140,000 signified that Lin Xian was still open to cultivating a good relationship with him. He had initially thought he would have to part with a larger sum. Now, having achieved such a result effortlessly, how could he not feel elated? After a spirited exchange, Lin Xian did not invite Luo Han to stay for a meal and instead saw him off. As Luo Han surmised, Lin Xian indeed wished to establish some form of connection with him. Although Lin Xian harbored a dislike for Luo Han, There was no deep-seated enmity between them. Their earlier unpleasantness stemmed only from a prior incident involving the unauthorized sale of contact information. Now that the money that caused the discomfort had found its way into his pocket, even the unpleasantness had dissipated. As for Luo Han, while not particularly powerful, he had been a prominent teacher in Ling City for over a decade or two. He undoubtedly had some connections in the area, which might prove beneficial for Lin Xian in the future. Furthermore, had it not been for Luo Han's initiative and cunning, this sum of money would not have materialized. So it was only fair that he received a portion of it. Given the ease with which this money had come to him, Lin Xian felt no attachment to the 140,000. He would not feel remorse in spending it. Cheerfully humming a tune, Lin Xian intended to deposit the money at the Lingyuan exchange on his way. However, the long-neglected door to his home suddenly echoed again. What was going on? Why were there so many visitors today? Could it be that rascal Luo Han sold my address? After some contemplation, he deemed that unlikely and opened the door with curiosity. Standing at the threshold was a man in his 30s. Lin Xian did not recognize him, but felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Hello, Lin Xian. I am Feng Lu, secretary to Lord Qianjin. You may call me Secretary Feng. Chapter 52, A Predestined Failed Conclusion. Upon hearing Feng Lu's self-introduction, Lin Xian understood the source of his familiarity. The previous day, during the award ceremony, this man had been nearby, smiling attentively. As secretary to a high-ranking official, it was not surprising that he knew where Lin Xian lived. Ah, it's Secretary Feng. I am unsure why you have come, but please, may I inquire what brings you here? Feng Lu did not respond immediately, but pointed towards Lin Xian's home. Aren't you going to invite me in? Oh, my apologies, please come in. After ushering Feng Lu into his home, they exchanged pleasantries regarding studies and the cultivation of contract beasts before Feng Lu clarified his purpose. Actually, I am here on behalf of Lord Qianjin to deliver this to you. He presented an empty crystal bracelet. Lin Xian took it, puzzled, and was soon astonished to find it filled with an immeasurable quantity of magic crystals. Faced with such an inexplicable fortune, Lin Xian hesitated to accept it, inquiring, "What is this?" "This," Feng Lu explained, "is compensation from Lord Qianjin for the sacrifices your parents made. Now that they are no longer with us, it is only right that you accept it." Compensation? Lin Xian's confusion deepened. He was aware that his parents had died in service, but the government had already provided compensation at that time. What was this about? Noticing Lin Xian's bewilderment, Feng Lu understood the issue and proceeded to recount the past of Lin Haoran and Xiao Wu. He spoke candidly about the existence of the seeking bright bird, the chaos caused by the celestial church that led to their demise, leaving nothing unspoken. This left Lin Xian utterly astounded. Inherited memories only indicated that his parents were also beast tamers, but he had always believed they were of ordinary strength, which was why his previous incarnation had not enjoyed a good life. However, after hearing Feng Lu's account, it seemed his past self might barely be considered a second-generation beast tamer. Secretary Feng, are you joking? I have never heard my parents mention this before. Perhaps they had their reasons for silence, Feng Lu replied, his expression somber. After returning from the other realm, they did not even share any details with Lord Qianjin, indicating they likely had their reservations. He gazed at Lin Xian, asking, reflecting on your time with your parents, did they ever say anything peculiar? At this question, Feng Lu's eyes glimmered with anticipation. His visit today, while ostensibly to convey condolences and compensation, primarily aimed to uncover this mystery. After observing Qianjin's inexplicable mood drop yesterday, Feng Lu suspected there was more to the story behind the seeking bright bird incident, so he returned to examine the records from that time. Ultimately, he uncovered some troubling details. According to witnesses, after Lin Xian's parents returned, they did not engage in any conversation with Qianjin and departed without uttering a word. They revealed nothing about their experiences in the other realm or the circumstances surrounding the team's downfall. Once he reached this point, Feng Lu's suspicions were confirmed. He felt a surge of curiosity, but dared not directly question Qianjin. Thus, he seized the opportunity to inquire with Lin Xian under the pretense of delivering Qianjin's regards. However, Lin Xian could not provide the answers Feng Lu sought. After much contemplation, Lin Xian helplessly shrugged. I'm sorry, Secretary Feng. I truly cannot recall anything unusual. No worries. No worries. Feng Lu, undeterred by his unsuccessful inquiry, offered his business card and stood up. If you think of anything later, just give me a call. It seems you're headed out, so I won't impose further today. Lin Xian did not stop Feng Lu from leaving. Instead, he handed back the crystal bracelet filled with wealth. Secretary Feng, please take this back. Why? It rightfully belongs to you. Lin Xian shook his head. My parents did not accept it at the time, surely for their own reasons. As their son, I must honor their principles. So please take it back. Did Lin Xian love money? Certainly. Did he desire this vast sum? Of course. But he dared not accept it. He was uncertain whether Secretary Fang's words were true or false. If true, it implied that the circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths were far more grave than he had imagined, to the extent that even a Platinum 9-level Beast Tamer could not withstand it. Given his current fragile strength, accepting this money could easily embroil him in danger. Conversely, if false, it suggested that Secretary Feng had ulterior motives, in which case he most certainly could not accept the funds. In a world teeming with strange beasts, who knew what traps might lie within those magic crystals? Observing Lin Xian's resolute demeanor, Feng Lu chuckled and ceased his attempts to persuade him. Since that is the case, I shall take this bracelet back for now. However, should anything come to mind, please do inform me. With that, he turned and departed. After bidding farewell to Feng Lu, Lin Xian closed the door and hurried back to his bedroom. He opened the drawer at the very bottom of the wardrobe, where his parents' belongings were kept, and began to rummage through it. He had not been entirely truthful moments ago. In truth, when Feng Lu posed that peculiar question, corresponding memories had already surfaced in his mind. In his previous life, his father, Lin Haoran, exhibited no unusual behavior, yet he often observed his mother, Xia Wu, scribbling in a notebook. Young Lin Xian had inquired about it, only to receive the response: "This is a little booklet that records secrets. You'll be able to read it when you grow up." The little fellow had not taken it to heart at the time, and as he matured, he gradually forgot about it. If Feng Lu had not mentioned it earlier, Lin Xian himself might not have realized that Xia Wu was not jesting. The drawer of the wardrobe was not large, and it didn't take long for Lin Xian to find Xia Wu's yellow notebook. Due to its prolonged storage, the pages had yellowed. Inside, Xia Wu had neatly recorded various matters in her elegant handwriting. Although Haoran insists that we should maintain silence for a stable future, I believe these matters ought to be known by someone. The notebook was thick, yet the content was brief, consisting of only a few pages. Lin Xian quickly perused it. From a first-person perspective, Xia Wu chronicled the rise and fall of the Seeking Ming Bird team. Not long after leaving the base, we encountered a well-prepared ambush, a group of peculiar cloaked figures leading a horde of monstrous beasts against us. They were powerful and bloodthirsty, and we, who prided ourselves on being elite beast tamers, failed to mount any semblance of resistance and were swiftly scattered. We had initially intended to break through and return to the base. However, Haoran noted that given the thorough preparations of our assailants, the route back would undoubtedly be perilous. Thus, we opted for an alternate direction, hoping to rendezvous with other exploration teams. Yet upon arriving, we discovered that we were not the only team ambushed. In fact, every exploration team had simultaneously fallen victim to a lethal surprise attack. This revelation sent chills down our spines. Everyone realized that this exploration plan was doomed to fail from the very outset. The narrative continued, detailing how the couple evaded pursuit, fought for survival, and ultimately breached their way back to the base, as well as the reasons behind their silence upon returning to Earth. There must be a traitor among us, and one of a significant rank. If we were to widely publicize our experiences, regardless of the aftermath, we would inevitably be swept into tumultuous currents. With our contracted beast severely injured and unable to recover, our strength was reduced to less than a tenth of its original. We could no longer withstand any storm. To preserve our lives, we had no choice but to remain silent, concealing our identities and leading ordinary lives henceforth. At the conclusion of the booklet, there was a note from Xia Wu to the reader: Xian, if you are reading this record, it is likely that Haoran and I have already passed away. Do not dwell on these matters. Consider them as mere stories to forget. The strength of those individuals is unfathomable, beyond your capability to confront. If it is someone else who discovers this record, feel free to do as you wish with this booklet. Discredit political foes? Strive for power? Even burn it outright, whatever you choose. As long as someone understands this buried truth, that is sufficient. With that, the elegant handwriting ceased. Lin Xian stood before the wardrobe for quite some time, finally exhaling deeply and returning the yellow notebook to its place. Fortunately, he had just managed to ward off Secretary Feng. Given the content recorded by Xia Wu, it was indeed plausible that there were traitors within the upper echelons of Ling City. It was possible that Feng Lu had come today with a specific mission to test him. Had Lin Xian revealed everything directly and even shown him the yellow notebook, he might have met an untimely demise under mysterious circumstances. It seemed prudent to exercise greater caution in his future endeavors, especially regarding this enigmatic figure. Xia Wu had also documented certain characteristics of their assailants. During their siege, they had captured a living member of the group. Although questioning yielded no information, they discovered a peculiar tattoo on the corpse, a 9-headed serpent in the throes of turmoil. Each head bore a distinct expression, collectively menacing. Xia Wu was uncertain how this tattoo related to the shadowy organization that ambushed them, but as the only clue uncovered, she dutifully sketched it. Since arriving in this world, Lin Xian had diligently absorbed a wealth of knowledge, yet he had not encountered any insignia resembling this nine-headed serpent among any beast tamers organizations. Pondering it, he found himself at an impasse regarding any leads. Consequently, he decided to sketch the tattoo as accurately as possible, so that he might recognize it promptly should he encounter it again. Gently closing the yellow notebook, he returned it to the drawer, donned his shoes, and stepped outside. It was merely the day after the grand examination. He anticipated a multitude of visitors seeking to pay their respects. However, Lin Xian was disinclined to squander any more time on such matters. Having been inexplicably embroiled in strange crises, his mood was hardly conducive to cheerfulness. After securing the 1 million he had obtained from Luo Han, Lin Xian hurried to the Lingyuan trading post. He needed to procure a batch of materials for the 4 little ones. First on his list were 5 pairs of fire element bronze tier beast wings needed for Xiao Huiyu. This was a simple purchase. He spent a total of 160,000 at a shop named Blazing Fire Cottage, where he successfully acquired the 5 pairs of wings. The name itself indicated that it specialized in fire-related materials. In addition to precious materials from the beasts, they also offered paints and brushes for crafting fire element beast evolution talismans, items Lin Xian lacked at home, so he purchased some as well. Beyond these necessities for evolution, Lin Xian also bought some bronze tier food for Xiao Huiyu. After evolving, the wind fire feather beast would completely transform into a bird, and its dietary requirements would naturally change accordingly. Furthermore, according to the conditions set by the omniscient eye, Xiao Huiyu needed to replace the feathers on its wings with various bronze tier fire element beast feathers to evolve from the flame feather spirit magpie to the flame wing silver eagle. This process was rather tedious. The feathers on the flame feather spirit magpie's wings would certainly be numerous, and the replacement feathers could not be duplicated. Merely imagining it made Lin Xian acutely aware of how much effort he would have to expend in the future. Thus, he resolved to prepare in advance, starting now. He not only purchased all 5 available feathers from the Blazing Fire Cottage, but also set aside some funds for the owner to keep an eye out for diverse feathers. Before settling the bill, Lin Xian recalled something and pulled out the silver Lingyuan token from his pocket. Boss Yang, showing this should entitle me to a discount, right? Apologies. It's a small business. Discounts are not offered. Yang Huchi instinctively began to refuse upon hearing the word discount. However, upon glancing at the Lingyuan token in Lin Xian's hand, his words abruptly faltered. Living off the Lingyuan trading post, how could he possibly be unaware of the renowned Lingyuan token? It was not merely a mark of wealth, but also an affirmation of status. If it were merely a typical nouveau riche, no matter how affluent, it would be utterly impossible for them to procure the Lingyuan order from the exchange. Witnessing a seemingly humble student produce such an item, he was genuinely taken aback. His facial expressions shifted multiple times, from nonchalance to astonishment, then to skepticism, finally settling into a sycophantic demeanor. Of course, as a silver member, you enjoy a 30% discount, totaling 371,532 yuan. I'll round it for you to a neat 370,000. How does that sound? With each word, Boss Yang's expression grew increasingly respectful. Observing the abrupt transformation in the previously indifferent owner's attitude, Lin Xian was momentarily stunned. Oh, that works. I will transfer the money to you right away. He still had over 200,000 on him, and with the additional 1 million just sent by Luo Han. Settling this bill was effortless. After the money was transferred, Lin Xian reminded, the feathers I need must not be treated carelessly. Of course not. Yang Huchi assured. Bronze tier. Fire element beast feathers, one of each kind, no duplicates, correct? Our firehouse handles countless fire element beasts daily. We will swiftly meet your requirements. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. I await your good news. With that, he disregarded the owner's newfound enthusiasm and turned to leave the firehouse. Subsequently, Lin Xian made additional purchases. After being baptized by the primordial ocean spring, the little earth elemental evolved into an earth elemental servant. The black iron tier food he had in stock was no longer sufficient for its appetite, so Lin Xian procured some higher grade sustenance as a supplement. The demands of Ergo remained unchanged. Either sacrifice a rock-type beast, find a way to heal it, or consume ghostly materials. However, living bronze-tier rock-type beasts were quite valuable, and purchasing them was not cost-effective. Lin Xian planned to catch a few in the wild when the opportunity arose. Although Canling possessed healing skills, they primarily benefited the physical body, with minimal effect on the soul. Thus, Lin Xian could only buy some ghostly magic cores to appease it. As for Canling, its requirements had escalated significantly. Even before its aptitude enhancement, it was already a king among plant-type beasts. Typically, it ate little, and when it did, it preferred the essence of other plants rich in life energy. Now that its aptitude had ascended to the holy tier, it had become even more finicky. only consuming specially sourced materials with extremely high energy density from plant types. After a lengthy search through the exchange, Lin Xian finally found a material called verdant crystal wood, which barely satisfied Camling's refined palate. Although this verdant crystal wood was only bronze tier, it was exceedingly rare, commanding a steep price of 80,000 yuan each. Pricier than gold. Chapter 54, Silent Wealth Accumulation. After acquiring 2 pieces of verdant crystal wood, Lin Xian, on the verge of tears, presented the Ling Yuan order to settle the bill with a discount. Watching his savings dwindle drastically, he felt as if his heart were bleeding. However, after a moment's reflection, he swiftly shifted his mindset. It was all right. Camling's skills could protect him well, and the higher its level, the safer he would be. Thus, there was no need to be overly concerned about such expenditures. Besides the skill, favor of destiny, all of Camling's abilities were supportive in nature. Life Link could share the damage he incurred, form complementation could compensate for any organ deficiencies, and Life Essence could rapidly heal his injuries. These skills were immensely powerful, and their effects would grow alongside Camling's level, possibly even yielding extraordinary outcomes in the future. By that reckoning, the money spent could even be deemed an exceptional value. Thus concluded Lin Xian's procurement of all items. The expenditure was quite extravagant. Even with the discount from the Ling Yuan order gifted by Zheng Tianyi, he had still spent over 800,000 yuan. In just one afternoon, his wealth had plummeted by 2/3. Nonetheless, Lin Xian remained elated. He understood that this wealth would transform into the power of his contracted beasts, enabling him to grow swiftly stronger. Once he achieved a certain level of strength, he would seize even greater riches. This cycle would perpetuate endlessly. Hence, Lin Xian was no longer as anxious about money as he had been upon first arriving in this world. Noticing the time, it was already past 5. Lin Xian intended to head home directly. However, as he passed through the central square of the exchange, he discovered a lively crowd gathered. Intrigued, he instinctively approached to join the commotion. At the center of the throng stood an elderly man with white hair and beard, clad in a white lab coat, gesturing towards a Qingfeng wolf while speaking animatedly. The beast's owner stood beside, nodding continuously, seemingly greatly inspired by the old man's words. Lin Xian, perplexed, pulled over a bystander and inquired, "Hey, what is going on here? Huh, are you joking, young man? You don't know Master Zhu?" The older man glanced at Lin Xian's black iron Beastmaster badge, his skepticism evident. "Are you truly a Beastmaster?" Lin Xian, puzzled, responded. "What does my status as a Beastmaster have to do with knowing who Master Zhu is?" "Of course it does. Master Zhu Ling is a nationally renowned cultivator. Countless Beastmasters have benefited from his guidance, advancing their skills in beast cultivation. Do you know Gecko from Licheng? A diamond-tier Beastmaster, an 8-time champion of the Beastmaster League. His mechanical dog reached its current invincible stature thanks to Master Zhu's instruction." "Wow!" Lin Xian exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. His time in this world had been brief, and he knew neither Gecko nor the Beastmaster League. However, he understood what a cultivator was. A cultivator was a special breed of Beastmaster, dedicating their efforts not to enhancing their own strength, but to researching the ecological habits and growth trajectories of exotic beasts, leveraging their profound knowledge. They offered one-on-one advice to other Beastmasters on cultivating their contracted beasts and exploring potential unknown advancement routes. In essence, they were research-oriented talents. If Master Zhu truly possessed such an illustrious record as the man described, his credentials would indeed be impressive. Thus, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. After affirming, he inquired further, "So what is Master Zhu doing here?" The bystander, evidently knowledgeable, replied effortlessly, "Master Zhu happens to be in Lin City on business these past few days, and Trader Zheng invited him to the exchange for some guidance. The slots for mentorship are extremely limited, and demand far exceeds supply. I heard some individuals even offered 2 million to secure a session, yet no one was willing to sell." Goodness! Lin Xian was intrigued. "I wonder who the wealthy individuals are that seized such a rare opportunity." As he spoke, admiration and envy radiated from the older man's eyes. With this explanation, Lin Xian grasped the situation more clearly. Listening attentively, he noted that Master Zhu's guidance was drawing to a close. "In summary, your Qingfeng wolf has quite good aptitude. It is undoubtedly above bronze tier. Devote yourself to its training, and you have the potential to become a silver tier Beastmaster." After hearing these words, Lin Xian curiously utilized all-knowing eye on the Qingfeng wolf, and indeed received feedback confirming its silver tier aptitude. He couldn't help but be impressed. Master Zhu, indeed, possesses remarkable skills. The rotund master of the Azure Wind Wolf, exhilarated by Zhu Ling's unwavering confidence, exclaimed, Thank you, Master Zhu." He clumsily fished out a thick red envelope from his pocket and presented it to Zhu Ling, saying, "This is a small token of gratitude. Please accept it. There will be more gifts to come. Zhu Ling accepted it without hesitation, confidently declaring, next. Number 6. Upon hearing the call, two familiar figures and a well-known exotic beast emerged from the crowd, much to Lin Xian's astonishment. What? Why are they here? The duo consisted of Su Mingqi, the aloof campus beauty, and her devoted admirer, Sheng Fenglin. The exotic beast accompanying them was, of course, Su Mingqi's evergreen tree. Given Su Mingqi's affluent background, she should have no shortage of trainers available for her beast. So what brought them here? Lin Xian instinctively glanced at Su Mingqi's evergreen tree. A closer inspection revealed that it appeared far less healthy than when he had first encountered it. Its leaves drooped significantly, presenting a rather decrepit appearance. He involuntarily activated his all-knowing eye, discovering that after a week of examinations, the evergreen tree had advanced in strength to the 6th level of black iron. However, alongside this growth, a new status effect labeled Decline had manifested in its status bar. Decline, a condition resulting from the death of numerous grass-type exotic beasts, caused by the accumulation of a peculiar energy. Exotic beasts affected by this state will wither as if in the depths of winter, with green leaves wilting, branches breaking, until eventual death. This condition only affects grass-type exotic beasts. No wonder Lin Xian had an epiphany. They were here to seek treatment for the contracted beast. The decline state was evident in its sickly appearance. Su Mingqi had likely consulted many beast doctors to no avail, hence placing her hopes on Zhu Ling. Senior trainers often possess extensive knowledge of various states affecting exotic beasts and can sometimes achieve remarkable results by moonlighting as beast doctors. He was not mistaken. As soon as Su Mingqi approached Zhu Ling, before she could utter a word, Sheng Fenglin eagerly began to explain the condition of the evergreen tree. After a series of disjointed statements, Zhu Ling managed to grasp the essence of Sheng Fenglin's message. He crouched down to examine the evergreen tree closely, then produced an array of intricate instruments to conduct various tests. After an extensive and complex examination, Zhu Ling concluded, it appears to be afflicted by some bizarre toxin, which has resulted in its current decrepit state. Have you attempted to feed it materials imbued with potent life force? Su Mingqi nodded, then shook her head. We've tried everything we could find, even a vial of silver-grade life water. But within a day, it reverts to this state, continuing to decline. As Zhu Ling listened and inquired, he engaged in a continuous dialogue with Su Mingqi, ultimately offering his treatment suggestion. Increase the dosage. That toxin should neutralize with the life force. As long as the dosage is sufficiently high, perhaps it can forcibly elevate its condition. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Supplementing life force could not possibly counteract the decline state. Even if he were to have the spirit ginseng continuously release life essence upon the evergreen tree, it would yield no results. Decline is a state that persists indefinitely. If one were to attempt to fill it with life force, they would only create an insatiable void. With Zhu Ling's approach, even if they emptied Su Mingqi's entire household, it would not heal the evergreen tree. Thus, Lin Xian found it amusing. However, he had no intention of interjecting. His words would fall on deaf ears and could easily lead to unwarranted trouble. He stepped out of the crowd and opened his phone, locating Su Mingqi's contact information through their class group. Lin Xian, don't listen to that old man. Supplementing life force won't cure your contracted beast ailment. In the crowd, Su Mingqi noticed the message notification on her phone. With her usual calm demeanor, she glanced around but failed to spot Lin Xian and began typing. Su Mingqi, how do you know? Lin Xian, that's not your concern. If you don't believe me, feel free to try it. It will only waste some money. Su Mingqi, so you have a solution? Lin Xian, of course. Su Mingqi, how much will it cost? Seeing her willingness to engage, a smile broke across Lin Xian's face. Recalling that Zhu Ling's guidance was priced at 2 million, he quoted the same figure. Lin Xian, 2 million for labor, plus a clear evolutionary path for your contracted beast. After sending the message, there was no immediate response from Su Mingqi. Lin Xian remained unperturbed, tucking his phone away. He was confident that once Su Mingqi validated his words, she would reach out again. Indeed, possessing the ability to resolve issues would ensure that the money would flow in effortlessly. Lin Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Would he really step out to flaunt his superiority and expose Zhu Ling's misjudgment? Such a thankless task was beneath him. Quietly amassing wealth, effortlessly earning 2 million. Now that was appealing. Chapter 55, Evolution. Lin Xian did not linger excessively at the trading hall. After messaging Su Mingqi, he gathered the materials he had procured and hurried home. He had collected all the materials necessary for the little fire feather's evolution and needed to prepare for the evolution ceremony promptly. The array required for the ceremony was not particularly complex. Even without prior experience, he could follow online tutorials to recreate it reasonably well. After all, the array was merely an auxiliary tool, with the materials being of utmost importance. Once the array was completed, Little Fire Feather instinctively positioned itself at the center of the formation. Subsequently, Lin Xian guided his mental energy to activate the array. Under the energy of the magic crystal and fire attribute magic core, the auxiliary materials and the 5 pairs of wings melted together, merging into the body of the Wind Fire Feather Beast. The flames enveloped the Wind Fire Feather Beast, forming a fiery cocoon emanating a brilliant crimson glow. The cocoon was anything but tranquil. Thump, thump. First, the sounds erupted, followed by the entire cocoon shaking violently, resembling a colossal fiery heart. As time passed, the pulsations intensified, and the sounds grew more frantic. Finally, as if reaching a critical point, the fire cocoon suddenly exploded. Crimson flames, tinged with violet, spread throughout Lin Xian's living room, igniting the sofa, curtains, and all flammable items. Oh no! Lin Xian panicked. Without a moment to spare to check on the newly emerged Little Fire Feather, he swiftly summoned several water-type contracted beasts to assist in extinguishing the flames. In a flurry of activity, as he battled the encroaching fire, Lin Xian finally caught sight of the Little Fire Feather suspended in the air amidst the charred smoke. Unlike its appearance before the evolution ceremony, the Little Fire Feather had undergone a significant transformation. Its elongated, beastly snout had morphed into a beak, and its 2 front claws and white wings at its waist had vanished, replaced by wings adorned with fiery, flame-like feathers. Its originally short hind claws had become slender and sharper. Overall, it was smaller in size, yet exuded a more graceful demeanor and greater strength. The aura it radiated sent shivers down the spines of the water-type, contracted beasts that had been helping to douse the flames, rendering them prostrate on the ground, too intimidated to move. As the Little Fire Feather emerged from its post-evolution stupor, its first sight fell upon its beloved master. It immediately soared over, perching once again on its familiar shoulder. The fiery wings and the strikingly handsome head of the little phoenix were incessantly rubbing against each other, as if they had long been separated from their master. Lin Xian skillfully patted the little phoenix's head and casually produced a fire-type magic core to feed it. Subsequently, he activated the all-knowing eye and observed the little phoenix's transformation. Flame Feather Spirit Magpie. Master, Lin Xian. Attribute, Fire. Qualification, Sacred Grade. Level, Bronze 1. Status, Healthy. Skills, Flame Return, Bright Fire Eye, Flame Burst, Dance of Flames, Torrential Fire Waves, Splitting Fire Crows. Optimal Evolution Route. 1. Flame Wing Silver Sculpture, Silver Grade. 2. Burning Heaven Fire Phoenix, Divine Grade. The wind attribute had completely vanished, and the level had ascended to Bronze 1. These changes were all quite natural. The most significant alteration was in the skills section. Skills requiring sharp fangs and claws, such as Bite, as well as those infused with wind abilities like Fire Feather Whirlwind and Flame Storm, had disappeared, supplanted by Torrential Fire Waves and Splitting Fire Crows. The former was a powerful area damage skill, requiring no further elaboration. The latter was particularly intriguing, enabling the little phoenix to split off several controllable, self-targeting little fire crows to attack enemies, showcasing remarkable agility. As for the defensive counter skill, Fire Devour, it had completely evolved into Flame Return. Unlike Fire Devour, Flame Return enveloped the entire body in flames, automatically retaliating when attacked, with its scope of response shifting from single target to area effect, significantly enhancing the little phoenix's capacity to handle multiple adversaries. The capabilities post-evolution were quite extreme, Lin Xian mused, stroking his chin in contemplation, noting that it had become entirely fire-oriented. Moreover, the very useful Fire Feather Whirlwind was now absent. Throughout their contract and the subsequent battles, Fire Feather Whirlwind had consistently performed admirably in both self-defense and ensnaring foes. Its loss weighed heavily on Lin Xian's heart. Alas, the evolution had already transpired, and he could not revert it as in a game. Lin Xian could only sigh in resignation. The following day, Lin Xian intended to revisit Redstone Mountain, allowing his significantly strengthened 4 companions to stretch their wings while searching for the fire-type feathers required for the little phoenix's silver grade evolution. Immediately after the little phoenix's evolution, Lin Xian had swapped out the 5 feathers he had purchased for it. Consequently, its status bar now displayed the new entry, Feather Replacement, with a progress indicator of 5,263. This signified that, to complete it fully, he would need to find at least 258 completely distinct fire-type avian bronze-grade beasts. Such a vast undertaking would not be easily accomplished by Boss Yang of the Blazing Fire Cottage. If Lin Xian did not take action himself and merely waited for news, he could not fathom how long it would take. However, just as he was preparing to leave, the phone rang. Upon checking, it was not the anticipated Su Mingqi, but rather Zhang Wan'er from the Magic Capital's esteemed institution. He was somewhat taken aback, answered the call, and inquired, "Hello? Teacher Jiang, may I ask what the matter is?" Jiang Wanner seemed to be handling some paperwork, as the sound of pages turning echoed from the other end. The admission notice has been dispatched and is expected to arrive in a day. Along with it, your student ID will be sent as well. The various resources promised by the school, including access to other realms, are tied to it. Once you arrive at the school, you may use them freely. Really? Lin Xian exclaimed in astonishment. The efficiency of the Magic Capital's administration exceeded all his expectations, considering that the major examinations had only concluded 2 days prior. After receiving Jiang Wanner's affirmative response, he gratefully expressed, "Thank you, Teacher Jiang. No need for thanks. Once you receive your student ID and admission notice, you may set forth for the school." Huh? Lin Xian was taken aback. Is it that urgent? Isn't it still summer vacation? Jiang Wanner had anticipated Lin Xian's reaction and teasingly replied, "I already informed you that as students of the special class, you should not expect to enjoy a leisurely university life. The special class is a confidential program. Admission does not go through the regular educational system. Therefore, your university journey begins the moment you receive your admission notice." With that, she abruptly hung up, leaving Lin Xian in a state of astonishment. Facing Jiang Wanner's sudden announcement, he had expected to feel bewildered. Yet, inexplicably, as he remained lost in thought, a surge of excitement coursed through his veins, igniting a warmth throughout his body. He felt an exhilarating thrill in the face of challenge. A smile gradually crept onto his lips as he murmured, "Is this what the special class is like? It sounds rather intriguing." Chapter 56, Luring the Enemy. Although Jiang Wanner's call had come, Lin Xian did not alter his predetermined plans for the day. The mail would not arrive for another day, and he did not wish to squander this precious time. Without lingering in the relatively weak outskirts inhabited by lesser beasts, Lin Xian plunged directly into Redstone Mountain. This expedition primarily aimed to test the combat capabilities of his 4 companions while fostering their team awareness. To this end, Lin Xian even abandoned the idea of forming a beast army on the spot, allowing the 4 little ones to engage in battle autonomously. To his surprise, the clever little creatures performed quite well. The trio of Little Phoenix, Little Earth, and Spirit of the Woods managed to defeat even bronze-level beasts that had once far surpassed them, all without sustaining any injuries. Although the time taken was considerably longer than in a typical fight, achieving a flawless victory against foes several levels higher was the best outcome. As for why he referred to them as 3 little ones, Lin Xian cast a glance at the lazy ergo, who was lounging beside him, and a wave of irritation bubbled up within him. It was not necessarily a good thing for a contracted beast to possess such high intelligence. It had taken to slacking off. Lin Xian gave it a gentle kick. "Hey, what are you doing? Your teammates are out there fighting enemies while you're slacking off. Is that acceptable?" Unfazed by the unexpected kick, Ergo merely brushed its tail over the spot that had been nudged, lazily shifting its position to continue lounging. "Those enemies are more than manageable for those 3. My involvement would only waste the energy I've painstakingly accumulated for healing. Isn't that redundant?" Lin Xian's lips twitched. He truly hadn't anticipated Ergo would defend its idleness so vigorously. This creature was certainly enjoying a far more comfortable existence than he had during his previous life as a corporate drone. Yet, it did have a point, and Lin Xian chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he settled under a tree and initiated a conversation. "Is your injury really that difficult to recover from?" "Not too bad," Ergo replied with a human-like shrug. "It's not particularly hard, just time-consuming." "Must it be this way? Is there no faster method?" Lin Xian had merely asked casually, not expecting a significant answer. After all, his all-knowing eye had only provided the 3 most basic solutions. However, after a moment of contemplation, Ergo actually did come up with something. It seems there might be." Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. "What method? If I could access the location of my corpse, I might be able to harness its power for a swift recovery." Lin Xian was left speechless. Did Ergo truly believe he would dare to approach the corpse of a divine-grade beast in his current state? In this world, the exotic beasts emanate a certain oppressive force. The intensity of this force varies according to the qualifications and ranks of the beasts. For instance, a holy tier beast like Little Fire Feather, having just evolved to the bronze tier, can unconsciously exert a formidable pressure that intimidates beasts of a lower rank, rendering them motionless. As for divine tier beasts, their oppressive aura remains with them even in death, never dissipating. Should Lin Xian dare to boldly seek out the remains of Ergo, he would likely be crushed into oblivion before even approaching. That would be akin to courting death. Ergo, unfazed by Lin Xian's inquiries, merely rolled his eyes. "I anticipated the possibility of power overflow before my demise, and thus established a certain seal. Otherwise, do you think the vicinity of Hansher Mountain could still be so vibrant? My corpse would have long since turned it into a desolate wasteland." Lin Xian awkwardly scratched his head, realizing the truth in Ergo's words. However, being the master, he quickly regained his composure and questioned, Then why did you even mention this method? With a sense of pride, Ergo replied. Just because we cannot approach the corpse does not mean we cannot utilize that power. When I set the seal, I deliberately left an outlet to prevent the ever-increasing force from breaking through. This allows the internal power to gradually dissipate, averting a potential catastrophe over time. What do you think? Am I not impressive? Lin Xian was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that Ergo possessed such a benevolent foresight, knowing to leave a hand for future generations. However, considering Ergo's position within the realm of the exotic beasts, it was not too surprising. It must be in his nature. Otherwise, how could he maintain goodwill towards unfamiliar races? Lin Xian found himself inexplicably fond of this creature. He stood up and playfully kicked Ergo's rear. Indeed, you truly are a little genius. Since there is a method, why the delay? Let us hasten to the rock forest. Prompted by Ergo's earlier remarks, Lin Xian easily deduced the location of the so-called outlet. It was precisely where he and Ergo had first encountered each other, the rock forest. This place, barren of vegetation, was dominated by towering stone pillars. Even the exotic beasts inhabiting it were all of the rock element. With such numerous indicators, it would be foolish of Lin Xian not to realize the significance. In the afternoon, just past noon, Hongsher Mountain was bustling with activity. The rock forest, a prime hunting ground for exotic beasts, was frequented by many beast tamers. To avoid being recognized, Lin Xian donned a mask he had casually purchased at the Abyss trading post. He then recalled the 3 little creatures he had been joyfully hunting and kept only Ergo by his side. Since the seal was set by Ergo himself, he was well aware of where the outlet was located. The duo had not traveled far before reaching their destination. The rock forest is indeed a splendid place. It's teeming with rock element exotic beasts. Perfect for our rock mountain guild. Who could argue? Just this afternoon, my contracted rock tortoise devoured enough magic cores to gain an additional skill. If we linger here, who knows? We might even attain invincibility. Old Chi, have you lost your senses? Who doesn't know that a bronze-tier exotic beast can possess at most 2 skills at the black iron level? Attaining invincibility? Only in your dreams. As they engaged in their banter, Lin Xian noticed 7 individuals, roughly his size, seated around a massive stone, conversing. After listening for a while, he discerned that they belonged to a beast tamers organization called the Rock Mountain Guild. All members had contracts with rock element beasts, often gathering to hunt in the rock forest. As for their strength, Lin Xian employed his all-knowing eye and saw that the strongest among them was merely at the black iron level 8, a rather unimpressive lot. However, Lin Xian refrained from confronting them directly, as that would only pique their curiosity. Why would such a formidable expert vie for this location? Surely, there must be some secret hidden here. With this thought in mind, even if they pretended to respectfully withdraw, they would undoubtedly circle back. Lin Xian had no desire to be disturbed. The most effective solution would be to eliminate these individuals entirely. Yet, despite not being a virtuous person, he was not so cruel as to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Fortunately, he had other strategies at his disposal. With a flick of his wrist, a round, bright yellow creature appeared beside him. Go, it is you, he declared. Little Earth. This was Lin Xian's brilliant plan. Even though Little Earth had evolved into an Earth elemental servant, its elemental sprite characteristics remained distinctly visible, easily recognizable by others. The sudden appearance of such a rare exotic beast, now valued at an exorbitant price, would surely divert the attention of the Rock Mountain Guild members. At that point, Lin Xian could discreetly enter the outlet and absorb energy for Ergo. As anticipated, upon seeing Little Earth, the members of the guild rushed towards it like dogs drawn to a bone. Lin Xian remained calm, using their mental link to direct Little Earth to lead them in circles, while he and Ergo made their way to the base of the massive stone they had just vacated. The bronze-tier Little Earth was not at all concerned about being pursued by these weaklings. Upon reaching the base of the stone, Lin Xian glanced around but found nothing resembling a door, prompting him to ask Ergo, "How do we get in?" "Patience, watch me," Ergo said confidently, approaching the stone and scratching various strange runes upon its surface with its small claws. "When I set the seal, this stone did not exist. It must have formed due to the long-term accumulation of rock elemental energy at the outlet." With the final stroke of its claws, Ergo nimbly leapt back to Lin Xian's side. "If we destroy this, the seal's breach will become visible." No sooner had it finished speaking than Lin Xian heard a resounding explosion. The massive stone suddenly shattered, sending sharp shards flying. "Why didn't you warn me it would do that?" Lin Xian exclaimed in shock, quickly grabbing Ergo. "Quick, give me a shield." Ergo sheepishly scratched its head, hurriedly casting immovable rock. 2 translucent yellowish-brown shields enveloped the pair, shielding them from the falling debris. Once the commotion subsided and the dust settled, Lin Xian could finally see the situation before him. The gigantic stone had vanished, replaced by a profound black void. Despite the glaring sunlight, it remained shrouded in darkness, appearing quite eerie. Lin Xian hesitated, inquiring, "Is it truly safe in there?" For an ordinary person, it would certainly pose a threat. Ergo proudly raised its head. "But with me here, there will be no issues. I know the safe paths of the seal and can protect you with my shield. Nothing will go awry." Seeing Ergo's overconfident demeanor made Lin Xian uneasy. After much contemplation, he decided to trust Ergo once more. If safety was assured, then time was of the essence. They should enter without delay. Lin Xian sighed, his plans completely derailed. The noise just created would have alerted all the beast tamers in the rock forest, and it was likely that someone would be arriving soon. He truly did not anticipate such a twist of fate. In his quest for silent wealth accumulation, he had discreetly siphoned off the energy amassed here, even dispatching Little Two as bait. However, the moment the plan commenced, it was thwarted by that rascal, Ergo. Lin Xian cast a disdainful glance at the prancing earth dog. Were it not for the certification of the all-knowing eye, he might have doubted whether this creature had once been a divine beast. With a sigh, Lin Xian quickened his pace to follow. Upon leaping into the black hole, Lin Xian was taken aback. Instead of plummeting, he found himself in a state of weightlessness, floating amidst an encompassing darkness devoid of light. Only the faint glow emanating from the immovable shield, encasing both Ergo and himself, provided any illumination. "Ergo, where are we?" Lin Xian inquired. "This is the energy discharge channel I previously established," Ergo explained patiently. "The seal is buried deep underground, and I had no leisure to excavate a tunnel to the surface. Thus, I devised this void passage." Lin Xian was momentarily stunned. The grandiosity in Ergo's description starkly contrasted with its current appearance. Oblivious to Lin Xian's peculiar expression, Ergo led the way, exerting a force that gently tugged Lin Xian along. "Be cautious, do not stray," it advised, unusually serious. "Wandering here could easily lead you into the operational energy discharge channel. If caught by the violent energy surge, you would be petrified, and even I would be unable to save you." Ergo's reaction prompted Lin Xian to recognize the dangers surrounding them. He refrained from any erratic movements, allowing Ergo to guide him forward. Indeed, Ergo was well acquainted with this place, deftly maneuvering through turns and descents without encountering any mishaps. Before long, another black hole materialized before Lin Xian. Both he and Ergo floated into it, only to be greeted by a blinding, earthy yellow radiance. As Lin Xian entered, he was momentarily dazzled, tears springing to his eyes. Once he finally adjusted, he was astonished by the sight before him. Vast expanses of earthy yellow crystals. Observing their pure hue, Lin Xian's pupils constricted as a realization dawned upon him. Could it be? He instinctively activated the all-knowing eye. Rock Essence Crystal. Rank, Platinum. Note: the fallen Earth Devourer once perished here, its power diffused into the earth, sealed and imprisoned. The residual might escaping the seal has imbued the land, forming this cluster of crystals. Is it truly so? Platinum-grade rock materials? Even Lin Xian, who typically maintained his composure, found himself rendered speechless by the dazzling, earthy glow. He had not anticipated that while seeking a means to restore Ergo's strength, he would stumble upon such an unexpected treasure. After a moment of stupefied wonder, Lin Xian regained his senses. "I'm going to strike it rich," was his immediate thought. With such an abundance of platinum-grade materials, surely even a modest extraction would suffice to elevate Little Firefeather to silver rank, wouldn't it? Previously, he had never heard of rock essence crystals, only deducing their value through common knowledge. Earlier, at the Abyss trading post, he had purchased several strands of verdant essence wood, which, despite being of significantly lesser purity than the rock essence crystals before him, had cost him over 100,000. And that had merely been bronze-grade material. Rock essence crystals were 3 ranks higher. A small piece could easily fetch over 1 million, right? Overwhelmed with excitement and eager to begin mining, Lin Xian was abruptly halted by Ergo at his feet. "Hey, what's the rush? What's wrong?" Lin Xian replied, puzzled. Without uttering a word, Ergo raised a paw to point diagonally upwards. Lin Xian followed its gaze and discovered the ceiling of the cavern etched with numerous glowing blue runes. Each rune formed part of an immense symbol array that covered the entirety of the ceiling. Within the array, streams of earthy yellow energy cascaded downwards, landing precisely where the rock essence crystals were located. With each passage, the crystals glimmered even brighter. Lin Xian gasped in realization. He understood why Ergo had stopped him. The area of the rock essence crystals was directly aligned with the energy dispersion of the seal. Had he rushed in recklessly, he would likely have become a part of those very crystals. Chapter 58, The Symbol Array. Realizing this, Lin Xian felt a wave of dread wash over him, his back damp with sweat. He patted his chest, took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, and turned to Ergo. "What do you plan to do?" This cavern held no other valuables aside from the ceiling's symbol array and the rock essence crystals. Ergo had traversed all this way to heal its wounds and restore its strength, surely targeting the rock essence crystals. Lin Xian believed it must have a plan. Do not fret, Ergo said, flicking its tail against Lin Xian's pant leg. When I initially set the seal, I took into account the efficiency of the discharge channel and made special provisions for this energy outlet. Should the rock elemental energy within this cavern exceed a certain threshold, the seal will temporarily cease energy discharge, remaining dormant for a period. Lin Xian grasped the implication. You intend to deliberately exceed the rock elemental energy threshold here? How do you plan to do that? Block the channel? He gestured towards the black hole through which they had entered. Ergo shook its head. That's impossible. It was a technique I established during my divine phase. Now, as a mere bronze rank, I cannot disturb that channel. Realizing the flaw in the plan to block the passage, Lin Xian pressed further. Do you have any other methods? Of course. Ergo's proud demeanor returned. As long as we can activate a portion of the rock essence crystals, the energy they emit will be sufficient to trigger the seal's regulatory function. Lin Xian was at a loss for words. After all that, were they not back to square one? If I had a way to touch the rock essence crystals, would I even need to halt the sealing symbol array? Ergo, unfazed by his attitude, chuckled. I have my own methods. This should be enough, right? Lin Xian set down the brush and paint he had been holding, turning to the casually standing Ergo. Following Ergo's instructions, he had just drawn a peculiar array around the rock essence crystals with the brush and paint. According to Ergo, this would activate the energy within the crystals. Lin Xian felt skeptical but complied. Meanwhile, Ergo stood proudly atop a protruding rock, watching the faint glow emitted by the array Lin Xian had drawn. It nodded in satisfaction. That is sufficient. Now just watch me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian stored the remaining brush and paint back into the void crystal bracelet and approached Ergo to observe. He watched as Ergo's petite paw darted swiftly, unleashing rays of crystal transformation that struck the isolated rock essence crystals. The affected crystals radiated an even more intense light, nearly blinding Lin Xian. Yet, Ergo remained unfazed, seemingly impervious to the dazzling brilliance, continuing its rapid tapping. As its paws moved with increasing speed, more and more rock essence crystals erupted with brilliant light, gradually forming a unified spectacle. The radiant beams interconnected through the various nodes of rock crystal essence. As Ergo concluded his spell casting and lowered his forepaw, the lights intertwined magnificently, ultimately forming a colossal array of symbols. Just as Lin Xian was taken aback by this spectacle, Ergo stood upright and exclaimed, "Open." Following this, bursts erupted from the surface of the rock crystal essence. The agitated rock elemental energy that had been simmering within instantaneously diffused. In the blink of an eye, a hazy yellow mist enveloped the spacious cavern. This was the materialized state of rock elemental energy. Ergo, with an air of confidence, patted his paw and proclaimed, "All set. Now, we simply await the energy to fill the cavern." Having witnessed the entire process, Lin Xian couldn't help but give Ergo a thumbs up. Impressive. Gazing at the shimmering array on the ground, he found himself salivating. Ergo, how did you manage to create this formation? Please teach me. While humanity possessed its own array techniques, they had largely gleaned knowledge from the beasts, resulting in only rudimentary formations, akin to those used in the evolution ceremony of the little fire feather. The complex array techniques that could seal the remains of divine beasts and unleash elemental energy over vast areas, like Ergo's, were still far beyond human mastery. If Lin Xian could learn them, he might even become a master of array techniques among humanity. Upon hearing Lin Xian's earnest plea, Ergo became even more self-satisfied, reveling in his prowess. Indeed, I am the most formidable. Lin Xian crouched down and affectionately ruffled Ergo's fur. Please teach me quickly. However, after receiving Lin Xian's affectionate touch, Ergo shook his head. Regrettably, that's not possible. Why not? Lin Xian inquired. Ergo spread his paw in a gesture of explanation. Our beastly array techniques are innate instincts, abilities we are born with. The knowledge is inherited through our bloodline, and the methods are learned from our magic cores, resulting in a complete mastery of array techniques. You humans possess neither. Even if I wished to teach you, it would be impossible. How can that be? Lin Xian was puzzled. How did humans acquire their array techniques? He sought confirmation from Ergo, even if it's quite basic. It is indeed array technique, right? It must be imitation after all. Ergo pondered for a moment. I suspect they understand the what but not the why. Otherwise, the technology wouldn't have stagnated at its current stage. That makes sense. Lin Xian reflected carefully, realizing the truth in Ergo's words. The excitement he had felt waned, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. However, on the other hand, Ergo was his contracted beast, and they would be inseparable for eternity. Its mastery of array techniques was, in essence, his own. With this thought, Lin Xian's spirits lifted once more. As they exchanged insights about array techniques, the cavern was now suffused with yellow mist. The colossal array etched into the ceiling sensed this unusual energy state. The soft glow gradually transformed into a striking deep red. The tendrils of energy at the center of the array ceased to disperse. Clearly, the ceiling adjustment function that Ergo had mentioned had been activated. This should ensure safety, right? Lin Xian instinctively queried Ergo. Simultaneously, he picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it into the rock crystal essence area. After a considerable pause, the stone remained untainted by the earthy yellow hue of the rock element. Ergo nodded in affirmation. Indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian shouted in exhilaration and dashed out. He began to examine the rock crystal essence, touching here and there as if confronted with a treasure. Oh no! For Lin Xian, this was indeed a treasure. Such a unique material, composed purely of singular energy, commanded a high price in the market. Just days earlier, he had purchased a small piece of green crystal wood for 80,000 coins, which was merely of the bronze tier. As for the rock crystal essence, being of the platinum tier with even higher purity, it could be worth upwards of 1,000,000 coins. The more he pondered, the more excitement surged within him, compelling Lin Xian to reach out. Grasping the rock crystal essence, he attempted to break off a piece to examine its quality closely. However, despite exerting considerable force, the rock crystal essence remained steadfast and unyielding. Lin Xian furrowed his brows, gripping it with both hands and pulling back with all his might. The piece of rock crystal essence remained stubbornly attached to the main body, refusing to budge. Hey, Lin Xian's competitive spirit ignited. It's quite tough, isn't it? He summoned the newly evolved Flame Feather Spirit Magpie, pointing at the rock crystal essence. Flame Feather, unleash an inferno blast on this. The little fire feather complied obediently, as the fire elemental energy swiftly coalesced in the air, forming a dense and compact fireball. Bang! The fireball struck the rock crystal essence with a resounding crash, sending flames and thick smoke billowing, causing Lin Xian to cough uncontrollably. Once the smoke dissipated, Lin Xian looked at the rock crystal essence, his jaw dropping in disbelief. It remained entirely unscathed. What the? How is this possible? Even the inferno blast from the little fire feather had no effect. This is extraordinarily tough. At that moment, Ergo sauntered over, observing Lin Xian's astonishment with a gleeful grin. Haha, isn't this to be expected? Did you not know that rock-type beasts and skills typically possess formidable defensive capabilities? It would be strange if a mineral composed purely of rock elemental energy were not exceptionally hard. Lin Xian, taken aback by Ergo's teasing, felt a jolt of realization. Oh, I've become a bit too complacent. How could I forget such common knowledge? He chided himself, smacking his forehead. Who would have thought that even he, driven by greed, could be blinded by the allure of wealth? The power of capital indeed distorts one's perception. Lin Xian spat, glancing at Ergo by his feet. Do you have any clever ideas? Ergo shook his head. This time, I'm truly at a loss. I'm merely at the bronze tier. Even with the enhancement of array techniques, moving materials of this caliber is quite unrealistic. What do you plan to do with this thing then? Lin Xian inquired, puzzled. What I seek is the energy within. Ergo scratched at the rock crystal essence, not this useless shell. With that, he etched a small array, approximately 1/2 meter in diameter, into the ground with his paw. Find a smaller one, and use the brush you had earlier to replicate this array. Lin Xian crouched down, studying the array from various angles, feeling a sense of familiarity as if he had encountered it before. He asked Ergo, what purpose does this serve? A simple sacrificial array. Ergo recalled something, its furry face gleaming with excitement. Back when I was a divine tier beast, I had my own followers. When they offered me sacrificial items, they used this very array. Since the array's target is the soul itself, even in my current form, I can still utilize it. By drawing this array on that mineral, it effectively becomes a sacrifice to me, allowing me to directly absorb its power. Sacrifice. Upon hearing this term, Lin Xian's eyes lit up with realization, recalling the familiar sensation that had sparked his memory. Among the 3 methods provided by the all-knowing eye to enhance Ergo's strength was the sacrifice of rock-type beasts. When Lin Xian had delved into the details, he had seen an identical array. So this is what it was. Lin Xian felt a wave of surprise wash over him. He inquired of Ergo, is it not the case that one can only sacrifice living rock-type beasts to you? Can these minerals be used as well? Ergo, with a perplexed expression, responded, How do you know that? It recalled never having discussed matters of sacrifice with Lin Xian. However, it did not dwell on such trivialities and explained, in truth, ordinary rock-type minerals would not suffice. But these crystals here are transformed from the energy that has dissipated from my corpse. They are essentially of the same origin as myself, so absorbing them should not pose significant issues, though it may require a bit more time. Understanding dawned upon Lin Xian as Ergo elucidated the matter. Very well then. He retrieved a brush from his bracelet, sought out a smaller, isolated rock marrow crystal, and replicated the design of the talisman array upon it. Once the array took shape, Ergo sauntered over and began to manipulate the formation. Lin Xian leaned closer to observe, and indeed, he could see the energy within the rock marrow crystal flowing towards the talisman array. A portion of it underwent transformation through the array, shedding its earthy hue to become a cool, transparent essence, suitable for restoring Ergo's spectral form. The remaining rock energy, akin to a weary bird returning to its nest, seamlessly merged into Ergo's body, becoming the cornerstone of its current strength. For a spirit like Ergo, which possessed both rock and ghost attributes, such distribution was the epitome of perfection. Noticing Ergo had fallen into a contemplative silence, Lin Xian refrained from further distraction. After establishing a mental link with Xiao Tu and sensing no immediate danger, he settled down against the rock crystal and closed his eyes to rest. As Ergo had mentioned, extracting energy from the rock crystal in this manner indeed required more time. Yet, Lin Xian was unprepared for the fact that merely this small crystal consumed an entire afternoon of Ergo's effort. When Ergo ceased the transmission of the talisman array and regained consciousness, the rock crystal before it had been reduced to a transparent shell. The time on Lin Xian's phone indicated it was past 6 o'clock. Observing Ergo rise with a refreshed demeanor, he casually employed the all-knowing eye to assess the situation. It had leveled up, ascending to bronze level 6. The status indicators for injured and incomplete remained, albeit their colors had lightened, signifying an improvement. Furthermore, the skill categories rock manipulation and possession had likewise undergone evolution, transforming into rock soul and mental control, with a substantial enhancement in effectiveness. Is such a minor absorption capable of yielding such significant results? Lin Xian mused, glancing at the emptied shell and then at the vast quantities of rock crystal nearby, astonished. If all of this were absorbed, wouldn't Ergo be able to reclaim all its power? If that were the case, why attend school at all? We could simply stay here and level up vigorously, achieve divine ranks, then venture forth with abandon. Wouldn't that be a true reign of supremacy? Seemingly perceiving Lin Xian's thoughts, Ergo approached and playfully nudged him with a paw. Stop dreaming. The reason for such rapid advancement is solely because my current level is exceedingly low and my condition is poor. Once my state improves, the effectiveness of absorbing this energy will diminish. It yawned and stretched leisurely. Moreover, as you have seen, absorbing just a small piece took an entire afternoon. If we truly had ample time to squander here, wouldn't it be better to engage in more productive endeavors? Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words. Realizing this line of thought was futile, he shifted focus to the rock crystals. Are these rock crystals really meant to remain here indefinitely? Couldn't we devise a means to extract some? Selling them would fetch a handsome sum, enough to purchase countless spectral materials for you. Ergo shook its head resolutely. At least wait until you have a contracted beast that has reached the golden stage before considering such matters. Its steadfastness caused Lin Xian's shoulders to droop in disappointment. Nevertheless, this excursion had not been in vain. Ergo had significantly increased its strength, and a glimmer of hope for future enhancement had emerged. Along with the unexpected discovery of what could become a treasure trove in the future, such gains were indeed worthy of his efforts throughout the day. As the duo conversed, the massive talisman array on the ceiling, after a full afternoon of adjustments, had seen the warning crimson fade, restoring its energy release function. Realizing that the rock crystal area was about to transform into a zone of lethal energy, Lin Xian and Ergo hastily retreated to a safe distance. Witnessing the spectacular sight of energy cascading once more, Lin Xian was vividly reminded of the immense power Ergo had possessed in the past. Exhaling deeply, Lin Xian glanced down at the adorably clumsy Xiao Tu by his side. There shouldn't be anything else, right? It's about time we depart. Yes, let us go, came the reply. Chapter 60, The Prince Charming. Due to their bountiful harvest, both Lin Xian and Ergo were in high spirits. As they traversed the void-like darkness of the passage, Lin Xian suddenly recalled something and queried, "Do you not have any barriers in this passage? Are you not concerned about other beasts or humans wandering in by mistake? What if they inadvertently damage the seal?" Ergo remained confident. Rest assured, this labyrinthine passage is more than sufficient to deter any errant beings. Should they mistakenly wander in, they would merely be petrified by the overwhelming rock energy, subsequently fading into oblivion over endless time. Furthermore, even if by some stroke of luck they managed to breach the seal without divine-level capabilities, they would stand no chance of dismantling my seal. That makes sense, Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. As they conversed, the lengthy void passage finally came to an end, and both Lin Xian and Ergo leapt into the black hole, returning to the rock forest. Expecting darkness to envelop the forest as the sun had set, Lin Xian was taken aback to find the area ablaze with light upon landing. Upon closer inspection, he discovered an unexpected camp filled with torches surrounding the black hole. Within the camp, numerous beast tamers were engaged in various tasks. Startled by Lin Xian's sudden emergence from the black hole, the group collectively froze, then shouted, "Someone has come out. Quickly, inform the boss. You all go too." After an entire afternoon, someone has finally returned alive. They hurriedly converged around Lin Xian, bombarding him with questions. "Brother, what transpired within the black hole? Speak quickly." Observing the chaos before him, Lin Xian quickly grasped the situation. Clearly, the beast tamers had been drawn to the colossal noise created when Ergo shattered the boulder. From the content of their inquiries, it was evident that they had not only been monitoring the black hole, but had also dispatched numerous reckless individuals to explore its depths. However, unlike Ergo, who had guided Lin Xian, those others had all perished within, with not a single one returning alive. Instinctively activating all-knowing eye, he assessed the strength of the beast tamers surrounding him. The highest among them was merely at bronze level 1. This was quite reasonable, as they were primarily scouts, requiring only ordinary vision to observe the situation, rendering their power irrelevant. While Lin Xian appraised the group, they too had gathered closer. Upon noticing the mask adorning Lin Xian's face, their leader sensed something amiss. What is the story behind that mask? This person is not one of us. His wariness heightened. He beckoned to his companions. Regardless of who he is, seize him first. With a weary sigh, Lin Xian nudged Ergo beside him with his toes. "The troubles you've stirred, you must resolve." Had it not been for Ergo's desire to show off and detonate the colossal rock, such troubles would never have arisen. Acknowledging his error, Ergo offered an awkward smile, refraining from rebuttal. He enveloped Lin Xian with the immovable shield, his previously comical demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. With a howl directed towards the heavens, he unleashed falling stars. Small meteors rained down from the sky, crashing into the crowd below. Simultaneously, in a bid to enhance accuracy, Ergo discreetly employed his newly evolved mental manipulation. The onlookers, witnessing this chaotic spectacle, were struck with horror. As they attempted to evade the impending assault, they suddenly found themselves powerless to move. Unable to dodge, they scrambled to retrieve their treasured defensive items, forcing themselves to withstand the onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the beast tamers encircled around them were thrown into disarray, the scent of blood permeating the camp. Observing the rising clouds of dust, Lin Xian chose not to dwell on the unfolding battle, promptly making his way towards the edge of the encirclement. Upon his arrival, some had already fled to summon reinforcements. If he lingered here any longer, he could only imagine the foes he might confront. To avert unforeseen circumstances, he hastened his departure. Meanwhile, Ergo, having achieved his objective, quietly melted into the haze, following Lin Xian's lead. The duo, a boy and his dog, hurriedly navigated their way out of the rock forest. Finding a secluded spot, they changed their attire and removed their masks, re-emerging onto the main road with Lin Xian now looking entirely different. No one would connect him to the enigmatic figure from earlier. Tapping the ground, he summoned the already waiting little earth, retrieving it back into his beast space. Lin Xian then confidently traversed this path, departing from the Redstone Mountain. Shortly after Lin Xian's departure, a youth clad in athletic attire, riding a unicorn stallion, arrived with his entourage. Upon witnessing the disarray of the sentry camp, he subtly furrowed his brows. "Where are the others?" Amidst the chorus of cries, one individual replied, "They've already left." Left? The athletic youth advanced on his unicorn, questioning, "What is the situation here then?" The one who had spoken struggled to rise from the remnants of flesh and blood, stammering, "The one that emerged from the cave, he wasn't one of us. I intended to apprehend him for questioning, but he struck first. With just one move, many of my comrades were either dead or injured, leaving us in this state." The athletic youth's frown deepened. "What did he look like?" I don't know," the responder admitted, lowering his head in shame. He wore a mask, revealing no distinguishing features, only his contracted beast, a small creature resembling a terrier. The more he spoke, the more he felt he had failed his master's expectations, burying his head even lower. Surprisingly, the previously volatile master did not exhibit anger this time. The athletic youth surveyed the injured subordinates, inhaled deeply, and commanded, "Everyone, retreat. Those who need to recover should do so, and those due for compensation shall receive it. We need not concern ourselves with this anomaly any longer." "But," protested the responder, unwilling to accept, "because of this anomaly, we lost so many brothers. How can we simply disregard it?" He was about to argue further, but the athletic youth's resolve was unwavering. "We have already sent many into that black void, yet none have returned, which speaks volumes of its peril. Should any further incidents arise, the casualties may multiply. Furthermore, in a few days, I must embark on a journey far from here. leaving me no time to manage matters in Redstone Mountain. Regarding the mysterious figure, the athletic youth pondered for a moment. For now, investigate based on the features you recall, and report back to my father once clarified. He will dispatch someone to handle it. His subordinates understood that once the athletic youth made a decision, it was not open to dispute. Thus, the responder ceased his objections, murmuring an acknowledgement before joining others to assist the injured. The athletic youth remained still, seated upon his unicorn, gazing up at the newly risen moon. He murmured, "A mysterious figure? An anomaly in the area? Had I not received an invitation from the elite class of Magic City, I might have intervened. But now, these trivial matters in small places fail to capture my attention." The athletic youth reflected on the introduction provided by the admissions officer of Magic City, and his tranquil demeanor was once more stirred. That place is where I truly belong. Chapter 61. A familiar face. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was oblivious to the fact that he had just decimated the subordinates of a future classmate. He arrived at Redstone Town, expertly preparing to dispose of the magic cores he had collected during his training session. Having utilized all-knowing eye along the way, he discerned that these magic cores bore little value. Thus the proceeds from their sale were meager, barely worth the effort. With this modest sum, he sought a place to enjoy dinner, summoning Little Fire Feather and placing it upon his shoulder, restoring his appearance to what it had been upon arrival. As he exited Redstone Town, this day's endeavor had not only greatly benefited Ergo, but Little Fire Feather had also experienced some growth. The progress of molting was now at 3, reaching 8,263, which was quite commendable. After tallying today's gains, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. If only I could come here every day. Before he could finish his thought, Little Fire Feather, obediently perched on his shoulder, suddenly leapt forward, positioning itself protectively in front of him. Its vibrant crimson feathers ignited into flames, enveloping both itself and Lin Xian. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed, accompanied by a violent tremor, causing the protective shield formed by Little Fire Feather's flame rebound to teeter precariously. Following the sound, Lin Xian peered through the gaps in the blazing flames, gaining a clear view. A dagger composed of shadow energy emerged, darker than the night itself, impervious to even the luminous moonlight. Upon striking the fiery barrier, it penetrated 3 inches before gradually dissipating. Subsequently, the automatic counterattack of Flame Rebound commenced. Portions of the flames within the barrier coalesced into a fireball the size of a soccer ball, hurtling towards the thicket ahead. The explosion erupted, sending debris and smoke billowing. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for Little Fire Feather's swift reaction and timely defense, Lin Xian felt he would not have evaded this covert assault. Judging by the force of the dagger's penetration, had he absorbed the attack directly, even with the life link from the spirit, he would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness, rendered incapable of response. The assailant clearly intended to eliminate him. Lin Xian's expression abruptly turned grave. Gazing towards the direction of the rising smoke, he shouted, "Who is there? Show yourself. Is your intent to kill me? Yet you lack the courage to reveal yourself?" As he called out, he remained alert, scanning his surroundings in hopes of swiftly locating the assailant's hiding place. Unfortunately, the attacker exhibited remarkable composure. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xian detected no further movement. Just as he was about to incite further provocation, another nearly imperceptible dagger swiftly traversed the space, aimed directly at his heart. This time, Lin Xian, ever vigilant, sensed the impending strike early. He sidestepped, evading the shadowy dagger while simultaneously directing Little Fire Feather through their mental link to unleash rending fire swarm. Small firebirds rapidly formed, soaring towards the direction of the attack. Soon, several fiery entities spotted the enemy, swooping down to strike, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. At the very moment of the explosion, a figure clad in black, accompanied by a shadowy feline, darted forth, aiming directly for Lin Xian, intent on a close-range counterattack. Exercising caution, he refrained from directly engaging this assault, instead executing a series of agile leaps to retreat swiftly. Observing his reaction, the hooded figure let out a derisive chuckle, his voice rasping with mockery. "Humph. Is this all the strength you possess, Lin Xian? As you wished, I have emerged. What, do you intend only to flee?" Lin Xian furrowed his brow at the tone. "Who are you? Do I know you?" he retorted, the words laced with incredulity. The black-clad individual removed his hood, revealing a scarred visage twisted by malice, accompanied by a cruel grin. "Has it only been a few days, and you can no longer recognize the voice of your dear class leader?" Staring at that grotesque countenance, Lin Xian gasped in shock, his mouth slightly agape. "It's you?" Although his appearance had been marred by scars and a contorted expression, Lin Xian could still discern the familiar, acerbic features of Bond. How is this possible? A tremor of disbelief coursed through him as he recalled the events clearly. Bond's Gale Bird had been slain on the spot during the closing ceremony of the Beastmaster examination. Yet now, this individual stood before him with a new contracted beast. Something was amiss. There was undoubtedly a riddle to unravel, Lin Xian murmured to himself. While he was consumed by astonishment, Bond remained oblivious, his smile growing ever more sadistic. Why is it impossible? Why should you, Lin Xian, a worthless wretch, be favored by the divine, while I am denied the chance to reclaim my status as a beastmaster? Whom do you hold in disdain? As he spoke, his short, stout hands rose high, striking towards Lin Xian alongside the shadowy feline. The force was tremendous. Even with Lin Xian's beastmaster rank having reached bronze level 7, he could barely fend off the blow. This instilled in him a profound dread. Not only had Bond inexplicably acquired a new contracted beast, but he himself also possessed extraordinary strength. Thoughts raced through Lin Xian's mind as he recalled his earlier words. Chosen by the divine. Was that the source of such power? And had he regained a contracted beast? Instinctively, he activated his all-knowing eye to examine the shadowy feline. Shadow Cat. Attribute, Shadow. Quality, Bronze. Rank, Bronze level 10. Status, Enraged. Enslaved. Skills, Shadow Dagger, Concealment, Confounding Shadow. Optimal evolution path. Potential exhausted, no further evolution possible. A Bronze level 10 Shadow-type beast. No wonder it could execute such a stealthy yet formidable attack, easily overwhelming even the likes of Little Fire Feather. Shadow-type beasts are often referred to as assassin beasts among beastmasters. They traverse the realms of darkness, striking with lethal precision. The prowess of a Bronze level 10 Shadow beast could easily subdue even some silver-ranked beastmasters. That Little Fire Feather had only just advanced to Bronze and managed to react in time to withstand the initial strike was already exceedingly remarkable. However, Lin Xian pondered over the perplexing status indicators. What could enraged and enslaved possibly signify? This was the first time he had encountered such statuses on a contracted beast. Once again evading Bond's attack, Lin Xian instinctively probed the explanations. Enraged. This unit's mind has been obliterated, vitality depleted. Yet strength has been forcibly elevated to the current quality's limit. Enslaved. This unit is under the control of the skill, Spider God Puppet. Its actions constrained by the special emblem holder. Now it made sense. Lin Xian finally grasped the situation. The Shadow Cat was not Bond's contracted beast at all. Instead, it had been commandeered by another party and handed over for Bond's use. Judging by the annotation for enraged, this enslaved beast was likely a mass-produced biological weapon. Enhanced through nefarious means, it had its combat capabilities rapidly augmented, only to be discarded after a period of service. The individual backing Bond must possess considerable influence. As for the so-called divine, Lin Xian scrutinized Bond's frenzied countenance. This man couldn't have lost his mind and fallen into some cult, could he? Chapter 62. Do you believe me? Lin Xian yearned to inquire about the details from Bond, yet witnessing his manic delight, it seemed unlikely he would entertain such an unreasonable request. In exasperation, Lin Xian surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one else was present before summoning Little Earth and Ergo. Subdue these two. Remember to leave one alive. It soon became evident that summoning Little Earth was somewhat redundant. With a swift flick of his paw, Ergo unleashed, gathering earth into mountains. Surrounding dust and dirt coalesced under an inexplicable force, ensnaring the Shadow Cat and pinning it to the ground. Observing the spectacle, Bond remained nonchalant, mistakenly believing Lin Xian was merely employing tricks he had learned on the Beast Island, utilizing the pressure of a saint-level contracted beast to control a few beasts. Attempting to outnumber me again. You think such petty tricks can topple me once more? This time is different. My new Bronze level 10 contracted beast is not to be compared with that worthless Gale Bird. Your lowly black iron beasts, no matter how many you gather, could never stand against me. With that, Bond regained a modicum of rationality, recalling how his previous loose tongue had led to Lin Xian's resurgence on the Beast Island. He resolved to end this swiftly, refraining from futilely attacking Lin Xian. Instead, he gestured to summon back the Shadow Cat entangled with Little Fire Feather, preparing to directly assault Lin Xian. I initially intended for you to taste the agony of losing your contracted beast, but now I have changed my mind. Die now, you damned wretch. With that, Bond's expression twisted further into a grotesque mask of fury, losing all semblance of humanity. Yet regrettably for him, silence lingered long after his words. As the Shadow Cat remained utterly inert, it neither launched an attack against Lin Xian nor even emitted its previous sharp cries. Bond's expression darkened, and as he turned to be raided, he discovered that the Shadow Cat had been inexplicably pinned beneath a colossal stone, struggling even to breathe, let alone launch an assault. What are you doing? Bond seethed, producing a palm-sized circular metal disc from his pocket. He repeatedly directed it at the Shadow Cat, attempting to force it into action. Damn you, Shadow Cat. Move, will you? Are you not bronze level 10? How could you be so easily trapped? After numerous failed attempts, he slammed the disc down in frustration. What a worthless piece of junk. You deceived me. You claimed this would grant me vengeance, yet it is nothing but trash. His furious shouts and curses echoed against the backdrop of his mounting rage, venting his ire upon an unknown target. Raising his gaze, he caught sight of Lin Xian, who stood unfazed. Suddenly, the memories of his prior torment flooded back. His own hands had marred his face, and his anger surged anew, finding its target. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, you beast. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been scorned by my father. I wouldn't have failed the examination. Without you, I could have reclaimed my status as a beastmaster through this Shadow Cat. With immense power, I would trample all those who have looked down upon me beneath my feet. It is all your fault. You shall die for this. After unleashing these bewildering grievances, Bond charged once more at Lin Xian, swinging his plump fists. Observing his ridiculous demeanor, Lin Xian felt a twinge of pity and gestured to Ergo at his feet. Ergo, understanding Lin Xian's cue, activated Mountain of Earth. Once again, mud and rock coalesced, and in an instant, Bond was trapped beneath a massive boulder. He struggled to resist, but who was Ergo? Once a divine tier beast, now possessing divine tier potential. The skills it unleashed were beyond the resistance of even a level 10 bronze Shadow Cat, let alone a mere human like Bond. Once Bond's strength waned and he ceased his struggles, Lin Xian crouched down, patting his bewildered and drooling face, and inquired, "Now speak. Who sent you to kill me? Where did you acquire this Shadow Cat? How did you attain such power?" Bond's eyes remained vacant, as if he had not heard Lin Xian's questions, offering no response. Noting his uncooperative demeanor, Lin Xian shook his head and chuckled. "Ah, must you suffer before you are willing to speak?" He summoned Xiao Huoyu and took a flaming feather from it without hesitation, thrusting it directly into Bond's scarred face. This time, Bond reacted, screaming in agony. Yet, this was not the response Lin Xian sought. Thus, he continued, wielding the feather as an artist would a brush, inscribing characters like dog and pig upon Bond's face. The seared flesh emitted a charred scent, accompanied by Bond's increasingly desperate cries. Fearing he might perish from the pain, Lin Xian kindly summoned Kinling to heal Bond with essence of life, ensuring that while he endured excruciating torment, his body remained whole. Thus, the flames continued their merciless massage for an indeterminate duration, until Bond's screams finally transformed into substantial utterances. I'll tell you. Just stop." "Oh." Lin Xian instinctively raised the fiery feather, smiling as he said, "Seeing you silent for so long, I thought your brain had been roasted." Bond had lost the strength to retort, stammering, "If I tell you, will you spare my life?" Surprised, Lin Xian covered his mouth, exclaiming, "You truly dare to wish for mercy?" As Lin Xian seemed poised to refuse, Bond attempted to argue, only to hear Lin Xian add, "Of course I can spare you, provided your answer satisfies me." Bond was momentarily speechless, incredulous at how easily Lin Xian had agreed. He hesitantly uttered, "You must swear," but before he could finish, the fiery feather had already pierced his mouth. "Pray tell, who gave you the audacity to bargain with me?" Lin Xian maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Speak, or I shall continue to burn you. I have all the time in the world to toy with you today." Lin Xian's devilish attitude jolted Bond from his state of despair back into the harsh reality before him, inciting a deep-seated fear. As Lin Xian prepared to jab the feather again, he hastily shouted, "I'll tell you. It was a strange figure cloaked in a peculiar cape who sent me to kill you. He never revealed his face, only asking if I wanted revenge on you. When I nodded, he gave me a circular metal piece and that level 10 bronze Shadow Cat. Upon receiving the metal, it was as if I had signed a Beastmaster contract with that Shadow Cat, gaining the power of a level 10 Beastmaster." Fearing Lin Xian would doubt him and subject him to another fiery massage, he emphasized, tears in his voice, "I swear, I'm telling the truth. You must believe me." Chapter 63, The Hydra Reemerges. A peculiar cloak? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. What difference does that make? Indeed, seeing Lin Xian's skepticism, Bond grew anxious. He truly wore a black cloak. I attempted several times to glimpse his face, but no matter the angle, I couldn't see it. As he shouted, a recollection seemed to strike him, and he hurriedly added, "Oh, I also noticed a snake tattoo on his wrist." "A snake?" Lin Xian's expression hardened, sensing an ominous implication. What did the snake look like? Desperate for survival, Bond strained to recall the details, stumbling through his description. The snake was purple, its mouth agape, fangs bared, and he struggled to recall more, but no additional details surfaced. Irritated by the lack of clarity, Lin Xian retrieved his phone, opened the album, and displayed a photo to Bond. "Does it look like this?" Yes, that's it." Upon seeing Lin Xian's photo, Bond nodded vigorously. The tattoo I saw looked exactly like that snake head in the upper left corner. His affirmation only deepened Lin Xian's discontent. The reason was simple. The picture he had shown was one he had taken from Xia Wu's yellow notebook, the bizarre Hydra design. How astonishing that it was indeed them. Lin Xian clenched his teeth, a sense of impending danger surging within him. Ever since he had perused Xia Wu's notebook, he had mentally prepared for the possibility of that mysterious organization seeking him out. Yet, he hadn't anticipated their actions would be so swift. Only 2 days had passed, and they were already probing him. He instinctively glanced around, as though shadowy figures lurked within the boundless darkness of the trees. Thankfully, the most terrifying scenario did not manifest. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian began to contemplate. This incitement for Bond to seek vengeance was likely their test. Should they ascertain that I know the truth behind the expedition team's demise, they would undoubtedly come for me. But why not approach directly? With their power, they needn't resort to subterfuge. Why not simply kill me? Was there some underlying reason unknown to me? Lin Xian stroked his chin, pondering possible protective forces he might possess. After much deliberation, he arrived at a singular conclusion. It was due to my strong ties with the great Beast Master of Magic City, coupled with their need for secrecy, that they dared not act too overtly. Following this line of reasoning, Lin Xian formulated a plan. If this were indeed the case, the great Beast Master of Magic City should be relatively safe. He gazed up at the luminous moon, resolutely declaring, "It seems I must hasten my journey to Magic City." Beneath the boulder, Bond observed the shifting expressions on Lin Xian's face, a hint of sycophancy creeping onto his own. Lin Xian, Brother Xian, the information I've provided, does it hold any value? Could you possibly consider letting me go? Startled from his contemplation by Bond's inquiry, Lin Xian returned to the moment, chuckling at Bond's sudden change in demeanor. Stepping upon the head of Bond, Lin Xian chuckled. Huh? Look at you. Don't you resemble a dog? Bond's lips twitched. Yet he maintained a respectful smile. Yes, indeed, I am but a dog, an ungrateful one at that. Brother Xian, would you kindly let me go? Is that too much to ask? It appeared he was quite aware of his own predicament. However, Lin Xian did not regard him. Instead, he scanned the surroundings. Once he confirmed there were no living souls nearby, he gently lifted his foot from Bond's head. Then, with a sudden force, he stomped down. A sickening crack echoed, the skull shattering like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered in all directions, staining the earth in hues of red and white. I think it is better for you to be dead. With such ease, Lin Xian extinguished Bond's life, feeling surprisingly unperturbed. Rather, he felt a sense of relief. Regardless, he could not allow this scoundrel to continue breathing, setting aside the multiple provocations and troubles Bond had caused. Merely associating with that mysterious organization had already placed him on Lin Xian's death list. After all, if Bond returned alive, the organization would surely inquire and discover the unusual strength he possessed, coupled with the traumatic history of Lin Xian's parents. It was only natural that they would seek to eradicate any threat. This was the best outcome. With Bond's death shrouded in secrecy, those individuals would remain oblivious to the circumstances on Lin Xian's side. Their actions would thus become more cautious, granting him ample time to develop and grow. With this thought, Lin Xian cast a glance at Bond's pitiful corpse, brushed off the remnants of flesh and blood that had inadvertently adhered to his trousers, and summoned the playful little fire feather. With a great blaze, he incinerated the area entirely. Then, he commanded the nearby earth to bury the charred remains. After disposing of the body, Lin Xian retrieved the circular metal piece that Bond had discarded in a fit of rage, intending to control the shadow cat to end its own life. However, upon approaching, he discovered that beneath the colossal stone created by Ergo, the shadow cat was already bleeding from all its orifices, teetering on the brink of death. It seemed that Bond's forceful order had drained it of its vitality. Regrettably, even so, it had not managed to escape Ergo's grasp and was slowly succumbing to its fate. Witnessing this, Lin Xian refrained from any further actions. He had already ensured a dignified farewell for the shadow cat with the burning and burial. Having completed these tasks, he surveyed the surroundings once more. Confirming that no obvious traces remained, he set forth under the moonlight, embarking on his journey home. Not long after Lin Xian's departure, in another direction, Zhou Chang'an had just arrived at the earlier battleground, guided by his device. Scanning the area, he found no sign of Bond, only desolate land. He furrowed his brow. This is odd. The indicator clearly pointed here. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Chang'an stowed away his device and summoned his contracted beast. It was a small, fuzzy creature. Neither quite a fox nor a rat, but something in between. Upon materializing, it leapt down Zhou Chang'an's arm and began sniffing the ground. Before long, it detected the burial site of Bond and the shadow cat, softly calling out to signal Zhou Chang'an. He approached swiftly and, upon closer inspection, noticed that the ground had been disturbed. His pupils constricted, conjuring a dreadful realization. Had it already been buried? To verify his suspicion, Xuan began to dig into the earth. In a short while, he unearthed 2 piles of ashes that were distinctly different from the surrounding soil. Forming his hands into a sword-like gesture, a faint light emanated from his fingertips as he touched his nose. Subsequently, Xuan closed his eyes and sampled some of the ashes, inhaling deeply. It wasn't long before he jolted awake, eyes wide with terror and anguish. The torment of existence worse than death, the obliteration of bones and ashes, flickered a complex expression across Xuan's face. Qianjin, you truly valued this fellow. Convinced he had uncovered the truth, Xuan dared not linger. He hastily restored the land to its previous state before hurriedly departing. Chapter 64. Healing. The following morning, Lin Xian arose early. After the events of the previous night, he felt that every corner of this city was fraught with danger and dared not linger any longer. He longed to board the first train to the Magic City to reach the prestigious Magic City University at the earliest opportunity. However, the issue remained that the acceptance letter and student ID from Magic City University had yet to arrive. Without these documents, Lin Xian would be unable to pass through the gates of the university. Rushing there would be futile. Fortunately, as Jiang Wanner had informed him, both items were expected to arrive that very day. Thus, Lin Xian gathered all necessary belongings, packing them into his empty crystal bracelet, and settled down at home to await eagerly. Beep, beep. Not long after, Lin Xian's phone rang. Expecting it to be the delivery service, he happily opened his phone, only to find the name Su Munchi displayed on the screen. Upon seeing her name, Lin Xian smacked his forehead. Ah, how could I have forgotten her? Just a few days prior, while procuring supplies at the Lin Yuan trading post, he had fortuitously encountered Su Munchi, who was seeking help for her ailing contracted beast. Observing her inevitable futility, Lin Xian had casually offered some advice, hoping to earn a significant reward. However, subsequent events had unfolded in rapid succession. First, a call from Jiang Wanner, then the incident with Ergo digging his own grave, and finally the attack by the mysterious organization had left him in a state of disarray. Amidst all this, he had nearly forgotten about Su Mingqi. Glancing at the time, he realized it was barely past 8, still early. Lin Xian pressed the answer button. Hello? Is this Lin Xian? Yes, it is. I'll pay 200,000. Can you heal my contracted beast? Is that agreement still valid? Su Mingqi's voice came through the phone. Chilly, yet Lin Xian detected a hint of anxiety beneath her icy demeanor. Of course it is, he instinctively nodded, but you must act quickly. In less than an hour, I must leave for an extended journey and will not return for a considerable time. This is your last opportunity. As soon as his words fell, Su Mingqi abruptly hung up. Lin Xian, holding the phone, was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her intentions. Yet, within 10 minutes, there was a knock at his door. Opening it, he was astonished to find Su Mingqi standing there. Wow, you really came. Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. Su Mingqi frowned. Didn't you say to hurry? Caught off guard, Lin Xian recalled her rational and pragmatic nature, prompting him to refrain from further chatter as he stepped aside to invite her in. Once seated on the sofa, Lin Xian scrutinized the evergreen tree cradled in her arms. Compared to their last encounter, the tree's condition had deteriorated further. It appeared frail and incapable of self-sustenance, entirely reliant on Su Mingqi's embrace. Clearly, as he had suspected, Master Zhu Ling's treatment plan had yielded little effect. Observing Su Mingqi absent-mindedly stroking her contracted beast, Lin Xian straightforwardly stated, I must warn you in advance, my method of healing may alter the essence of your contracted beast. The evolution route you have currently prepared will become obsolete. From this point forward, it will have to choose an entirely new path of evolution. Have you thought this through? Su Mingqi softly murmured, it's better than death. Lin Xian nodded, gesturing for her to lay the evergreen tree flat on the living room floor. He then inquired, do you have any items that can aid in healing injuries? He continued, when I attempt to heal this evergreen tree, it will rapidly sway towards death, necessitating something to sustain its life. Su Mingqi touched the bracelet on her wrist and produced a vial of life water. Will this suffice? She asked. Yes, Lin Xian affirmed. Noticing her preparedness, he refrained from further words and summoned the little fire feather. As soon as it appeared, it flapped its wings and perched upon Lin Xian's shoulder. Activating the bright flame eye, its sharp, luminous gaze ignited with flames. Correspondingly, the evergreen tree, under its scrutiny, was engulfed in a fierce blaze. The tree's once somber visage contorted in anguish, rendering it even more grotesque, as it emitted heart-wrenching sobs. Woo-woo. Witnessing the suffering of the contract beast, Su Mingqi's typically serene eyes abruptly narrowed, instinctively prompting her to intervene and halt Lin Xian. Yet, in that fleeting moment, reason regained its dominance over her thoughts. She recalled the countless resources previously expended in the evergreen tree's protracted affliction. Her hand, which had been reaching out, was withdrawn. If it remained untreated, death was inevitable. Unconsciously, she fixed her gaze on Lin Xian's composed face. Trust him for now. Meanwhile, Lin Xian remained oblivious to Su Mingqi's peculiar behavior. His focus unwaveringly fixed on the transformation of the evergreen tree. Observing its feeble state, he swiftly commanded, "Now, life water." Su Mingqi reacted with equal promptness. Braving the flames of the little fire feather, she poured the potion into the tree's mouth. After repeating this process 2 or 3 times, the little fire feather finally closed its eyes, and the flames enveloping the evergreen tree subsided. Upon completing this sequence, Su Mingqi could distinctly sense that although the tree appeared withered and the signs of decay were more evident, the gradual loss of its vitality had ceased. Confused, she turned to Lin Xian, awaiting his explanation. Lin Xian, anticipating her inquiries, began, "Your contract beast was previously afflicted by a peculiar toxin, plunging it into an indefinite state of vitality depletion. It is nearly impossible to replenish this loss through external means. Thus, I employed a method of counteracting the poison, utilizing flames to expedite its bodily transformation to adapt to this condition. In doing so, the ailment is effectively remedied." His words were entirely truthful. When he had last encountered the evergreen tree at the Abyss trading post, its optimal evolutionary path had already shifted. In the bronze tier, its evolved name changed from Eternal Tree to Decaying Demon Tree. Its expertise transitioned from vitality enhancement to vitality extraction. The healing method Lin Xian had just employed was derived from the evolution process of the Decaying Demon Tree. In reality, the orthodox approach involved mixing materials rich in decay essence while feeding the evergreen tree. Although this method is slower to yield results, it is far more stable and secure. Lin Xian, pressed for time, resorted to incineration to accelerate the tree's adaptation to decay, simultaneously using the life water to stabilize its precarious existence. This entire procedure proved significantly swifter than a gradual approach. During the brief moment he took to explain, the charred outer bark of the evergreen tree had completely shed, revealing an entirely different interior, wrinkled and yellowed, exuding an unmistakable aura of decay. Su Mingqi gingerly cradled the newly rejuvenated evergreen tree. Through their mental connection, she could sense its long-suffering state of comfort returning, realizing that Lin Xian's method had indeed been effective. She looked at Lin Xian and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Her expression remained frosty, yet her tone seemed to soften. After uttering this, Su Mingqi produced a bank card and handed it to Lin Xian, saying, "As promised, 2 million. The password consists of 6 ones." Lin Xian accepted with a smile. "Thank you for your patronage." He then showed no inclination to serve his esteemed client with tea, instead rising to inquire, "Does classmate Su have any other matters to discuss? If not, you should head home promptly. I have to leave soon as well." Su Mingqi, disliking superfluous social niceties, did not perceive Lin Xian's demeanor as impolite. "Well then, I shall take my leave." With this, she obediently stood and walked towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Mingqi suddenly halted, turning to ask, "Lin Xian, which university did you apply to?" Lin Xian was taken aback, unsure why she would pose such a question, and replied casually, "More-the-Merrier University. I seem to have a connection with that school." Su Mingqi nodded, offering no further words. She gently closed the door behind her as she exited. Chapter 65, The Trap. Why the sudden inquiry? Lin Xian pondered, bewildered by Su Mingqi's unexpected question. He shrugged it off, dismissing it from his mind. Shortly thereafter, his phone buzzed again. This time, it was the delivery person contacting him. He hurried downstairs to sign for the package, and upon opening the delivery bag, he discovered a paper document and a crystal card. The document read, "Dear Lin Xian, you have been accepted." It was an unremarkable acceptance letter. However, the crystal card was of a rather extraordinary nature, seemingly crafted from rare materials, impervious to fire and water, and exuding an air of prestige. After securely placing both items into his storage bracelet, Lin Xian closed the door and made his way to the high-speed train station, boarding the train bound for Modu. The journey was uneventful, devoid of any unwarranted disturbances. A few high school students boarded along the way, curious about the Beastmaster emblem adorning Lin Xian's chest, and approached him with inquiries regarding Beastmasters. Lin Xian offered them perfunctory responses before easily dismissing them. The distance from Linqing to Modu was not far. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he disembarked from the train. Just as he was about to exit the station, he suddenly heard a voice nearby. "Uncle, could you help me find my phone? I think I've lost it." He turned to see a seemingly innocent girl pleading for assistance from the staff. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and her adorable, unassuming face made her appear heartbreakingly pitiful, truly difficult to resist. However, Lin Xian's gaze lingered on her for an entirely different reason. Was that the acceptance letter from Moda University? The pure girl held an acceptance letter and student ID card identical to Lin Xian's. Arriving with her acceptance letter to report on the first day of school, was she also a new student in the special class? Lin Xian mused. He had not anticipated encountering a future classmate on the very first day of school. A sense of inexplicable joy washed over him. Nevertheless, he had no intention of introducing himself. He vividly recalled the urgency propelling him towards the school. It was unwise to complicate matters at such a moment. Reaching the school as soon as possible was paramount. Only there would he find sufficient security. Exiting the station, he hailed a cab and soon found himself before the grand entrance of Moda University. The towering white marble columns and the resplendent nameplate of the institution left him utterly awestruck. Is this truly the prestigious academy of the Magic City? Upon disembarking, Lin Xian instinctively let out a sigh of admiration. After gazing at the ornate surroundings for a while, he finally managed to steady his emotions and approached the school gate. Is anyone there? Please open the door. He called out several times at the security booth, but no one emerged to grant him entry. Moreover, as he surveyed the vicinity, he found not a single soul in sight. The street outside the gate and the area within the school were enveloped in an eerie silence. Something felt amiss. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. Had the driver taken him to some peculiar place? Realizing the situation was unusual, he refrained from attempting to enter the gate any further. Instead, he turned back, retracing his steps. However, after walking for a considerable distance, he glanced back only to find the school gate still looming behind him. Damn! Is this some sort of ghostly wall? Lin Xian cursed in frustration. Faced with the impossibility of escape, he had no choice but to return to the entrance once more. He attempted to activate the all-knowing eye, hoping to glean some useful information. Yet, after scanning the surroundings, nothing of significance presented itself. Thus, it seemed he had no choice but to step through the gate first and see where it led. As he gazed at the desolate and silent entrance, the previously magnificent school gate, now bathed in sunlight, appeared to morph into a ferocious beast eager to devour him. He was uncertain of his whereabouts and whether anyone was watching him. Consequently, he refrained from employing even the sacrificial contract beasts for reconnaissance, choosing instead to forge ahead with his own physical form. Fortunately, the situation was not as dire as Lin Xian had anticipated. Upon entering the gate, he was met not with lethal traps, but rather a drastically altered environment. The vibrant afternoon outside was abruptly replaced by a dim, ominous twilight within. The scenery remained the same, yet it was all tainted with an inexplicable blood-red hue. This bizarre transformation heightened Lin Xian's unease. Could it be that the Hydra organization had come for him? This thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly extinguished. If that organization possessed the capability to easily annihilate a powerful beastmaster group like the one in the Magic City, they would not resort to petty subterfuge. Yet, if it were not them, then what was the meaning of this? The entrance had been rigged with such a strange trap. Surely the Magic City-S Academy could not have orchestrated this themselves. A myriad of peculiar thoughts raced through Lin Xian's mind. However, before he could ponder further, a multitude of eyes, bloodshot and glistening, along with dripping fangs, suddenly emerged from the crimson scenery, monstrous beasts. As these creatures charged toward him, Lin Xian remained composed, utilizing the all-knowing eye to assess the unexpected assailants. The information relayed to him indicated that, despite their varying forms and attributes, all these beasts were of the same rank, each classified as level 7 black iron. Furthermore, their status bars revealed a shared condition, illusion, a phantom formed through a sigil array, mimicking the strength of a similarly ranked bronze qualification beast. An illusion? Lin Xian's eyes brightened. He had finally stumbled upon a valuable lead. While directing the little fire feather to fend off the creatures, he began to move about, searching for further clues. Although the number of illusionary beasts was substantial, their rank and qualifications paled in comparison to that of the little fire feather, rendering them incapable of inflicting any harm. In fact, with a single strike of tidal flame surge, the little fire feather could obliterate a considerable number of them. However, upon being incinerated, the beasts did not leave behind any corpses, but rather dissipated into shimmering motes of light. Almost immediately, they would revive elsewhere and launch another attack on Lin Xian and the little fire feather. They can revive. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. This was utterly unfair. Though the little fire feather dispatched these illusionary beasts with ease, it was not without cost. If overwhelmed by an endless tide of foes, exhaustion would inevitably set in. Time was of the essence. The sigil array needed to be dismantled swiftly. Yet, amidst the blood-red landscape, Lin Xian found himself at a loss. Growing anxious as he noticed the little fire feather beginning to pant, showing signs of fatigue, he cursed inwardly. Damn it! If only I understood sigil arrays. He felt a pang of regret. The last time he had been in the sealed cavern, he had sought guidance from Ergo regarding sigil array techniques. Alas, Humans lacked the inherent ability to learn such knowledge, and the matter had been left unresolved. Wait, remembering ergo, Lin Xian suddenly looked up. That fellow was the foremost master of sigil arrays, wasn't he? Why not consult him? Chapter 66, S rank. After a few mental disturbances connecting to ergo, Lin Xian finally heard the familiar voice. Ah, Lin Xian. Ergo yawned, seemingly just awakened. What do you need? Is it time to let me out? I cannot release you just yet, but I require your assistance. Lin Xian recounted his predicament in detail, then inquired, do you have any good ideas? So, that's what it is. Huh. Ergo yawned again. Locate the core of the sigil array and destroy it. The array will naturally collapse. Easier said than done. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. The challenge lay in pinpointing the core of the array. Well, I suspect it's at the revival points of those illusions. Ergo pondered for a moment before providing his insight. Observe closely to see which locations see the most frequent revivals. That should be part of the sigil array's core. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian paused momentarily before quickly coming to terms with it. After watching the battle for a while, he indeed noticed numerous beasts reviving in the same area. However, there were 5 such locations. Unsure which was the true core, he continued observing for a while longer, but discerned no other differences. Lin Xian decided not to wait any longer. Since he could not determine the authentic one, he would destroy them all. With that, he called out to the little fire feather, release, flame explosion, at the locations I indicate. To ensure maximum effectiveness, Lin Xian specifically instructed the little fire feather to use its most powerful skill. Upon hearing Lin Xian's command, the little fire feather ceased its relentless assault on the illusionary beasts. Transitioning from offense to defense, it enveloped itself in flame reversal to withstand the incoming attacks. Once prepared, it promptly hurled a massive fireball, condensed with an immense amount of flames, toward the designated spot. Boom. Dust and debris erupted as Lin Xian's indicated area was obliterated. Yet, the surrounding illusions did not dissipate. The illusionary beasts seemed to sense Lin Xian's intentions, intensifying their onslaught. As the little fire feather defended against the attacks, it began to gather another flame explosion, fireball. Under Lin Xian's guidance, it bombarded other suspected core locations of the sigil array. Thus, until the third inferno blast detonated. Xiaohui was nearly exhausted. It was as if a balloon had deflated. With a soft pop, the bizarre scenery around him dissipated. The blood-red moonlight, the ominous weather, and even the various decorations at the entrance of Magic City University vanished without a trace. In their stead, the familiar sights of Magic City Station emerged, along with a familiar woman waving at him. At last, had it been broken? Lin Xian exhaled a sigh of relief and walked toward the woman beckoning him. Clad in short sleeves and hot pants, her athletic yet alluring figure drew the attention of the men nearby. Such a beauty could only be Jiang Wanner. Teacher Jiang, could you kindly explain what transpired? Upon her appearance, Lin Xian immediately grasped the situation. The earlier uncanny phenomena were not an assault directed at him, but rather a show of strength from Magic City University, or more aptly, a trial. Rest assured, Jiang Wanner said with a casual pat on Lin Xian's shoulder. It was merely a minor entrance assessment, and you have passed with flying colors. Despite her reassurances, Lin Xian felt no joy. In any case, let us minimize such sudden assaults in the future. My heart cannot withstand such shocks. The truth was, Lin Xian feared that if he became accustomed to such occurrences, he would be left unprepared for a sudden ambush from the Hydra organization. Observing his weary demeanor, Jiang Wanner burst into laughter. There is truly no need for concern. The purpose of this trial format was merely to gauge your capabilities and understand your true situation. As she spoke, Jiang Wanner gave Lin Xian a thumbs up. You performed exceptionally well. Among all the new students tested so far, you are the only one who managed to break through the spell formation on your own. Securing the top score in this preliminary test is a certainty. Lin Xian felt no enthusiasm for this inexplicable accolade. All right, since the assessment is complete, let us hurry to the school. Jiang Wanner paused momentarily at his exhausted expression and, realizing the situation, ceased further conversation as she drove Lin Xian toward Magic City University. This time, there were no further complications. Upon seeing the school gate, a sight he had encountered numerous times before, Lin Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh. Following Jiang Wanner inside, they avoided the scrutinizing gazes of the university students and made their way to the training ground. There, many new students had already gathered, some standing, some sitting, all exhibiting signs of fatigue. Upon their entrance, the group turned to survey them. At the forefront stood a burly man with well-defined muscles. Upon spotting Jiang Wanner, he greeted her cheerfully. Teacher Jiang, you're finally back. Everyone else is here. We were just waiting for you to bring this one. Yes. Jiang Wanner replied to the muscular instructor with a more businesslike demeanor than she had shown Lin Xian. There were some unforeseen delays during the trial. She handed him a form she had been holding, This is Lin Xian's assessment report. Please take a look. The burly instructor accepted the report, but did not immediately examine it. Instead, he inquired with concern, "Is everything all right? Was it serious? Are you injured, Wana?" Jiang Wanner furrowed her brow, her alluring visage taking on a sharper edge. "Kaihe, how many times must I tell you not to address me like that? Can't you comprehend?" "Ah, my apologies." Kaihe quickly apologized, lightly slapping himself in chastisement. "I overstepped." He did not linger on the topic and began to read Lin Xian's evaluation form. After just a glance, he exclaimed in astonishment, "An S rating? Teacher Jiang, are you serious?" Jiang Wanner nodded solemnly, stating, Lin Xian not only withstood a barrage of illusionary attacks, but also independently broke through the trial's spell formation. Such performance undoubtedly merits an S rating. "Are you certain?" Kaihe asked skeptically. "A new student who has only recently become a beast master could breach that formation? Even you and I could not have achieved that at his age." Jiang Wanner rolled her eyes. "Believe it or not, Lin Xian is the sole master of a sacred tier contract beast in this special class. Do not underestimate him." Kaihe, surprised, replied, "The one who stepped in dog feces?" He instinctively glanced at Lin Xian, nodding slightly. If he possessed a sacred tier contract beast, it indeed would not be impossible. Thus, Kaihe ceased his doubts and kindly cautioned, "I have no issues on my end, but the special committee will certainly come to speak with you later, so be prepared." His unexpected concern made Jiang Wanner uncomfortable. "Enough, my affairs do not require your oversight." She pointed to the gathering special class students. "Now that everyone is here, you may begin your briefing and introduce the details of this special training program." Chapter 67, The Primacy of Strength. Only then did Kaihe recall his responsibilities as an instructor. He cleared his throat and commanded with authority, "Stand at attention." At his commanding voice, not only the rebellious new students, but even Lin Xian instinctively complied with Kaihe's orders. Once he stood in line with his classmates, he was struck by a sudden realization. This voice, did it possess the power of mental manipulation? He peeked around, but saw no sign of Kaihe summoning his contract beast. How curious. Without a contract beast yet capable of exerting such special abilities. Lin Xian suddenly contemplated. Could it be a beast master's secret technique? The so-called secret techniques of beast masters are unique skills exclusive to them. They can be independently unleashed without any assistance from their contract beasts. Their effects vary. Some enhance the combat prowess of contract beasts, while others mimic beast abilities to achieve extraordinary results. These skills are classified into innate and acquired. Acquired secret techniques can be learned, while innate ones cannot. Only those beast masters born with strong mental powers awaken them at the moment of forming a contract with their beasts. Lin Xian's omniscient eye is an example of an innate secret technique. Such self-awakened techniques are rare and often possess formidable effects. As for Kaihe's subtly persuasive ability, Lin Xian could not immediately discern whether it was innate or acquired. While he pondered, Kaihe had already commenced his impassioned address. "Everyone, I know that in your previous cities, you were all the creme de la creme. Not only do you possess powerful backing, but you also boast exceptional talents. At the very least, your contract beasts are all of platinum tier, and at best, some even have sacred tier contract beasts." He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xian. The other new students, unaware of Lin Xian's circumstances, were taken aback by the explosive revelation regarding sacred tier contract beasts, and they began to murmur and glance around in astonishment. "Sacred tier? Is that for real? This muscle-bound fellow can't be trying to provoke us, right?" "Exactly. After creating that bizarre environment, now he is throwing this at us? Does he think we're easy prey?" Amidst the discourse, an undercurrent of skepticism prevailed. As Kaihe aptly articulated, they were all the favored children of their respective regions, endowed with both confidence and innate talent. In their eyes, if even they could not forge a pact with a beast of the sacred tier, how could others possibly succeed? Only a select few, upon hearing Kaihe's words, wore expressions of solemnity. They scanned the training grounds, not in search of psychological comfort, but rather to discern who the fortunate individual capable of contracting a beast of sacred aptitude might be. Observing the array of expressions among the new students, Kaihe suddenly bellowed. But this unexpected roar sent a jolt through the hearts of the newcomers, compelling them to silence and fix their gazes upon Kaihe. Mark my words, in the special class, in the Grand Magus Academy of Modu, do not entertain thoughts of relying on others. Only strength matters. It is the essence of everything. From this day forth, all resources available to you will be earned through your own efforts. The weak shall grow weaker. Yet, the strong will only become stronger. This is the very tenet of our special class. We seek the mightiest among beast tamers. Those who aspire merely to coast on a good pedigree should leave at once. Do you understand? His proclamation resounded with piercing clarity, yet a handful of students, seemingly accustomed to arrogance, remained unfazed. One even jestingly inquired of Kai-he. Teacher, you assert that resources are reserved for the strong. However, I am the top scholar of our provincial examination. Given my prowess, should you not reward me with some resources? His words prompted laughter from those nearby. Kai-he cast him a cold glance, producing several forms and reading aloud. Lu Qi from Yuqing, contracted beast thunderfire behemoth, diamond aptitude. The offspring of a real estate magnate in Yuqing, possessing wealth rivaling nations, he easily secured first place in the examinations with a staggering score exceeding 2,000 points. As his achievements were recounted, Lu Qi proudly lifted his chin, exuding an air of invincibility. Kai-he sneered, continuing, despite such resources, in the recent entrance assessment, you only scored 73 points, rated C. Among the 30 students in this special training class, you ranked 21st, and you dare to call yourself strong. Following this rebuke, the new students surrounding Lu Qi erupted into laughter, while he himself turned crimson, shouting, impossible. I clearly repelled 2 waves of phantom beast attacks. How could my ranking be so low? Kai-he, uninterested in his protests, coldly replied, scoring a C rating and still daring to jest with the instructor. Your ranking has been relegated to the very last position. With that, he ignored Lu Qi, addressing the remaining candidates. I trust that on your journey here, you have already experienced the preliminary assessment. The results from this assessment will determine your initial rankings upon enrollment. All resources in the special class will be distributed based on these rankings. The higher your rank, the more resources you will receive, including magic cores, secret techniques, and opportunities for personalized guidance. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this question once more, the expressions of the new students sharpened with focus. Lu Qi, now acutely aware of the gravity of his demotion, roared, I refuse to accept this. On what grounds? You refuse to accept it? Kai shot him a glance. Then I shall offer you an opportunity. He summoned his contracted beast. Defeat me. Then you shall have the final say in this special class. Lu Qi faltered, realizing the improbability of victory. You know you cannot win. Kai swiftly approached Lu Qi, delivering a sharp slap before lifting him by his collar. Did you not hear what I said earlier? In this special class, strength is everything. If you have yet to grasp this reality, you would do well to leave now. With that, Kai hurled Lu Qi forcefully across the room. He crashed against the wall like a rag doll, leaving a dent, blood spilling from his mouth as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, several students who had previously been jesting fell silent, their expressions sobering. Even Lin Xian regarded Kai thoughtfully, pondering his thoughts. Fortunately, Kai did not pursue further trouble with them, continuing, Now, I shall call the names of those to step forward. Lin Xian, Bai Ma, Hanji Xuan, Luo Xinqi. The 10 individuals mentioned are the top 10 from this examination. Kai glanced at the new students who appeared discontent with this ranking, sneering, should you wish to advance further, challenge them at any time. If you triumph, their ranking will become yours. Do you understand? Chapter 68, Disgusting. Following the discourse and declarations, Kai did not linger. He merely handed out a pamphlet, instructing Lin Xian and the others to follow the guidance on their student IDs to locate their dormitories before departing. Lin Xian opened the pamphlet, which provided additional details regarding the rules Kai had just articulated. Foremost among these was the crucial ranking mechanism. Within this special class, those ranked higher would enjoy various privileges, course selection, skill acquisition, and the quantity and order of resource allocation. In conflicts involving students of differing ranks, the institution would unhesitatingly support those with superior rankings. The environmental assessment Lin Xian had just undergone had determined his initial ranking, and by chance, he found himself in the first position. He glanced at his student ID, which indicated the resources allotted to him. 5 opportunities to select secret techniques for bronze and silver tier beast tamers, distribution rights for 50 magic cores possessing rare skills, a single chance for a tailored growth path from a mentor, priority access to advanced training grounds for contracted beast skills, among others. In addition to these, consumables such as magic crystals and materials were granted an unlimited quota. This meant that as long as the school possessed the materials and confirmed they were for his personal use, Lin Xian could request whatever he needed without restriction. This privilege was nothing short of extraordinary. It was akin to the entire Grand Magus Academy of Modu assisting him in nurturing his contracted beast. Oh, no wonder Kai proclaimed that here, possessing strength equated to possessing everything. Lin Xian mused, then returned his attention to the pamphlet. Such a significant ranking, of course, was not immutable. Every month, the institution would conduct assessments for the special class, re-establishing rankings and distributing resources accordingly. Moreover, students with lower rankings could challenge those ranked higher. Should they succeed, the rankings would be exchanged, along with the resources accrued that month. If the higher-ranked student failed to provide their resources, deductions would be made from their share for the subsequent months. Should they fail to recover their ranking promptly, they would continue to suffer penalties. Yet, the disparity between the resources available to the higher ranks and those at the bottom was immeasurable. As time progressed, the gap would only widen until it became chasmal. At that point, attempting to ascend from the lower ranks would become astronomically difficult. Thus, the most opportune moment for a challenge has arrived. Lin Xian, correct? Now, amidst the witness of numerous classmates, I shall extend my challenge to you. Lin Xian shifted his gaze from the booklet to the tall man standing before him. And you are? The tall man arrogantly pointed to himself and declared, I am Yi Qingwu. It matters not if you have not heard my name until now. For from this moment forth, I shall be the leader of this special class. Lin Xian shook his head and let out a resigned sigh. Observing his demeanor, Yi Qingwu hastily added, You do not intend to refuse, do you? It is explicitly stated in this manual that the top 10 students must not decline a challenge. I shall not allow you to evade this. With that, he summoned his contract beast. Lin Xian, employing his all-knowing eye, discerned that it was a white-eyed soaring eagle of diamond aptitude, albeit only at the black iron 7th level. In Lin Xian's estimation, such strength was rather inadequate. Thus, he refrained from further comment and simply stated, Then let it commence. Upon receiving his consent, Yi Qingwu was exhilarated and prepared to command his white-eyed soaring eagle to attack. However, Lin Xian's little firebird had already taken flight from his shoulder. With its crimson wings aflame, it swiftly conjured a fireball at its beak. The firebird flew with astonishing speed, reaching Yi Qingwu's contract beast in the blink of an eye. Hey, you! Yi Qingwu attempted to interject, but was abruptly interrupted by a resounding bang. The fireball erupted upon the white-eyed soaring eagle. With that singular fierce assault, the white-eyed soaring eagle was left on the brink of collapse, unable to recover. Witnessing this scene, Yi Qingwu's previously arrogant grin froze instantaneously, and he let out an incredulous roar. This is impossible. Lin Xian chose to disregard him, turning his attention to the other students in the training field. When Yi Qingwu had issued his challenge, those onlookers had all turned to watch, their expressions one of amusement. Yet now, as Yi Qingwu fell so easily, their expressions shifted. It was not fear, but rather an eagerness to engage. Realizing this, Lin Xian understood that if he did not establish an image of invincibility in their minds today, he would likely face endless troubles in the future. Thus, he surveyed the surroundings and calmly declared, Anyone else wishing to challenge me, step forward. I offer you an opportunity to join forces against me. Whoever ultimately defeats me shall claim the title of first place. Upon hearing this, the students did not exhibit surprise. Instead, they felt a sense of insult. They were all prodigies from various regions, unaccustomed to such disdain. Humph, who do you think you are? A mere lucky fool who stumbled upon first place dares to act so arrogantly? You lot stay put. I shall show him what happens when you cross me. With that, several individuals summoned their contract beasts and charged towards Lin Xian. Unfazed, Lin Xian remained steadfast. Secretly summoning several contract beasts, he bestowed various buffs upon the little firebird. As the contract beasts approached, the little firebird took a deep breath and then opened its mouth. A torrent of blazing flames, entwined with a sinister purple haze, not only engulfed all the enemy beasts but also surged throughout the training field. The other students, witnessing the unfolding chaos, hastily retreated. Once the smoke dissipated, they were met with a horrifying sight. The contract beasts that had previously attacked Lin Xian now lay defeated upon the ground, their bodies marred with burn marks resembling demonic insignias. Within these scars, pus-filled blisters rapidly formed, only to burst forth, releasing a foul stench of decay. They appeared on the verge of death. The owners of the fallen contract beasts rushed to their sides, frantically administering healing potions. Once the situation improved, they glared at Lin Xian, unleashing a torrent of accusations. What a vicious individual. Was such a brutal approach necessary for a mere challenge between classmates? I shall report this to the school. The incessant, unfounded reproaches only served to irritate Lin Xian. He waved his hand, and the little firebird once more assumed the posture of preparing to unleash its flames. This simple gesture startled those present, prompting them to hurriedly drag their contract beasts away. Desperate to escape, observing their pitiful retreat, Lin Xian spat contemptuously, "Pah! A bunch of cowardly sycophants, self-righteous in their delusions. Such scum should never have been admitted into the special class. It truly disgusts me." Chapter 69, by Ma. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Lin Xian proclaimed, surveying the area. If anyone believes their strength surpasses mine, come forth. If you hesitate now and later dare to disturb me with so-called challenges, the consequences will not be so trivial. Noticing that no one else dared to speak, Lin Xian let out a haughty snort, cradling the little firebird in his arms. He stroked it gently as he swaggered out of the training field. His ostentatious display was entirely intentional, just as Yi Qingwu stated. The top 10 students in the special class possess no right to refuse a challenge. As long as one is present, if challenged, they must respond. And Lin Xian, occupying the first position, would undoubtedly attract the most challengers, if he wished to avoid spending all his time fending off pointless challenges in the future. He had only two options, either to deliberately lose and fall to the bottom of the rankings to maintain a low profile, or, as he had just done, to instill fear in all challengers, deterring them from approaching. The option of conceding defeat was utterly out of the question. As Kai-He articulated, in this meritocratic special class, rankings signify everything. To accelerate one's growth, one cannot afford to be low-key. One must strive ardently in every possible aspect. Should Lin Xian allow his rank to plummet, he would indeed find comfort, yet he would simultaneously forfeit all opportunities. This would starkly contradict the very purpose of his enrollment in the special class. One could even argue it was a complete reversal of priorities. Thus, for Lin Xian, the only viable choice was the latter. This was why he had deliberately augmented the little firebird with all possible buffs during the challenge, to create an overwhelming impression. He aimed to ensure that these proud and defiant prodigies swiftly recognized the chasm separating them from Lin Xian, compelling them to contemplate their own abilities before daring to propose a challenge. After such an encounter, these individuals ought to remain subdued for a time. Lin Xian mused as he made his way to the dormitory. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. Lin Xian. He turned to find a somewhat familiar figure approaching. Clad in athletic attire, the individual flamboyantly rode a unicorn-like white horse, leisurely making their way towards Lin Xian. I remember you. Lin Xian pondered momentarily before recalling the name. You are Bai Ma, correct? Indeed. This individual was none other than the second-place holder from the recent preliminary exam, the only one in the special class to rival Lin Xian. When Kai-He announced the top 10 rankings, he had called Bai Ma to the front, which is why Lin Xian recognized him. In truth, unbeknownst to both, they had crossed paths long before. When Lin Xian emerged from the sealed cave with Ergo, the group he had confronted was none other than Bai Ma's subordinates. However, the two had never met before. Naturally, Bai Ma bore no inexplicable grudge against Lin Xian. His approach to Lin Xian was motivated by a different matter. You must be the one referred to by Instructor Kai, the individual who formed a contract with an extraordinary beast of saintly caliber, correct? He inquired. Taken aback by such a question, Lin Xian replied, and if I am? Indeed. Bai Ma's confidence surged inexplicably. I knew it. Even my prized steed cannot vanquish so many beasts of the same tier in one breath. Your firebird can accomplish that. There must be a secret behind it. After a brief contemplation, his expression shifted dramatically as he posed a new hypothesis. Could it be that it has already attained the bronze tier? Really? Lin Xian was astonished. You can discern that. While others in the training ground were merely awed by his prowess, no one had ventured such a supposition. To his surprise, it was this flamboyant character who saw through it first. Bai Ma did not answer Lin Xian's question, but instead pointed at him, proudly declaring, mark my words. One day I will personally defeat you and claim the title of the rightful first. With that, he mounted his unicorn and turned to depart. Before leaving, the unicorn snorted disdainfully, leaving Lin Xian bewildered. Is this guy out of his mind? Based on his understanding of his opponent's thoughts, he instinctively used the all-knowing eye to inspect the unicorn. Unicorn. Attribute. Holy. Qualification, Diamond tier. Rank, Black Iron level 10. Status, Healthy Proud. Skills, Holy Light, Healing, Holy Charge. Optimal Evolution Path. Remarks. The Unicorn clan is exceedingly proud and will only form contracts with equally proud humans. Should its master lose their pride, it will abandon them. No wonder, with such an air about it, Lin Xian scoffed. Setting aside the perplexing Bai Ma, Lin Xian retrieved his student ID crystal card. This was not merely a card. It served as a portable display device. Following the map provided, Lin Xian accurately located the dormitory designated for the special class. At first glance, it appeared rather peculiar. His designated room 1 was a small, standalone villa, exuding opulence. Rooms 2 and 3 were also independent chambers, offering a modicum of personal space. Rooms 8 and 10 resembled the typical 4-person dormitory found in conventional universities. Beyond room 10, however, the accommodations devolved into a large communal sleeping area. As he surveyed the dormitory's architecture, a sudden wail of despair pierced the air. I refuse. I refuse to live in a cow shed. Lin Xian turned to see Lu Qi, who had been relegated to the last position. He was crouched beneath a thatched shelter, clutching his head, his face contorted in a manner reminiscent of Edvard Munch's The Scream, clearly taken aback by the living conditions. No way. He snapped back to reality, scrambling to his feet. I won't stay at school. I want to rent a place outside. With that, he attempted to dash out of the dormitory area, but the gatekeeper easily intercepted him. School policy dictates that special class students must reside on campus. If you insist on living off campus, you must first submit a withdrawal application. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's countenance paled further. He trudged back to the makeshift shelter, collapsing onto the thatched bed, trembling and sobbing. Lin Xian observed this with amusement, unable to stifle a laugh. Had I known this would be the case. Why bother with the initial provocations? If this guy hadn't antagonized Kai he could at least have had a spot in the communal dormitory instead of sleeping in a drafty thatched hut. Shaking his head in exasperation, Lin Xian swiped his student ID and entered his villa. The villa, though not vast, was replete with modern amenities. The first floor housed the living area, complete with a bedroom, study, kitchen, bathroom, and living room, all exquisitely decorated. The second floor featured a small training arena. Its walls were constructed from cutting-edge memory nanomaterial, incredibly durable, soundproof, and capable of self-repairing damage through magical crystals. The training equipment included damage assessment devices, self-repairing dummies, and beast tier testing apparatus, all of the latest models. Wow, this is absolutely exhilarating, Lin Xian exclaimed, overwhelmed with delight. With these facilities, there's no need to compete with others for the school's training grounds. Chapter 70, Evening Special Mission. Gazing at the array of valuable equipment, Lin Xian eagerly touched and explored everything, a trail of unrestrained saliva escaping his mouth. After a brief experience of each, he shouted with joy, "Awesome." His expression resembled that of someone who had just experienced ecstasy. Descending the stairs, he was about to tidy up when a sudden knock resounded at the villa's door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xian called out, "Who is it?" As he approached to open the door, he was taken aback to find a familiar face waiting outside. "Hello." A charming girl with a pure visage stood at the threshold, cradling a lively, mischievous white fox in her arms, waving cheerfully at Lin Xian. She was Luo Xianqi, the female classmate he had encountered at the station earlier that day, who ranked 10th in their cohort. For reasons unknown, he had felt a peculiar discomfort upon first seeing her. Initially, this feeling was somewhat mitigated by the novelty of meeting a future classmate, thus going unnoticed. However, upon their subsequent encounter at the training ground, he realized his feelings were not solely based on curiosity. Now, in such close proximity, Lin Xian felt the discomfort intensify, morphing into aversion. This left him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Noticing Lin Xian's daze, she waved her hand before his eyes and asked, "Lin Xian? Oh, my apologies." Lin Xian snapped back to reality, recalling certain details. "Luo classmate, is there something you need from me?" Actually, it's nothing much," she replied, a hint of shyness creeping onto her face. "Today is our first meeting as classmates, so I thought to visit all the new students." She then produced a small gift box from her bracelet and extended it to Lin Xian. Overcome by an inexplicable aversion, Lin Xian declined to accept it, merely inquiring, "What is this?" "Oh, it's just a small gift, mainly some snacks." Luo Xianqi's embarrassment deepened. Lin Xian's distaste only grew more profound. He adopted the same impatient expression he had worn at the training ground, stating, "I'm sorry, I never eat food from strangers. Please take it back." With that, he slammed the door shut. After closing the door, Lin Xian leaned against it, his brow furrowed. What is going on? He considered himself to be a person of calm disposition, never one to judge others by appearances. Yet today, he felt an overwhelming aversion toward a woman he had only just met. This sensation was quite unsettling. He shook his head, attempting to cast aside the inexplicable emotions, and proceeded to tidy up his room. Outside the door, in a place unseen by Lin Xian, Luo Xianqi was momentarily taken aback by his abrupt rejection and the shutting of the door. As the realization dawned upon her, a wave of irritation surged within her. The innocence and shyness that adorned her face swiftly morphed into a grotesque expression of anger. "This damned fellow," she muttered under her breath, venting her frustration as she instinctively raised her foot to kick Lin Xian's door. Yet, just as her foot left the ground, her white fox in her arms flicked its tail and gently brushed her face, softly advising, "Do not succumb to anger." Upon hearing this voice, Luo Xianqi's movements abruptly halted. Soon after, her expression reverted to its previous pure and charming demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips. After glancing around to ensure no one had witnessed her earlier outburst, she dusted off non-existent specks from her long dress and turned to leave. "Apologies, I lost my composure," she thought. Meanwhile, Lin Xian remained oblivious to the peculiar changes outside his door. After tidying up his home, feeding his contracted beasts, and having a light meal, night had fallen. He was on his way to the logistics office of the school to collect some feathers from fire-type beasts to replace those of his little fire feather when he suddenly heard a notification chime from his student ID. Upon checking, he found it was a mass message from Kai. "Everyone, gather at the training ground within 5 minutes upon receiving this message. Latecomers will automatically drop 1 place in next month's ranking." Lin Xian was puzzled. What could they want at this hour? Are we to train at such a late hour? He felt somewhat perplexed, yet dared not delay. He hurriedly returned his drowsy, contracted beasts to the beast space, donned his attire, and set out. By the time he arrived, many had already gathered at the training ground. Bai Ma, Luo Xianqi, Lu Qi, and others he had encountered earlier were present. Luo Xianqi even waved at him with a smile. The sight of her smile inexplicably jolted Lin Xian, prompting him to feign ignorance. Before long, as the remaining students arrived, disheveled and panting, Kai He made his timely entrance. He surveyed the standing students, counted them, and remarked, "Well done. It appears you are no longer as naive as before. You have begun to grasp the situation. Now that everyone is assembled, follow me." With that, he led the way out of the training ground. Lin Xian, though confused, instinctively followed suit, while the others trailed behind, albeit a bit slower. During the walk, Kai He remained silent, while the students behind him began to whisper among themselves. Where are we headed? Does anyone know? Who knows? There must be some purpose, otherwise, why gather us at this hour? Of course, I know there's a purpose. I'm just asking what it is. Could it be a freshman gala? I've heard universities often hold such events. Humph. Someone scoffed. Look at the instructor. Have you not yet realized what the special class entails? Engaging in trivial chatter. A few students gradually fell into a casual conversation. Lin Xian chose not to participate, keeping pace with Kai He. Bai Ma approached him, inquiring, "Lin Xian, what are your thoughts?" Me? Lin Xian was puzzled by the question and responded nonchalantly. "It must be some special task. We should prepare for battle." "Is that so?" Bai Ma smirked. "I thought the same. It seems great minds think alike." Just as they exchanged a few words, Luo Xianqi also approached, bashfully asking, "Lin Xian, Bai Ma, what are you discussing?" Lin Xian ignored her. Surprisingly, Bai Ma also dismissed her, curtly replying, "What is it to you? Don't just intrude." The words struck Luo Xianqi, causing her expression to falter, nearly losing her composure. Just as she stood awkwardly, Kai He halted ahead and softly spoke, "We have arrived." The group looked up to see a low, unremarkable concrete building before them. Its gray exterior was unremarkable, leaving them uncertain of its purpose. The students were baffled as to why Kai He had brought them here, yet he offered no explanation, simply pushing the door open and stepping inside. Lin Xian followed suit. Upon entering, he quickly understood the building's purpose. Behind the door stood 5 beast tamers clad in dark green military uniforms, fully equipped, their contracted beasts poised and alert. Behind them loomed a resplendent object, 3 meters tall and spiraled, countless white orbs of light gathering towards it. At once, Lin Xian recognized it, the interdimensional portal. Chapter 71, Alarmed. All the new students present recognized this object, and the crowd erupted in chatter. What is happening? Are we really going to another dimension? Hey, are we going to hunt otherworldly beasts? What, are you scared? I joined this special class precisely to engage with those ferocious beasts. I couldn't ask for more. I'm not afraid. It's just that with our levels, how long can we survive in an interdimensional base? The students buzzed with discussion. Kai He remained noncommittal, stepping forward. The military beast tamers appeared quite familiar with Kai He, greeting him amiably. "Hey, old Kai, what brings you here again? Didn't you stay on campus to teach? Still so active? What nonsense." Kai He chuckled, playfully punching the man's chest. "I'm here to show these students the sights of the other dimension." He gestured towards Lin Xian and the others. Huh. The man looked puzzled. "They're only at what level? And they're going?" "Don't ask. It's an order from above." Kai He handed him a pass and gestured upwards. "Fine. I won't interfere." With that, he registered Lin Xian and the others one by one and allowed them to pass. Beyond the portal lay a classical city, its towering walls visible from a distance. The lively battle atop the walls did not escape Lin Xian's notice. "This does not bode well," he murmured. Indeed. As soon as he spoke, Kai He instructed, "Tonight, you shall witness the spectacle of a beast tide." He pulled over a military officer who had appeared by his side, stating, "This is Captain Song Luxing of the 3rd Defensive Squad at the West Wall. Under his command, you will serve as defenders against the beast tide." Upon hearing Kai He's explicit assignment, the students displayed a variety of expressions. Some appeared anxious. No, instructor, that is not appropriate yet." Many others were filled with enthusiasm. "Ah, so it's true. We are really going to fight those beasts. Ha! I've been waiting for this moment." Only Lin Xian frowned, seemingly deep in thought. Having experienced the overwhelming nature of a beast tide that often relied on numbers to overpower, he was acutely aware of its terrifying implications. During the grand examination, he had managed to dominate with merely a handful of low-quality beasts. Now, the oncoming beast tide would surely outnumber him significantly. Thus, he found himself unable to share the optimistic demeanor exhibited by his peers. Nearby, Bai Ma was equally elated, and upon noticing Lin Xian's furrowed brow, he approached with a teasing remark. "Hey, Lin Xian, are you feeling frightened? Fear not. These are just exotic beasts. Who hasn't slain a few? Being invited into this special class, you must have excelled in the entrance examination, right? You surely racked up quite a kill count back then. This time will be no different. Lin Xian merely shook his head, disinterested in engaging with him. Observing the excitement of the group, He let out a derisive snort. Choosing to remain silent, Song Luxing, too, said nothing, his expression grave as he led the students atop the city wall. From the first pillar on the left to the third on the right, a total distance of 60 meters constituted our team's defensive sector. The western wall primarily faced exotic beasts of the black iron to bronze tiers. Should any silver-tiered ones appear, I will step in to assist you. You need only confront your own adversaries. Before he could finish his sentence, a distant howl echoed, a chilling wolf's cry. Upon hearing this, Song Luxing's countenance grew even more serious as he commanded, "Now, each of you, find your combat positions and prepare for the enemy." Upon uttering these words, he summoned his contracted beast, a massive serpent, which vigilantly surveyed the front. The atmosphere among the special class students, however, was far from somber. They wandered casually to the edge of the wall, examining their surroundings with a sense of leisure, akin to a spring outing. Lin Xian also made his way to the wall's edge, instinctively choosing a secluded spot for defense. The wall stood tall beneath his feet. Surely, any beast attempting to scale, it would have to exert considerable effort. Curiosity piqued, Lin Xian leaned over the edge to glance down. What he saw was startling. Below the wall, blood flowed freely, an unbearable stench wafting up. There lay the corpses of exotic beasts. Stacked one upon another, they formed a lengthy slope, encircling the entire city wall, allowing the beasts to easily reach the top. The sheer sight left Lin Xian nearly speechless. Some of the more inquisitive students leaned over to peer as well, exclaiming in shock, "Goodness, why are there so many corpses? What is happening? Let me see. My word, are they not going to clean this up?" Their startled reactions caught Song Luxing's attention, prompting him to scowl and shout, "Everyone, maintain your vigilance. The beast tide is imminent." The students, startled by his outburst, quickly turned to assume their guard. Yet, among Lin Xian's group, some still murmured, dismissing Song Luxing's alarm as excessive. "Sigh, this isn't what I imagined. It feels like this special class is filled with simpletons," he sighed. Before he could finish his thought, a crimson-hued hunting dog suddenly appeared beside one of the students. Its fangs and claws gleamed menacingly as it lunged at the unsuspecting neck of its target. In that critical moment, Song Luxing's contracted serpent sprang into action. With a swift motion, its gaping maw seized the hunting dog's slender neck. The serpent's fangs pierced flesh, and in an instant, it swallowed the beast whole. The student, who had been attacked, stood frozen, terror etched on his face as he watched the serpent's sinuous form. The hunting dog's jagged teeth had come alarmingly close to his neck. Had Song Luxing been even a moment slower, that student would surely have met his demise. The surrounding onlookers displayed similar expressions of dread. Their earlier mirth evaporated as they anxiously scanned for any further threats. Some even produced precious invisibility powder to ensure their surroundings were clear of danger. Even Lin Xian, his expression now serious, instructed Xiao Huiyu to remain alert. Though he was not particularly afraid, after all, his spirit link possessed the life connection ability. The spirit would share the burden of any damage he might sustain. Against such a tier of exotic beasts, having their lethality would render it impossible for a beastmaster of the bronze 7th tier, like Lin Xian, to be killed in a single strike. Moreover, as long as he was not fatally wounded, the spirit could restore his condition at any time. Thus, while he remained vigilant, he dared to approach the wall's edge to survey the slope of beast corpses. It was evident that the hunting dogs were but the vanguard. In the distance, the main force had arrived, an endless tide of exotic beasts, an unquenchable surge of foes. They were coming. Chapter 72, The Beastmaster Legion. Return to position. Who has healing potions? My contracted beast can barely hold on. None. I've already used up all I had. Damn, how can there be so many beasts that never end? After Xiao Huiyu unleashed another torrential flame wave, obliterating a group of beasts before him, Lin Xian was met with this cacophony of desperate cries. He quickly fed several fire-type magic cores and crystals to Xiao Huiyu. Turning to glance at his classmates, he observed that they no longer exuded the confidence they had upon arrival. Each was now stained crimson with blood, looking utterly disheveled, save for Bai Ma. Though he too was weary, he remained pristine, still sporting that flamboyant demeanor. This fellow had stuffed his clear essence bracelet with a good supply of portable cleaning agents. After dispatching a wave of foes, he could simply sprinkle some on himself and be as good as new. Noticing Lin Xian's gaze, Bai Ma forced a smile. "What's the matter, Lin Xian? Are you already at your limit? My steed is still ready for battle." Lin Xian found this fellow's demeanor perplexing. At this rate, if the beasts charge a few more times, our defense will surely collapse. And you still have the leisure to clean yourself? Haha, you wouldn't understand. Bai Ma replied nonchalantly, flipping his hair. For me, death is acceptable, but elegance must never be forsaken. As they conversed, yet another wave of exotic beasts surged forward. Xiaohuyu, accustomed to the onslaught, charged into battle. The crimson fire crows split off in all directions, resulting in a thunderous explosion. In the blink of an eye, the cluster of beasts was reduced to mere fragments, their limbs and flesh strewn about, further staining Lin Xian in deep crimson. As Lin Xian observed, even Xiaohuyu began to pant, and he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Continuing down this path would undoubtedly lead to their demise. The beasts were relentless. While their contracted beasts had limited combat prowess, they could not hope to exhaust their enemies in such a manner. Xiaohuyu could withstand a few more waves, but his classmates were entirely incapable of holding out. Should those around him fall, he would find himself alone on the wall, surrounded by the tide of beasts. Facing certain death, what were Song Luxing and the school thinking? Why had no reinforcements arrived? Did they truly believe that a handful of newcomers could hold the wall against such an onslaught? Did they intend for all of them to perish here? Lin Xian clenched his fists, striking the wall with force. The situation was dire. He could not afford to question Song Luxing now. Unsure of their intentions, he resolved to save himself. After much contemplation, Lin Xian decided to attempt to contract some exotic beasts to bolster their defensive strength. He called out to Bai Ma. Bai Ma, help me hold the line. Hey, what are you planning to do? As Bai Ma had just dispatched a wave of aberrant beasts before him, he heard Lin Xian's voice. There was no time to intervene. The next wave of beasts was already charging forth. Damn it, Lin Xian, you've doomed me. With a curse, he rallied his unicorn and advanced to meet the oncoming threat. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was directing his little fire feather, seizing the opportunity amidst the beast's onslaught to capture two of them. Their ranks were not high, merely at the black iron level 9. As the little fire feather landed on the heads of the two aberrant creatures, Lin Xian's hand extended, and in an instant, the pact was formed, transforming the two beasts into allies. All right, allow me to take over. Lin Xian gestured for Bai Ma to step back, observing the two newly acquired beasts accompanying Lin Xian. Bai Ma's face was etched with confusion. What are you planning to do? Lin Xian offered no explanation. He instructed the little fire feather to eliminate all of the aberrant beasts entangled with the unicorn. For the next wave, the little fire feather would focus solely on combat, while the two charmed beasts would handle the capturing duties. Once the little fire feather completed its slaughter, it would return to feign assistance in controlling the two captives. Witnessing his immediate combat strength swell from 1 to 3, then 5, Lin Xian clenched his fist in exhilaration. Excellent. Let us continue like this. I shall rebuild my army of aberrant beasts. On the other side, stationed at the central command, Song Luxing observed. A colossal serpent wove through the area, occasionally darting out to devour any silver-ranked aberrant beasts attempting to assault the fledgling defenders. Nevertheless, the students found themselves in dire straits, though they were all prodigies. Equipped with abundant resources and uniquely gifted contracted beasts, sustaining prolonged battles against overwhelming numbers proved to be an insurmountable challenge. At some point, Kai had also ascended the city wall. He gazed indifferently at the students struggling on the precipice of life and death, his emotions unperturbed. Song Luxing inquired, "Are you truly going to stand by and watch them perish?" "How could I?" Kai shrugged. "These individuals are the principal's treasured protégés. If one were to die, he would certainly have my head. Then why are you unmoved? Some are already nearing their breaking point." Kai remained unfazed. "After all, we are here to observe. It is unlikely that anything truly disastrous will occur, is it? Moreover, this level of hardship is trivial in comparison to what they will face in the future. If they are not allowed to endure some suffering now, how can they wholeheartedly strive to grow stronger later? Our institution has invested significantly in assembling this team, not to cultivate a bunch of worthless layabouts." Song Luxing clearly disagreed with his perspective, sighing, "I do not comprehend the secret plans you magicians in the capital are concocting. However, for my part, it seems rather cruel to pit these fledgling beast masters, who have barely been in training for a month, against a beast tide." "Huh." Kai chuckled lightly, about to retort when suddenly a jubilant cheer erupted from the distance. "Woohoo! Lin Xian, my superhero. You are simply amazing. I want to bear your children. Ha! We have teammates now. Watch me annihilate these aberrant beasts." Upon hearing these voices, Song Luxing and Kai exchanged bewildered glances. Uncertain of what had transpired, they trudged through the bloodied ground a short distance forward, only to discover that the situation at the city wall had transformed completely. A horde of aberrant beasts, seemingly appearing from nowhere, was now aiding in defending the wall. The once shaky front line had stabilized with the addition of this new force. Witnessing this scene, Kai's facade of indifference finally faltered. What in the world is happening? He furrowed his brow. Where did this group of aberrant beasts come from? Song Luxing shared his curiosity, muttering as he seized a student to inquire. What are these creatures? He gestured toward the beasts engaged in combat with their kin. The student, originally caught up in the excitement, was momentarily irked by the interruption but quickly changed his demeanor upon realizing it was Captain Song, smiling as he explained, those, are from Lin Xian. Oh no, Brother Xian. He brought them in. I heard his contracted beast has a unique ability to exert dominance over wild aberrant beasts. With the answer he sought, Song Luxing returned to Kai He. Who exactly is this Lin Xian? Kai He, having overheard the student's explanation, replied, a fellow who struck it lucky, having contracted a sacred tier beast, and he topped the entrance examination. He then mused to himself, to my knowledge, his contracted beast is of the fire element. Does a fire element beast possess such charming capabilities? Or is it a special trait of sacred tier creatures? Chapter 73, Proficiency in Contracted Beast Skills. Observing Lin Xian surrounded by admirers, Kai He fell into contemplation. Beside him, Song Luxing's expression turned to one of astonishment. Sacred tier? Is that for real? Upon receiving Kai He's confirmation, he heartily patted Kai He's shoulder. Fantastic. Your magicians have struck gold. No, should I say, our Huahua has struck gold. Stationed at the forefront of interdimensional exploration, combating the beast tide. Song Luxing understood precisely what it meant to have a contracted beast of sacred tier caliber that represented a future source of sacred combat power. Why have they faced such difficulties in interdimensional development? Because the powerful beast masters must remain within the homeland to fend off potential invasions from foreign foes. If new sacred combatants were to emerge and join the development efforts, how could they possibly remain trapped in a solitary city for over a decade? Suddenly learning of this fortuitous news, Song Luxing was filled with elation. He clapped Kai He on the back, asking, what do you plan to do next? With this pack of aberrant beasts assisting, those students will likely face little hardship. His tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Kai He rolled his eyes, knowing this. Why do you ask? Hurry and summon your team. They've rested long enough. It's time for them to rotate in. Song Luxing laughed heartily, proceeding to call in his team. Meanwhile, Kai He made his way towards the students. As for Lin Xian, the horde of aberrant creatures was indeed orchestrated by him. From the initial 2 to 4, then 8, and now an uncountable throng, he had not imposed any deliberate limitations on their numbers as he had during the examination. For if the horde were diminished, they would be incapable of withstanding the beast tide. Even now, he found himself needing to periodically cull the injured units from the horde and replace them with fresh members. At present, relieved from defensive duties, Lin Xian found himself at a loss for what to do. Just as he was about to sift through the corpses of the aberrant beasts for magic cores, Kai He approached him. All right, today's special mission ends here. Upon hearing this, the group turned in unison. Some voiced their dissatisfaction. We were just getting warmed up for the slaughter. Why is it ending now? Indeed, after suffering so much, we finally have reinforcements. Shouldn't we take advantage of this to retaliate? Kai He scoffed. Do you enjoy slaying aberrant beasts? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, but I would much prefer if you could rely on your own strength, rather than depending on others. With that, he issued a command. Everyone else, return to the school. Lin Xian, please stay for a moment. After the incident with Lu Qi during the day, the students dared not defy Kai He any longer. Although they harbored discontent in their hearts, they could only murmur and comply. Once those individuals had departed, Kai He led Lin Xian down from the city wall. Were those exotic beasts truly under the control of your contracted beast? Indeed, Lin Xian affirmed. His expression calm and breath steady in response to the anticipated question. It is not a skill, rather, it is achieved through the unique pressure exerted by a holy tier exotic beast. However, this control does not last long and cannot provide sustained power, which is why I released them just now. He had indeed set free the entire beast legion, but the reason was not due to an inability to maintain control. It was purely because he could not afford the burden of so many exotic beasts. Kai He was unaware of this detail. Nodding at Lin Xian's explanation, he stated, as long as you know your limits, that is sufficient. However, do not employ this tactic the next time you come to the city wall. Lin Xian was puzzled. Why is that? I brought you here solely for the purpose of allowing you to experience hardship, to feel life and death, as a form of tempering. If they are constantly shielded by your beast horde, the significance of coming to this city wall is entirely lost. Lin Xian scratched his head. So, you were watching the entire time? Of course, Kai He nodded. Injury is unavoidable, but I assure you, death will not claim you. Lin Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his reaction, Kai He waved his hand. Enough. I retained you only to convey this matter. Now that you are aware, you may return swiftly. Lin Xian nodded repeatedly, hastily departing. The following morning, Lin Xian arrived at the training ground for assembly, only to find that, apart from himself, The others appeared haggard and weary, including Bai Ma. This was hardly surprising. They had fought fiercely on the city wall the previous day, utterly exhausted. By the time they returned to the dormitory, the moon was high in the sky, and they had scarcely rested before needing to rise early for assembly. Only Lin Xian remained refreshed, thanks to Xiao Huiyu's support and his significantly higher rank as a beast master. Why does something feel off? When Kai He appeared, Lin Xian glanced at his classmates, who were slumped together, and felt a twinge of confusion. After observing for a while, he realized that there were fewer people present. Today, only 27 individuals stood in the training ground. 3 students were absent from assembly. Before Lin Xian could inquire, Kai He spoke up. I am delighted to see you all here today. This proves that none of you are cowards. Just a few hours ago, 3 students submitted their applications for withdrawal. Upon hearing this, the students' eyes widened in shock. What? Someone has already dropped out? Why? Do I need to ask? It is undoubtedly because they were frightened out of their wits last night. They recalled how a few individuals had nearly collapsed when they learned they would face the beast tide on the city wall. They discussed and mocked the 3, as if they themselves had not been among those who had faltered in fear the previous day. Kai He continued, I did not attempt to persuade them to stay. They are oblivious to what they are about to miss. Their withdrawal is solely their own loss. Now, let us commence today's lesson. With that, he summoned his contracted beast, a creature that resembled neither a dragon nor a serpent. Lin Xian instinctively activated his all-knowing eye. However, besides the name Raging Water Serpent and its platinum tier rank, everything else was a mystery. Not even its attributes were visible. Today's lesson would focus on the concept of skill proficiency. As he spoke, he gestured to his contracted beast. The Raging Water Serpent responded to the command, unleashing a spray of 5 streams of water that struck the training ground's walls and floor. Upon impact, they carved out fist-sized holes as if slicing through tofu. Can you guess at which tier this skill was learned? Witnessing such destructive power, someone speculated, silver tier? No, Kai He shook his head. It is merely a black iron tier skill. Chapter 74, all S rank. How is that possible? The individual who had posed the question exclaimed, astonished. Even Lin Xian was taken aback. It was known that the training ground S walls were constructed from specially reinforced materials, capable of withstanding attacks from golden tier skills. Even his Xiao Huiyu struggled to leave a mark on them. Could a black iron tier skill breach such defenses? Lin Xian pondered. Could it be related to his earlier mention of proficiency? Before Lin Xian could voice his question, Kai He spoke first. While my contracted beast's higher rank certainly plays a role, fundamentally, it is due to its profound familiarity with the skill known as Rapid Flow Ray. Its proficiency has reached a level where there is no further improvement possible, thus enabling it to achieve such destructive power. Moreover, when releasing this skill, it can effortlessly adjust its form at will. As he spoke, he commanded the Raging Water Serpent to unleash the skill several more times, sometimes in a columnar form, at other times concentrating multiple rays upon a single point. This is the power enhancement brought about by skill proficiency. Once proficiency increases, even black iron tier skills can serve as primary offensive skills for your contracted beasts. From today onward, training your contracted beast skills must be incorporated into your daily training regimen. Do you understand? We understand. The group chorused in response. Lin Xian once again activated his all-knowing eye on Xiao Huiyu. Sure enough, in the skill list, a new proficiency section had been added next to each skill. Flame Return, Proficiency S00. Illuminating Fire Eye, Proficiency S00. Flame Explosion, Proficiency S00. Crackling Fire Crows, Proficiency S00. Did I misread something? Spotting something peculiar, Lin Xian rubbed his eyes and looked again. However, the information provided by the all-knowing eye remained unchanged. Xiao Huiyu's skill proficiency was still all S rank. What the heck? Is the all-knowing eye malfunctioning? Or is Xiao Huiyu itself just too overpowered? Lin Xian nearly exclaimed aloud. The current situation was undeniably absurd. He found a corner and discreetly summoned Xiao Tu for a glance. Indeed, its skills also bore the proficiency label of S00. Lin Xian's heart sank. Damn it. The all-knowing eye can't really be broken, can it? He hurriedly glanced at the contracted beasts of his distant classmates. Unicorn, Holy Light, Proficiency E, 51, 100. Lightfoot Spirit Dog, Light Dash, Proficiency E, 13, 100. Seeing these, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the all-knowing eye was still functioning. Since becoming a beast master, the all-knowing eye had assisted him countless times. If a sudden malfunction were to occur, Lin Xian shuddered at the thought of the ensuing chaos. Thankfully, he had finally pinpointed the root of the issue. It was not the omniscient eye that was defective, but rather his contract beast that was the source of the problem. Could it be that the qualifications of my contract beasts are simply too high? Such a hypothesis crossed his mind. He then discreetly summoned the very first contract beast, the Murky Water Swift. Upon inspection, he discovered that the only skill it possessed, riding the winds and breaking the waves, was at a staggering S00 level. Lin Xian inhaled sharply. Could it be that the skills of the exotic beasts I have contracted are all elevated to the pinnacle of proficiency? He could hardly believe it. Observing his classmates commanding their contract beasts in skill practice, Lin Xian concocted an excuse and slipped away quietly. Within the Grand Garden of Magic City, some mildly aggressive small exotic beasts were kept for decorative purposes. Lin Xian darted into a thicket and casually captured a green caterpillar. With the omniscient eye activated, he noted that its sole skill, silk spitting, had a proficiency level of E100. However, upon contracting it, the proficiency astonishingly transformed to S00. This was simply outrageous. Lin Xian stood dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Why did his contract beasts exhibit such extraordinary enhancements in skill proficiency? After pondering for a while, he formed a conjecture. Could it be due to the system I possess? At this point, the more is better system had become rather inconspicuous in his mind. Aside from providing infinite contract slots and enhancing the main contract beast's attributes, it seemed to serve no other purpose. Yet now, he found himself redirecting his focus back to this enigmatic system. It appeared that this system was anything but ordinary. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian reflected on the inexplicable allure his exotic beasts possessed, along with the divine power that Ergo had mentioned. Surely, these attributes were gifts bestowed by the system. If that were the case, this system might not merely be the golden finger brought forth by his transmigration, but could very well be intricately connected to this world. Realizing this, a subtle gravity flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. He wished to inquire if Ergo had any pertinent clues, but then recalled Ergo's initial trepidation upon meeting him. Sighing, he acknowledged that he had yet another task ahead of him to unravel the mysteries surrounding his peculiarities. With a resigned exhale, Lin Xian urged the recently contracted green caterpillar to unleash its silk-spitting skill. Compared to its proficiency before contracting, the results were indeed significantly amplified. The resilience of the silk, the speed of its release, and the lethality upon impact had all improved tremendously. However, when compared to Kai He's raging water crocodile, it still fell considerably short. Why was that? Lin Xian found himself puzzled. He stealthily returned to the training ground, where he observed Kai He instructing the students in skill training. Shaking his hand as if just returning from the restroom, he asked, "Instructor, if high skill proficiency yields such results, can we not downplay levels and focus solely on helping our contract beasts hone their skills?" Kai He chuckled at Lin Xian's query. Many have posed similar questions in the past. While skill strength is indeed greatly influenced by proficiency, it remains ultimately constrained by the inherent tier of the contract beast itself. For instance, the rapid current beam I demonstrated earlier would not achieve the same effect if executed by a bronze-tier exotic beast of equivalent proficiency. Understanding dawned upon Lin Xian. Yet he felt a sliver of disappointment. If high-skill proficiency could truly transform the mundane into the extraordinary, why bother cultivating contract beasts? He could simply expand his beast army, capturing a plethora of exotic creatures to command and dominate. After bidding farewell to Kai He, Lin Xian found a corner to half-heartedly direct the training of his little fire feather. Bai Ma seemed to have overheard the conversation he had with Kai He. Approaching Lin Xian, he chided, "Lin Xian, you can't afford to be complacent. Even if you can't excel in every aspect, skill proficiency is still of utmost importance. If you continue to slack off like this, winning against you will lose all its thrill." Lin Xian dismissed him with indifference. What did Bai Ma know? His contract beast skills were already all at the S rank. Chapter 75. Growth in the afternoon. Kai He did not schedule any classes, allowing the special class students to train freely. With some time to spare, Lin Xian finally ceased his lingering at the training ground. He made his way to the school's logistics department, presenting his student ID to request the fire element beast feathers necessary for the growth of his little fire feather, along with the corresponding magic cores and crystals. Subsequently, he returned to his dormitory to assist the little fire feather in its molting process. This task required replacing the feathers one by one, testing the patience and meticulousness of the beast master. By the time the molting progress reached 38,263, the sky had begun to darken. However, after investing so much effort, the results were rewarding. The little fire feather S tier had ascended by one level, reaching the bronze second tier. After a brief rest and dinner, as night fully descended, Kai He's summoning command resounded once more. This time, the students were mentally prepared and confidently ascended the walls of the otherworld stronghold. Having conferred with Kai He earlier, Lin Xian was acutely aware that they would not encounter any life-threatening dangers. To ensure his classmates could hone their skills to the fullest, he refrained from establishing a beast army, allowing the little fire feather to independently take its position at the edge of the wall and engage in the slaughter of the surging hordes of beasts. This approach was also beneficial for the little fire feather. In terms of contract beast development, merely feeding materials would yield nothing but superficial results. Moreover, should Lin Xian wish to explore the other world in the future, he must inevitably confront high-intensity battles. Only through experiencing bloodshed and conflict could he learn to remain composed when faced with danger. The days that followed mirrored this one: morning lectures, afternoon feather replacements, feeding various fire element materials to aid growth, and learning combat techniques. Evenings were spent, as usual, atop the walls hunting exotic beasts. Following this routine, the little fire feather, augmented by the system's main beast master attribute, grew at an astonishing pace. 2 weeks later, upon the completion of the molting process, it experienced a remarkable leap in tier, directly advancing to bronze 8th rank. In contrast, among his elite classmates, the one with the fastest growth, by Ma, had merely seen his unicorn progress to the bronze tier. If they were to discover the little fire feather's rate of growth, they would likely exclaim that it was unfair. The only regret was that despite the significant tier increase, the little fire feather had not learned any new skills. Its skill bar still bore those familiar names. However, Lin Xian conducted tests on these old skills and found that their potency had markedly improved. For instance, the skill, Flame Reversal, evolved from Fire Devour, was now capable of countering attacks from silver-tier foes. With this alone, the little fire feather could easily triumph over ordinary silver-tier exotic beasts. Not to mention its arsenal of high-damage skills. Now, when ascending the walls, it could effortlessly handle those hunting dogs that had previously ambushed them. When it first displayed such formidable combat abilities, Lin Xian's classmates were left utterly astounded, their mouths agape, as they gawked at the little fire feather. Even Kai He and Song Luxing were no exception. Though they refrained from verbalizing their thoughts, the astonishment in their eyes was impossible to conceal. This was truly remarkable. Song Luxing shook his head, an expression of exasperation mingling with a smile. The following afternoon, Lin Xian chose not to linger at school. During this period, he had devoted himself to nurturing the little fire feather, and the growth progress of the other 3 companions had somewhat lagged behind. Ergo was relatively fine, having reached the 5th level of bronze. However, Xiao Tu and Qin Ling had been significantly left behind. Now that the little fire feather's growth had hit a minor bottleneck, Lin Xian resolved to attend to the other 2 as well. The trouble was, these 2 contracted beasts were not included in the roster he submitted to the school, rendering him unable to apply for the institution's resource support, forcing him to devise his own means. Thus, that afternoon, Lin Xian departed from the school, swiped his student ID, and ventured alone into the otherworldly outpost. To think this place even has a branch of the Abyssal Trading House. Lin Xian marveled at the familiar sign. Initially, he intended to inquire with Song Luxing about the presence of a black market within this otherworldly outpost. However, while wandering through the city, he stumbled upon this impressive structure. Lin Xian was profoundly astonished. When Zheng Tianyi had gifted him the Abyssal token during his time in Ling City, he had been rather dismissive. Little did he know he would receive a harsh lesson today. Even the nation's otherworldly outpost could command the largest market share. Shaking his head in disbelief, Lin Xian strolled inside. The shops within the trading house were meticulously organized, the overall layout not vastly different from that of the one in Ling City. However, in terms of scale, this one was several times larger. As Lin Xian surveyed the entrance, he noted that the beast tamers passing by were at least of the silver rank, with those of the platinum rank comprising a significant majority. Upon further reflection, Lin Xian grasped the reason for this phenomenon. After all, the entry threshold for civilian beast tamers in the otherworld was set at the platinum rank. Those of slightly lower ranks were either military personnel or sent by various beast tamer organizations. Their presence in such a perilous location was limited to undertaking a small fraction of the defense duties or performing logistical support roles to ensure a conducive living environment for the warriors combating the beast tide. Such individuals remained a minority, thus explaining the preponderance of platinum rank beast tamers. Lin Xian did not linger in this bustling scene. He focused on his objectives, selecting a variety of materials for Xiao Tu and Qin Ling. For ergo, he procured numerous rock and ghost-type materials, laying the groundwork for its further growth. Over the past 2 weeks, he had harvested a substantial number of magic cores while hunting beasts on the city walls, yielding a considerable sum upon selling them. Therefore, Lin Xian was not as frugal as before. He purchased ample quantities of materials, sufficient for all 3 companions to progress to the silver rank. The consequence of such expenditure, however, was a significant depletion of his wealth, leaving him with meager resources. At this juncture, Lin Xian felt compelled to extend his gratitude to Zheng Tianyi, who resided far away in Ling City. Without the abyssal token he had bestowed upon Lin Xian, he would not have had enough funds to cover this procurement. Is it true that beast tamers are becoming increasingly impoverished? Lin Xian muttered in a low voice. With materials in hand, Lin Xian was about to make his way back to school when he suddenly spotted a figure at the roadside, shouldering a massive bag and gradually approaching from the direction of the abyssal trading house. After glancing around the street, he found an unoccupied stall to set down the enormous bag. It was then that Lin Xian caught a glimpse of the contents within. It was a colossal beast with crimson eyes, menacingly long horns, and twisted bat-like wings. Its large mouth was slightly agape, foul-smelling drool dripping from the corners, with glistening sharp teeth protruding, nearly piercing through the bag. Its appearance resembled that of a dragon from Western mythologies. Chapter 76. The inferior offspring of the dragon clan. What the heck? Lin Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Is there really such a creature in the other world? Not only Lin Xian, but as the individual stood at the roadside stall, several onlookers who had noticed him gathered around. Upon seeing the grotesque creature within the bag, each one expressed their astonishment with exclamations. Wow, this guy's something else. He managed to capture such a monster. What kind of beast is this? It looks so bizarre. From its appearance, it seems like one of those dragons mentioned in Western legends. How is that possible? Aren't dragons supposed to be at least diamond rank? Isn't that just a guess? Why be so serious about it? Some individuals were genuinely curious about this creature, prompting them to inquire of the person with the bag. Hey, where did you catch this thing? Ha ha ha. The individual chuckled heartily. I can't quite remember. I was being chased by beasts in the wilderness, got lost, and happened to run into this hybrid. I kicked the bag at my feet. Initially, I feared it would eat me, but it turned out this guy's strength is nowhere near as formidable as it seems. Just a hollow shell. I promptly demonstrated my might, gave it a thorough beating, and then brought it back. Upon hearing this, the surrounding spectators applauded in admiration, hailing him as a valiant hero. They even dubbed him a dragon captor. Ha ha ha. The man, overwhelmed by the praise, scratched his head and said, if you're interested, I could even take on the title of Dragon Slayer. At this, the crowd gasped in surprise. Oh, are you planning to sell this mixed breed? Of course. The man replied confidently. Otherwise, why would I come to this trading house? With such an answer, the onlookers began to entertain various thoughts. This creature, though lacking in strength, appeared fearsome enough. If the price was right, it could serve as an intriguing decoration. Those beast tamers present in this trading post were certainly not short on funds. Thus, it wasn't long before someone asked, how much are you planning to sell it for? Upon hearing the question, the man quickly became animated and stated his expected price. 30 million. Just 30 million, and you can take it home. At this price, the crowd fell into a hush, only to erupt into a cacophony of chatter moments later. Hey buddy, you can't be serious with such an outrageous price. Are you really asking that much for a decorative piece? In no time, some began to hurl insults, others mocked him, and some derided him as a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Faced with such backlash, the vendor could no longer maintain his smile and, forcing it, retorted, why wouldn't my beast be worth that much? He pulled open the bag, dragging the dragon's head out. Look at these teeth. Look at these massive horns. How magnificent. You simply don't know the value. Among the crowd, a young man seemed genuinely enamored with the dragon beast. However, he too found the 30 million price tag unacceptable, and thus attempted to negotiate with the vendor. The two engaged in back-and-forth haggling, and after several exchanges, the price was reduced to 10 million, at which point the vendor adamantly refused to budge. A group of onlookers, seeing his obstinacy, soon lost interest and dispersed. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xian finally managed to squeeze his way inside. Upon closer inspection of the colossal black beast, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet he understood, as the vendor had stated, that it was merely an imposing facade. Blackhorn Dragon. Attributes, Dragon. Qualification, Sacred Tier. Rank, Silver Level 1. Status, Severely Injured, Hostile, Starving. Skills, Tear. Dragon Stranglehold, Thunderous Strike, Earth-Shattering Toss. Optimal Evolution Path, None. As a legendary sacred clan member, the dragon itself represents the pinnacle of its form, hence no evolution path exists. Note, this dragon, incapable of mastering elemental abilities, cannot unleash the signature dragon breath, rendering it a pariah among its kin and causing it to be ostracized from a young age. Subsequently, it wandered the wilderness, enduring numerous hardships, eventually ending up here. According to the introduction from the all-knowing eye, this creature is officially recognized as a defective product by the dragon clan. Its inability to harness elemental powers and unleash the characteristic dragon breath significantly diminishes its combat capabilities. Furthermore, having lived in the wild and foraged for sustenance, its strength has developed slowly, leaving it at merely silver level 1. In such circumstances, how could it possibly contend with a platinum-ranked beastmaster brave enough to venture alone in the wilderness? Noticing Lin Xian's intense gaze, the vendor presumed he was interested in making a purchase and inquired, "Young man, Are you intrigued by this one? For just 10 million, it can be yours. His tone dripped with persuasion, eager to offload the creature. Lin Xian, ignoring him, extended a hand and declared, 5 million. If you agree, I will buy it. The anticipated price he had lowered was halved, much to the vendor's discontent. Young man, haggling isn't done like this. I was prepared to sell it for 30 million. Reducing it to 10 million is still a significant discount. Hearing this, Lin Xian recognized that the vendor was lost in delusion. Thus, he wasted no time, replying. In that case, you may hold on to this creature and let it rot. With that, he turned to leave. Hey, don't go. The vendor hurriedly grasped his arm. Forcing a smile, sweetened the deal a bit. How about adding a little more, considering my efforts to bring it back? The vendor was indeed in a tight spot. Having stumbled upon such a bargain in the wild, he had anticipated a windfall upon his return. However, his greed had deterred potential buyers. If he failed to seize this opportunity, he would either have to grovel to previous buyers or be left with the creature himself, both outcomes unacceptable to him. Therefore, he felt compelled to cling tightly to Lin Xian's offer. Lin Xian, aware of this predicament, shook his head firmly. 5 million, not a penny more. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to plead with those previous bidders. I doubt they'll offer more than my current price. Struck at his core, the vendor fell silent, his breath catching in his throat as he struggled to respond. After a prolonged pause, gritting his teeth as if his heart were bleeding, he finally relented. I agree. Transfer the funds. Seeing the vendor's pained expression, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. With deft fingers, he operated his phone to transfer the money. Please confirm the transaction. Lin Xian, of course, couldn't produce such a sum on his own. He had depleted his funds purchasing materials. However, during the commotion earlier, he had taken a gamble, borrowing money against the Silver Abyss token from the Abyss Trading Company. Prepared for rejection, he was pleasantly surprised when they agreed to lend him the amount. 5 million was now within his grasp. It wasn't that the Abyss Trading Company was unwilling to lend more. Rather, Lin Xian felt this sum was sufficient. As he had anticipated, after some friendly banter, the vendor could no longer maintain his composure and agreed to the deal. With the vendor nodding in acknowledgement of the funds received, Lin Xian dragged the black-horned dragon away. Before departing, he waved a farewell. Thank you, my friend. Chapter 77, Contracts and Auctions. Having received the payment, the vendor was disinclined to further entangle himself with Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, his exterior bore a smile. Yet within, he was elated. 5 million. 5 million for a sacred tier silver contract beast. A dragon of legendary status, no less. Who would believe such a tale? Ha! Only I could stumble upon such a bargain. In a certain sense, Lin Xian was correct. Others in this world were incapable of contracting a second exotic beast. Even if they spent exorbitant sums to acquire the Blackhorn Dragon, it would merely serve as a decorative piece for admiration. At best, they might treat it as a unique pet to amuse themselves. For these individuals, spending hundreds of millions on a virtually useless toy was indeed excessive. Only Lin Xian. Only he could contract it, transforming it into his own bonded beast. Ha! Once in solitude, Lin Xian could no longer contain himself, bursting into joyous laughter. He tore apart the bag that contained the Blackhorn Dragon. At last, the full magnificence of the black beast was revealed before him. Contrary to the fierce and imposing image seen through the bag's opening, the creature now appeared somewhat pitiful. Its tattered black bat wings were just the beginning. Its short front claws and robust hind limbs were both fractured, bleeding profusely. It seemed that during the moment he had ripped the bag apart, he had inadvertently caused it some discomfort. Now, its limbs trembled, and the once fearsome visage bore a look of agony. Witnessing this, Lin Xian felt no urge to comfort it. Instead, he crouched down, prodding with his fingers to assess the strength of the dragon's body. Remarkable. This creature was indeed tenacious. Despite its broken limbs and tattered wings, its resilience was astonishing. From his earlier assessment, it was clear that, even in defeat, it should not have sustained such grave injuries. The severity of its condition was evidently a result of the vendor's deliberate handling during transport. Lin Xian chose not to provoke it further. Instead, he approached the dragon's lowered head, fixing his gaze upon its crimson eyes and asking, "Do you wish to survive? Do you seek vengeance? Do you long to crush the clan that exiled you?" It was evident that the creature comprehended human speech. With each question Lin Xian posed, its despondent eyes sparkled a bit brighter. Excellent. As long as there remains a will to survive, it signifies that you are of value. I did not purchase a mere heap of flesh. Lin Xian gently stroked its fearsome horn. Submit to me. I shall guide you to the pinnacle of the world. The dragon's expression seemed to convey disdain, yet after a moment's contemplation, it bowed its head in submission to Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled softly, placing his hand upon it to initiate the soul contract. His earlier words were not mere bravado. He was acutely aware that he was facing a beast of a rank superior to his own as a beast master. The inexplicable allure emanating from within proved to be ineffective. The divine power that had once startled Ergo might not even be sensed by a mere silver-tier dragon. Thus, Lin Xian orchestrated this elaborate display to ensure the stability of the contract process. Fortunately, the dragon sincerely submitted and did not cause any mischief during the agreement. Soon, the souls of both man and dragon intertwined. The dragon, feeling the extraordinary power within Lin Xian's soul, experienced a tremendous shock. Any lingering disdain vanished, and it humbly prostrated itself before Lin Xian in a gesture of respect. With a smile, Lin Xian affectionately patted its large head, saying, "No need for such formalities. From now on, we shall be family." Having said this, he withdrew the Blackhorn dragon into the Beastmaster space and exited from the secluded area. Just as he was about to return to school, he was halted by a staff member from the Lin Yuan Trading Company named Chu Xinyuan, who had previously lent him money. "Mr. Lin, our company is about to host an auction shortly. Would you be inclined to grace us with your presence?" he inquired. "Me?" Lin Xian questioned, pointing to himself in bewilderment. "You are aware that I am currently low on funds, right? Attending an auction would be a sheer waste of time, wouldn't it?" "Haha." Chu Xinyuan chuckled heartily, his smile as bright as Zheng Tianyi's. "Why should you concern yourself with such trivial finances? You are a distinguished guest holding the Lin Yuan token. If you desire anything, simply note it on our trading account." Intrigued, Lin Xian mused, "So, even if I intend to take advantage of your grand auction item, you would be willing to cover the cost?" "Of course," Chu Xinyuan replied without the slightest hesitation, his expression unwavering. Given his straightforwardness, Lin Xian found it difficult to refuse. Having previously accepted a favor from him, now receiving such a sincere invitation, to decline would seem rather ungrateful. With this in mind, Lin Xian readily agreed. "Then please lead the way, Mr. Chu." The Lin Yuan Trading Company had a designated grand auction hall. Typically, it was open to beast masters with unique and precious findings to auction off, albeit with hefty service fees. However, today was different. The auction was officially organized by the Lin Yuan Trading Company, and all submitted items would incur only nominal fees, as it was entirely charitable in nature. Consequently, the catalog of auction items was extensive and varied, featuring a plethora of offerings. The most abundant among them were the magic cores of various rare beasts. After all, this otherworldly outpost faced numerous beast incursions daily, making unexpected finds quite ordinary. Additionally, some rare secret techniques of beast masters appeared in the catalog. Such items were exceedingly precious. Over the past 2 weeks since enrollment, Lin Xian had perused the list of secret techniques possessed by the esteemed beast masters in Magic City. Yet, he found little that piqued his interest. Either their effects were subpar, or they were too peculiar, with some even bearing side effects. Many of these techniques had counterparts among the beasts, often yielding superior results. Nevertheless, the Academy regarded them as treasures, reluctant to disclose them easily. After all, not everyone could contract beasts without limitation like he could. Thus, despite the catalog's offerings being similarly mediocre in effect, they were still listed among the high-value items. Lin Xian sat in the private box provided by Chu Xinyuan, thoroughly engrossed in the catalog, broadening his horizons. However, he merely observed. He had no desire to purchase anything. While there were many items, few could compel him to shamelessly take advantage of the Lin Yuan Trading Company. He thus moved to the box's window, curiously watching as a crowd fervently contested for items. Before long, he suddenly heard a familiar voice exclaim, 800,000. It was a melodious and enticing voice. Instinctively, Lin Xian turned toward the sound and, to his surprise, spotted Zhang Wan'er. "What brings Teacher Zhang here?" he pondered. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Zhang Wan'er was bidding on a platinum-tier material. However, her competitor appeared to be a wealthy individual, well endowed with resources. Zhang Wan'er gritted her teeth, calling out bids repeatedly, yet was unable to deter him. As her frustration mounted, she finally snapped, "Yang Sini, are you determined to oppose me?" The affluent bidder smirked, reveling in his triumph. "Zhang Wan'er, what are you talking about? This is an auction. Naturally, it's the highest bidder who wins. If you don't want to give up, just keep bidding. Am I stopping you?" Upon hearing his words, the auctioneer interjected, "Miss, personal intimidation is prohibited at this auction. If you continue, I shall have to ask you to leave." With the auctioneer siding with Zhang Wan'er, Yang Sini's smugness only grew. He glanced at her, feigning realization. "Oh, is it that you can't afford it? How simple. Just call me Brother Yang here, and I shall let you have this heart-wrenching grass." Chapter 78, Reincarnated Form. "You." Zhang Wan'er's face flushed with rare indignation. Yet, recalling the auctioneer's warning, she begrudgingly took a seat, choosing to ignore the insufferable man. Lin Xian, observing this spectacle from above, couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of person is this, so brazen? From his prior interactions with Zhang Wan'er, it was evident she possessed a formidable background. During the recruitment process, even Wang Jiao, the grandson of the principal of the prestigious capital Beastmaster Academy, had been insulted by her without response. Today, however, Yang Sini dared to toy with her. Clearly someone with considerable family backing. Lin Xian found himself intrigued, though his curiosity ended there. He had no intention of intervening. With a keen sense of self-awareness, Lin Xian understood his own limitations. The power struggles among the privileged elite were far beyond his current capabilities. Should he inadvertently become entangled in the whirlwind of power, he, a mere pawn, would find himself ensnared before he even realized it. Since this matter had no bearing on him, why court trouble? Thus, Lin Xian remained at the box window, quietly watching the unfolding drama. After a lengthy interlude, the auction finally concluded. Throughout, Jiang Wanner had bid on several items, only to be disrupted by that man, ultimately failing to secure any. Lin Xian found the entertainment delightful and felt his visit was far from wasted. As the auctioneer announced the event's conclusion, he promptly exited the auction house, using a portal to return to the Magic City Beastmaster Academy. This excursion to the other world had proven immensely rewarding. Not only had he acquired ample materials required for several contracted beasts, but he had also unexpectedly formed a contract with a holy tier dragon hatchling. This left Lin Xian elated. Eager to return to his dormitory and strategize the growth paths for his contracted beasts, he deliberately took a shorter route. With anticipation in his heart, his steps carried a joyful rhythm. Yet, as he approached a concealed corner, a sudden, muffled thump echoed, a sound of a heavy object striking the wall. What was that? Lin Xian wondered, perplexed. He cautiously peeked around the corner, seeking the source of the noise. In a secluded corner of the teaching building, yet another familiar figure materialized before his eyes. A white fox curled atop her head, while her fists relentlessly pounded against the wall. As chunks of plaster crumbled away, venomous curses spilled from her lips. Damn it, those two wretched creatures. What gives them the right to look down on me? I have humbled myself, trying to foster a good relationship with them. Yet they still dare to ignore me. How dare they? I shall tear their foul faces to shreds. With that, she ceased her assault on the wall, her hands transforming into claws as she began to scratch and claw at the surface instead. Blood dripped as deep gashes marred the wall. Lin Xian stood in stunned silence. So, this was the true nature of Luo Xianqi? Indeed. He was witnessing the very same Luo Xianqi who had once made a special visit to him. However, the innocence and charm she once exuded had now been replaced by a twisted, malevolent expression that obliterated her once pristine visage. Clearly, this was her authentic self. The previous delicate and charming facade, merely a mask of her green tea persona. No wonder he had felt an inexplicable aversion towards her. This was the reason. Lin Xian inhaled sharply, as his inner radar for green tea personalities silently warned him. Observing this clandestine scene, he was intent on leaving without further disturbance. Yet, the white fox perched atop Luo Xianqi suddenly sat upright and called out to Lin Xian, "Sir in the corner, do come out." Surprised, Lin Xian quickly concealed himself behind the corner, wondering if it had truly detected him. Skeptical, he believed the fox was attempting to deceive him. Thus, he chose not to reveal himself, preparing to slip away quietly. Sensing his hesitation, the white fox continued, "Sir, I strongly advise you to show yourself. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." At these words, Lin Xian halted in his tracks. His already existing disdain for Luo Xianqi intensified at this moment. What audacity did this creature have to threaten him? Consequences? He scoffed, eager to see how she intended to make him face them. Murmuring to himself, Lin Xian stepped out from behind the corner. Upon seeing him, the white fox let out a light laugh and asked, "Finally willing to show yourself?" Lin Xian shrugged and replied with a smirk, I merely came to see what means you possess to make me face the consequences." The white fox chose not to engage further with him, but addressed Luo Xianqi instead, "Your classmate. You may communicate with him." Upon recognizing Lin Xian's face, Luo Xianqi was far from the calm demeanor of the white fox. Her expression darkened as she confronted him. "You heard everything just now." Lin Xian, filled with aversion towards her, feigned ignorance. "Heard what? What does it matter if I did or didn't tea?" "Humph." Luo Xianqi scoffed. "If you hadn't heard, you might have had a way out. But if you did before she could finish her sentence," she lunged at Lin Xian, "then you shall perish." With that exclamation, her bloodied hands were already reaching for him. Lin Xian remained unfazed, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he taunted, "You think you can threaten me?" With a mere wave of his right hand, a small flame was conjured forth, and flame return materialized instantaneously. As it deflected Luo Xianqi's attack, a fireball shot forth, following her closely. Just as it was about to explode upon her, the unyielding white fox opened its mouth and exhaled. A small azure glowing orb met the fireball, and upon contact, both were obliterated. Lazily stretching, the fox rose from Luo Xianqi's head and admonished, "Xianqi, How many times must I teach you? Acting in anger is unwise. One must always control their temper. Surprisingly, Luo Xianxi did not contest this reprimand. Instead, she bowed her head toward the fox that had jumped to the ground. Master is right. Xianxi has lost composure. Master? Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The peculiar scene unfolding before him sent a shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he activated all-knowing eye and directed his gaze at the white fox. 9 Nether white fox. Attributes: Earth, illusion. Qualities: sacred grade. Rank: silver level 1. Status: reincarnated body. Skills: optimal evolution path. Remarks: once a general under a certain deity, possessing immense power. Subsequently involved in a cataclysmic crisis alongside the deity he served, he perished due to insufficient strength. Before his death, he utilized his racial talents, reincarnating at the cost of most of his memories. He later chose Luo Xianxi as a stepping stone for regaining his power. A reincarnated body. Lin Xian could not help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 79, The Gathering Explosion. Lin Xian's heart raced with disbelief. What on earth was happening with these otherworldly beasts? First, there were those who had transformed into soul entities, like Ergo, and now, reincarnation had entered the fray. He regarded the 9 Nether white fox with an inexplicable gaze. To his surprise, the fox appeared even more astonished than he was. Its formerly languid and enchanting eyes narrowed as it fixed its gaze intently on Lin Xian. How did you come to know that I am a reincarnated being? The tone remained steady, yet it was laced with a palpable danger. Though Lin Xian was stunned, that did not equate to fear. What does it matter to you how I know? After all, aren't you all planning to silence me? He responded with a mocking grin. You possess a modicum of cleverness. The white fox regarded Lin Xian with cold eyes, gracefully approaching him. I initially intended to proceed with my plan, but now, I find myself somewhat intrigued by you. If you provide me with the answers I seek, I shall spare your life. What do you say? Lin Xian's smile took on a sardonic edge. You think you'd show such kindness? Of course, the white fox humanized its expression with a shrug. Making you my servant would serve just as well for silencing you, wouldn't it? Ha! Lin Xian erupted into boisterous laughter. Do you really think you have me under your thumb? His mouth stretched into an arrogant grin as he nonchalantly waved his left hand, prompting the small flame to launch an attack on the white fox. With a swift initiation, it unleashed its most potent single-target attack, Flame Burst. The condensed fireball rapidly detonated near the white fox, sending plumes of dust into the air. As the smoke cleared, the white fox remained unscathed, merely repositioned a bit further away. Its fur stayed pristine and immaculate. Evidently, Flame Burst had failed to affect it. It glanced at the sizable crater left in the ground and commented nonchalantly, a bronze tier attack with such destructive potential is indeed commendable. Its gaze shifted back to Lin Xian. So, is this your overconfidence? Unfazed by its calm demeanor, Lin Xian remained nonchalant. This initial strike had merely been a test, which is why he had opted for Flame Burst. Hitting it would be ideal, but if he missed, it would at least coax out some of its abilities. Unfortunately, the dust had been too thick, and Lin Xian had been unable to discern how the white fox had evaded the attack. He maintained a disdainful expression on his face, yet his mind was racing. Regardless of the means, it ultimately evaded the attack. This indicated that the onslaught from the little fire feather posed a significant threat to it. Thus, the next course of action was simple. He only needed to unleash an attack with skills it could not evade. Just as Lin Xian was about to issue a command to the little fire feather through their mental connection, he heard the white fox let out a sharp reprimand. Since you have already struggled, it is now my turn. With that, the pristine white tail behind it suddenly expanded, striking towards the little fire feather. The tail surged forward with great ferocity and incredible speed. Caught off guard, the barrier of flame reversal had yet to take shape, and the little fire feather was knocked away, crashing onto the stony ground and creating a crater. Lin Xian's heart sank, and he hastily reached out through their mental bond to gauge its condition. Just as he received a reassuring response, the little fire feather adeptly crawled back out. However, the white fox's assault came again in swift succession. Whoosh! The fox tail sliced through the air, and the vigilant little fire feather keenly sensed the trajectory. It deftly sidestepped the attack. Subsequently, it flapped its crimson wings and charged toward the white fox, seemingly intent on reclaiming its honor. Through the feedback from their mental connection, Lin Xian distinctly sensed a surge of rebellious agitation. Clearly, the little fire feather had been incensed by the previous attack from the white fox. Nevertheless, the white fox was no pushover. In response to the little fire feather's fierce charge, its enormous tail moved with the finesse of a whip, repeatedly lashing out, attacking the little fire feather as if it were a torrential downpour. Under this relentless assault, the little fire feather retreated 3 steps further, unable to close the distance. Lin Xian watched in exasperation, placing a hand on his forehead. This little creature is far too straightforward. Seeing the standoff, he had no choice but to issue a command through their mental link. No more reckless charges. From a distance, utilize heavy bright fire eyes, dance of fire, and cracking flame flock to attack. Receiving the order from its master, the little fire feather finally regained its composure. It ceased its mindless rush and hovered in the air. Its sharp orange-yellow eyes ignited with flames, illuminating the figure of the white fox. Simultaneously, the white fox itself was suddenly engulfed in flames. Under the scorching blaze, its immaculate fur quickly turned charred black. Humph! The white fox reacted with remarkable speed. Within mere seconds of the flames igniting, a cerulean glow emanated from its body. Extinguishing the fire, the singed fur rapidly shed, giving way to fresh, new fluff. In the blink of an eye, the white fox was restored to its pristine state. Feeling irritated at being easily injured by the little fire feather, it scoffed. Humph! So you possess such distance-defying abilities. Before it could finish its sentence, the little fire feather conjured a barrage of fiery projectiles, hurtling toward it. Not just fireballs, but also a multitude of flame-like birds resembling the little fire feather erupted from its body. They shook their little dazed heads before locking onto the distant, motionless white fox. Then, like a squad of kamikaze fighters, they charged forward. Faced with such an onslaught of explosives, the white fox's previously calm demeanor faltered. It darted left and right, using all four paws to evade. However, the skills unleashed by the little fire feather this time carried tracking effects. Every evasive maneuver proved futile. As the impact drew near, the white fox had no choice but to halt. It brought its paws together, muttering a few incantations. Soon after, a barrier of azure light rose around it. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, sending dust billowing into the air. This time, the white fox could not maintain its composure. All of the little fire feather's skills were executed with S-level proficiency. The intense detonations were far beyond what a mere azure light shield could withstand. As the smoke cleared, the white fox lay sprawled on the ground, its short paws twitching uncontrollably, a trickle of crimson blood oozing from its mouth. Luo Xinchi, witnessing the scene, rushed over in a panic. Master, what happened to you? She hurriedly approached, attempting to support it and retrieve a healing potion. Lin Xian would not grant her such an opportunity. He strode forward and kicked her away. Humph, I thought you possessed some talent, but it turns out to be just this. He stomped down hard on the white fox. Ugh! The white fox let out a pained cry, its abdomen caving in as it spewed forth a mixture of blood and flesh. With such meager skill, you dare to engage in murder and silencing? Lin Xian's grin grew increasingly derisive. I see your reincarnation's cost is not memory, but rather your intellect. With that, he launched another kick, sending the white fox hurtling away. Just as Luo Xinchi was getting back on her feet, she witnessed her master inflicting such torment. She could not intervene in time to stop Lin Xian and instead rushed toward the white fox's landing spot, hoping to catch it. However, caught in the force of the impact, she too lost her footing. The two, one person and one fox, tumbled to the ground together. Chapter 80, The Unexpected. After a few rolls, they collided against the wall of the teaching building, and the white fox finally came to a stop. It coughed up a few fragments of its insides, enduring the excruciating pain, and attempted to muster some resistance. Lin Xian sauntered over leisurely, observing its movements, and delivered another kick. Still wishing to resist? Luo Xinchi managed to crawl to Lin Xian's side, gripping his pant leg and pleading, "Stop, please, don't hit it anymore." Lin Xian found this amusing and yanked her by the hair, lifting her up. "You weren't wearing this expression when you attempted to kill me earlier. Where is your ferocity? Your gloom? Why beg for mercy?" Huh. The white fox, overhearing Lin Xian's words, found itself at a loss for words. It had presumed that its shield, activated to its fullest extent, would withstand such an assault. Yet, who could have anticipated the explosions to be so ridiculously powerful? It was beyond the capabilities of a mere bronze beast to wield such skills. Even now, it could not fathom how it had been bested in such a manner. Faced with Lin Xian's taunts, the white fox longed to retort, but the overwhelming pain and its severe injuries stifled any response. After venting his ire at Luo Xinchi, Lin Xian cast her aside. In the depths of the demon city, he dared not kill someone outright. His strength did not yet permit him to breach the established rules. However, slaying a contracted beast posed no significant issue, did it? Moreover, he had justifiable reasons. After all, it was Luo Xinchi and the others who had initiated the attack against him, was it not? In this world, there existed tamed beasts with lie-detecting abilities. If he utilized one, it could substantiate that Lin Xian was indeed speaking the truth. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian approached the white fox, grasping its neck and lifting it up. "Now, while you still draw breath, share your last words." Beside him, Luo Xinchi watched in horror, her eyes wide with desperation. "No, please, don't do this," she cried out, pleading, attempting to grasp at any semblance of hope. "You, killing a classmate's contracted beast indiscriminately. Are you not afraid of the school holding you accountable?" Yet Lin Xian remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the white fox's eyes, which were beginning to glaze over. "It seems you have nothing left to say." In truth, the white fox had much it wished to convey. It recalled the reasons it had chosen to reincarnate, even at the cost of its memories. It remembered the deity it had sworn allegiance to. A deep sense of reluctance enveloped him. He had yet to avenge his master and was destined to perish in such a place. With a heavy heart, he sighed. The white fox emanated a faint glow, clearly on the verge of dissipating its soul. Lin Xian, as a human, could not comprehend the fox's actions. Fearing it might unleash some trickery, he hesitated no longer, lifting it high with the intent to smash its head against the ground, reducing it to pulp. However, before he could act, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Hey, Lin Xian, what are you doing? I sense a familiar aura." "Huh?" Lin Xian replied, puzzled. "What aura?" He initially thought someone might be lurking nearby, but upon scanning his surroundings, he found nothing amiss. "I'm in the midst of something. We can discuss your thoughts later," Lin Xian retorted mentally, preparing to strike again. Yet, the voice persisted. "No, this is crucial for me. Let me out. I need to see for myself. What could possibly be so important for a corpse that has been dead for so long?" Lin Xian muttered, but he ultimately relented and released it. After all, it was the first time he had witnessed such urgency from ergo to return to reality. A shimmering glow danced in his hand, and a soil-colored dog materialized at Lin Xian's feet. The moment it appeared, it sniffed the air with its dark nose, searching the vicinity. After a while, ergo suddenly lifted its head, fixating on the white fox in Lin Xian's grasp. "Who is this?" "As you can see, it is a white fox." "What of it? Is there a problem?" "The familiar aura emanates from it," ergo instinctively replied, then lowered its head in contemplation. "But that shouldn't be. The original owner of this aura should have perished as well. How could it possibly original owner?" Lin Xian mused about the notion of reincarnation, an inexplicable insight flashing through his mind. "Perhaps this is the individual you recognize." Seeing ergo's bewildered gaze, Lin Xian continued, "To my knowledge, this white fox was once a general under a certain deity from the realm of exotic beasts. It encountered a life and death crisis and had to pay a tremendous price to reincarnate." With every word Lin Xian spoke, ergo's expression grew increasingly animated, its small black eyes gradually brightening. Finally, Lin Xian hesitated and tentatively inquired, "That deity, could it possibly be you?" "Of course," ergo exclaimed, leaping onto Lin Xian's hand. "Set her down quickly. She was my capable general." This time, Lin Xian did not comply. He pulled ergo off himself. "Regrettably, even so, I must kill it. This creature was just plotting to eliminate me. If it weren't for Xiao Huiyu's strength, you wouldn't be seeing me right now. I have no idea what chaos would ensue if I let it go." "Not at all," ergo retorted, springing onto Lin Xian's shoulder. "I can control her, trust me." "Really?" Lin Xian remained skeptical. "When have I ever deceived you?" Ergo's canine face displayed a hint of urgency. Observing its demeanor, Lin Xian finally loosened his grip. The white fox landed on the ground, and ergo followed suit, placing its paws atop the fox's head to channel soul energy, striving to stabilize its condition. After a considerable time, it called out to Lin Xian, "Bring me a healing potion." Though Lin Xian harbored some resentment towards the white fox, he merely pursed his lips and refrained from retrieving his spatial bracelet. Instead, he walked aside, picking up the healing potion that had previously flown from Luo Xinqi's hand and handed it to ergo. After downing a vial of potion, the white fox's injuries remained grave, yet it was finally stabilized. Moments later, its consciousness began to return, hazily sensing itself nestled in the embrace of someone familiar. "Master, is it you? I have finally seen you again," it murmured. Ergo, completely oblivious, continued its efforts to aid the white fox. Only Lin Xian, listening intently, was taken aback. "I never imagined ergo had such romantic entanglements in the past. Flirting with subordinates. It seems the realm of exotic beasts is rather chaotic. I truly underestimated it." After a significant pause, ergo finally ceased its actions and stood upright once more. "So what is the story?" Lin Xian squatted down, eager to discern their relationship. "What else could it be?" Ergo shot Lin Xian an incredulous look. "She was my subordinate for many years, naturally. She would develop a sense of dependence on me. Besides," it added, noticing Lin Xian's skeptical expression, "in terms of your human gender classifications, she and I are both female." "What?" Lin Xian was now the one astounded, but he sought to refute it. Yet, upon reflecting on his memories since their initial meeting, he realized he had indeed never explored that facet. Lin Xian was unwilling to accept this. "This is impossible," he exclaimed, lifting ergo in an attempt to confirm its hindquarters. "What are you doing?" Ergo retaliated with a swift kick, sending Lin Xian tumbling to the ground. Regardless of what gender I am, your behavior is utterly disrespectful. After being forcefully kicked by a paw, Lin Xian's dazed mind finally cleared. Such an act was akin to encountering a tomboy on the street and attempting to pull down her pants. It was indeed quite uncouth. Recalling his previous lapse in judgment, he chuckled awkwardly. Just as he was about to change the subject, the white fox suddenly regained consciousness. Struggling against its injuries, it knelt before Ergo, tears streaming down its face as it attempted to speak. Ultimately, it could only emit a few whimpers before collapsing once more. Ergo sighed, its small canine face reflecting sorrow. It can't even speak. It glanced at Lin Xian. You were too harsh, weren't you? This can't be blamed on me. Lin Xian shrugged. Before you recognized it, this fox was an enemy. You should know the consequences of showing mercy to an adversary. Ergo certainly understood the logic behind Lin Xian's words. Thus, it merely made a casual remark without any real intention of reproaching him. Deep down, Ergo recognized that Lin Xian had afforded it considerable leniency. Otherwise, given its current vulnerable state, even if Lin Xian had slain the white fox, it would have been powerless to intervene. With this thought in mind, Ergo glanced at its unfortunate subordinate and couldn't help but let out another sigh. Lin Xian was oblivious to the convolutions of his thoughts and inquired, You mentioned earlier that you have a way to completely control this fox. How will you accomplish that? There is nothing to be done, Ergo replied, shaking his head. To prove her loyalty. She had long ago surrendered her soul for me to inscribe a mark upon her, rendering her utterly incapable of resisting my commands. Even now, in her reincarnation, the remnants of her soul still bear that mark, preserving its original potency. Were it not for this, I would not have been able to sense her presence so easily while in the Beastmaster space. Understanding dawned upon Lin Xian. Then what are we waiting for? He surveyed the desolate surroundings. Since we are all allies, let us hasten home. This forsaken place is hardly suitable for tending to her injuries. With that, he placed the white fox atop his head and hoisted the already unconscious Luo Xinchi onto his back. He then withdrew Ergo back into the Beastmaster space and returned to the solitary villa on campus. Upon entering, Lin Xian drew the curtains and summoned Ergo once more, proactively administering another vial of healing potion to the white fox. What has prompted this sudden kindness? Ergo queried, perplexed. Just moments ago, Lin Xian had clearly held a prejudice against the fox, refusing to offer even a healing potion and instead opting to salvage Luo Xinchi. Why the abrupt change in demeanor? It is not kindness, Lin Xian replied, flicking Ergo gently on the head. She is your subordinate, and thus, she is also mine. Is it not reasonable to show concern for one's employees? Moreover, he continued with newfound seriousness, during the cataclysm in the other realm, it is evident she perished after you. She may possess knowledge that could prove useful. Hearing this, Ergo too adopted a grave expression. It harbored doubts regarding the inexplicably resolute hawks of war. Observing its seriousness, Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle. But do not hold your hopes too high. As far as I know, the price of this fox's reincarnation was the loss of most of her memories. So it is uncertain how much valuable information she may retain. After this exchange, both man and canine fell into silence, awaiting the white fox's awakening. Thankfully, the healing potion took effect swiftly, and after a little over half an hour, she gradually opened her eyes. No longer vacant, her gaze regained a semblance of sharpness. Upon realizing the unfamiliar surroundings, she cautiously rose, but the pain radiating from within contorted her expression. Though her limbs trembled, she insisted on standing. Upon spotting Ergo, resembling a Shiba Inu, the white fox instinctively bared her teeth, displaying a fierce countenance. Yet, almost immediately, she felt an inexplicable familiarity and reliance on Ergo that emanated from her very soul. The ferocity transformed into confusion and bewilderment. You are, master? I was not, dreaming just now? She stammered, managing to articulate her question. Even in your awakened state, you can recognize me at first glance, Lin Xian teased. Casting a glance at Ergo, it appears that the bond of master and servant between you two remains intact. Of course, Ergo's little tail thumped against Lin Xian's leg with vigor. The memories tied to the soul mark are not easily lost. With that, it approached the white fox. She made no defensive gestures, merely gazing at him in a daze. Ergo regarded her with a complex expression and said, You have suffered. Upon hearing that familiar name, the white fox could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. After a considerable time, the canine and the fox finally wept together, sharing their past. Ergo then inquired, How did you die? Undoubtedly, this conversation was the crux of the matter, prompting Lin Xian to lean in closer. I remember, the white fox, with her memories partially obscured, recalled painfully, I was killed by that little brat under the command of the berserk war ape god. Just before I died, I heard him say something about it being for the greater good, urging me not to blame them. For the greater good? Lin Xian pondered, implying they were still holding on to some noble cause. He glanced at Ergo. Do you have any speculations? Ergo shook its head, countering with a question for the white fox. After I died, did you uncover anything regarding those hawks of war? The white fox stared blankly for a moment before widening her eyes. I remember. It seems a catastrophic disaster occurred in our world. Those divine beasts are all occupied with dealing with it. That's why the one pursuing me was that little brat. Chapter 82. Consolidating Findings. A disaster? Ergo and Lin Xian exchanged glances, quickly pressing for more details. What kind of disaster? Upon hearing this question, the white fox wore a sorrowful expression. I do not know. Damn, Lin Xian exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. How could you discard such crucial memories? I did not discard them. The white fox replied, looking quite aggrieved. I simply could not uncover them. Those individuals kept the news tightly guarded, aside from the top-tier divine beings. No others are qualified to know. If that were the case, it was indeed not her fault. Lin Xian sighed and asked, do you know anything else? That is all. The white fox murmured, having developed an inexplicable fear of Lin Xian after the events of the afternoon. Apart from matters concerning my master, the only significant memories I retained are these. Lin Xian took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself, but ultimately failed. He erupted in anger. Is this not tantamount to having no memories at all? Are Ergo's memories the only ones that matter? Why could you not retain something of greater value? The furious outburst startled the white fox, causing her to stumble and hide behind Ergo, trembling in fear. All right, Ergo consoled Lin Xian. At least you are aware that they have been hindered by this so-called disaster. It seems they will not be able to turn their attention to your Earth for the time being. That is somewhat good news, is it not? Lin Xian was unimpressed. Isn't that merely a confirmation of our previous conjectures? It hardly qualifies as good news. That perspective is misguided, Ergo chuckled, spreading its paws. With definitive information, we can formulate our strategies with confidence. If we were to rely solely on conjecture for decision-making, it would leave us perpetually uneasy. Humph. Lin Xian huffed, refusing to respond further. He understood that Ergo had a point. In truth, their earlier conjectures had only extended to the notion that the divine beasts of the Hawks of War were preoccupied with some matter of concern. However, they had never considered it could be a catastrophic disaster. Now that they were aware of this information, Lin Xian found it impossible to feel any joy. He was uncertain of the nature of that disaster, but if it proved insurmountable, the beasts would undoubtedly retreat to Earth through the portal. At that point, it would spell calamity for humanity. Things were looking grim. Lin Xian was troubled. He yearned to disseminate this information, urging governments worldwide to prepare. Yet, it was questionable whether anyone would believe him. How could he explain his source of information? If he were to speak the truth, the emergence of Ergo would inevitably expose his ability to form multiple contracts. Just contemplating it made Lin Xian's head ache. Alas, strength is still needed. Had he possessed sufficient strength, he would certainly not fear the disbelief of others nor dread the revelation of his secrets. Unavoidably, his yearning for power intensified. After clarifying the situation with the white fox, Lin Xian chose not to retain it any longer. He administered a vial of healing potion to Luo Xinqi, rousing her from unconsciousness, and instructed her to depart the standalone villa with the white fox. Lin Xian was unperturbed by the potential exposure of his secrets. The white fox bore the imprint of Ergo's essence, rendering it incapable of resisting his commands. As for Luo Xinqi, she had succumbed to agony and despair, losing consciousness long before Lin Xian contemplated taking action against the white fox. She remained in her stupor until their conversation concluded, compelling Lin Xian to expend a vial of healing potion. He certainly did not wish to exert himself carrying Luo Xinqi back to her dormitory. Once he had seen them off, Lin Xian finally found the time to reflect upon the day's gains. Primarily, he focused on the injured Blackhorn dragon. To prevent any damage to the furnishings, Lin Xian cleared the living room before releasing it. However, even so, the dragon's size exceeded reasonable limits. Its menacing horns nearly punctured the ceiling. With a sigh, Lin Xian kicked it lightly, asking, "Could you possibly shrink your form a tad?" The Blackhorn dragon, having never encountered such a request, displayed a hint of distress. After considerable contemplation, Lin Xian heard its bones cracking, and to his astonishment, it began to diminish in size, halting only when it reached a scale comparable to Ergo perched on the sofa. Observing this transformation, Ergo approached with curiosity. "Oh, a Dragon Clan member? Where did you acquire this?" Lin Xian briefly explained that it was found in another realm and attempted to lift the Blackhorn dragon. Alas, despite its reduced dimensions, its weight remained unchanged. Lin Xian exerted immense effort without success, ultimately opting to crouch down. Noticing the dragon's grievous wounds, he sheepishly tapped his forehead. "How could I forget? It's still severely injured." This time, instead of pulling out a healing potion, he summoned the long-absent ginseng spirit. The seemingly dazed ginseng doll appeared to have been napping. Upon being summoned, it yawned before dutifully following Lin Xian's instructions to use the essence of life skill to heal the dragon. Both beings possessed holy tier potential. Yet the ginseng spirit's rank was significantly lower than that of the dragon. Even with an S-grade proficiency skill, the results were rather limited. It was only when the ginseng spirit was exhausted that the dragon's wounds finally healed completely. Recognizing its efforts, Lin Xian generously rewarded the spirit with several pieces of the verdant crystal wood he had just procured. Upon encountering this material, the ginseng spirit became animated, clumsily climbing onto Lin Xian to solicit more. After indulging it for a while, he returned the spirit to the beast space. Turning his attention to the now-recovered dragon, he noticed it scrutinizing him with its crimson eyes. Lin Xian, aware of its benign intentions, jested, now that you're healed, you've taken to critiquing your master. Have you? Utilizing the all-knowing eye, Lin Xian revisited the dragon's data. To grow, it merely requires an abundance of combat? Lin Xian was taken aback. The dragon lineage is indeed formidable. How economical. The growth method indicated by the all-knowing eye merely mentioned the need for ample battle experience, with no mention of additional materials. Had you been my first contracted beast, how much I could have saved, he lamented. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the little fire feather perched on his shoulder grew anxious. It flitted to Lin Xian's face, its eyes glowing with a faint red flame, resembling a pet on the verge of tears. Fearing it might shed fiery tears and scorch his home's flooring, Lin Xian hurriedly chuckled and patted its small head. All right, just a jest. Don't be so hasty. After soothing the little fire feather, he summoned the little earth spirit. This little creature had indeed received less attention lately and had not made much progress. This time, Lin Xian ensured he did not overlook it. He fed it all the materials he had prepared, confident that with its dimensional pocket, it would not struggle to consume them. If need be, they could be stored for later use. After distributing the necessary materials, Lin Xian removed the little fire feather from the primary beast position and replaced it with the little earth spirit. As a combat contract beast, the little earth spirit's strength had already begun to surpass that of the main group, necessitating rapid enhancement. Meanwhile, the little fire feather, having undergone half a month of training, had entered a phase of gradual consolidation. It now required ample combat to adapt to wielding its power. During this stage, the benefits from the primary beast position would be limited. Thus, Lin Xian opted to switch the little earth spirit into the system's main beast position to maximize the efficient use of his limited resources. In truth, he had only just realized this strategy. Had he applied it earlier in the sea demon sacred grounds and the sealed cavern, the growth of his contracted beasts could have easily doubled. The potential resource expenditure was staggering to contemplate. Reflecting on this, Lin Xian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. However, it was not too late to implement this now. In the ensuing period, with the enhancement from the primary beast position, the little earth spirit entered a rapid growth phase, advancing from bronze level 2 to bronze level 3, and ultimately reaching bronze level 9 as the materials dwindled. Following its flourish, the ginseng spirit also enjoyed the growth benefits from the primary beast position, albeit at a somewhat slower pace, only achieving bronze level 7 with the same resource investment. This was hardly surprising. The ginseng spirit, possessing holy tier potential, required more resources for each level compared to the diamond tier little earth spirit, resulting in a faster growth rate for the latter. With his contracted beasts thriving in strength and having directly contracted the silver tier blackhorn dragon, Lin Xian himself ascended rapidly in rank, reaching silver level 3 as a beast master. This was rather astonishing. Among his peers who entered the Magic Capital Beastmaster Academy concurrently, the highest rank achieved was merely bronze level 3. Yet, Lin Xian had no desire to compete with them. His current sense of urgency stemmed partly from the mysterious Hydra organization and partly from the impending invasion of monstrous beasts from another realm, along with the disasters lurking in the mists. With his current strength, he felt woefully inadequate to confront either threat. Thus, on that day, Lin Xian once again ventured into the otherworldly stronghold. Is this mask truly as powerful as you claim? In the depths of the Limbo trading post, within a concealed shop, Lin Xian stood before a mirror, observing his dramatically altered visage with a hint of skepticism. How many times must you ask? The shopkeeper replied impatiently. If it weren't for Mr. Chu's introduction, I would have refused this transaction altogether. All right, I'll take your word for it, Lin Xian conceded, hastily retrieving his payment as he noted the shopkeeper's growing displeasure. Subsequently, he turned and exited the shop, stealthily making his way through the streets. By the time he arrived at the main thoroughfare of the exchange, Lin Xian's attire had undergone a considerable transformation. No one would ever associate him with the cloaked figure that had entered the alley earlier. The shop he had just visited was recommended to him by Xuan from the exchange. It was reputed to be a specialist in crafting false identities. Here, a false identity encompassed not only identification documents, but also included new appearances and physical characteristics. As long as the client had a request, they could fulfill it. Based on Lin Xian's current experience, it was indeed worth the investment. The mask was made of a material beyond his comprehension, remarkably concealing any signs of disguise. With this flawless visage, Lin Xian proceeded to the City Wall Defense Registration Center. This was the designated place within the stronghold for the temporary recruitment of personnel for the city wall defense. As long as one registered and verified their identity, they could ascend the city walls to engage in battle against the Beast Tide. Lin Xian's purpose for coming today was to enlist. As previously mentioned, the Blackhorn Dragon's growth necessitated unrestrained and fervent combat. He had attempted to nurture his other contracted beasts, but the fledgling bronze-tier creatures struggled to provide the dragon with any significant growth. While there were indeed other higher-ranking students within the Magic Capital Academy, Lin Xian, being acutely aware of his abilities, could not afford to flaunt his dragon in challenges. Similarly, ascending the city walls in his true form to slay exotic beasts was not an option he could entertain. Thus, he resorted to acquiring this false identity to apply for the position. Fortunately, the individual introduced by Xuan proved to be quite reliable, and the series of identity verification processes went smoothly without any hitches. Soon, the staff presented Lin Xian with an identity badge, 6th Squad, West City Wall. Oh, the West City Wall. It was indeed fitting. Aside from this location, the other walls were ill-suited for a silver-tier beast master like him. Clutching the badge, Lin Xian murmured a few words. As far as he knew, the city walls to the east, north, and south were under considerable strain. His presence there would merely equate to delivering supplies. It was only natural that he was assigned to the familiar West City Wall. The registration process was seamless, without any condescension or disdain. The members of the 6th Squad were predominantly silver-tier individuals, known for their straightforward and rugged demeanor. Having long fought on the front lines against the Beast Tide, they understood the significance of fresh blood. The squad leader heartily patted Lin Xian on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Ha! Young brother, you have a bright future ahead. Far better than those beast masters who only know how to feed materials. Someone like you is truly the future pillar of our Huagua, our humanity." Lin Xian offered an awkward smile, refraining from a response. He was not particularly adept at handling such exuberance. During their conversation, another wave of beasts surged forth. The team members quickly took their positions, and Lin Xian followed suit. Approaching the edge of the city wall, "Dragon, it's your time to hunt," he murmured, summoning the Blackhorn Dragon. At this moment, the dragon maintained its shrunken size, ensuring it would not be easily recognized. Upon witnessing Lin Xian summon his contracted beast, several members of the 6th Squad called out, "Young brother, it's your first day? Just stay back and watch the prowess of your older brothers for now. Yes, observe closely, learn well, so that you can fight more adeptly in the future." With that, two nearby individuals gently nudged Lin Xian away from the wall's edge. This was evidently a gesture of care from the seniors toward their junior. However, Lin Xian did not require such protection. His purpose for ascending the city wall was to allow his dragon to engage in battle. If he merely stood back and spectated, it would have been a futile endeavor. Consequently, Lin Xian called out, "Brothers, wait, I'm truly here to slay the beasts. Please make some room for me." The earnest men assumed Lin Xian was simply too shy to step forward, urging him to remain at the back and learn. Seeing their stubbornness, Lin Xian felt somewhat helpless and decided to command his dragon to advance independently. Seizing the opportune moment, he targeted a silver-tier crimson hound and unleashed Tear. "I told you, young brother, to stay back first." One of the older members beside the hound attempted to dissuade Lin Xian, but his words were cut short. In an instant, the diminutive dragon grasped the hound's hind legs and gave a gentle tug. With a sickening sound, the hound's body split along its midline, warm blood splattering over the older brother who had intended to advise him, rendering him grotesque. Chapter 84, Battle. Exhilarating. While it appeared grotesque, a closer look revealed the older brother's expression was one of bewilderment. He seemed unable to comprehend why the Crimson Hound, which had posed such a challenge for them, could be dispatched so effortlessly by this young man's contracted beast. It was as if the hound had been torn like a piece of scrap paper. Is this truly the Crimson Hound I know? The older brother couldn't help but question his lifetime of experiences. Not only him, but the other members of the 6th Squad who had turned to witness the commotion were also left dumbfounded, even failing to notice the approaching beasts. Fortunately, the squad leader, still concerned about the battle, bellowed, "What are you all standing there for? The beasts are right in front of you. Get ready to fight." His shout snapped the other dazed members back to reality, prompting them to face their impending foes. However, The image of the dragon tearing through the hound lingered in their minds. Lin Xian was unaware of their thoughts. He only knew that now, no one would hinder him from fighting. They had witnessed his combat prowess and recognized that he could no longer be regarded as an ordinary newcomer. Lin Xian was relieved, as his Blackhorn dragon could finally unleash its full potential. Without waiting for Lin Xian's command, the dragon surged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the oncoming waves of beasts. It seemed that the natural absence of elemental abilities endowed the dragon with a unique talent for combat and courage in battle. Even when outnumbered, it showed no fear. Skillfully maneuvering through the fray, every beast it passed met a piercing shriek followed by a gory splash of blood. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's dark, resilient hide was stained a vivid crimson, finally showcasing its true dragon essence. After decimating one wave of beasts, another surged forth almost immediately. The dragon showed no trepidation, instead growing increasingly emboldened. The anguished cries of the dying and the splattered blood only served to replenish its strength. Its claws, fangs, and even the sharp spikes on its head became lethal weapons in its arsenal. This round of extermination occurred even more swiftly than the last. Lin Xian watched in astonishment. Having seen the dragon's skill effects, he was already aware of its proficiency in close combat. Yet, he never anticipated the dragon would be this formidable. This was a born warrior. Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He wondered how the Dragon Clan members would react upon witnessing this scene. Would they feel regret? Perhaps this was precisely the spectacle the dragon longed to see. Thus, it is no wonder that it strives so diligently to hone its combat skills, is it? Lin Xian once again employed the all-seeing eye to scrutinize the demon dragon, only to discover a newly added skill in its repertoire. Bloodbath, passive skill. Each enemy slain by its own hand will enhance the unit's self-healing capabilities, energy recovery speed, physical strength, and other attributes. The more enemies it vanquishes, the greater the enhancement of these attributes. The first battle after recovering from severe injuries has granted it insight into a new skill. It seems that the previous setback has profoundly impacted it. Lin Xian referred to the occasion when he acquired the Blackhorn demon dragon. On that day, he beheld the creature in a pitiful state, its limbs shattered and its body marred, with only its head remaining relatively intact. Had it not been for the fortuitous event of Lin Xian purchasing it, it might have been preparing for a resurrection match by now. As Lin Xian pondered this, a resounding horn echoed through the air. He abruptly lifted his gaze, only to realize that dusk had descended and the otherworldly beasts had retreated. The Blackhorn demon dragon slowly returned to Lin Xian's side, still exuding an aura of malevolence. Were he not its master, he would likely be paralyzed with fear at this moment. The other members of Team 6 were situated quite a distance away, yet they too could sense the dragon's peculiar presence and were reluctant to approach. Observing this, Lin Xian jested, "Ha, brothers, what do you think? Is my prowess not commendable?" Haha. The man who had earlier been drenched in blood was the first to approach, clapping Lin Xian's shoulder with vigor. "You rascal. Truly a hidden gem. You've made us waste our sentiments for nothing." "Not at all, my brother," Lin Xian replied. "As long as I have felt it, the sentiment is not wasted." Their laughter echoed, and after a brief period of jovial chatter, a new team arrived to relieve them of their duty at this segment of the city wall. After an afternoon of strife, Team 6 was utterly fatigued. However, their captain proposed, "Brothers, to welcome the new members, let us go to Bailey Xian for a fine meal. It's on me." Naturally, as the protagonist of this gathering, Lin Xian was obliged to accompany them. Yet, he did not linger for long before taking his leave. Subsequently, Lin Xian did not return to school. Instead, he sought a concealed spot, changed his clothes, removed his mask, and reverted to his original appearance. Accompanied by Xiaohuiyu, he made his way to the assembly point of his classmates in the special class, joining them once more on the city wall. However, this time, the focal point of the battle was no longer the demon dragon, but rather Xiaohuiyu. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The pressure on his end was still minimal. As he sat idly by the wall until midnight, watching Xiaohuiyu unleash flames to obliterate the otherworldly beasts, Lin Xian nearly succumbed to sleep. Fortunately, just as his consciousness began to wane, Bai Ma approached him, her face brimming with combat fervor. "Lin Xian, tomorrow marks the day for next month's rankings. Are you prepared?" Lin Xian, bewildered, replied, "Huh? Has a month already passed?" He had been so preoccupied with nurturing his contracted beasts that he had lost track of time. Upon hearing Bai Ma's words, he began to recollect, realizing she was not speaking in jest. He yawned nonchalantly. "What? Do you believe you stand a chance against me?" According to the training direction of the special class, regardless of the format of the assessment, it was invariably tied to the strength of one's abilities. Speaking of strength, Lin Xian boldly asserted, "The members of the special class are all but trash." However, Bai Ma shook her head in disagreement. "Certainly not. This month, your contracted beasts have exhibited commendable performance on the city wall.
I have not yet become so arrogant. Then why are you here? Ma proclaimed with pride. Earlier, when we gathered at the training ground, Instructor Kai came to announce something. Since you were absent, he entrusted me with the message. Damn, Lin Xian muttered under his breath. If you're going to relay a message, why the theatrics? He thought to himself while pursing his lips. Just get to the point. The night hunting mission is about to conclude. Don't be so hasty, Ma waved her finger. The news is quite simple. The top 10 performers in tomorrow's assessment will earn the privilege to venture to the Carp Pond. Chapter 85. King of the Carp Pond, Dingzhong. Carp Pond? Lin Xian inquired, perplexed. What is that? Ma appeared even more astonished than he. You don't even know this. It is one of the most renowned secret realms in our magic capital. Did you not come to the magic capital for this very reason? Lin Xian awkwardly scratched his head. He understood what secret realms were. Yet he was unaware of the existence of a secret realm called Carp Pond in the magic capital. All supernatural forces in this world stem from other dimensions. And secret realms are no exception. They are special spaces that exist independently of reality, found both in other realms and on Earth, regardless of their form. Each secret realm possesses unique and wondrous abilities. Some allow contracted beasts to learn new skills, while others grant beast tamers secret techniques. There are even some that enable otherworldly beasts to undergo an evolution. Such secret realms, once discovered, are typically subject to strict oversight by authorities. This is due to the limited energy within the realms. If it is entirely depleted, the realm will collapse. Of course, some realms do regenerate their energy over time. According to Ma, the Carp Pond is of the latter type. What exactly is this secret realm like? Lin Xian pressed. I'm not sure, Ma replied, shaking her head. Historically, every student who has entered has been instructed to remain mum, forbidden from disclosing any information. However, it is certain that many beast tamers have witnessed their contracted beast qualifications ascend by 1 tier upon entering the realm. She paused briefly, raising a finger. You do know the 3 Saint-tier beast tamers of our Huagua, right? Lin Xian indeed knew this. The bride puppet master, Wang Yuan. The quality assassin, Sun Xiaochuan. And then, as he reached the last name, he found himself momentarily stunned. Ma understood his reaction and continued. Indeed, just as you suspected. The esteemed Lord Dingzhong, known as the King of the Carp Pond, has indeed entered the Carp Pond. It was after emerging from the Carp Pond that the qualifications of his ice flame snow leopard suddenly skyrocketed to the Saint tier, leading him on an ascendant path to become one of Huagua's 3 Saint-tier beast tamers. This revelation left Lin Xian momentarily speechless. Such immense power? Ma smirked. What did you think allowed the magic capital to maintain its supremacy over all beast tamer academies in Huagua? However, the school has not provided any explanations. So no one knows how Lord Dingzhong achieved it. Since the discovery of the Carp Pond, at least 10,000 have entered. Yet only Lord Dingzhong has emerged as a Saint-tier beast tamer. Having explained this, Ma instinctively felt the urge to mock Lin Xian. Yet, she quickly realized that his contracted beast had already attained Saint-tier qualifications. How infuriating, Ma muttered. Lin Xian paid no heed to her grumbling. Ma's elucidation had clarified some of his lingering questions. The reason why such a coveted opportunity was extended to their special class was likely the school's intention to cultivate another king of the Carp Pond. After all, the students in the special class possess at least platinum-level contracts with their beasts, many even achieving diamond status. Regardless of who advances further, they are destined to become the pillars of Huagua in the future. With this in mind, he glanced at his list of contracted beasts. Only the Little Earth Spirit remained at diamond quality. If he could elevate it to the saint level, it would indeed be a significant advancement. Contemplating this, Lin Xian smiled. Just because there was only one in the past, doesn't mean there one TB now. There is still a chance to become a saint-level beastmaster. Shouldn't you return and strive diligently for a top 10 position? Don't even mention it. Ma scoffed at Lin Xian's suggestion. In this class, aside from you, I can't be defeated by anyone else. The others are merely a bunch of weaklings. Am I supposed to fear them? Seeing her arrogance, Lin Xian shook his head, hoping she would be right. The next morning, everyone gathered at the training ground as usual, eagerly awaiting Instructor Kai to announce the contents of this month's assessment. Indeed, Kai held a document in his hand. However, to everyone's surprise, the document did not contain the assessment details, but instead proclaimed, I hereby announce the rankings for this month's assessment. As Kai read the first line, Lin Xian's classmates erupted in uproar. What? Instructor, are you mistaken? Our assessment hasn't even begun yet. How can you announce the rankings? Irritated by the noise, Kai bellowed, silence. His thunderous voice startled the students into silence. With a cold glance, he continued. This month's assessment has been ongoing since the moment you entered the school. Did you think I sent you to the city walls to slay alien beasts merely for amusement? The rankings for this month are determined by the number of alien beasts you hunted last month. At his words, the majority of students displayed expressions of joy, confident in their bloody battles over the past month. However, a few wore faces of discontent. Had it not been for Kai He's intimidating presence over the past month, they might have protested vehemently. Regretful now, are we? Did you think I wouldn't notice your lackadaisical attitude on the battlefield? Kai He sneered. I couldn't care less about your excuses. The strength you gain is your own. If you can't even take this seriously, then feel free to continue slacking off. Without waiting for a response, he proceeded to announce the rankings. The top 3 positions remained unchanged. Lin Xian held first place, followed closely by Ma, while that fellow Han Xuan retained third place. When Kai He read this name, Lin Xian instinctively glanced towards the edge of the student assembly. There stood a tall, taciturn man. Over the past month, Lin Xian had little interaction with him, only knowing that he came from a modest background, with a platinum-level contracted beast, a tenacious bull. Maintaining third place under these circumstances attested to his dedication in hunting alien beasts. From the 4th position onward, there were significant changes. Luo Xinchi, originally 10th, had successfully climbed to this new rank. This was to be expected. At the start of the term, in order to keep her secret, Bai Hu had held back her strength, which ultimately landed her in the 10th position. She had intended to gradually reveal her abilities once she understood the school's dynamics. However, after being soundly defeated by Lin Xian mid-month, her secret was exposed, eliminating the need for further concealment. She stopped slacking off during her hunts and diligently pursued her goals, rising to 4th place in just half a month. Given a bit more time, surpassing Ma might not be impossible. Lin Xian couldn't help but glance at Luo Xinchi. Noticing his gaze, the white fox squinted her alluring eyes and smiled back at him. Chapter 86. Within the Secret Realm. The subsequent rankings were rather uneventful, mainly comprising the original top 10 students, though the order had shifted. The only surprise for Lin Xian was Lu Qi. Initially, upon entering school, this fellow had provoked Kai He and was consequently relegated to the last place, forced to stay in the doghouse. Surprisingly, after facing the beast tide on the first day, he did not apply for withdrawal. Even after the students who had withdrawn moved out, he remained in the doghouse. According to his own words, he was biding his time and enduring hardship. What the truth of the matter was, Lin Xian could not ascertain. Nevertheless, results spoke volumes, as he unexpectedly leaped to 10th place, just barely qualifying for the opportunity in the Li Pan's secret realm. What an intriguing character, Lin Xian chuckled to himself. Once the rankings were announced, Kai He reiterated the details regarding the Li Pan's secret realm, instructing students wishing to go to the Li Pan's secret realm should arrive at the training ground 1 hour early tomorrow morning. The next day, a large bus was parked at the entrance of the training ground. Lin Xian looked on in confusion and asked Bai Ma, "Isn't the Li Pan's secret realm on campus?" "Of course not," Bai Ma replied, casting him a puzzled glance. Although the secret realm is indeed a valuable resource, it could also pose risks. No school would choose a location right next to a secret realm. "I see," Lin Xian realized. The two quickly boarded the bus. However, to their surprise, aside from their special class members, there were also some unfamiliar faces on board. "What's the deal with this group?" Bai Ma inquired, somewhat befuddled. "They're probably seniors from the magic capital," Lin Xian speculated. "Such a rare opportunity to enter the Li Pan's secret realm. It wouldn't make sense to let just a few freshmen in." Finding a vacant seat near their fellow special class members, they sat down. "Is this the group? The school cut down our second-year slots this year to accommodate this batch of freshmen? They don't look that impressive, do they? It's been said that this is a special training program, but it's really just a way to favor those with connections. They're all second-generation rich kids. Of course, they'll be treated differently." As they settled in, they vaguely overheard such discussions laced with sarcasm. Bai Ma frowned. "These guys have quite the sharp tongues, don't they?" "It's to be expected," Lin Xian replied without so much as blinking. "There are only so many slots available for entering the Li Pan each year. And this year, since we've taken a portion, it's only natural that some feel aggrieved." Even so, Bai Ma shot Lin Xian a glance. "Can you just let it slide? They're just a pack of defeated hounds barking in vain. If young Master Bai is interested, he can go ahead and give them a piece of your mind. As for me, I can't be bothered to pay them any attention." With that, Lin Xian pulled out a bestiary from his bracelet and began to peruse it casually. The necessity of taking a bus indicated that the secret realm was likely not nearby, and he needed some reading material to pass the time. Seeing him like this, Bai Ma, who had initially intended to jump up and argue with them, sat back down. "Fine, let them be." She pulled out an eye mask and promptly fell asleep. The journey continued in silence. The bus soon arrived at its destination, the Li Pan's secret realm. The group stood in neat formation before the portal to the secret realm, led by instructor Kai He. Once everyone had gathered, he began to explain the rules of the Li Pan's secret realm, which piqued Lin Xian's interest as he listened intently. In a nutshell, although the name Carp Pond contains the word pond, it is, in fact, an endless river with no visible endpoints. Within this river resides a peculiar creature known as the koi. Its appearance resembles that of ordinary carp found on Earth, yet its scales are dazzlingly white and immaculate. Upon human interaction, the colors of its scales can vary depending on the individual's aptitude. The black iron grade exhibits a mottled black hue, while the bronze grade displays a pale green, and so forth. Despite the differences in aptitude, the koi inhabiting the carp pond will never grow. Whether of the black iron grade or the diamond grade, they remain perpetually at the rudimentary black iron level, making them easily capturable. The purpose of these koi is straightforward. Consuming a koi of a corresponding aptitude will elevate the aptitude of the contracted beast to match. This implies that if one can capture a koi of the saint grade and feed it to their contracted beast, the latter will immediately attain the saint grade as well. As Kai recited these rules, the senior students listened with familiarity, while the 10 members of the special class, excluding Lin Xian, were nearly ecstatic. Humph, is it really that simple? Bai Ma turned to Lin Xian, a triumphant expression on her face. It seems I will soon bridge the gap between us. To Bai Ma's confidence, Lin Xian remained noncommittal. If it were truly that simple, Lord Dingzheng would not have earned the title of king of the carp pond. Indeed. Kai issued a reminder. Please take heed. Although the koi are relatively weak, the dangers of the carp pond should not be underestimated. The water within is the most comfortable environment for the koi, but for us beast tamers and the exotic creatures from outside, it is akin to poison. You are strictly forbidden from entering the river. Even contracted beasts may only remain submerged for a maximum of 30 minutes at a time. Should this command be violated and result in a downgrade of your contracted beast, you shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing Kai's stern warning, Bai Ma's previously jovial demeanor instantly faded. What do you say now, Bai Ma? Do you still believe that this expedition will allow you to surpass me? Lin Xian asked with a smiling demeanor. Bai Ma turned her head away, choosing not to respond, seemingly embarrassed to let Lin Xian see the awkwardness on her face. After completing the explanation of the rules, Kai did not linger, clearing the path into the secret realm and returning to the bus for a rest. Before Lin Xian and the others could make a move, the senior students closer to the entrance rushed in, as if fearing they would miss the opportunity to catch a saint-grade koi. Let us go. Lin Xian patted Bai Ma on the shoulder, jesting. Our illustrious young master Bai is destined to become the second king of the carp pond. We mustn't waste any time. Mind your own business. Bai Ma retorted, feeling a mix of annoyance and embarrassment as she shook off his hand and entered alone. Lin Xian shook his head, following after her. Upon stepping through the teleportation gate, Lin Xian found himself before a shimmering river, its expanse stretching endlessly in both directions. The students who had entered before them had vanished, leaving only an unending mist behind. Lin Xian did not immediately attempt to capture a koi. Instead, he ventured into the fog but found himself unable to step away from the riverbank. Thus, he relinquished that effort and redirected his attention to the river. Beneath the clear surface, the koi with their pristine white scales swam rapidly in unison, as if there were a mythical dragon gate waiting for them ahead. Chapter 87. A significant advantage. Lin Xian directed his little fire feather into the water, casually plucking a koi, and used the all-knowing eye to examine it. Koi. Attribute, dragon. Aptitude, black iron. Rank, black iron level 1. Status, eager. Skills, none. Optimal evolution path, none. As he perused the relevant information, the scales of the koi in his hand gradually took on a mottled black hue. Contrary to Kai's earlier assertions. Well, as I suspected, Lin Xian murmured. It was only through contact that one could discern the koi's aptitude. This haphazard method of identification poses a considerable inconvenience for the average beast tamers. Their contracted beasts can only remain submerged for half an hour at a time, after which they must rest for another half hour to expel toxins before returning to the water. Given the koi's swift movements, the number of koi they could catch in that half-hour window would be exceedingly limited. If luck were to fail them, they might end up with only black iron-grade koi. This back and forth would effectively waste a full hour. Considering that they could only remain in the carp pond secret realm for a single day, how many hours could they afford to squander? It is no wonder that, after so many years of discovery, only Dingzheng emerged as the king of the carp pond. Yet Lin Xian was unfazed by this inexplicable mechanism. He gazed at the ceaselessly flowing river, and with each koi he spotted, the all-knowing eye promptly provided feedback. Bronze grade, silver grade, black iron grade, bronze grade. The koi's concealed aptitudes lay bare before him. This meant he need not sift through the waters like others in a desperate search, noting that all the koi were swimming in the same direction. He could simply remain stationary and observe all the koi throughout the day. What could possibly hinder him from finding a saint-grade koi? With a chuckle, Lin Xian brushed his hair back, pondering that perhaps this task was not so daunting after all. Speaking softly to himself, he moved against the current of the koi, walking and observing. Compared to remaining still, this approach undoubtedly enhanced his search efficiency, allowing him to locate a Saint-grade koi sooner. Such precious treasures would surely be few in number, and if another fortunate soul were to seize them first, Lin Xian would be furious. Though his search efficiency had improved, he soon found himself somewhat exasperated. As he ventured further, all he encountered were koi of inferior aptitude. He had scarcely spotted a few silver-grade ones. Is my luck just that poor? He wondered, perplexed. After progressing a bit further, Lin Xian finally made a discovery. But it was not a koi, it was fellow students from the special class. Among them was a familiar face, Lu Qi, who had clawed his way up from the bottom ranks. Just as he was about to greet them, he suddenly noticed several senior students approaching. Hey, who gave you permission to fish here? This spot was discovered by us first. Exactly. Hurry up and leave before we get angry. The members of the special class initially assumed they had inadvertently encroached on someone else's territory, so they began packing up to depart. However, to their surprise, the senior students were not satisfied. One of them glanced at Lu Qi's bucket filled with koi and his eyes lit up. You can go, but first leave behind the fish you caught here. He gestured to his companions, and they echoed, that's right. This fishing spot belongs to us, and the fish you've caught should be ours. Upon hearing their remarks, Lin Xian's classmates swiftly discerned the ill intentions of the newcomers. These individuals were evidently seeking trouble. Lu Qi, an exceptional talent with a distinguished background, had once dared to speak up against Instructor Kai during their enrollment. How could he possibly endure humiliation in such a situation? He took the initiative to confront them, demanding, are you here to stir up trouble? Naturally, those who associated with Lu Qi shared a similar caliber and rallied in support, exclaiming, if you intend to steal, why not just come out and say so? What a charade. At our age, we ceased engaging in such pretentious antics long ago. Do you really think a mere platinum-quality koi could lure us in? How amusing. Their words mercilessly ridiculed the senior students, dismantling their facade. They were correct. The leading senior had indeed spotted the koi radiating a platinum glow in Lu Qi's water barrel, prompting the sudden decision to rob them. Now exposed, he seethed with humiliation. You. He pointed at Lu Qi and the others. A twisted smile on his face as he commanded his contracted beast to advance, saying, very well. As you wish. All of you better behave. Hand over that koi. Or else. He chuckled ominously. You'll get a taste of this river's depths. Lu Qi, of course, would not acquiesce, retorting. Then I'm eager to see if you possess the ability. To everyone's surprise, he directed his contracted beast to charge forward. The others, witnessing Lu Qi's reaction, promptly commanded their own beasts to join the fray. The senior students, not to be outdone, ordered their contracted beasts into the melee. In an instant, chaos erupted along the riverbank, with beasts clashing relentlessly. Regrettably, the battlefield dynamics were swiftly becoming one-sided. Although the members of the special class possessed extraordinary contracted beasts, their partnership was still relatively new. Lu Qi, the leader, was merely at the bronze 3rd level, while the others fared even worse, mostly at bronze 1st level, with one still at the black iron tier. In contrast, the senior students had significantly more training time, with the weakest among them at silver 1st level. The leader, despite having a contracted beast of only golden quality, boasted the highest level, silver 5th tier, dominating the scene. Such a disparity in strength rendered the outcome all too predictable, and indeed, within 5 minutes, the contracted beasts of Lu Qi and his companions lay defeated on the ground, gritting their teeth in fury. They glared at the senior students, but could muster no further resistance. Humph, I thought you were formidable, but you're merely a bunch of lackeys? I truly don't understand why the school allocated spots to you worthless individuals. Need I say more? It's obvious you all come from privileged backgrounds. Having bought your way in, one member of the special class, blushing with embarrassment from the mockery, retorted, you've had such a head start, and still only possess this level of strength. What is there to be proud of? Seeing the audacity of their retort, the senior students grew even bolder. The leader, Xuan, stepped closer and kicked him down, saying, you realize you lag behind us by so much, yet you dare to be so arrogant? If you can't even recognize your own limitations, what else could you be but worthless? He vented the fury ignited by their taunts. The other senior students laughed momentarily before one remarked, hey, Xuan, isn't it time we tossed them into the river to feed the fish? We can't waste precious time on these minnows. Hearing this, the leader, Xuan, smirked, ceasing his mockery. Since you recognize the waste of time, hurry up and help me out. Doing this dirty work alone is exhausting. Seeing that they genuinely intended to discard them into the river, the members of the special class grew anxious. They vividly recalled the venomous words spoken by Kai He. Lu Qi's expression darkened. Do you dare lay a hand on us? Aren't you afraid the school will hold you accountable? Huh, Xuan scoffed. Now you plead for mercy? But don't worry, once you're dead, how could the school ever know who did it? He shrugged. This secret realm has no surveillance. It was evident that Xuan was no stranger to such actions, handling them with unnerving ease. After uttering this, he disregarded the frantic cries of the group, directing his contracted beast to hoist them up, preparing to throw them. Suddenly, a mocking voice interjected, "Ah, the quality of education at the prestigious magic capital university truly fails when it produces scoundrels such as you." The speaker was none other than Lin Xian. He had initially wished to remain uninvolved in this nonsensical dispute, standing aside as he awaited the conclusion of the bullying. However, witnessing the senior students prepare to commit murder left him astounded. He never expected them to exhibit such audacity. Though not well acquainted, he could not stand idly by as his classmates faced peril. Thus, he stepped forward. Upon hearing Lin Xian's voice, Xuan frowned and turned. Recognizing Lin Xian as a fellow freshman, he chuckled, "Another meddlesome fool." The others joined in laughter. These freshmen seemed to be cut from the same cloth. They all possess an inexplicable bravado about their abilities, but where does it stem from? Perhaps from Liang Jingru. At this jest, their laughter echoed. Once they had finished, Xuan commanded, "Someone, toss him into the river too. We can't let him leak any information later." Observing their nonchalant demeanor, Lin Xian shook his head in resignation. It was no wonder the school had specifically recruited them. It turned out that the seniors were nothing but trash. Thus, he ceased further dialogue, mentally connecting with his contracted beast, Xiaohuiyu, to prepare a powerful fire blast. Although the group held Lin Xian in contempt, they still possessed a basic sense of awareness. Yet, even as they sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the fireball, they were unwilling to believe it. They could not fathom that a newcomer like Lin Xian could effortlessly unleash a skill that instilled such trepidation. Just bluster. Come and die, one of them commanded, directing a moose to charge at Lin Xian. Initially, Lu Qi felt a rush of relief upon seeing Lin Xian, but his heart sank as he witnessed the seniors targeting him. "Lin Xian, get out of the way. That moose has a powerful charging skill. Why evade?" Lin Xian dismissed the concern, saying, "Just watch." As soon as he finished speaking, the fireball from Xiaohuiyu hurtled toward the charging moose. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated as the riverbank erupted into a rapidly repairing crater. The moose, bloodied and battered, was flung backward, crashing at its owner's feet. How is this possible? The individual beside Xuan dropped his captive, squinting toward Lin Xian, lost in thought. The stunned attacker could only stare in disbelief at the contracted beast lying at his feet. Lin Xian had witnessed this scene countless times. Each of his defeated adversaries had echoed such cries upon their downfall. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he issued a flurry of commands through their mental connection. The little fire feather danced incessantly, surrounded by fireballs, as flaming crows soared forth, charging towards Xuan and his companions. His eyes shimmered with a brilliant yellow flame, glaring at the other contracted beasts that dared to obstruct his path. Simultaneously, his mouth slightly parted as the tidal flame wave rapidly took form, engulfing all within its reach, be they human or beast. Such audacity from mere fire element contracted beasts. Xuan snorted coldly, directing the nearby contracted beast to advance. It bore azure scales, with wisps of water flowing around it, clearly a water attribute creature. Emerald wave, rise. With Xuan's command, a wave of water materialized from beneath the contracted beast's feet, gradually expanding to create a one-sided water barrier that surged towards Lin Xian. The barrier seemed intent on blocking Lin Xian's assault in its entirety. Lin Xian smirked. It had been a long time since he had encountered such bravery. As he spoke, the fireballs, flaming crows, and the tidal wave collided with the water curtain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Steam rose, obscuring Lin Xian's vision. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for cries of agony soon echoed from Xuan's direction. It hurts so much. Xinggu, save me. Quickly, the steam dissipated, revealing individuals and contracted beasts rolling on the ground, their bodies covered in painful burns and blisters. Lu Qi and the others had deftly rolled aside when Lin Xian and Xuan had clashed, thus evading the onslaught of the little fire feather. At that moment, witnessing the grim fate of Xuan's group, they collectively inhaled sharply. Lin Xian, or rather, Xinggu, is truly formidable. Lu Qi murmured instinctively. Indeed, his companion concurred. To easily overcome a silver-tier beast master was astonishing. Even a contracted beast of saint-tier aptitude was beyond belief. Could it be that Xianji's Firebird is also of silver tier? How could that be? We train diligently every day and have only just entered bronze tier. Even if Xinggu is a prodigy, the growth of a contracted beast requires time. Does it not? How could it possibly surpass ours by such a margin? Could it be a matter of skill proficiency? But to achieve such a level, what would the proficiency need to be? B level? Or C level? No one had the answers. The group stood in silence for a long while, gazing at the gruesome scene unfolding before them. Lin Xian observed for a moment, confirming that Xuan and his comrades were utterly incapable of resistance, before leisurely strolling over. The collision of the flame barrier and the water curtain had created a momentary zone of high-pressure steam. Subsequently, the little fire feather's assault obliterated the water barrier summoned by Xuan's contracted beast, continuing forward to strike them. Given their circumstances, it was a testament to the resilience of a silver-tier beast master that they could preserve their lives. Listening to their anguished cries, Lin Xian felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Rather than mock them in their misfortune, he called out to Lu Qi, "Why are you still dawdling? Come over and lend a hand." Lu Qi pointed at himself, uncertainty etched on his face. "Of course, you expect me to avenge you." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, they grasped the situation and hurried over. "Xinge, what shall we do?" "What shall we do?" Lin Xian asked in confusion, surprised they did not know how to retaliate. "Slap them, stomp on them, spit on them. Do as you please. Just remember to destroy the evidence afterwards." Lu Qi was taken aback. "You mean, we have to kill them?" Not only Lu Qi, but the others beside him also looked at Lin Xian with incredulity. "What the heck?" Lin Xian was equally astonished. "Come on. These people just attempted to kill you. Are you really considering letting them go free? Where is your noble demeanor? What about that audacity to stir up trouble for no reason?" He had not anticipated that these individuals would entertain such bewildering thoughts, utterly failing to comprehend the importance of eradicating a threat at its roots. Lin Xian could not accept this. Allowing these rascals to return alive would undoubtedly invite a myriad of troubles, not to mention the potential for vicious retaliation from these petty individuals. The school's accountability would pose significant issues as well. "I'm telling you, if you lack the courage to kill them, I shall do it myself." The expressions on their faces were still conflicted, but Lin Xian continued with a smile. "However, to prevent any leaks of information, I must." His smile abruptly turned cold. "Dispose of you all as well." Chapter 89. The Law-Abiding Young Master. Faced with Lin Xian's grave threat, Lu Qi and the others dared not hesitate any longer. They quickly moved to the side, suppressing their nausea as they lifted Xuan and his companions, preparing to toss them into the river. The toxic waters would soon claim their lives. In the carp pond, there was no better method for obliterating evidence. The others, tormented by pain to the brink of delirium, offered little resistance. However, Xuan was different. As the highest-ranking beast master among them, he possessed the strongest physique. Thus his injuries were relatively less severe. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words and witnessing Lu Qi and the others' actions, he grew frantic, shouting, "Hey, you can't do this. I am your senior. How can you kill me? Let me go?" After shouting for a long time without response, his tone shifted to a pitiful plea, tinged with tears. Please spare me. I'm still so young. I don't want to die like this. I beg you, kind sirs. Have mercy and let me go." Lin Xian ignored him entirely. Yet Lu Qi began to feel irritated. He recalled his own pleas for mercy earlier and juxtaposed that with Xuan's earlier arrogance. In contrast to the current scene, Xuan's pathetic state made Lu Qi's previous weakness seem almost comical. Thus, he grinned, holding Xuan's head before his own eyes and said, "When we were begging for mercy, I don't recall you showing us any kindness. Now that it's your turn, you expect special treatment?" Seeing Lu Qi willing to engage in conversation, Xuan disregarded the mockery and forced a smile. "Little brother, oh no, big brother, I truly beg you, spare my life. I have several younger siblings at home, and an elderly father with disabilities. They rely on me to survive. If you let me go, I promise, no, I swear, I will never pursue this matter again. I will absolutely not cause you any trouble." While uttering these insincere words, Xuan contemplated, fortunately, they are merely a group of newly minted beast masters. They are evidently not that ruthless. Their willingness to converse implies there is room for negotiation. If I can just placate them and save my life, once I return to school, I shall report each of them one by one, and then I will trample that meddlesome fellow underfoot. Bit by bit, I will peel his flesh away. With this thought, the fire in Xuan's heart was somewhat alleviated. He carefully concealed the cold glint in his eyes, eagerly awaiting Lu Qi's response while contemplating his next move. According to his predictions, Lu Qi would undoubtedly belittle him with scornful remarks, reducing him to a mere wretch, inferior to swine and dogs. Yet, ultimately, he would release him. Thus, although he would endure some humiliation, he would at least manage to survive. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Lu Qi showed no inclination to engage in conversation, merely erupting into laughter before despondently stating, "Conversing with someone like you is utterly tedious." With that, he forcefully hurled Xuan away. As he soared through the air, Xuan's mind was engulfed in confusion. What was happening? Hadn't he just been a feeble novice beastmaster? How could he act with such decisiveness? Why was he unwilling to hear me out for a moment longer? A multitude of questions surged through his mind incessantly. Yet, He had no time for further contemplation. The frigid river water engulfed him, and soon, the last vestiges of his consciousness faded away. The others, witnessing Lu Qi's actions, promptly discarded their captives into the flowing waters of the carp pond. Hearing several splashes echoing in succession, Lin Xian approached with a smile. He patted the shoulders of his companions, exclaiming, "Excellent. You have successfully taken the first step towards becoming beastmasters." Observing their still troubled expressions, Lin Xian remarked in astonishment, "Really? Aren't you all scions of influential families? Must you adhere so strictly to the rules? Can such trivial matters distress you for so long?" His words elicited a disdainful smirk from Lu Qi. He wanted to retort, "You seem even more like a rogue scion than we do." However, intimidated by Lin Xian's imposing presence, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead listening quietly as Lin Xian continued, "Let me tell you. Do not entertain thoughts of returning to school to confess for leniency. The bloodshed was at your own hands. I had no part in it. Even if you turned yourselves in, you would only be imprisoned." Lin Xian incessantly distanced himself from the incident. Lu Qi's mouth twitched in irritation. "Brother Xian, you didn't summon us here to dispose of bodies just for don't spout nonsense." Lin Xian interjected, waving his hands. "This was all you're doing. I had no involvement." Ultimately, the students, fearing Lin Xian, chose to part ways immediately after the scene was cleared, anxious that he might concoct further schemes against them. Lin Xian himself was quite pleased with this outcome. He had no intention of dragging along any burdens. Following their brief exchange, he believed these individuals would not easily betray him. Thus, he continued along the path he had come from. Time passed, and as he passed a massive rock by the riverside, he sat down, weariness etched across his face. Is it truly so difficult to find a koi with saintly aptitude? I've been wandering for nearly a day and have yet to see even a single strand. Unable to contain his frustration, he let loose a string of profanities. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous classmates and upperclassmen, and had seen countless koi swimming about. Yet, not a single one possessed decent aptitude. Saintly aptitude? None. Diamond-grade aptitude? Also absent. After traversing for half a day, he had only spotted a handful of platinum-grade koi. What good was that? Among his classmates who could afford to pay, even the least of their contracted beasts boasted platinum-grade aptitude. Such koi, if caught, would fetch little in terms of profit. Was his thinking flawed? Lying on the boulder, he squinted at the unmoving sun above, pondering deeply. Yet, that shouldn't be the case. Everyone else had entered without any special provisions, and his search efficiency was far superior to theirs. Why was it that previous individuals could pluck diamond-grade koi from the sea like fish in a barrel? Was it merely that their luck surpassed his? Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Lin Xian picked up a stone and tossed it into the relentless river. Watching as the koi leapt from the water, startled by the stone, a sudden epiphany struck him. Luck, after all, is merely luck. Koi represent fortune, do they not? To capture koi of exceptional quality, one must surely be a fisherman blessed with extraordinary luck. Chapter 90. From receiving government aid at dawn to becoming the king of the carp pond by dusk. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, even if the odds of encountering a diamond-grade koi were slim, with his scale of netting, he should have caught at least a couple. Moreover, there were real-life examples to substantiate his thoughts. The renowned king of the carp pond, Ding Zhong, was famously fortunate. Rumor had it that he was born in the outskirts of Huagua, into a destitute family, unable to attend school, and had to rely on assisting local beastmaster groups to make a living. Before becoming a beastmaster, he had to survive on government aid. However, everything changed when he turned 18. With his innocent demeanor, he caught the eye of a wealthy woman traveling through the area, who granted him an opportunity to contract a beast. It was this chance that set the wheels of fate in motion, leading him onto a completely different path. In truth, Ding Zheng did not perform exceptionally well during this contracting opportunity, securing only an ordinary snow leopard of gold-grade aptitude. Yet, perhaps due to his innocent appearance, humble background, or the government's desire to cultivate ties with border citizens, he was promoted as a motivational figure, receiving extensive publicity and even being encouraged to participate in various international events. Following this, investors, like sharks sensing blood, flocked to him, bringing with them resources unimaginable to the average person. Access to the carp pond was among these privileges. The rest, as they say, is history. Ding Zheng, as always, was favored by destiny, and he promptly captured a koi of saintly aptitude. He soared to greatness along the path of a saint-level beastmaster. Who could see such a person and not declare him a fortunate soul? With his thoughts finally aligned, Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement. He sat up straight, placing the small fire feather on his shoulder and summoning the plump and white spirit of ginseng from his beast space. Indeed, it was this very spirit. It possessed the extraordinary skill of favor of fate. It was due to this skill that the spirit had managed to ascend directly to saintly aptitude within the primordial sea spring. With such a divine ability at his disposal, surely he could encounter Dingzheng. The more he imagined, the more exhilarated he became, feeling the fatigue in his body dissipate. He tucked the spirit into his embrace and leapt down from the boulder, continuing along the riverbank. As he walked, he observed the countless koi swimming in the waters. To an ordinary person, these gleaming white koi appeared radiant, but to Lin Xian, their aptitudes were vividly discernible. Ah, there it is, with the spirit by his side. The effect was indeed remarkable. Not long after, Lin Xian discovered a koi with diamond-grade aptitude. That little creature, maintaining the same appearance as the other koi, swam at a similar pace in the same direction. Ha! Lin Xian affectionately patted the bewildered spirit's head, declaring, "Today, you are the true hero. When we return, I'll treat you to a feast." With that, he could no longer contain his excitement and directed the small fire feather on his shoulder to go forth and capture the prize. Little fire feather did not plunge into the water. Instead, a pair of bright crimson eyes fixated on the target designated by Lin Xian. At the opportune moment, it swooped down. In the blink of an eye, its razor-sharp claws pierced the river, accurately grasping the koi. Even before little fire feather descended, the diamond koi seemed to sense the impending danger. It swam forward with a speed surpassing that of ordinary koi, attempting to evade the attack. However, it was in vain. Despite its remarkable swiftness among koi, it was still only at the black iron level, even within the familiar waters of the koi pond. How could it possibly outpace the saint-tier little fire feather? Ultimately, it could not escape the clutches of little fire feather. Within mere breaths, little fire feather landed joyfully beside Lin Xian, clutching the koi. Its strength was impeccably controlled. Though it held the koi firmly, it inflicted no harm. By the time it reached Lin Xian's hands, the koi was still lively, struggling weakly. However, its efforts were feeble, easily subdued by Lin Xian, a silver-tier beast master. He retrieved a water bucket specifically designed for koi from the spatial bracelet gifted by the school and tossed the fish inside. This diamond-tier koi held little value for Lin Xian himself. However, it was immensely beneficial for the unfortunate wealthy classmates who had only contracted platinum-tier beasts. Opportunities to enhance the quality of contracted beasts were already rare, not to mention the chance to elevate a platinum-tier beast to diamond-tier. For an ordinary person, this could be described as a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Thus, if he could take it out and sell it to them, a fortune would be easily within reach. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the money beckoning to him. It wasn't that he was greedy or obsessed with wealth. Rather, it stemmed from the stark reality of his own poverty. Logically speaking, the school covering all of Little Fire Feather's growth resources should have significantly alleviated his financial burdens. Yet, with the rise and strength of his other contracted beasts, the resources required for their continued growth had become increasingly exorbitant. Not to mention, the addition of a new member to his family. If not for the fact that the magic dragon had minimal demands for various materials, Lin Xian would truly be at his wit's end. Therefore, upon entering the koi pond, Lin Xian's focus was not solely on the saint-tier koi. He was equally intent on securing the diamond-tier koi. Excellent. Maintain this momentum and continue fishing. Hoisting the water bucket, he proceeded along the riverbank. However, after only a few steps, an unexpected visitor emerged from the mist along the shore. It boasted a coat as pristine as koi scales, with a robust physique and striking handsomeness. Its forehead and neck were adorned with numerous dazzling pearls. Its long tail swayed gracefully, stirring the air and slightly dispersing the mist behind it. It was a white horse, more formidable than a unicorn. Whose contracted beast was this? Lin Xian pondered, perplexed as to why it was alone here. He glanced around but saw no sign of a potential owner. Could it be a wild beast? But how could that be? Hadn't Instructor Kai mentioned that the secret realm contained countless koi? Lin Xian's mind was awash with doubts. He recalled the scene he had just witnessed. The pearl-white horse emerging from the mist. Initially, he thought he might have misseen, but now he considered it more seriously. Under the weight of his contemplation, Lin Xian activated All-Knowing Eye and was met with astonishing information. Holy Pegasus. Attribute: Holy. Qualification: Tier. Status: Skills. Optimal evolution path. Remarks: a beast left behind by the former master of the koi pond. It guards the true koi pond hidden within the secret realm. By nature, it is loyal and adheres to the commands of its former master. However, having resided in one place for centuries, it has grown weary. Its greatest wish is to leave this place and gaze upon the outside world once more. All question marks? Lin Xian nearly exclaimed in disbelief. This was utterly absurd. At least he could discern the tier of Kai He's platinum tier beast. So how formidable must this white horse be? Diamond tier? Or even holy tier? Chapter 91, The Savage Pearl Horse. Lin Xian was momentarily astonished beyond measure. He stood frozen, gazing at the majestic pearl-white horse, paralyzed with shock. He could hardly fathom that such a beast would appear within the koi pond's secret realm. At the very least, it was a diamond-tier beast. A mere wave of its hand could easily end his life. Lin Xian felt an overwhelming urge to flee, to distance himself from the pearl-white horse. However, how could a mere silver-tier beast master outrun a diamond-tier beast? Moreover, this creature was renowned for its speed. Even if Lin Xian sprinted for 10 minutes, he would likely be effortlessly caught up to, only to have his skull crushed beneath its hooves, meeting a swift demise. Given such circumstances, how could he dare to make any sudden movements? Damn it! Lin Xian felt an inexplicable surge of frustration. Had no one ever encountered such a colossal horse before? How could the school be completely unaware, offering no warnings whatsoever? Were they sending students into danger without a second thought? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn. While turmoil swirled within him, the pearl-white horse remained unperturbed. It merely extended its head, elegantly lapping at the river water, tossing its flowing mane. Suddenly, Lin Xian heard a voice in his mind. Human, did you just catch a diamond-tier koi? Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. This was a common method of communication among beasts, allowing for the bypassing of linguistic barriers. Previously, Ergo had used this method as well, so he was not surprised. However, this was not good news for Lin Xian. It implied that the holy Pegasus possessed intelligence. Intelligence meant it would not be easily deceived. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise here. Thus, regarding this obvious query, Lin Xian dared not withhold the truth, replying, "Yes, if you have a need. I can offer it to you." With that, he extended his hand forward. The pearl-white horse indeed showed interest in the koi in Lin Xian's hand. It did not hesitate. With a graceful flick of its pristine tail, the koi leaped from the water, slowly floating toward the horse. Accurately opening its mouth, it swallowed the koi, licking its lips contentedly and emitting a soft sigh of satisfaction. It has truly been a long time since I savored such a delicacy. A koi of this qualification is difficult for even me to catch. You, human, must truly be favored by fate. Hearing these words, Lin Xian felt somewhat speechless. According to the description from All-Knowing Eye, this creature was the guardian of the koi pond. Yet now, it referred to the koi within the river as a delicacy. It was clearly a habitual offender, stealing from its own domain. Lin Xian was at a loss for where to start with his sarcasm. Just as he prepared to nonchalantly brush off the topic of fate, the pearl-white horse suddenly made a shocking statement. Yet in my eyes, your fortune appears to be merely that of an ordinary person. Could it be? What abilities do you possess to attract good fortune? Though it was a question, the tone suggested that the white horse was rather certain. Lin Xian, caught off guard by the revelation of his secret, felt a tumult of suspicion in his heart. Could this wretched creature have discerned something? He feared that the white horse was merely toying with him, unwilling to divulge easily. Scratching his head as a diversion, he sought a suitable excuse. Yet, the voice of the white horse echoed once more in his mind. Stop pondering. Hand over that little fellow you're clutching. Lin Xian abruptly raised his gaze, only to find the pearl-white horse had turned its head towards him at some point. Its luminous eyes fixated on him, a hint of human-like mockery curling at the corners of its mouth. Realization dawned on Lin Xian. This creature had been aware of the presence of the spirit from the very beginning. The pretense of fish-catching was merely a ruse. It had come for the spirit. He forced a smile and replied, I am curious about your intentions regarding this little one. Before he could finish, the pearl-white horse lunged forward, trampling him beneath its hooves in the blink of an eye. The disparity in their ranks was overwhelming. Even a mere kick from the horse rendered Lin Xian's bones nearly pulverized. The pearl-white horse loomed over him, laughing maniacally. It appears you are quite reluctant to part with it. Then do not blame me for taking matters into my own hooves. Agonized, Lin Xian's expression contorted as he spat forth a mouthful of crimson blood. He had never anticipated that the previously amicable pearl-white horse would so swiftly turn hostile. Lin Xian refrained from summoning his contract beast. He understood that, against such an adversary, the power of his diminutive companions would be futile. Summoning them would only lead to their demise. In this perilous moment, he had no choice but to rely solely on himself. Yet, before he could devise a countermeasure, the pearl-white horse crushed his left hand beneath its hoof, reducing it to a bloody pulp. Hearing his agonizing screams, the horse remarked, You are truly bothersome. In the past, every human I encountered in the secret realm treated me as if I were a mindless lackey, carelessly shouting threats. Devouring them posed no challenge for me. But you, from the moment we met, you cowered in fear, forcing me to expend effort to provoke your defiance. With a fierce expression, the horse demanded, Tell me, should you not perish? Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Lin Xian was incapable of responding. The agony he endured ignited a fierce resolve within him. He had never harbored such intense hatred for any creature. Now, his mind fixated on a singular thought. I must slay this wretched beast. Yet, before he could enact his vengeance, he needed to first ensure his survival beneath the horse's hooves. Seeing Lin Xian's lack of response, the pearl-white horse grew bored and prepared to lift its hoof to crush his skull. However, Lin Xian suddenly stammered. Do you wish to leave? Do you desire to escape this secret realm? I can assist you. This notion had just struck him. From the feedback of the omniscient eye, he knew that the pearl-white horse yearned to exit the secret realm. If he could capture its attention on this front, there might be room for negotiation. But contrary to Lin Xian's expectations, upon broaching the subject, the pearl-white horse grew even more furious. You dare mention this matter? It stomped down on Lin Xian's left calf. Do you humans truly think I am easily deceived? Attempting the same trick on me twice. Who do you look down upon? In a fit of rage, the horse did not immediately crush Lin Xian's leg, but rather controlled its force, relentlessly grinding it down, continually stimulating Lin Xian's pain receptors, intent on inflicting the utmost torment. The sheer intensity of this suffering elicited anguished cries from Lin Xian. He could never have anticipated that a suggestion aimed at exploiting weaknesses would provoke such wrath from the beast. He was oblivious to which human had wronged it in the past, but he understood that in moments like these, he could not falter. Should he show any sign of weakness, he would lose any chance of intimidating the pearl-white horse. The only outcome then would be his demise. Thus, gritting his teeth against the agony, Lin Xian shouted, I care not what was done to you by others, but I speak only the truth. I can lead you out. Or to phrase it differently, I am your sole means of escape. Should you dare to kill me, prepare yourself to languish in this decrepit secret realm for another 1,000 years. Chapter 92, Animal Friends. After delivering his fierce proclamation, the expression on the pristine horse's face remained unchanged. It halted its hoof, fixing its gaze upon Lin Xian's eyes, seemingly attempting to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. Lin Xian, undeterred, bore the pain while meeting its gaze with defiance. The two, a man and a horse, engaged in a silent standoff. After what felt like an eternity, the pearl-white horse finally snorted disdainfully. How am I to trust you? Very well, a contract. Let us forge a soul pact. Lin Xian had anticipated this, responding intermittently. Isn't this the very method your kind most often employs? The pearl-white horse regarded his suggestion with contempt. I am well aware of the possibility of a soul pact, but your human souls are far too fragile. Aside from the initial beast taming contract, they cannot sustain any further agreements. Had it been otherwise, how could I have been deceived by that despicable member of your kind last time? Mentioning the trickster ignited the horse's fury anew, snorting aggressively. It ultimately refrained from further tormenting Lin Xian. They are not me, Lin Xian exclaimed, attempting to prop himself up on his still-functioning right hand. However, the excruciating pain caused his arm to give way, and he collapsed back to the ground. Clenching his teeth, he stifled any further cries of anguish. Observing his predicament, the pearl-white horse sneered, You are no different from those feeble humans. Lin Xian chose not to respond, opting instead to conserve his strength. Through a mental connection, he directed the trembling spirit within his embrace to heal him. His left hand and foot, reduced to mere pulp, rendered the life essence, healing ability nearly ineffective. In a bid to expedite Lin Xian's recovery, the little spirit grimaced as it severed its own pudgy left hand and foot, applying them to Lin Xian's wounds. Subsequently, it activated shape for shape. Emerald light enveloped Lin Xian, focusing on his left hand and foot. Almost instantaneously, flesh and bone began to sprout from his wounds, intertwining and forming. First the bones, followed by flesh, and finally, smooth skin. Within mere moments, Lin Xian was restored to his former self. Throughout this process, the pearl-white horse refrained from interference, merely observing with interest as the spirit worked. Once the spirit finished its healing and returned to Lin Xian's embrace, the pearl-white horse remarked, Your contract, beast, is quite intriguing. It is no wonder you are reluctant to part with it. You flatter me, Lin Xian gasped, finally managing to sit upright. But you should be aware. As well, the horse stepped closer, its face hovering near Lin Xian's eye level. Even if your body is in perfect condition, you cannot escape from my grasp. I advise you to refrain from entertaining any misguided thoughts. Lin Xian, of course, had no such intentions. He explained, How could I dare to think that way? My primary concern is to heal myself, purely to facilitate our conversation. You wouldn't want me to suddenly expire mid-sentence, would you? The pearl-white horse snorted coldly. Humph. It is best that way. Now, can you reveal what distinguishes you from others? Certainly, Lin Xian replied, no longer playing coy, as he summoned the little fire feather that had long been concealed within the beast control space. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the contracted beast, the pearl-white horse narrowed its eyes, a glimmer of sharp coldness flashing within. Are you planning to strike? Of course not. Lin Xian waved his hands repeatedly. As you can see, this is my second contracted beast. My soul's strength far exceeds that of an ordinary person. If I can endure this second beast contract, naturally, I can also forge a soul contract with you. Thus, you might begin to trust me a little, correct? Lin Xian was acutely aware that this was his unique advantage in this world. No one else could withstand the soul pressure of multiple contracts. No one else could earn the trust of the Pearl White Horse. It was precisely for this reason that he had dared to speak so boldly before. After hearing Lin Xian's explanation, the Pearl White Horse displayed no change in expression. However, Lin Xian understood that it had begun to waver. After being confined here for countless years, how could it possibly let go of this rare opportunity to escape its shackles? Sure enough, before long, the Pearl White Horse spoke up. What exactly do you plan to do? Lin Xian shrugged. You have been trapped here for so long. I presume you know better than I how to escape. Just tell me what you need me to do, and I will do my utmost to comply. Humph. Cunning. The Pearl White Horse exhaled through its nostrils. It indeed had a method to escape, but it required the execution of an outsider. Yet, it was still displeased. The sensation of being seen through was most uncomfortable. Thus, it coldly stated, I have a way to break free, but with your current strength, it is far from sufficient. You must first leave, wait for 5 years. No, 3 years. Once you have gained sufficient strength, return, and I will teach you how to proceed. May I be so bold as to inquire? Lin Xian smiled. What exactly constitutes sufficient strength? The Pearl White Horse snorted twice and scoffed. Not much. Given the intensity of this secret realm, you simply need one of your contracted beasts to advance to diamond rank. 3 years to cultivate a bronze rank contracted beast to diamond rank. For anyone, this would be deemed an impossible feat. Even the most exceptional geniuses among their kind could not achieve such a thing. The Pearl White Horse had set this condition to challenge Lin Xian, forcing him to recognize his predicament. It had prepared itself for Lin Xian to admit his faults and plead for mercy. However, what it did not anticipate was Lin Xian taking a deep breath, calming his emotions, and nodding. Very well, I shall return for you in 3 years. The Pearl White Horse was taken aback, thinking Lin Xian was merely attempting to pull a fast one, and cautioned, you must consider this carefully. I will include this stipulation in the soul contract. Should you fail to meet the deadline, your soul will spontaneously combust and perish. Even so, Lin Xian did not hesitate, declaring, since I have made this promise to you, I fear not the consequences. Let us hasten to sign the contract. In truth, Lin Xian's keen perception allowed him to see through the ulterior motives behind the Pearl White Horse's conditions. Yet he still consented. Why? Simply out of confidence. 3 years to reach diamond rank was a daunting challenge for a typical beastmaster. However, for Lin Xian, who possessed the system's primary beastmaster bonuses, it was merely a moderate challenge. Moreover, he had not stated that he would definitely return to rescue it in 3 years. Lin Xian mused to himself. The immense humiliation he had endured was not something he could easily forget. When he possessed sufficient strength, his first thought would not be to free it from the secret realm, it would be to slay it. Slay it. Yet that was a matter for another time. He cast a subtle glance at the Pearl White Horse, which was diligently drawing the contract symbol array in the ground with its hooves. For now, he would bide his time. Chapter 93, The True Carp Pond. Let us set aside the secret intentions harbored by both man and horse. The agreed-upon soul contract was successfully established. The terms were quite simple. Lin Xian was required to return to the Carp Pond secret realm to rescue it, with the stipulation that failure to do so would result in death. Beyond this, the Pearl White Horse added an additional clause. Until the contract was fulfilled, Lin Xian was forbidden from undertaking any actions that would directly or indirectly harm it. It was evident that it feared Lin Xian might return with others to slay it after he left. This additional clause was of little concern to Lin Xian. It merely meant he would have to take a few extra steps to kill it later. Hence, after confirming with Ergo through their mental connection that the contract symbol array bore no hidden traps, Lin Xian readily signed the contract with the Pearl White Horse. Such a soul contract would naturally intertwine the souls of both parties to a certain extent. During the process, the Pearl White Horse discovered Lin Xian's unique allure to exotic beasts. However, it failed to perceive the divine power that had left Ergo in a state of panic. Thus, Lin Xian could surmise the Pearl White Horse's strength. It seemed it was at most of diamond rank. If it were at the holy rank, it would have been able to recognize the divine power to some degree. Yet, it now appeared in this manner. Lin Xian lifted his head, listening to the Pearl White Horse's laughter as it mocked his alluring constitution, and he too smiled subtly. Diamond rank, indeed. That would make it even easier for me to slay you. With the extraordinary skill proficiency of his contracted beasts, he would be nearly invincible among the same rank. When he returned to confront this creature, the dynamics of their relationship would surely shift dramatically. The Pearl White Horse, of course, was oblivious to the sinister thoughts swirling in Lin Xian's mind. It busied itself cleansing its fur, tainted by Lin Xian's blood and flesh, in the river. Once it had completed this task, Lin Xian approached and inquired, "My esteemed horse lord, you have imposed such a short time frame upon me. Might you offer me some assistance?" Heh. The pearl-white horse chuckled twice, realizing that it could not meet its conditions and could not alter the contract, and thus came to seek my assistance. What happened to your earlier confidence? Where has your bravado gone? Why are you now willing to humble yourself? Another round of merciless mockery ensued. However, Lin Xian, having endured such torment, was unfazed by these verbal jibes. "One cannot say that," Lin Xian replied, shrugging. "After signing the contract, if I rapidly elevate my strength, you too shall reap the benefits. The faster I grow, the sooner you shall be free. Am I not correct?" Upon hearing Lin Xian's explanation, the pearl-white horse felt even more irritable. "Humph, you humans are all too adept at sweet-talking." It glared coldly at Lin Xian for a moment before sternly demanding, "Speak. How do you wish for me to assist you?" Unfazed by the habitual banter of the pearl-white horse, Lin Xian replied with a smile, "It's simple. Lead me to the true carp pond." In the feedback provided by the all-knowing eye, there exists a succinct annotation regarding the so-called true koi pond, the core of the koi pond's secret realm, the origin of 10,000 koi. Upon encountering this elucidation, Lin Xian instinctively felt a premonition that this location would undoubtedly harbor koi of saintly lineage. Thus, after establishing a collaboration with the pearl-white horse, he promptly articulated this request. Upon hearing his words, the pearl-white horse's gaze abruptly turned perilous. "How did you come to know about this true koi pond? I do not recall ever disclosing this to you." Just as Lin Xian was prepared to present the carefully crafted explanation he had rehearsed, the white horse, filled with fury, interjected, "Humph. It must have been that wretched Ding Zheng who informed you, right? You humans all speak sweetly, yet ultimately harbor the same ulterior motives." Ding Laoyi? Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, wondering how the conversation had suddenly veered towards that esteemed, saintly beast master. He felt a twinge of confusion, but quickly recalled the pearl-white horse's earlier mention of having been deceived once. Could it be that the one who had misled it was indeed Ding Zheng? Lin Xian pondered, speculating that the esteemed Ding must have promised to take the pearl-white horse out once it grew powerful, thereby tricking it into opening the gates of the true koi pond, allowing his contracted beast qualifications to ascend to the saintly level. Stealing a glance at the pearl-white horse's ireful countenance, Lin Xian was convinced that his conjecture was strikingly accurate. Its current animosity towards humans likely stemmed from the illustrious achievements of Ding Laoyi. With a sigh, Lin Xian felt somewhat victimized by circumstances beyond his control. Faced with the pearl-white horse's stern interrogation, he hastily sought to distance himself from Ding Laoyi. "You misunderstand. My information comes from the abilities of my contracted beast. It can glean certain insights from the ethereal realm. The existence of the true koi pond was revealed to me by it." He vaguely attributed the powers of the all-knowing eye to his little companion. The pearl-white horse regarded him with a hint of skepticism. "Is that truly the case?" "Of course. That esteemed Ding Laoyi is already a saintly beast master. How could a mere individual like me possibly acquire information from him?" After Lin Xian supplemented his explanations with these statements, the pearl-white horse's demeanor finally softened. The chilling light in its eyes gradually dissipated as it said, "Follow me." With that, it turned away, not along the riverbank nor into the stream, but instead re-entered the mist. Strangely enough, as the pearl-white horse passed, the mist did not close in again, but instead formed a narrow pathway. Observing this scene, Lin Xian hesitated not and followed closely behind. Once he caught up with the pearl-white horse, the dispersing mist recoalesced around them. Enveloped by the fog, Lin Xian's senses were suddenly obscured, causing him to lose all perception of direction. Yet, he felt no fear, casually following the pearl-white horse. Thus, the duo traversed the mist, oblivious to their direction or the distance traveled. Suddenly, the pearl-white horse announced, "We have arrived." Lin Xian snapped back to reality, gazing ahead. Surrounded by an endless expanse of mist, a tranquil and profound pool of water suddenly emerged. The pool measured approximately 20 to 30 meters in width, its depths obscured and dark. Above the surface, a gentle breeze stirred, causing the mist to sway, yet the water remained utterly still, devoid of ripples. The stones lining the shore bore peculiar patterns reminiscent of dragons from the myths of Huagua. All of this indicated the extraordinary nature of this place. Moreover, upon witnessing the pool, Lin Xian's all-knowing eye unexpectedly provided feedback. Koi pond, to protect, guard, and suppress it, that being specifically excavated this pond. Yet, with the passage of time and neglect, it seems to have found an opportunity to break free from its confinement. Lin Xian mused, perplexed. What manner of entity resided within this pool? From the description, it was evident that the being suppressed was not the pearl-white horse. Given its limited strength, it was unlikely to warrant such grandiose confinement. Lin Xian did not shy away from his inquiries and directly asked the pearl white horse, "Is there something being suppressed in this pool?" The pearl white horse displayed clear surprise. "You know of this too?" "Well, my contracted beast, of course." Lin Xian shrugged. The pearl white horse then regarded him with a strange look. "Heh, your contracted beast truly is impressive to discern such hidden truths." Lin Xian merely shrugged again, opting for silence. He did not wish to reveal any weakness to the pearl white horse. The latter, seemingly uninterested in Lin Xian's explanations, continued. "You are correct. A mysterious being is indeed sealed within the pool. Those koi you encountered in the river earlier were manifestations of its power, released in an attempt to escape. Should any of those koi leap over the dragon gate and achieve a certain symbol, it would be able to break free. No wonder." Lin Xian thought, the so-called guardian of this koi pond would view those koi as mere snacks. "Isn't that so?" the pearl white horse remarked. "Those of high qualifications have a far greater chance of leaping over the dragon gate, so naturally, I must eliminate them all. By the way, what exactly is that it? And what is the dragon gate? I have never seen it." The pearl white horse shook its head, but judging by the appearance of these koi, they are likely of the carp variety. As for the dragon gate, it is merely a term. In essence, it refers to the terminus of that river. "I see." Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. In fact, since the discovery of the koi pond's secret realm, no one had ever found the so-called end of the river. If there were truly an end, it would likely only be the exit of the secret realm. Thus, if any koi were to leap over the dragon gate, it would symbolize its power departing from the secret realm, and it would naturally be freed. In that case, those koi must find the exit themselves to count as having leaped over the dragon gate, right? Lin Xian asked. "Is that even a question?" The pearl white horse shot him a sidelong glance. "If not, you humans wouldn't be able to take a single koi out," realizing the truth in its words. Lin Xian awkwardly scratched his head and shifted the topic. "All right, enough of this. Tell me, how can we capture a koi of saintly qualifications? That esteemed Ding Lao you must have received guidance from you to acquire such a divine creature, right? This pool seals it, so it must be exceedingly dangerous." "Fear not," the pearl white horse said nonchalantly. "You will soon witness it." No sooner had it uttered these words than the once tranquil water's surface began to quiver. Circles of ripples radiated outward. Suddenly, countless white koi leapt from the water with a splash. They soared to great heights, but after a brief moment, gravity pulled them back down. However, as they re-entered the pool, they made no splash, as if dissolving into the water itself, vanishing without a trace. "What is this?" Do not be astonished. The pearl white horse is quite accustomed to such scenes. They have merely entered the river. "River?" Lin Xian was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that the koi in that river passed through in this manner? Why else?" Lin Xian's naive expression elicited a disdainful glance from the pearl white horse. It scoffed. "Those koi leaping from the water had ample time for you to catch them, don't you think? Catch them just like that?" Lin Xian's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Fishing for a needle in the ocean? Was that how Ding Zheng managed to capture the holy grade koi? He could scarcely believe it. Yet, the pearl white horse nodded affirmatively. "Of course, that rascal Ding Zheng, despite his dubious character, indeed possesses a stroke of luck. If I hadn't seen him as a person with great fortune, I would not have sought him so readily." These words sent a stampede of thoughts through Lin Xian's mind, leaving him utterly speechless. Even if he exerted great effort to arrive at this genuine koi pond, it still hinged on luck to capture a koi of holy grade potential. What a jest! Gazing at the densely packed school of koi that nearly obscured his vision, Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Given such density, he was uncertain of success. But he decided to give it a try. He held the spirit of participation in his grasp, channeling the strength of favor of destiny. Then, he summoned Xiaohuiyu, instructing it to remain on standby, ready to seize the target at a moment's notice. Subsequently, he activated all-knowing eye, intently observing each wave of koi leaping from the water. Meanwhile, the pearl white horse, devoid of any task, languidly settled on the bank. Watching Lin Xian squint in concentration, it cheerfully inquired, "Why haven't you made a move yet? With your contracted beast enhancement, your luck should be quite favorable, right?" Still hesitant? Seeing Lin Xian remain unmoved, it added, "If you're so lacking in confidence, why not just catch a few at random? You might just step in some good fortune." As it spoke, it erupted into laughter. The once noble visage of the horse now appeared oddly grotesque. The pearl white horse seemed to derive amusement from mocking Lin Xian, its incessant chatter drilling into his ears, rendering him exasperated. Yet, in his quest to accurately spot the holy grade koi, he had no choice but to endure. After enduring a barrage of banter for what felt like an eternity, Lin Xian's patience was finally rewarded as he spotted several encouraging words. Quality, holy grade. After enduring countless mental torments, he had finally located the holy grade koi. In that moment, Lin Xian refrained from issuing a command to Xiaohuiyu. Instead, he turned to the pearl white horse and bellowed, "Shut your mouth." The pearl-white horse's voice faltered instantly. Before it had a chance to retort, Lin Xian swiftly pivoted, sending a mental command to Xiao Huiyu. Quick! Xiao Huiyu! That one! Capture it! Without the need for a pointed finger, Xiao Huiyu instinctively understood the target. It darted forward, its crimson wings flaring, scattering the other koi and clearing a path through the dense school. Within mere breaths, Xiao Huiyu had reached the holy grade koi, its sharp claws extending like lightning, ensnaring it tightly. Chapter 95, Lord Dragon. As soon as the koi fell into Lin Xian's grasp, which had been thrashing desperately, it ceased its struggles instantaneously. The scales covering its body began to transition from a pristine white to a dazzling array of colors. Lin Xian raised his right hand, clutching the fish high, and exclaimed, "Haha! I have obtained the holy grade koi." His jubilant demeanor, however, displeased the pearl-white horse. "Humph, you actually succeeded. How disappointing." Lin Xian found himself detesting this joy-sucking creature. He longed to turn around and slap its face. But the vast disparity in strength between man and horse left him with no choice but to swallow his frustration. Redirecting his attention to the resplendent koi, Lin Xian's smile returned. Without hesitation, he summoned Xiao Tuesday. The moment it appeared, it keenly focused on the colorful koi in Lin Xian's hand. The spherical light representing its head emanated wisps of energy, trickling down to the riverbank, akin to a human drooling in anticipation. It was clearly enamored. Moreover, within their mental connection, Xiao Tu expressed an immense desire for the colorful koi. Were it not for Lin Xian's presence, it would have likely disregarded everything and leapt at the fish. Yet, even so, Xiao Tu circled around Lin Xian affectionately, desperately seeking his attention. "Haha," Lin Xian chuckled, patting its little head. "Hold your horses. This is specially prepared for you. It won't fly away." With that, he tossed the koi to Xiao Tuesday. At this moment, Xiao Tu did not absorb the koi into its dimensional space. Instead, it unfurled, enveloping the koi in a radiant glow. After a while, the light dissipated, and the colorful koi vanished. Amidst the surging waves of energy, a yellowish light began to coalesce. The previous doll-like round-headed earth elemental servant had vanished, replaced by a vaguely human-shaped entity. It stood about a meter tall, with limbs and facial features that, while complete, appeared rather abstract, reminiscent of a child's crayon scribbles. The little creature opened its hazy eyes and immediately gazed at Lin Xian, rushing over with a series of excited sounds to share its growth with its familiar master. Lin Xian, though unable to comprehend the language of the otherworldly creatures, could feel Xiao Tu's joy through their mental connection. Thus, he too broke into a hearty laugh. Nearby, the pearl-white horse, which had been watching with idle amusement, squinted its saintly eyes, feeling a profound stir within. The third one. This marked the third holy grade contracted beast it had witnessed in Lin Xian. Could such a person truly be an ordinary individual with merely mediocre luck? Reflecting on their first encounter, when it had observed Lin Xian's meager aura, the pearl-white horse was filled with confusion. It could not help but scrutinize Lin Xian once more. Yet, regardless of how it assessed him, it could only conclude that Lin Xian was indeed an ordinary person. After pondering for some time without arriving at a resolution, it consoled itself with the thought, let it be. The stronger his fortune, the greater the chance of forming a contract. That means my time to exit the secret realm draws nearer, does it not? In any case, I stand to gain nothing. With this shift in perspective, the pearl-white horse brightened again, a smile returning to its equine face as it called out to Lin Xian. Your contracted beast is truly remarkable. To strike true on the holy grade koi in one go. At that moment, Lin Xian was engrossed in examining Xiao Tu's attributes after its ascension with all-knowing eye. Suddenly, he heard the pearl-white horse's words echoing in his mind. Just as he was about to respond nonchalantly, a koi unexpectedly leaped out of the water and landed at his feet. Observing its frantic struggles, the elated Lin Xian reached out to assist it. However, just as his hand was raised, another unfamiliar, authoritative voice resonated in his mind. Young man, do you yearn for power? The voice startled Lin Xian, causing a tempest of emotions to surge within him. Instinctively, he glanced around, seeking the source of the concealed speaker, while maintaining a calm demeanor as he mentally retorted, Who are you? Naturally, I am the mightiest being in this realm, the illustrious Lord Dragon. Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle. The noble Lord Dragon, reduced to hiding in the shadows and whispering in my mind? How amusing. Impudent. The unfamiliar voice in his mind suddenly bristled with indignation. I am right before you. It is merely your ignorant eyes that fail to perceive me. Right before me? Lin Xian blinked in surprise, scanning his surroundings for anything out of the ordinary. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the koi at his feet. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the koi's eyes shimmered with a mysterious light. Unable to suppress his laughter, Lin Xian exclaimed, Lord Dragon, you cannot possibly be this salted fish. The ability to engage in such a mental exchange led him to believe that a deity of some sort had come to visit, only to find it was an unremarkable salted fish among the koi. He couldn't help but find his previous caution rather amusing. The koi, offended by Lin Xian's mockery, retorted angrily in his mind, "How dare you laugh at me? Once I reclaim my power, I shall deliver the most severe punishment upon you." Perhaps due to its excessive anger, it momentarily abandoned its authoritative tone, revealing a cute, childish voice. The threat delivered in such a tone elicited not a shred of tension from Lin Xian. He replied in a soothing, almost paternal tone, all right, my apologies." Without waiting for a response, he shifted the topic. "Pray tell, Lord Dragon, what kind of power do you intend to bestow upon me?" The salted fish, indeed resembling a petulant child, quickly cooled down. Upon hearing Lin Xian's question, its voice regained its former gravitas. Of course, it is the power to conquer the world and reign supreme." Lin Xian maintained an impassive expression, teasingly responding, "But I have no need for such power. I am but an ordinary person, devoid of any ambition to conquer the world." "What?" The salted fish was taken aback by Lin Xian's unexpected response, stammering, I. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, it finally exclaimed in frustration, "No, you absolutely must possess this power." Feigning exasperation, Lin Xian retorted, "Are you trying to impose your will upon me? That is not the behavior befitting a being of supreme authority." This remark seemed to strike a nerve, rendering the salted fish momentarily speechless. Silence enveloped Lin Xian's mind as he patiently gazed at the water, awaiting the Lord Dragon's deliberation. Sure enough, after a brief interval, the voice resonated once more in Lin Xian's mind. "In that case, how about I help you eliminate that pesky pearl pony? Your emotions suggest you harbor disdain for that annoying creature, do you not?" Chapter 96. Even divine beasts have their hierarchies. "What did you say?" Lin Xian's playful tone vanished upon hearing this. "You can read my memories?" "Not quite yet," the voice replied honestly. "I can merely sense your emotions to a degree. Had your disdain for that pearl pony not been so intense, almost manifesting as tangible resentment, I would not have perceived it." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Is it that palpable? Can others see it?" "Of course not," the salted fish exclaimed. "I told you, this is the power of the supreme Lord Dragon." Skepticism brewed within Lin Xian. He needed a method to gauge its true capabilities. Suddenly, realization struck Lin Xian. How could I have forgotten about all-knowing eye? His instinct dictated that he should have activated it upon encountering such an evidently unusual beast. Recovering his composure, Lin Xian decisively activated all-knowing eye. Koi Dragon God. Attributes, water. Celestial being. Qualification, divine tier. Rank, black iron level 3. Status, imprisoned, anticipation. Skills, destiny bestowed, multitude of transformations, ascend the dragon gate. Optimal evolution path, none. Remarks, a divine beast of divine tier possessing a divine essence, imprisoned within this secret realm for an indeterminate duration. Although aged, it retains the innocence of youth. Most of its power has been dissipated, yet it retains some strength within. Once freed, it can ascend to the highest heavens. The attributes were astounding. A divine tier beast? Upon reviewing the feedback from all-knowing eye, Lin Xian was engulfed in a tempest of emotions. This secret realm harbored such a being. A peculiar sensation welled up within him. After contemplating for some time, a sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind. Could it be that this imprisoned entity was the reason for the secret realm's creation? Was the architect of this realm intent on safeguarding this salted fish? Was that pearl pony its warden? However, despite his preliminary hypotheses, Lin Xian still struggled to comprehend why such elaborate measures were necessary to protect this creature. Even if its qualifications were exceptional, it was merely a black iron level 3 beast. Lin Xian himself could easily eliminate it. Could the pearl pony not do the same? Or perhaps it was due to that so-called divine essence. He recalled all-knowing eye's description of the true koi pond. It was not merely for suppression, but also for protection and guardianship. If the divine essence referenced in the remarks was indeed the precious entity he suspected, then the rationale behind the former koi pond master's construction of this secret realm became clearer. To validate his conjecture, Lin Xian reached out through his mental connection to summon his sole divine tier contracted beast, Ergo, who had once ascended to godhood. Ergo, wake up. Ah, what is it? Ergo's voice emerged, slightly disoriented as if just roused from slumber. Have you ever heard of divine essences? Divine essence. Ergo's voice shot up in pitch. Where did you learn of such a thing? Right here before me. Can't you sense it? Lin Xian was taken aback. As his contracted beast, Ergo should be able to perceive the external world while within the beast taming space. Logically, it ought to have detected the anomaly of the koi before Lin Xian. I can't, Ergo replied, puzzled. Isn't that just an ordinary koi? Lin Xian was astonished. You can't even sense that it's a divine beast? How strange. Yet time was of the essence, and he set aside his curiosity for the moment. Asking Ergo instead, "Can you tell me what exactly divine essences are useful for?" "Oh, right." Ergo began to explain through their mental connection. Divine essences are a crucial source of power for divine tier beasts. The presence or absence of a divine essence can create a chasm of disparity in strength among divine tier beasts. The most powerful among those without divine essences can barely rival their counterparts who possess them. Because of this vast difference in strength, beings from other realms refer to divine tier beasts with divine essences as true gods, while those without are labeled as false gods. Additionally, divine essences hold the ability to transform decay into wonder. Any beast with any qualifications, once fused with a divine essence, can be directly transformed into a divine-grade entity. In other words, only those beasts that have merged with divine essences can attain divine-grade qualifications. Hence, during Lin Xian's time in this world, he only discovered this divine-grade beast. Ergo, because the divine essence within its soul has yet to dissipate. Furthermore, depending on the nature of the divine essence acquired, these beasts will possess corresponding special abilities. For instance, possessing the divine essence of the rock-eating demon grants me control over the rock element that far surpasses that of elemental sprites. In conclusion, if you truly come across a weak beast with a divine essence, you must employ every means possible to capture it. That is the pinnacle of future combat strength. Ergo's final statement resonated profoundly within Lin Xian, illuminating the significance of this seemingly insignificant creature before him. It was no wonder the former master of the pond sought to establish this secret realm. It was likely to seize the divine essence of this creature. He marveled in his heart. After a sigh, Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement. This is a beast with divine-grade qualifications. Even if Ergo did not emphasize it, he would undoubtedly bring it under his command. Most individuals might lament the difficulty of forging a contract with a divine-grade beast. But Lin Xian possessed the strength to do so. The mysterious divine power within his mind was more than capable of overcoming such challenges. After all, even a seasoned divine essence bearer like Ergo had been easily subdued by him, and now he faced a much more tender creature than Ergo. How could he not achieve his desires? Thus, Lin Xian deliberately crouched down, cheerfully continuing the conversation with the creature. "How will you assist me?" The creature, unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Lin Xian's mind, sensed his intent to cooperate through emotional perception and became delighted. It candidly stated, that annoying angel constructed this secret realm in order to ensure that the guardian, Pearl Pony, would live long enough to witness its destruction. It specifically linked its life source with the core of this realm. As long as one can grasp that core, controlling this pony will be a simple matter. At that time, this bothersome creature will be at your mercy. Its tone was laden with temptation. Lin Xian, harboring ulterior motives, refrained from probing the truth and inquired, "Your assistance cannot be without cost, can it? Speak, what do you intend for me to do?" The creature chuckled twice. "There is no need for you to do anything else. After I help you acquire the core of the realm, you simply need to destroy it. How does that sound? It should pose no difficulty for you, right?" "Indeed, if everything proceeds as you say, it should be quite manageable." Lin Xian nodded in agreement. "However, this means I will be responsible for executing the entire plan. What if your intentions are nefarious? I am unfamiliar with this realm, and should you set even a minor trap, my fragile body could easily perish." "Absolutely not." The creature retorted angrily at Lin Xian's skepticism. "I am the esteemed dragon god. Unlike you humans, I would never betray my promises." "That remains to be seen." Lin Xian replied with a playful shrug. "Words alone are insufficient. We should add some assurance to our collaboration." The creature, perplexed, asked, "What do you propose?" After much back and forth, Lin Xian finally received the response he sought. His heart raced with excitement. Considering the creature's emotional perception abilities, he had to suppress his exhilaration. A slight smile crept upon his lips as he revealed his true intention. "What if we sign a beast contract? With that, we can trust each other without reservation." For a divine-grade beast with keen intellect and strong autonomy, Lin Xian's inexplicable allure would not be effective. If his mental energy could not directly engage the target beast, it could simply refuse to entangle with his mental force and reject the contract. The initial forced contract with Ergo had occurred purely due to its arrogance. It had allowed Lin Xian's mental energy to enter its body, intending to teach him a lesson. However, upon contact, it was ensnared by the divine power within Lin Xian's soul and had no choice but to sign the contract, bound to serve him eternally. The current situation was vastly different from the time with Ergo. Although the creature was inexperienced, its wariness was certainly not lacking. Should Lin Xian exhibit any dubious intentions, it would certainly flee the moment it could. If it dove into the pond, Lin Xian would be left in despair. Thus, he needed to employ sweet words to gain the creature's trust. As expected, the creature inquired cautiously, "Why sign a beast contract? Couldn't we simply establish a regular soul contract like you did with the pony?" Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. "I cannot create the contract array like it did. Can you?" The creature was momentarily stumped by Lin Xian's words, for it indeed lacked that capability. Most beasts possess the ability to inscribe contract arrays, but they only gain this ability gradually as they grow in strength. Although the creature possessed many special traits due to its divine essence, it remained merely a black iron-level little koi. How could it possibly inscribe a contract array with the ease of a diamond-level pearl pony? Lin Xian was well aware of this fact, which was precisely why he framed his words this way, leaving no escape route for the creature. Without any options left, the creature timidly asked, "Is there really no way to avoid signing?" Of course not. The more it hesitated, the more resolute Lin Xian became. This was a matter of his life. He even turned the tables. "Are you hesitating because you have ulterior motives, and thus fear agreeing to my modest request?" "Absolutely not," the creature replied, slightly irate. "But if I sign the contract, doesn't that mean I am bound to you? Come on. You are the esteemed dragon god." Lin Xian countered, even more incensed. "Once we succeed, can I prevent you from dissolving the contract? All I desire is for you to maintain goodwill during our agreement. It's a matter of attitude." As Lin Xian grew increasingly frustrated, he concluded, "If you are unwilling, then let us part ways. I will return to my school, and you can continue to languish in your pond. How does that sound?" "Wait, don't." The creature panicked. If negotiations fell apart, Lin Xian would suffer no loss, but it would remain imprisoned, awaiting the next fortunate soul. But how long would it be until that next opportunity? It had already waited here for hundreds or even thousands of years, only to sense a vague chance of escape. Was it to endure another millennium? Had it not met Lin Xian, the creature might have held on to such hope. However, having seen the light, how could it bear to remain in darkness? It was unwilling. It absolutely refused to continue wasting time here. Thus, the creature reluctantly acquiesced to Lin Xian. "All right. Let us sign the contract for now, but I want your word that you will dissolve it once this is over." Lin Xian assuredly promised. Of course. Yet inwardly, he reveled in triumph. Once it was truly in his grasp, would he allow it to soar free? The divine tier beast indeed possesses a certain degree of resistance to the beast master contract, capable of forcibly breaking free from its constraints and disengaging autonomously. However, this is merely the case for ordinary beast masters. As for Lin Xian, a beast master endowed with divine tier powers, how could he be hindered by such trivial difficulties? Without even needing to fully establish a contract, the moment this slothful creature dares to make contact with his mental energy, Lin Xian can effortlessly subdue it. Witnessing that the acquisition of a divine tier contracted beast was only a step away, his heart swelled with excitement that he could hardly contain. To avoid revealing any weakness to the slothful creature, he could not help but exclaim, "All right. Since you've agreed, let us hasten the contracting process. Remember not to resist recklessly." Upon receiving the creature's affirmative response, Lin Xian extended his mental energy. Yet unexpectedly, the contracting process did not unfold as smoothly as he had imagined. It was not that the slothful creature was resisting. Rather, when Lin Xian's mental energy made contact with it, the creature distinctly sensed the inexplicable divine power residing within Lin Xian's soul. Consequently, it experienced a surge of fear and instinctively attempted to resist. However, in mere moments, this resistance was subdued by the slothful creature itself. The challenge lay not in this skirmish, but deep within the creature's mental realm, where numerous platinum chains lay ensnared. These chains, infused with formidable holy energy, interconnected to form a vast prison, binding the slothful creature entirely. Not a shred of space remained for Lin Xian to inscribe the contract. If he wished to proceed, he would need to obliterate those chains entirely to free up space. Yet, with matters having reached this juncture, there was no way Lin Xian could abandon the prospect of a divine tier contracted beast before him. He had no choice but to tackle it piece by piece. Fortunately, the only silver lining was that although the platinum chains appeared holy and robust, they were far more fragile than Lin Xian had anticipated. The moment his mental energy made contact, the chains rapidly disintegrated, transforming into feathers of shimmering platinum that vanished without a trace. Such circumstances were not insurmountable, and he would soon accomplish his goal. Witnessing this development, Lin Xian felt a surge of motivation and wholeheartedly immersed himself in the task of dismantling the chains. Meanwhile, the slothful creature was a concoction of anxiety and excitement. Upon the initial contact of mental energies with Lin Xian, it was taken aback, nearly ready to confront him. However, just as that thought germinated, a stroke of enlightenment washed over it, prompting it to halt. It realized, almost instinctively, that the opportunity for its liberation lay within this very beast master contract. Reason dictated that the slothful creature should not believe this, yet it acquiesced to the unfolding events. for it possessed a unique skill, destined fortune, the chosen one of fate, endowed with unparalleled luck. Special Effect 1, Causality Veil. Your uniqueness shall not be easily discerned by the outside world. Special Effect 2, Ultimate Self-Interest. You are more likely to acquire rare resources, and by some unseen providence. You always manage to turn peril into safety, making decisions that greatly favor yourself. This ability was something it had been born with as an ordinary koi fish. It was only after fortuitously merging with divine essence and awakening its consciousness that it recognized the true potency of this skill. It was, in every sense, a destiny fulfilled. The Causality Veil had unknowingly shielded it from numerous probing endeavors. Lin Xian's failure to activate all-knowing eye and the creature's invisibility to ergo were both due to this special effect. Furthermore, the ultimate self-interest effect had repeatedly guided it to evade danger, allowing it to navigate treacherous waters unscathed. Even when captured, it had not met a swift demise but was merely imprisoned in this realm. Today, this skill had led it directly to Lin Xian in search of a chance for freedom. It was precisely for these reasons that the slothful creature refrained from undertaking any bizarre maneuvers. It remained true to its instincts. Chapter 98, Collapse. Indeed, the slothful creature's decision once again proved to be astute. Following the contact of Lin Xian's mental energy with its soul, the chains that had long been a source of annoyance began to shatter rapidly. These chains pierced through the essence of the slothful creature's soul, firmly connecting it to the entire secret realm of the koi pond. Consequently, a portion of the damage inflicted upon the chains would be experienced by the slothful creature, causing it considerable pain. Yet, despite the agony that threatened to send it into spasms, it refrained from any form of resistance. Instead, it bore the pain with a sense of hopeful anticipation, eagerly awaiting Lin Xian to clear the chains one by one. For once this was accomplished, it could finally break free from its confinement and no longer be shackled by this secret realm. It dawned on the creature that the opportunity for escape lay right here. As events progressed to this point, even the slothful creature, despite its naivety, began to grasp the situation. It could not help but feel fortunate for not having acted upon its earlier impulse to resist. The hope for liberation was now within reach, and it yearned to forget the days of its imprisonment. Thus, an extraordinary balance was struck between the two, one diligently dismantling the chains, while the other, enduring the pain, refrained from retaliating. In the unseen depths, the connection between the slothful creature and the secret realm gradually weakened. On the distant bank of the pond, the pearl-white horse remained composed. However, its continuously swishing tail betrayed an underlying restlessness. All communication between Lin Xian and the slothful creature transpired within their minds through mental energy, leaving no outward signs of anomaly and requiring little time. Therefore, to the pearl-white horse, the scene appeared as follows. Lin Xian had just finished feeding his contracted beast a sacred tier koi when another koi inexplicably leaped from the water's edge and landed at his feet. Lin Xian seemed poised to pick it up, only to suddenly halt, staring intently at the koi. This spectacle struck the pearl-white horse as rather perplexing. Having observed the koi, it recognized it as nothing more than an ordinary iron-tier koi, devoid of any particular distinction. Yet, why would Lin Xian regard such a koi with such curiosity? After much contemplation, the pearl-white horse concluded that this was a ploy on Lin Xian's part, a feigned profundity meant to entice it into inquiring, thus serving his ulterior motives. What those motives were, the pearl-white horse could not ascertain. However, it knew how to handle the situation by ignoring it. As long as it did not take the bait, Lin Xian could engage in whatever antics he pleased. Thus, despite its curiosity about Lin Xian's actions, the pearl-white horse feigned calmness, remaining in place, awaiting his eventual confession. Yet, as time wore on, Lin Xian remained motionless, and an inexplicable anxiety began to swell within the pearl-white horse. This unease, its origins unclear, grew increasingly burdensome, stirring its emotions. Eventually, the pearl-white horse could no longer contain its agitation, exclaiming, "Hey, Lin Xian, what are you staring at?" At that moment, Lin Xian was still laboring away in the slothful creature's mental realm, entirely oblivious to its calls. Frustrated by the lack of response to its outcry, the pearl-white horse grew irate, shouting, "You scoundrel! What in the world are you up to?" It rose in exasperation and trotted over to Lin Xian. However, just as he had traversed halfway, a divine radiance suddenly erupted around Lin Xian, soaring into the heavens. As the brilliance ascended higher and higher, poised to breach the very firmament of the secret realm, an array of ethereal platinum chains materialized above, converging in multitude. The moment these chains appeared, they swiftly encircled the divine light surrounding Lin Xian, seemingly intent on shattering it. Yet this ill-fated assault proved to be utterly futile. The divine light surged forth unabated. obliterating every last one of the ethereal platinum chains in the void. As the chains shattered, countless platinum feathers began to drift gently down from the skies of the secret realm. Simultaneously, every body of water within the realm, be it rivers or ponds, began to boil furiously, as if an endless inferno were scorching them. Such a phenomenon manifested in every corner of the secret realm, sending the students who had entered to capture Koi into a state of panic. What is happening? Is a high-tier beast battling within the secret realm? Surely not. The school's materials stated there were merely countless Koi within. Look! Suddenly, someone pointed toward the tumultuous river. The Koi are changing. Following the gesture, the crowd beheld that the Koi, once racing downstream, had all transformed into beams of pure white light, converging toward a single location. That must be the epicenter of the phenomenon, right? Should we go investigate? Absolutely. Such an anomaly might conceal some wondrous treasure. If we could obtain it, we might just become the next kings of the Koi Pond. You all go ahead. That phenomenon is clearly not a commonplace occurrence. My strength is still insufficient. I refuse to march toward my demise. With these two starkly opposing opinions voiced, the students divided into two factions. One group retreated along the path they came, exiting the secret realm through the teleportation portal. The other began to circle through the mist, seeking a way to reach the epicenter of the phenomenon. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, who stood at the very heart of the anomaly, found himself in a perilous predicament. Damn it, what are you up to? Did we not agree to a temporary alliance and sign a contract? Why are you suddenly intent on killing me? What do you truly desire? Are you not afraid of the contract rebounding? Lin Xian questioned the pearl-white horse, narrowly evading its ambush. How dare you speak? The pearl-white horse was even more enraged. What have you done? I can distinctly sense that this secret realm is collapsing. I haven't done anything. Lin Xian protested. I was right in front of you. What could I possibly have done? Besides, wouldn't the destruction of the secret realm be beneficial for you? You could escape as well. You, caught off guard by Lin Xian's inquiries, the pearl-white horse fell momentarily speechless. The destruction of the secret realm was certainly not advantageous for it. When the realm was initially established, its master had fused its life source with the core of the secret realm. Thus, the pearl-white horse had acquired a lifespan as lengthy as that of the realm itself. Yet this very reason also introduced an external vulnerability. If the secret realm were to be utterly destroyed, it would perish alongside it. However, how could the pearl-white horse divulge such a truth to Lin Xian? Would it simply invite ridicule? Observing Lin Xian's feigned innocence, the pearl-white horse's anger surged uncontrollably. Humph, I knew all along that you were deceitful. Why did I even waste words on you? Its equine visage twisted into a ghastly snarl. No matter. I shall capture you first, shattering your limbs bit by bit, and then inquire about the details. Yet this time, the pearl-white horse's intentions did not unfold as it had envisioned. Just as it advanced, a droplet of water suddenly splashed up from the pond, landing squarely on Lin Xian's ankle. Startled and on high alert, Lin Xian misinterpreted this splash as an assault from the pearl-white horse. Instinctively, he leaped back to evade it. Unbeknownst to him, this very movement inadvertently allowed him to sidestep the pearl-white horse's attack. What the hell? This actually works? Lin Xian exclaimed in delight. Little salty fish. Your skill is quite effective. At the moment the anomaly appeared in the sky, Lin Xian had just cleared the platinum chains from the soul of the little salty fish and casually inscribed the beast contract. During that instant, he had briefly scanned the little salty fish's abilities and was aware of the effects of destined to be. His recent stroke of luck was precisely due to the little salty fish's influence. I told you, call me Lord Divine Dragon. The little salty fish protested, clearly dissatisfied. Even as it had become Lin Xian's contracted beast, it still sought to assert its rightful claims. All right. After narrowly dodging the pearl-white horse's attack once more, Lin Xian, in a splendid mood, was entirely willing to comply with the little salty fish. I shall definitely call you Lord Divine Dragon from now on. Hearing Lin Xian's concession, the little salty fish finally seized the opportunity to address the pressing matter. What are you still doing here, leaping about? Why aren't you running? Do you truly believe my skill can be activated indefinitely? It was growing increasingly anxious. As the wielder of the skill, the little salty fish understood well that the fortune brought by destined to be had its limits. Relying solely on it and exhausting it recklessly would easily lead to adverse consequences. Calm down. Am I not running? Lin Xian, however, appeared utterly unperturbed. After dodging the pearl-white horse's attack once more, he surprisingly came to a halt. The reason was simple. He had been cornered against the edge of the pond. As the pearl-white horse observed Lin Xian ensnared in a predicament, a sinister smile crept across its face. Run. Keep running, you pest. You've successfully provoked my wrath. I shall ensure your suffering is beyond comprehension. Even under such intimidation, Lin Xian remained unfazed. He turned to glance at the seemingly bottomless pond behind him, bursting into laughter. My animal friend, today, I shall impart a lesson upon you. When making grand threats, ensure you hold the upper hand, lest you end up looking like a foolish clown. With that, to the astonished gaze of the pearl-white horse, he leaped boldly into the boiling pond. The pearl-white horse panicked, hastily rushing to the pond's edge. Yet as it peered into the depths, Lin Xian had vanished from sight, leaving only the inky abyss of the water. Damn it! It could no longer contain the fury within. It was not merely the humiliation of being outsmarted by a lesser creature that enraged it, but the pressing need to interrogate Lin Xian for a means to stabilize the secret realm. That was a matter of its very life. Now that Lin Xian had plunged into the pond, whether he was alive or dead remained uncertain to the pearl-white horse. However, if it could not devise another solution, its own demise was imminent. It longed to pursue Lin Xian and tear him apart. Yet the water in this deep pond was unlike that of the rivers outside. It was a deadly poison that even it dared not confront. The pearl-white horse seethed with mounting rage, trampling the stone banks of the pond in frustration, stones scattering in disarray, mirroring its chaotic thoughts. Meanwhile, within the depths of the pond, Lin Xian was leisurely exploring. He was, of course, not dead. At the moment the beast contract formed, he had communicated with the little salty fish regarding their escape. Jumping into the pond was merely one of the options. As for the deadly poison in the pool that even the pearl-white horse hesitated to approach, it posed no threat to them whatsoever. This pool was born of the little salty fish, and the various dangers within could naturally be effortlessly repelled by its formidable power. It was precisely this sense of invulnerability that allowed Lin Xian to act so recklessly, even daring to provoke the pearl-white horse before departing. How about that? I told you it would be fine, didn't I? Why the hurry? You must have felt nauseated by that foul-mouthed horse too, right? Tell me, does this operation not feel satisfying? Lin Xian chuckled to himself as he conversed with the little salty fish in his mind. Humph. The little salty fish was eager to counter, but even it had to concede that Lin Xian had indeed performed impressively this time. Thus, it could only emit a proud hum, choosing not to engage further. Lin Xian refrained from continuing the banter, opting instead to address the matter at hand. So, what is next? This pool is shrouded in darkness. I can't see a thing. When the topic turned serious, the little salty fish ceased its antics and replied, Do you see the cursor in front of you? Follow it, and you will find the core of the secret realm. Lin Xian blinked, and indeed, a floating cursor appeared before him. No matter how he turned his head, the cursor consistently pointed in the same direction. All right, let us set off, Lin Xian shouted, darting forward like a flying fish. He had no reason to doubt the little salty fish's intentions, whether due to the deterrent of the divine power within him or the mutual dependence established by their contract. He was assured that the little salty fish would not act foolishly. After all, it was merely inexperienced, not incapable. As he swam leisurely, the little salty fish suddenly posed a question. Lin Xian, do you genuinely intend to retrieve the core of the secret realm and destroy it? It seems unnecessary. After all, the chains sustaining the realm have already begun to shatter, leaving it on the brink of collapse. Even if left alone, it would eventually self-destruct. Moreover, after you helped me eliminate the chains in my soul, I have no longer felt any restrictions. If we wish, we could simply leave the secret realm. When the earlier phenomenon occurred, the little salty fish had reabsorbed all the koi it had previously spawned, converting them into its own primal power. Had it not still been within the secret realm, it would be rapidly ascending in level by now. This urgency to escape was palpable. After noting Lin Xian's indifference, it added, furthermore, as far as I know, this secret realm holds considerable significance for your kind, does it not? Destroying it would be quite a waste, wouldn't it? This query seemed rather naive. Lin Xian had no desire to respond, yet for the sake of the little salty fish's mental well-being, he felt compelled to explain, what nonsense are you spouting? The reason we humans venture into this secret realm is that the koi you spawn possess immense utility for contracted beasts. If you, the original, are fleeing, what value remains in this secret realm? Even if I were to refrain from acting, what worth does a realm on the verge of collapse hold? He concluded with a teasing remark. It seems our esteemed dragon lord still has much to learn. Although Lin Xian did comply with its wish by addressing it as Dragon Lord, the little salty fish was far from pleased. It could detect the underlying sarcasm. Thus, it began to noisily express its dissatisfaction within Lin Xian's mind, while he merely smiled on the surface, choosing not to engage in further jest. There were matters he had yet to disclose to the little salty fish. Little salty fish, you might not be aware, but I have been consumed by the desire to obliterate that foul horse to the point of madness. With that coerced contract binding me, how could I destroy this secret realm without ensuring its demise? Chapter 100, Revenge in Progress. Indeed, although he masked his true feelings well, ever since he confirmed that the core of the secret realm was entwined with the life essence of the pearl-white horse, Lin Xian had been meticulously plotting this very endeavor. While the adage suggests that a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade, this more often serves as a psychological comfort for the avenger when they are powerless. If the opportunity for vengeance presents itself, who could refrain from acting? Lin Xian certainly could not. He even yearned to dedicate every moment to devising ways to exact his revenge. Thus, when the little salty fish first encountered him, it sensed the overwhelming distaste simmering within him. Even though he and the horse were temporarily allied, the hatred of having his dignity trampled upon could not be overlooked. As long as there was even the slightest chance of success, Lin Xian would exert every effort to seize it. Not to mention, the probability of success in this instance was exceedingly high. If he were to let this opportunity slip away easily, he would never forgive himself. He was utterly impatient to see the pearl-white horse reduced to mere fragments. With thoughts swirling tumultuously in his mind, Lin Xian suddenly noticed that the cursor before him no longer indicated a direction. No matter how he moved, it only pointed downward. Yet, the deeper he descended, the colder the water became. Even the little salty fish as water barrier could not insulate him from the biting chill. Is it down there? Lin Xian squinted. I have no choice but to go on. Preoccupied with thoughts of revenge, he could only endure the frigid depths of the pool and continue his descent. Before long, the biting cold became unbearable, pushing Lin Xian to his limits. Little salty fish, how much longer? I can hardly withstand it. He called out in his mind. Just a bit further, look down. Following the little salty fish's guidance, Lin Xian opened his tightly squeezed eyes. To his surprise, he found himself at the very bottom of the pool. Contrary to his expectations, the pool's floor was not shrouded in darkness, but rather emanated a soft glow. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an altar-like platform radiating light. No, it was not the platform that was glowing, but rather a massive light blue orb embedded within it. Thanks to its presence, the pool's bottom was illuminated, allowing Lin Xian to navigate without groping in the dark. This must be the so-called core of the secret realm, he thought, cautiously approaching while inquiring within his mind. Is that altar a protective measure? How do I acquire that core? Upon hearing the question, the little salty fish abruptly went silent. Lin Xian's heart sank with a sense of foreboding. You don't know how to obtain it, do you? Of course I don't know. The little salty fish replied without a hint of embarrassment. I am but a prisoner here. If I knew how to unlock the door, wouldn't I have escaped long ago? You wouldn't be encountering me here. Lin Xian, momentarily speechless, found the logic in its words unassailable. With no other choice, he could only devise a plan on his own. Cautiously drawing closer, Lin Xian noticed that, seemingly due to the dramatic changes within the secret realm, the massive altar bore cracks. The hole that housed the orb was no longer able to fully secure the light blue orb in place. A surge of optimism washed over Lin Xian. It didn't appear to be an insurmountable challenge. Witnessing this scene ignited a spark of inspiration in his mind. If he could destroy the altar, it seemed that he could claim the light blue orb for himself. He attempted to ascend the altar, but as soon as his foot touched the steps, an invisible barrier repelled him. Ah, so there is indeed a protective shield? This was entirely to be expected. It is rather peculiar for such a significant location to lack any protective barrier. One could even argue that the frigid, toxic waters of this abyss serve as a form of defense in themselves. However, this outermost layer of protection was effortlessly breached by the strength of the little salted fish. This complicates matters considerably. If the barrier was established by the former lord of the carp pond, it must possess at least the power of the saintly tier, if not something akin to that of a pseudo-deity. Even now, as the secret realm teeters on the brink of collapse, Lin Xian's attempts to force his way through would undoubtedly be akin to chasing phantoms. When it comes to employing strategy, he scrutinized the protective light barrier from every angle, but could not conceive of an effective method to dismantle it. After a spell of futile staring at the altar and feeling the increasingly biting cold of the pond, Lin Xian could no longer contain himself. This simply wouldn't do. He needed to seek external assistance. Murmuring a few words, he reached out through the mental connection to summon his external database. Ergo, are you awake? What now? Ergo replied, clearly irked. Lin Xian had disrupted its peace twice already that day. Lin Xian, disregarding Ergo's annoyance, exclaimed, quick, help me figure out how to break this barrier. With that, he shared the images he had observed through the mental link. After a brief glance, Ergo queried, Lin Xian, where on earth have you been today? Why do you keep encountering such bizarre phenomena? First, you claim to have seen divine ranks, and now you're faced with a barrier set by a pseudo-deity. Have you stumbled into the lair of some ancient being? Are you not afraid for your life? Lin Xian reassured him, fear not, everything here is unclaimed. Just as he spoke, he realized he was uncertain of the fate of the former lord of the carp pond. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xian amended his statement, at least for now, it is unclaimed. Its master is not present. Just think of a way to break the array. Fine, as long as you're aware of that. Ergo sighed, seemingly accepting Lin Xian's words. Thus, it ceased to worry and began to earnestly examine the protective light barrier. This is a rather common holy light formation, crafted by beings from the heavens, perhaps? I am not entirely sure, Lin Xian admitted, but guarding this place is a diamond-tier holy steed. By its name, it should indeed be related to that so-called heaven, right? Precisely, Ergo affirmed. Only pseudo-deities from the heavens would employ holy steeds to carry out their tasks. Now that we have confirmed this, breaking the barrier should be straightforward. You need to strike the specific points I indicate simultaneously, and you can shatter it. As it spoke, Ergo pointed out 6 specific locations within the mental connection. While the number may seem considerable, they were all located on essentially the same side, presenting no significant challenge. How much force should I use? Lin Xian inquired. It doesn't matter, Ergo replied. This requires finesse. As long as you hit those points simultaneously, even a needle prick could cause the barrier to collapse. With this assurance, Lin Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He immediately summoned the little salted fish he had recently contracted. In the depths of this bone-chilling pond, it was the only one capable of undertaking such a crucial responsibility. The little salted fish had not overheard the earlier conversation between Lin Xian and Ergo, so when summoned, it appeared rather bewildered. After Lin Xian provided a brief explanation, the little salted fish began to comprehend. Is that truly feasible? It questioned skeptically. I cannot say for certain, Lin Xian shrugged, but it's worth a try, as there is little cost involved. The little salted fish pondered this as well. Thus, with a flick of its fins, 6 dense jets of water were quickly formed and shot towards the points Lin Xian indicated. Upon simultaneous impact, a resounding, dull thud echoed. But that was where it ended. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Lin Xian saw no change in the barrier. Just as he was about to call out to Ergo for clarification, suddenly, there was a cacophony of shattering glass. The sound startled Lin Xian, and he hastily looked up, only to discover that the protective barrier enveloping the entire altar had completely shattered. Fragments of the barrier glimmered like starlight before gradually vanishing into the icy waters. Chapter 101 Massacre. Oh yes, Ergo, you are my savior. Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. He swiftly swam up to the altar. This time, there was no obstructive barrier to impede his progress. As Lin Xian drew nearer, the basketball-sized azure gem began to radiate an even more intense glow. By the time he was right next to it, the brilliance had become so overwhelming that he could barely keep his eyes open. Useless, useless. Lin Xian squinted tightly, leaving only a narrow sliver for orientation. Then, reaching out towards the gem's location as he recalled it, he grasped it in his hand and pulled vigorously. Surprisingly, he felt no resistance. The gem slipped easily into his grasp. The instant Lin Xian made contact, the radiant light from the gem vanished, plunging the depths of the pond into darkness. Just as Lin Xian was about to revel in his triumph, the altar beneath him began to tremble violently. No, it was not just the altar. The entire pond was quaking. Even the frigid waters began to churn, rapidly forming a massive whirlpool. Oh no! Although Lin Xian reacted swiftly, attempting to steady himself, his strength was insufficient to withstand such tremendous force. He barely had time to scream before the current swept him into the vortex. Enduring the intense nausea brought on by the dizzying rotation, Lin Xian called out in his mind to the little salted fish, "Little salted fish, don't you have a way to leave the secret realm at will? The item is secured. Hurry and escape. I don't need your instructions. I'm already preparing." The little salted fish responded. Just as it finished speaking, brilliant light erupted beside Lin Xian, illuminating the area around the altar once more. When the blinding light faded, Lin Xian, trapped in the whirlpool, had vanished without a trace. In the true depths of the carp pond, only the shattered altar and the ever-growing vortex remained, forever altering the tranquil landscape. As Lin Xian made his escape, those still exploring the misty paths within the secret realm, the students from Magic City University, finally perceived the impending crisis. Lin Xian had destroyed the chains sustaining the secret realm and taken the core of its essence. The entire realm was collapsing at an accelerated pace. The illusory sky and clouds peeled away like old wallpaper, fragmenting into pieces. As they fell through the air, they dissipated into formless energy. The rivers that formed the foundation of the secret realm evaporated rapidly, while the banks and riverbeds gradually disintegrated into grains of dust. Upon witnessing this scene, the students in front of the mist displayed expressions of panic. Hey, this isn't right. Why does it feel like the secret realm is about to be destroyed? How could this be? This carp pond secret realm has existed for so long. How could such a major issue arise just as we arrived? That is true. High-tier secret realms possess self-repair capabilities. Given the current situation, someone must have triggered the secret realm's hidden mechanisms. Perhaps it's right on the other side of the mist. If we hurry over, we might just reap the benefits. Their opinions diverged. Some were poised to turn away, while others resolutely insisted on pressing forward into the mist. Before a consensus could be reached, a sudden shout pierced the air. Look, the fog is gradually dissipating. The crowd turned to see the dense white mist thinning, revealing a faint path ahead. The individual who had previously speculated about the hidden mechanism exuberantly exclaimed, "See, I told you I was right." Casting a scornful glance at those who were preparing to retreat, he taunted, "You cowardly lot. Just wait until I return with the treasure, and you'll be green with envy." Ha ha. With that, he burst into laughter and plunged into the mist. This time, he encountered no obstruction from the fog. Observing this scene, the other students eagerly followed suit. Rushing into the haze, those who had previously hesitated exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and joined in as well. After racing along the path that was now vaguely visible through the mist for some time, their vision finally cleared, and they were greeted by a startling sight. A pool of water lay before them. To their astonishment, however, it was not the treasure-laden paradise they had imagined, but rather a scene of carnage. Bodies lay strewn about the water's edge, limbs and flesh scattered across the ground. What had happened? Why was there so much blood? Look! Several of them raised their eyes to discover a familiar piece of fabric among the mutilated remains. Though it was torn to shreds, they all recognized it as the clothing worn by the very first individual to charge into the fog. Had they all perished? No, it couldn't be. Please, don't scare us like that. We should leave quickly. This place feels perilous. Yes, yes. Let us hasten away from this dreadful location. Panic-stricken, they bolted back the way they had come, only to find the mist had reformed and barred their escape once more. Surely this cannot be happening. What is going on? Damn it. Why now of all times? Trapped in this treacherous environment, one among them succumbed to despair. It's a trap. I knew it all along. The secret realm is fraught with danger. We should have left immediately. Why did we follow those fools? Now they are dead, and we are doomed too. Fear and dread spread like wildfire among the group. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the edge of the pool. Oh? Are there still a few stragglers left? They turned to see a horse with a striking crimson coat approaching them. No, that was not quite right. It was a snow-white horse, but it was drenched in blood, giving it a terrifyingly red appearance. The earlier arrivals had been mercilessly slaughtered by this creature. Realizing this, their fear intensified. What are you? Stay back. The newcomer was none other than the pearl-white horse, who had been taunted by Lin Xian earlier. After Lin Xian had leapt into the water, it lingered at the pool's edge, contemplating its next move. However, before a strategy could be devised, it sensed that the core of the secret realm, intrinsically linked to its life force, had been taken. The perpetrator was unmistakably Lin Xian. Witnessing the irrevocable destruction of the secret realm, its very existence felt as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. The pearl-white horse's composure shattered. Thus, upon seeing so many of Lin Xian's kin before it, its reaction was predictable. It unleashed a wave of violence. And as for these remaining stragglers, their fate was all too clear. Do you dare to question me? The pearl-white horse sneered. You humans dare to steal from my protected domain and still ask who I am. With that, it charged forward, confronting them. Do you think so little of me? You shall all perish. As the pearl-white horse reveled in the massacre of the greed-blinded students, Lin Xian had already exited the secret realm, returning to Earth. However, due to the peculiar manner of his departure, facilitated by the little salted fish's special teleportation, he did not return to the point of entry, but instead found himself in an unfamiliar valley. Where am I? Lin Xian surveyed the desolate surroundings, feeling a surge of irritation. He had meticulously crafted plans for the aftermath, to retrieve the core of the secret realm, await its complete collapse, and then confront the severely wounded pearl-white horse, wielding the core to dominate it and relish in his vengeance. Yet now, due to the little salted fish's random teleportation, all his plans had unraveled. To enact his revenge, Lin Xian needed to return to the entrance of the secret realm immediately. However, having never been to this area before, he had no idea how to navigate back. With no alternatives left, he called out to the little salted fish. Can you sense the location of the secret realm's entrance? Of course not. The little salted fish replied with annoyance. We've already exited. Useless. Lin Xian mocked. What good are you? The little salted fish retorted. Hey, if it weren't for me, you would have already perished in that pool. Now that the danger had passed and he had escaped, Lin Xian began to disparage his savior. The two soon fell into a pointless quarrel. After trading barbs for a while, Lin Xian dusted himself off and stood up, deciding to climb the nearby cliffs. When seeking a path, ascending is always a wise choice. Although the cliffs were steep, Lin Xian was now a silver-tier beastmaster, agile enough to navigate the terrain. Coupled with the elemental control of Ergo and Xiao Tu, he was capable of carving footholds into the cliffside. Thus, he ascended with relative ease. To his surprise, the place he reached was the highest point in the area. Gazing out, Lin Xian quickly spotted a region that resembled the gathering point he had seen before. Having found the way, He wasted no time descending the cliff and hurried in that direction. However, just as Lin Xian approached the mouth of the valley, an unexpected event occurred. A flash of white light illuminated the air as a red object materialized out of nowhere and fell at his feet. What the hell? Lin Xian exclaimed in shock. Instinctively, he sought cover, peering out cautiously to assess the situation. Upon closer inspection, he let out a soft gasp as a wave of tension within him dissipated. Heh heh. Ha ha. His expression transformed from a smile to an uncontrollable joy in an instant. It was you wretched beast. Indeed. The creature that had suddenly appeared before Lin Xian was none other than the pearl-white horse he had longed to confront. Initially startled by its abrupt emergence, he had instinctively hidden. Now that he recognized it, he no longer concealed himself. With a flourish, he retrieved the core from his bracelet, stepping forward boldly. The pearl-white horse, which had been lying on the ground, struggled to rise. Its condition was dire, not from the futile struggles of the students, but from forcibly extricating itself from the crumbling secret realm, inflicting severe injuries upon itself. Nevertheless, this was the best outcome it could achieve. In truth, according to the original owner's design for the pearl red horse, it was intended to perish alongside the secret realm. It had indeed believed so itself. However, after the framework of the secret realm collapsed and its core was taken by Lin Xian, it suddenly felt that the constraints imposed by the secret realm had significantly weakened. Thus, the pearl red horse decisively attempted an escape. To its astonishment, it succeeded in one fell swoop. It effortlessly fulfilled its long-held desire. From this perspective, the pearl red horse seemed to owe a debt of gratitude to Lin Xian. Indeed, it licked the crimson blood at the corner of its lips, feeling a genuine sense of gratitude towards him. Lin Xian, once I find you, I shall certainly treat you well. No sooner had this furious thought echoed in its mind than a burst of laughter reached its ears. The pearl red horse furrowed its brow and looked up. Upon seeing that familiar figure, its eyes widened in shock. Ha ha, Lin Xian, truly, the heavens wish to rid you of your existence. At long last, I have found you. With 3 furious shouts, it galloped forward, aiming to knock Lin Xian to the ground. Yet surprisingly, this time Lin Xian did not evade. There was not a trace of fear on his face, but rather a smirk of disdain. Huh, you wretched creature. How dare you act so arrogant after sustaining such grievous injuries? Do you truly believe that I am still the prey you can toy with? With a sneer of contempt, Lin Xian decisively produced the recently acquired blue gem. He then gripped it tightly with both hands. Suddenly, the pearl red horse felt a sharp pain in its heart. Its galloping hooves faltered, and it collapsed to the ground. A slight smile crept across Lin Xian's lips as he strode over to its side. He placed his foot firmly on the face of the pearl red horse. What is the matter? Not so arrogant now, are we? Did you not just moments ago threaten my life with such ease? And now? He pressed down harder, the sound of his taunting growing louder. How come you're not standing up to kick me now? Huh. Humiliated by Lin Xian in such a manner, the pearl red horse yearned to rise and retaliate with a kick. Yet the influence of the secret realm's core weighed heavily upon it. Coupled with the severe injuries sustained during its escape, it was utterly devoid of strength, forced to watch as Lin Xian laughed maniacally. Unable to endure such humiliation, it glared fiercely at Lin Xian and spat. You better kill me outright. If by some stroke of luck I manage to escape, I will surely tear you apart piece by piece. Lin Xian sneered, kicking the pearl red horse's head askew. You think I wouldn't dare? With that, he pressed down again, intending to crush its limbs just as it had done to him before. However, despite being restrained by the core of the secret realm, the pearl red horse still possessed the body of a diamond-tier beast. Lin Xian's attempts proved ineffective. Frustrated and with nowhere to vent his anger, he summoned all his contracted beasts. Hurry, attack it. I want to rend it limb from limb. Sensing Lin Xian's fury, Xiao Huiyu Xiao Tu, and the demon dragon immediately leaped into action. Even the harmless Canling joined in, using its chubby arms and legs to pummel the pearl red horse. Only Ergo and Xiao Xinyu remained by Lin Xian's side. Observing Lin Xian's apparent frenzy, Ergo could not help but express concern, asking, Lin Xian, are you all right? At this inquiry, Lin Xian momentarily snapped out of his rage. He replied, yes, don't worry. Once I exact my revenge, I'll kill it. Satisfied that Lin Xian had his wits about him, Ergo ceased to speak further. It was not a saintly figure, after all. It too supported Lin Xian's quest for vengeance, having endured such treatment. Unlike Lin Xian, although his contracted beasts were of lower rank, they were all adept at combat. Coupled with their S-grade skills, the pearl red horse, despite its hateful glare, quickly found itself stripped of flesh and blood. Beneath it, blood pooled, staining the entire mouth of the valley. At this juncture, Lin Xian felt a significant portion of his anger dissipate. Just as he was about to command his beasts to finish it off, he suddenly heard Xiao Xinyu exclaim, Lin Xian, wait a moment. Chapter 103, ambush, and trap. Xiao Xinyu had been comfortably lounging at Lin Xian's feet, neither participating in the assault nor cheering from the sidelines. Instead, it resembled a true salted fish, sprawled on the ground, gazing at the sky with its mysterious, shimmering eyes, reminiscent of a traditional dish from a certain country. Now, its unexpected words took Lin Xian by surprise. What is it, Xiao Xinyu? You're not suggesting I let it go, are you? I must tell you. That would be unacceptable. It is our mutual enemy. Such saintly behavior is unwarranted. Impossible. I loathe it even more than you do. The salted fish retorted angrily, before revealing its intent. However, I have a premonition. At this, Lin Xian paused, well aware of the effects of Xiao Xinyu's skill, destined to be. The premonitions it experienced often materialized into reality. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, what kind of premonition? It wouldn't involve this horse being tied to some grand scheme to save the world, would it? If that's the case, I might have to take matters into my own hands, choosing my fate over that of the heavens. Rather than spare this wretch and suffer, I would prefer to see the world itself perish. Not quite. Xiao Xinyu shook its tail, seemingly in denial. My intuition tells me I should consume it. Lin Xian, puzzled, raised an eyebrow. You're not even certain? It's just a hunch. All right then, let us give it a try, Lin Xian shrugged. Deciding that testing it wouldn't be a loss, he glanced at the nearly dismembered pearl red horse and jested, look, it's already been prepared for you. Feel free to feast. Xiao Xinyu wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Xian's assessment, opening its mouth to conjure a water sphere that enveloped itself, soaring towards the pearl red horse. Lin Xian followed suit. At this point, the pearl red horse had completely lost its senses. However, it vaguely sensed Lin Xian's approach and let out a few whimpers to express its fury. Lin Xian paid it no heed, merely observing as Xiao Xinyu voraciously devoured the blood and flesh of the pearl red horse. It was apparent that the flesh was exceedingly difficult to swallow. With each bite, Xiao Xinyu displayed signs of wanting to retch, enduring considerable torment. Yet, it firmly believed in its premonition. Thus, despite the struggle, it persevered, consuming one mouthful after another. Though small, the salted fish had quite the appetite. Before long, the once mighty frame of the pearl red horse was reduced to nothing but a skeleton. As Xiao Xinyu swallowed its magic core, a sudden explosion echoed in the air. A phantom of a golden lock unfurled beside Xiao Xinyu, as if some form of confinement had been undone. Subsequently, Xiao Xinyu entered a peculiar state, drowsily informing Lin Xian, Lin Xian, I feel a bit sleepy. Let me rest for a while with that. It slowly drifted into slumber. Lin Xian, bewildered, wondered, what is going on? Eat and then sleep? Is this the life of a pig? Even as he mused, Xiao Xinyu remained undisturbed. It appears that one has truly succumbed to slumber. Lin Xian shook his head in resignation, retrieving the little salted fish along with his other contracted beasts into the Beastmaster space, and proceeded towards his intended destination. Despite hastening his pace, just as the sun began to set, Lin Xian finally arrived at the assembly point. However, before he could approach, he was met with the cacophony of battle cries echoing in the air. It was as if the vicinity was not the entrance to a secret realm, but rather a battlefield. Lin Xian was taken aback, opting not to march boldly forward. Instead, he cautiously maneuvered closer, utilizing the surrounding trees for cover. Finding a concealed vantage point, he peered out and indeed witnessed the assembly area engulfed in chaos. The team leader, Kai He, was valiantly leading the senior students in a fierce resistance. Their adversaries, a group of peculiar cloaked figures, though few in number, were accompanied by a horde of monstrous beasts. Given the disparate strengths of the students, the faculty and students of the magic capital Beastmaster University found themselves at a disadvantage. Wait a moment. Cloaked figures, accompanied by a multitude of beasts. A chill traversed Lin Xian's spine. Could it be them? He hastily rummaged through his bracelet for Xiao Wu's notebook, searching fervently. As fate would have it, he found descriptions resembling the attire of the unfamiliar figures before him. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, they were indeed the enigmatic organization that once ambushed the Sun Ming bird team. Are they coming for me? The thought flashed through Lin Xian's mind instinctively, but he quickly dismissed it. Even if those individuals sought his demise, they would likely employ stealth rather than such blatant pursuit. Such a grand display would only serve to reveal the significant secret he harbored, wouldn't it? If an investigation ensued, the very secret the mysterious individuals sought to conceal would be exposed. Moreover, judging by their fervent engagement in battle, it was evident they had already identified their target. They were specifically after the students who had entered the secret realm this time. Damn! Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. These individuals have such an extensive hunting ground? While hunting parties might be understandable, potentially involving power struggles, even the outstanding students of the Beastmaster University are targets? How utterly deranged. Are they even human? Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words. By their actions, this organization seemed utterly inhumane. While he was engulfed in confusion, he could faintly hear the leading cloaked figure's voice amidst the chaos of battle. Kaihe, Jiangwaner, did you ever imagine? Today is your day of reckoning. Yet, true to his reputation as a young platinum beastmaster, Kaihe remained unfazed despite being pushed back. He sighed and remarked, Yulei, I never anticipated you would align yourself with the Celestial Church. It seems you are acquainted with this individual. Yulei, the cloaked figure, sneered in response. And what of the Celestial Church? It is far superior to languishing in the filth of Magic Capital University, isn't it? Kaihe shook his head, regardless of your choices. You ought not to malign your alma mater. After all, it was once a place of your education and growth. Alma mater? Huh. Ha. Yulei erupted into laughter. Such trash. Does it even deserve to be called my alma mater? The teachers and students are all sycophants, only eager to curry favor with the wealthy and influential. The educational system is entirely reliant on connections, utterly devoid of fairness. Because of my humble background, I was subjected to various forms of discrimination, even with the finest talent. My efforts yield resources inferior to those of you privileged Kai Science. This school dares to claim to be my alma mater. I feel ashamed just thinking about it. Today, I will ensure you all meet your end. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded the cloaked figures around him to unleash the ravenous beasts at their disposal. Kaihe, however, remained composed, his expression growing even more solemn. I regret that you harbor such a distorted view of Magic Capital University. Setting aside the rights and wrongs of past grievances, today, you shall not have your wishes fulfilled. No sooner had he spoken than a group emerged from the woods to Lin Xian's diagonal view. Led by none other than Jiangwaner, Magic Capital University had evidently anticipated this assault and set an ambush. Chapter 104, The Shadow Splitter. Lin Xian was taken aback by the school as preparedness. Upon closer inspection, he realized that only the students appeared bewildered. Many accompanying teachers seemed to have been aware of the situation all along. Lin Xian suddenly understood. The school was using them as bait? All to lure in that so-called Celestial Church. He felt a surge of displeasure. While fishing can be exhilarating, one would be less than pleased to be the bait. Do they truly have no fear that the students might perish? Meanwhile, upon Jiangwaner's appearance, she mockingly inquired, Yulei, how difficult it must have been for you to maintain that facade at school. This bitter demeanor is your true self, isn't it? Utterly repugnant. With that, she shook her head in disdain, as though Yulei were the most distasteful sight imaginable. Surprisingly, Yulei remained unfazed by the sudden reinforcements. Gazing at Jiangwaner's alluring face, he grinned maliciously. You can afford to smile now, but once I have you in my grasp, you shall have no time left for laughter. His lewd expression was unmistakable, and he shamelessly thrust his hips. Jiangwaner, intending to retort, was instead repulsed by his actions and grimaced. Just as she was about to unleash her anger, Yulei continued, by the way, had you agreed to my confession a few days ago, I might have regarded you as a worthy woman and treated you with respect. Unfortunately, you are no different from the common folk, merely a shallow opportunist. Hence, I have changed my mind. You, such a harlot, deserve to scream beneath me. The more he spoke, the more infuriated Jiangwaner became. You disgusting creature, who are you to call me opportunistic? You self-righteous dog, were it not for our professional relationship, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. Kaihe, overhearing their exchange, subtly furrowed his brow. He was unaware of the prior history between them. Though he was not yet Jiangwaner's boyfriend, he felt an undeniable irritation. Thus, he urged, Teacher Jiang, do not waste your breath on him. He is merely a traitor to humanity. What is there to discuss? Let us subdue him first, and then interrogate him. Prompted by his reminder, Jiangwaner's fury subsided slightly. Realizing the validity of his words, she ceased her banter and directed the ambushers behind her to advance. Interrogate me? Yulei cackled wildly. Let's see if you have the capability. After all these years at Magic Capital University, did you think I was unprepared for Zhang Tianling, that old fool? He is notorious for his bait-and-switch tactics. How could I not be ready? Allow me to showcase the generous gifts bestowed upon me by the Holy Church. With that, he produced an object resembling a pokeball from his bosom and hurled it to the ground. Arise, Shadow Splitter. The spectacle of summoning this creature drew Lin Xian's attention, and he quickly turned his gaze. A pitch-black monstrosity suddenly materialized at the center of the battlefield. His body split in half along the midline, the jagged opening grotesque and terrifying. As soon as it appeared, its gaping maw, equally torn, let out a furious roar towards the crowd of the Magic City Alliance. Lin Xian instinctively activated his omniscient eye. Rift Shadow Mad Demon. Attribute, Demon. Qualification, Rank, Platinum Level 10. Status, Starving, Bloodthirsty. Skills, Optimal Evolution Path. Although Lin Xian's Beastmaster level had significantly improved to Silver Level 3, he still found it challenging to access information about such a high-level aberration. Fortunately, he gleaned at least the creature's rank, Platinum level 10, undoubtedly the highest in the vicinity. Among the Magic City Alliance, the strongest were naturally Kai He and Xuan, with a Platinum level 3 Vicious Water-Mad Flood Dragon and a Platinum level 1 Dawn Moon Rabbit, respectively. Together, they could have exerted pressure on Yulei, who wielded a Platinum level 3 Contracted Beast. However, with the emergence of this creature, the battlefield's dynamics were instantly polarized. After all, it was a Platinum level 10 aberration. Its name alone hinted at its aggressive and bloodthirsty nature. Just this one aberration was enough to pose a grave threat to Kai He and Xuan. With Yulei alongside, the Heavenly God sect was poised to dominate the Magic City Alliance. The majority of the teachers and students in the Magic City Alliance were elites, quick-witted and perceptive. They swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation. Kai He was no exception, having just sensed the overwhelming power of the Rift Shadow Mad Demon. He directed his vicious water-mad flood dragon to the front lines. He then shouted to Xuan, "Run! I will hold it off. Go find the principal for help." After issuing the command, he called out to the others around him, "You too. Scatter and flee. Every escape counts." Quickly. Upon the arrival of the Rift Shadow Mad Demon, Kai He understood that the ambush could no longer continue. The combat abilities of both sides were no longer on the same level. If they did not devise a strategy promptly, the Magic City Alliance's teachers and students would undoubtedly suffer severe casualties. Acknowledging that fatalities were unavoidable, he had no choice but to issue such orders. The Heavenly God sect had few members, and most of their combat strength consisted of mindless, frenzied aberrations. While they could fight, tracking and pursuing enemies proved exceedingly difficult. Thus, urging the teachers and students to flee separately was the strategy with the highest survival rate. Upon hearing this command, some individuals wasted no time and promptly turned to flee. However, others displayed defiance, insisting on staying to fight alongside Kai He. Xuan's rational mind told her to heed Kai He's orders and escape as swiftly as possible. Yet, her irritation at the exposed ambush and Yulei's earlier venomous words left her agitated. Thus, she retorted, "You run. You are stronger than I am. You have a better chance of survival. I will stay and tear this vile creature apart." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Kai He exclaimed, alarmed. Xuan's recklessness took him by surprise. He had no time to indulge in tenderness. He hurried to her side and delivered a sharp slap. "Your contracted beast is only Platinum level 1. Who can you stop? I will say this one last time. Hurry and leave. Otherwise, you will die here." By the end of his statement, he was nearly shouting. The spray of his words splattered across her face, and the cool breeze that accompanied it finally cleared her head. Xuan suddenly realized the folly of her actions on the battlefield. She slapped herself and without hesitation turned to flee. Witnessing this, Kai He's expression remained stern, though the corners of his mouth seemed to curl into a subtly meaningful smile. Chapter 105, Astonishing Secrets. With Xuan gone, the battlefield was left with those students intent on fighting to the death against the Heavenly God sect. Yulei indeed fulfilled their wishes. With a few flickers, the Rift Shadow Mad Demon tore through the bodies of those students and their contracted beasts, leaving crimson blood splattered across the ground, staining the entire battlefield. Once those individuals had perished, only Kai He remained. Surprisingly, after the others had fallen, the once entangled Kai He and Yulei ceased their combat actions. Finally. It's over. Acting can be quite exhausting. Yulei sighed as he collapsed onto the ground. Kai He, however, remained unyielding, his expression as stern as ever. "Is that all it takes for you to feel fatigued over such a trivial task? If everyone in the sect were as lethargic as you, when would our sacred cause ever succeed?" His tone suggested he was also a member of the Heavenly God sect, perhaps even of a higher rank than Yulei. Yulei shook his head. "I am not like you. You are accustomed to wearing that mask, so of course, you thrive. I, on the other hand, must portray the role of a reckless tyrant, which is indeed exhausting." As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he smirked. "By the way, how did I do with that facade?" That woman, Xuan, was so enraged she nearly lost her mind. Just as Yulei was about to burst into laughter, Kai He shot him a cold glare. He said nothing, but Yulei understood that his companion was displeased. Consequently, Yulei raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. All right. I see you like that woman. I won't do such things in the future, okay?" Kai He snorted coldly and then inquired about another matter. "In this operation, did we capture that Lin Xian?" "No." Yulei shook his head. "I didn't see that kid amidst the crowd just now. He probably got lost somewhere due to the collapse of the secret realm. It's possible he might even be dead. It's best not to make such assumptions based on luck," Kai He replied, narrowing his eyes. "I am fully aware of that boy's exceptional nature. He cannot be regarded lightly. If it were otherwise, why would the sect personnel in Lin City specifically send word for us to eliminate him? There was no other choice, Yulei shrugged. I didn't want this either. It's truly absurd. The Koi Pond's secret realm has always been stable, yet it suddenly malfunctioned today while we were preparing to make our move. Who knows what madness caused it? Should I go grab a student to ask? He queried Kai-he. Kai-he pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No need. The school will certainly inquire, and I will receive news once I return. There's no need for unnecessary actions. We need not follow up on Lin Xian. It would be best if he were dead. If he is not, he will surely return to school. At that point, I will devise another method to eliminate him. Observing Yulei lounging on the ground, Kai-he furrowed his brow and commanded, "It is not your time to rest yet. Take this group of beasts and patrol the surroundings. For the sake of the sacred cause, our actions must remain discreet. We cannot allow any fish to slip through the net." In the distance, Lin Xian looked on in terror. Shortly after Jiang Wanner departed, he assessed the situation and prepared to flee. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the organization known as the Celestial Church. Yet it had not reached a point where vengeance was imperative. Given the current formidable stature of the Celestial Church, Lin Xian was far from reckless enough to confront them head-on. Thus, it was only natural for him to consider a hasty retreat. However, just as he was about to make his escape, he suddenly observed Kai-he exhibiting unusual behavior. In his astonishment, he instinctively halted in his tracks. The exceptional physical prowess bestowed upon him as a silver-tier beast master enabled him to overhear the conversation between Kai-he and Yulei with remarkable clarity. Consequently, he found himself wearing a countenance marked by shock and disbelief. Was Kai-he an undercover agent for the Celestial Church? The notion that a platinum-tier beast master, responsible for leading a special training program, could be an infiltrator was utterly absurd to Lin Xian. The more he pondered, the more ludicrous the idea seemed. He reflected on the blissful month he had enjoyed, during which not a single issue had arisen. He had genuinely believed that the esteemed masters of the Demon City could shield him from the malice of that mysterious organization. Little did he know how many times he had been surveilled by Kai-he in the shadows. As he noticed Yulei preparing to escort the nearby ferocious beast on a patrol, Lin Xian dared not linger any longer. Covering his mouth, he descended from his elevated position and hastily took flight. He needed to distance himself as much as possible before they could pursue him. Yet, fortune was not on his side. As Yulei scoured the vicinity, it appeared he had chosen the very direction in which Lin Xian was fleeing. No sooner had he sprinted a short distance than he heard the unmistakable sound of hooves pounding the ground behind him. Curse it! So fast! Lin Xian could not help but curse under his breath. Hearing the relentless footsteps of his pursuers growing closer, he quickly realized he could not continue in this manner. No, this would not do. If he kept running like this, they would catch up and spot him immediately. He needed to find a place to conceal himself. Resolute in his decision, his eyes darted around, searching for a secluded spot to hide. Fortunately, the patrol was not a directed pursuit, and as long as Lin Xian did not leave any obvious traces, the odds of evading detection were considerably high. Having come to this realization, he scrutinized his hiding place once more, ensuring he had left no signs of his presence, and forced himself to calm his rapid breaths induced by his frantic flight. In the next moment, the footsteps trailing behind him abruptly ceased. A voice that Lin Xian was all too familiar with rang out. "I know you're nearby. Come out. Don't waste our time." To his astonishment, the one pursuing him was none other than Kai-he. Why was this guy here? Lin Xian was taken aback. Was it not Yulei who was supposed to be on patrol? He had clearly heard their division of labor moments ago. By all accounts, Kai should have been on the battlefield pretending to engage in combat. Why was he here? Instinctively, Lin Xian sensed something was amiss. He assumed Kai-he was merely bluffing and remained steadfastly hidden, even holding his breath to avoid detection. After a prolonged silence with no one emerging, Kai-he, evidently growing impatient, coldly declared, "Humph. Are you refusing my hospitality? Get out here." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Xian heard the piercing whistle of a projectile slicing through the air. It was unmistakably the powerful torrent ray unleashed by his ferocious aquatic beast. Aware of the skill's potency, Lin Xian dared not linger any longer and instinctively prepared to leap out of the way. However, what he did not anticipate was that as he rose, the ray would strike not at the tree hollow where he had concealed himself, but rather at a location some 20 to 30 meters away. The unexpected turn of events sent a chill of cold sweat down Lin Xian's spine. Damn, it was merely a ruse. He could not help but feel a surge of relief. Had Kai-he chosen a target further away, he might well have been lured out. With a sigh of relief, he settled back into his hiding spot. Kai-he had bluffed enough. Having yielded no results, he would likely depart soon. Lin Xian merely needed to remain patient. Yet once again, reality defied his expectations. Another voice erupted from outside, one he recognized just as well. "Kai-he, you bastard." Chapter 106, Unexpected. How could it be her? Lin Xian was taken aback. He recognized the voice of Jiang Wanner, who he had assumed had long since escaped. How had she ended up here? Confusion swirled in his mind. He longed to peek out and assess the situation, but he feared Kai would detect him. As a platinum-tier beastmaster, Kai possessed a physique that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Any slight rustle in the surroundings could alert him. Thus, Lin Xian remained crouched in his hiding place, eavesdropping on their exchange. Didn't I already call for you to come out? Why do you still refuse to listen to me, just like before? Jiang Wanner's tone was furious. You ungrateful wretch. Has the esteemed Demon City Master ever wronged you in any way? Principal Zhang even entrusted you with the critically important special training program, and this is how you repay him. Lin Xian listened in astonishment. Jiang Wanner was already aware of Kai's betrayal? Had she merely pretended to leave earlier, while actually observing from the sidelines? His mind was filled with questions. In fact, Jiang Wanner had initially departed, but halfway through, she encountered a student from the Demon City Master. His contracted beast possessed a message-sending skill capable of swiftly transmitting news to distant locations. Through him, Jiang Wanner was able to relay the news of the Celestial Church's attack, freeing her from any concerns. Thus, she returned, poised to seize the opportunity to save Kai. However, as luck would have it, upon her return to the battlefield, she stumbled upon Kai and Yulei engaged in conversation. Lin Xian, having witnessed this scene, had chosen to flee without hesitation. In contrast, Jiang Wanner was different. After Yulei departed, she angrily confronted Kai. The sudden turn of events even caught the usually composed Kai off guard. After stumbling over his words for a time, he finally collected himself. He certainly held an affinity for Jiang Wanner, but in light of the church's grand ambitions, all members were expected to make sacrifices. Even Kai was not exempt from this. Thus, he calmly summoned his contracted beast and launched an attack on Jiang Wanner. Naturally, Jiang Wanner, in a fit of rage, summoned her own beast to engage Kai in battle. Yet, how could her platinum tier Tian Mingyu rabbit possibly contend against Kai's platinum tier Li Shui Quangjiao? Within mere moments, she was defeated and forced to flee in a panic. What followed were the very exchanges Lin Xian was now overhearing. Of course, he was unaware of these developments. As he continued to listen intently to the dialogue between Jiang Wanner and Kai, in response to Jiang Wanner's vehement accusations, Kai remained remarkably composed. A wise bird selects the tree in which it roosts. Principal Zhang's treatment of me is merely a reflection of my abilities and potential. He makes an offer, and I provide my talents. As long as both parties are satisfied, this transaction can endure indefinitely. Unfortunately, none of the things he offers are what I desire. Now that someone else has made a better offer, I can easily discard his worthless trinkets. Upon hearing the esteemed Principal Zhang being so disparaged by Kai, Jiang Wanner felt an overwhelming surge of anger rising within her chest. She scoffed, "Oh, you look down upon him? What a grand joke. The Celestial Sect, that den of rats, is merely a collection of filthy creatures scurrying in the gutters. What can they possibly offer you?" Kai, however, seemed to exhibit a touch of fervor and excitement in his tone, speaking of a grand, timeless endeavor. "It appears you have been brainwashed by that heretical cult." Jiang Wanner retorted angrily. "You wouldn't understand, and I hold no grudge against you." Jiang Wanner's words filled Kai with disappointment. He had hoped to recruit her into the sect, envisioning a shared pursuit of a magnificent goal. How delightful that would have been. Yet, she appeared to be just another ordinary person. Therefore, he chose to remain silent, stating instead, regardless of the nature of the holy sect, "You currently face only two paths. Either return with me to the sect for reform, or perish here. Think carefully. How dare you?" Jiang Wanner seldom resorted to vulgarity. "Do you think I am a beast like you? You wish for me to join that wretched cult? Abandon such thoughts. The mere sight of your face disgusts me. If you wish to kill me, then do it. I fear not death today." With that, she commanded her wounded companion, the Moonlight Rabbit, to initiate an attack. Seeing her stubborn resistance, Kai sighed deeply, his expression turning grim once more. "In that case, let me grant you your wish, Dai?" He commanded his contracted beast to unleash its most powerful attack, raging waves of fury. With that command, the ferocious water serpent beside him let out a thunderous roar. Torrential waves cascaded from above, surging towards the entire forest. The violent torrents crashed against the trees, creating a cacophony of thunderous sounds interspersed with the splintering of branches. Such formidable power left all witnesses trembling in fear. Jiang Wanner, a platinum-tier beastmaster in her own right, was struck with despair at the sight. She had not anticipated such a vast chasm between her and Kai. Realizing her imminent demise, she withdrew her contracted beast, attempting to spare it from calamity. Yet she herself was at the forefront, struck by the immense pressure. In an instant, her bones shattered, and she coughed up blood, succumbing to unconsciousness, swept away by the surrounding waves. As her body was battered repeatedly against the towering trees, each collision elicited another spurt of blood. It seemed she was beyond salvation. Kai-he, perched upon a branch, observed the scene with cold indifference. Showing no sign of compassion, he prepared to turn away upon confirming that Jiang Wan'er was nearing death. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As her body collided with a massive tree, it broke upon impact, and from the splintered trunk emerged a figure. Kai-he mused with suspicion, his voice icy. Who goes there? The figure did not respond. After falling into the water, it did not resurface. Had Kai-he not witnessed it himself, he might have dismissed it as an illusion. Trying to feign death? A flicker of annoyance crossed his mind as his eyes narrowed, radiating a dangerous glint. With a swift gesture of his right hand, a thick column of water erupted from the waves, propelling forth the figure that had just submerged. This time, it had nowhere to hide, landing upon a branch, clutching its chest, and spewing blood incessantly. Observing this, Kai-he let out a cold laugh, feeling no surprise. The overwhelming waves had been summoned by his contracted beast, thus, he maintained unrivaled control over them. For someone to attempt to conceal themselves within such a torrent was akin to climbing to the heavens. With a few agile leaps, he approached the mysterious figure. Just as he was about to question it, he beheld the face of the individual. A smile involuntarily spread across his countenance. Lin Xian? What a fortuitous encounter. Indeed, the unfortunate soul who had fallen into the water was none other than Lin Xian. He had been hiding comfortably within a tree hollow. Even as Kai-he prepared to strike Jiang Wan'er down, he showed no sign of emotional turmoil, merely waiting for Kai-he to conclude his business before making a hasty escape. However, Lin Xian had no inkling of Kai-he's madness, that he would unleash such a devastating attack on a defeated subordinate, which fortuitously shattered the very tree where he had concealed himself. What was he to do? Lin Xian had intended to feign death in the water, yet Kai-he was sharp-witted and astute. Not only did he discover Lin Xian, but he also easily extracted him from his hiding place. This was utterly nonsensical. Lin Xian nearly howled in despair. First, he unexpectedly encountered an attack from the celestial sect. Then, he inadvertently overheard a significant secret. As he attempted to escape, he inadvertently aligned his path with Jiang Wan'er. When he sought refuge, he was caught in the crossfire of an expansive attack. With this sequence of misfortunes, how could he not feel woefully unfortunate? Lin Xian's mind was in turmoil. No matter how he pondered, he struggled to comprehend why he had become so unfortunate. After contracting with the small salted fish as its master, he should have benefited from the destined fate skill. His previous streak of good fortune in evading the pearl-white horse's assault stood as testament to that. But why? Why had his fortunes turned so dramatically? Was he being punished by the very luck that had once favored him? Desperation filled Lin Xian as he frantically called upon the small salted fish that had fallen into a deep slumber within his mind. Yet, regardless of his pleas, the small salted fish remained unresponsive, as if it were entirely comatose. Damn it! Of all times, Lin Xian could not help but exclaim. Beside him, Kai-he interpreted Lin Xian's outburst as a lamentation over his discovery. He shook his head, stating, "No amount of lamenting will change your fate. Today, by sheer coincidence, you have fallen into my grasp. Consider it your destined calamity. Be compliant, and end your own life. It will spare you some suffering." Lin Xian was exerting every ounce of his mental capacity to devise an escape plan when he suddenly heard Kai-he's words, prompting him to retort with derision. "Who do you think you are? You dare demand my demise? Just a mere, insignificant leader of a heretical cult, yet you presume yourself to be someone of consequence? If you wish to strike me down, then come forth. Let us see if I can't deal with you today." Though he spoke with bravado, Lin Xian's heart raced with trepidation. He possessed no means to contend with a platinum-tier beast master. Yet, despite this, he refused to concede. There was a need for bluster. Perhaps it would deceive Kai-he. However, it was evident that, given Kai-he's intellect, he was unlikely to fall for such ruse. Kai-he had just witnessed Lin Xian contemplating escape into the water. If Lin Xian truly had any means of resistance, why would he resort to such a futile attempt? In response to Lin Xian's futile taunts, Kai-he had but one reaction. He commanded his ferocious water serpent to launch an assault. Damn it! Must you be so decisive? Lin Xian spat disdainfully and then leapt onto the branches behind him without a backward glance. Simultaneously, he summoned the contract beasts stored in his packed space, those endowed with auxiliary skills. In the earlier days, when the little fire feather was still weak, Lin Xian had specifically sought out a group of contract beasts to bolster its combat prowess. However, as his strength grew, these auxiliary contract beasts were gradually phased out. Yet he did not discard them. Now, facing imminent danger, he could no longer afford to conceal his ability to form infinite contracts. He had no choice but to deploy these long-unused contract beasts as cannon fodder. Yet, It was evident that these black iron tier contract beasts were utterly incapable of enduring even a single strike from the platinum tier furious water dragon. Often, upon mere contact, they would be obliterated, their flesh and blood splattering, their lives extinguished from existence. As the meat shield contract beasts perished, Lin Xian, as their beastmaster, felt their agony in unison. Stumbling mid-leap among the branches, he nearly fell. Reluctantly, he halted, leaning against a tree trunk, gasping for breath. Kaihe leisurely followed the furious water dragon to Lin Xian's vicinity, observing him with keen interest. You seem to harbor quite a few secrets, don't you? I recall your contract beast is a Saint-tier firewind feather. I senti it. So where did that one you just summoned come from? He rubbed his chin, muttering to himself. Did you retrieve it from a storage device? No, that can't be right. By all accounts, a storage device shouldn't be able to contain contract beasts. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, he turned back to Lin Xian. Why not enlighten me? Where did that contract beast come from? Lin Xian wiped away the saliva that had dripped from his mouth due to pain and replied coldly. If I tell you, will you spare me? Why not? Kaihe shrugged with a smile. The Holy Church would certainly be more intrigued by new technology than the life of a mere bronze-tier beastmaster. As long as the method is feasible, I could grant you mercy, considering our teacher-student relationship. Huh? Lin Xian scoffed sarcastically. So I should be grateful for your life-saving grace. Not at all. Kaihe appeared oblivious to Lin Xian's sarcasm. It's merely a transaction. There's no need for thanks. What a discerning teacher you are. Lin Xian chuckled. But regrettably, I fear I cannot oblige you today. With that, he straightened his previously hunched back and dashed away in the opposite direction from Kaihe. Simultaneously, Ergo's form materialized in his original position, extending its tiny claws towards Kaihe and the furious water dragon. Mound of Earth was instantly activated. In a heartbeat, the surrounding highlands surged forth, enveloping both man and beast. In no time, a small mountain had formed, completely pinning them down. After accomplishing this, Ergo did not linger and hastened after Lin Xian. Although Ergo had been formidable in life, it was certainly no match for Kaihe now. Lin Xian was acutely aware of this. Thus, when summoning it, he only commanded it to impose slight restrictions on Kaihe. Consequently, Ergo opted for the skill Mound of Earth, its most potent control ability. If faced with a foe of the same tier, or even slightly higher, this skill could nearly bind the target indefinitely. However, against an opponent like the furious water dragon, which surpassed several major tiers, Ergo harbored no confidence. As expected, just as it caught up with Lin Xian, the sound of shattering rocks echoed nearby. Kaihe and his furious water dragon had already broken free and were racing towards Lin Xian. He had no time to glance back. He needed to seize every possible opportunity to escape. Yet Kaihe was exceedingly swift. Before he arrived, his voice reached Lin Xian's ears. Regrettably, Lin Xian, you have missed your sole chance for survival. Once I capture you, whether you speak or remain silent, your fate will be entirely beyond your control. Chapter 108. Transformation into a Dragon. Kaihe's words were not mere bravado. No sooner had he spoken than he rode the furious water dragon and appeared directly behind Lin Xian. His gaze was sharp as he fixated on Lin Xian, who was nimbly leaping between the branches. With a wave of his hand, a beam shot forth from the furious water dragon's mouth, aimed squarely at Lin Xian. Kaihe indeed intended to capture Lin Xian alive. However, inflicting some preliminary damage was also necessary, saving him considerable time. Ergo, who had returned to Lin Xian's side, did not immediately return to the Beastmaster space, but remained on his shoulder, aiding in the observation of their surroundings. Sensing the imminent threat, it promptly warned Lin Xian through their mental link. As a result, Lin Xian acted as if he had eyes in the back of his head, instinctively dodging the attack. Just as the beam was about to strike, he successfully altered his direction, narrowly avoiding it. However, whether it was Lin Xian's misfortune resurfacing or fate conspiring against him, the branch he landed on after dodging unexpectedly snapped under his weight. Without any warning, this unforeseen mishap caught Lin Xian off guard, prompting an involuntary expletive. He instinctively braced his abdomen and grasped the base of the broken branch, attempting to pull himself up. Unfortunately, the entire fragment was exceedingly fragile. When Lin Xian pulled on the broken section, it too snapped cleanly. Damn it! This series of unfortunate events left Lin Xian fuming. Taking a deep breath, he was about to unleash a torrent of curses that surged up from his subconscious, only to plunge into the water. The murky tide, laden with silt and debris, enveloped his mouth and nose, stifling his words. His pent-up rage found no outlet, nearly causing him to spit blood. Behind him, Kaihe, who had followed closely, could not contain himself upon witnessing the spectacle. The typically stoic man burst into laughter. Ha ha, Lin Xian, truly, it seems the heavens seek your demise. After his laughter subsided, a fervent zeal returned to his face. Did you see? Defying my holy church leads to this fate. Had you submitted earlier, you would not have suffered such torment. Damn it. Lin Xian, emerging from the water, finally let loose his expletive. At that moment, he began to understand Jiang Wanner's earlier sentiments. It was utterly revolting to be lectured by someone brainwashed by a cult, especially when you couldn't even defeat this brain-dead individual. Reflecting on this, Lin Xian's fury intensified. However, the current situation did not permit him to indulge in emotional outbursts. Even in such dire straits, his mind remained preoccupied with devising an escape plan. Instinctively, he acted on those thoughts. He attempted to swim towards the elevated ground where the water flow was absent. Yet, as soon as he moved his limbs, Lin Xian realized something was amiss. Unbeknownst to him, he had become ensnared within a prison formed by the water's current. It was then that he recognized he had allowed his anger to cloud his judgment, forgetting that this water was entirely under Kai-He's control. Previously, when he intended to feign death, he was directly yanked out by Kai-He. Observing the bewildered Lin Xian, who was suspended in the air atop the Li Shui Kuangjiao, Kai-He smiled faintly. You fell into my waters and still thought you could escape. He waved his hand, and the spherical water prison lifted Lin Xian, bringing him directly in front of him. Noticing Lin Xian's continued struggles, Kai-He waved his hand once more, and the water surged to completely block his mouth and nose, rendering him unable to breathe. Consequently, Lin Xian ceased his struggles, his hands flailing aimlessly, desperately seeking air. Kai-He hovered nearby, eagerly observing Lin Xian's plight for a while. Then, he produced a vial of potion from his robes and slowly poured it into the water prison. As he poured, he explained, "This is the latest scientific product of our holy sect, crafted from the blood of the Sacred Heart Pegasus. A perfect genuine article, with just a drop. It can compel a diamond-tier beast master to reveal their innermost secrets without reservation. The vial I possess is diluted, but it is entirely sufficient for someone of your lowly status." Although Lin Xian's mouth and nose were obstructed by the water, he did not lose his hearing. Upon hearing Kai-He's words, he instinctively covered his mouth and nose with his hands. No, he could not afford to let himself be harmed. After a period without breath, Lin Xian's consciousness began to blur. He had to summon all his contracted beasts and engage Kai-He in a desperate battle. Otherwise, today would be the day he perished here. Initially, he had harbored a sliver of hope, thinking he could escape Kai-He with minimal casualties. The expendable cannon fodder were of no consequence, but the likes of Xiao Tu and Kan Ling were extraordinary contracted beasts, rare and unparalleled. If they grew, they could single-handedly lay waste to a city. He could not bear to let them face death so easily. Yet, in the current situation, Lin Xian had no luxury to consider these matters. If he did not fight back now, dying here would render everything void. In a daze, as he contemplated this, Lin Xian was about to initiate the summoning when he suddenly heard the familiar voice of Xiao Xianyu echoing in his mind. Lin Xian, hurry, let me out." The voice, still youthful, bore an unusual hint of genuine authority this time. In his hazy state, Lin Xian did not perceive this change. He did not utilize the all-knowing eye to examine Xiao Xianyu's transformation, nor did he ponder why Xiao Xianyu had awakened at this moment. He merely heard Xiao Xianyu's plea and instinctively acted upon it. With a flicker of mental energy, Xiao Xianyu's form materialized outside the water prison. However, unlike before, the current Xiao Xianyu's eyes no longer shimmered with that mysterious cold light. Instead, they radiated a brilliant glow. Noticing the unusual energy fluctuations nearby, Kai-He turned his gaze and beheld the resplendent Xiao Xianyu. A smirk crept across his lips as he taunted, "Another extraordinary beast, Lin Xian, you." As he spoke, Kai-He's expression grew increasingly grave. He scrutinized Xiao Xianyu for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Another beast with sacred tier potential? How is that possible?" This astonishing revelation caused even Kai-He, who was typically composed and unflappable, to lose his demeanor. He had never heard of anyone being able to contract two sacred tier beasts simultaneously. To be favored with even one was a stroke of destiny. To possess two, what kind of child of fate could achieve that? His gaze fixated on Lin Xian, who was on the verge of unconsciousness in the water prison, his expression rife with disbelief. No, something must be amiss. Kai-He muttered to himself. It must be related to the secret Lin Xian harbors. That secret could enable him to possess more contracted beasts, and it surely allowed him to contract more sacred tier beasts. He instinctively bit his thumbnail, recalling every account of Lin Xian, repeatedly deducing and contemplating. Yet the more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his surmised truth. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Kai-He, and a bold idea took root in his mind. If I were to obtain that secret, could I not also have more contracted beasts? Could I not, like Lin Xian, contract sacred tier beasts? Once this thought surfaced, it could no longer be suppressed. In this world, No beast master could resist the allure of such a secret. The fervent devotion Kai he once held for the celestial god sect dissipated in an instant. Now, only one thought lingered in his mind. Devise a way to extract that secret from Lin Xian. Kai he lifted his gaze toward Lin Xian in the water prison. Gone was the shock in his eyes, replaced by an insatiable greed. Just as he was about to approach and extract Lin Xian from the water prison for interrogation, the sacred tier beast summoned by Lin Xian suddenly unleashed an explosion of radiance. The light surged upward, forming a colossal beam. Within the beam, the figure of the carp rapidly expanded and elongated. For sharp claws burst forth from its abdomen, and its pointed fish mouth gradually morphed into a beastly maw. After completing its transformation, it tilted its head back and roared, soaring into the sky. Amidst the sun and clouds, it danced freely with its magnificent form. On the ground, Kai stood frozen, mouth agape, dumbfounded as he gazed at the creature soaring above. No, it could not be labeled a mere monster, for he recognized it. Despite never having seen one in reality, in the myths of Huagua, that creature was known as a dragon. Chapter 109, The Universal Celestial Pull. While Kai remained in a daze, the little Xiao Xinyu above was releasing its pent-up frustration. Having been imprisoned in the secret realm for a millennium, it had spent the first half in fear, dreading that the Lord of the Carp Pond would discover a way to strip it of its divine essence. The latter half had been spent exhaustedly seeking escape. Now, finally liberated, it had transformed into a dragon. It flitted about amidst the clouds, reveling in its newfound freedom. After a while, having had its fill of play, the little Xiao Xinyu descended back to the ground, radiating divine light as it returned to Lin Xian's side. It then noticed that Lin Xian was trapped in the water prison, on the brink of death. Lin Xian, what has happened to you? It frantically extended its claws to rescue Lin Xian. The platinum tier, Li Shui Kuang Jiao's water prison crumbled like parchment, easily breached by the little Xiao Xinyu. It gently grasped Lin Xian's collar with its fingertips, lifting him before it. At this moment, Lin Xian was nearly lifeless, on the verge of perishing. Xiao Xinyu quickly exhaled a breath of divine light, enveloping Lin Xian. Before long, his complexion visibly regained its color, indicating he had escaped the clutches of death. However, perhaps due to his severe injuries, Lin Xian remained unconscious and had yet to awaken. The little Xiao Xinyu was somewhat vexed. It had not anticipated that after merely eating a bit and taking a nap, Lin Xian would end up in such a state. Who did this? It bellowed in fury. Then, it spotted Kai, who stood dazed on a nearby branch. Was it you? At this moment, Kai had somewhat regained his composure. Observing the radiant divine light emanating from Xiao Xinyu, as well as its effortless breach of the water prison, Kai realized he was undoubtedly no match for this creature. Damn it! Where on earth did Lin Xian procure such a monstrosity? He spat vehemently. He would rather perish than accept that the creature before him was indeed the dragon of myth and legend. That being was the pinnacle of divine beasts within the civilization of Huagua. Even if it were to manifest, it ought not to be under the control of a mere pitiful beastmaster like Lin Xian. He was unwilling to believe that he could possibly be outdone by such a destitute wretch from a remote village. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before him. Whether he believed it or not, he had to accept it. Not only did he have to accept it, but he also needed to devise a swift and effective response. Otherwise, the visibly enraged divine dragon would rend him to pieces. Thus, when confronted with the furious inquiries of the young dragon, he hastily retorted, "It wasn't me. It must be you." The young dragon bellowed in outrage. "You think you can deceive me, the great divine dragon?" Despite its youthful demeanor, it was not foolish. The current predicament was abundantly clear. There was no way it would fall for such a ruse. Kai's deliberate deception only fueled the young dragon's fury further. Reluctant to engage with Kai any longer, it soared through the air and swiftly descended before him. With a furious swipe of its claw, shimmering with divine light, it struck. The ferocious water serpent, which had been summoned to protect Kai, was powerless to intervene, and both man and beast were sent hurtling away, crashing through numerous trees before ultimately landing atop the canopy of a lush, towering tree. Kai, bloodied and clutching his chest, rose to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief. How could his platinum-tier contracted beast be incapable of withstanding such a rudimentary attack? Was this truly the extraordinary beast that a weakling like Lin Xian could contract? Or was it somehow connected to the secrets he bore? The thought ignited an uncontrollable surge of jealousy within Kai. How wonderful it would be if that secret belonged to him. Such thoughts consumed his mind, rendering him unable to think clearly. He was compelled to divert his focus to suppress this inexplicable emotion. Yet, in the midst of battle, distractions were not a luxury he could afford. In that fleeting moment, the young dragon approached once more, its ordinary yet formidable claw raised for another strike. This time, With a forewarning in his mind, Kai directed the ferocious water serpent to respond accordingly. However, even with this preparation, their situation had not improved significantly. They merely avoided a few more broken branches, and the circumstances remained largely unchanged. The water serpent had begun to bleed from the corners of its mouth, clearly suffering severe internal injuries. Kai finally recognized the futility of enduring the creature's onslaught, realizing he had lost all will to resist. His thoughts shifted solely to how he might extricate himself from this perilous situation. Surviving was now his singular focus. He was merely 30 years old. At this age, he had already achieved the status of a platinum-tier beastmaster. With his talents, he had numerous years ahead to relish life and indulge. How could he possibly die here? With newfound resolve, Kai no longer hesitated and turned to flee, mirroring Lin Xian's escape from mere 10 minutes prior. Yet, the young dragon was inexplicably infuriated by his actions. "You repugnant scoundrel. Do you think you can run away? Come back." As it spoke, one claw extended, creating a collapsing black hole in the palm of its claw. Everything around, the leaves, branches, droplets of water, and errant insects caught in the fray, were drawn into the void, subsequently obliterated without a trace. As the primary target of this skill, Kai was not spared either. Though he had managed to escape a considerable distance, he was forcibly yanked back by the immense gravitational pull. Caught off guard, Kai was taken aback and urgently commanded the water serpent to anchor him. Yet, even the ferocious beast of platinum rank was insufficient to withstand the force, gradually being pulled back toward the void. Realizing that he was still being dragged backward, Kai fell into despair. Damn it, this shouldn't be happening. He ought to be a formidable asset to the Holy Church, contributing to the grand ambitions ahead. But instead the despair in his heart morphed into seething rage, burning through every ounce of his reason. Why? Why was he in such a predicament? How could Lin Xian possess such a creature as his contracted beast? A mere novice beastmaster, having only begun 2 months prior. What right did he have to achieve this? I refuse to accept it. I will not yield. As more anger and dissatisfaction surged within him, he was abruptly pulled back to the young dragon's side, its massive claw seizing his neck. His furious cries were abruptly silenced. Having captured him, the young dragon wasted no time in delivering a resounding slap. With a single strike, blood and flesh flew, and Kai's once handsome visage was grotesquely altered. Still daring to protest, the young dragon seethed. "After wasting so much of my time, you had the audacity to shout first." It was thoroughly displeased. Lin Xian was one thing, but this ordinary human dared to defy the great divine dragon. The divine dragon sought to end his life, and he should have willingly submitted to his fate. How dare he resist? The more it pondered, the angrier it became, and with a swift motion, its other claw viciously tore off Kai's right hand. Ah! Kai could not suppress his agonized wails. The excruciating pain brought him back to the reality from which he had momentarily strayed. Now completely at the mercy of the young dragon, he felt no more reverence. He glared at the young dragon with hatred, muttering through gritted teeth, "You beast, don't get too smug. The leader will avenge me. One day, you will experience a fate worse than death, just like I do now." He uttered the last words with all the strength he could muster, then coldly regarded the young dragon. This detestable gaze only served to further infuriate the young dragon. A wretched creature like him dared to belittle me? Enraged, it emanated an aura of unyielding authority, then raised the collapsing black hole before it and brought it crashing down upon Kai. Die! The black hole ruptured, and both Kai and the ferocious water serpent were swiftly annihilated, transformed into formless energy that returned to the earth and sky. Once the insufferable fly was crushed, the young dragon smugly patted its claws. Humph. So, this is the fate of those who dare oppose the great divine dragon. With that, it turned to check on Lin Xian's condition. However, at that very moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The black hole that had obliterated Kai did not dissipate after the young dragon released its grip. Instead, it lingered in the air, continually absorbing everything around it. As more and more objects were drawn in, it began to expand in size. In mere seconds after the young dragon released its grip, the black hole had grown from the size of a marble to that of a ping-pong ball. The young dragon quickly realized the predicament. It hurriedly attempted to cover the hole with its paw, intending to crush it. Yet, even more astonishingly, a portion of its radiant claw was also consumed by the black hole. Though it may appear as a mere fragment of a fingernail, it harbors great peril. This signifies that this entity has entirely slipped beyond the control of our little salted fish. No, it has become somewhat urgent. This matter must be resolved post-haste. Otherwise, dire consequences loom. The little salted fish tirelessly rummages through its mind for a solution. Just moments ago, during its transformation, a flood of memories surged into its consciousness. These recollections encompassed an array of tales from otherworldly realms, alongside an eclectic assortment of inherited skills. The earlier invocation of the myriad celestial attraction was executed precisely as it had been recalled from memory. Now, confronted with this after-sales dilemma, it instinctively sought to revisit those memories. Swiftly, results emerged. Within its recollections, two strategies were discerned for addressing such a predicament. The first was to flee as swiftly as possible. The farther one escapes, the better. Although the black hole would expand, its speed was relatively sluggish, certainly inferior to that of its own flight. If it could soar far enough, even to another realm, this danger would inevitably be evaded. Upon reviewing this method, the little salted fish dismissed it without a second thought. How absurd. It is the great dragon lord. When faced with a challenge, it must confront it head-on. How could it consider retreat? What if this black hole gradually expanded and annihilated this world? The great dragon lord would never stoop to such a cowardly act. Thus, it turned its attention to the second method. This approach was notably practical. By merely modifying the previous technique, it could convert the attractive force into a repulsive one, thereby neutralizing the black hole. The execution of this method appeared deceptively simple, yet it harbored a grave flaw. The collision of these two forces would generate immense spatial turbulence. The fragmentation of the local space would be a minor concern. More severely, it could directly displace a portion of the surrounding matter into another realm. Should a living being happen to straddle the boundary of this transfer, it would meet an immediate and untimely demise. However, after contemplating this, the little salted fish resolutely made its decision. This would be the course of action. As long as the problem could be resolved, the repercussions could be addressed later. It was unperturbed by the spatial turbulence. As for Lin Xian, under the protection of the great dragon lord, he would undoubtedly remain unharmed. With that thought, the little salted fish grasped Lin Xian with one claw, shielding him securely in front of itself. With the other claw, it conjured another black hole from thin air. Unlike the previous one, this black hole radiated boundless repulsive force. The leaves drifting nearby were immediately repelled upon contact. Grasping this black hole, the little salted fish cautiously maneuvered it closer to the still expanding gravitational black hole in the sky. This time, it dared not be careless. Should any unforeseen incident arise, it lacked the confidence to manage it. With the lessons learned from past experiences, this operation proceeded without a hitch. The repulsive black hole successfully collided with the gravitational black hole. In an instant, a cacophony of shattering sounds erupted. Numerous jagged spatial rifts manifested in the vicinity of the little salted fish. Before it could react, a blinding white light erupted, engulfing the entire forest. When the brilliance subsided, several colossal trees within the forest lay severed in twain, their cut surfaces impeccably smooth as if cleaved by an extraordinarily sharp blade. Meanwhile, the figures of the little salted fish and Lin Xian had vanished without a trace from the site of the former gravitational black hole, leaving behind only a few slowly mending spatial rifts to bear witness to the cataclysm that had transpired. What has happened to me? In the enveloping darkness, Lin Xian gradually regained awareness. Right? I was being pursued by Kai He in the forest. I remember being imprisoned in a watery dungeon. What is the situation now? Have I already perished? Lin Xian found himself bewildered. His consciousness remained somewhat hazy, and certain cognitions had yet to be retrieved. At that moment, he suddenly felt someone nudging his body. Lin Xian, wake up. The urgency of the voice penetrated his ears. It possessed an authoritative tone mingled with a hint of childlike innocence. Lin Xian could not recall knowing anyone with such a voice. Could it be the little salted fish? He chuckled self-deprecatingly. That shouldn't be the case. Having become my contracted beast, why would it still speak in such a manner? Before he could ponder further, the external nudging gradually roused his consciousness. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a dimly lit ceiling. No, it could not be termed a ceiling, for he sensed the firm earth beneath him. It was evident that he was within a cave. What greeted his eyes was merely the top of the cave. Oh. Lin Xian cradled his still painful head and gradually propped himself up. To his surprise, the cave was not as dark as he had envisioned. A massive light source illuminated the entire cavern. This source was a creature with the head of a horse, the body of a serpent, deer antlers, and fish scales, strikingly reminiscent of the legendary dragon. At present, it lay beside Lin Xian, its enormous claws resting on him, and its piercing gaze fixed intently upon him. Upon witnessing him slowly rise, its expression brightened with joy. Lin Xian, you have finally awakened. Yet Lin Xian remained utterly perplexed. He did not recall encountering such a majestic and formidable creature before. With curiosity in his heart, he scrutinized the dragon-like monster, inquiring, "Who are you?" Chapter 111, The Body of the Dragon. Upon hearing Lin Xian's question, the little salted fish's elongated face displayed a smug expression. "Humph, you fail to recognize me, do you?" It somewhat theatrically shook its head. This is hardly surprising. After all, the The current visage of this great dragon lord is uniquely majestic, and you would not easily discern it. Ah, it's the little salted fish. Upon hearing this tone of speech and the self-reference to the great dragon lord, Lin Xian immediately recognized it. This familiar address caused the little salted fish to momentarily falter, mildly irked. Why do you still refer to me in that manner? I told you to call me the great dragon lord. The familiar retort confirmed it was indeed the little salted fish. Lin Xian exhaled in relief. This at least indicated that he had not fallen into the clutches of some nefarious beast. How did you come to be in this state? Lin Xian inquired. He vaguely remembered hearing the little salted fish call out to be released, but shortly after the operation, he had lost consciousness. He was oblivious to what had transpired thereafter to cause such a profound transformation in the little salted fish. Upon mentioning this matter, the little salted fish's irritation shifted back to pride. Ha! After emerging, I transformed into a dragon and utterly crushed that wretch who imprisoned you into dust. Your current state of health and continued existence is entirely due to the might of this great dragon lord. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? The series of statements were nothing but self-congratulatory boasts. Lin Xian felt somewhat exasperated. He delivered a light chop to the little salted fish's head. Speak plainly. Only then did the little salted fish properly elucidate the sequence of events. Upon hearing the explanation, Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. So that's it. You truly dispatched that scoundrel Kaihe? But that fierce water dragon was a platinum-tier beast, wasn't it? Just how strong have you become? As he spoke, he instinctively patted his own head. Forgetting that he could observe it himself, Lin Xian activated the all-knowing eye. Divine Dragon. Attributes: Dragon, Water, Space. Qualification: Divine Grade. Rank: Gold level 10. Status: Divine Light Affinity, Divine Authority Control. Skills: None. Optimal Evolution Route: None. Remarks: By a fortuitous twist of fate, fused with the divine essence of a koi, it has amassed a millennium of power, leaping from confinement to devour its guardians, ultimately transforming into a dragon. The body of the divine dragon, blessed with extraordinary fortune, will absorb the luck of all surrounding entities during its transformation, replenishing itself. Furthermore, with its accumulated power, it should have ascended to a higher rank. However, due to its host's frail constitution, it is constrained by this limitation. Gold level 10. Lin Xian's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. This was somewhat exaggerated. A gold level 10 with divine grade qualifications, and even possessing a divine essence. It was no wonder that Kaihe had been effortlessly dispatched. Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words. Yet, amidst his admiration, he also noticed the remarks and finally comprehended why he had been so unfortunate earlier. I knew it. He pointed an accusatory finger at the little salted fish, exclaiming, No wonder my luck has been so abysmal. It's all you're doing. What mischief have I wrought? The little salted fish retorted defiantly. Wasn't I helping you turn peril into safety? Lin Xian replied, If it weren't for you siphoning off my luck, I wouldn't have faced such danger in the first place. Humph, didn't I compensate you? The little salted fish folded its front claws as if in a human embrace, raising its head proudly. To ensure you could withstand my evolution, I specially infused you with a portion of my divine dragon power. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Lin Xian was taken aback. What divine dragon power? See for yourself. The little salted fish turned its dragon head, unwilling to explain further, leaving Lin Xian bewildered. Clenching his fists and stretching his legs, he indeed discovered a significant increase in his strength. However, he could not ascertain just how formidable he had become. Thus, Lin Xian, for the first time in a while, opened the system. To his surprise, he found that his Beastmaster level had predictably skyrocketed to gold level 10. Moreover, an additional skill had appeared in his Beastmaster repertoire. Divine Dragon Body, passive, a skill acquired through the infusion of divine dragon power. The bearer will possess a physique akin to that of a divine dragon, with attributes such as strength, speed, and constitution all vastly enhanced. So outrageous? Lin Xian's mouth fell agape in disbelief. If the description of this skill was not exaggerated, he could now be considered a humanoid extraordinary beast. Overcome with excitement, he instinctively punched the cave wall. With a tremendous force, debris flew. Yet his fist suffered no harm. Not even a trace of white mark remained. To further test his newfound strength, Lin Xian summoned the Blackhorn magic dragon from his Beastmaster space, eagerly engaging it in an arm wrestling match. Among all his contracted beasts, this muscular creature was the strongest in terms of raw physical power. Though it was only of silver rank, as a dragon with holy grade qualifications, it surpassed even some platinum beasts that were not particularly adept in strength. To merely match, it would signify unparalleled power. With anticipation in his heart, Lin Xian and the shrunken Blackhorn magic dragon began their contest. Regrettably, however, his divine dragon body ultimately could not compare to the authentic nature of the little salted fish. Within a minute, Lin Xian found himself pinned to the ground by the Blackhorn magic dragon. Lying on the ground, Lin Xian gazed up at the ceiling, chuckling wryly. Oh, indeed, I was overly optimistic. Competing with a creature like the Blackhorn magic dragon is still too daunting. He felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, in truth, his current physical prowess was already quite extraordinary. If he were chased by Kai He now, even without relying on his contracted beasts, he could easily escape. If he could match the brawny Blackhorn magic dragon, then the divine dragon body would indeed be excessively exaggerated. Recalling the Blackhorn magic dragon back to the Beastmaster space, Lin Xian dusted himself off and rose to his feet. He glanced at the little salted fish, which was currently sulking, still miffed by Lin Xian's prior accusations. Lin Xian recognized his mistake. Such an outrageous physique was the dream of every Beastmaster. No matter how powerful a contracted beast was, it was merely the strength of the beast. Even with a strong rapport between human and beast, complete control was impossible. However, with the divine dragon body now classified as a Beastmaster skill, it wholly belonged to the Beastmaster himself. Even if the little salted fish were to sever their contract now, it could not abandon him. Had he known he would gain such power, Lin Xian would never have casually blamed the little salted fish. Therefore, with a smile plastered on his face, he approached the little salted fish. Little salted fish, O mighty divine dragon, please don't be angry. My previous words were unjust. Could you please calm down? Humph. The little salted fish huffed, turning its head away. Lin Xian, undeterred, followed suit. Please don't be upset. Wait. He was about to continue soothing the little salted fish when he suddenly noticed something in the corner of the cave, emitting an inexplicable green glow. The little salted fish, initially with its eyes closed, halted upon hearing Lin Xian's voice and cautiously opened one eye to peek. It then realized there was something distinctly unusual in the cave. The dragon head leaned close to Lin Xian's side, curiously inquiring, "What is that?" Chapter 112, The Forest Deer Ring. Lin Xian turned in astonishment. "You don't know either?" "How would I know?" The little salted fish replied with a sense of entitlement. "After the spatial transfer, I feared you might get hurt again. So I stayed right by your side. How could I have noticed that thing?" That made sense. Lin Xian nodded in understanding. He then asked the little salted fish, "Why don't you go take a look?" He was wary of what fierce beast might lurk there, and didn't he dare to take the risk himself. "Why don't you go?" The little salted fish flicked its tail, casting an annoyed glance at Lin Xian. Despite now possessing a divine dragon body, the caution it had developed during its captivity still lingered in its mind, not easily forgotten. Lin Xian turned his head, fearlessly locking eyes with the large dragon eye. The two held each other's gaze for a long time until, ultimately, it was the little salted fish that relented. It left Lin Xian on guard and slowly approached the faint glow. Moving with an air of nonchalance, its dragon eyes, however, sparkled with vigilance. Upon nearing the glowing object and recognizing its surroundings, the little salted fish appeared momentarily stunned. What's wrong?" Lin Xian called out. "Come over here and take a look." It waved its tail. Sensing that there was no danger, Lin Xian quickly walked over. When he beheld the glowing object, his reaction mirrored that of the little salted fish. Why is there a person here?" Indeed, nestled in the corner was a person. The small object radiating a green glow was a circular pendant resting on the person's back. Activating the all-knowing eye, Lin Xian received feedback on the pendant. Forest Deer Ring. Rank, Platinum level. Remarks. A pendant crafted from the sacrifice of an entire platinum-level forest deer. It possesses a surge of vital essence, capable of sustaining the wearer's life force until the energy is depleted. What a treasure! Lin Xian's eyes brightened. He first summoned the spirit of ginseng, unleashing its abilities to provide healing. After confirming that no further dangers lurked nearby, Lin Xian straightforwardly extended his hand and removed the pendant from its resting place. As he did so, he made a startling discovery. It appeared to be a woman. Drawing closer, aided by the divine light emanating from the small fish, Lin Xian managed to discern her form. Her long hair lay in disarray, entangled with the pendant's cord. Her white short-sleeved top and cropped denim pants were thoroughly soaked, mired in mud and decaying leaves. Were it not for his understanding of the effects of the forest deer ring, Lin Xian might have mistaken her for a mere corpse. Having confirmed that the woman was gradually improving under the spirit of ginseng's care, Lin Xian decisively removed the pendant. With the life link provided by the spirit of ginseng, the pendant held little utility for him. Nonetheless, being a platinum-grade item, it was an exceedingly rare life-preserving artifact and would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Thus, he adeptly stored it within his storage bracelet. There was no shame in this. The forest deer ring could only sustain her existence at the bare minimum, awaiting rescue. Yet, in such a cursed place, would she truly receive aid? Lin Xian found it hard to believe. Therefore, he naturally assumed the role of this unfortunate soul's savior. Having saved her life, Surely it was not unreasonable to claim a token of gratitude, was it? With this unexpected acquisition lifting his spirits considerably, Lin Xian casually turned the unconscious woman over. Let me see your face, HM. Teacher Jiang. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Before him lay a face marred by scars, sullied by mud and leaves, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Yet, from those familiar brows and eyes, Lin Xian instantly recognized her. It was Jiang Wan'er, the very person engulfed by the cataclysmic tide summoned by Kai He. What the hell? She is still alive? Lin Xian was further astounded. The torrent conjured by Kai He, which he had merely heard about, seemed capable of apocalyptic destruction. Jiang Wan'er had been at the forefront, submerged and battered by the flood against rocks and trees, yet she had somehow survived? Surely, she must be the child of destiny. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Not only had she survived that deluge, but she had also evaded the chaotic rifts of space, landing safely upon this solid ground. To top it off, she fortuitously found herself in his company, receiving adequate care. The mere thought left Lin Xian somewhat speechless. What should I do with her? He bit his nails, scrutinizing Jiang Wan'er's face in deep contemplation. Should he take her along? The moment that thought emerged, Lin Xian dismissed it. He was already unfamiliar with this place. Adding an unknown, potentially incapacitating burden was truly unreasonable. Killing her? That was out of the question as well. Lin Xian was no saint, yet he was not a bloodthirsty individual either. Moreover, he had previously benefited from Jiang Wan'er's assistance. From her distant help in the special class enrollment to the closer aid of the forest deer ring, while the gratitude was not overwhelming, it was certainly present. After much deliberation, Lin Xian arrived at a conclusion. Sigh, perhaps I should leave her some food and let her fend for herself in the wilderness? He sighed. Just as he was about to retrieve some items from his bracelet, he suddenly heard a soft moan from Jiang Wan'er as she slowly regained consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xian hastily donned a mask and cloak he had prepared earlier to conceal his identity. He had used this disguise when entering the underground sealed cave in the rock forest, and it was now apt for the situation with Jiang Wan'er. Clearing his throat, he attempted to sound authoritative. You're awake? As Jiang Wan'er opened her eyes, the first sight that greeted her was a mysterious man cloaked in shadows, accompanied by a dragon radiating divine light. After a moment of confusion, she finally managed to ask, Who are you? Me? Lin Xian's voice remained devoid of emotion. Just a curious hero, really. I found you collapsed by the roadside and lent a hand. I've collected my reward, so now that you're awake, I shall take my leave. While Lin Xian spoke, Jiang Wan'er still wore a bewildered expression. It was only when he mentioned leaving that she finally regained her senses. Thank you for saving me. Where's this place? Lin Xian, however, offered no further reply. He had already made up his mind. After placing some simple food beside her, he rose and walked toward the cave entrance. He was not merely speaking, he truly intended to depart. Outside the cave, dawn was breaking. The sun began to rise, its warm rays dispelling some of the chill from his body, creating a most comforting sensation. As he strolled leisurely, basking in the sunlight, the small fish suddenly teased. So you're really just going to walk away? Although somewhat dirty, by human standards, that female should be considered quite beautiful. Don't you feel even a hint of attraction? Mind your own business. Lin Xian was about to retort when he suddenly heard a voice call from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Jiang Wan'er emerging. She was clearly still injured, struggling to walk, limping and appearing on the verge of collapse. As she approached, she called out, Please wait. Chapter 113, The Fiery Horse King. Upon hearing Jiang Wan'er's plea, Lin Xian wasted no time and turned to flee. Damn it. I've already saved you. Are you now trying to cling to me? As he ran, he couldn't help but grumble to himself. After running a considerable distance, he finally managed to shake Jiang Wan'er off and came to a gradual halt. He paused to gauge his own breath, discovering that there was not a hint of turbulence. Clenching his fists, he murmured, This dragon body is indeed formidable. After reaffirming the great contribution of the small fish, Lin Xian lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, he had sprinted to a vast grassland. The grass was lush, nearly reaching his knees, and the area was eerily devoid of human presence. Approaching the small fish, he inquired, Where exactly have we ended up? This feels somewhat off. The small fish, idly plucking at the grass, paused to ponder Lin Xian's question before replying. I'm not entirely certain, but based on my instincts, this should be my original world. You mean, an alternate realm? Lin Xian was taken aback, but quickly connected the dots. The small fish nodded affirmatively. With its confirmation, Lin Xian found himself momentarily lost in thought. He gazed at the rising sun on the horizon, surveyed the expanse of the grassland, and felt the gentle breeze brushing against his face. Is this an alternate realm? He hadn't anticipated that his first solitary venture into such a world would occur in this manner. He had initially planned to rush back to the Demon City to disseminate news of the Heavenly God Society. However, if this was indeed an alternate realm, perhaps I should explore a bit first? The thought emerged in Lin Xian's mind. As a Beastmaster, his ultimate ambition was to experience the vibrant and splendid scenery of an alternate realm. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, he was loath to let it slip away. Just a day prior, Lin Xian would have never entertained such an idea. After all, the perilous environment of the other world is fraught with dangers, with various ferocious beasts lurking at every turn. A moment's carelessness could lead one to inadvertently trespass into the territory of a malevolent creature, leaving them oblivious to the manner of their demise. However, he now has the small salted fish by his side and has also acquired the body of a divine dragon, significantly enhancing his self-preservation capabilities. Ordinary beasts pose no threat to him at all, as long as he carefully avoids particularly formidable individuals with the aid of the omniscient eye. A brief expedition into the other world, therefore, seems entirely feasible. Yes, that shall be my course of action. Once he clarified the pros and cons, Lin Xian swiftly solidified his resolve. Now, to set forth. Just as he was about to choose a random direction, he suddenly heard a heavy thudding sound approaching from his right. Turning his head, he was astonished to discover a herd of horses. Their coats were a vibrant crimson, their heads and hooves ablaze with fiery flames, exuding an air of majesty. The leader of the herd stood taller than the others, with flames that enveloped a far greater area, almost extending to its neck. It was evident that this majestic creature was the king of the herd. Lin Xian instinctively activated the omniscient eye. Flame Horse King. Attribute: Fire. Qualification: Golden Tier. Rank: Golden Level 10. Status: Healthy. Skills: None. Optimal evolution path: None. The attributes of the Horse King were quite impressive. However, the horses accompanying it were rather lackluster, mostly of silver tier with poor qualifications. In terms of combat prowess, they might not even match the small fire feather. After assessing the disparity in strength, Lin Xian stroked his chin, deep in thought. A golden tier beast should not pose a challenge for me. He gazed at the charred marks left by the herd's passage, his eyes glimmering with excitement. A horse engulfed in flames, how splendid. It would be perfect to capture one as a steed. The latter thought resided solely in his mind. Previously, while in the Demon City, he had watched with envy as Bai Ma rode her unicorn. Now that an opportunity had arisen, how could he let it slip away? With that, he beckoned to the small salted fish beside him. Let us go. We are getting ourselves a mount. He then dashed towards the herd. The herd galloped swiftly, their trajectory slightly askew from his own. Had it not been for Lin Xian's divine dragon body, he might have struggled to keep pace. At last, as he approached, the Horse King noticed this unusual being. Unfazed by Lin Xian's evident hostility, it did not slow down. Instead, it charged directly at him with the herd, seemingly intent on trampling him to smithereens. Haha, just what I was hoping for. Lin Xian laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all of his primary battle contract beasts. Little Fire Feather, Little Earth, the Demon Dragon, Ergo, and Kinling. In an instant, several uniquely qualified contract beasts materialized around him. All of you charge. Take down that herd. Upon uttering this command, Lin Xian felt an exhilarating rush course through him. Delightful. He couldn't help but exclaim. On Earth, to evade the attention of individuals like Kai He, Lin Xian rarely revealed all of his contract beasts to the light of day. Now, in the other world, he finally had the opportunity. Haha, this is the battle of a beast master I envisioned. Quickly, all of you go forth. Capture them. The small salted fish, without needing Lin Xian's command, charged ahead. Previously confined to the cave to protect Lin Xian, it had long pinned up its divine power and was eager to unleash it. Meanwhile, Little Fire Feather, Little Earth, and the Demon Dragon, still lacking full intelligence, were most obedient to Lin Xian's orders. They surged forward to engage in combat with the fiery horse herd. Although it was a battle beyond their usual capacity, for these little creatures of holy tier qualifications, it was hardly a daunting task. Only Kinling and Ergo remained beside Lin Xian. Kinling possessed no combat prowess, while Ergo expressed disdain for the blood-soaked melee. It merely summoned Meteor Strike, calling forth meteors to bombard the herd. As it waved its small paw, it inquired of Lin Xian. Earlier, I sensed that your mental energy was quite depleted. What transpired? A look of anthropomorphic concern graced its adorable canine face. It's just a minor issue. Lin Xian chuckled, ruffling Ergo's head. It's merely a small rascal that has been dealt with. Yet, Ergo was not easily appeased, baring its teeth. A minor issue. We've been driven into the other world. Let me tell you, now that I'm bound to you, you must not take your life lightly. Observing its anxiety, Lin Xian recounted the events as previously mentioned by the small salted fish. After listening, Ergo curled its lip, retorting, I've already said it's a minor issue. The one who was hunting me is now but ashes. However, Ergo did not dwell on that matter, frowning. A divine dragon? Are you serious? A being of such caliber, possessing the divine essence of the most powerful dragon god, has become your contract beast? It seemed incredulous. Of course. Lin Xian nodded. Why would I deceive you? With that, he pointed to the small salted fish, which was returning triumphantly with the flame horse king in tow. Look, right there. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Chapter 114, Child of the Grass. Following his indication, Ergo squinted and indeed spotted the small salted fish's imposing form. It narrowed its eyes, scrutinizing closely but found only superficial grandeur. Something felt peculiar. Ergo realized its perception seemed obstructed by some force. Thus, it ceased relying on its senses and directly activated its unique divine essence from the rock-eating demon god. A beam of divine light erupted from Ergo's forehead. This time, it indeed uncovered a new revelation. The distant small salted fish emitted a similar divine light that resonated with its own. It truly was. Confirming Lin Xian's words, Ergo's mouth slightly agape. It found it hard to believe that Lin Xian had indeed contracted such a high-caliber beast. Meanwhile, the small salted fish, which had been leisurely swimming, suddenly became alarmed upon noticing the anomaly surrounding itself. It frantically scratched at the air, scurrying back to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian, what? What is happening to me? Why do I feel as though someone is watching me? We must flee at once. Lin Xian shot it a disdainful glance and remarked, Didn't you call yourself the great divine dragon? Are you so fearful in the face of danger? I am not afraid. The small salted fish retorted defiantly, I am merely. Yes. I simply do not wish to give the enemy an advantage. Finding this a suitably justifiable excuse, it regained its proud demeanor. Lin Xian, uninterested in further banter, introduced Ergo to it. This fellow is also my contract beast. Like you, it possesses a divine essence, and it is somewhat your senior. The anomaly earlier was elicited by it. Upon hearing Lin Xian's explanation, the small salted fish paused, bringing its massive head close to Ergo for a thorough inspection. Is it true? This earthy dog possesses a divine essence. It cast a glance at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Lin Xian remained silent. And Ergo was too indifferent to explain the reasons for his current plight. He turned to Lin Xian and smiled. You truly are quite fortunate. This little fellow has crossed your path. Lin Xian was well aware of the extraordinary luck he had in forming a contract with the little salted fish. He chuckled and shrugged. Perhaps I saved the world in my last life? Observing the joyous exchange between the man and the dog, the little salted fish felt a twinge of displeasure. It tossed the sorrowful flame horse king at Lin Xian and exclaimed, Hey, I was the one who brought this guy back for you. Can't you give me a compliment? Seeing its adorable demeanor seeking praise, Lin Xian readily obliged. All right, he said affectionately, stroking the little salted fish's head. Master Dragon is truly formidable. After a while, as Xiao Huiyu and the others returned from rounding up the remaining herd, the Flame Horse King had become Lin Xian's newest contracted beast. He mounted it and felt its solid, broad back, which was comfortable without any discomfort. The flames around its neck appeared quite fierce. But now that the horse was his contracted beast, it intentionally controlled its power, rendering it relatively safe. Overall, it was a commendable steed. Very nice, he remarked, patting the horse's head. Subsequently, Lin Xian led his contracted beasts away from the grassland, casually selecting a direction to continue their journey. Upon reaching a grand tree, he paused and retrieved an assortment of bottles and jars from his spatial bracelet. With the sun high in the sky, it was mealtime. Earlier, while on Earth, Lin Xian had prepared ample resources for his contracted beasts, so he naturally ensured their food was plentiful. As for himself, he was less particular. The vastness of this alternate realm and its myriad of exotic beasts made it easy to catch some game. The meat was succulent and, when simply roasted, became an exquisite delicacy. It was said that some restaurants on Earth served dishes made from these exotic meats at exorbitant prices. Lin Xian had previously found this puzzling, but having tasted it, he now understood somewhat. Beneath the great tree, a man and several beasts gathered around a campfire, either sitting or lying down, indulging in a hearty feast. After swallowing a mouthful of the roasted exotic meat Lin Xian had prepared, Ergo inquired, What are your plans moving forward? Lin Xian, chewing on the beast meat, responded indistinctly, I just arrived, so I don't have any concrete plans yet. My preliminary idea is to explore this alternate realm thoroughly. Of course, it would be ideal if I could uncover the disaster mentioned by your old subordinate. The old subordinate Lin Xian referred to as the white fox contracted by Luo Xinqi, from whom he had learned many secrets. The catastrophic disaster was one of them. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Ergo appeared to ponder deeply and then asked, What are your thoughts? This alternate realm was technically Ergo's domain, and Lin Xian believed it would be beneficial to hear the host's suggestions. Ergo licked its paw and replied, if you're looking to investigate the disaster. I have a suggestion. We currently find ourselves in the green pastures. On the other side of the grassland, there exists a tribe of exotic beasts resembling humans, known as the Children of Grass. If we visit them, we might uncover some information. As Ergo spoke, it used its claws to draw on the ground, illustrating its explanation. The diagram was clear and the explanation lucid, allowing Lin Xian to easily comprehend. He wholeheartedly agreed with Ergo's proposal. However, before proceeding, he had to clarify a few matters. This group, they don't have any peculiar customs, do they? Like blood sacrifices or anything? Ergo shook its head. They possess high intelligence, are peaceful, and are famously benevolent. High intelligence? Lin Xian's curiosity was piqued. In what way? Let me give you a simple example. Ergo raised a paw. They live not relying on heaven or earth, but on their own herding skills. Do you understand? That makes sense. Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. But it doesn't stop there. Ergo continued. This tribe of Children of Grass is favored by nature. Whenever a disaster is imminent in the natural world, their tribe as seers always possess the foresight to predict it. If there is anyone in this alternate realm, aside from those god-tier beasts, who understands disasters best, it would be them. As Lin Xian listened to Ergo's description, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. A tribe that is peaceful yet possesses the gift of predicting disasters. Such tribes, in the stories and films he had seen, usually met with annihilation. What has happened to this tribe? Ergo, unaware of Lin Xian's thoughts, noticed his sudden sigh and directly inquired. Lin Xian refrained from sharing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and simply responded, "It's nothing. Since you say so, let's go meet this tribe known as the Children of Grass." Chapter 115, The Divine King. The green pastures stretched far and wide. Lin Xian rode the Flame Horse King for half an afternoon before finally crossing to the other side. By the time the endless green grass faded from view, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Gazing at the pitch-black forest before him, Lin Xian did not rush to enter. Although the so-called Children of Grass were benevolent, one could not be too cautious. He had no desire to venture deep into their territory at night, for fear of unforeseen conflicts that would leave him with no escape route. He surveyed his surroundings and called out to his contracted beasts, "We'll stop here." Before he could finish his sentence, several small figures suddenly sprang from the shadows of the surrounding bushes. They were diminutive, no taller than human children, clad in green, adorned with floral crowns, and dressed in simple garments made from animal hides. Each wielded an array of rudimentary weapons, pointing them at Lin Xian and his contracted beasts. The leader among them rattled off a stream of incomprehensible chatter and raised its weapon, the threat unmistakable. This overt hostility ignited the fighting spirit of Lin Xian's contracted beasts, particularly the little salted fish, which, upon seeing the diminutive green creatures, deemed them insignificant and dared to point weapons at its master dragon. Without hesitation, it prepared to charge into battle. Lin Xian quickly restrained it and turned to Ergo, asking, "Are they the Children of Grass?" When the little ones had leapt out, Lin Xian had instinctively activated All-Knowing Eye. The information provided referred to them as the Children of Nature. This name sounded quite similar to Children of Grass, leaving Lin Xian uncertain, hence his inquiry. Ergo nodded, stepped forward to the leader of the Children of Grass, and began to chatter away in the same manner. After a moment, the leader appeared somewhat bewildered. Then, it respectfully gestured to Ergo, inviting it to lead the way. Ergo turned back, smugly informing Lin Xian. "Let's go?" Lin Xian, astonished, asked from behind, "Do you have a connection with them?" "How could that be?" Ergo shot him a sideways glance. "Though the Children of Grass are somewhat extraordinary, they are merely a small tribe. What was my identity in the past? In this realm, the supreme existence, the esteemed beast of divine rank. It is already remarkable to be aware of the existence of such a diminutive tribe. How could one possibly cultivate any camaraderie with them?" As these words escaped its lips, a proud expression adorned its face, as if it had reclaimed the spirited vigor of its former life. Lin Xian had grown accustomed to its occasional airs of superiority and chose to disregard them entirely. He inquired further, "How is it that you can articulate their language? Even if there exists a form of communication among your kind, it cannot be this coherent, can it?" At the mention of this language conundrum, Ergo unexpectedly fell silent. After a lengthy pause, it sighed, "Language, indeed. In our realm, all intelligent races utilize a singular tongue." Lin Xian was taken aback. Is that truly the case? How could that be possible? The concept of a unified language is far from realized, let alone on Earth. Even in my homeland of Huagua, there are still regions where dialects prevail. According to the information possessed by humanity, the other world was vastly more expansive than Earth, given their efficiency in information dissemination. How could such a feat be accomplished? The difficulty is not merely astronomical, it is fundamentally implausible. You find it absurd as well, do you? Ergo chuckled and shook its head. When that esteemed individual resolved to undertake this endeavor, Many of our kin expressed similar sentiments. That esteemed individual? Lin Xin queried, intrigued. Who might that be? That would be the only divine king in our history. Ergo's expression softened with reminiscence, the only one recognized by all major clans. In those days, he emerged with undeniable prowess, overpowering numerous divine-ranked beasts, and accomplished an unprecedented unification within our realm. Logically speaking, a monarch who achieves such heights often tends to descend into the excesses of tyranny, does he not? Yet, he did not. He remained untainted by indulgence, wholly devoted to fostering the grand amalgamation of all races in the world. The unification of language was but a facet of his strategy for integration. At this point, Ergo paused. Lin Xian, thoroughly engrossed, pressed for more, and then, did he succeed? Upon hearing the question, Ergo spread its paws in a gesture of regret, regrettably. As you can see, each clan continues with its own affairs. The existence of a common tongue is the sole remnant of his aspirations. Strikingly rare, a sorrowful expression crossed Ergo's face. This was entirely understandable. The sweeping epic of heroism stirred profound emotions even within Lin Xian, an outsider. One could only imagine the depth of feeling in Ergo, a native beast. To dispel the somber atmosphere, Lin Xian refrained from probing into the reasons behind the Divine King's failure. Instead, he jested, "It seems you hold that Divine King in high regard." Ergo replied with an air of certainty, "That is only natural, is it not? Here, there is not a single divine beast that does not venerate him. Those without ambition yearn for the peace he bestowed, while the ambitious covet his supreme authority. Not to mention, after his demise, countless divine beasts proclaimed themselves divine kings, seeking to have the entire world's beastly populace bow before them. Yet none could replicate the monumental achievements of that esteemed individual. Those who opposed him either perished or scurried away in disgrace. Speaking of these ambitious pretenders, Ergo scoffed, "These wretched frogs can only indulge in fanciful dreams. They always believe that the throne of the divine king can be claimed simply by virtue of strength." With a sharp wit, Ergo ridiculed those ambitious souls, eliciting a sense of wonder from Lin Xian. Such secrets, one could surmise, would be difficult to uncover even in the other world. Were the professors at the Beast Taming University to hear this, they could likely pen several award-winning papers. He glanced down at Ergo, who ambled beside him. This creature harbored a wealth of knowledge. He needed to find a way to extract more. Just as he was about to pose another question, the leading grass children came to a sudden halt. Had Lin Xian not reacted swiftly, he would have collided with them. He intended to send Ergo to inquire about the sudden stop, but reconsidered upon lifting his gaze. Before him loomed a high fence formed by colossal trees, with a gap left in the center for a grand entrance. At the gate stood two similarly petite grass children, evidently acting as sentinels. The grass child leader who had guided Lin Xian was conversing with the gatekeepers, occasionally gesturing towards Lin Xian. Clearly, this was the stronghold of the grass child tribe. They had arrived. Chapter 116, The Survivors. Contrary to expectations of bloodshed, this tribe exuded tranquility and harmony. Within the encampment, members fulfilled their respective roles, engaging in light-hearted dialogues and laughter, evoking a sense of a utopian paradise. This was Lin Xian's initial impression of the grass child tribe. As beasts, they lacked the convoluted social niceties of humans. Once Ergo expressed its desire to meet the seer and demonstrated sufficient sincerity, they led the way without hesitation. Thus, Lin Xian found himself seated opposite the seer with little effort. To prevent any sudden outburst that might endanger the seer, his contracted beasts were left outside. Only Ergo, the sole creature fluent in beast language, remained as the principal interlocutor. Lin Xian could not possibly leave it outside. The grass children were quite reasonable. After a brief negotiation, they consented to allow Ergo to enter alongside Lin Xian. At that moment, Ergo perched on Lin Xian's lap, both facing the so-called seer. The seer bore a striking resemblance to the other grass children, with green skin and clad in animal hides. The only notable distinction was the significantly larger floral crown adorning its head, embellished with more vibrant petals. Lin Xian perceived it as a benign entity. However, upon settling down, the seer's first utterance delivered a moderate shock. "Ah, a human. It has been quite some time since I've seen one." The seer did not engage in the nonsensical chatter typical of ordinary grass children. Instead, it communicated directly within Lin Xian's mind through its formidable mental prowess. Such a method was not unfamiliar to him. Ergo, Little Xinyu, and Pearl White Horse could all do the same. Therefore, his astonishment did not stem from the communication itself, but rather from the revelation that other humans had indeed ventured into this realm. Yet, how could this be? To his knowledge, following the complete annihilation of the last great exploratory mission, the officials had dispatched no further exploration teams. Who could this inexplicable individual be? Had the officials secretly sent out a new expedition? Or were they perhaps survivors from that ill-fated expedition? Or could they be affiliated with the Hydra? Those individuals could effortlessly ambush exploration teams in the other world, indicating a profound familiarity with its geography, suggesting prior exploration. If it were they, traversing the other world with ease would not be surprising. Intent on confirming his suspicions, yet wary of misunderstanding, Lin Xian asked, "What did you just say?" His inquiry inadvertently rendered the seer somewhat uncertain. It scratched its green hand thoughtfully, puzzled. Has my mental prowess become somewhat rusty? That shouldn't be the case, I clearly. Lin Xian felt a twinge of anxiety and interjected, "I beg your pardon, what I meant to say is, did you just imply that there have been other humans who visited your tribe?" "Indeed," the seer replied, regaining its previous elegance upon realizing it was not Lin Xian's clarity that was lacking. It counted on its fingers and stated, "It was approximately 6,000 days and nights ago. A severely injured individual passed through here and exchanged some peculiar items for our medicinal herbs." 6,000 days and nights. Lin Xian calculated mentally, and it corresponded to nearly 18 years ago. That was around the time of his birth. It was also shortly after Lin Howren and Xia Wu had suffered grievous injuries and retreated. Was that person also gravely wounded? Lin Xian mused, stroking his chin. That must be a survivor. Then, he concluded in his mind. However, to confirm his suspicion, he requested, "Could you sell me the items he exchanged with you? I can offer something in return." As he spoke, Lin Xian retrieved several verdant crystal woods from his spatial bracelet. These were delicacies meant for spirit ginseng, with a remarkably high density of grass attribute energy. For these children of the grass, they should possess an irresistible allure. Indeed, upon seeing these items, even the typically wise and composed seer could not help but brighten with interest. It was tempted to accept them immediately. However, after much contemplation, it sighed. There is no need to exchange such precious items. What that human traded with us holds little value, merely decorative trinkets. Saying this, the seer rose and walked into the inner room. After rummaging for a while, it returned with a collection of assorted knickknacks and sat down before Lin Xian. "Here, these are the items." Lin Xian gathered them, examining them closely. A dead mobile phone, a keychain, an empty can, a dented water bottle. As the seer had indicated, they were indeed of no practical use, serving only as adornments. Lin Xian felt a pang of disappointment. He had been nearly certain that this was a survivor from the exploration team. Only they would carry such items while traversing an alien realm. Yet, he had hoped to find something among these odds and ends that might reveal the identity of that individual. Alas, had he been too hopeful? With a sigh, he stored the items in his spatial bracelet and then looked up to ask, "Great seer, did you have any communication with that human back then?" Although it was a matter of the past, he still wished to see if he could glean more useful information from it. His interest did not lie in the tale of the exploration team's demise. He was already aware of that from Xia Wu's notebook. His curiosity was directed elsewhere. It had been nearly 18 or 19 years since the exploration team entered the other realm. Such an extensive passage of time meant that if that team member were still alive, he would certainly not remain in one place. If he retained his inquisitive nature as an adventurer, these 18 years would have afforded him ample opportunity to explore numerous locales and acquire considerable knowledge. Perhaps he had even heard of that so-called catastrophe. If he could locate him, Lin Xian might save himself a great deal of effort. Regrettably, the seer shook its head. There was hardly any communication. "I saw him grievously injured that day and intended to have him recuperate here before departing. However, he mentioned that he was being pursued, and upon seeing our kindness, he did not wish to burden us. Thus, he left directly with the medicinal herbs." As it spoke, the seer shrugged. He departed with great resolve, and naturally, I did not detain him. Though he had anticipated this response, Lin Xian could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. He pressed further. "Do you recall which direction he headed?" This inquiry was indeed rather detailed. Given the passage of time, the seer could not recall clearly. It lowered its head in contemplation for a while, but could not arrive at an answer. Finally, it shook its head. "I apologize, I do not remember well." Lin Xian pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat despondent. He forced a smile and replied, "No, I should apologize instead. It is my expectations that are excessive." After uttering this, a silence enveloped the seer's dwelling. Doer, perched on Lin Xian's lap, noticed his demeanor and hastily waved a paw, exclaiming, "Oh, Lin Xian, why are you dwelling on the past? Have you forgotten the business that brings us here today? The catastrophe. We must investigate that calamity." At Doer's reminder, Lin Xian finally regained some composure. Yet before he could speak, the seer interjected, "Catastrophe? What catastrophe?" Its greenish face displayed unmistakable surprise. On Lin Xian's end, he was even more astonished. "You are unaware? They came to the children of the grass tribe today specifically to investigate matters related to the calamity, seeking further information from you. But they seem to be entirely oblivious." He glanced down at Doer and found it gazing back at him. The two, human and dog, exchanged bewildered looks, both faces reflecting their astonishment. Where had the miscommunication occurred? The existence of this so-called catastrophe had been thoroughly investigated by the white fox in its previous life, and even in its reincarnation, the memory persisted. The significance of preserving this information suggested it should not be erroneous. Could it be that the seer and its kin had received no sign whatsoever? Lin Xian felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Do-Er mirrored his sentiment, turning to the seer to elaborate. We have heard from a source that a catastrophe is set to sweep across the world, inflicting catastrophic damage upon our realm. However, the manner in which this calamity will manifest remains unclear, and we are conducting a thorough investigation. We were informed that you, as the children of nature, possess the ability to foresee calamities to some extent, which is why we sought you out. We hope you can reflect deeply on this. It was evident that Do-Er felt a sense of urgency regarding this so-called catastrophe, even employing respectful language. Observing their seriousness, the seer adopted a more solemn demeanor. It shook its head and explained, not all disasters can be foreseen by us. Whether it be wisdom, combat, or so-called precognition, all powers of the children of the grass stem from Mother Earth. We can only know what she reveals to us. Logically, if such a grave catastrophe were to exist, I should have received a warning from Mother Earth. However, it pointed to its own head. The absence of any response here indicates that either the disaster does not stem from the Earth, or this so-called catastrophe has rendered her unable to communicate with us. This explanation did not alleviate the tension for either Do-Er or Lin Xian. The two possibilities were stark. If the first were true, it merely meant their investigation into the calamity had reset to square one. If the second were the case, it posed a far graver danger. Earlier, when the seer mentioned Mother Earth, Do-Er had already explained to Lin Xian through their mental connection that she was not a divine beast of godly rank, but rather the very consciousness of this beastly world. Many tribes that are closely connected to nature occasionally receive revelations from the divine. These may manifest as forewarnings of calamities or the birth of treasures, each distinct in its nature. In his lifetime, Ergo ascended to the exalted position of the food rock demon god, establishing an ethereal connection with the earth. Thus, he had gleaned whispers from the Earth Mother. He was acutely aware of the magnitude of her existence. If even she were to falter, it would signify that disaster was upon them. After the prophet concluded its musings, it grasped the severity of the situation. Casting a glance at Lin Xian and Ergo, it hesitated before speaking. If you are certain that calamity indeed looms, I might attempt to initiate communication with the Earth Mother. Regardless of the outcome, it would at least substantiate our earlier conjectures. Upon hearing this, both Ergo and Lin Xian were taken aback. Lin Xian expressed his gratitude. I appreciate your willingness to help. However, the prophet appeared somewhat abashed, stating, yet, this method of communication is quite taxing. It faltered to finish its thought. It was evident that this proactive communication with the Earth Mother would demand a considerable toll on its being. Lin Xian momentarily stood in surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Responding earnestly, what do you require? If it is within my means, please do not hesitate to ask. It was not necessary for anything particularly precious. The prophet extended its small green finger towards the green essence crystals that Lin Xian had yet to reclaim. If I could have 10 more of these, it would suffice. As it spoke, the prophet felt a pang of shame. Despite its extraordinary wisdom, it remained a member of a reclusive tribe, retaining a certain innocence. Having previously declined the goodwill of others, it now found itself requesting more, which rendered its earlier demeanor somewhat disingenuous. Nevertheless, Lin Xian did not voice any objections. The crystals were merely snacks for the spirit, and while they were indeed costly, he understood the gravity of the situation. He had intrusively sought information, and the prophet's willingness to communicate was already a generous offering. It would be unreasonable to casually declare that disaster was imminent and expect the prophet to deplete its resources solely for his benefit. Thus, without further ado, he presented a portion of the spirit's snacks before the prophet, saying, please, use these. If they are insufficient, I have more. The prophet hastily declined, asserting that this amount was adequate. It accepted the green essence crystals, cradling them in its hands. On a level imperceptible to Lin Xian, a mental force divided into 10 strands, penetrating each crystal. Subsequently, these shimmering green objects transformed into a bright verdant light, merging into the prophet's mind. Soon, mysterious runes illuminated the prophet's emerald head, pulsating with an intermittent glow. Once the radiance of these runes stabilized, the prophet closed its eyes and gently tapped its temple with its small hand. Clearly, it had entered a state of communion. Lin Xian and Ergo remained utterly silent, even their breaths becoming light, fearful of disrupting the prophet's connection with the Earth Mother. Time passed in silence, and after more than an hour, the prophet finally opened its eyes. The once bright sparkles within them had faded, replaced by profound fatigue and weariness. Noticing its condition, Lin Xian hesitated to inquire directly about the outcome, instead gazing at the prophet with hopeful anticipation, waiting for it to regain its composure and provide an answer. However, the result ultimately brought them disappointment. The prophet shook its head and emitted a faint green liquid, saying, "I am deeply sorry. I have failed. Yet, I am certain that something is amiss with the Earth Mother. When I attempted to establish a mental connection, there was no response from her side. Only when I endeavored to delve deeper into her consciousness did I finally elicit a reaction." At this point, the prophet paused, seemingly reflecting on the situation. A flicker of alarm crossed its eyes. The Earth Mother, she directly rejected me. Lin Xian, unfamiliar with the gravity of such a rejection, equated it to a phone call being abruptly terminated. Thus, he inquired, "Is this serious?" "Of course it is serious," the prophet exclaimed fervently. It was evident that this matter instilled greater fear than the calamity previously mentioned by Ergo. The Earth Mother has never rejected her children. Even if she is momentarily preoccupied, she would merely defer our requests. Such an overt rejection has never occurred throughout history. She must be in grave danger. As the prophet spoke, its eyes glinted with a hint of madness. Lin Xian and Ergo exchanged glances, both filled with a palpable weight of concern. Clearly, the situation had regrettably aligned with the worst possible outcome. The so-called Earth Mother had indeed encountered a dire predicament, particularly for Ergo, as a native beast. It understood the implications far better than Lin Xian. It raised its eyes to the prophet, poised to ask further questions when suddenly it noticed tendrils of black mist emanating from the prophet's form. Lin Xian, who had lifted his gaze in unison, also perceived this unmistakable anomaly. He instinctively called out, "Hey, prophet, what is happening?" The prophet seemed oblivious to Lin Xian's concern, continuing to murmur softly, its voice barely audible, "Impossible, impossible, the Earth Mother. The Earth Mother will not come to harm. I must save her, I must save her." The final phrase, "I must save her," was repeated numerous times, sending chills down Lin Xian's spine. He instinctively sensed that the prophet's condition was precarious. Just as he was about to retreat to a safe distance, he observed the prophet suddenly lift its head. It fixed its gaze upon Lin Xian and Ergo with eyes that were neither the initial clarity of wisdom nor the recent weariness, but rather filled with unbounded ferocity and rage. "You shall do. You shall be the ones to heal the Earth Mother," it roared, lunging towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian remained unfazed. Earlier, upon entering, he had utilized the all-knowing eye to assess the so-called prophet. Its strength was merely at the 5th rank of gold, with an additional status of child of the Holy Oracle, indicating its role as a communicator with the Earth Mother, devoid of any substantial combat prowess. This evidently non-combatant 5th rank gold entity posed no threat to him, especially in his current form infused with the essence of the divine dragon. Thus, Lin Xian felt no fear. However, lack of fear did not mean he would engage in combat with the prophet. The strange black mist swirling around it was an unknown variable. Who could say whether it was contagious? Moreover, they were in the heart of the Grasschild tribe. It would be unwise to provoke a confrontation with the tribe's prophet during a visit. To avert unnecessary complications, Lin Xian chose not to linger within the confines of the room. He promptly retreated. The surrounding guards, sensing his peculiar behavior, swiftly converged upon him. Before they could draw near, Lin Xian shouted towards them, "Come quickly. Your prophet has gone mad." Once he uttered these words, he realized that there was a language barrier. So he hastily lifted the nearby Ergo and instructed, "Repeat what I just said, louder." Ergo understood his intent and complied without further inquiry, babbling a torrent of nonsensical phrases. Yet, despite this clarification, the guards remained unconvinced. They encircled Lin Xian and his contracted beasts, their expressions menacing. Subsequently, a silver tier guard was dispatched into the room to consult with the prophet. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xian shook his head in dismay. As expected, before the guard could even knock, the prophet lunged out from within. The originally soft and supple green hand had transformed into a vicious claw, swiftly ending the guard's life. Until the very end, a look of bewilderment lingered in the guard's eyes, as if he could not fathom why the prophet had turned on him. Lin Xian initially thought that this gruesome sight would instill some degree of trust in the surrounding guards. However, the guard captain, weapon in hand and a furious expression on his face, advanced even closer. Simultaneously, he shouted something incomprehensible. This time, Lin Xian understood without the need for Ergo's translation. It was merely a demand for an explanation of what he had done to the esteemed prophet. Lin Xian wished to clarify, and Ergo was indeed attempting to explain. Yet the guard captain remained obstinately distrustful. "Damn it, a bunch of fools," he spat vehemently. Turning his gaze, Lin Xian observed the prophet dismembering the corpse of the slain guard. inscribing mysterious blood-red runes around the severed limbs. With hands clasped before its chest, the prophet muttered incantations. It was evident that it was offering the corpse as a sacrifice to some entity, perhaps to the mother of the earth. This sight sent a chill down Lin Xian's spine. No, he could not hesitate any longer. He understood that the situation had escalated to an outrageous degree. If he did not take action soon, it would be irretrievable. Initially, he had deliberated on his moral standing, unwilling to shed blood within the tribe and invite trouble. But now, he could no longer afford such qualms. With that thought, he attempted to shake off the guards surrounding him and rushed towards the prophet. At that moment, a frail voice called out from a distance, uttering yet more incomprehensible phrases. Lin Xian could not decipher them, but the guards understood. The guard captain shot a resentful glance at Lin Xian, his expression simmering with anger. He then charged towards the prophet, pinning it down with his comrades. Even when restrained by several of the tribe's burly warriors, the prophet continued to struggle, wildly flailing its limbs in an attempt to attack its kin. Fortunately, such irrational assaults posed no trouble for the well-trained soldiers. They merely required a bit more effort to contain it. Furthermore, the ominous black smoke was confined solely to the prophet, not spreading as Lin Xian had feared, thus sparing them from greater calamities. Once it was confirmed that the frenzied prophet had been subdued and the blood sacrifice ritual disrupted, Lin Xian turned to the direction of the voice. There, a throng of small green figures approached. Seemingly the entire tribe had come. The foremost figure, a greenish little being, was markedly different from the other grass children. Its floral crown was barren, petals having wilted and fallen away. Its skin appeared dull and wrinkled, resembling an elderly person. Upon their arrival, Lin Xian heard an ancient voice resonate in his mind. Esteemed guest, please recount the events that have just transpired. Chapter 119, Chief Yin. Upon seeing Lin Xian's momentary stupor, this somewhat aged grass child assumed he harbored grievances against the guard captain. It continued, I apologize, that insolent child was indeed at fault. He was merely concerned for the prophet's safety, so I implore you not to hold it against him. As it spoke, it bowed deeply to Lin Xian, adopting a lowly posture and a very courteous tone. Such sincerity prompted Lin Xian not to dismiss it. He shook his head and replied, it is of no consequence. May I inquire, who are you? I neglected to introduce myself. The elderly grass child chuckled, scratching its head. My name is Xuan, and I am the chief of this tribe. You may address me as Chief Yin. Without waiting for further pleasantries from Lin Xian, it proceeded directly to the matter at hand. We overheard your contracted beast's utterances just now. Please, elucidate the situation that has unfolded. Lin Xian was taken aback by its willingness to believe him. He had expected any sentient race to be suspicious of an outsider in such circumstances. However, given the urgency of the situation, he set aside his astonishment and briefly recounted the events that transpired within the room. In conclusion, the esteemed prophet had devolved into the current state of bloodthirst. I truly do not comprehend the nature of these occurrences, hence my call for reinforcements. After concluding, he inquired of Chief Yin, has such an incident ever befallen your tribe before? Chief Yin's expression grew solemn as he shook his head. Never. I have never encountered such a maddening black smoke. His mood was heavier than Lin Xian had anticipated. As the tribe's leader, Chief Yin possessed considerable experience. In his youth, he had left the tribe to traverse the world, only returning to assume the chieftaincy after weary travels. Yet, even with all his worldly knowledge, he could not identify an ailment that matched the symptoms. Lin Xian pressed further. Then, has the esteemed prophet ventured out recently or come into contact with something peculiar? No, Chief Yin replied, shaking his head once more. Receiving such an answer, Lin Xian's expression soured. Not only he, but also Ergo at his feet wore a glum visage. Both harbored the hope that this affliction was a hereditary disease of the prophet or the grass-child tribe, for that would imply that the black smoke had no connection to the mother of the earth. Such a revelation would offer them both some solace. Yet, reality dealt them a harsh blow. With all possibilities ruled out, the remaining truth, however despairing, could only be the reality. The calamity had already arrived. The condition of the Mother Earth served as irrefutable evidence. The esteemed prophet had merely attempted to communicate with the mother and even been rebuffed, yet had suffered inexplicable contamination, transforming into a bloodthirsty monster. Noticing the anguish in Lin Xian's expression, Chief Yin sighed, his demeanor returning to the initial amiable countenance. Dear guest, do not distress yourself. If the situation is indeed as you describe, then the mother has not entirely lost her sanity. There remains a chance for redemption. His words seemed somewhat incoherent, causing Lin Xian to momentarily pause in surprise. However, it did not take long for him to regain his composure. Indeed, he struck his palm with his fist, exclaiming, if the Earth Mother were truly to lose all rationality, she would not refuse the prophet's request for communication. Instead, She would seize this opportunity to directly amplify the pollution, transforming the entire world into a blood-soaked altar. Beside him, Ergo's eyes brightened in agreement. Exactly. We were initially so frantic that we failed to grasp such a fundamental truth. With a newfound clarity, Lin Xian ventured another hypothesis. Perhaps the Earth Mother is currently exerting all her efforts to resist the onslaught of disaster. Hence, her inability to assist the esteemed prophet is a deliberate act of safeguarding her people from that calamity. Ergo followed closely alongside his reasoning, affirming, "So our next course of action should be to find a way to aid her?" The man and his dog exchanged a glance, both visibly relieved. The elder of the Een tribe, who had been quietly listening to their conjectures, refrained from interjecting until they had finished. Then, he remarked, "Those matters need not be rushed. The immediate priority is." Turning his head towards the struggling prophet, he continued, "We must first find a way to rescue her and restore her rationality. Only by understanding what she has endured and the visions she has encountered can we devise a more targeted strategy." To be frank, the elder was not particularly concerned about the so-called disaster. To him, if the sky were to fall, there were those divine beasts to bear the brunt of it. It was not a burden for their humble tribe to shoulder. If even the divine beasts could not manage it, his worrying here would be of no consequence. The elder was solely concerned with the well-being of his tribal members, especially that prophet. The prophet's role held immense significance for their tribe, foretelling disasters, seeking pastures, and evading ferocious beasts. Numerous tasks required their involvement. Each prophet was chosen by their predecessor on the cusp of death. In their final years, they would provide ample education to their successor and pass on their powers. This current prophet was no exception. Yet, merely a decade had passed since he assumed the role, and he had not yet chosen a successor. Should he perish now, it would signify the severance of the prophet's legacy within the tribe. In such a scenario, the next prophet would have no choice but to await the Earth Mother's divine decree for selection. Such a wait would be interminably long. The recent commander of the guards understood this well, which was why he had threatened Lin Xian so urgently. He was purely seeking a solution from him. Not to mention, the Earth Mother was currently preoccupied with her own troubles. The elder's willingness to confide so much in Lin Xian stemmed not only from his conviction that they had not harmed the prophet, but also from his singular focus on rescuing her. Thus, he had carefully articulated his previous statements. His words carried substantial weight. Lin Xian and Ergo, unaware of the elder's deeper thoughts, concurred with his perspective. Lin Xian then inquired, "So, Elder, do you possess a method of healing?" Upon hearing this question, the elder let out a sigh of relief. Although he was confident in his suggestion, he feared Lin Xian might be the type to recklessly pursue that so-called disaster. Now that he had received a positive response, the burden on his heart had finally lifted. With a smile, he replied, "Indeed, there is a method of treatment. From my observations, that black smoke appears to be a form of pollution. Our tribe has some research on eradicating such pollution. However, I will require your cooperation." Chapter 120. The Feast Ritual. In the deep of night, the full moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the grasslands. In a lush area teeming with water and vegetation, a massive creature was shifting its bulk. It was a white rhinoceros, having just finished munching on the succulent grasses at its feet, and was preparing to relocate to a more favorable spot. However, as its heavy head turned, a shadow suddenly darted out from the darkened area where the moonlight could not penetrate. As the figure intersected with the white rhinoceros, a horrifying event unfolded. A warm spray of blood erupted from the creature's neck, splattering into a shallow puddle at its feet, staining it crimson. Following this was the anguished bellowing of the white rhinoceros. Roar. It thrashed its body violently, attempting to shake off the agony. The surrounding knee-high grass was trampled under its heavy hooves, reduced to a pulpy mess. Alas, this struggle proved futile. Merely half an hour later, no more blood flowed from its neck. Thus, a platinum-tier ferocious beast met its demise. In the shadows, Lin Xian cautiously approached, and once he confirmed the rhinoceros had breathed its last, he exhaled in relief. He then patted the head of the little salted fish beside him, saying, "Well done, little salted fish. You are the hero of this endeavor." The little salted fish, initially basking in Lin Xian's affection, changed its expression upon hearing the term little salted fish. Just as it was about to remind Lin Xian to be mindful of his words, it noticed Lin Xian suddenly releasing his grip. He directly extracted the magic core from the wound on the rhinoceros's neck. Mission accomplished. This platinum-tier magic core was the goal of his expedition. Earlier, while in the Grasschild tribe, he had inquired with the elder about methods to eliminate the black smoke. The elder had suggested holding their tribe's annual feast ritual. This ritual ostensibly involved offering the year's harvest to the Earth Mother, beseeching her for blessings and relief from ailments. However, in reality, it served as a grand purification spell. The offerings at the core of the spell would be transformed into purifying energy, bestowed upon each member of the Grasschild tribe. In previous years, its primary function had merely been to alleviate minor ailments such as colds and aches. Thus, the offerings were not particularly stringent. A few bronze and silver tier magic cores sufficed. Yet, this time, they were tasked with purifying a peculiar pollution that even the Earth Mother could not address. Even with the prophet's infection not being severe under the Earth Mother's intentional refusal, it was clear that the strength of the previous purification spell would not suffice. To effectively and stably eradicate the pollution afflicting the prophet in one fell swoop, at least a platinum tier magic core would be necessary. Consequently, the elder had entrusted Lin Xian with this formidable task, to hunt down a platinum tier beast. It was not that they were incapable of doing so. Oh no, they truly were not able. The strongest among the Grasschild tribe, the elder himself, had only just reached the platinum tier, and even then, he was merely at the first level. With his advanced age, his combat prowess had rapidly declined, making the swift hunting of a platinum tier beast unrealistic. This task could only be entrusted to Lin Xian, who, of course, accepted without hesitation. The prophet was infected in an effort to assist him, and healing him was also a means to further ascertain the condition of the Earth Mother. Both reasons, irrespective of which, were sufficient to propel him forward. This should suffice, shouldn't it? Lin Xian inquired of the creature resting upon his shoulder, ergo, as a master of rune formations. It should possess a more profound understanding of the requirements for offerings. Thus, Lin Xian sought its counsel. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, he wiped the blood from the magic core onto the surrounding grass before stowing it away in his spatial bracelet. When Lin Xian hurried back to the tribe, the atmosphere had transformed dramatically since his departure. Every shadowy corner was illuminated by the flickering flames of torches. The grass children, who had previously been slumbering, were now roused one by one, assisting in the preparations for the sacrificial ceremony. Surprisingly, Lin Xian did not discern any resentment upon their faces. Approaching the bustling Chief Yin, he patted its shoulder and asked, "Why this grand mobilization? Shouldn't those unrelated tribe members be allowed to rest?" Chief Yin turned around, and upon seeing Lin Xian's return, a broad smile illuminated its face. "No matter. This sacrificial ceremony has always been a grand celebration for our tribe. In past years, it has generally been held around this time. This occasion is merely in advance. Those little ones seem quite pleased." Pointing to the side, Lin Xian followed its gaze to find several young grass children bouncing around the adults, their faces aglow with joy. Truth be told, he felt quite astonished. The tribe appeared inexplicably jubilant despite the prophet's affliction and the peril threatening their revered Earth Mother. How could the grass children exhibit such festive demeanor? Lin Xian genuinely found it baffling. Glancing at Chief Yin, he expressed, "Is this truly appropriate? Your prophet, your mother isn't suffering." Lin Xian had endeavored to phrase his concerns delicately, yet his words carried an undertone of offense. He anticipated a defensive reaction from Chief Yin, but instead, it waved its hand dismissively. "I understand your sentiments," it replied. "I have not disclosed those grave tidings to them. Even the matter of the prophet's contamination is known only to a few of the guards." "Why?" Lin Xian asked, perplexed. "What reason is there?" Chief Yin shook its head. "Even if I were to tell them, it would only serve to stir unnecessary panic. Such knowledge would not assist our current endeavors. It might even introduce further complications. I shall not engage in such thankless endeavors. Instead, let them merrily conduct their ceremony." Pointing to its own head, Chief Yin added, "Those vexations are best left for us elders to ponder." Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback by this perspective. He felt a sense of dissonance, but could not articulate a rebuttal. Before he could delve deeper into thought, Chief Yin suddenly stepped forward, uttering, "Come, everything is prepared. We only lack the platinum-grade magic core you possess." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian lifted his gaze, only to realize that all the grass children were watching him intently. They cheered and leaped, each brandishing their torches, expressing their current delight. The collective jubilation transformed the darkened sky, making the small tribe shine brighter than the luminous moon. Lin Xian was momentarily entranced. In that instant, he began to grasp Chief Yin's intentions, to ensure that this tribe could maintain its tranquility and harmony. Nothing more. Chapter 121, Purification. Following Chief Yin's guidance, Lin Xian found himself at the center of the crowd, placing the platinum-grade magic core of the white rhinoceros upon the altar. Subsequently, Chief Yin ascended as well, raising its wrinkled hands and uttering strange words in the language of beasts. While Lin Xian could not comprehend the words, he surmised they were prayers of sorts. The invocation was brief, lasting merely half a minute before Chief Yin concluded. Then, with a resounding ugh, it called out. This exclamation was met with enthusiastic responses from the grass children, who echoed the call while dancing joyfully, their faces radiant with mirth. As their cheers reverberated, A faint green luminescence began to emanate from the altar beneath Lin Xian's feet. Immersed in this glow, he felt a surge of boundless energy coursing through his body. Was this also a function of the purification rune formation? Lin Xian gazed at his hands enveloped in the soft green light, astonished. He had assumed the rune formation was solely capable of purging filth and viruses, unaware it possessed such an additional capability. Had he not heard it mentioned before? Casting a glance at Chief Yin, he noticed it was intently maneuvering the rune formation, channeling the purification energy towards the prophet. Lin Xian refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to observe. As the purification energy made contact with the black smoke enveloping the prophet, it emitted a sizzling sound, akin to water meeting fire. Accompanying this sound were the prophet's anguished cries. Though there were no visible wounds upon its body, it appeared to be enduring excruciating torment. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. The black smoke was merely an external manifestation. The true contamination lay within the prophet's spirit, or rather, its soul. That corruption had intertwined with the prophet's essence, claiming a foothold. To eradicate it would be akin to scraping flesh from the prophet's soul, an ordeal far more agonizing than any physical affliction. If the prophet had not cried out, Lin Xian would have been deeply concerned, for it would imply that even the purification rune formation, governed by the platinum-grade magic core, could not expunge the taint. It seemed effective. Lin Xian wiped the perspiration that had inexplicably formed on his brow, finally allowing a smile to grace his face. From this point onward, he could only await the outcome. The situation was not yet entirely resolved, and Lin Xian dared not tempt fate, quietly harboring his hopes. He was truly anxious that the sacrificial ceremony would encounter further complications. Fortunately, his concerns ultimately proved unwarranted. As the sweat on Chief Yin's brow increased, the prophet's cries grew weaker until, at last, it lost consciousness, rendered silent. Correspondingly, the black smoke that had enveloped the prophet vanished entirely, restoring normalcy. Observing this, Chief Yin lowered its hands, concluding the arduous task of guiding the purification. Wiping the sweat from its forehead, it called out to its tribe members, "Rejoice to your heart's content," and allowed the remaining purification energy within the rune formation to dissipate, merging into the bodies of the grass children. Feeling their ailments evaporate and their vitality surge, the grass children collectively raised their torches in response, exclaiming, "To the Earth Mother." They then immersed themselves in jubilant song and dance, reveling in the feast. Upon the altar, Lin Xian had quietly accompanied Chief Yin to the prophet's chamber. He was utterly disinterested in attending the ceremony, yearning instead to ascertain the state of the Earth Mother from the prophet without delay. As Lin Xian and Chief Yin entered through the door, the guard stationed beside the prophet nodded in respectful acknowledgement. Perhaps it was due to Lin Xian's perilous late-night hunt for a platinum-tier beast on the grassland that the captain of the guards no longer regarded him with disdain. Noticing Lin Xian's gaze, the captain slightly bowed in apology, rising with a newfound reverence for the strong. He was not entirely devoid of sense. Lin Xian murmured softly to himself, should matters have escalated to this point, it would have been unacceptable for the captain to still harbor hostility towards him. He would have to ensure the captain learned the proper etiquette in the presence of guests. Chief Yin, oblivious to the captain's subtle gestures, was about to check on the prophet's condition when the prophet, dazed, opened its eyes. Seeing the guards surrounding it, and even the chief's presence, it propped itself up in confusion and inquired, What has happened? It attempted to recall the events, but the vivid floral crown encircling its head sent a jolt of pain through it. The prophet instinctively covered its head with its hands. Lin Xian and Chief Yin hurried to its side, urging, "No, take your time, do not be agitated." Upon seeing the prophet acquiesce and lie back down, Chief Yin cautiously asked, "Do you not remember what transpired earlier?" The prophet weakly shook its head. "No, I do not recall. I only remember." It paused to think before continuing. "I was about to communicate with the Earth Mother, and then I felt a sudden chill in my head and lost consciousness. When I awoke, all I could see were you." Hearing this, both Chief Yin and Lin Xian furrowed their brows. If this were the case, the situation was quite dire. This implied that the recent blood sacrifice was not an act of volition, but rather influenced by the Earth Mother's instinct. Why would the Earth Mother instinctively compel a spiritual contact to perform a blood sacrifice? Following this line of thought, Lin Xian could only arrive at one possibility. Was she seeking help? He looked at Chief Yin, his tone laden with difficulty as he posed the question. "It is likely," Chief Yin nodded. Being a leader of her clan, she was no fool. She understood the implications of Lin Xian's reasoning. Upon realizing that even the Earth Mother was in distress, Chief Yin's own composure began to waver. Noticing the sudden silence in the room, the prophet asked, What are you discussing?" Unaware of the previous conversation, It had not grasped the riddle shared between Lin Xian and Chief Yin. Lin Xian was compelled to recount the events in detail, including the slaughter and the blood sacrifice, even elucidating his own speculations to the prophet. Upon concluding, the prophet appeared astonished. I actually did such a thing? It turned to Chief Yin, seeking confirmation. Chief Yin, her expression grave, nodded solemnly. The prophet was immediately engulfed in sorrow, a wave of guilt washing over it. Akin was harmed by me. Tears streamed down its face, and it dared not continue. Witnessing this, Lin Xian, who had a multitude of questions, was forced to wait until the prophet regained its composure before inquiring, "Prophet, did you notice any anomalies while attempting to communicate with the Earth Mother?" This was the crux of Lin Xian's curiosity. Healing the prophet was one of his aims, as he sought to glean information about the Earth Mother and devise a corresponding strategy. Given the current precarious situation, this question became even more pressing. He looked at the prophet with hopeful anticipation, yearning for a valuable answer. Unfortunately, the prophet, after much contemplation while cradling its head, could not recall anything useful. "I am sorry," it said, lowering its head in sorrow. "I could not glean any information from the Earth Mother. She did not communicate with me at all." Though he was somewhat prepared for this, Lin Xian still felt a pang of disappointment. Reluctantly, he pressed further. "Then, when your head turned suddenly cold, did you experience any other sensations?" He attempted to inquire from various angles, hoping to uncover any details that the prophet might have overlooked. This time, the prophet finally did not shake its head. After a moment of thought, it spoke hesitantly. "At that moment, I was falling endlessly, descending from the Earth Mother's embrace. Before my consciousness faded, it seemed I fell into a place even deeper than where the Earth Mother resides." At this point, the prophet lamented, tapping its floral crown. "After that, I remember nothing." Lin Xian fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. A place deeper than the Earth Mother? The Earth Mother herself was an embodiment of the Earth, profoundly deep. Lin Xian struggled to conjure an answer. He turned to glance at Ergo perched on his shoulder, only to find it wearing a grave expression. "What is it?" Lin Xian inquired. "I know that place." Ergo replied hesitantly. Lin Xian's mouth fell slightly agape in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, Ergo had once been a divine-tier beast and was well acquainted with the world. It was not surprising that it could identify a location based on a simple description. Thus, Lin Xian asked, "Where is it?" "That place is referred to by our kind as the Abyss." "The Abyss?" Lin Xian queried, perplexed. "What is that? Some sort of secret realm?" Ergo shook its head. "The Abyss is merely the name we have given it. To be more illustrative, it should be called the Earth's Rift. No one knows how it was formed. One day, it simply appeared, stretching across the sunset plains, transforming what was once a thriving area into a barren wasteland. The chasm within is unfathomably deep, a veritable forbidden zone for life. If we speak of a place deeper than the Earth, there is none other than that." After hearing this, Lin Xian stroked his chin, lost in thought. "So, if we wish to investigate further, are we to venture into the Abyss?" "I would advise against it," Ergo countered, shaking its head. "Some radical explorers within the Beast clan have attempted to enter the Abyss in search of its depths. Regardless of whether they took protective measures, the outcome was invariably the same. They vanished without a trace. I resided near there for decades and have never seen a single one return. If you intend to descend, it would be prudent to dissolve our contract first. I have no desire to meet my end alongside you." Receiving such counsel from Ergo caused Lin Xian's expression to twist in conflict. Did this mean they were utterly helpless at present? Ergo nodded in affirmation, replying, "Alas. It seems so." Lin Xian could not help but curse inwardly. After all the effort to gather a sliver of information, it turned out to be utterly futile. What a waste. He found himself inexplicably agitated. The chieftain of the Grass clan, having heard the prophet's account, found itself lacking in experience compared to the former demon of broken promises. Unaware of the Abyss's existence, it remained oblivious to the details of the conversation between Lin Xian and the contract beast in his mind. However, from Lin Xian's changing expression, it discerned his current vexation. Glancing towards the prophet on the bed, and noticing that he too could offer no further useful insights, the chieftain suggested, "Dear guest, the hour grows late. Perhaps you might consider resting. Prolonging your wakefulness will not alter the situation for the better. After a long day, it is time for you to repose." The prophet, too, seemed to have little more to contribute. Lin Xian, observing the fatigue and weariness etched on the prophet's face, quickly grasped the situation. He was not accustomed to venting his frustrations onto those around him and recognized that this was not the moment for deep contemplation. Thus, he turned to the chieftain and said, "If you would be so kind, could you arrange a place for me to sleep?" The night passed in silence. On the following day, Lin Xian arose at the break of dawn. Despite having only just settled down in the early hours of the morning, he found sleep elusive. The cause was simple. he could not find rest. The entire night was consumed with thoughts of impending calamities. At times, he dreamt of the Mother Earth. Her visage split between sorrow and malevolence. At others, he found himself plummeting through a space devoid of light. He awoke repeatedly, his mind restless, until the first light of dawn broke upon the horizon, at which point he could endure no longer. If sleep eludes me, then I shall simply forego it, he declared, rising to step outside, where he welcomed the cool morning breeze and strolled leisurely through the grass clan's territory. Within the tribe, some grass children had risen even earlier than Lin Xian. As he exited his dwelling, he observed several green figures already engaged in labor. Among them, to Lin Xian's surprise, was the chieftain, tirelessly drawing water from a structure resembling a well. Though aged, the chieftain moved with remarkable agility, hauling bucket after bucket without so much as a hint of fatigue. Intrigued, Lin Xian approached and greeted, "Good morning, chieftain." The chieftain turned, a smile gracing its features as it responded, "Dear guest, are you not going to sleep a little longer?" "I cannot," Lin Xian replied. "I have been preoccupied with thoughts of disaster." "Indeed," the chieftain nodded, continuing its task of drawing water. "And are you not afraid?" "Of course I am afraid," it admitted, filling another bucket. "How could I not be? The mother has always been our clan's faith, and if she cannot secure her own safety, how can I remain untroubled?" After placing the final bucket down, the chieftain continued, "But what use is fear? Our clan is small and weak. This calamity far exceeds our capacity to resist. Thus, it is better to cherish each day as it comes." Perhaps due to years of secluded existence, the grass children had grown accustomed to a philosophy of cheerful acceptance. The chieftain's words carried an optimistic and open-hearted tone that struck a chord in Lin Xian. He found himself reflecting on this perspective, realizing he could not adopt such a passive stance. Having only arrived in this world a little over 2 months prior, there remained much he had yet to experience and savor. Should this world meet its demise, it would surely break his heart. Hence, he could not simply wait idly like the chieftain. He had compelling reasons to strive against the approaching calamity. Casting a glance at the contract beasts accompanying him, a hint of a smile emerged on his weary face. He possessed both the rationale and the strength to confront the disaster. After a simple breakfast, Lin Xian bid farewell to the chieftain and the prophet, departing with determination. He had gleaned all the useful information available in the tribe. Unless the prophet suddenly recalled something new, remaining there would merely waste time. Standing at the muddy crossroads outside the tribe, Lin Xian surveyed his surroundings and sighed. "Do you have any other ideas?" he inquired of Ergo, who was at his feet. "None at the moment," Ergo replied, its canine features scrunched in contemplation. "At least the path to the abyss is undoubtedly perilous. No one knows its dangers better than I do. In my lifetime, I was the most knowledgeable beast regarding the abyss in this world. Of course, there may be others studying it since my demise, but how could I possibly know who they are?" Receiving such a disheartening response from Ergo, Lin Xian sighed again, looking skyward with a furrowed brow, seemingly lost in thought. Ergo, puzzled, asked, "What troubles you?" Lin Xian glanced at the sky before countering. "Can you discern the direction of our human stronghold?" This query momentarily left Ergo taken aback. "I can recognize it, but why do you ask? Are you planning to return to Earth?" It was perplexed. Did Lin Xian deem the issues behind this calamity too grave and intend to return to Earth to gather strength? Not at all, Lin Xian quickly refuted. "Do you recall the survivor the prophet mentioned?" "The survivor?" Ergo pondered for a moment before recalling. "You mean the member of the exploration team who was being hunted?" "Precisely," Lin Xian affirmed. "Since we have no other direction, I believe tracing his footsteps might be a prudent choice. Having survived in this other world for so many years, he must possess considerable knowledge of it. Finding him could lead to significant progress." While Lin Xian's reasoning was appealing, Ergo shook its head in dissent. "Have you considered that he may already be dead? I understand better than you just how perilous this world is. Tribes as benevolent as the Grass Clan are few and far between. Given his state of injury, even if he eluded the pursuit of the Celestial Church, survival would be a formidable challenge." "I am aware of this," Lin Xian sighed once more, a recurring habit of his. "But do we not find ourselves lacking other avenues?" Ergo fell silent at Lin Xian's words, contemplating. After a lengthy pause, it finally nodded, "Very well. But how does this relate to the location of the human stronghold?" "It's quite simple," Lin Xian raised a finger. "That survivor has managed to evade capture for so long. He surely cannot be a fool. If he was ambushed shortly after departing the stronghold, he would have realized that something was amiss within our ranks. The area surrounding the stronghold is fraught with peril. If he were to flee, he would naturally head in the opposite direction of the stronghold. Even if it meant confronting a more dangerous and unfamiliar world, it would surely offer a higher chance of survival than returning to a trap." Ergo was momentarily speechless. Although Lin Xian's deduction bore some semblance of logic, it felt something was amiss. Yet, after further contemplation, It could not conjure a more useful hypothesis. Rather than floundering aimlessly like a headless fly, it seemed wiser to follow Lin Xian's suggested path. Thus, Ergo surveyed his surroundings. Reminiscing about the otherworldly stronghold he had glimpsed through Lin Xian's perspective, alongside the topographical features that enveloped it. After a considerable pause, he finally indicated a direction. Let us proceed this way. Unexpectedly, the direction Ergo pointed towards was still that of the grasslands. This implied that if Lin Xian wished to advance, he would have to traverse the grassland once more. Although he was mounted on the fiery steed, the frequent crossings of the expansive plains had begun to weigh upon him with fatigue. While the grassland boasted splendid vistas, its monotony could become wearisome. Perhaps due to a different chosen path, this crossing took Lin Xian significantly longer than before. Departing at dawn, he did not emerge from the grassland until the sun had passed its zenith. As his field of vision expanded beyond the endless sea of grass to include other sights, Lin Xian exhaled deeply. Urging his mount to quicken its pace, he swiftly exited the plains and sought refuge against a large rock to rest. Due to his hurried journey, he was accompanied solely by the fiery steed, as the other summoned beasts had grown bored and retreated to their spirit space for slumber. After a prolonged respite, Lin Xian lifted his gaze to the sky. Although the sun had begun to set, darkness was still a considerable time away. Let us continue on our journey, he mused inwardly. However, just as he prepared to rise, a thunderous neigh echoed from behind him. Woo! The sound startled Lin Xian, prompting him to scramble to his feet. Simultaneously, he recalled the fiery steed and summoned his most formidable battle companion, Little Xinyu. Huh! Little Xinyu yawned upon emerging. What is the matter? Lin Xian shot at a sideways glance, urging silence as he cautiously peered around the rock. Coincidentally, another neigh resounded from that direction. This time, Little Xinyu discerned the sound and stealthily leaned forward beside Lin Xian. What is happening? Is there a fight? Lin Xian nudged Little Xinyu with his elbow, admonishing, "Be quiet." Before them lay a vast clearing where a gruesome battle raged. A rabbit-like beast was being mercilessly assaulted by a wild boar adorned with bristling fur. The earlier woo emanated from the rabbit-like creature's anguished cries as the boar's tusk struck it. The disparity in size between the rabbit and the boar was striking. Enduring relentless strikes from the boar's sharp tusks, the rabbit-like creature soon bore numerous wounds, blood splattering everywhere. Yet, to Lin Xian's astonishment, despite its dire condition, the rabbit-like beast made no attempt to evade the attacks, standing its ground against the boar. How peculiar, Lin Xian mused. Why isn't that rabbit dodging? Logically, enduring so many blows without succumbing to death suggested that the rabbit and the boar were of comparable tiers. On the surface, the boar boasted strength and size, while the rabbit presumably excelled in speed. In such a confrontation, one would expect the rabbit to leverage its swiftness to evade and counterattack. Why then did it choose to engage in such a manner? Lin Xian was perplexed. Consequently, he activated the all-knowing eye to uncover the truth. However, after only a brief observation, he gasped in surprise. No way, it's her. Chapter 124, The Bristling Boar King. Dawn Moon Rabbit. Master, Xuan. Attribute, Ice. Quality, Diamond Tier. Tier, Platinum, Level 1. Status, Severely Injured. Skills, Dash. Optimal Evolution Path, Dash. The rabbit was, astonishingly, the Dawn Moon Rabbit contracted by Xuan. Goodness. I can't believe I keep running into her, Lin Xian lamented. Although he had recently distanced himself from her, the events at the Grasschild tribe had allowed him to almost erase her from his mind. Yet, here he was, confronted by her once more. The rabbit's fierce resistance suggested a deeper motive. Lin Xian surmised as he leaned forward to peer behind the Dawn Moon Rabbit. As expected, Xuan lay slumped there. She had not lost consciousness, but for some unknown reason, her legs were grotesquely twisted, rendering her immobile. Watching her contracted beast endure relentless blows, tears streamed down her face as she whimpered softly. The sound was too faint for Lin Xian to decipher from his distance. Yet, this was of little consequence. At that moment, Lin Xian was preoccupied with other thoughts. Should he intervene to save her? If Xuan were to perish unbeknownst to him, he would merely sigh at her corpse and move on. However, she was still alive. Though he had intended to adhere to his previous decision of letting her fend for herself, Lin Xian found himself unable to ignore her plight. Damn it. This is so frustrating. He cursed under his breath, yet he charged forward with Little Xinyu at his side. While Lin Xian and Xuan were not particularly close, they shared a semblance of familiarity devoid of animosity. To witness her demise without intervening would leave him unable to forgive himself. Dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Lin Xian swiftly approached the battleground. He had already examined the wild boar's information during the activation of All-Knowing Eye. Its designation was Bristling Boar King, and it was merely at Platinum Level 2. In truth, under normal circumstances, Xuan and the Dawn Moon Rabbit, even if outmatched, would not have fallen to such a dire state. However, after the pursuit by Kai He, the Dawn Moon Rabbit was already grievously wounded. Had Xuan not instinctively recalled it to the spirit space during the last surge of the tide, it would likely have perished long ago. Hence, the Dawn Moon Rabbit currently possessed at most 40% of its full strength, possibly even less. The bristling Boar King, stronger and ambushing them from concealment, had caught both Xuan and the rabbit off guard. Consequently, Xuan had sustained broken legs from the aftermath of the surprise attack. The Dawn Moon Rabbit, in a bid to protect its master, had no choice but to withstand the onslaught. Lin Xian was unaware of these intricacies, but he felt no fear. Although the bristling Boar King appeared formidable at Platinum Level 2, it was merely a cumbersome brute. Even Lin Xian himself could evade its attacks with his dragon body. It could inflict little effective damage. However, little Xinyu was different. As a true dragon, its lethality was among the highest even within its tier, surpassing many others. Handling such a stationary target would be a simple task. Thus, as he rushed forward, Lin Xian quickly delineated their roles. Little Xinyu would confront the Boar King, drawing its attention while he swiftly extracted Xuan from the battlefield. Do you understand? Lin Xian communicated mentally with little Xinyu. I understand. Little Xinyu replied loudly. Although it grasped the plan, it had no clear idea of Lin Xian's intentions. It only knew that it was about to unleash its wrath once more. With a mighty roar, it took to the air, diving towards the Boar King. It seemed that the King of Pigs sensed a threat. No longer did it use its tusks to confront the Moonlit Rabbit. Instead, it turned its head, attempting to fend off the assault from the little salted fish. However, it was far too slow. That cumbersome body could not pivot in such a brief moment. In the fleeting instant, the little salted fish's sharp attack descended upon it. The glimmering claws pierced through the King of Pigs' flesh as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. The hardened exterior offered no protection whatsoever. As the claws tore through, a multitude of gruesome gashes suddenly erupted from the King of Pigs' body, crimson blood gushing forth. Accompanying this was the King of Pigs' first anguished howl. Hiss, howl. Such intense pain easily ignited its fury. Its small eyes fixated on the little salted fish flying low, launching into a wild charge. The little salted fish, unfazed, danced gracefully, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Watching the King of Pig collide with the mountainside with a resounding thud, it chuckled mockingly. Ha! You'd better not perish too easily. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. The King of Pig, devoid of intellect, could not comprehend the little salted fish's taunts, yet it sensed the provocation behind them, fueling its rage further. The furious charges came one after another, yet the little salted fish evaded them all with ease. It dodged with grace, akin to a master matador teasing the bull. With each failed attack, the King of Pigs' anger intensified. Gradually, it lost all semblance of reason. With a deafening roar, blood erupted from its body in torrents. Its speed suddenly surged, and its charging form created phantoms. Yet the little salted fish remained unperturbed, as if it had discovered a new toy. Oh, can you still rampage? Let me see if you can actually hit me. Its excitement grew, even lowering its form to engage the King of Pig in a mock duel. Hey, can't touch me. Why can't you hit me? Are you even capable? With each evasion, it taunted the beast. Meanwhile, the King of Pig's blood glowed even more fiercely. Slowly, as the battle raged on, the blood seemed to congeal into a tangible substance. No, it wasn't merely congealed. It was actual blood, not just from the wounds inflicted by the little salted fish. Blood began to spray from every part of its body. In the blink of an eye, the King of Pig was drenched in blood, resembling a demonic entity. With its bloodlust at its peak, it charged at the little salted fish for one final assault. It appeared that this was the end. The little salted fish, seemingly a bit disappointed, sighed. Then, let me unleash my divine light to end you. With a dazzling radiance, it surged forward to meet the King of Pigs' final charge. The clash of blood and divine light produced a thunderous explosion. Lin Xian, who was tending to Xuan, was startled by the sound and quickly turned to look. He beheld the once clear ground now enveloped in swirling dust and debris. After a while, calm returned. Within the arena, the little salted fish remained unscathed, its divine light shimmering brightly. As for the King of Pig, no, there was no longer a King of Pig. All that remained was a puddle of mangled flesh. Chapter 125. A sudden inspiration gazing at the gruesome remnants before him, the little salted fish squinted, seemingly lamenting the lack of satisfaction. Lin Xian, unable to tolerate its antics any longer, called out irritably, "Stop posing there. Hurry up and come over. It's getting dark. We need to find another place." While the little salted fish toyed with the King of Pig, Lin Xian had already summoned the spirit of the ancients to perform a rudimentary treatment on Xuan's legs. While physical wounds could be mended, the scars on her psyche were far more challenging to heal. In her current state, Lin Xian found it impossible to abandon her and continue on his journey. Thus, he resolved to find a resting place for them. Meanwhile, the little salted fish, interrupted from its performance, pouted, I'm coming, I'm coming. What's the rush? Reluctantly, it swayed its body to follow Lin Xian's lead, resembling a sluggish lizard. Its demeanor starkly contrasted with the elegance it had displayed while toying with the king of pig. As it meandered, it was accompanied by the injured moonlit rabbit. Though devoid of intellect, it had reached the platinum tier and understood Lin Xian's benevolence towards its master. Consequently, it refrained from attacking Lin Xian, dragging its weary body along at a slow pace. Lin Xian, carrying the unconscious Xuan, roamed about in search of a temporary refuge for the night. Fortunately, in this otherworldly realm, unclaimed caves were plentiful. After a short search, Lin Xian discovered a suitable one. It bore a striking resemblance to the cave he had encountered upon awakening, with Xuan lying unconscious beside him. Observing this scene, Lin Xian felt an odd sense of déjà vu. Alas, he sighed, leaving her here is an TA solution. He had begun to grasp the implications of Xuan's peculiar luck. If he continued to let her wander through this foreign world, who knew how many times she would reappear before him? Rather than rescuing her repeatedly, it was far more prudent to keep her close. At least this way, he could spare himself some trouble. However, he could not simply allow her to accompany him without restraint. After all, Lin Xian harbored numerous secrets. Even with the best protective measures, having her constantly at his side would inevitably lead to exposure. Therefore, he needed to employ some means to impose restrictions on her. Lin Xian stroked his chin, pondering this. Yet, despite his contemplation, he could not devise a suitable method to impose adequate limitations on Xuan. What a hassle! Lin Xian thought, feeling inexplicably troubled. If only I could inscribe a beast pact on her person. But that was out of the question. No, wait. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly widened. This might not be entirely impossible. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to attempt it. Acting on impulse, he promptly focused his mental energy, seeking to establish a connection with Xuan's soul. Unfortunately, this time it did not succeed as effortlessly as with the contract with the beasts. Although Xuan was in a state of unconsciousness, her soul remained instinctively aware. Rather than seeking him out like the beasts, she exhibited a strong rejection response. If he persisted, the consequences for Lin Xian's soul were uncertain. But Xuan would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. To avert a catastrophe, he had no choice but to halt. Damn it! Lin Xian opened his eyes, feeling a sense of inexplicable disappointment. The previous ease with which he contracted beasts had led him to forget an essential truth. A beast pact requires the consent of both parties to be established. His peculiar charm clearly had no effect on humans. Ugh, what a tedious formality. Lin Xian spat, feeling quite disgruntled. Just as Lin Xian was preparing to change his approach and try once more, Xuan, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly awoke. How could she have regained consciousness so swiftly? Lin Xian was taken aback. Could it be the recent soul connection that triggered her awakening? Before he could ponder further, Xuan, with her eyes now open, turned to gaze at him. It's you? Her expression bore traces of lingering pain, likely a remnant of her previously twisted and broken legs. After attempting to move her legs and confirming she could indeed act, she gradually regained a semblance of normalcy. Looking at Lin Xian, her eyes shimmered with gratitude. Thank you, once again, for saving me. Upon deciding to rescue her, Lin Xian had donned his mask and cloak anew. In Xuan's eyes, he remained the enigmatic figure she had encountered before, hence her use of again. It's nothing, Lin Xian replied, adopting a nonchalant tone. Merely a small effort on my part. His courteous demeanor made Xuan feel somewhat embarrassed. Taking a deep breath, her chest rose and fell dramatically as if she wished to express something. Yet, the words seemed to carry a weight of embarrassment, and after much hesitation, she could not voice them. Lin Xian, however, discerned her unspoken thoughts. She wished to accompany me? When he had first cast her aside, she had pursued him despite her frail condition. It was evident that her motives extended beyond mere gratitude. The reason was clear to Lin Xian upon reflection. It was simply a matter of survival. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, a faint blush graced Xuan's lovely face. Yet, with her thoughts laid bare, she no longer concealed them. Yes, I would be grateful if you would allow it. If you could take me back to the great mage of Magic City, I could. As she spoke, her head lowered deeply, her voice barely above a whisper. Had Lin Xian not possessed extraordinary hearing, he might not have caught her words. You may ask for anything, be it money or my body. Although sometimes her thoughts wandered, Xuan's mind was remarkably clear at this moment. While she had managed to save her life, she found herself inexplicably ensnared in this unfamiliar realm, desolate and teeming with strange beasts. Even as a platinum-tier beastmaster, traversing the wilderness felt like walking on thin ice. Just today, She had been struck down by a wild boar that had emerged from the shadows. Had she not fortuitously encountered this mysterious man again, she might have already met her demise at the jaws of that beast. The mere thought filled her with despair. Given her and her contracted beast's current weakened state, survival in such an environment was indeed akin to scaling a mountain. Yet, she had compelling reasons not to simply perish. The celestial sect's attack on the students entering the carp pond, in conjunction with the elaborate play orchestrated by Kai He, surely harbored significant schemes against the great mage of Magic City. As the sole survivor, she must relay this information back, and this person before her, though shrouded in mystery and inscrutable to Xuan, demonstrated remarkable prowess by navigating this perilous landscape with ease. Such a strong individual had rescued her twice. He must harbor some goodwill towards her and not be a villain. If she could stay by his side, her life would surely be preserved. She had to seize this singular opportunity for survival. Regardless of the cost, she was resolute. Clutching the tattered and filthy hem of her clothing, Xuan made her decision. Unexpectedly, upon hearing her words, the enigmatic Lin Xian merely chuckled twice. "Oh, anything you desire?" His entire face was obscured by the mask, revealing not a hint of skin. Yet Xuan felt as if she could perceive a mocking smile behind it, scrutinizing her as if attempting to see through her very essence. She involuntarily shifted her body, feeling a blend of anticipation and embarrassment. Despite her preparation, the reality of the moment rendered her somewhat flustered. Observing her demeanor, Lin Xian burst into hearty laughter. "Very well. I kindly ask that you do not resist." With that, Lin Xian extended his consciousness once more, delving deep into Xuan soul. When Xuan realized that Lin Xian's reaction deviated from her expectations, she was momentarily taken aback. However, she soon sensed the unfamiliar mental energy invading her soul. What was he attempting to do? She could not comprehend. Yet, adhering to Lin Xian's instruction, she forced herself not to resist. Before long, however, Xuan detected something amiss. That mental energy twisted and coiled within her soul, inscribing one rune after another. At first, she could not identify them, but as the runes multiplied, she swiftly recognized their significance. It was the beast contract rune she had once wielded herself. The mysterious man intended to bind her as a beast. Realizing this, Xuan immediately summoned her mental energy, forcibly interrupting the process and breaking free. Although this would inflict some damage upon her soul, the urgency of the situation outweighed her concerns. Lin Xian, having anticipated her reaction, retracted his mental energy in time, sustaining no injuries. Conversely, Xuan suffered considerable harm to her soul, unable to suppress a cry of agony as she writhed in pain. "What are you doing?" Lin Xian inquired, visibly displeased. "Didn't I tell you not to resist?" Had he not been cautious and prepared, he too would likely be in a precarious state, akin to Xuan. Upon hearing his question, Xuan finally emerged from her suffering. Gritting her teeth, she propped herself up and glared at Lin Xian, demanding, You just treated me like a beast? You actually attempted to inscribe a beast contract upon my soul." Xuan endeavored to restrain her tone, but her fury was palpable, rendering her attempts futile. Lin Xian, however, remained unfazed. "Was it not you who claimed that anything could be done to you? Is a beast contract unacceptable?" Her words left Xuan momentarily speechless. She had indeed overlooked this aspect. Nevertheless, a beast contract was a serious matter. In the eyes of traditional beastmasters like herself, such a contract was essentially akin to a slavery contract. If she were truly bound by a beast contract, she could scarcely fathom the implications. No matter what, she could not become anyone's beast. Lin Xian was oblivious to her thoughts, but the current situation could not persist. A beast contract could not be established without the consent of both parties. The inability to formalize the contract posed a significant risk of exposing his secrets, an outcome he could not accept. Thus, he extended his hand toward the cave entrance, gesturing for her to leave. "If you are unwilling, then please depart. While the night has yet to fully descend, you still have ample time to find a safe haven." Her lack of awareness provided her with a rather convenient excuse for her future inaction. Thus, it alleviated some of the troubles at hand. It was only when Lin Xian pointed this out that Xuan recalled her current predicament of needing assistance from others. With eyes wide open, she bit down fiercely on her lip, crimson blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. After a prolonged gaze into Lin Xian's unwavering expression, she resigned herself and lowered her head. Softly, she murmured, "I can become your contract beast, but you must agree to my previous request." "Regrettably, no," Lin Xian replied, crossing his legs and gently shaking his head. His demeanor exuded the arrogance of a typical antagonist. "It seems you have yet to grasp your situation. You must understand that at present, you possess no grounds for negotiation. Once you become my contract beast, you may request my assistance for certain tasks. Whether I choose to comply will depend on the circumstances. However, to expect me to guarantee the completion of any task is utterly preposterous. He spread his hands in a gesture of indifference. After all, you are free to leave if you wish. I am not coercing you. He appeared entirely unperturbed. Previously, when the contract had failed, he had been troubled by how to persuade Xuan to agree. But now he felt no such anxiety. Although he was uncertain why her will to survive was so fierce, he thought, as long as she desired to live, she had a vulnerability. With that vulnerability in hand, Lin Xian could deliver a shocking revelation. As Lin Xian elaborated on his demands, Xuan fell into silence. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. All right, I agree. Good. Good, Lin Xian replied with a smile and a nod. That's more like it. He then extended a thread of spiritual energy. This time, Xuan did not resist. Instead, she suppressed her instinct to rebel. The beast contract was swiftly established. Xuan became Lin Xian's contract beast. Upon the completion of the contract, Lin Xian instinctively activated the all-knowing eye. To his astonishment, he received feedback. Human, name, Xuan, attributes, none, talent, black iron, rank, platinum level 1 status, weak, skills, none, optimal evolution path, none, remarks. The human race is inherently weak, but possesses a unique ability to forge contracts with other beasts to gain strength. Thus, they can transcend their black iron talent and evolve to platinum. However, even so, their inherent strength is merely comparable to that of ordinary silver-tier hybrid beasts. Damn! Lin Xian cursed involuntarily after reviewing the details. It was no wonder he had never heard of anyone using a human as a contract beast. It turned out humans were so feeble. They could neither fight nor endure, and a mere touch could be fatal or injurious. Such a contract beast was utterly unworthy. Considering the limited contract slots available to an ordinary beast master, contracting a fragile human essentially spelled the end of their beast mastering career. If contracting a human had any utility, it would likely only be for some nefarious purpose, coercion, control, and the like. Yet, this was entirely unrealistic. The beast contract necessitated the full consent of both parties. If the contracted party refused to relent, the contract could never be established, just like Xuan had done moments ago. A useless endeavor, indeed. Realizing this, he sighed. Were it not for the need to ensure Xuan kept her silence, he would never allow such a worthless contract beast to tarnish his beast legion. Chapter 127. Xuan, perpetually startled, what did you say? Hearing Lin Xian curse and mumble about something trivial, Xuan was at a loss, prompting her to inquire. Nothing. Lin Xian replied. Just some minor matters. No need for you to concern yourself. Xuan chose not to press the issue further. Resting her left hand on her right elbow as she softly stated, now that the contract is formed, your objective has been achieved. I sincerely hope you will endeavor to fulfill my request. Of course, of course. I remember bringing you back to the great magic city, Lin Xian casually replied. However, that is not feasible at the moment, as I have my own matters to attend to. Once I conclude my tasks, it will be time for me to return to Earth. At that point, you shall naturally return to the great magic city. Back to Earth? Xuan was momentarily stunned before exclaiming in shock, This is another world? Lin Xian looked at her with surprise. I assumed you were already aware. He found her reaction rather perplexing. If she knew this was a perilous otherworld, why did she continuously seek to cling to him? Yet Xuan seemed to have completely overlooked Lin Xian's comments, her mind echoing with the realization that they were indeed in another world. How could this be? Earlier, when she had awakened in the cave, she thought she had merely been rescued by a passing mysterious figure. Little did she know she had inexplicably ended up in an alternate dimension. It all made sense now. No wonder she had traveled for several days without encountering another soul, only to face countless ferocious beasts. Unaware of the internal turmoil she was experiencing, Lin Xian felt the temperature dropping and gathered the firewood he had just collected. He then summoned a small flame to ignite it. Soon, the dark cave was illuminated by light and warmth. Now that Xuan was his contract beast, there was no longer any need to conceal his identity. Thus, he not only summoned the small flame but also removed his mask and cloak, finding them rather cumbersome. Lin Xian had long wished to be rid of them. He moved his body freely, enjoying the returning lightness, feeling a sense of joy. This is much better. Meanwhile, Xuan, still in shock, was drawn to Lin Xian's movements. Turning her head, she first noticed the small flame resting beside the fire. Recognizing it as the contract beast of someone she knew. Wasn't he the contract beast of that person? She found the sight oddly familiar, though she could not quite place it. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted Lin Xian, now unmasked. Her eyes widened in astonishment. It's you. Although she couldn't recognize the contract beast, the face before her was all too familiar. It was Lin Xian. The very individual she had personally recruited into the special class at the Great Magic City. Lin Xian, how could it possibly be you? Zhang Wanner exclaimed, her shock causing her to forget her weakened state as she called out in disbelief. What s with the dramatics? Lin Xian shot her an annoyed glare. You were a teacher once, yet you act as if this is some monumental revelation. Seeing her reaction, Lin Xian instantly regretted his decision. It appeared that this woman's intellect was not as sharp as he had initially presumed. One would expect her to feel joy upon discovering that the person she was clinging to for support was someone familiar. Why then did she appear so startled? On the other side of the campfire, Zhang Wanner still bore an expression of disbelief. How could this possibly be a trivial matter? The enigmatic figure, shrouded in mystery and profound power, suddenly removed their mask, revealing a novice beast master who had recently embarked on their university journey. Anyone in this scenario would undoubtedly wear a similar expression as hers. Moreover, this burgeoning university student was one she had personally recruited to the institution. As a rare gem, possessing the holy level aptitude for beast mastery, the esteemed figure of the Magic City held Lin Xian in high regard. Prior to their encounter, Zhang Wanner had conducted an extensive investigation into him. She was well acquainted with every detail of Lin Xian's life, from his birth to the moment he forged a bond with his extraordinary beast. Thus, she was acutely aware that Lin Xian had indeed become a beast master during the collective contract ceremony at Kangwu Beastmaster High School. There was no possibility of hidden prowess. Yet, it was precisely this knowledge that made Zhang Wanner comprehend the sheer incredibility of the situation. From the contract ceremony to the present, merely 2 months had elapsed. In this brief span, he had transformed from an ordinary individual into a formidable beastmaster, capable of traversing perilous realms with ease. When he had playfully toyed with the king of bristled boars, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness, rendering her unaware of the true extent of Lin Xian's strength at that moment. Had she known, her astonishment would have surely intensified. Now, as Zhang Wanner grappled with her shock, a plethora of questions flooded her mind. What terrifying talent could account for such astonishing growth? Even with a holy-level beast contract, it seemed unfathomable. While there had been other holy-level beast masters in the past, none had exhibited Lin Xian's extraordinary capabilities. No matter how she pondered, Zhang Wanner found herself at a loss for explanations. Instinctively, she gazed at Lin Xian and inquired, "What is your current rank?" "I, just barely at the golden 10th level." Lin Xian replied with a smile, "Which is a bit lower than you, Teacher Jiang." Though he spoke these words, Lin Xian did not genuinely believe himself to be weaker than Zhang Wanner. Upon receiving his answer, Zhang Wanner hesitated to assume her usual authoritative demeanor as a teacher. Golden 10th level. In just over 2 months, he had leaped across 3 major ranks, nearly catching up to her. Suddenly, Zhang Wanner found herself questioning whether she had truly been complacent over the years. How could she have allowed a fledgling beast master to surpass her so easily? But had she genuinely been slacking? In the training room, the wilderness beast nest, the walls of the otherworldly stronghold. Reflecting on the sweat and blood she had shed in these places, Zhang Wanner could not bring herself to label her efforts as laziness. Perhaps, this was simply what talent entailed. A bitter taste crept into her mouth as she hesitantly asked, How did you achieve this?" Hearing this question, Lin Xian regarded her as if she were simple-minded. "You can't be serious in your ignorance, can you? Such personal matters are not something I could divulge." He felt a twinge of irritation. After all, he had captured a contract beast, one meant to assist him. Why was she incessantly questioning him as if she were the master? Lin Xian felt an urgent need to clarify the current situation for Zhang Wanner. Thus, he leaned closer and flicked her forehead. "Listen well. You are now my contract beast. A contract beast should behave accordingly, instead of constantly asking me, your master, a myriad of questions. What you ought to do now is hurry and boil some water. I've been on the move all day and am quite exhausted. I simply wish to soak my feet. Oh, and I have some jerky here. Once the water is ready, make sure to cook that too. Don't forget the seasonings, or it won't be palatable. As a contract beast, you should possess some awareness. Understand? Stop acting like a revered ancestor." Chapter 128, Human Voices. Having been sent off to work, Zhang Wanner finally emerged from her state of shock and sorrow. As she followed Lin Xian's orders, she occasionally stole glances at him. The more she observed, the greater her astonishment grew. In such a short span, Lin Xian had already summoned several contract beasts. While she had been aware of his ability to form multiple contracts since her own binding, what truly left her dumbfounded was the strength of those beasts. The plump and chubby ginseng doll, the diminutive yet fearsome magic dragon, and the elemental sprite on the verge of taking human form. Her eyesight was somewhat lacking, preventing her from discerning their precise ranks and aptitudes at first glance. However, she recognized the small firebird hovering nearby. It was the holy-level beast Lin Xian had initially contracted. The beasts surrounding it, surely, would not pale in comparison. Particularly, Jiang Wan'er turned her gaze to a certain beast that was currently feeding. Though its posture appeared somewhat awkward, its appearance unmistakably resembled the legendary dragon described in myth. What level of aptitude could that possibly denote? Holy level? Or perhaps even higher? Jiang Wan'er dared not imagine such a beast if it were to fall into the marketplace. No, it was utterly implausible. Those in positions of power would undoubtedly go to great lengths to seize it. It was simply too extraordinary. Stunned into silence, Jiang Wan'er could not help but exhale in awe. These were merely the beasts Lin Xian had revealed. Who knew how many secrets lay hidden within? It was no wonder he felt compelled to transform into a contract beast. The revelation of even a single one of these secrets would invite endless trouble. Powerful beastmasters, eager to advance, would surely not show any restraint. They would exhaust every effort to unearth Lin Xian's secrets. With this thought, Jiang Wan'er inexplicably felt a surge of sympathy for him. Just as her emotions fluctuated, the most unremarkable of the contract beasts, a common earth dog, approached Lin Xian. Under Jiang Wan'er's bewildered gaze, the dog's mouth opened slightly, and to her astonishment, it spoke in human language. Lin Xian, do you have any food? I'm so hungry. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan'er fell into a state of shock once more. A beast that could speak human language? Reflecting on historical accounts, she had only heard of certain diamond-level contract beasts being able to communicate with their beast masters through mental connection. However, she had never encountered one that could articulate words so directly. Overwhelmed by astonishment, she momentarily forgot that she was about to serve the freshly boiled hot water. Her hand instinctively reached out, only to touch the scorching edge of the pot, jolting her back to reality. "Ah!" she exclaimed involuntarily. The pot of hot water then spilled onto the ground, splattering onto the campfire and producing a hissing sound of steam. Hearing this noise, Lin Xian, who had been instructing the dog to eat less, turned to look. Observing Jiang Wan'er's clumsiness, he reprimanded her. "What are you doing? Can't you manage even this simple task?" He regretted transforming Jiang Wan'er into a contract beast even more. How could she spill water while boiling it? Just the thought of it was slightly embarrassing for Lin Xian. Jiang Wan'er, aware of her blunder, did not dare to retort. With a blush creeping across her face, she lowered her head and said, I'll go boil another pot right away." Though she said this, the water from when Lin Xian had collected it in the cave had already been exhausted. Jiang Wan'er had no choice but to take the large vat and venture out to fetch water herself. Only one person and one dog remained, entangled in a struggle within the cave. Upon exiting, under the pale illumination of the risen moon, Jiang Wan'er painstakingly attempted to discern the direction. It should be this way, right? She gazed at the dark, rugged mountain path ahead, feeling a tinge of uncertainty within. Earlier, when Lin Xian was fetching water, she had been in a state of unconsciousness. The direction she was now pursuing was based on a hasty inquiry made moments ago, leaving her without certainty. Oh well, I shall search for a while. According to Lin Xian, the riverbank was not far from the cave. Even if she initially chose the wrong path, adjustments would be simple. Thankfully, she had not erred in her navigation this time. Before long, the distant sound of rushing water reached her ears, igniting a spark of joy within her. Thank goodness. I haven't gone astray. Just as Jiang Wan'er was about to hasten towards the river to gather water, she suddenly heard several voices ahead. Damn it! In the dead of night, they dare to come to this forsaken place to carry out their tasks. Have those in charge lost their minds? The voices clearly reached her ears, revealing human conversation. What? How can this be? Jiang Wan'er found herself at a loss for words, astonished yet again. Wasn't this supposed to be another realm? How could there be other people here? To her knowledge, humanity's presence in this other world had been confined to a mere fraction of territory. Yet, what she was hearing contradicted that belief. Had they not only ventured into this other realm, but also established laboratories? Was there an organization operating in this realm unbeknownst to the authorities? Unbidden, Jiang Wan'er recalled the instigator of the ambush at the entrance of the Carp Pond's secret realm. Could it be the Celestial Sect? The more she pondered, the more it seemed that only this enigmatic and sinister cult could undertake such audacious endeavors. After all, they were the ones bold enough to assault even the forces of the Grand Master of the Demon City. No, I must leave at once. If it truly was the Celestial Sect, those dispatched to capture the otherworldly beasts would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. In her current weakened state, she was utterly incapable of dealing with them. Thus, Jiang Wan'er abandoned the idea of fetching water and stealthily returned to the cave. Noticing her hurried demeanor and empty hands, Lin Xian inquired with a hint of confusion, "What's wrong?" "There are people." Jiang Wan'er did not keep him in suspense, stating, "I just heard human voices by the river." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. People? How could there be anyone in this place? He was struck by the same bewilderment that had gripped Jiang Wan'er earlier. Lin Xian pressed further. What were they discussing? Laboratories, capturing otherworldly beasts, that sort of thing. Wana replied. I feared they were members of the Celestial Sect, so I only caught those snippets before returning. The Celestial Sect, Lin Xian exhaled. So you think the same? In fact, the moment Wana mentioned humans, that name had flashed through his mind. The official forces were still confined within the high walls, besieged by the beast tide. Only the Celestial Sect could roam freely in this other realm. Of course, Wana affirmed. Only those lunatics would dare to establish a laboratory in another world. She looked at Lin Xian and asked, what should we do? Should we flee? Lin Xian rubbed his chin thoughtfully, pacing back and forth, lost in contemplation. Wana anxiously awaited his decision for quite a while before he decisively stated, no. We must go take a look. Chapter 129, So weak? After a brief moment, Lin Xian had already formulated his thoughts clearly. The Celestial Sect bore evident hostility towards him, frequently emerging to create trouble. It was not his style to cower and be beaten. He needed to find an opportunity to strike back. To do so, he required sufficient understanding of the Celestial Sect. Rather than relying on hearsay and rumors, it was far more authentic to engage with them directly. In the past, the Celestial Sect had operated covertly, while he had been forced to respond openly. Now, with the roles reversed, how could Lin Xian forsake such a golden opportunity? Without further delay, he declared, let us go now. With that, Lin Xian took the lead, dashing out of the cave. As a contracted beast, Wana had no choice but to follow suit. The two of them approached the location where Wana had overheard the conversation, moving stealthily. Sure enough, the sounds of a distant scuffle reached their ears. It appeared they had commenced the so-called task of capturing some otherworldly beast. Lin Xian cautiously peered through the foliage, scrutinizing the battlefield. The members of the suspected Celestial Sect numbered only 4. The leader was at Platinum Level 3, while the other 3 were at Platinum Level 1. This small team of beast tamers could be deemed a formidable force within most organizations on Earth. Yet here, they merely played the role of a beast-capturing squad, performing menial tasks. It was no wonder Wana had heard their evident complaints earlier. Feeling undervalued would frustrate anyone. However, as Lin Xian observed these individuals, he furrowed his brow. He sensed a measure of pressure. Currently, Lin Xian's team of contracted beasts was somewhat imbalanced. Aside from the remarkably powerful little salty fish, who stood far above the rest, the other little ones were still too inexperienced to engage in such a battle. As for little salty fish, despite its strength, it could not face off against 4 platinum-level otherworldly beasts simultaneously. We must quickly reduce their numbers, Lin Xian murmured, as he watched the 4 individuals scurrying about. Attempting to capture a pitch-black otherworldly beast, Lin Xian turned to Wana and asked, can that rabbit of yours still fight? Taken aback by the sudden inquiry, Wana hesitated before shaking her head in dismay. Not yet. It's too severely injured, and the recovery ability in the beast space is too weak. I don't have any healing potions on me either. Although Lin Xian had anticipated this response, he still clicked his tongue in frustration. This is troublesome. After a moment's thought, Lin Xian added, since you currently lack combat ability, you'd better return to my beast space for now. Otherwise, I'll be distracted trying to take care of you later. He proposed this request, but Wana instinctively wanted to refuse. What was the beast space? To her, it felt little different from a beast cage. Previously, she had merely placed her contracted beasts inside, yet now, the tables had turned, and she was being asked to reside there herself. However, after reflecting, she found no valid reason to decline. Lin Xian's suggestion was indeed the best course of action under the current circumstances. It would ensure her safety while allowing him to focus on the battle. Understanding this, Wana's expression dimmed slightly. All right, I'll go in and rest for a bit. Hurry back. Having received her consent, Lin Xian waved his right hand gently. The woman before him transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from sight. He then secretly summoned little salty fish, issuing simple instructions before stealthily maneuvering to the other side. Crouched in the shadows, he awaited the opportune moment to strike. Damn it! What on earth are you doing? Command your contracted beast not to hide. That beast is about to escape again. Witnessing the blundering maneuvers of his subordinate beast masters, Wang could not help but exclaim in frustration. This marked the 5th attempt since their mission to capture the dark attribute phantom ghost tiger began. They had encircled it 5 times, yet each time, it narrowly evaded capture. This time was no different. After finally cornering it, forcing it to unleash its sprinting skill in a desperate bid for freedom, the contracted beast defending that position unexpectedly faltered in fear, thus granting the phantom ghost tiger a clear path to flee. Wang was nearly driven to madness. To prevent its escape, he had no choice but to command his flame wave beast to unleash a torrent of flames, blocking its path. Observing his companions still dazed, he barked, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and pursue." As the others hurried to once again corner the phantom ghost tiger, Wang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, if it had truly escaped, they would have been trapped in this forest for an eternity. At long last, it seemed to be over. He wiped the sweat from his brow and prepared to advance, intending to use the capture ball from above to subdue the phantom ghost tiger. Suddenly, figures of dragons and men leapt from the surrounding thickets. A hand reached out, seizing the throat of the unsuspecting beast master. The dragon brandished its claws, slicing through the flame wave beast still spewing fire. In the blink of an eye, the beast master named Wang Yi was easily subdued by Lin Xian. Shock filled Wang Yi's heart at this sudden assault. He wished to shout a warning to his team, but Lin Xian's grip rendered him speechless. As he attempted to pry himself free, he was met with a harrowing sight. His flame wave beast lay lifeless, its neck broken, blood cascading like a waterfall. At this sight, anguish gripped his heart. He yearned to howl in despair, but could only flail his limbs, expressing the torment of his beast's demise. Simultaneously, despair crept into Wang Yi's heart. Who is this? How can they be so powerful? Meanwhile, Lin Xian was equally astonished. So weak. He had never anticipated that this little fish would execute a sneak attack that resulted in the instant annihilation of a platinum tier 3 beast. This was simply absurd. Not to mention the previously struggling Kai He. Even his newly contracted Jiangwaner was inferior. Could it be that he had misjudged? Or had the little fish's strength truly improved? Lin Xian was filled with uncertainty. Activating the all-knowing eye, he scrutinized both the little fish and the flame wave beast. Yet, no matter how many times he checked, the panel remained unchanged. The little fish was still at golden tier 10, and the flame wave beast remained at platinum tier 3. The only difference was that the flame wave beast status now included deceased. Damn, Lin Xian couldn't help but spit in frustration. Having ruled out all possibilities, the remaining explanation, no matter how unfathomable, had to be the truth. The reason was simple. This group was woefully weak. Had he known they were so inept, why had he been so cautious? He could have simply trampled over them. When formulating his plan, he had measured their strength against Kai He. He estimated that even the little fish would struggle against 4 fully intact Kai He's. But who knew these 4 were so feeble? Lin Xian scoffed at himself. Chapter 130, Devout Followers. He waved his hand at the little fish. Upon receiving the signal, the little fish sprang into action, and in an instant, the 3 beast masters still engaged in battle with the phantom ghost tiger met their doom. Completely unaware of what had transpired, their contracted beasts were swiftly dispatched. What? 3 agonized cries echoed through the forest, adding a cacophony to the night. Lin Xian, irritated by the noise, approached and slapped each of them, still shouting. With this sudden action, the group fell silent. Despite their pain, they could only force themselves to stifle their cries. He bound the 4 easily captured captives and made them kneel before him. Then, he stood before them with an air of confidence, stating, I will ask. You shall answer. Do you understand? The group, still reeling from the loss of their contracted beasts, took a moment to respond. Finally, they acknowledged, why yes, we understand. Very well. Lin Xian displayed a rare smile. Now, let us begin with introductions. What are your names? Which organization do you belong to? And what is your purpose here? Speak. One by one. Upon hearing this, the other 3 exchanged glances, and one stammered. I mean, if we tell you, will you let us go? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, daring them to bargain with him. Seeing his foot lift again, the speaker hastily clarified, No, we're not trying to bargain with you. Then why do you dare to ask? Lin Xian retorted, visibly displeased. He refrained from raising his foot again, but instead reached out and seized the man's head. With a swift twist, he ended the man's life. Watching the remaining 2 tremble in place, they could only smile nervously at him. Lin Xian shook off the blood that had splattered onto his hands, sneering, In this place, only I may ask questions. If you wish to live, be obedient. I ask, you answer, understood? With the assurance from Lin Xian and the grim fate of their companion fresh in their minds, the remaining 2 dared not speak out of turn. They nodded obediently like chicks pecking at grains. One of them spoke up, I am Shin-san, a member of the Beast Capture Squad from the 3rd Laboratory of the Celestial Sect. Today, we were ordered to capture the Phantom Ghost Tiger. The person beside him followed suit, echoing similar sentiments, introducing himself as Lu Si. The 3rd Laboratory? Although Lin Xian had heard of the laboratory from Jiangwaner, he furrowed his brow at the mention of research. This question left the 2 of them at a loss. They glanced at each other, unable to provide an answer. As Lin Xian's expression grew colder, Xuan began to sweat profusely, hastily stating, You truly do not know. The research conducted in the laboratory is a secret within the sect. We, as members of the capture squad, are not qualified to know. Lin Xian then turned his gaze to Lu Si, whose face reflected sheer panic. What Xuan said is correct. We were only transferred from Earth just last week. It was evident that Lin Xian's earlier display of power had made a significant impression. Lu Si stuttered in his fear. Yet Lin Xian remained unsatisfied. With such scant information, I find myself in a difficult position. He curled his lips disdainfully and said, "You can calculate for yourselves whether these few words are worth your lives." But, Xuan exclaimed anxiously, "We truly know nothing. Is that so?" Lin Xian replied with a smile. "It seems to me that it's not a lack of knowledge, but rather a need for assistance. Wouldn't you agree?" He casually rotated the blood-stained wrist of his right hand, exuding an eagerness to act. Witnessing this scene, Lu Si felt an increasing sense of urgency and racked his brain for a solution. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, "That's right. Captain, I heard you mention that he has been stationed in the third laboratory for 5 years. He must know something." With Lu Si's reminder, Xuan regained his composure. He dragged out Wang Yi, who had been knocked unconscious by Lin Xian, and fawningly said, Indeed, Captain. This fellow has not only been in the laboratory for a long time, but he also holds a high position. He frequently communicates with those in white coats. He must be privy to some insider information." Lin Xian cast a glance at the two of them, noting their expressions of terror, which did not suggest deceit, and chuckled. "See, I told you, you must know something." With that, he took Wang Yi from Xuan's grasp and deftly slapped him twice. Wang Yi, coming to, opened his eyes to see Lin Xian's face and could not help but scream, "It's you? You demon! Stay away from me." In a panic, he flailed his limbs, attempting to break free from Lin Xian's grasp. Observing his frenzied demeanor, Lin Xian felt a twinge of annoyance. He had a particular aversion to the mentally unstable. With a flick of his wrist, he delivered 2 more powerful slaps. "Wake up." This tactic proved effective. As a few broken teeth flew out and blood trickled from the corner of Wang Yi's mouth, he finally settled down. Lin Xian then stated, "Now that you're awake, let's talk." "About what?" Wang Yi retorted. "Everything regarding that so-called third laboratory." Upon hearing Lin Xian mention the name of the third laboratory, Wang Yi turned his head to glance at Xuan and Lu Si, who were kneeling beside him. Feeling his gaze, the two instinctively lowered their heads and shrank back. Wang Yi, unable to truly pursue any accusations against them, simply replied, "I cannot tell you." "Oh," Lin Xian inquired with surprise, "why not?" Observing Xuan and Lu Si's obsequious demeanor, he had assumed Wang Yi was of the same ilk. To his astonishment, he found him to be a tough nut to crack. Wang Yi discerned Lin Xian's thoughts and smirked through his swollen face, saying, "Don't lump me together with those piglets. I am a formal member of the holy sect. Even in death, I shall not betray the holy sect." You can give up on that idea. His devotion to the holy sect was as bright as the sun. To extract information from him? A foolish dream. Hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. So, he was merely a brainwashed simpleton. He chose not to engage further, knowing that some individuals would never understand until they faced dire consequences. Attempting to reason with them would yield no results. To effectively communicate with such people, one must employ certain effective methods. Coincidentally, Lin Xian was well versed in such techniques. Before his transmigration, one of his hobbies had been to explore bizarre forms of punishment online, and he had memorized a few out of sheer interest. Now, he found the perfect opportunity to utilize them. With this thought, Lin Xian's smile grew even brighter. "If you refuse to speak, that's quite all right. After you experience these novel techniques, you will surely feel compelled to open your mouth." Chapter 131, The Enjoyment of Eternal Life. It must be said that Wang Yi's devotion to the Celestial Church was somewhat lacking. The special methods Lin Xian had casually noted down were far from fully employed. Merely engaging in slow slicing, Wang Yi had already begun to cry and confess. The third laboratory is one of the 10 laboratories under the Holy Sect, primarily responsible for research related to beast contracts. He paused inexplicably. Lin Xian pressed, "What specifically?" Wang Yi shook his head, blood and tears cascading down his face. I don't know either. These are classified. Even though I am somewhat familiar with those researchers, they rarely discuss specifics." Such an answer did not satisfy Lin Xian. He frowned, and with a flick of his wrist, the delicate blade in his hand carved another piece of flesh from the now unrecognizable Wang Yi. "Ah!" Wang Yi shrieked in agony, his bloodied body trembling uncontrollably. "I'm not lying to you." Lin Xian surprisingly nodded in agreement. "I believe you are not deceiving me." He grinned. "However, individuals like you tend to be a bit forgetful. Without a little assistance, it seems you might struggle to recall." As he spoke, the blade swiftly sliced again, another piece of flesh falling to the ground. Lin Xian had been employing this method for a while now. Although he had no prior experience similar to this, thanks to the superhuman enhancements bestowed by his dragon body, he could easily inflict pain on Wang Yi without killing him. This time was no different. Wang Yi emitted the same pitiful cries he had grown tired of hearing. Lin Xian remained unfazed, the blade in his hand unwavering as it continued to glide over Wang Yi's body. A continuous stream of agonized wails escaped Wang Yi's lips. The intense and unrelenting pain began to cloud his senses. Finally, after Lin Xian had carved out the 20th piece of flesh, as Wang Yi teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a flicker of clarity sparked in his mind. Stop! Stop! I remember. Fearful that Lin Xian had not heard his feeble voice, Wang Yi was driven by a desperate will to survive. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength to shout once more, I remember. Please stop. Upon hearing Wang Yi's cry, Lin Xian decisively sheathed the blade. See, was that so hard to remember? He wiped the blood from the blade before continuing. Now, please elaborate. Wang Yi, no longer daring to withhold information, confessed. I once overheard a big mouth mention that if their experiment succeeds, they could become a part of the beast god and enjoy eternal life. Eternal life? Lin Xian was taken aback. The notion seemed utterly absurd. To become a part of the beast god, and then enjoy eternal life? What kind of nonsense was that? Out of curiosity, he had previously inquired of ergo. Attaining divinity and becoming a true divine beast could indeed grant one an incredibly long life. Yet, such longevity only applied to the divine beast itself. If humans wish to share in such longevity, they must form a contract and become its master. But how is that even possible? Setting aside the divine beast's own perspective from the human side alone, an ordinary person's soul would disintegrate upon encountering a divine beast of spiritual rank. To strengthen one's soul, one must form a contract with a strange beast and cultivate it in return. But after contracting with a strange beast, how could they then contract with a divine beast? Not everyone can possess infinite contract slots like Lin Xian, can they? What gives those researchers the audacity to believe they are capable of such feats? Lin Xian pondered this question but could not conjure a plausible theory. Could it be that their method of becoming a part of the beast god involves reversing the contract process, thereby becoming the contracted beast of that divine entity? Such a fanciful notion made Lin Xian chuckle at his own absurdity. Surely, that could not be the case. Emerging from his reverie, he inquired of Wang Yi. You're not deceiving me, are you? As he posed the question, he delivered a swift kick. Are you fabricating tales to escape the pain? Indeed, everything I say is the truth, Wang Yi exclaimed, his agitation palpable. He proceeded to clarify Lin Xian's doubts. Our sacred doctrine venerates the extraordinary beasts. Those in the third laboratory, clad in white coats, are not beast masters. They are all mere mortals. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's skepticism deepened. A cadre of ordinary individuals conducting experiments on extraordinary beasts? Did they possess the requisite capabilities? One could hardly prevent laughter from escaping if this were to be shared with others. Lin Xian pressed down harder on Wang Yi's foot, eliciting a pained cry. Then why do they send you to capture these extraordinary beasts? Setting aside their ability to experiment with them, what of your sacred doctrine? Is it not to revere these beasts? Are they merely to be consumed as experimental fodder? No, it's not like that, Wang Yi replied, his head drooping. He was nearly out of breath, yet clung to life, stammering, what I meant by venerating extraordinary beasts pertains not to these wild creatures, but rather to the high-tier extraordinary beasts that possess intelligence and can engage in mental communication. He gestured toward the ethereal ghost tiger. This one is merely a typical consumable. No blame will be cast upon us. As he broached the topic of experimentation, Wang Yi suddenly faltered. The conditions within the laboratory were truly beyond his comprehension, and he could only hazard a guess. Those engaged in research must have their own methods, perhaps some potent suppressive agents. Is that so? Lin Xian mused, still somewhat incredulous. Nevertheless, the credibility of Wang Yi's account had significantly increased, as he himself possessed such contracted beasts. Creatures like little salted fish, ergo, and even the previously slain pearl white horse were indeed more advanced than ordinary extraordinary beasts. Lin Xian often treated them as equals to humanity. Even his most cherished companion, Little Fire Feather, did not enjoy such status. Deep down, he regarded Little Fire Feather as a mere pet. This prior experience led him to accept Wang Yi's explanation, for it at least seemed more plausible than treating ordinary livestock as masters. Curiosity about the laboratory began to stir within Lin Xian. He yearned to discover what manner of entity could inspire mere mortals, who were not beast masters, to covet eternal life. Observing Wang Yi's dire state, Lin Xian summoned the spirit of participation to administer rudimentary treatment, ensuring he would not suddenly perish. After all, there were still many inquiries he wished to make, and the physical condition of this man without a contracted beast was hardly guaranteed. Should he expire, where would Lin Xian find another? Chapter 132, The Timorous Ethereal Ghost Tiger. Lin Xian continued to interrogate Wang Yi regarding other matters related to the laboratory, such as its location and security measures, to facilitate his infiltration. Following the previous interrogation, Wang Yi no longer withheld information and divulged everything he knew. He was relatively well informed in this regard, as the captain of a beast-catching squad belonging to the combat division. He had ample opportunities for interaction with those in the laboratory's security team. Over the past 5 years, even without deliberate observation, he had gleaned a wealth of information. Thus, after his inquiries, the once secretive laboratory was laid bare before Lin Xian. Not too shabby, Lin Xian remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Yi. Had you been this forthright from the beginning, you would not have faced such an unmerited disaster. Upon hearing this, tears of blood involuntarily streamed from the corners of Wang Yi's eyes. He realized he had betrayed his faith. Even enduring inhumane torment, he could not absolve himself. The thought of the immense investment the sacred sect had made in the laboratory, now facing ruin due to his betrayal, drove him to the brink of despair. He longed to dash himself against a mountainside. Yet, even that was beyond his capacity, for his life remained in the hands of this ruthless individual before him. Trapped between the desire to live and the longing for death, he swallowed the blood that surged to his throat in a fit of rage. Just kill me, HM. Lin Xian did not catch his words clearly. What did you say? I have divulged all that you wish to know. I am of no further use. Having betrayed the sacred sect, I am acutely aware of my grievous sins. I have no other demands, merely to meet my end. Grant me a swift release. His eyelids drooped, and his gaze became vacant as he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Wang Yi would make such a request. He had assumed the instinct for survival would compel him to answer every question, yet it seemed otherwise. Lin Xian regarded Wang Yi thoughtfully. Very well, as you wish. Without further ado, he extended his right hand, and the blade within moved like lightning, swiftly slicing through Wang Yi's throat. With a few gasps, Wang Yi collapsed, lifeless. After attending to him, Lin Xian approached Xuan and Lu Si. And you too? Do you wish to live or die? From them, Lin Xian received a markedly different response. The two men, in a show of sycophancy, knelt beside Lin Xian, exclaiming, We want to live. Of course, we want to live. Huh. Lin Xian chuckled lightly. You've lost your contracted beasts. What purpose does living serve you now? Might as well let me send you off myself. With that, he smiled at the two. Xuan and Lu Si, unable to decipher Lin Xian's murmured words, instinctively sensed danger from his expression. Xuan trembled as he asked, What do you intend to do? Before he could finish, Lin Xian's blade had already been flung forth. In the blink of an eye, blood sprayed from their necks, rendering them lifeless like Wang Yi. Watching the two crumple to the ground, Lin Xian flicked his hand and turned to depart. To be honest, he harbored no animosity toward these two. They had merely mentioned being hired mercenaries, doing a job for a price. Such individuals would not feel a sense of belonging to the celestial sect. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Xian would never have resorted to killing them. However, the situation was different now. His next objective was that third laboratory, and secrecy was paramount for an infiltration of this nature. There was no room for any possibility of exposure. Although these two lacked contracted beasts, they might still possess other means of communication. Should they alert the laboratory, it would spell disaster for Lin Xian. He had no desire to regret his previous mercy when trapped in a dire predicament. A true master always executes tasks without leaving a trace. After completing his objectives, he intended to depart from the scene. However, just as he turned to leave, an unusual sight caught his eye. The ethereal ghost tiger, previously encircled by Wang Yi's team, had not fled. Puzzled, Lin Xian found it strange. He had witnessed the creature's desperate struggles moments earlier, attempting to break free despite being surrounded. Why, in this newfound safety? Was it now reluctant to escape? Unable to comprehend this anomaly, Lin Xian approached the creature. Yet, as he took a step forward, the ethereal ghost tiger shifted, its claws sliding back as it retreated a step. What on earth? Is this beast toying with me? Lin Xian felt a twinge of irritation. This creature had just been pursued and attacked by Wang Yi and his companions. Though he hadn't acted with the intent to save it, he had inadvertently done so. Was this how it chose to repay him? After all, he was the one who had eliminated Wang Yi and his contract beasts. If it feared them, why not fear him? With that thought, he swiftly moved to the side of the ethereal ghost tiger. This time, it did not retreat. Lin Xian initially assumed it was simply stunned. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the ethereal ghost tiger was cowering in place, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xian blinked in disbelief, thinking perhaps he was imagining things. But after rubbing his eyes and observing again, nothing had changed. What was going on? It wasn't he playing with him. It was genuinely afraid. He finally began to understand the creature's earlier retreat. Yet, new questions arose in Lin Xian's mind. If it was scared, why hadn't he fled earlier? He had given it ample time while interrogating Wang Yi. Had it truly wished to escape, it could have vanished without a trace. The ghost tiger seemed to grasp Lin Xian's unspoken thoughts, emitting a soft whimper as it leaned forward to lick Lin Xian's foot. Then, it gestured toward the 3 slain contract beasts lying on the ground nearby. those that had once surrounded it. Upon arriving at the scene, Lin Xian had swiftly dispatched them, realizing their weakness and commanding his little fish to eliminate them. Observing their gruesome remains, Lin Xian's mind began to piece together a theory. Was it the swift action of his little fish and its overwhelming strength that had terrified the ghost tiger into immobility? He scoffed at the creature at his feet. Huh? How can a tiger be so cowardly? Unfazed by Lin Xian's mockery, the ghost tiger merely extended its neck and licked Lin Xian's shoe once more. Seeing its obedient demeanor, Lin Xian initially contemplated releasing it. However, upon further reflection, he reconsidered. Regardless of its timidity, it was still a platinum-tier beast, possessing formidable combat potential that would undoubtedly aid him in his forthcoming infiltration of the laboratory. If it were an ordinary platinum-tier beast, Lin Xian might have harbored concerns, as they typically ranked higher than him and could directly repel the intrusion of his mental threads. If his mental energy could not penetrate, he would be unable to utilize his alluring physique that was effective against beasts, leading to a failed contract. Yet this ghost tiger was different. Due to the impressive display of his little fish, it was filled with trepidation and dared not resist. The likelihood of a successful contract was significantly heightened. With that thought, Lin Xian focused his intent and decisively extended his mental threads. The ghost tiger's reaction was entirely within his expectations. Not only did it not resist, but it even willingly opened the gates of its mental domain to welcome Lin Xian's entry. The ensuing process was straightforward. Upon contact with Lin Xian's mental energy, the ghost tiger was effortlessly drawn in by an inexplicable charm. The contracting process unfolded without any unforeseen complications. Once successfully completed, Lin Xian instinctively activated All-Seeing Eye to examine the ghost tiger. What he discovered startled him greatly. What on earth? Chapter 133, Dream Spirit. Dream Spirit, ethereal ghost tiger form. Attributes, psionic, fire. Qualities, holy tier, platinum tier. Rank, gold level 8, platinum level 3. Status, panic, transmutation. Skills, 1,000 transformations. 10,000 changes, ghost fire frenzy, ethereal ghost claw. Optimal evolution path, none. Remarks, a unique beast formed from the most exquisite fantasies of all living beings in the world, of which only one exists throughout the globe. My goodness, Lin Xian marveled. Could it be that merely capturing a platinum-tier beast would yield such an extraordinary specimen? Holy tier qualities, one of a kind. These descriptors underscored the rarity of this creature. Lin Xian glanced at the lifeless bodies of Wang Yi and his companions. He finally understood. No wonder these individuals had ventured out at such an hour. Despite his original assumptions, even in haste, One Wu and Ti typically work overtime at such a late hour. It seemed they had somehow received word of the dream spirit's appearance and rushed to the scene. Unfortunately for them, their efforts were in vain, failing to achieve their goal and unwittingly benefiting Lin Xian, the ruthless one. I must extend my gratitude to them. Lin Xian's spirits lifted further. He crouched before the ethereal ghost tiger. No, it could no longer be called merely an ethereal ghost tiger. After Lin Xian's contract, its status was gradually shifting. Its fear began to dissipate, transforming into a sense of dependence on Lin Xian. Alongside this change, the state of transmutation faded away. The terrifying visage of the ghost tiger vanished, revealing a soft and adorable creature before Lin Xian. Its appearance was reminiscent of the evolved spirit creature, soft and fluffy. Utterly charming. However, unlike the spirit creature, it radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an enchanting aura. No wonder it was named the Dream Spirit. Let me see your strength, Lin Xian said as he opened its panel to scrutinize its abilities. The Dream Spirit possessed only 2 skills, 1,000 transformations and 10,000 changes. The skills in parentheses were those held by its transformed entity. Once the Dream Spirit altered its form, it would relinquish those abilities. Though 1,000 transformations and 10,000 changes appeared similar, they possessed distinct differences. 1,000 transformations primarily manifested as the ability to change. It allowed the Dream Spirit to modify its appearance. This transformation was merely a guise and did not alter its inherent strength. Its only advantage lay in the high degree of flexibility. It could change specific parts according to the needs of the skill's user. It could be described as the ultimate skill for disguise. Conversely, 10,000 changes focused on embodiment. The user could transform into any other creature they had encountered and gain corresponding abilities. The ghost tiger's previous form was an outcome of the Dream Spirit utilizing this skill. The panel indicated its strength in parentheses, showcasing the power it acquired through transformation. It was through this skill that the Dream Spirit could ascend to the formidable status of a platinum-tier beast, barely managing to withstand Wang Yi's pursuit and evade the fate of captivity. However, such a powerful skill came with a rather unpleasant limitation. Thus, the strength of the transformed target cannot exceed that of the original entity by a significant tier. In other words, the current golden level 8 dream spirit can only transform into a target of at most platinum level 8. Beyond that, it is simply unattainable. How vexing. Lin Xian spat in frustration. He had envisioned a grand dream of rampaging through the other world with this ability. And this is the outcome? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, leading him to deliver a punch to the boulder beside him. Sigh, platinum level 8 is still level 8. After all, it is undeniably powerful. After venting his frustration, he let out a sigh. This level is, at the very least, significantly higher than the previously considered Nether Ghost Tiger, which he could regard as an unexpected boon. He glanced at the dream spirit affectionately leaning against him and issued a command through their mental connection, instructing it to assume its most formidable form. The dream spirit tilted its head in confusion, its small eyes studying Lin Xian for quite some time before comprehending his command. Then, its soft body began to swell and tremble. Moments later, it transformed into the likeness of another exotic beast. To Lin Xian's astonishment, this beast was still the Nether Ghost Tiger. Huh. Lin Xian was puzzled. He looked at the little dream spirit, expecting it to grasp his intent. So, he conveyed through their mental connection again. Transform into the most powerful exotic beast you have ever encountered. Not this sickly tiger. The strongest. Do you understand? Listening intently to Lin Xian's command, the dream spirit, with its fiery head, nodded, seemingly comprehending Lin Xian's meaning. However, its form did not change. It remained as the Nether Ghost Tiger. Upon seeing this, Lin Xian froze, as if he had suddenly understood the dream spirit's implication. Could it be that this is your strongest form? He found it hard to believe. Hearing Lin Xian's inquiry, the dream spirit grinned, revealing a grin that was both fierce and endearingly clumsy, indicating affirmation. Lin Xian was at a loss for words. After all that, the platinum level 8 was merely an elusive dream. The combat power it could provide was merely that of a platinum level 3 Nether Ghost Tiger. This immense disparity left Lin Xian feeling somewhat disheartened. He sank to the ground, gazing at the little dream spirit, unsure of what to say. The dream spirit, having had little contact with others, observed its master sitting there in silence without issuing further commands and reverted to its original form. It nestled close to Lin Xian, wrapping its small hands around his neck and affectionately pressing against his face, as if they were not meeting for the first time, but rather reuniting after a long separation. It did not wish to part from Lin Xian for even a moment. Lin Xian gazed at the adorable little creature, feeling all his frustration transform into a bittersweet smile. All right, I acknowledge your cuteness. He embraced the little dream spirit and rose from the ground. Upon reflection, he realized that he could not blame the dream spirit for this predicament. Given its timid nature, it would undoubtedly choose to flee at the first sign of a high-tier exotic beast. How could it possibly approach any closer? If it had a stronger form, it would have revealed it earlier when facing Wang Yi and his companions, rather than holding back. With this shift in perspective, Lin Xian's disappointment dissipated, and a smile returned to his face. After all, the dream spirit's abilities were already quite formidable. As long as he could find a high-tier exotic beast for it to replicate, its combat power would soar immediately. The future holds promise. The future holds promise. Of course, it is merely a future promise. In the current situation, Lin Xian had no idea where to find an exotic beast of precisely platinum level 8 for the little dream spirit. Wait. Lin Xian suddenly had a revelation, his eyes lighting up. Although there are no platinum level 8 exotic beasts, I have the little salted fish. The little salted fish's strength far surpasses that of some platinum tier exotic beasts, yet its own tier is only golden level 10. Is it not the perfect target for the little dream spirit's replication? Chapter 134, The True Essence of Metamorphosis. Upon this realization, Lin Xian swiftly summoned the little salted fish, which he had previously retracted into the beast space. Upon seeing the familiar scene of scattered corpses around, the little salted fish expressed its displeasure. What now? If there is no battle, don't call me. This great dragon lord is very busy. Busy with what? Lin Xian kicked it in annoyance. Having been cooped up in the beast space, what could it possibly be busy with? It was merely showing off its status once again. Lin Xian, uninterested, beckoned. Come. Look at this. My newly contracted exotic beast. The dream spirit. It's incredible. What is that? The little salted fish approached the little dream spirit with a puzzled expression. Its large head was almost bigger than the entire body of the little dream spirit. Observing this, the little salted fish scoffed. What use is such a tiny thing? Lin Xian built suspense, saying, watch closely. He then issued a command through their mental connection. In Lin Xian's arms, the little dream spirit received the order. Turning its head, it fixed its gaze on the little salted fish for a moment. Then, it broke free from Lin Xian's grasp and, as before, its form began to swell and tremble. In mere blinks, the adorable little creature vanished, transforming into a dragon. Holy smokes! It was the little salted fish that exclaimed. Startled by the sudden appearance of another version of itself, it was genuinely taken aback. This unexpected fright stirred a sense of annoyance within the little salted fish. What kind of impostor dares to impersonate this great dragon lord? You shall meet your end. With that, it prepared to attack the little dream spirit. Lin Xian quickly intervened. What are you doing? This is your future new colleague. The little salted fish had no real intention of attacking. It was merely irked. A new colleague? Is its ability merely to disguise and transform? What use is that? Disguise and transform? Lin Xian scoffed at the notion. You underestimate it. Come, show our dragon lord what you can do. No sooner had he finished speaking than the little dream spirit, transformed into a dragon, dashed forward in a flash of light, instantly appearing on the other side of Lin Xian. The little salted fish was left dumbfounded. This was one of its own skills, light manipulation. It had utilized this skill in previous ambush battles. To think it would witness it in this impostor. Observing the little salted fish's dazed expression, Lin Xian proudly exclaimed, How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Isn't it awesome? It truly is impressive. The little salted fish thought to itself. However, it did not verbalize this sentiment. What is so special about it? It's just a clumsy imitation. It raised its forepaw dismissively, declaring, Compared to this great dragon lord, it still falls far short. Still trying to save face. Lin Xian found the little salted fish amusing and asked, What is lacking? In response to his inquiry, the little salted fish remained silent. It merely swam over to the little dream spirit. Standing side by side, the two dragons, one genuine, one imitation, revealed their differences. The little salted fish radiated a faint, ethereal light that the little dream spirit's replica lacked. This left Lin Xian utterly astonished. What is this? It seems that metamorphosis cannot perfectly replicate even the golden level 10 little salted fish. He hastily activated all-knowing eye to examine the little dream spirit status. Dream spirit, dragon form. Attributes, supernatural, dragon, water. Qualification, sacred rank, sacred rank. Level, golden level 8, golden level 10. Status, joyful, transfigured. Skills, metamorphosis, transformation, comma. Upon comparing with the authentic dragon panel of the little salted fish, Lin Xian swiftly discerned the discrepancies. Not only was the attribute of space conspicuously absent, but the skill section also lacked numerous abilities related to spatial attributes. For instance, the technique, universal attraction, that the little salted fish employed to vanquish Kai, he was beyond the reach of the little phantom spirit. Most critically, the copy's qualification was merely sacred rank. Merely sacred rank. It was far from the divine rank of the little salted fish's true form. Upon observing this transformation, Lin Xian comprehended why the little phantom spirit could not fully embody the dragon. The divine rank qualification of the little salted fish was supported by divine essence. That was the power of the divine rank. Regardless of the little phantom spirit's peculiar origins, it was simply an extraordinary beast of sacred rank. To evoke the might of the divine rank was, indeed, an insurmountable challenge for it. The little salted fish had always been one to push boundaries. Noticing Lin Xian's awkward demeanor, it proclaimed with pride, How about that? Did I not tell you? This counterfeit is significantly weaker than this divine dragon. A mere imitator cannot go far. The more it spoke, the more exuberant it became. Ha ha, ha ha. It even disregarded the dignity befitting a divine dragon, laughing boisterously. Humph, what does that phantom spirit think it is, attempting to compare with me? Now that the beast contract has been established, it cannot force Lin Xian to sever ties. However, allowing you to become Lin Xian's contracted beast is already quite enough. In terms of hierarchy, you shall forever remain in the shadow of this divine dragon. With this thought, it completely forgot the astonishment it felt upon their initial encounter. Immersing itself in an inexplicable euphoria, it gazed at the phantom spirit, which bore its form, yet exuded no majesty, merely appearing foolish and bewildered. The self-satisfaction on its face was nearly palpable. Meanwhile, Lin Xian felt quite uncomfortable, even gritting his teeth in frustration. After all, the little salted fish's pride was built upon his embarrassment. No one would relish such a predicament. That insufferable salted fish, he muttered under his breath. Then, he began to defend the little phantom spirit, stating, What is wrong with being an imitator? As long as the targets of imitation are numerous, it amounts to possessing every capability, doesn't it? Once the little phantom spirit has experienced the world and accumulated enough memories, then it could, as Lin Xian spoke. His voice dwindled. Eventually, he fell silent. The little salted fish, prepared to hear his grand theory, looked on in surprise. It raised its head and saw Lin Xian's eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he had conceived a delightful notion. What is it? It inquired. Yet Lin Xian offered no answer. Supporting his left elbow with his right hand, He stroked his chin while pacing back and forth, occasionally muttering to himself. It wasn't that he had suddenly lost his mind. Rather, he had suddenly recalled the correct application of the transformation skill. Precisely, just as he had mentioned earlier. The skill's description had not indicated any limit to the targets of memory. As long as there were enough in number, wouldn't that equate to omniscience and omnipotence? With this realization, that the transformation skill was not a mere trifle. Instead, it was a true divine skill, even more powerful than metamorphosis. No wonder. Lin Xian's face radiated excitement. No wonder the explanatory notes would state, a unique, extraordinary beast formed from the most exquisite fantasies of all living beings in the world. Could it truly mean this? Chapter 135, Infiltration. In the dead of night, within a valley, Lin Xian hurriedly arrived at this location. The sight before him revealed a landscape strewn with jagged rocks, desolate and barren. To exaggerate, one might say not a single blade of grass could be found. The reason for his presence here was simple. The third laboratory of the celestial god cult was situated here. After testing all of the little phantom spirit's abilities, Lin Xian did not linger. Having briefly tidied the battlefield, he hastened along the path revealed through the interrogation of Wang Yi. Ultimately, he arrived here. Although his heart raced with anticipation to enter the laboratory, Lin Xian did not rush out. It was not due to an inability to find the entrance. Wang Yi had provided comprehensive information. Now, he was well aware of the basic circumstances surrounding the third laboratory. He knew precisely where the entrance lay. The reason for his hesitation was due to the warning measures in the valley. Indeed, outside the laboratory, this valley was also equipped with the third laboratory's alert systems. Should an uninformed individual intrude, a warning would be transmitted internally. Subsequently, the laboratory's supervisory personnel would determine whether to dispatch personnel for capture and extermination or to retreat collectively. To enter the laboratory without error, one must bear the celestial god cult's special mark. Naturally, Lin Xian lacked such a mark. However, he was not concerned. This was merely the outermost layer of protection and was not particularly complex. It was merely a simple talisman array buried in the earth. For the uninformed, this might pose some difficulty, but for Lin Xian, these were trivial matters. To prevent the individuals within the laboratory from detecting any anomalies, he did not attempt to dismantle the talisman array. Instead, he summoned the little salted fish, allowing it to carry him into the sky. This talisman array had two distinct flaws. The first was the limitation of its sensing range. It was simply buried in the ground, naturally lacking vigilance towards aerial threats. Once a certain height was surpassed, it fell beyond the protective range of this arrangement. As for the second flaw, judging the position accurately, Lin Xian instructed the little salted fish to drop him down. Utilizing the formidable physique granted by the dragon form, Lin Xian landed firmly on the ground, not even staggering in his descent. As he touched down, a seemingly ordinary pile of rocks before him began to slowly rise, revealing a tightly sealed door facing him. Observing this development, Lin Xian retrieved a magnetic card from his spatial bracelet and swiped it lightly, causing the door to open with a resounding click. Haha, Wang Yi does not deceive me. The laboratory door truly opens this easily. Indeed, this was the entrance to the third laboratory. Once he passed through this door and descended in the elevator, he would reach the enigmatic third laboratory. The second flaw of the warning talisman array lay precisely here. Because the elevator descended deep underground, the talisman array buried beneath the surface could not possibly cover it. Consequently, the true core of the laboratory door was not within the range of the warning talisman array. Taking advantage of this, Lin Xian effortlessly entered the third laboratory. Within the elevator, he summoned the little phantom spirit, which had just been contracted, and activated metamorphosis. As a spectrum of colors flashed, Lin Xian's appearance transformed in an instant. Clad in a black combat suit, with 3 faint scars adorning his forehead, he bore the exact likeness of Wang Yi. Regardless of who it may be or the abilities they possess, the current Lin Xian is merely Wang Yi. This is the true power of transformation. Utilizing the capabilities of the little illusion spirit, he has achieved an impeccable disguise. Quite impressive indeed. Lin Xian is equally satisfied with the transformation skill, which he has long deemed a divine technique. Prior to his intended infiltration of the third laboratory, he had pondered how to ensure his concealment. Yet, before long, he stumbled upon this little creature, the dream spirit, and embraced the divine skill of transformation into his arms. Truly, a stroke of fortune. A smile involuntarily graced Lin Xian's face. With such a divine skill, what fear is there of being unmasked? He could stride boldly forward without a care. As he reveled in his triumph, the elevator descended swiftly. Before long, he reached his destination. Upon exiting the elevator, he was unexpectedly greeted by a guard. To his surprise, the guard seemed quite familiar with Lin Xian's disguise as Wang Yi. Upon sighting Lin Xian, he cheerfully called out, "Oh, old Wang, Why are you back so soon? Didn't you have an urgent hunting mission? This unexpected turn of events did not fluster Lin Xian. With an impassive demeanor and a steady heart, he waved his hand and smiled. Oh, there's no urgent mission at all. Just a means to pressure me. They want to hurry, but I shall take my time. Just so happens I left something behind, so I came back to fetch it. Earlier, while interrogating Wang Yi, Lin Xian had inquired about his views on the researchers within the laboratory. Though this man held a certain reverence for the Celestial Church, he harbored a profound disdain for the lab-coated individuals. In his eyes, they were merely a group of imbeciles incapable of becoming beast tamers, unworthy of joining the holy sect, let alone commanding him, a true believer, to act. Additionally, when Jiang Wan'er first encountered Wang Yi and the others, she had overheard them grumbling about the laboratory researchers. Based on these two aspects, Lin Xian deduced a glimpse of Wang Yi's character and subsequently spoke these words. As expected, the guard detected no abnormalities and displayed a knowing smile, saying, "Ha, old Wang, you're still the same, but you still have tasks to complete. Lest those lab-coated folks hold you accountable and report you." Having successfully evaded suspicion, Lin Xian refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing." With that, he proceeded towards the inner sanctum of the laboratory. As Lin Xian, post-interrogation, was aware, the laboratory was divided into 4 levels. The first floor for administration, the second for experimentation, the third for living quarters, and the fourth for storage. He currently found himself on the first floor, the administrative area. It was not expansive, nor was it bustling with people, primarily serving to meet the needs of the researchers. The hunting missions, like the one Wang Yi had previously received, were issued from this administrative sector. However, that was of little consequence. Before infiltrating, Lin Xian had already set his sights on specific targets: the second floor experimentation area and the fourth floor storage area. The experimentation area was self-explanatory, as it would provide swift insight into the progress of the Celestial Church's experiments. Based on the findings, he could determine subsequent strategies. If something proved useful, he would replicate it. If not, he would annihilate it, adding to the Church's troubles. As for the storage area, it was considerably more significant. Whether it housed accumulated experimental materials, living supplies, or well-preserved confidential documents, all were essential to Lin Xian. Thus, in the administrative area, he merely cast a cursory glance and did not linger. Casually, he turned around, located the elevator, and descended directly. Chapter 136, a prophetic statement. In the experimentation area, the pace was markedly swifter compared to the administrative sector above. From time to time, one could observe individuals clad in white lab coats bustling through the corridors. These must be the primary researchers of the laboratory. Lin Xian extended his mental energy to sense the surroundings. Sure enough, they were all ordinary individuals. None had contracted with otherworldly beasts. It indeed seemed fitting to entrust a group of ordinary individuals incapable of forging contracts with otherworldly beasts to study beast taming contracts. Attempting to communicate with divine beasts and attain immortality, was it audaciousness or sheer folly? Lin Xian found it difficult to judge. Casually strolling through the corridor, none of the passing researchers paid him any heed, absorbed in their own worlds, occasionally murmuring to themselves. Lin Xian chose not to disturb them. He glanced around and stealthily followed a slightly plump researcher into a small laboratory. Not only that, but he also kindly assisted the researcher by closing the door behind him. Upon hearing the sound of the door locking, the researcher instinctively turned his head. Upon seeing Lin Xian, an anomaly clad in combat attire, he finally awakened from his reverie. Adjusting his glasses, he frowned and questioned, "Are you a new combat personnel? Didn't your captain inform you that the second floor experimentation area is off limits?" Lin Xian disregarded him, preoccupied with inspecting the small laboratory. At the center of the experimental table lay the dismembered corpse of an unknown otherworldly beast, its limbs shattered, flesh stripped of form. It appeared to have recently undergone some gruesome experiment. After observing this, Lin Xian approached the adjacent desk, intending to peruse the experimental logs atop it. Witnessing Lin Xian's disregard for protocol, intruding into his laboratory and attempting to review his logs, the slightly plump researcher finally reached his breaking point. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Didn't you hear what I said?" He rushed over, snatched the experimental log from Lin Xian's hands, and scolded. "Which team are you from? Is this how your captain teaches you to conduct yourself? Just a brute who knows nothing about rules. Get out of here." Being scolded in such a manner did not rile Lin Xian. After all, he was not a genuine combat personnel of the laboratory. Thus, he casually took a seat in the boss's chair at the desk. With a smile, he replied, "My apologies. I forgot you were still here. It was rude of me to dismiss you, a living person, in my quest to peruse that chaotic experimental log. Truly, I must have lost my senses." Lin Xian looked at the researcher, adopting an authoritative tone. "Now, enlighten me. To what stage has your research progressed?" His cheerful demeanor, however, only served to infuriate the slightly plump researcher further. He pointed at Lin Xian and shouted, "You damned bastard. I told you. Get out of here. Do you want me to call your captain?" "You." As he spoke, he rummaged through his pockets, searching for something. "Just wait. I will definitely report this to the Holy Sect's headquarters. You brainless brutes, just await your punishment." But Lin Xian did not afford him that opportunity. He abruptly stood, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, and seized the slightly plump researcher by the neck, lifting him off the ground. "What did you say? Report? Punishment? Those matters can wait for later. Right now, your sole duty is to answer my questions." At this, the slightly plump researcher finally sensed the anomaly in the situation. Panic flickered across his face as beads of sweat, resembling pearls, cascaded down his forehead. "Why you? Who are you? What do you want?" Before he could finish his question, Lin Xian tightened his grip around his neck. "Now, it is I who shall pose the questions. Your duty is to respond appropriately, rather than reversing the inquiry upon me. Do you understand?" The menacing demeanor of Lin Xian instilled considerable fear in the researcher. He fought against the sensation of suffocation, nodding vigorously in submission. Consequently, Lin Xian forcefully slammed him to the ground, demanding, "Now, enlighten me. What progress have you made in your research?" Though the question was identical, the state of mind of the one being questioned was drastically different. The slightly plump researcher wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, with his head bowed, tremulously replied, What specifically do you wish to inquire about?" Lin Xian, unfamiliar with their specific research methodologies, casually replied, "Speak of the most critical aspect." This offhand command placed immense pressure on the slightly plump researcher. He gathered his thoughts and stated, "Our third laboratory's primary research direction currently focuses on exploring how to merge with the beast gods to acquire power and immortality." During the initial discussion meeting, the leadership team proposed numerous divergent paths, leading to the formation of several research groups, each responsible for different aspects. I am currently overseeing one such group, which seeks to find a method for fusing human genes with those of otherworldly beasts. Regrettably, up until now, we have not achieved significant results. Among all the groups, the fourth group has made the most rapid progress. They are tasked with the direction of beast contracts, employing a reversal technique to enable the beast gods to voluntarily contract with humans, thereby sharing their divine power. They have already completed a portion of their experiments. In these trials, some humans have been contracted by low-tier otherworldly beasts, becoming their contracted beasts. To my knowledge, they intend to seek out some high-tier otherworldly beasts next to see if they can successfully replicate the results. If they succeed, they will be just a step away from achieving their experimental goals. After divulging this explosive information, the slightly plump researcher cast a furtive glance at Lin Xian, hoping to gauge his reaction. Unfortunately, what he beheld was merely Lin Xian's squinting smile. Little did the researcher realize that Lin Xian was indeed astounded, though not by the fact that the Celestial Church's experiments were nearing success, but rather by the uncanny similarity between their chosen direction and the jest he had previously made. Good heavens, this group of audacious individuals actually pursued such an endeavor. Lin Xian had perceived it as a jest because he believed no one would dare to undertake such actions. Yet now, reality had delivered a stinging slap to his face. The very notion that humanity was engaged in research to serve as companions to otherworldly beasts, all in the pursuit of that elusive immortality, left him appalled. He glanced at the researcher before him, noting that although fear still lingered on his face, an indescribable emotion had emerged in his eyes since he had spoken. It resembled a mix of ecstasy, excitement, and reverence. Lin Xian found himself unable to comprehend it. He simply thought these individuals were not quite right in the head. The more he observed the researcher, the more disgusted he felt. Truly, they were indeed a cult, adept at weaving intricate schemes. Half an hour later, Lin Xian stood before the elevator leading to the lower third-level living quarters. Having grasped the overall research situation within the third laboratory, he chose not to linger any longer. He had initially assumed that the Celestial Church, with its substantial investment in a secret laboratory in another realm, would harbor lofty aspirations. Instead, it turned out they were merely aiming to serve the beasts. Oh no, the so-called beast gods. This revelation greatly disappointed Lin Xian. After all, he had no inclination to become a servant, even if it promised immortality. Thus, the entire research content of the laboratory held no value for him. Naturally, while he himself lacked interest, he also did not wish to witness the Celestial Church successfully complete their experiments. After all, he would undoubtedly find himself opposing this wretched cult in the future. The weaker the enemy, the better. Should they truly manage to achieve some form of immortality, it would spell disaster for him. Casting a glance back at the hurried scene within the experimental area, Lin Xian mused, "Perhaps I should create a bit of trouble for them upon my departure." Turning around, He noticed that the reflection in the elevator doors was no longer that of Wang Yi, but rather the slightly plumper searcher from earlier. After inquiring about the experimental progress and some matters related to the storage area, Lin Xian knocked the researcher unconscious. He searched for magnetic cards and various forms of identification, then securely bound him and concealed him in a hidden spot within the laboratory. In truth, killing him outright would have been the safest option. However, Lin Xian could not ascertain whether these lab-coated individuals were equipped with any special devices for alerting authorities in the event of death. Although the likelihood of such a possibility was slim, what if? If such devices indeed existed, acting recklessly would be tantamount to self-destruction. He was unwilling to engage in such a futile gamble. Thus, he chose to spare the researcher's life for the time being. After all, he wouldn't awaken anytime soon, barring any unforeseen circumstances. At least until he departed from the third laboratory, the identity of the slightly plump researcher would be at his disposal. Next, he resolved to explore the storage area. The living quarters on the third level held no allure for Lin Xian. He had no interest in the privacy of personnel related to the third laboratory. Assuming the guise of the slightly plump researcher, Lin Xian successfully located the elevator leading to the fourth level. When questioned by the guards, he adeptly evaded scrutiny under the pretext of experimental requirements. In stark contrast to the bustling second level, the entire fourth level exuded a profound tranquility. The only individuals present were a few elderly guards. As Lin Xian stepped out from the elevator, one of them lazily rose from a lounge chair and approached him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, providing a similar explanation. "Experimental requirements. I wish to review some documents." He lowered his head, feigning contemplation. "I recall that the experiment I'm currently conducting seems to have been attempted before." The questioner, however, was indifferent to this. After hearing the first half of Lin Xian's statement, he directly inquired, "Do you have an application form?" This question left Lin Xian momentarily flummoxed. He had never anticipated that. In such a place, a secret laboratory belonging to the Celestial Church, one would still be required to fill out forms to obtain items. At a loss for words, he stammered a couple of times, rummaging through the pockets of his lab coat, as if searching. Meanwhile, his mind raced to concoct an excuse to deflect the inquiry. Just then, the guard, displaying visible impatience, waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, forget it. Don't bother looking. Just go on in. A few pieces of scrap paper are hardly worth my time." With that, he turned away and returned to his companions, resuming their previous activities. Lin Xian stood alone, momentarily stunned. After a while, he finally regained his composure. This scene was indeed quite classic. Above, there lay a chaotic array of procedural requirements, while below, there were merely indifferent and perfunctory personnel executing their duties. Has even this been learned? Lin Xian chuckled softly, shrugged his shoulders, and ambled into the corridor. The guards did not even spare him a glance. Unperturbed, Lin Xian continued his stroll, observing his surroundings. The storage area comprised numerous rooms, yet they could essentially be categorized into two types. A vast archive occupied a quarter of the entire floor, while the remainder consisted of smaller supply rooms. As Lin Xian passed by these diminutive chambers, he would quietly peek inside. The contents within, aside from an array of legitimate experimental materials and countless magical cores and crystals, were predominantly everyday supplies. It seemed that the entirety of the laboratory personnel's living provisions was stored here. Lin Xian paid them little heed, merely casting a cursory glance. The everyday materials mattered little to him, but the magical materials and crystals certainly piqued his interest. If an opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly seize as much as he could, filling his spatial bracelet to the brim. However, that was not his immediate concern. His current objective was the archive room. There was much he yearned to uncover. The origins of the Celestial Church. What precisely are these so-called beast gods? What specific undertaking of the Holy Church was mentioned by Kai He? And a myriad of other curiosities intertwined with the Celestial Church. Gaining clarity on these matters would undoubtedly aid him in navigating the impending crises posed by the Celestial Church with greater ease. Yet, what he most urgently sought to discover was whether the files of this group of cultists contained any information regarding that so-called disaster. After all, as he gazed at the voluminous room, a flicker of anticipation ignited in his eyes. They had been settled in this otherworldly realm for quite some time. Indeed, his primary purpose for being here remained the investigation of disaster-related occurrences. He had never lost sight of that goal. Naturally, with so many documents to sift through, the prospect of doing so alone was daunting. Thus, Lin Xian waved his hand to summon Jiang Wan'er from the beast space. Upon her sudden appearance, Jiang Wan'er lost her footing and collapsed onto the ground. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. "Hey, what are you doing? Have you really become this weak?" Hearing his voice, Jiang Wan'er attempted to lift her head in protest, only to be met with the sight of an unfamiliar, slightly plump visage before her. She gasped in shock. "You? Who are you? Where's Lin Xian? Lin Xian, feeling somewhat helpless, patted her head. It's me. The unfamiliar face spoke familiar words. Aside from your rightful master, who else could summon you? Jiang Wan'er, covering her bewildered face, took a moment to process. I am sorry. It's just that. The beast spaces too. I feel a bit disoriented. After saying this, she irritably scratched her head, her expression betraying her tumultuous emotions. It dawned on Lin Xian that something was amiss with Jiang Wan'er. He quickly inquired, what is wrong with you? Chapter 138, The Western Mountains. Reflecting on her earlier words, Lin Xian pressed further. Is it the beast space that's the issue? At the mention of the beast space, Jiang Wan'er seemed to regain some composure, nodding vigorously. Exactly. She then grasped his hand, pleading, please, don't make me go back into that beast space. It's truly torturous. Lin Xian was taken aback by her dramatic reaction. He had never experienced the beast space himself, only recalling that when he first contracted with Ergo, it had insisted vehemently on not being confined within. However, that was the sole instance, and Ergo had never broached the subject again. Thus, Lin Xian had assumed it was merely a matter of preference for freedom. He anticipated the extent of the ordeal. After all, Jiang Wan'er had only been confined for a few hours, yet she emerged in such a state of disarray. Looking utterly drained, one might have thought she had been severely dehydrated. What did you see in there? Lin Xian asked, his curiosity piqued. Jiang Wan'er shook her head. I saw nothing at all. Her response was indeed peculiar, and just as Lin Xian was about to probe further, she continued. Inside, there was nothing. It was pure void. I couldn't discern up from down, left from right, not even if my eyes were open. In there, vision was utterly futile. Yet hearing was amplified infinitely. I could even distinctly hear the sound of my own eyeballs rotating and the flow of my blood. At this point, she was nearly beside herself with hysteria. Lin Xian, listening intently, felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had not experienced it firsthand, merely hearing about such an experience was enough to unsettle him. He wished to offer some comfort to Jiang Wan'er, but before he could utter a word, she implored once more, really, I beg you, let me die instead. I never want to go back to that wretched place. She had genuinely been driven to the brink by that silent torment. Witnessing her distress, Lin Xian had little else to say. All right. I promise I won't do that again. He produced some food for Jiang Wan'er, encouraging her to recover her strength. After a brief moment, Jiang Wan'er's anxious demeanor began to improve. At the very least, her hands and feet had ceased their trembling. She took a deep breath. Rising to her feet, am I all right now? Did you call me out for some reason? As she spoke, she surveyed her surroundings. Shelves lined with numerous dusty folders surrounded her. Everything served as a stark reminder that they were no longer in the wilds of the other world, but rather within some human establishment. Where's this? She inquired anew. Lin Xian shrugged. As you can see, it's the archive room of the Celestial Church's facility. Jiang Wan'er was taken aback. An archive room? How did you get in here? Thanks to the inherent shortcomings of certain large organizations, Lin Xian replied, spreading his hands, refraining from delving deeper into the matter. Of course, such details were inconsequential. What I need you to do now is assist me in sifting through these archives for any useful information. Upon hearing this request, Jiang Wan'er appeared somewhat stunned. She glanced around the entire archive room once more. Me? She pointed to herself, then gestured towards the shelves. All of this? How long will that take? Of course. You won't be doing it alone, Lin Xian clarified. I will be reviewing them alongside you. Seeing that Jiang Wan'er still harbored doubts, he interjected. Enough. We are pressed for time. I've already wasted too much time taking care of you. If we delay any longer, we won't make it. His summoning of Jiang Wan'er was primarily to help save time and enhance efficiency. If they were to linger on trivial matters, it would be a grave misallocation of priorities. In his previous utterance, a hint of command laced his tone. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Wan'er felt her instinctive refusal evaporate, leaving her with no choice but to silently turn away and peruse the files on the bookshelf, one by one. Lin Xian, observing her newfound compliance, could not suppress a joyous smile. After conveying all the pertinent points to her, he too began to sift through the documents. This task was exceedingly protracted, yet the rewards were scant. The records here were remarkably trivial. Lin Xian had meticulously eliminated those obviously inconsequential personnel files, yet the relevant information remained elusive. The researchers within this cult exhibited absurdity, insisting on documenting everything in paper form. They even recorded the event of a firebird laying an egg in the Western Mountains on a particular day. Thanks to their inexplicable and foolish practices, Lin Xian found his research arduous and frustrating. After more than 2 hours of fruitless searching, he had unearthed not a single piece of useful information, not even regarding the disaster itself, nor anything pertinent to their so-called divine sect. Damn it! Lin Xian tossed aside another volume of miscellaneous notes, gently massaging his aching temples. What on earth was going on? His frustration mounted. Within such an important archive, there was no significant information to be found, not even a proper experiment record. This implied that had the guards been a tad more diligent, the excuse he had uttered earlier would have been thoroughly dismantled. He nearly shouted in exasperation, but, for the sake of the work ahead, took a deep breath to forcibly calm his emotions. No, he must persevere and continue examining the files. Enduring the tedium and irritation, Lin Xian resumed his search. Fortunately, his efforts were not entirely in vain. After another hour, he finally discovered something of value. Today, the 5th beast capture team was dispatched to the Western Mountains to capture the illusionary butterfly for experimental purposes. However, this seemingly simple operation resulted in severe losses, with only one individual managing to escape, albeit gravely injured. According to their account, a vast expanse of blood-red mist had emerged within the Western Mountains. Any creature that came into contact with it descended into a frenzy, launching indiscriminate attacks on all surrounding life forms. During the interrogation, this individual exhibited clear signs of abnormality, prompting appropriate detainment measures as per relevant regulations. He was held for 5 days and displayed normal behavior throughout this period. Yet, on the morning following the 5th day, he was found dead in the detention room, the cause being suicide. A farewell note, inscribed in the deceased's own blood, was discovered on the wall. This world is on the brink of collapse. We shall ultimately return to nothingness. The meaning of this final message was obscure, leading to the assessment that the individual had likely been contaminated. It was recommended that anyone who had interacted with him undergo thorough disinfection checks. Additionally, a report had been sent to headquarters requesting investigative support. To prevent a recurrence of such events, all personnel within the laboratory were prohibited from entering the Western Mountains, with this ban remaining in effect indefinitely until the danger in that region was neutralized. Chapter 139, Traces Mist and Frenzy. These elements certainly reek of impending crisis. Lin Xian marveled at the records before him, noting that this particular entry bore the greatest connection to the disaster. The victims had also succumbed to a loss of rationality, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter of surrounding beings. The distinction lay in the fact that the prophet of the grass children was afflicted by a direct mental contagion, manifesting externally as an eerie black smoke, whereas the phenomenon in the Western Mountains involved a blood-red mist. Not to mention, the stark contrast in color was evident. Based on this, Lin Xian found himself uncertain about the correlation between this event and the disaster. To ascertain the truth, he delved into other files on the same shelf. The last recorded date in this document was several months prior. This suggested that there might still be developments regarding the situation in the Western Mountains. Given the explicit prohibition in place, any records concerning the menacing blood-red mist should have been documented, regardless of whether it had been eradicated. Strangely, however, Lin Xian could not locate any corresponding records after thoroughly searching the entire shelf. Absurd. He scratched his head in confusion. Why was it that every trivial matter was documented, yet this critical issue was overlooked? He found himself at a loss for words. Even if the matter had dragged on for months without resolution, there should have been some record of progress. Lin Xian felt a profound skepticism toward the capabilities of these cult members. He reopened the file documenting the incident involving the red mist in the Western Mountains. This world is on the brink of collapse. We shall ultimately return to nothingness. Those words, the last testament of the contaminated soldier, were also recorded within the file. Lin Xian could not fathom what the individual had witnessed in his frenzy to inspire such a blood-written farewell before taking his own life. Yet he could certainly envision it, an overwhelming sense of despair and utter hopelessness. Might this despair relate to the so-called apocalypse? If that were indeed the case, it seemed imperative that he venture to the Western Mountains. With a sigh, Lin Xian carefully closed the file and returned it to its rightful place on the shelf. Just as he was preparing to continue his search through other documents, he heard Xuan exclaim, "Lin Xian, come here quickly. I found what you were looking for." Her tone was filled with excitement, a desire to shout, but she was acutely aware that this was not a place for loud exclamations. Thus, her words emerged in a hushed tone. Fortunately, Lin Xian had excellent hearing and did not miss her call. Instantly pulled from his contemplations regarding the Western Mountains, he hurried over and inquired, "What did you find?" "Look." Xuan handed him a document, then briefly explained, "I couldn't find the information related to the divine sect that you needed, but..." Before she could finish, Lin Xian had already skimmed through the contents she had unearthed. This was a file from over a decade ago, the paper now somewhat yellowed. It recounted events related to a previous exploration team's annihilation. According to reports from headquarters, the lockdown plan had achieved resounding success, with 11 exploration teams being entirely exterminated. Only one survivor remained at large, with personnel associated with the lockdown plan engaged in relentless pursuit. Today's communique stated that the fugitive from the exploration team had escaped to the vicinity of our laboratory. The district leader ordered us to immediately dispatch combat personnel to assist in the search. The pursuit, however, was proving challenging. According to those involved in the chase, the fugitive and their contracted beast were gravely injured, having essentially lost their combat capability. Yet, when our combat personnel attempted to make contact, they faced fierce resistance, resulting in the loss of 6 combat members who returned to the embrace of the beast god. Damn those headquarters officials. They never treat their compatriots from other regions as human. Today's announcement. The fugitive has clandestinely crossed the western mountains and vanished into the wind-eroded desert. This area lies beyond the jurisdiction of the third laboratory. The mission to assist in the search and capture has thus reached a conclusion. Thank heavens. That wretched individual has finally escaped. Let those bureaucrats at headquarters deal with the treacherous wind-eroded desert. The records concerning the relevant incidents end here. After perusing the entirety of the document, Lin Xian felt a surge of exhilaration. His conjectures were entirely accurate. The survivor, after receiving aid from the Grass Children tribe, had indeed traversed the vast plains in this very direction. Although this reckless endeavor had led him directly into the encirclement of the third laboratory, he had nonetheless survived. Not only did he shake off his pursuers, but he also managed to circumvent the encircling forces ahead of him. Upon reaching this point, Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This individual is remarkably resilient, dragging a wounded body and facing an impasse with foes both in front and behind. He still managed to seize a glimmer of hope. It is no wonder he survived the meticulously planned ambush orchestrated by the Celestial Church. Clandestinely crossing the western mountains and entering the wind-eroded desert, Lin Xian traced his fingers along the lines documenting the survivor's whereabouts, reading each sentence aloud. Could it really be that the direction also pointed towards the western mountains? What a fortuitous coincidence. The blood-red mist and the survivor. Both traces lead towards that enigmatic western range. This is splendid. He need not fret about where to head after leaving the third laboratory. The path is clear, straight towards the western mountains. With this thought, he neatly closed the file and returned it to the bookshelf. Xuan, witnessing this scene, realized he had finished reading. She then inquired, "Who exactly is this survivor you want me to keep an eye on? And what is this locking plan mentioned in the file? Is it some conspiracy of the Celestial Church?" These 2 questions had been on her mind since she first glanced at the document. However, Lin Xian had previously cautioned her to prompt him upon encountering relevant information. Thus, she had momentarily suppressed her curiosity. This led to her feeling quite restless while Lin Xian immersed himself in reading. Hence, as soon as he closed the file, Xuan immediately posed her questions. "The survivor?" Lin Xian turned to her. "Of course. I am referring to the survivor from the exploration team. The very same exploration team from the interdimensional expedition over a decade ago. Haven't you heard of it?" He regarded Xuan with surprise. As far as he knew, her family background was commendable, her strength formidable, and her position within an organization like the Yuda and Magic City was significant. Surely, she ought to be aware of such a renowned expedition. Yet now, this woman appeared utterly bewildered. Observing her expression, Lin Xian continued to elaborate. The so-called locking plan was a meticulously orchestrated ambush by the Celestial Church targeting that expedition. It was precisely because of them that humanity's exploration of other dimensions was abruptly halted before it even commenced. Chapter 140, Trapped in a Predicament. However, Lin Xian was taken aback when Xuan's expression shifted once more upon hearing these words. The bewilderment had vanished, replaced by palpable terror. What? How is that possible?" she exclaimed in a hushed tone. Wasn't the exploration team completely annihilated due to the perilous circumstances of the other dimension? She was well aware of the events surrounding the expedition. Among the organized exploration teams was also a member from her own family, her uncle. When news of the team's demise reached her, she had wept for an extended period. Yet now, to be told that their obliteration was due to the Celestial Church? How could she possibly believe such a claim? Instinctively, denial flashed through her mind. However, regarding her inquiry, Lin Xian merely shrugged. "Believe it or not, it's your choice. You asked the questions, yet you seem to doubt the answers." He had no intention of engaging in a lengthy debate with her. It was evident that Xuan's ignorance was not entirely unexpected. After all, when his parents, Xiao Wu and Lin Haoran, had miraculously escaped, they had remained silent about the truth their entire lives, leaving behind only a dusty notebook to recount their story. Were it not for Secretary Feng's reminder that led him to that notebook, he too might still be oblivious at this moment. With this thought in mind, he turned back to Xuan, eager to elaborate further. Suddenly, however, Lin Xian halted, tilting his head to listen intently. It was not a sudden bout of madness, but rather a keen awareness of something amiss. It was not within the confines of the archive room, but rather outside. The unique physique bestowed upon him by the dragon body had significantly enhanced his hearing. Even within the archive room, He could clearly discern the sounds of laughter and conversation from the guards outside. This was why he had been able to linger here for several hours, perusing documents without a care, knowing that those individuals were engrossed in their merriment and were utterly indifferent to his presence. But now, the atmosphere had shifted. The usual chatter from the corridor had ceased, replaced by the sound of the elevator moving between floors. Someone was descending. The footsteps were chaotic, indicating that many were coming down. Even from within the archive room, Lin Xian could hear the inquiries being made by the individual to the guards. Have you seen that fat guy? Lu Wei, come down. Lu Wei? Which Lu Wei? This one. The one who just came down. The individual seemed to produce something to show the guard. It's this person. The guard fell silent for a moment, seemingly in thought. After a while, he replied, yes, there was such a person here. It seems he was here to investigate something. What was it again? The guard's uncertainty appeared to provoke the individual who had just descended. Oh really? You actually let him wander around the storage area. That's a senseless criminal. He bound Lu Wei and then slipped in here. There must be a conspiracy. Just wait. I will report this to the director and ensure you all are sent to the latrines. He took a deep breath and shouted, why aren't you taking me to find that guy? If anything goes wrong, can you bear the consequences? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian stopped listening. He placed the documents back on the shelf and grasped Jiang Wan'er, searching for a hiding spot. What is happening? Jiang Wan'er, still reeling from the shock, stumbled as she was suddenly pulled, nearly falling to the ground. Someone's coming. Lin Xian replied succinctly. Quick, find a place to hide. Clearly, the group descending was connected to the chubby experimental technician from the small laboratory, Lu Wei. Yet Lin Xian could not fathom how that individual had awakened so quickly. According to his estimates, he should have remained unconscious until tomorrow night. Damn it. Was it possible that someone was indeed looking for him? Was my luck this abysmal? He cursed under his breath. In a frantic search, he finally located a narrow bookshelf that could serve as a hiding place. However, the issue was that the space was exceedingly cramped, barely accommodating Lin Xian alone. Damn it, he muttered again. Time was of the essence. That group would soon be upon them. There was no opportunity to search for another hiding place. Thus, Lin Xian had no choice but to apologize to Jiang Wan'er, who was behind him. You have observed the urgency of the situation. Indeed, there is little room for niceties. For the sake of our safety, I must ask you to make do for now. At this moment, Jiang Wan'er's mind remained in a state of disarray. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, she wished to inquire further. However, she soon found herself without the luxury of time. The world around her spun chaotically, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself in a familiar place, an ethereal and tranquil realm, her long-cherished beast master space. Ah, Lin Xian, you scoundrel. Outside, Lin Xian was oblivious to Jiang Wan'er's furious outburst. Yet, through their mental connection, he could sense her wrath and trepidation. What a predicament, Lin Xian murmured to himself. Though you claim you would rather die than return, I have considered it, and enduring some hardship is surely better than death. Rest for now. Once we are safe, I shall release you. With that, he crouched low and slipped into the bookcase, carefully closing the door behind him. He hoped fervently that these foolish cultists would not discover him. Yet, deep down, Lin Xian recognized that such hope was but a slender thread. Even the most incompetent individuals could find someone in a dead-end chamber. Ultimately, he feared that a confrontation was inevitable, a result he had long sought to avoid. Not because he doubted his strength. With the formidable power of the little divine dragon and the newly acquired little illusion spirit, he felt invincible at the platinum tier. Even if he encountered a diamond tier adversary, he could at least flee. What truly frightened him was the prospect of being targeted by the celestial cult, as it would complicate his future endeavors in this foreign realm. According to his original plan, upon achieving his objectives, he could confidently depart under the guise of Wang Yi. But now, circumstances had dramatically shifted. He was compelled to conceal himself and meticulously devise a strategy. Fighting was undoubtedly a last resort. He needed to find a way to escape directly. His first thought was of the little salted fish. This creature, possessing mastery over spatial elements, might offer a solution. Alas, the response he received was disheartening. I only know how to fight, not how to escape. Left with no choice, he resolved to consult the wondrous ergo. After all, he was a deity of considerable knowledge and might possess a solution. You mean you're trapped underground? Indeed. Huh. Ergo chuckled proudly. Then worry not. Have you forgotten who I am? Lin Xian paused in surprise. Ergo? What ergo? The voice in his mind retorted. I am the esteemed earth-devouring demon god. With this proclamation, Lin Xian understood its intent. It was asserting its dominion over earth and rock, even buried deep underground. The esteemed earth-devouring demon god could lead him to freedom. However, Lin Xian couldn't help but scoff. But look at your current state. With your present power, you might not even be able to breach these laboratory walls. Chapter 141, the 5th level. Although the entire exterior of the third laboratory was indeed constructed from earthen materials, its strength was indubitable. Not only would an organization like the Celestial Cult ensure such durability, but even a small beast master organization on Earth would heavily reinforce the outer walls of large underground structures. After all, no one wishes to be crushed by a sudden collapse. Furthermore, within the outer shell of the third laboratory, apart from the fixed application of reinforcement talismans, there were likely other advanced materials. Given Ergo's current capabilities, breaching these barriers would be a formidable challenge. If Ergo could not penetrate the outer wall, how could it utilize its rock soul powers to facilitate an escape? Lin Xian felt a wave of pessimism wash over him. Yet, upon hearing his explanation, Ergo displayed an expression of exasperation. Are you foolish? I may not be able to break the wall, but there's still the little salted fish. If it can carve a hole in the wall, I can lead you to safety. How could such an obvious solution elude him? Stunned by its words, Lin Xian momentarily found himself at a loss. He chastised himself with a frustrated slap to his forehead. Damn, how could I forget that? He gently summoned the little divine dragon. Naturally, within the confines of the narrow bookcase, there was no room for its grand form. Thus, Lin Xian had preemptively advised it to reduce its size through their mental connection. For the little salted fish, who possessed the body of a divine dragon, this was a trivial task. Its typically imposing stature was partially an illusion, crafted to appear more majestic and formidable. Now, faced with a different necessity, the little salted fish could easily comply. However, upon being asked to shrink, it expressed its discontent. Why must I appear in this form? It diminishes the grandeur of the great dragon. Limited by the cramped space of the bookcase, the little divine dragon now resembled the size of a fist, neither imposing nor formidable. Appearing somewhat comical, it seemed to have reverted to its true nature. Lin Xian paid no heed to its protests. The sounds of approaching pursuers echoed in his ears. They were swiftly making their way toward the archive room. Time was of the essence. Thus, Lin Xian promptly instructed the little salted fish. The reality that unfolded before him aligned perfectly with Lin Xian's earlier predictions. The walls of the third laboratory had indeed been reinforced. Even the floor of the storage area was exceptionally sturdy, composed of numerous high-strength alloys, many of which were blended with unique ores from another realm that could absorb elemental energy from the air. Under the influence of the reinforcement talismans, these materials collectively ensured the structural integrity of the entire laboratory. If Ergo were to attempt this, it would surely be left battered and bruised. Yet for the little salted fish, this posed no challenge. Under the spatial distortion caused by the myriad heavenly attraction, these resilient materials shattered within 3 seconds. Through the base of the bookcase and the gray floor, a large hole materialized before Lin Xian's eyes. Due to the poor lighting within the bookcase, he could not discern what lay beneath the gaping void. Nevertheless, upon witnessing this scene, a smile blossomed on his face. Splendid. He exuberantly waved his hand. Just before the little salted fish lost control of the myriad heavenly attraction and caused a secondary incident, Lin Xian commanded it to completely obliterate the black hole. He then recalled the little salted fish to the Beastmaster space, summoning Ergo in its stead. He intended to exchange a few words with Ergo, but suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Clearly, the cultists had arrived, forcefully opening the door to the archive room. Damn, they're quick on the draw. With a muttered complaint, Lin Xian leaped into the newly formed opening. As he fully descended into the hole, Ergo gently waved its paw, directing the surrounding loose earth and stone to move in accordance with its command, effectively sealing the entrance. Not only did it completely fill the void, but it also altered the color to match that of the archive room floor. To any unsuspecting observer, it would be nearly impossible to discern that a significant breach had once existed here. In the depths of the cavern, Lin Xian remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Enveloped in darkness, he found himself in a pit far deeper than he had anticipated. This was a deliberate design, instructed by him when he had the little salted fish dig. This way, ample space would be afforded for Ergo to unleash his abilities. After plummeting through the shadows for an extended duration, Lin Xian finally made contact with the ground. Thanks to the enhancement of his divine dragon physique, he emerged unscathed from such a considerable fall, instead feeling a comforting sense of solidity beneath his feet. However, to his astonishment, the floor at the bottom of the pit was not the jagged, irregular terrain he had envisioned from shattered rock. Instead, it was remarkably level. Taken aback, he blinked instinctively. The surrounding darkness still impenetrable. Yet, this obscurity was not devoid of life. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was startled to discover countless luminous points, some red, others green, twinkling in the gloom and drawing nearer. What sorcery was this? Why were these lights encroaching upon him? Startled, Lin Xian summoned the little salted fish while remaining vigilant, scanning the area. With the radiant glow emanating from his companion, he could discern his surroundings more clearly. and what he saw left him even more astounded. The luminous points were none other than the eyes of strange beasts. At this very moment, a multitude of these creatures encircled him. They were gathered in droves, an uncountable throng. The horrifying spectacle sent Lin Xian's heart racing, nearly prompting an expletive to escape his lips. The reason he restrained himself was that surrounding these ferocious beasts were numerous sturdy barriers, effectively imprisoning them and thwarting their desire to approach him. Thus, he found himself standing safely in this corridor, wedged among countless cages. As he processed this revelation, the initial panic in his mind began to dissipate, replaced by an insatiable curiosity. How peculiar. This must be the underground of the third laboratory. Yet how could it harbor so many strange beasts? Lin Xian pondered, stroking his chin. Could they all be experimental subjects on standby? The artificial nature of everything here was glaringly obvious. Aside from the third laboratory, he could not fathom who else would engage in such activities. And for them, what purpose could these fierce, low-intelligence beasts serve? The only possibility that crossed Lin Xian's mind was that they were merely experimental materials. He glanced up at the pit from which he had descended, confirming that no one had followed him down. Then, he took another look around, casually selecting a direction and proceeding down the corridor. He had stumbled into the 5th level of the third laboratory, a level that even Wang Yi, the beast capture team leader who had spent 5 years here, was unaware of. Instinctively, Lin Xian sensed that secrets lay hidden within these depths. His curiosity surged intensely. He had fortuitously stumbled upon such a place, and to leave without exploring further would surely haunt his dreams. Having verified through recent trials that the walls of the third laboratory posed no hindrance to the little salted fish, Lin Xian knew that if he wished, he could easily breach them and have Ergo escort him away. The secret lay before him, while the retreat was behind him. Such a splendid opportunity was not one Lin Xian could afford to forsake. Chapter 142. The familiar spider god puppet in the 4th level of the third laboratory. Within the storage area, Yang Lixue stood in the archives, incensed as he berated his subordinates. Are you all complete imbeciles? 10 of you. 3 golden beast tamers and 7 platinum beast tamers. And you can't even find a thief in this confined space. What good are you to me? His voice surged with fury, culminating in a kick that sent the guard, who was repeatedly bowing in apology, sprawling outwards. As the security personnel of the laboratory, the ease with which an intruder had infiltrated their ranks was a profound humiliation. Now, with clear instructions to capture the intruder, they had searched for ages without success. Yang Lixue was at a loss for words. Was the intruder exceptionally cunning? Or were his subordinates simply inept? A bunch of useless dolts. He cursed under his breath, venting his pent-up anger. As his ire subsided, a perplexity began to gnaw at him. How could a living person vanish so mysteriously within this nearly sealed storage area? It was a riddle he could not unravel. Was it invisibility? That seemed unlikely. His subordinates, while lacking in prowess, were professionals nonetheless. Their contracted beasts surely possessed abilities to detect hidden entities. Furthermore, there were even small creatures capable of sensing life forces. If the thief merely hid by becoming invisible, he would have been found swiftly. Thus, only one possibility remained. A flicker of irritation crossed Yang Lixue's mind. The thief had likely achieved his objectives and then escaped by means of some spatial transfer technique. Damn it, he could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. If that were the case, it would be tantamount to a resounding slap to his face. Taking a deep breath, Yang Lixue was about to order his subordinates to conduct one final search when suddenly, someone burst through the door of the archives. Noticing the multitude of individuals present, the newcomer exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Why are there so many people here?" Yang Lixue, upon hearing this, looked up and saw it was another subordinate. His irritation bubbling over as he retorted, "Jiang Lu? Weren't you supposed to be assisting at the rune inspection department today? What brings you here?" Jiang Lu, sensing the tense atmosphere in the archives, refrained from jesting and replied earnestly, "The rune inspection department discovered a breach in the security runes of the storage area. So they sent me to investigate." A breach? Yang Lixue paused momentarily, then a spark of insight ignited in his mind. He quickly inquired, "Where?" "Take me to see." Jiang Lu was puzzled by Yang Lixue's sudden excitement, yet he dared not delay in following his orders. Swiftly, he retrieved a peculiar device from his pocket and began scanning the area. Yang Lixue followed closely in his wake, traversing the archives. Eventually, they halted before a small bookshelf. Jiang Lu cautiously extended his hand to open it, and the device in his grasp illuminated with a green light, a sign of target detection. "Found it. It's right here. The breach in the runes is located here." He pointed inside the bookshelf. Yang Lixue, more animated than Jiang Lu, shoved him aside and leaned in eagerly, spotting an inconspicuous hole at the base of the bookshelf. Perplexed, Yang Lixue reached out, pressing his hand against the floor beneath the hole. "Is this it?" He turned to Jiang Lu for confirmation. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, he applied slight pressure with his palm. With a resounding crash, the floor beneath them shattered into countless fragments, revealing a gaping chasm beneath. Upon sighting this pitch-black abyss, a fervent glow ignited on Yang Lishue's face. Indeed, it was true. They had truly excavated a tunnel from the archives. He broke into a sinister grin. Damn thieves. At last, I have found you. After shouting this, he turned to his subordinates behind him, gesturing emphatically. All of you pursue. Capture that wretched rat hiding in the shadows. Having grasped the faintest trace of the intruding thief, Yang Lishue was enveloped in a euphoric thrill. So much so that he remained oblivious to the fact that he had yet to comprehend how this elusive rat had managed to breach the laboratory's formidable walls and excavate such a vast hole. Its large head was almost bigger than as he traversed the dim and entire body of the little dream spirit damp corridor. Lin Xian occasionally turned his head, scanning for any signs of the aberrant beasts. Observing this, however, it was disconcerting that the divine light emanating from the little salted fish was somewhat feeble as a source of illumination. The aberrant creatures could only leave behind a menacing silhouette within Lin Xian's limited field of vision. In an effort to gain clearer insight, he summoned the little fire feather, instructing it to concentrate a fireball above his head, remaining dormant yet potent. Thus, with the aid of the little fire feather serving as a makeshift torch, Lin Xian was able to scrutinize the aberrant creatures flanking the corridor with clarity. Under the observation of the omniscient eye, their strengths were far from negligible. Along his journey, he noted that the weakest among them stood at a golden 9th level, while the strongest reached a platinum 8th level. Many of these beings, in the wild, could easily dominate a territory. Yet now, they were all confined here, drooling and ravenous. In their once bright, fierce eyes, Lin Xian perceived countless traces of weariness and despair. It was evident they had endured severe torment. The feedback from Omniscient Eye revealed a uniform entry for all the aberrant creatures present, enslaved. This entity is being affected by the skill, Spider God Puppet, and is gradually being transformed into a servant. Spider God Puppet? This term seemed vaguely familiar to Lin Xian. He felt as though he had encountered this skill before, but the memory was not vivid. At first glance, he could not immediately recall where he had seen it. As he walked, he fell deep into contemplation. Enslavement. The notion of enslavement suddenly sparked a flicker of enlightenment in Lin Xian's mind. I remember now. It was that inexplicably loyal contract beast belonging to the dead lackey. He finally recalled where he had encountered this skill. During the return journey after accompanying Go into the sealed cavern to gain power, there had been an ambush. That ambush was orchestrated by Bongda, the captain of Class 7 from Kangwu Academy. The shadow cat used in Bongda's sneak attack was indeed under the control of the Spider God Puppet. The only distinction was that the shadow cat's status bar displayed enslaved, while the aberrant beasts here were all marked as enslaved. Could it be that the shadow cat had emerged from a place akin to this? Realizing this, a sudden clarity washed over Lin Xian. He understood the purpose of this hidden 5th layer. Goodness, this cannot possibly be a munitions factory, can it? The more he imagined, the more plausible it seemed. Earlier, he had been puzzled as to why the Celestial Church would invest heavily in establishing a 3rd laboratory in such a remote and desolate area. Would they not fear that some powerful aberrant beast might suddenly obliterate such a vital facility? Compared to the imminent dangers that lurked, the slight advantage of capturing aberrant creatures nearby for experimentation seemed negligible. It was only now that he truly grasped the situation. For this facility, the benefit of conveniently capturing aberrant creatures was immensely significant. It not only provided experimental subjects, but also raw materials for a munitions factory. Together, these two advantages were sufficient for the Celestial Church to shoulder some risks. A horde of ferocious aberrant beasts, entirely under enslavement, would serve as the finest war machines. With these at their disposal, the Celestial Church could easily offset any losses incurred during potential aberrant beast attacks. This realization left Lin Xian utterly speechless, finally grasping the grandiosity of the Celestial Church's ambitions. Such a clandestine munitions factory could not have been established merely a year or two ago. The notes from Xia Wu's relic had recorded that the Celestial Church's ambush against the exploration team was executed by a small faction of humans leading a multitude of aberrant beasts. From that time until now, nearly 20 years had passed. In these 2 decades, how much power could the Celestial Church have amassed? Would there come a day when the earth would suddenly be turned upside down? A mysterious beast god appearing above humanity's heads? Lin Xian dared not imagine the implications. However, he was acutely aware that if this continued unchecked, such a scenario would inevitably materialize. The only reason Earth remained stable at present, he surmised, was likely due to a lack of sufficiently formidable combat power. By formidable combat power, he naturally referred to the Saint-level Beastmasters. For those of this caliber, with a mere wave of their hand, they could unleash cataclysmic forces that defied nature itself. In their presence, mere numbers posed little threat. Even if an overwhelming number of diamond-level aberrant beasts charged forth, they would merely be offering themselves as sacrifices. To truly contend with them, saint-level aberrant beasts would be required. Yet, capturing such beings was no simple task. According to early intelligence relayed by Ergo regarding the otherworld, the saint-level aberrant beasts tended to band together beneath a certain divine beast. This was not only for self-preservation, but also for advancement. The rare solitary wanderers typically possessed unique self-defense capabilities, making them exceedingly difficult to injure, let alone capture. Thus, even if the divine beast the Celestial Church was affiliated with possessed the skill to control saint-level aberrant beasts through the spider god puppet, they would find themselves in a predicament akin to a skilled artisan unable to find raw materials. With this thought, Lin Xian felt a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, though limited, there was still time. His immediate thought was to hasten his return to Earth, to inform the authorities and issue a warning. However, upon reflection, a trace of helplessness crossed Lin Xian's face. This idea, while commendable, hinged on gaining the trust of the upper echelons. Although he had gained some renown in Huaguo due to his status as a saint-level beastmaster, he was still merely a minor figure, a mere 18-year-old youth. Would his words truly carry any weight in the eyes of those carnivorous elites? Perhaps not. The more favorable among them might dismiss Lin Xian as jesting and escort him out of their offices. The less accommodating might ignore him altogether, viewing him as nothing more than a clown seeking attention. The disdain for this notion was not merely a textbook concept. Only with sufficiently formidable power could one hope to command a modicum of influence before them. Sighing, Lin Xian found himself once again ensnared in a cycle of contemplation. He clenched his fists tightly, murmuring, one must possess formidable strength, as long as he could ascend to the divine tier. Even if it meant becoming a saint-level beastmaster and evolving all the contracted beasts under his command, Lin Xian would find his confidence restored. Even if he still struggled against those carnivorous creatures, at the very least, his own power would suffice to fend off the onslaught from the Celestial Church. He exhaled deeply, releasing the pent-up frustration within him, and continued on his path. However, just as he took 2 steps forward, a fierce gust of wind erupted beside him, sudden and swift. Lin Xian sensed something amiss and quickly crouched down, turning his head to evade. Yet, he was ultimately a moment too late. The attack tore through the air, grazing his head and face, leaving behind several long, bloody gashes. Using the momentum from the impact, Lin Xian lunged in the opposite direction, striving to distance himself from the source of the assault. Almost immediately, he felt the warm blood trickling down his face. A jolt of alarm surged through him. Had he been a fraction slower in dodging, he might have been severed in two. A cold sweat broke out on his back. He scrambled to his feet and shouted toward the assailant. "Who are you? Show yourself." The attacker, seemingly unperturbed, soon responded with a raspy voice. "Huh, how amusing. You little thief dare to intrude upon my territory and still have the audacity to inquire who I am? How brazen of you. Your territory?" Lin Xian paused, realization dawning upon him, and he exclaimed, "The guardian here?" He had completely overlooked the fact that there was a guardian present. Lin Xian felt an urge to slap himself. Indeed, not only should he have considered this when he first discovered the barriers housing these aberrant beasts, but even when he surmised that this place might be a munitions factory, it should have crossed his mind. How could a secret facility, hidden beneath a lavishly constructed laboratory, possibly lack a guardian? Lost in a flurry of thoughts, he had forgotten this crucial detail. Such a grave oversight nearly cost him his life. While he was still in shock, the assailant was far from idle. Upon hearing Lin Xian's query, he chuckled heartily and declared, "Congratulations. You are correct. But alas, there is no reward, only a brutal battle." As his words fell, a grotesque creature, teeming with tentacles and festering sores, oozing copious amounts of pus, burst forth from the darkness. Its intentions were clear, as its tentacles aimed directly to ensnare Lin Xian. Upon seeing its repulsive form, Lin Xian felt his stomach churn, nearly retching. To avoid being ensnared, he summoned every ounce of strength from his dragon body, employing all his skills to evade this attack. The loathsome beast, however, showed no signs of relenting. Swiftly launching another assault, one of its pus-filled sores erupted, sending a stream of viscous fluid hurtling toward Lin Xian. The projectile was incredibly swift, threatening to strike him in no time. Yet, Lin Xian, now in combat mode, was prepared. After narrowly dodging the tentacle's next strike, he rolled to the side, just barely evading the onslaught of the pus stream. Illuminated by the light from his little fire feather, Lin Xian clearly observed the floor where the pus had landed. The reinforced flooring, composed of various supermaterials, began to sizzle and dissolve. Chapter 144, The Intent to Decapitate. A chill coursed through Lin Xian as he witnessed the supermaterial melt away. If that had hit his small frame, he would have likely perished on the spot. an instant death from which even the life link of his spirit root could not save him. Damn it! Lin Xian couldn't help but curse. He swiftly darted to the side, narrowly avoiding another tentacle from the repugnant creature. At this moment, the assailant leisurely emerged from the shadows, revealing his figure. True to his voice, he was an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, his attire stained with various substances, looking exceedingly disheveled. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure to the darkness, his eyes were somewhat dulled. As he stepped into the illuminated area cast by Little Fire Feather, he squinted against the brightness. Grinning at the sight of Lin Xian scurrying about, he remarked, "It seems you have some skill, little thief." He then turned to the loathsome beast and commanded, "My dear pet, stop playing around and give him a swift end." Lin Xian's heart raced upon hearing this. It was evident that the creature was about to unleash a powerful attack. According to the feedback from All-Knowing Eye, this grotesque being known as the Plague Demon was of Diamond Tier 2, a formidable foe far beyond his current capabilities. Even if Lin Xian could somehow withstand this impending assault, he could no longer afford to flee. If dragged into an endless war of attrition, only he would suffer. He needed to devise a means of escape. As he surveyed the corridor, pondering how to retreat safely, the Plague Demon's attack commenced, a deluge of pus. Though its ferocity paled in comparison to the tumultuous waves summoned by Kai He, its terror was nevertheless unparalleled. Anything touched by that vile substance swiftly evaporated into white smoke, only to be consumed. The pus coalesced into a pillar, surging towards Lin Xian. Yet, in the face of such an onslaught, Lin Xian remained remarkably calm. Instead, he summoned Little Illusion Spirit, transforming it into the Platinum Tier 8 Ice Flame Rhino he had encountered earlier. Utilizing its physical strength, it forcefully shielded Lin Xian from the Plague Demon's long-prepared devastating attack. Seizing the brief moment that Little Illusion Spirit held its ground, Lin Xian executed an even more astonishing maneuver. Rather than retreat, he charged directly toward the Guardian. With the aid of his dragon body, he covered the distance in mere strides, standing before the Guardian. Although the Guardian was ancient, he was nonetheless a legitimate Diamond Tier Beastmaster. His physical prowess was extraordinary, and his combat experience was extensive. Seeing Lin Xian, the audacious thief, rushing toward him, he assumed the boy naively intended to execute a decapitation and sneered, "Huh. You truly underestimate me." He rolled up his sleeves, ready to collide head-on with Lin Xian, eager to teach him the true power of a Diamond Tier Beastmaster. On Lin Xian's part, he indeed aimed to seize this precariously created opportunity to attempt a direct decapitation. After all, unlike the aberrant beasts enslaved within the surrounding barriers, this Plague Demon was not under the control of the Spider God's puppets, but was genuinely contracted to the disheveled old man. If he could eliminate the old man, the pain inflicted by the Beastmaster contract would significantly diminish the Plague Demon's combat capabilities. At that point, Lin Xian could decide whether to flee or fight based on the circumstances. Thus, when he saw the old man confidently approaching him, he too broke into a grin, silently chuckling. To prevent a failed attack, Lin Xian did not foolishly rely on his dragon body to strike directly. Instead, he flipped his wrist and summoned Little Salty Fish, allowing this true dragon power to execute a lethal strike against the disheveled old man. Regrettably, events did not unfold as he had envisioned. The moment the little fish appeared, the disheveled old man's expression shifted abruptly. What in the world is this? A second contract beast? He keenly sensed the impending danger and dared not confront the unknown beast with mere physical prowess. Instead, he prudently retreated with haste. Consequently, the radiant strike from the little divine dragon landed harmlessly. Observing the evident dent in the ground, the old man's lips twitched, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. What was supposed to be a delightful cat and mouse game nearly turned disastrous. Such a terrifying assault, even he, a Diamond Tier Beastmaster, could not fully withstand. He couldn't help but feel grateful for his timely decision to withdraw. Meanwhile, witnessing the failure of his decapitation attempt, Lin Xian did not linger. He decisively stowed away the gravely injured little phantom spirit and sprinted towards the direction from which the old man had come. Behind him, the disheveled old man did not pursue immediately. He was wary of a sudden counterattack from this scoundrel. If another surprise strike were to occur within a critical distance, he might not be able to react in time. To ensure his safety, he summoned the Plague Demon Beast, which was still spewing infectious fluids, to his side and remained vigilant. It was not until Lin Xian's figure was completely engulfed by the darkness that the old man felt a slight sense of relief. He gazed in the direction Lin Xian had departed, finally having the leisure to ponder the perplexities in his mind. Why does this fellow possess two contract beasts? The firebird on his shoulder could be justified as a mere source of illumination. But what about now? A rhinoceros capable of withstanding demon attacks and a dragon that launched an assault against him? These two could not merely be explained away as props. Could he be a defector from the Holy Church? To his knowledge, only those within the Holy Church could potentially possess multiple beasts. He scratched his tangled hair and murmured, if this is indeed the case, many things would make sense. Why there would be other humans in the desolate mountains and wilderness of another realm. Why this individual knows the secrets beneath the third laboratory and can infiltrate it accurately. All of this would be impossible without insider information. The more he delved into this line of thought, the more feasible it seemed. He was almost certain of the scoundrel's origins. Perhaps in a couple of days, he would receive a notice from headquarters regarding a bounty, urging other districts to assist in the capture. After all this time, it turned out to be an internal thief? If he could apprehend him, he would earn great merit. And perhaps he could finally be reassigned from this dreadful place. A flicker of excitement flashed through the old man's mind. He had endured these dismal days for over 20 years. Finally, he had a chance to escape. He was on the verge of tears from joy. However, this elation was short-lived, as he soon realized a pressing issue. A defector from the Holy Church would not hastily flee. Instead, he had ventured all the way to infiltrate the third laboratory. What could his motive be? A thief risking his life to enter such a place? Oh no, it must be that thing. The old man, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly called for the plague demon beast. Ignoring the filth and stench, he mounted it and pursued into the darkness, following the direction Lin Xian had taken. Chapter 145, Pursuit. In the shadows, Lin Xian was riding atop the little fish. Racing ahead with fervor, he remained oblivious to the new identity that the disheveled old man had assigned him in his thoughts. He pressed forward relentlessly, unwilling to stop. That last attempt was the only opportunity for resistance he could muster. Though it had not succeeded, it had at least instilled a modicum of apprehension, granting him a brief respite. Lin Xian needed to capitalize on this momentary freedom to escape as far as possible, and then seek an opportunity for a counterattack. Indeed, from the moment he had been ambushed, Lin Xian had been contemplating how to retaliate. This was precisely why, during his retreat, he had not merely turned back. Instead, he had seized the chance to dash in the direction behind the old man. The rationale was straightforward. The old man had appeared with a nonchalant demeanor, watching the contract beast torment Lin Xian, showing no concern that he might flee. Either he was confident in the beast's speed, believing it could easily catch up even if Lin Xian had a 10-minute head start, or the path behind Lin Xian was a dead end, devoid of any escape routes. From the battle performance of the plague demon beast, it was evident that this grotesque creature was not particularly agile. Even Lin Xian, a human of 2 major tiers lower, could barely evade its attacks. Thus, it could only be the latter explanation. Lin Xian, understanding that he could not blindly charge into a dead end, opted instead to confront the old man head-on, embracing the perilous gamble. Additionally, there was another reason for choosing this route. It was the direction from which the old man had emerged. Who was the disheveled old man? The guardian of this arms factory. Naturally, his usual location was the most critical area within. Perhaps the object continuously exerting the puppet effect on surrounding beasts was located there. If he could locate and destroy it, unleashing the multitude of ferocious beasts confined here, wouldn't he have a fighting chance for survival? The old man was not a saint-tier beast master, merely a diamond tier. The countless beasts here would surely overwhelm him. With this thought, a slight smirk curved Lin Xian's lips, revealing a charming grin. However, at that moment, a voice echoed from behind. Bastard, don't run. The voice was full-bodied, yet carried a hint of age. Lin Xian immediately recognized who was shouting. So soon? He was somewhat astonished. He had already gained a considerable distance. How could they catch up so quickly? Damn. No wonder that old man had been so smug earlier. He began to understand. Both of his earlier assumptions had proven correct. Not only was the path behind him a dead end, but the plague demon beast also moved at an impressive speed. At the very least, it was far swifter than the golden-level little fish. Realizing this, Lin Xian chose to ignore the cries behind him. Instead, he patted the little fish on the head and urged, "Faster. The stinky old man is catching up." "Why the hurry?" The little fish retorted impatiently, shaking its head. "This great dragon has already exerted its utmost effort. No matter how urgent you are, I cannot summon greater speed." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian recognized that he had been overly anxious. He ceased his urging and glanced back. In the darkness, the outlines of the disheveled old man and the plague demon beast were becoming discernible. It appeared they were not far behind. "This is just too unlucky," Lin Xian cursed. He opened his spatial bracelet and began to scatter various vials and containers behind him, attempting to use their effects to delay the advance of the plague demon beast. However, what troubled Lin Xian was that those inexpensive props proved utterly futile. The plague monster didn't even cast a glance. It simply trampled over them. Only a few pustules were burst in the process. Witnessing this scene, the disheveled old man's earlier anxiety evaporated entirely. How could such a feeble creature possibly escape his grasp? In less than 5 minutes, capturing it would be childish play. This was the conclusion he reached in his mind. Thus, he erupted into hearty laughter. You little brat. I advise you to surrender obediently. Perhaps you might still secure a chance at survival. Surely, you must know that the holy sect is often willing to grant wayward followers an opportunity for redemption. But if you remain obstinate and determined to be a traitor, then even the beast god shall be powerless to save your life. His words boomed with authority, as though Lin Xian would capitulate upon hearing them. If that were the case, wouldn't the capture of a traitor be effortlessly achieved? He could almost envision himself being transferred to the headquarters of the holy sect, imagining the days to come. He laughed heartily once more. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was utterly baffled. Was he speaking of me? A wayward follower? A traitor? What nonsense was this? Or perhaps, he glanced around and noted the absence of anyone else. Had this old man been underground for too long, driving him mad? After much contemplation, he arrived at this conclusion. Damn it, he was just a delusional madman. Lin Xian felt an increase in his agitation. Compared to a rational person, a madman was far more difficult to handle. He anxiously rummaged through his spatial bracelet, searching for anything that might be effective against the plague monster. Yet, there was nothing. Those jars and vials from earlier had been his last resort. He looked at his contracted beasts. The only one capable of putting up a fight, the little illusion spirit, was gravely injured and asleep in the beast space, slowly healing. The others, Little Fire Feather, Little Earth, Ergo, and the Demon Dragon, were far too weak. If they were sent to confront the plague monster, they would likely be obliterated with a single lash. Just as he was frantically seeking a solution, the disheveled old man, realizing he had not received the anticipated surrender, was also growing irritated. The beautiful fantasies in his mind had transformed into silent mockery, igniting his anger. Thus, he bellowed, Fine, you beast. You refuse a toast and seek punishment instead. You are doomed. He struck the plague monster beneath him with force. The monster, already attuned to its master's fury, had many pustules burst simultaneously. The pus within erupted like arrows, hurtling towards Lin Xian and the little fish. Observing the impending crisis, Lin Xian quickly tugged at the little fish's fin, shouting, Dodge. Responding to the command, the little fish swiftly maneuvered through the corridor, attempting to evade the attack. However, the torrent of pus arrows was overwhelming, and the dark corridor was too constricted. Even with its agile movements, it was ultimately unable to escape. Several pus arrows pierced through its protective aura, embedding themselves in its scales, emitting a hissing sound as they dissolved. Simultaneously, a searing pain radiated through it. The little fish instinctively writhed in agony, causing Lin Xian, who was perched atop, to be jostled precariously. He nearly lost his grip and fell off. In the face of such dire circumstances, a glimmer of joy suddenly flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. Because, ahead in the narrow, dark corridor, a faint purple light had suddenly emerged. Amidst the chase, they had finally reached their destination. Chapter 146, Destruction. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He paid no mind to the little fish's injuries, shouting at the top of his lungs, Hurry! It's just ahead. Faster! The little fish, aware of the urgency, ceased its protests. Gritting its teeth against the pain, it surged forward. Behind them, the disheveled old man noticed the faint purple glow. Humph! This is where it ends. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. The plague monster beneath him began to thrash its erratic appendages. As the tentacles writhed, a yellow-green wall materialized before the little fish. The wall resembled a bog, intermittently bubbling and bursting, exuding an aura of danger. Upon seeing this, Lin Xian was momentarily startled. Yet, his reflexes were swift. He promptly commanded the little fish, Don't stop. Push through. Responding to the order, the little fish prepared itself. The divine light enveloping it surged forward, forming a resplendent barrier that shielded its head and Lin Xian. With the barrier leading the way, the little fish plunged into the bog wall. The hissing sounds were incessant. The protective barrier made of divine light could not entirely withstand the surrounding damage, and it began to dissolve. Meanwhile, parts of the little fish's body that were unprotected, its scales felt as though they were aflame, turning bright red in an instant before shedding. Its tail, too, quickly became bare and raw. Yet, despite suffering such grievous injuries, the little fish remained silent, gritting its teeth and charging forward. Fortunately, the wall was not particularly thick. 10 seconds later, the duo burst forth, drawing closer to the source of the purple light. The disheveled old man, witnessing this, felt his heart race in disarray. He had anticipated that his plague monster's formidable skill would fail to achieve the desired effect. Thus, he shouted at Lin Xian, Damn it! Stop right there. If you dare take another step forward, I will ensure you are ground to pieces. Yet, Lin Xian, undeterred by the old man's desperate howls, pressed onward. The little fish, bearing its heavy wounds, dragged him forward with accelerated momentum. As the distance closed, the purple light intensified, nearly blinding Lin Xian. He saw it. He saw the source of the radiant purple glow. It was a colossal magic crystal. Embedded at the end of the corridor, occupying the entire wall, the magic crystal emanated a powerful purple light. Countless faint purple threads extended from the crystal, resembling veins, burrowing into the ground and radiating outward. Upon grasping this sight, Lin Xian felt slightly dazed. Is this the core that controls all the Yisho? The all-knowing eye activated instantaneously, revealing the vast magic crystal's information. Magic source, a rare material born at the heart of a magic crystal vein, possessing supreme malleability. It can inscribe spell arrays, solidify skills upon it, and condense the elemental forces from the air, allowing them to maintain efficacy over time. Current inscribed skill, House of Threads. Puppet of the Spider God. House of Threads. The blood demon spider god weaves a prison with magical silk threads, entrapping any creature that falls within. Spider god puppet. The blood demon spider god injects silk into the body of its prey, gradually transforming it into a puppet, which can be manipulated at will. The source of magic. Can such a thing truly exist? Lin Xian was utterly astonished. He had never encountered such knowledge before. Not only was it absent from the fundamentals he had studied in his previous life, but it was also nowhere to be found in the extensive knowledge he had recently acquired in the Magic City. Skills inscribed, functioning autonomously, recharging on their own. What does this even imply? It eliminates countless complex procedures, merely issuing commands and providing materials yields results. A flawless vessel. Given its functionality, one could assert that even if this underground prison were to be destroyed, the Celestial Church could readily establish a second armory at any location, provided that the magic source inscribed with the spider god puppet remains intact. Lost in thought, Lin Xian was soon pursued by the disheveled overseer who had caught up. Observing Lin Xian standing before the magic source in a daze, he grinned maliciously. Running away? Why aren't you fleeing? I'm eager to see just how far you, wretched creature, can escape. Lin Xian slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at him without uttering a word. Mistaking his silence for surrender, the old man laughed even more derisively. Ha! Are you finally afraid? Crawl over here. Kneel and lick my feet, if you please me. Perhaps I shall grant you a swift end. He was determined to humiliate this traitor who dared to defy his commands, who had made him exert such effort in the chase. As he contemplated how to torment Lin Xian, he noticed that Lin Xian remained unperturbed. Enraged, he bellowed, "Die for me." With that, the tentacles of the pestilence monster beneath him lashed out violently towards Lin Xian, utilizing his dragon body's enhanced physique. Lin Xian desperately dodged left and right. After enduring some minor injuries, he narrowly evaded the potentially lethal strikes. Clambering up from the ground in a disheveled state, Lin Xian wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Fixing his gaze on the disheveled old man, he sneered, "Ha! You don't actually think you've won, do you?" Humph. Another tentacle swung toward him, and the old man retorted coldly, incredulous that Lin Xian dared to act so bravely in the face of imminent death. Bravado. Lin Xian scoffed disdainfully. Though battered and bruised, he exuded an undeniable aura of confidence. Why don't you take a wild guess where the contract beast I was riding has gone? At his words, the old man's smile faltered as he recalled the image of the dragon-like contract beast bursting through the bog wall. A flicker of unease sparked within him. However, he maintained his arrogant facade, dismissing Lin Xian. "I can't be bothered to converse with a traitor like you. No matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve, it's still correct to eliminate you first." With that, he commanded the monster to attack once more, simultaneously casting a furtive glance around, hoping to locate the dragon lurking in the shadows. Lin Xian, keenly aware of his subtle movements, taunted, "Want to know? Just ask me directly." He raised his hand, pointing to the colossal magic source on the wall behind him. "Look over there. What do you see?" Instinctively, the old man followed his gesture, only to see his smile gradually fade, replaced with shock and fury. The dragon had already surged toward the core of the magic source. Its intention was crystal clear: to destroy it. The old man roared, "How dare you?" "Humph, what do I have to fear?" Despite the injuries inflicted by the pestilence monster, he lifted his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Pop! Simultaneously with that faint sound, a cacophony of cracking echoed. The massive magic source began to splinter, fissures spreading across its surface. The cracks multiplied and tightened. Then, with a resounding bang, the enormous magic source, radiating a purple glow, shattered into pieces. Chapter 147, Ineffectual Fury. Witnessing this scene, the old man could no longer contain his fury. "You wretched beast, I will ensure your demise." That was the most vital asset of the Holy Church, an item crafted personally by the beast god. It has been destroyed right before my eyes by a traitor. How am I to explain this to headquarters? Don't even mention promotions. If the Pope doesn't order my immediate execution, that would be the best outcome. How can I quell my rage without killing this bastard? Yet, unfazed by his fury, Lin Xian merely laughed. Kill me? Heh, you should be more concerned about your own predicament. As his words fell, a tremendous shockwave surged forth. The residual force of the magic source's explosion. It impacted everyone in the corridor. Though Lin Xian was somewhat prepared, he was still knocked off balance, clinging tightly to the small dragon that hurriedly returned. Meanwhile, the disheveled old man was also caught off guard by the shockwave, nearly tumbling from the pestilence monster's back. He clutched the creature desperately, even as he crushed several pustules, splattering pus on his hands, refusing to let go. Once the shockwave subsided, the old man eagerly lifted his head, seeking the whereabouts of that detestable traitor to exact a lethal punishment. But where was Lin Xian? Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, both Lin Xian and the dragon had already surged past him, propelled by the force of the shockwave, and had escaped to safety. The old man was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? Even his diamond-tier pestilence monster had to grip the ground tightly to maintain its balance amidst the shockwave. How could a mere traitor, far inferior in strength, survive the onslaught of the shockwave and even use it to flee? He remained oblivious to the truth. The small dragon was not merely dragon-like. It was the true embodiment of a divine dragon. Not even the force of an explosion could hinder its flight. It was an innate ability of the dragon lineage, not merely a result of rank. Unaware of this, the old man glared at Lin Xian and the small dragon as they retreated, his feelings of being outmaneuvered intensifying. I will definitely kill you. Once more, he unleashed his impotent rage, attempting to command the pestilence monster to pursue Lin Xian. Unfortunately, this time, the conditions were no longer favorable. With a resounding crash, the surrounding prison bars shattered. Those emaciated beasts, drooling at the mouth, emerged from their cages. They fixed their bloodshot eyes on the old man, the diligent jailer. Their expressions were menacing. Even without understanding the language of beasts, the old man could discern their intent. They were eager to consume him whole. Upon realizing this, the old man shuddered violently, a cascade of cold sweat pouring down his back. Instinctive dread gripped his heart, yet years of living as a warden had rendered him accustomed to his lofty position. The more he feared, the more arrogance bubbled within him. You filthy beasts! What are you staring at? Planning a rebellion, are you? Hurry and crawl back into your cages. Do you wish to feel the sting of the whip again? Perhaps intimidated by the long-standing tyranny he imposed, the group of platinum-tier beasts instinctively recoiled a step. Some of the more timid ones indeed complied, retreating with their tails tucked between their legs into the dark confines of their prison. However, a few fiery-tempered beasts remained undeterred, faced with the old man's furious tirade. Their choice was simple. They roared with ferocity and charged forward. They had endured too much suffering and longed to tear this despicable creature to shreds. How dare he resist? Enraged, the old man unleashed the writhing tendrils of the plague monstrosity beneath him, striking at the oncoming beasts. Yet, these were not the young golden-tier foes like Lin Xian he had previously faced. The flailing appendages proved ineffective against the beasts, and the sharp pain only ignited their primal fury, driving them into a greater frenzy. They charged once more. Meanwhile, those beasts that had retreated to the shadows of their cages watched this spectacle, their eyes glinting with ambition, a fervent desire for freedom. No longer hesitant, they surged towards the disheveled old man and the plague monstrosity, intent on devouring their putrid, rotting flesh. In stark contrast to the old man's dire predicament, Lin Xian, having finally escaped, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He collapsed atop the small fish, gasping for breath. His physical condition was far from the facade he had previously maintained. When he had ridden the small fish through the wall of miasma, the divine light shield had not fully protected him. The melting substance had splattered onto him, searing his skin and leaving painful wounds. Furthermore, the old man's fall had intensified the assault on him. After a flurry of rapid, brutal tentacle strikes, he had been forced to endure his injuries and pain, evading with every ounce of strength he could muster. Finally, he had managed to reach the small fish, destroying the source of the dark magic and seizing a slender chance to escape. It had been an arduous journey. Lin Xian was not alone in his plight. The small fish beneath him also bore the brunt of the ordeal. Throughout their escape, it had been the primary force behind their survival, racing through the dark corridor and unleashing its abilities to obliterate the source of the malevolence. This relentless exertion had drained its strength significantly. Coupled with the injuries sustained while being pursued by the plague monstrosity, it now appeared even worse for wear than Lin Xian. Its once majestic visage was marred, with dragon horns on the verge of breaking, and its protective aura flickering like a dying light. Its elongated body bore numerous wounds, mottled with crimson and charred flesh. A sight enough to make one's heart ache. If not examined closely, one would hardly recognize it as the once mighty dragon. It was truly a pitiful sight. Fortunately, both of them found themselves in a temporary safe haven. With the destruction of the dark magic source, the spell binding the spider deity's puppets lost its potency. The beasts, now free from confinement, would not let the longtime warden escape easily. A bloody battle was inevitable, regardless of whether they lived or died. The old man would not be able to pursue them in the immediate future. At last, they had a moment to catch their breath. Recalling the perilous circumstances they had just endured, Lin Xian felt a shiver of fear. Now that they had escaped, he released a breath he had been holding. Exhaustion, pain, and beads of sweat poured forth from both the small fish and Lin Xian's bodies. In the dark corridor, the pair let out a simultaneous cry of anguish. Ah. Chapter 148. The beast tied in the underground corridor. In his pain, Lin Xian quickly summoned his spirit companion to heal both himself and the small fish. However, the spirit's level was disappointingly low, only bronze tier 7. With the small fish's power surging rapidly, Lin Xian's own status as a beast master had also advanced significantly. His contracted beasts had long since surpassed the usable tier. Feeling the healing energy from his spirit companion, Lin Xian resolved, "Damn it, once we get out of here, no matter where I go, I must elevate my strength." He truly did not wish to face that feeling of being cornered again. The pursuers were not far behind, and yet he had no viable means to counter them. How frustrating this situation was. After drifting slowly through the dark corridor for a considerable time, Lin Xian and the small fish finally began to recover. While their injuries were not fully healed, at least they no longer cried out in pain. Lin Xian rose from the small fish's back and summoned Little Fire Feather. As they traveled, he commanded it to unleash fireballs at the iron bars of the cage. Contrary to his initial assumptions, the limitations on the beasts in this armory stemmed primarily from the solidified dark magic of the spider deity's skill. The iron bars served minimal purpose, primarily as a warning to prevent the wardens from inadvertently stumbling into the realm of the spider deity, becoming prey to the prisoners while being torn apart. Thus, the iron bars themselves were not particularly sturdy, merely constructed of ordinary materials. The fireballs conjured by Little Fire Feather, a bronze tier 8, were sufficient. The explosive force not only shattered the bars, but also awakened the slumbering beasts within. As Lin Xian passed each cage, a fireball flew forth, obliterating it. The startled beasts initially recoiled, but soon curiously peered out through the gaps in the bars. All they saw was Lin Xian riding away on the small fish. They could not comprehend his actions, but they sensed their regained freedom. Consequently, they burst forth from their cages, glancing around and instinctively following the small fish's lead down the corridor. In the once silent, dark armory, a surreal scene unfolded. The bizarre beasts filled the corridor, yet they did not clash with one another. Instead, they followed the human who had become their leader, racing together. This scene, reminiscent of shepherding, would surely astonish any onlooker. However, Lin Xian was too preoccupied with liberating these captives to notice. This endeavor was not merely to thwart the old man. It served a greater purpose. Indeed, the hard-fought survival of Lin Xian did not mean he intended to flee discreetly. It was absurd, having endured such a significant loss. Nearly losing his life, he would not relent. He had to reclaim something in return. The supplies in the 4-story storage area represented the perfect recompense. Thus, Lin Xian's release of these beasts was driven by this very consideration. Simply leading them to the upper levels would suffice to throw the entire third laboratory into disarray. Once they were preoccupied with their own survival, Lin Xian would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to reap the benefits, stealthily appropriating all available resources. He would then escape using the method he had initially considered. As this thought crossed his mind, a smirk tugged at the corners of Lin Xian's mouth, and he couldn't help but smile. However, this smile was fleeting. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed ahead. This noise caused Lin Xian's brow to furrow sharply. What was happening? Were there other guards present? His heart raced with caution as he quickly restrained Little Salty Fish, urging it to halt. He then focused intently on the scene before him. What appeared was a group of approximately 10 individuals clad in combat gear, hastily advancing in Lin Xian's direction. This group consisted of Yang Li and Xuan, who had followed Lin Xian down to the 5th level. Clearly, despite having reached the highest ranks of combat personnel, Yang Li remained oblivious to the existence of this secret chamber. As he ran, he surveyed the slumbering aberrations behind the bars, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. Even without Lin Xian's all-knowing eye, he could sense the formidable power of these creatures. It was astonishing that such ferocious aberrations were hidden beneath the 3rd laboratory. Yang Li was understandably perplexed. However, before he could comprehend the situation, a warning call from his subordinates reached his ears. They had spotted Lin Xian blocking their path. At that moment, Lin Xian was no longer the slightly plump technician Lu Wei. Upon seeing him, Yang Li instinctively recognized this individual as the infiltrating rogue. Ha ha ha. At last, I found you. He burst into an excited, maniacal laugh. As his bewildered subordinates stood by, Yang Li shouted, "That's him. Everyone attack. Capture that damned thief." Initially taken aback, the others quickly summoned their contract beasts and sprang into action. However, before they could make a move, Lin Xian took the initiative. After a moment of confusion, he swiftly recognized their attire, reminiscent of Wang Yi's. Clearly, these individuals were merely combat personnel from the laboratory, most likely having descended through the breach he had created. Within mere seconds, Lin Xian grasped the situation and discerned that they lacked the strength of the old man. Such weaklings had become utterly beneath his notice. He didn't even entertain the thought of engaging them. To survive against him, they would first need to endure the onslaught of the beasts behind them. Thus, he hesitated no longer, ignoring Yang Li's shouts. Instead, he mounted little salty fish and soared directly over their heads. In a flash, he darted past the uninvited guests, leaving only a graceful silhouette in his wake. Simultaneously, he tossed 2 fireballs towards the nearby bars, awakening the slumbering aberrations. Initially, the group stood dumbfounded, awaiting further orders from Yang Li. However, they soon heard the cacophony of approaching footsteps. Turning to look, they were met with a sight that struck terror into their hearts: a surge of beasts. In the narrow, dark underground corridor, a torrent of platinum-tier aberrations surged forth, a relentless wave of chaos. Witnessing this horrifying scene, not only did their faces pale, but Yang Li's countenance also shifted, panic setting in. He ceased to shout at Lin Xian and instead summoned his own contract beast, attempting to flee. His subordinates, driven by their instinct for self-preservation, no longer waited for Yang Li's commands and began to mount their contract beasts to escape. In their haste, they inadvertently obstructed one another, effectively blocking the corridor. Yang Li, no longer concerned with maintaining composure, cursed vehemently, "Useless fools. A bunch of incompetent buffoons. You work hard at fleeing, yet not at your duties. Get out of my way." But he was not the only one desperate for survival. In this dire moment, they cast aside their hierarchy, even turning on each other in a bid for the first opportunity to escape. It was precisely this delay that allowed the beast tide to close in. In the depths of Yang Li's despair, they were engulfed entirely. Chapter 149, Departure. The wails of Yang Li and his companions did not carry far. At least, Lin Xian did not hear them. At this moment, he appeared utterly at ease. As he soared leisurely, he unleashed fireballs, bombarding the bars, reveling in the thrill of it all. Immersed in this delight, he lost track of time. Unbeknownst to him, little salty fish had already dragged Lin Xian to the opposite end of the corridor. Unlike the chaotic scene surrounding the old man, this area was devoid of the dazzling magical radiance. Instead, it revealed an elevator. Judging by its design, it bore a strong resemblance to the elevators within the third laboratory. Without the corresponding magnetic card, it would be nearly impossible to activate. Had he chosen this route for escape earlier, it would have indeed led to a dead end. Even if he had forcibly breached the elevator shaft to ascend, he would have been met with guards at the entrance, facing a similarly grim fate. However, the circumstances were now entirely different. With the disheveled old man no longer pursuing him, Lin Xian found himself with a multitude of allies. How could he possibly fear the guards at the entrance now? Therefore, he forcefully broke open the elevator shaft, creating a conspicuous opening. Yet, instead of ascending immediately, he concealed himself to await the arrival of the beast horde, allowing them to serve as the vanguard. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Lin Xian's exceptional hearing picked up the sounds of chaos and uproar emanating from above. After a brief pause, he surmised that the situation above had descended into turmoil. He then signaled little salty fish to spring into action. It deftly maneuvered through the throng of beasts, darting out of the elevator shaft with remarkable agility. To Lin Xian's surprise, upon emerging from the elevator shaft, he did not find himself in the storage area as he had anticipated, but rather in the living quarters, specifically, a concealed chamber behind a refuse dump. By the time Lin Xian arrived, the space could hardly be deemed concealed. The walls had been breached by the aberrations, and filthy rubbish was strewn across the floor, marked by the imprints of beastly footprints. Lin Xian stepped out briskly. At this moment, the living quarters were devoid of the earlier clamor. Oh no, it was still noisy. However, the nature of the noise had shifted from peace and laughter to panic and cries of despair. "Ah, stay away. Someone help. Where are the security personnel? Why aren't they doing their jobs? Is there anyone to save me?" Such desperate pleas echoed incessantly. The majority of the researchers residing here were ordinary individuals without contract beasts. Faced with the rampaging aberrations desperately searching for an escape, they found themselves utterly powerless, forced to flee repeatedly for their lives. Some individuals found themselves precariously perched on the ledge of a window, while others lay trapped beneath the debris of collapsed walls. A greater number, however, were crammed before the elevator leading to the second-floor experimental zone, desperately seeking the fastest means of escape. Observing the chaotic scene unfold before him, Lin Xian merely shrugged, opting to refrain from intervening. Disorder was precisely his objective. How could he possibly assist anyone? Only when the entire laboratory descended into chaos would he have the opportunity to navigate the murky waters for his own gain. Now that he had finally achieved that state of disarray, he would never consider sabotaging his own advantage. He descended from his perch, moving with deliberate slowness and ease as he sidestepped the monstrous creatures. He made his way toward the elevator leading to the fourth floor, having traversed this path before and thus confident in his direction. Soon enough, the familiar elevator doors appeared before him. This time, he refrained from forcing his way in. Such actions were overly strenuous and lacked grace. He still possessed Lu Wei's access card, which would save him considerable effort. Fortunate indeed, it was still functional. As the elevator lit up with a green signal and began its descent, Lin Xian hummed a tune softly, his spirits soaring. It was a time of harvest. For reasons unknown, the storage area on the fourth floor was utterly deserted. The guards who had previously been stationed there had vanished without a trace. Yet, this was fortuitous, as it facilitated Lin Xian's looting efforts. He exhibited no discernment, opening each storeroom he encountered, seizing whatever he could find without regard for whether it consisted of materials from the beasts or everyday supplies. Everything was of use to him. He had no concerns about capacity. The storerooms were filled with numerous storage rings and bracelets. With merely a slight increase in his burden, he could carry away all he desired. In no time at all, his fingers were adorned with a multitude of storage rings. Crimson crystals of fire, verdant strands of grass essence, ancient stones of sediment, and even the ash of souls from the spectral realm, all were swiftly gathered into his possession, easily filling an entire storage ring, not to mention the countless magical crystals and cores, piled high like mountains. Lin Xian employed several storage rings to accommodate them all. He had struck gold, haha. Today he had truly struck it rich. If not for the fact that he was still within enemy territory, he might have shouted with glee. It was a rare occurrence. After enduring such frustration for so long, a favorable outcome had finally arrived. He exhaled a sigh of relief, reining in his exuberance before heading toward the archives. The documents housed here held some value, and Lin Xian had no intention of overlooking them. He specifically set aside a storage ring to collect them all. Having completed this task, Lin Xian glanced around to ensure he had not overlooked anything. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and murmured, "Excellent. It's about time to make my exit." Initially, he had intended to make a trip to the experimental zone. Lu Wei had mentioned that their experiments had made significant progress in modifying the beast contract. After conducting some live tests to confirm safety and feasibility, they might very well establish contact with whatever beast deity they sought, thereby securing immortality. This was a scenario Lin Xian was unwilling to witness. Thus, he had planned to create a ruckus in the experimental zone upon his departure. Even if he could not destroy the experimental data, he intended to eliminate some researchers overseeing the contract modification experiments, thereby causing as much trouble as possible for the Celestial Church. However, that plan relied on his infiltration remaining undiscovered. Now, not only had his whereabouts been revealed, but he had also attracted numerous beasts that wreaked havoc. The entire third laboratory was in disarray. With such a significant incident transpiring, Lin Xian had little faith that the upper echelons managing the third laboratory would remain indifferent. Those truly capable and astute individuals were likely already taking action. Should they sense any disturbance, they would undoubtedly respond with haste. Lin Xian could manage to pilfer from the storage area at the bottom, but if he ventured into the experimental zone to cause destruction, he feared he might encounter a madman akin to the disheveled old man. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Lin Xian hesitated not a moment longer. He summoned the little salted fish and ergo, creating an exit at the edge of the third laboratory, swiftly departing from that wretched place without a hint of nostalgia. Chapter 150. A long-awaited respite. As Lin Xian made his escape, chaos also engulfed the first-floor administrative area of the third laboratory. This upheaval was not due to the beasts breaching their defenses. Rather, it was a spontaneous eruption of disorder. Truly, one could not help but marvel at the nature of a cult. With the head of the laboratory absent, the management, bereft of direction, descended into infighting at the first sign of crisis. Instead of discussing how to address the imminent threat, they engaged in a blame game. One individual clad in a white lab coat was the first to speak out. How amusing. You dare to blame me. Is it not your brutish security personnel who have failed to control those beasts, leading to this debacle? A person in combat attire retorted defiantly, clearly. You are at fault. I have warned time and again that experiments involving beasts require prior notification. There should be combat personnel present to prevent accidents. And what happened? Did you follow through? Now look, the beasts have all escaped, and you dare to cast blame upon us. Have you no shame? Thus, a multitude of voices erupted into a ceaseless argument, as tensions escalated, threatening to devolve into violence. The door to the conference room was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash. Before the assembled crowd stood a bloodied, frenzied old man. Upon sighting him, the lab-coated individual frowned. Who are you? How dare you barge in here without any decorum? Before he could finish his sentence, a thick, powerful tentacle reached in from the doorway, striking him across the face. In an instant, the white-coated man was sent flying, crashing into the wall of the conference room, sliding down slowly, his fate uncertain. It was only then that the others noticed the grotesque beast, covered in festering pustules and tentacles, looming behind the old man. At this moment of peril, instead of swiftly addressing the crisis and quelling the chaos, the old man bellowed, "Are you still shirking responsibility? Do you possess even an ounce of devotion as a disciple of the Holy Church?" His thunderous voice silenced the room, and the assembly lowered their heads, too intimidated to defy him. The researchers, having witnessed the fate of the earlier speaker, fell silent, while the combat personnel sensed the formidable power of the tentacled beast, Diamond Tier, at the very least, indicating the strength of a district leader. They had no opportunity to oppose him. Seeing the crowd rendered mute, the old man relaxed his brow slightly and coldly declared, "With Wei Qi absent, I shall temporarily assume the role of director. All present, heed my orders and act accordingly. Do you understand?" In unison, the crowd responded with a resounding, "Understood." The old man nodded with satisfaction and commanded, "You all, assist the researchers and safeguard the experimental data. You, retrieve the weapons and tools to deal with the chaotic beasts on the third level." As he pointed at each individual, the personnel swiftly sprang into action, each attending to their respective tasks. Once they dispersed, he gestured towards the remaining combat personnel and declared, "As for you, follow me." With that, he turned and exited the conference room. The accompanying combatants found themselves perplexed as he made his way to the elevator leading to the ground. One bold individual dared to inquire, "Master, where are we going?" The old man gritted his teeth, a shadow flickering in his eyes. "We are going to capture that wretched creature." Meanwhile, in an unidentified forest on the ground, Lin Xian finally emerged, gasping for breath as he struggled out from the earthen burrow beneath him. Glancing around, he noticed the sun was low on the horizon, and he chuckled in a daze. "Huh, is it just dawn? I must have been quite swift." After spending so much time underground, Lin Xian had expected to surface when the sun was high in the sky. Reflecting on the previous night, he recalled the sequence of events. First, capturing and interrogating. Then a covert infiltration. Afterward, he spent considerable time poring over files underground, only to be pursued by a diamond-tier beast tamer. In order to ensure a safer ascent to the surface, he had specifically instructed Ergo to dig in a direction away from the third laboratory. This had consumed even more time. To his surprise, it was still early. Taken aback, Lin Xian collapsed beneath a nearby tree to catch his breath. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the sun still did not rise to illuminate the land. Instead, a shroud of darkness enveloped the entire forest. Staring blankly at the bright moon above, Lin Xian's hazy consciousness finally snapped back to reality. Damn, a whole day has passed. The forest, cloaked in darkness, was hardly a suitable resting place. With limited visibility and numerous hiding spots, he was easily susceptible to ambushes by beasts. To avoid waking up inside a beast's belly, Lin Xian had no choice but to rise from his resting place beneath the tree and seek a more secure refuge. After considerable effort, he discovered a concealed cave. Whereupon he kindled a fire, heated some food, and summoned all his contracted beasts: Little Fire Feather, Little Earth, the Magic Dragon, Spirit of the Ginseng, Little Salty Fish, Little Phantom Spirit, Ergo, and, oh yes, Jiangwaner. The expressions of his contracted beasts varied. The few who had not participated in the battle wore blissful faces, either snuggling close to Lin Xian or, like Ergo, gathered around the fire, nibbling on the materials Lin Xian had scattered while eagerly anticipating the delectable food. Only Little Salty Fish and Little Phantom Spirit appeared gravely injured. One slumped against the cave wall, while the other lay limply in Lin Xian's embrace, both feebly receiving the scant healing from the spirit of the ginseng. As for Jiangwaner, her condition was even more dire than the two wounded beasts. Though seated by the fire, she trembled, clutching her arms tightly, her back and chest soaked in cold sweat, revealing her graceful figure. With her head bowed, she intermittently muttered bitterly, "Damn Lin Xian. Stinky Lin Xian. Once I get out, I will definitely chop you to pieces." A stream of short phrases continued to spill from her lips, predominantly curses directed at Lin Xian. Clearly, during the long hours of their escape, Jiangwaner had endured considerable torment within the beast-taming space. In light of this, Lin Xian felt no embarrassment. After all, he had done nothing wrong. He had, in fact, saved Xuan's life. She had no idea of the peril they faced in the beast taming space, nor did Lin Xian. He himself had nearly lost his life there. Had he allowed Xuan to flee on foot, she would surely have been reduced to mere muck by the plague beast's corrosive essence. Thus, Lin Xian merely shrugged, retrieved several heated cans of food, placed them before Xuan and began to eat for himself. It had been quite some time since he had last rested or eaten. Once he finished this meal, he would indulge in a deep, refreshing slumber. Chapter 151, The Spider God. The following day, as dawn broke, Lin Xian awoke. After sleeping for over 10 hours, he felt remarkably refreshed. Noticing that his contracted beasts were still resting, he stepped outside the cave to greet the rising sun and assess his bounty. Rolling up his sleeves, he revealed an array of space bracelets and rings adorning his wrists and fingers, all signifying his abundant gains from this endeavor. Lin Xian estimated that the vast collection of materials would be more than sufficient to provide his contracted beasts with significant upgrades. Just as he contemplated how to allocate the upgrade resources, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. Turning around, he was surprised to see Ergo, who had also risen early. Yawning and blinking sleepily, it ambled towards Lin Xian. Up so early? Aren't you going to sleep a bit longer? Lin Xian inquired. Huh. I've had plenty of sleep, Ergo replied with another long yawn. Unlike you, who has been battling with those celestial sect folks for 2 whole days and nights. I merely lay in the beast taming space, quietly awaiting the outcome. With that, it plopped down beside Lin Xian and asked, so, how did it go? After such a significant risk, surely there must be some rewards? Even though Ergo had been lounging in the beast taming space during the earlier mission at the 3rd laboratory, it had sensed Lin Xian's fluctuating emotions through their tight mental connection, which had oscillated between highs and lows, indicating he had faced numerous life-threatening situations. Upon hearing its question, Lin Xian nodded, affirming there were certainly gains. He began recounting the events he had learned of, including the progress of the immortality experiment, the blood-red mist in the western mountains, and the survivors of the exploration team in the wind-eroded desert. Oh, and not to forget the armory located beneath the laboratory. After sharing all this, Lin Xian proudly displayed his space bracelets and rings, exclaiming, and then there's this. They contain an abundance of resources. By my initial calculations, they should be enough to elevate you back to the golden tier. At that point, you won't have to feel so helpless anymore. With that, Lin Xian closed his eyes and raised his chin, anticipating Ergo's astonished praise. However, after a lengthy wait, no sound came from Ergo. Perplexed, Lin Xian opened his eyes and turned to see Ergo deep in thought, its head lowered. What's wrong? Lin Xian queried curiously. You mentioned that the underground enslavement of beasts involved skills called House of Threads and Spider God Puppets? Is that correct? Yes, why do you ask? Lin Xian replied, puzzled. Ergo did not answer directly but sighed. The Spider God. So it was that old wretch after all. Listening to the tone of the conversation, Lin Xian keenly discerned a problem. Do you know it? Of course. Ergo nodded. That damn dark and reclusive giant spider. It is also a divine beast of godly rank, wielding powers primarily related to manipulation. So familiar? Lin Xian jested. Were you too close before? What the hell? Ergo retorted angrily. That poisonous and putrid creature makes me wish I could kill it on the spot. Lin Xian was puzzled. Then how do you know its powers? Such top-secret information shouldn't be revealed so casually. Who knows when it could be useful for a surprise attack? Huh, how do you know it hasn't been concealed? Ergo suddenly stood up, pacing angrily. It was precisely due to its hidden powers that it forcibly pried several of my subordinates away. You remember Yubai, right? If I hadn't noticed in time, she would probably already be following that giant spider's orders. After listening to Ergo's explanation, Lin Xian felt somewhat at a loss for words. So it wasn't an acquaintance, it was a sworn enemy. That makes sense. If they weren't enemies, they wouldn't be so well acquainted. After a moment's thought, Lin Xian continued, if that spider deity is indeed it, then it must be the mastermind behind the celestial sect? What is its true motive for creating such a sinister cult? This was a question that had long perplexed Lin Xian. He simply could not fathom why a divine beast from another realm would establish such an organization, wreaking havoc everywhere and exhausting every effort to thwart humanity's exploration of the other world. To this end, it was even willing to share eternal life with its subordinates. It was simply too bizarre. Upon hearing Lin Xian's question, Ergo answered without much thought. What else could it be? It's the manifestation of a desire for control. That spider has always had an insatiable thirst for power, constantly scheming to seize the territories of its neighbors. In its eyes, the earth, where you humans reside, is merely a vacant wasteland, ripe for the taking. To bolster his argument, Ergo provided an example. I previously told you the story of the God King, remember? Lin Xian nodded, yet he was puzzled. What does that have to do with the spider deity? Ergo explained, after the God King died. Many impostors claiming to be the God King emerged. That creature was one of them, blinded by a lust for power. It attempted to covertly seize the remnants of the God King's legacy, aiming to replace him as the new God King. It was on the verge of success, but ultimately, it was discovered by the God King's former deputy, leading to its downfall. It had no choice but to slink away, barely escaping with its life. Lin Xian was taken aback. It didn't die in such a predicament? What could it do? Ergo shrugged. That creature is adept at employing cunning schemes. Utilizing its concealed powers, it has buried countless hidden agents beneath various divine beasts. While we were preparing to besiege it, it had already received the news and hid away in an unknown secret lair. No matter how we searched, we could not find it, and ultimately had no choice but to let it live. Ergo's tone was filled with helplessness. Hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh and lament. If only Ergo and his companions had succeeded back then, would they be facing so many complications now? Lin Xian's path as a beast master could have been much steadier, encountering fewer inexplicable troubles. With this thought, he let out a long sigh. However, Ergo was not so sentimental. It had long since cast aside such regrets. One must not dwell in the past. It is more prudent to focus on the present. Thus, it turned to Lin Xian and asked, "What do you plan to do next? Head directly to the western mountains to investigate that blood-red mist? Or circumvent it to find that survivor?" Lin Xian shook his head. Neither. Chapter 152, Significant Strength Enhancement. Lin Xian rejected both of Ergo's proposed plans. He was not psychologically prepared to embark on the next adventure. After experiencing the life-and-death crisis in the third laboratory, he had come to a profound realization. His current strength was still insufficient. If he were to encounter a diamond-tier beast, his only option would be to flee. Even with both little Xinyu and little Huanling aiding him, achieving any significant results would be arduous. Moreover, the crucial healing support, Canling, was hampered by its low level, rendering it ineffective. Consequently, even now, the injuries on Lin Xian and little Xinyu had yet to heal. Therefore, to avoid repeating past mistakes, Lin Xian's foremost task was to enhance his strength. With countless resources at his disposal and numerous extraordinarily gifted contracted beasts under his command, he needed to first unlock a portion of that strength before moving towards the next objective. In the following months, Lin Xian did not advance even a step towards the western mountains. Instead, he nestled in a small cave, amusing himself with several contracted beasts. Little Fire Feather, Little Earth, Canling, and Ergo were all easy to deal with. They simply required sufficient resources and appropriate combat experience to rapidly enhance their strength. As for Lin Xian, he also benefited from the incredible advantages bestowed by the system's primary beast master position. By continuously rotating and utilizing them at maximum efficiency, he significantly accelerated their growth rate. Within just a few months, Little Fire Feather, Little Earth, and Canling all broke through to the golden tier, reaching level 10. Ergo, having previously ascended to the peak, grew even faster, leaping to the platinum tier at level 2. However, for the Demon Dragon, Little Xinyu, and Little Huanling, the process was far more challenging. Their unique racial characteristics meant that merely stacking resources would not yield substantial results. The Demon Dragon's growth required ceaseless battles to strengthen its flesh and nourish its bloodline. To facilitate this, Lin Xian took it to seek out exotic beasts for encounters every day. Initially, they were high-ranking silver beasts, gradually escalating to golden-tier foes. By the later stages, even golden-tier opponents were no longer sufficient for the Demon Dragon, so Lin Xian sought out powerful platinum-tier beasts. In a matter of months, the vicinity within 10 miles of the cave where Lin Xian temporarily resided had been thoroughly harassed by the renowned exotic beasts. Either they were dead or on the path to death. Such reckless behavior resulted in an astonishing enhancement. The Demon Dragon was now at Platinum Level 4, surpassing Ergo by 2 levels. As for Little Huanling, its growth demands were even more stringent than those of the Demon Dragon. It required the sustenance of beautiful dreams. Indeed, beautiful dreams. This seemed rather absurd, yet the panel provided by All-Knowing Eye stated just that. Lin Xian offered the Little Huanling various other foods, but it turned its nose up at them. This left Lin Xian in a state of panic, as the growth of Little Huanling was a critical component of his plans. Unlike ordinary exotic beasts, it had the ability to transform. Each time Little Huanling advanced a level, it could morph into a more formidable exotic beast. If it could grow to Platinum Level 10, Lin Xian would suddenly possess the pinnacle of diamond-tier combat prowess. He was acutely aware of the implications of this calculation. Yet, at this moment, growth had yet to commence, and he was beset by such peculiar troubles. One must ponder, how could Lin Xian possibly remain composed? Initially, he endeavored to have the little phantom spirit consume his dreams. However, dreaming is not a matter easily controlled by those untrained. How could he command it at will? Lin Xian's mind was already not particularly heavy, nor was he one given to flights of fancy. In a span of 10 days, dreaming 5 times would be considered ample. If one were to count the delightful dreams, perhaps only 1 or 2 days would suffice. Given such a frequency, it was fortunate that the little phantom spirit was not starved to death, let alone consider its growth. Thus, he had inquired specifically with the little phantom spirit about this matter. After a series of gestures, the final answer was the third laboratory. It had been sustaining itself on the dreams of the researchers from that very lab. Yet, how could Lin Xian possibly return to the vicinity of the third laboratory now? He had recently been embroiled in activities there, having taken advantage of their resources, and they were no doubt searching for him. To return now would be akin to walking into a trap. Consequently, this route became a dead end. Lin Xian pondered for a long time. Ultimately, the conundrum was resolved by another of his contracted beasts. Yes, it was Xuan. This woman, despite being in her late 20s, still managed to experience an abundance of delightful dreams each day. Occasionally, even a brief daytime nap would yield a daydream, allowing the little phantom spirit to feast to its heart's content. Alas, the output of beautiful dreams from Xuan alone was still insufficient. Up until now, the little phantom spirit's strength had not seen significant improvement, barely advancing from golden level 8 to platinum level 2. Of course, even with this slight enhancement, Lin Xian felt elated, for this signified that the little phantom spirit could now manifest a diamond tier beast. Its combat prowess was now high enough to bring a smile to Lin Xian's face. Lastly, there was the little salted fish. Its growth method was even more bizarre, to the point where Lin Xian found it utterly perplexing. Even the all-knowing eye could not provide clarity. He scrutinized the interface repeatedly, only to glean a few insights after much effort. Due to the host's frail constitution, it was thus constrained. According to this reasoning, it was Lin Xian's own Beast Tamer rank that limited the little salted fish's growth. Upon awakening in this other world, he had been a golden level 10 Beast Tamer. Thus, the little salted fish remained at golden level 10, never advancing. Was there not a possibility that as Lin Xian's Beast Tamer rank improved, the little salted fish's rank could also rise in tandem? One must admit, this notion was rather fanciful. For most ordinary beast tamers, this was evidently a paradox. Their rank as beast tamers was inherently tied to the ranks of their contracted beasts. All their strength stemmed from the reciprocal enhancement of their contracted beasts. It was impossible to elevate one's rank independently of the beasts. Yet, Lin Xian was different. He had far more than just the little salted fish as a contracted beast. Any number of those little creatures, once grown, could significantly boost his beast tamer rank. Thus, having realized this, Lin Xian ceased to dwell on the little salted fish's strength issues. Instead, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to nurturing his other contracted beasts, allowing the little salted fish to bask in the sun and indulge in leisure. Then, several months passed. The elevation of all his contracted beasts' ranks also bestowed considerable strength back upon Lin Xian. Consequently, his beast tamer rank soared to an astonishing platinum level 6. The growth was rapid. At this juncture, Lin Xian recalled his initial conjecture regarding the little salted fish's growth. He opened the all-knowing eye to examine it. As expected, in the rank section, he beheld what he had anticipated. The little salted fish had indeed ascended directly to platinum level 6. His most formidable combat strength had leaped to the highest tier. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xian could hardly contain his joy, leaping up in excitement. Oh, what a triumph! Chapter 153, The Fog Maze. The Western Mountains. True to its name, each peak stood tall, resplendent, and shrouded in mist. The vista appeared quite enchanting. Word on Earth, it might have become a renowned 5-star tourist attraction, drawing throngs of visitors and sustaining a myriad of unscrupulous vendors. Alas, trapped in this perilous otherworld, it lay squandered. This was the thought that crossed Lin Xian's mind upon his first glimpse of the Western Mountains. After several months, when the materials he had plundered were entirely depleted, he finally emerged from the cave in which he had long taken refuge, setting forth towards his next objective. In his current plans, there were only 2 locations he could venture to. One was the Western Mountains, and the other also required passage through the Western Mountains. Regardless of his choice, this picturesque locale was unavoidable. Thus, Lin Xian contemplated briefly and decided to scout the area today with his significantly strengthened contracted beasts. It did not appear so ominous after all. Standing atop the outermost peak, Lin Xian gazed far and wide, scrutinizing the mountains within. Yet, he did not see the blood-red mist recorded in the documents. What lay before him was nothing more than the ordinary mountain fog. Had the members of the divine sect resolved the issue? This thought flickered through his mind. However, upon further reflection, it seemed improbable. During this time, Lin Xian had taken the opportunity to peruse the remaining documents and found no records related to any prohibitions. At least, when he had infiltrated the third laboratory. The dangers within the Western Mountains had not yet been eradicated. In the intervening months, Lin Xian believed that given the lackadaisical attitude of the members of the divine sect towards their work, it was unlikely they would have prioritized this matter. Having already delayed for several months, they would certainly not be concerned about a few more. Based on this understanding, Lin Xian concluded that either the blood-red mist had receded for some reason, or it existed within a limited range, causing chaos only within a small area. Lin Xian personally leaned towards the latter hypothesis. Nevertheless, the first hypothesis could not be entirely dismissed. After all, the records indicated that the blood-red mist had appeared abruptly. It would not be surprising if it also vanished just as unexpectedly. Hence, although Lin Xian advanced into the mountains, he treaded cautiously, fearful of inadvertently inhaling the blood-red mist and succumbing to frenzy, meeting an untimely demise. However, as he walked, he began to sense something amiss. Had he not been here before? Observing the oddly shaped pine tree before him, Lin Xian felt a pang of confusion. This tree, sprawling alongside the path, twisted and coiled, rising towards the sky in an oddly grotesque manner. Lin Xian prided himself on his memory. He should not have erred. Thus, upon encountering this peculiar sight for the second time, he recognized there was an issue. Raising his head to survey the increasingly dense fog surrounding him, Lin Xian sighed. This fog, could it be some sort of natural symbol array? He could not discern it and did not force himself to do so. Instead, he summoned the renowned expert in talisman arrays from his ranks, the illustrious Ergo. Please assist me in discerning whether this surrounding mist is indicative of a talisman maze. The current Ergo was no longer the same as in days past. He had rapidly ascended to the illustrious Platinum Level 2. This not only signified a significant enhancement in strength, but also a gradual return of his keen sensitivity to his surroundings. It was akin to a severely myopic individual whose vision begins to clarify as their prescription lessens. Thus, as soon as Ergo emerged, he closed his eyes for a moment to sense the environment and promptly reached a conclusion. Indeed, it is a talisman array. However what? Lin Xian inquired. With a solemn expression, Ergo replied, this talisman array is not naturally occurring. It was set by other extraordinary beasts. Other extraordinary beasts? Lin Xian paused, observing Ergo's grave demeanor. He pressed further. Are they very powerful? I cannot say for certain. Ergo responded cautiously, but at least in the realm of talisman arrays. Their proficiency is remarkably high. How does that compare to you? Lin Xian asked, somewhat incredulous. Not to that extent. Ergo shook his head. They are certainly inferior to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian almost choked, slapping Ergo on the head. Then why are you so anxious? Seeing Ergo's demeanor, Lin Xian had imagined a formidable adversary on par with him. And yet, this was the reality? It nearly startled him. Ergo, feeling indignant, retorted. This is already quite impressive, you know. Do you think being inferior to me is something to be ashamed of? In my prime, throughout the entire otherworld, if I claim to be second in the realm of talismans, no one would dare to claim the first. The fact that it can compare to me speaks volumes about its capabilities. If you truly underestimate it, Ergo cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xian, continuing. You might find yourself dead here. With this admonition, Lin Xian's expression turned grave once more. Is it really that formidable? Of course. Why would I deceive you? Lin Xian pondered for a moment before asking, what do you estimate the strength of the beast that set this talisman array to be? This time, Ergo did not respond immediately. He paced slightly on Lin Xian's shoulder before answering. At the very least, it must be at the saint level. Saint level? Lin Xian was taken aback. Damn, how outrageous. He nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had just encountered a diamond-level opponent and suffered greatly. After narrowly escaping, he had focused solely on leveling up, bringing his contracted beasts to the highest attainable levels. And now, just as he had stepped out, he was faced with a saint-level beast. What kind of absurdity was this? Lin Xian was at a loss for words. He sighed and said to Ergo, a saint-level beast, huh? While it hasn't discovered us yet, we should think of a way to break this talisman array and make our escape. At this moment, Lin Xian was filled with frustration. He finally understood why the Celestial Church had been unable to resolve the strange issues in the Western Mountains for so long. A beast of at least saint level resided here. With extraordinary strength and expertise in talismans, it possessed multifarious means. It could effortlessly eliminate any Celestial Church envoy sent to investigate. Unless they could summon that spider god, nothing would be of any use. Now, Lin Xian found himself facing this dilemma. To continue investigating the blood-red mist, he would inevitably confront the unknown saint-level beast. Lin Xian truly did not dare to take that risk. The matter of the blood-red mist would have to be temporarily set aside. What he needed to consider now was how to bypass this perilous region of the Western Mountains and safely enter the wind-eroded desert in search of the survivor's whereabouts. Just as he was scratching his head over this, Ergo on his shoulder unexpectedly offered an unforeseen solution. I believe we need not rush to leave. Why? Lin Xian asked, confused. Did you not say that the beast that set this talisman array is at least at the saint level? With such strength, our feeble limbs cannot contend with it. What else can we do but flee? Lin Xian was acutely aware of his current combat capabilities. In a one-on-one confrontation, even if he possessed the highest rank, the strongest aptitude, and bore a divine persona, it would be exceedingly difficult to fight against a saint-level beast that far surpassed his level. Not only would combat be improbable, but he might not even have the chance to escape. When it came to a group confrontation, as mentioned earlier, numbers meant little to a saint-level beast. Whether it was 1 mouse or 10, it was all the same to them, excluding the small fish and the little phantom spirit. The creatures under Lin Xian's command were hardly even comparable to mice. How could they possibly confront such a being? Therefore, from the very beginning, Lin Xian had never considered provoking a saint-level beast. The best course of action was to retreat as swiftly as possible. He did not understand why Ergo would propose such a suggestion. So he patted its head and joked, "Are you saying that our former lord, the rock-eating demon god, has regained his powers?" Humph, Ergo scoffed, rolling his eyes at Lin Xian. "If I had truly regained my powers, I would have kicked you 10,000 miles away long ago. Do you think you would still have the chance to pet my head like this?" He shook his head, dislodging Lin Xian's hand, then continued, "The reason is quite simple. This talisman array, although maze-like, is not an ordinary defensive array. It is a type of sealing talisman array. The extraordinary beast that set this array does not aim to prevent outsiders from entering. It merely wishes to keep something from coming out. I believe we can venture inside." The implication of his words was clear. Since it was merely a sealing array, it indicated that this was not the lair of the saint-level beast, and they need not worry about a direct encounter with it. However, after hearing this explanation, Lin Xian could only chuckle in amusement. "Have you lost your mind? You think we can solve a problem that even a saint-level beast cannot?" Surprisingly, Ergo responded with utmost confidence. "Of course we can." It lifted its small head and declared, "I have already told you. My research on talismans far surpasses that of the beast that set this array. As long as I wish, the entity trapped in this seal cannot harm us at all. If you don't believe me, just look ahead." With that, Ergo pointed forward with its little paw. Lin Xian, bewildered, followed its gaze. To his astonishment, the once dense mist that blanketed the mountains parted at Ergo's gesture, revealing a path he had never seen before. Lin Xian, astonished, asked, "How did you do that?" "Just a trivial skill." Ergo feigned modesty, though its eyes gleamed with pride. "While I was conversing with you earlier, I had quietly taken control of this talisman array." "Huh." Lin Xian patted Ergo's head. "You are quite impressive. Since you are so confident, what do I have to fear? Let us proceed." It has been proven that Ergo indeed did not boast. Lin Xian followed the path it had opened for half a day, without encountering the perplexing phenomenon of getting lost. Whether it was due to having traversed a sufficient distance or having crossed an unknown threshold, his surroundings suddenly brightened. The dense, white mist abruptly vanished. Before Lin Xian's eyes lay in eerie crimson, the gray-white cliffs, the lush greenery of the trees, even the azure sky, everything that should possess its own hue was now entirely bathed in red. An enigmatic force of unknown origin had transformed all the scenery before him into a sanguine spectacle. What is happening here? Lin Xian was utterly astonished. The sight before him was undeniably bizarre, leaving him utterly perplexed. He instinctively attempted to step forward, but was preemptively stopped by Ergo. "Do not rush. This red light is rather peculiar." "Peculiar?" Lin Xian paused, then recalled something. "Are you suggesting?" "Precisely," Ergo nodded. "This may very well be the location described in that document. The place where the blood-red mist drives living beings into madness." Unbeknownst to him, the force had somehow separated from the mist, resulting in the foggy maze he had just traversed, and the crimson light before him, a sepulchre. Yes, indeed, it resembled a grave, although records from the celestial sect indicated that this red hue could incite rampant violence and indiscriminate slaughter. Lin Xian perceived it more as a grave than anything frenzied. There was no overwhelming force, only a profound silence. This was an inexplicable intuition that Lin Xian experienced. Everything before him, every flower and blade of grass, every stone and tree, despite retaining their normal appearance, simultaneously emanated a sense of death. Lin Xian was at a loss as to how to name this feeling. He could only refer to it as the aura of demise due to the pervasive sense of decay and withering. What on earth is happening? The situation before Lin Xian was utterly incomprehensible. Since his traversal began, he had never encountered such an unsettling power. In search of answers, he turned to the Ergo perched on his shoulder, only to find it equally perplexed, gazing gravely at the area enveloped in red light, completely oblivious to Lin Xian's queries. Thus, Lin Xian repeated his question. "Huh, what did you say?" I asked. Lin Xian sighed and shook his head in exasperation. "Have you ever encountered this force? Could it be the work of one of your old acquaintances?" For the third time, he posed his question, accompanied by a supposition. Given Lin Xian's conjecture, this power was strangely formidable and likely rare in its occurrences within the other world. With Ergo's vast experience, even if it had never witnessed such a phenomenon, it must have heard of it. Thus, Lin Xian looked at it with eager anticipation, hoping to glean some valuable information. However, Ergo simply shook its head, dismissing both questions. I have never encountered such an enigmatic force, nor have I heard of any divine beast possessing such outrageous power. This force, associated with death, is not something living beings can control. Then, Lin Xian proposed another line of thought. Are there any authorities within the divine hierarchy related to this? None. Ergo shook its head. All powers associated with death are under the dominion of the Earth Mother. Upon uttering this name, Ergo abruptly halted and turned its gaze toward Lin Xian. The attentive Lin Xian, upon hearing this familiar name, also turned to face Ergo. The two, man and dog, locked eyes, and after a prolonged silence, they simultaneously exclaimed, "The Earth Mother!" Chapter 155, Entering the Graveyard. Earlier, during his time in the Grass Children-esque tribe, Lin Xian had learned about the corruption of the prophet. He had been made aware that the disaster he was yet to fully comprehend had already begun to unfold. Moreover, even the countless beings of this world who worshipped the great and supreme Earth Mother had been affected. In a place unknown to anyone, chaos had ensued, and reason had been obliterated. Not only could communication with her followers not be established, but even the signals for help could not be sent. It was only through the proactive connection of the Grass Children-esque prophet that some information had been tenuously relayed. The consequence of this information transfer was dire. The prophet became corrupted, bloodthirsty, and indiscriminately slaughtered his kin, spontaneously conducting blood sacrifices. If not promptly contained and allowed to develop unchecked, the ramifications would be unimaginable. Lin Xian's journey to the Western Mountains was also prompted by the records from the third laboratory, which detailed the symptoms of madness exhibited by those influenced by the blood-red mist. The same bloodlust, the same obliteration of reason, save for the absence of blood sacrifices. It was nearly identical to the Grass Children-esque prophet. Driven by a curiosity that demanded no compensation, Lin Xian ventured into these Western Mountains. As fate would have it, he had once again encountered matters related to the Earth Mother. He looked at Ergo and asked, "Are you certain?" "Yes," Ergo replied gravely, "I am certain. Not only death, but even the authority of birth is held by the Earth Mother. All beings in this world, from birth to death, follow the natural order. And no extraordinary beasts can interfere. Even we, divine beasts, cannot." Ergo's answer shattered Lin Xian's illusions. He turned to gaze at the crimson graveyard and asked, "Is there a way to shield me from the influence of this power?" Upon hearing this question, Ergo was taken aback. "Why do you ask that? Do you wish to enter?" "Of course," Lin Xian replied without turning his head, nodding as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The situation before them was evidently more perilous than previously anticipated. The potential adversaries had shifted from holy-tier extraordinary beasts to the more elusive and mysterious aura of death. Yet, he provided a response that starkly contrasted with his earlier apprehensions. "What lies before us is a genuine clue related to the disaster. Is this not precisely what we have been seeking? How can we retreat without attempting anything simply because there is danger? If we continue in this manner, when will we ever uncover the true nature of the calamity?" A lengthy discourse flowed from Lin Xian's lips. As he spoke, his expression was resolute, reminiscent of a warrior prepared to sacrifice himself for a noble cause. The aura of righteousness, a valor that embraces death with honor, left Ergo momentarily stunned. It hesitated for a moment, about to speak, but Lin Xian added, "Of course, if you have no means of handling the influence of this aura, I will not insist. The clues are indeed precious, but life is far more valuable. Recklessly making futile sacrifices is not my style." Ergo thought to itself, after all this, it turns out one's life is the most important. Why did you waste so many words earlier? It expressed its thoughts candidly. There is indeed a method. Ergo continued, pointing to the white mist surrounding the crimson graveyard. The power of this protective formation is inherently designed to seal and restrain the existence of the red light. It can naturally negate its influence. As long as you are enveloped by this mist, you should be able to move freely within it. After explaining, it glanced at Lin Xian and confirmed, "Are you truly resolved? You want to go in?" Even with the protective array shielding you from the influence of the crimson light, the power emanating from this realm appears to have a connection to the Earth Mother, rendering any bizarre transformation entirely plausible. Should an unforeseen calamity arise that disables the protective array, you would find yourself irrevocably ensnared within. The aforementioned considerations are merely Dog 2's rudimentary conjectures based on the current circumstances, simple logic that is easily comprehensible. Lin Xian, naturally, is capable of grasping this as well. However, unlike Dog 2's visible concern, Lin Xian's demeanor remains remarkably composed. He shook his head and remarked, as you pointed out, it is merely a possibility. For the sake of the crucial clues regarding the impending disaster, these risks are entirely manageable. No endeavor can ever proceed without obstacles, even if danger were to arise. We would simply respond accordingly. There is no need for such apprehension. With a sigh of resignation, Dog 2 acquiesced. Since Lin Xian had expressed such sentiments, it found little ground for further argument. Thus, it refrained from speaking any further and merely waved its small paw, manipulating the mist generated by the protective array to envelop both Lin Xian and itself. In an instant, the two were shrouded in a dense fog that formed impenetrable armor around them. Lin Xian instinctively moved his joints, feeling not a hint of stiffness. Excellent. He nodded affirmatively. Let us proceed. Once prepared, he cautiously extended a foot towards the crimson light. After a brief pause, during which he detected no abnormality, he resolutely stepped forward into the unknown. Lin Xian did not consciously control his movements, yet as he traversed the crimson-lit graveyard, his feet trod upon the vegetation without producing a sound. It seemed that within this entire region, sound was a forbidden entity that must not exist. This inexplicable and eerie silence sent a chill through Lin Xian's heart. Unable to suppress his unease, he quickened his pace, hastening across the grassy terrain. Even with protective measures in place, this was not a place where living beings could linger for long. It was imperative to uncover clues and depart at the earliest opportunity. However, after walking for a short while, he heard Dog 2's voice from his shoulder, cautioning him, "This doesn't bode well. This area indeed harbors other issues." Lin Xian paused, bewildered. "What is it? Look at yourself." Lin Xian glanced down and was immediately struck by an anomaly. The once pristine white mist armor had inexplicably transformed into a shade of gray. Moreover, during the brief moment he spent inspecting it, the gray hue was visibly deepening, evolving towards black. Instinctively, Lin Xian sensed that once this armor turned completely black, something dire would ensue, an outcome he was determined to avoid. Thus, he hastened his steps again. Even if he could not find useful clues, at the very least he needed to locate the boundary of this area for a momentary refuge. Yet, this region proved unexpectedly vast. After a considerable time, he had found nothing. There were no useful clues, nor any trace of a boundary. Lin Xian instinctively glanced back towards the direction they had come from. That had been the opening of the protective array, where one would expect a towering column of white mist. Yet now, all that met his gaze was crimson light. The way back had vanished. It appeared he had become ensnared in this cursed place. Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged, but his pace quickened once more as he unknowingly activated his dragon body, propelling himself forward. Clearly, he was not at ease, desperately seeking a means of escape. Time ticked away second by second. The path ahead remained obscured. Meanwhile, the mist armor enveloping Lin Xian had turned entirely black. Chapter 156, The Behemoth. In his frantic flight, Lin Xian had not yet realized this transformation. It was only when Dog 2 on his shoulder alerted him that he came back to his senses. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he halted his rapid advance, focusing intently on the potential hazards that might arise. As anticipated, black smoke soon began to emanate from his body, identical to the black smoke that surrounded the prophet of the grass children. Both Lin Xian and Dog 2 were taken aback by this sight. They clearly remembered the appearance of the prophet of the grass children. If they were ensnared by this black smoke, the consequences were unimaginable. Panic surged within both of them. Dog 2 instinctively attempted to dispel the mist armor, but halfway through its motion, it suddenly regained its composure. The repercussions of removing the mist armor in this realm of crimson light were far worse than they could endure. It would be tantamount to a death sentence, akin to suicide. The current predicament had not yet escalated to the point where self-destruction was necessary for a swift end. Thus, Dog 2 retracted its paw, refraining from any further actions, and turned its gaze toward Lin Xian. Faced with such peril, it could not conceive of a viable solution and could only hope that Lin Xian would employ his wits to devise a plan. Lin Xian did not disappoint Dog 2's expectations. As he advanced towards their original location, he endeavored to continue seeking an exit while simultaneously concentrating his mental energy. He had witnessed the grim fate of the prophet of the grass children and understood it well. At that time, in addition to the prophet, several grass children guards had come into contact with the black smoke. They had physically engaged with it while controlling the prophet, yet had not exhibited the same anomalous transformation. It was evident that the contamination was specifically targeted towards the mind, or rather, the soul. As long as he could contain his mental energy, he should be able to mitigate some of the effects. Perhaps Lin Xian's spontaneous decision bore fruit, for the black smoke indeed only swirled around his exterior, failing to exert any influence on his body. Observing this, Lin Xian turned to Dog 2 and advised, "Consolidate your mental energy and avoid contact with the black smoke as much as possible. Dog 2, a remarkably astute creature, quickly comprehended Lin Xian's intent, understanding the principle behind it and promptly executing the advice. Satisfied that Dog 2 grasped his meaning, Lin Xian ceased to focus on it and seized the rare opportunity to dash forward once more. Fortunately, this time, fate finally smiled upon him. He did not remain aimlessly wandering as before. After a brief sprint, amidst the sprawling expanse of red, a distinct anomaly suddenly emerged before him. It was a cave untainted by the crimson light. A surge of joy filled Lin Xian's heart as he disregarded the potential dangers and hurried towards it. After a strenuous effort, he managed to escape the confines of the crimson-lit graveyard. Without needing Lin Xian to prompt him, Dog 2 swiftly waved its paw, severing the dark, ink-like mist armor from Lin Xian. During that brief interval of running, the black smoke had thickened considerably. The external vapor alone could no longer entirely release it. Had they delayed even a moment longer, it would have begun to infiltrate Lin Xian's body. Such a scenario was one he could scarcely bear to contemplate. Damn it! He wiped the beads of sweat that poured from his forehead as if it were raining, exclaiming, "That was truly a close call. Had we been a moment later, I might have transformed into a wretched fiend." Unlike the prophet of the grass children, who, upon losing rationality, had kin to restrain and heal him. I am but a lone man and dog. Should I lose my sanity in this place, descending into madness, Dog 2 would be powerless to cleanse the corruption. Even if the contract beasts under his command were to suddenly undergo a surge in power, breaking free from the constraints of the Beastmaster contract and spontaneously summoning themselves without Lin Xian's consent, it would be of no avail. They lacked the assistance of Ergo to cloak themselves in misty armor. The moment they emerged, they would meet their demise on the spot, transforming into yet another lifeless statue within this crimson graveyard. At that juncture, the best outcome for Lin Xian would be to don the misty armor and become a wandering zombie. The thought sent a shiver of dread through him. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have faced certain death. Damn it! He couldn't help but utter an expletive. The tension dissipated, leaving him weak, and he slumped down, leaning against the cave wall, gasping for breath. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure and began to scrutinize the cave before him. To his astonishment, he discovered numerous grotesque claw marks etched into the rocky walls. They were carved in an erratic pattern, emanating an overwhelming aura of might. Merely gazing at them, Lin Xian could sense the formidable power of their creator, far beyond that of a mere diamond tear. No, this was the sanctified tear. It was the otherworldly beast they had speculated about in the misty maze long ago. A wave of astonishment washed over him. How could it be here? According to his initial conjecture, the sealed misty maze and the surrounding crimson graveyard should pertain to something profoundly connected to the Earth Mother. Otherwise, how could such an intense force of death be unleashed? Yet, the current circumstances surpassed all his expectations. An otherworldly beast. The very beast that had set up the array had sealed itself. Lin Xian's mind was awash with confusion. He turned to Ergo beside him, hoping for some clarification. Ergo, understanding his intent, pondered for a moment before responding. There must be some deeper intrigue at play here. Let us venture inside and investigate. Since the otherworldly beast chose to set up the array to seal itself, it surely would not leave any potential weaknesses. The cave is highly likely to be devoid of danger. Thus, the pair, man and dog, stepped cautiously into the depths of the cave. After only a few paces, they were met with an unusual scent. The aroma was not pure, but rather a convoluted mix. It bore the fragrance of verdant foliage, the metallic sweetness of blood, and the foul stench of decay. Upon encountering this bizarre odor, Lin Xian exchanged a glance with Ergo perched on his shoulder. They slowed their pace, tiptoeing carefully deeper into the cave. Fortunately, the cave did not stretch too far. Even with their cautious steps, they soon reached the innermost part. Carefully rounding a corner, Lin Xian's expression froze, and his pupils widened involuntarily. Before him lay a vast open space, adorned with lush greenery. Some of the flora were rare botanical materials, while others were merely common plants. They exuded a refreshing fragrance, forming an irregular circular ring. Within that circle lay an enormous otherworldly beast, akin to a mountain in size. Its crimson fur and tiger-like head with long horns presented an odd yet majestic appearance. Yet, Lin Xian could not appreciate this majesty, for his gaze was fixated on the creature's abdomen. There, a colossal wound gaped open. Strangely, the substance seeping from the injury was not the expected crimson blood. Or rather, it was not solely blood. Mixed within was a yellowish-green liquid, exuding a nauseating stench and emanating faint wisps of black smoke. The juxtaposition of the oozing blackened pus and the vibrant greenery enveloping the area created a surreal balance of life and decay. Lin Xian rubbed his aching eyes and instinctively activated his all-knowing eye, directing it toward the colossal creature with crimson fur. Bai Zhe. Aside from the name Bai Zhe, all other fields, qualifications, tier, status, were shrouded in question marks. This revelation cast a shadow over Lin Xian's heart. When he had, as a bronze tier, managed to glimpse the platinum tier of Kai he could still barely discern its level. Yet now, as a platinum tier, he was unable to perceive the tier of this sanctified beast. Was it truly a sanctified beast? Or was it an otherworldly beast of a divine tier that Lin Xian had never imagined? He dared not dwell on it. Turning to Ergo by his side, he seemed to see the answer reflected in its wary gaze. Reluctantly, he confirmed, this wouldn't happen to be a divine tier beast, would it? Ergo remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Xian inhaled deeply and inquired further, what happened to it? Is it injured? What could inflict such harm? He had never envisioned that his first encounter with a legendary divine tier beast would present itself in such a state. There was none of the anticipated grandeur. Instead, it was a picture of dishevelment, frailty, and impending death. In response to Lin Xian's question, Ergo replied flatly, what else could it be? It is undoubtedly that so-called disaster. Lin Xian had already surmised this answer before posing the question, hence he was not taken aback. Just as he was about to inquire further, the enormous crimson beast slowly opened its eyes. By a twist of fate, Lin Xian found himself locking eyes with it. Plunging into an odd sensation, he felt as though he were gazing into what should have been gentle eyes, but they were now filled with turmoil. At times, they wept despondently, pleading for salvation. At others, they blazed with fury, as if wishing to rend him apart. In this oscillation of emotions, Lin Xian felt his very soul teetering on the brink of fragmentation, threatening to give rise to a new persona. Suddenly, a paw landed on his head. Hey, snap out of it. Lin Xian jolted back to reality, staggering a couple of steps as he instinctively raised his gaze forward. It seemed he had not achieved his aim. The complex emotions in Bai Zhe's eyes were gradually closing. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief and turned to Ergo, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. You've been a tremendous help. He understood that had it not been for Ergo's timely intervention, he would have been ensnared in that hallucinatory state. And the consequences would have been dire. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lin Xian turned to Ergo and asked, this fellow is called Bai Zhe. Do you know him? Ergo nodded. I have seen him, but we are not well acquainted. During the division of the divine beasts, I belong to the conservative faction along with him. Lin Xian inquired. Then why aren't you familiar with him? To this, Ergo sighed in resignation. We indeed belong to the same faction, but Bai Zhe he is notoriously reclusive. I once heard that he is quite knowledgeable and had considered visiting him. After several months of searching, I found myself utterly unable to ascertain its whereabouts. In such circumstances, no matter how fervently I wish to familiarize myself, it proves impossible. Lin Xian genuinely did not anticipate such intricate circumstances. He scratched his head and confirmed. So, it stands to reason that it would not kill us indiscriminately, correct? This inquiry was met with the affirmation from Ergo. That is indeed the case. Among the beast tribe, Bai Zhe's benevolence is renowned. It would not recklessly commit acts of violence. Given this, Lin Xian nodded and proposed, then let us devise a plan to rescue it. Ergo shared the same sentiment. With Bai Zhe's status, it would undoubtedly perceive the peculiar black smoke and sense the anomalies more acutely. Once awakened, Lin Xian's understanding of the black smoke and impending calamity would surely deepen. There was even a considerable possibility that they could directly uncover the truth behind the disaster. Therefore, there was no contention regarding the necessity to save Bai Zhe. The pressing question remained, how to accomplish this? Lin Xian had no viable solutions and thus turned to Ergo beside him, asking, what do you think? Any ideas? Ergo did indeed have some thoughts. Responding, from the circumstances we have encountered thus far, it is evident that Bai Zhe was already aware of the pollution afflicting it. During its final moments of lucidity, it first set up a sealing array to prevent itself from losing reason and rampaging indiscriminately. Then, Ergo pointed to the clearing surrounded by vegetation, noting the items Bai Zhe had conjured in an attempt to rid itself of the pollution. If I am not mistaken, that wound must have been self-inflicted. It utilized its own blood to gradually expel the pollution coursing through its veins, completing the purification process bit by bit. The pile of vegetation represents a type of purification array, designed to prevent the insidious black smoke from accumulating and causing secondary pollution. Upon hearing this, Ergo marveled. Truly deserving of the title of erudition. Even at my peak, I doubt I could have done better in such a situation. This elaborate exposition momentarily left Lin Xian in a daze. He processed Ergo's words in his mind and, after a considerable pause, realized that the scene before him was indeed Bai Zhe's self-preservation mechanism. He asked, somewhat vacantly, so, according to your reasoning, do we need to do nothing? If we simply wait, Bai Zhe will heal on its own. Ergo nodded in affirmation. That is indeed the case. This revelation brought Lin Xian a sense of relief. sparing him a multitude of troubles. However, this elation was short-lived. He recalled the prior moment when he had exchanged glances with Baizé, during which he had keenly sensed its cry for help. He was certain that it was not a mere illusion, but rather Baizé's genuine will to survive. This contradicted Ergo's deduction. If Baizé were capable of self-healing, then where did the frantic intensity in its gaze stem from? Why was it unable to control its own power, nearly causing Lin Xian mental distress with just one look? Most importantly, what dire necessity compelled it to seek rescue? Lin Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. Something feels amiss. Ergo, who had been preparing to rest on his shoulder, turned with confusion. What seems off? Lin Xian briefly recounted the situation he had sensed earlier. Upon grasping the intricacies of the matter, Ergo's brows, which had only just relaxed, furrowed once more. This should not be the case. I cannot fathom where Baizé's arrangement could have gone awry. Lin Xian, lacking understanding of such advanced configurations, could only make simplistic conjectures based on his limited knowledge. After a brief contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps I have underestimated the potency of that black smoke pollution. Chapter 158. The Golden Light in Desperation. As if his words had summoned it, an unexpected transformation occurred. Baizé's serene visage abruptly contorted into a grotesque expression. From within the wound, the pus and blood bubbled, and the black smoke began to boil, swiftly rising and surging towards the perimeter of the clearing. The surrounding greenery instinctively emitted a fierce green light, attempting to purify the pollution. Unfortunately, the black smoke surged forth without relent, rendering their efforts futile. In a mere 10 breaths, the vegetation was thoroughly tainted by the black smoke, losing its vibrant hue and rapidly withering. With the greenery dispelled, the black smoke finally faced no obstacles, spreading in all directions from the clearing. Lin Xian, positioned at a distance, had already sensed the impending danger. He urgently urged Ergo to flee with him, seeking to distance themselves from the ominous black smoke. Yet, upon reaching the cave entrance, he suddenly recalled, outside, it was also a perilous dead zone. Damn, how could I forget this? He cursed under his breath, attempting to turn back. However, he discovered that the black smoke within the cave had swiftly engulfed his escape route. Faced with such a predicament, he had no time to ponder why this was happening. He was compelled to shout loudly, Ergo, mist armor. Without needing further explanation, Ergo understood his intent. With a swift motion of his paw, pristine mist enveloped both man and dog. Just before being consumed by the black smoke, Lin Xian dashed forth, sprinting in the direction they had entered. The crimson light of the graveyard was also unsafe. He had to locate the entrance to the array as swiftly as possible. At this point, he could no longer afford to contemplate the disaster or the salvation of Baizé. His own survival took precedence. However, after just a few strides, Ergo's voice pierced the air with alarm. This is bad. The power of the pollution is intensifying. Mist armor, mist armor. As Lin Xian ran, he instinctively looked down at his body in response to the warning. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. The mist armor was rapidly darkening. In an instant, it reverted to the color it had been before he entered the cave. Damn it, how could it change so quickly? Lin Xian cursed vehemently. He never anticipated that even the path he had traversed would become problematic. In a moment of crisis, he hastily reined in his mental energy to avoid contamination by the black smoke. Then, he squeezed every ounce of potential from within, recklessly propelling himself forward. Yet, no matter how much he accelerated, how could he traverse such a long distance in so short a time? In the blink of an eye, the mist armor, like Baizé's wound, began to exude black smoke. Once the density of the black smoke reached a certain threshold, he sensed an inexplicable force infiltrating his brain, encroaching upon the depths of his soul. Within mere seconds, Lin Xian keenly felt his sanity beginning to blur. No, I can't fall here, he murmured to himself, striving to harness his mental power to resist the black smoke. With all his might, he endeavored to keep that sinister pollution at bay from his soul. However, this was but a drop in the ocean, for this was a calamity capable of infecting even the Earth Mother herself. How could a mere platinum-tier beastmaster like him hope to resist? Before long, the black smoke breached the final barrier he had erected, spreading throughout his very soul. In the final moments of consciousness, Lin Xian's mind echoed with the absurdity of his situation, pondering the fate that had befallen him as a time traveler. Just as he prepared to candidly accept his defeat, an unexpected surge erupted from the depths of his soul, a brilliant flash of golden light. Accompanying this illumination was a formidable, enigmatic force, sweeping through every corner of Lin Xian's essence. Upon contact with the encroaching shadowy pollution, it effortlessly obliterated it into nothingness. In an instant, the tide of circumstance shifted dramatically. The corruption within Lin Xian's soul was utterly eradicated. Soon after, he felt a resurgence of clarity. Bewildered, he glanced at his hands, questioning how such a transformation was possible. Completely at a loss regarding the anomaly within his body, Lin Xian was oblivious to the origin of this newfound power, one that could even purify the strange taint. Deep in thought, he mused aloud. Could it be the peculiar divine power within my soul is at play? He vaguely recalled the time when he had made a pact with Ergo, wherein it had mentioned a divine strength within Lin Xian's very essence that even it could not resist. This power had forcibly completed the beast pact with Ergo, bringing it under his command. After that, the power had lain dormant, nearly forgotten by Lin Xian. He was still contemplating this when a sudden sharp bark from his shoulder jolted him back. Woof! Startled, Lin Xian turned to find Ergo, its face twisted in a snarl, rolling about in distress. The encroaching black smoke had not merely invaded Lin Xian's soul, even Ergo, as a divine entity, had succumbed to its influence. As its sanity waned, the misty armor enveloping them both began to dissipate, gradually fading into oblivion. Realizing the peril, Lin Xian's heart raced. He was within the confines of the red light graveyard, a veritable death zone. Without the protective mist, the consequences would far exceed the mere pollution of black smoke. He could no longer afford to ponder the source of his inner power. Swiftly, he extended his mental energy, probing into Ergo's being through their spiritual connection. Indeed, as the golden light unfurled within his soul, Lin Xian discovered that his mental force possessed the ability to purify the black smoke's corruption. The tendrils of darkness within Ergo's essence vanished as if meeting their nemesis. Within mere seconds, Ergo ceased its frantic thrashing, returning to a state of calm. Panting heavily, after a moment, it regained its composure and stammered, "Thank you." Lin Xian, eschewing pleasantries, got straight to the point. "How does it feel to be cleansed? Did you gain any insights?" Earlier, amidst the chaos of muddled thoughts, Lin Xian had not sensed the so-called profound descent, attributing this to his soul's insensitivity. Thus, he turned to Ergo, whose perceptive abilities were renowned, hoping for valuable answers. Regrettably, Ergo had gleaned nothing. "I was on the brink of losing my sanity. How could I perceive anything unusual?" Lin Xian found it curious that the previous seer, the grass child, had experienced something different. "Could its mental prowess truly surpass yours?" he inquired. "It should not be," Ergo replied, shaking its head. "Perhaps. It was the Earth Mother looking after her most devout followers." Chapter 159, Exorcising Poison. Earlier, in the grass child tribe, both Lin Xian and Ergo had believed the Earth Mother to be utterly incapacitated by the disasters and pollution that beset her, unable to respond to her followers' prayers. Yet now, having experienced the corruption firsthand, Ergo realized that the Earth Mother's state was likely better than they had imagined. At the very least, she could still allocate a portion of her power to provide some protection to her devotees. Otherwise, how could a relatively weak seer maintain any semblance of sanity amidst such pollution? A feat even Ergo, a divine being, could not achieve. Beyond the Earth Mother's safeguarding, Ergo could conceive no other explanation. With this revelation, Lin Xian quickly grasped the underlying truth. It appeared the Earth Mother's condition was not as dire as they had presumed. He glanced at Ergo, confirming its well-being before turning his gaze back to the cave from which they had emerged. Now, it was shrouded in swirling black smoke, resembling a den of demons. Had he not borne witness to the transformation himself, Lin Xian would never have equated it with the ordinary cave of moments past. "This does not bode well," he murmured, before sprinting back toward the cave. At that moment, Lin Xian felt no fear of the black smoke's corruption. His concern lay with Bai Zhe. The eruption of black smoke and the anomaly of the red light were all consequences of Bai Zhe's transformed visage. He feared that if he did not arrive in time, Bai Zhe might succumb to the mindless fate of a zombie. Fortunately, the situation was not as dire as he had envisioned. Within the cave, beneath the haze of black smoke, Lin Xian could discern the crimson giant beast sprawled on the ground, its former tranquility replaced by a frantic urgency. As if striving to eradicate some unseen affliction, its face contorted in rage, it rolled across the ground, crushing the surrounding verdant foliage, interspersed with its anguished roars. Lin Xian felt a chill of dread. Reason told him there was no need for excessive fear, yet an instinctual terror lingered, an innate apprehension of a superior creature that reason could not quell. With a soft slap to his own cheek, Lin Xian urged himself to remain composed. "It is merely struggling. It does not intend to attack. There is nothing to fear." He steeled himself, preparing to utilize his mental energy to purify Bai Zhe. However, Lin Xian's mental force was not yet potent enough to bridge the distance and connect with Bai Zhe. He needed to draw closer. Thus, Lin Xian cautiously advanced, meticulously avoiding areas that might be affected by Bai Zhe's thrashing. Inching nearer, time slipped by, and beads of sweat trickled down his brow. At last, after what felt like an eternity, he reached a position where he could extend his mental energy. A flicker of hope surged within him as he quickly divided his mental force into multiple strands, sending them from various angles into Bai Zai's essence. Through the vision relayed by his mental energy, Lin Xian beheld Bai Zai's soul, a once amiable essence vibrant with life, now tainted by black smoke, threatening to transform into a deep gray. Only a small core of emerald light remained, flickering amidst the encroaching darkness, yet it had not been extinguished. This glimmer was the sole reason Bai Zai had not fully devolved into a mindless beast. Even so, its condition was dire. If Lin Xian had arrived even a moment later, he would likely have been rendered powerless to intervene. Therefore, he wasted no time. Threads of mental energy, delicate and ethereal, began to converge from all directions, inching closer to the soul of Bai Zai. As these threads drew near, they intertwined and formed a vast web, enveloping Bai Zai's essence. Gradually, the web constricted, and wherever it passed, the inky black smoke sizzled and vanished without a trace. This purifying process, akin to a bone-deep detoxification, was a tremendous burden for both parties. Bai Zai's soul, tainted by the pollution of the black smoke, was on the verge of merging with it. Countless tendrils of darkness densely occupied every crevice, replacing the essence of Bai Zai's spirit. Although Lin Xian's purification could eradicate this black smoke entirely, it could not heal the intricate wounds inflicted upon the soul. Instinctively, Bai Zai's spirit began to reject Lin Xian. However, this repulsion was fleeting. As the black smoke dissipated, Bai Zai's rationality returned, albeit slightly. It could not recognize Lin Xian, yet felt the undeniable truth that he was aiding in its purification. Consequently, it forcibly suppressed its instincts and allowed Lin Xian to proceed. On Lin Xian's side, the situation was no less arduous. After all, Bai Zai's soul belonged to a divine beast of an entirely different echelon, while his own beast master rank was merely platinum. Such a vast disparity in levels exerted immense pressure on Lin Xian's own spirit, not to mention the meticulous control required to delve into Bai Zai's essence. Outside the realm of mental space, Bai Zai had already returned to its original position, ceasing its restless movements. Only the occasional twitch of its visage reminded observers that it still battled the remnants of pollution. Lin Xian, too, was drenched in sweat, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, he understood that faltering now was not an option. The truth of the impending disaster lay tantalizingly close. He could not afford to fail at this juncture. He steeled himself, maintaining his tenuous grasp on the threads of mental energy. Time dragged on, and just as Lin Xian felt himself nearing unconsciousness, he witnessed the transformation within the mental realm. Bai Zai's soul had shed the blackness entirely, restoring its original verdant hue. The pollution that had beset Bai Zai was entirely purged. Lin Xian had succeeded. A fleeting surge of joy coursed through him, but before he could revel in it, he felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground. He succumbed to unconsciousness, oblivious to his surroundings. When he awoke, Lin Xian opened his eyes to find two heads, one large, one small, hovering above him, fixated intently on his form. The smaller one belonged to Ergo, while the larger was unmistakably Bai Zai. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xian attempted to prop himself up, but discovered that his body was utterly limp, rendering him incapable of exerting any strength whatsoever. What is happening to me? He wondered, perplexed. Before Ergo could speak, Bai Zai interjected, saying, "Do not rush to rise. The purification you performed on me has drained your soul significantly. The toll it has taken on your body manifests as your current state of weakness. Please, rest for now." Its voice, akin to its soul and gaze, was benevolent and serene yet imbued with an intangible power that compelled trust. Instinctively, Lin Xian felt a surge of resistance. Just as he attempted to rise forcefully, Ergo chimed in, "Indeed, you should remain lying down. The pollution issue has been resolved. There will be ample time to inquire later. For now, your priority is to rest." "So Ergo thinks so too?" Lin Xian mused internally. "It seems they are not deceiving me after all. Very well, I shall indulge in another slumber." He settled back down, closing his eyes once more and drifting into the realm of dreams. Chapter 160. The backstory. In this sleep, Lin Xian lost track of time. When he finally stirred awake, he found his body fully restored to health. This was hardly surprising. Bai Zai was a divine beast brimming with life force. Restoring its own soul's vitality was not a formidable challenge, with the only variable being the time it required. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the absence of both Bai Zai and Ergo. Lin Xian pushed himself up, intending to seek them out, but as he reached out, he realized something peculiar. He was not lying on the ground at all. Instead, a lush expanse of verdant flora cradled him, lifting him gently. He was resting atop a bed of grass and foliage. A flicker of astonishment danced across Lin Xian's mind, just as he prepared to shift to another spot. A voice broke the silence. "You're awake?" Looking up, he saw Bai Zai and Ergo entering the cave together from around a corner. "Where have you two been?" he asked casually. Ergo replied, We went outside to inspect the red light graveyard. Lin Xian was taken aback. The pollution on Bai Zhe has vanished. Yet the red light graveyard remains? He had assumed that resolving Bai Zhe's issue would eliminate the other anomalies in this place. Yet, it seemed there were still complications to address. He turned to Ergo, awaiting its response. With a sigh, Ergo lowered its head and said initially, I shared your thoughts, but, and Bai Zhe seamlessly continued, the red light graveyard does not solely harbor the power linked to my being. My appearance here and my subsequent pollution by the black smoke are also intertwined with that graveyard. It may have had other names in the past, but for ease of understanding, I referred to it as the red light graveyard. Upon hearing Bai Zhe's words, a clear look of confusion flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. He remained silent, simply gesturing for Bai Zhe to elaborate further. Bai Zhe, undeterred, recounted the tale I was wandering about when I happened upon this area and caught sight of that desolate expanse. I am not one inclined to meddle in affairs that do not concern me, yet that day, for reasons unknown, I felt a surge of compassion and decided to halt, intending to cleanse this place of its desolation. Initially, it was not as it is now. The red light graveyard was merely a barren, decaying zone, with all its vegetation suffering from widespread wilting. I was somewhat careless, assuming it to be a common type of pollution. Thus, I recklessly released my life force, hoping to invigorate the area and dispel the taint. However, I had miscalculated. The pollution was far more potent and insidious than I had anticipated. I became ensnared, unable to extricate myself. It dawned on me that this place was far from ordinary. But by then, it was too late. The black smoke-esque corruption spread rapidly within me. In a desperate bid for survival, I attempted various methods, creating quite the commotion. This ruckus attracted nearby beings, who also fell victim to the taint, transforming into ferocious beasts driven solely by bloodlust. Realizing the dire implications, I understood that their intrusion not only risked their own infection, but could also interfere with my own abilities. Hence, I constructed the mist labyrinth outside, both to prevent other beings from entering. On the other hand, it also serves as a form of self-imprisonment, preventing me from eventually losing control and wreaking havoc upon the world. This lengthy discourse was laden with profound implications. Lin Xian pondered for a considerable time before fully assimilating its meaning. Thus, the queries that had been festering within him finally found resolution. Why, amidst the western mountains, did a blood-red mist spread? Why had the environment undergone such a dramatic transformation upon his arrival? Clearly, these phenomena were linked to Bai Zhe's self-preservation measures. Lin Xian was unaware of the specifics of its actions, yet continuously imagined them. After all, the instinct for survival is the most primal desire of any living being. When it comes to sustaining life, an array of bizarre tactics can be employed. Even Bai Zhe, a divine-tier beast, was no exception. Lin Xian did not dwell on these matters for long. Instead, he astutely grasped the crux of the issue and inquired, given this, having stayed here for so long, you must possess some understanding of the power within that crimson light, correct? Indeed, Bai Zhe nodded. Having been trapped here for nearly half a year and nearly assimilated by the pollution, as a divine-tier beast, I am far from ignorant. It continued, from my conjectures. This place appears to be the remnants of power expelled by the Earth Mother. Remnants of power? Lin Xian queried, perplexed. Precisely. It is evident that the Earth Mother has also been deeply affected by this power, to the extent that she cannot completely purge it. She can only resort to a cumbersome method of enveloping it with her own power and expelling it from her being. This technique, when manifested before living beings, is precisely what the Crimson Light Graveyard initially resembled. After listening intently, Lin Xian realized that he and Ergo had already been aware of this information. Even at the moment they first encountered the Crimson Light Graveyard, having sensed the decay and death emanating from it, they had surmised that its transformation was likely related to the Earth Mother. Bai Zhe's elucidation merely served to affirm their earlier speculation. Upon comprehending these insights, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He lifted his gaze to Bai Zhe once more and asked, can you discern how the Earth Mother became tainted? What manner of entity is she contending with? However, the Bai Zhe he had imbued with lofty expectations did not provide the answers he sought. I apologize, it said. I too lack clarity on these matters. I am not a devotee of the Earth Mother, and my connection with her is rather tenuous. Knowing what I do is already the extent of my capabilities. Upon hearing this, disappointment became evident on Lin Xian's countenance. Bai Zhe, perceptive as it was, sensed this shift in emotion. Much like Lin Xian, it too harbored a profound curiosity regarding the Earth Mother's predicament. After all, this was a dire issue that could ensnare even a divine-tier beast like itself in a perilous situation. Without clarity on the matter, it feared it might not sleep soundly ever again. What if it inadvertently wandered into a place like the Crimson Light Graveyard once more? Thus, Bai Zhe bowed its head in contemplation for a moment before offering a suggestion. Perhaps we ought to seek out those races favored by the Earth Mother? They hold deep faith in her, and some might even communicate with her directly. They may possess greater knowledge. However, upon hearing this suggestion, Lin Xian merely shook his head. That would be futile. We have already attempted that. He recounted their previous encounter with the Grasschild tribe, explaining that it was precisely due to their similar situation that he had chosen to investigate the anomalies in the Western Mountains. Bai Zhe appeared somewhat astonished. You have already encountered such pollution, and have been investigating it? Of course, Lin Xian replied, a look of bewilderment on his face. What other reason would we have to delve into this? Bai Zhe scratched its large tiger head with its paw, somewhat sheepishly, when it had established the outermost ceiling formation. It had embedded numerous pieces of information within the runes, including methods for deciphering the formation and the symptoms of the peculiar pollution contained within. Naturally, it had not neglected to include a call for help directed at the outside world. As long as a peer with comparable rune mastery passed by, they would surely grasp the implications and venture in to investigate. Bai Zhe had no fear of incompetent intruders, for it was confident in the superiority of its ceiling formation. Those of similar skill would undoubtedly not be weaklings. Even if they couldn't rescue it, they would exercise caution to avoid becoming ensnared by the pollution, thus preventing another victim from emerging. Consequently, upon realizing its own pollution had been purified and its mind restored, Bai Zhe instinctively assumed that Lin Xian had discovered the hidden information within the formation that prompted his entrance. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Although Ergo's strength had waned from its former glory, its understanding of the formation had not diminished in the slightest. It effortlessly deciphered Bai Zhe's formation and adapted it for its own use without needing to scrutinize each rune, let alone decipher any concealed messages. Lin Xian's salvation of Bai Zhe was not due to overwhelming power, but rather the peculiarities within his own soul. Bai Zhe remained oblivious to this. It was still caught up in its own misguided embarrassment. Not wanting to reveal the truth, it shifted the topic, asking, in your prolonged investigation, have you gained further insights into this pollution? Somewhat, Lin Xian nodded. From our conjectures, this pollution originates from a calamity poised to engulf the entire world. The Earth Mother was the first to be struck by this disaster, leading to her current plight. Calamity? Bai Zhe was taken aback. What calamity? As soon as the question left its lips, Lin Xian and Ergo exchanged perplexed glances. Lin Xian was the first to speak. You are unaware? Bai Zhe was increasingly puzzled. Should I have known? Prior to its self-imposed confinement, it had indeed traversed the world but had never heard of an impending calamity that would affect the entire globe. Ergo, eager to interject, asked, when you initially discovered the other world, you must have been a conservative, right? Did no one pursue you? Pursue? Bai Zhe lowered its head in contemplation, taking a considerable time to recall that those individuals had indeed been after its life. It raised its head to find Lin Xian and Ergo staring intently at it, prompting it to explain, after that debate, there were indeed those who secretly followed me. At the time, I believe they were attempting to coerce me into changing my stance. I never imagined they aimed to kill me. Having spoken, it remembered the topic of their conversation and inquired, why do you ask? Does their pursuit have any connection to the calamity you mentioned? Indeed, Ergo nodded. Then, it elaborated on its own experiences, detailing how it had been hunted, how it met its demise in a foreign land, how it had miraculously survived, and the clues it had gleaned about the calamity from the ethereal white. Since then, we have been vigilant regarding matters related to the calamity. Ergo's account was laden with significant information. Though Bai Zhe is a divine beast, it remained momentarily perplexed, unsure of where to begin its inquiries. Ultimately, after a brief contemplation, it chose not to delve into Ergo's past, but instead focused on the matter at hand. Were those individuals maintaining their radical stance due to an awareness of the impending calamity, driven by a desire to eradicate all conservatives? Indeed, Ergo nodded in affirmation, estimating that they likely viewed the other side of the portal as their last refuge. Should our world prove incapable of withstanding the disaster, they would collectively retreat to the other side. I see, Bai Zhe mused, lowering its head thoughtfully. The situation does not appear promising. Even for a reclusive divine beast like Bai Zhe, the nature of these radicals was somewhat familiar. They were predominantly hot-tempered individuals, disdainful and arrogant to the core, with an inflated sense of superiority. Yet, even this group of divine beings, when faced with disaster, felt the need to prepare an escape route. The reasoning behind this, upon a moment's reflection, became clear to Bai Zhe. It was merely a lack of confidence. Expanding upon this thought, the terror of such a disaster was indeed palpable. As this realization dawned, Bai Zhe's expression grew grave. Once this dreadful calamity truly descended, it would be impossible for even it to remain aloof. It was imperative to uncover the true nature of the disaster and devise a means to resolve it. Thus, Bai Zhe inquired of Lin Xian, has your investigation progressed any further? Regrettably, Lin Xian shook his head, explaining that what he had just shared constituted all the information they possessed. Wait, Ergo interjected suddenly, interrupting Lin Xian. There's something we haven't mentioned. Huh, what? Lin Xian responded, bewildered. Don't you remember? Ergo urged, nudging Lin Xian with its tiny paw. The prophet mentioned it back at the Grasschild tribe, a place deeper than the Mother of Earth. At this reminder, Lin Xian paused momentarily before quickly recalling. Ah, the abyss. We should definitely investigate that place. Lin Xian recollected that they had indeed harbored suspicions regarding the abyss. However, at that time, Ergo had warned that it was fraught with peril. Given their limited strength, undertaking any endeavors there would be tantamount to courting death. Consequently, Lin Xian had abandoned that line of thought, even dismissing the connection between the abyss and the disaster. Yet, circumstances had changed. Baizhe was a divine-level beast. Its strength was undoubtedly formidable enough to conduct a thorough investigation of the abyss. Meanwhile, Baizhe, still perplexed, inquired the abyss? Are you suggesting that the disaster is linked to it? Precisely. Lin Xian replied with enthusiasm. Before the Mother of Earth's chosen became frantic, they felt themselves plunging deeper and deeper. The Mother of Earth encompasses the entire world. There is no place deeper than the abyss. Abyss, Baizhe murmured softly. It was familiar with that place, having traversed it during its travels. However, upon sensing the ominous power emanating from it, it had wisely chosen to steer clear. Now, it appeared to be a potential source of disaster. Casting a glance at the frail and incomplete figures of Lin Xian and Ergo, Baizhe contemplated, arriving at a decision. That place was far too perilous. Perhaps it would be prudent for it to investigate alone. Hopefully, it would yield fruitful results. Chapter 162. An unexpected encounter. Lin Xian had originally harbored this intention. He was troubled about how to persuade Baizhe to take action, but to his surprise, it proactively took on the task. Lin Xian felt immense joy, but did not forget to remind Baizhe of the dangers associated with the abyss. Baizhe nodded. I am well aware of the risks. However, even if it is dangerous, we must proceed. It raised its head to glance outside. After all, there are more perilous threats quietly approaching, are there not? The danger it referred to was, of course, the disaster. Lin Xian understood this implicitly. Thus he refrained from pressing further, silently wishing Baizhe good fortune and hoping it would uncover something significant. After a moment of sentimental reflection, Baizhe turned to Lin Xian. Are you coming with me? Not at all, Lin Xian replied, shaking his head. We have other avenues of investigation that may yield promising results. The direction he referred to concerned the survivors of the exploration team. Baizhe was unaware of this, but did not inquire further. Instead, it smiled gently and nodded. It is for the best. That place is far too dangerous for you. It would only distract me from protecting you. With that, both sides had exchanged sufficient information. Baizhe lingered a while longer, and upon confirming Lin Xian's well-being, prepared to depart. Just as it was about to leave, Ergo called out to it. Wait. Baizhe turned back. What is it? Ergo hesitated before voicing its thoughts. If the opportunity arises, you should find a way to ask those individuals directly. Our aimless investigation pales in comparison to extracting information straight from those in the know. Ergo spoke hesitantly, fully aware of the radical's disposition. Should Baizhe become entangled with them, it would likely not escape unscathed. This suggestion was akin to thrusting Baizhe into a furnace. Yet, Ergo felt compelled to voice it, driven by fear. Beneath the surface, the turbulence of the disaster was stirring silently, and both it and Lin Xian remained oblivious to its true nature. If they continued their leisurely investigation, calamity could strike unexpectedly. Therefore, every moment counted. They needed to expedite their efforts. After all, investigating the disaster was merely the first step. They still needed to devise a solution. Ergo kept these thoughts to itself, not wishing to burden Baizhe with undue pressure. However, Baizhe, attuned to the emotions of all beings, vaguely grasped Ergo's intent. A subtle smile graced its crimson tiger visage as it softly replied, I shall remember. With that, it vanished in a flash from the cavern. Ah, it has departed. Lin Xian sighed. He had wanted to inquire if Baizhe possessed any means of locating the missing individuals, while he was certain the survivor was still alive. The notion of searching for them blindly was hardly a wise strategy. As Lin Xian's contracted beast, Ergo was acutely aware of his thoughts. It patted Lin Xian with its paw, casting a sidelong glance. That's enough. It's already gone. Pondering such matters now is futile. It nudged some fruits toward Lin Xian, saying, Quickly eat these. They are delightful gifts from Baizhe, rich in life essence. Hurry up, we must leave. Otherwise, trouble may arise here again. Ergo referred to the crimson glowing graveyard outside. After Baizhe's recovery, it had not vanished or diminished. It maintained its original form without a hint of change. Ergo suspected this was merely a temporary facade, and at any moment, significant issues could arise. Even a slight escalation would be more than they could bear. For the sake of their own safety, it was prudent for the two to depart hastily. Lin Xian was well aware of this fact. Thus, he refrained from further conversation, quickly devouring a few bites of the fruit. He then let air go along the path they had come, making a swift exit from the ominous and perilous Crimson Light graveyard, which must be left behind for the time being. Even the divine beast Bai Zhe was unable to contend with it, let alone Lin Xian, who harbored no ambition of completely eradicating it. In any case, the seal laid by Bai Zhe remained effective, preventing the Crimson Graveyard from easily spreading outward, thus providing a temporary stabilization. Consequently, Lin Xian departed without a backward glance. Due to the labyrinthine formation, when Lin Xian reappeared amidst the mountain range, he found himself far from his original location. Staring at the mist-shrouded peaks around him, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Damn, where on earth am I? The fog obscured the sky, leaving him utterly disoriented. Just as he was about to summon Xiao Xianyu to take flight and ascertain the direction, a sudden cacophony of footsteps reached his ears. Something is approaching? Startled, Lin Xian hastily concealed himself. As expected, numerous figures emerged from the other side of the mountain, not only comprising strange beasts, but also humans. Humans? Beast tamers? Lin Xian furrowed his brow. With a quick mental shift, he instantly grasped their identities. Those who could appear in this realm at such a time, delving deep into the western mountains, could only be followers of the heavenly god cult. Only this group could brazenly move about in a foreign world. Upon discerning their true nature, their purpose became unmistakable. They had come to investigate the anomalies within the mountains. No wonder there was no record in the archives of the third laboratory. It turned out this group was still conducting inquiries. Lin Xian raised his gaze to the distant procession, a bold idea taking shape in his mind, and a sly smile crept upon his lips. Their arrival is quite fortuitous. He stealthily maneuvered through the surrounding underbrush, positioning himself strategically along the path taken by the cultists. As they passed by unsuspectingly, he summoned his contracted beasts and launched a fierce assault. Indeed, Lin Xian intended to capture them. Earlier, when he had encountered them, he had utilized the all-knowing eye to assess this investigative team, whose strength hovered around the platinum 6th or 7th level. The strongest among them was merely a diamond rank 2. Presently, he had no fear of such adversaries. Lin Xian surmised that even without Xiao Huanling to replicate illusions, relying solely on his platinum 6th level Xiao Xianyu would suffice to vanquish them. And indeed, events unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Even though the heavenly god cultists maintained a state of vigilance and reacted promptly to form a defensive formation upon the ambush, they still failed to pose any significant challenge to Lin Xian. His contracted beasts, though slightly weaker, all possessed at least saint-level qualifications. Their combat prowess was more than adequate to engage foes of higher rank, not to mention the formidable presence of Xiao Xianyu and Xiao Huanling providing support. In merely half a minute, just 30 seconds, the entire exploratory team dispatched by the heavenly god cult lay sprawled on the ground, howling in defeat, never to rise again. Chapter 163, Fishing for Revenge. Why you? Who are you? Why did you attack us? You damn bastard. Do you know who we are? How dare you offend the followers of the great holy cult? You deserve to be flayed alive. A torrent of curses and profanities erupted from their mouths. Only the leader, a diamond-tier beast tamer, remained silent, his face a mask of tension and fear as he regarded Lin Xian. It was not that he recognized Lin Xian's strength. Rather, he was simply more adept at assessing the situation. Unlike his reckless subordinates, he understood all too well that he was now the prey being hunted. Making threats would yield him no advantage. On the contrary, should he incite Lin Xian's ire, the latter would not hesitate to slay a couple of them for sport. Thus, the leader licked his parched lips and stammered, "Why, Your Excellency is." Lin Xian offered no reply, merely smiling at him as he inquired, "From the heavenly god cult?" The leader nodded. "Very well. You have something for summoning aid, do you not? Produce it at once and summon that mad old man from the third laboratory." Lin Xian issued a simple directive. The leader, bewildered, was entirely at a loss regarding Lin Xian's intentions. He shot Lin Xian a confused glance. Lin Xian, feeling vexed, kicked him on the head. "Now, I am the one giving orders. You have no right to jest with me, understand?" This individual, after all, was a diamond-tier beast tamer, representing the pinnacle of human combat power. Having lived a life of privilege, he had never before endured such humiliation. Instinctively, he considered rising to engage Lin Xian in a life-or-death struggle. Yet, the force of Lin Xian's foot brought a modicum of clarity to his thoughts. "I will do it right away." Panic was evident on his face, but his heart seethed with resentment. "Since you command me to act, I shall comply. Just wait until the main force arrives. We shall see how you meet your end." Even now, he firmly believed that although this fellow before him was mysterious, his strength was not formidable. He had merely exploited the advantage of surprise to subdue them all. Faced with a direct confrontation, he was confident he would not lose. Not to mention the reinforcements from the holy cult that were soon to arrive, who would hold the initiative. As he rummaged through his pocket for the signal, he cast a furtive glare at Lin Xian, his mind conjuring images of Lin Xian being trampled underfoot. Lin Xian remained oblivious to the man's fanciful thoughts. He watched as the distress signal was ignited, a smile gracing his face as he sat down, patiently awaiting the arrival of the heavenly god cult's reinforcements. The reason behind Lin Xian's actions was simple: revenge. Earlier, when he was still weak in the depths of the laboratory, he had been relentlessly pursued and beaten by that old man, forced to flee in a state of utter disgrace. But now, the situation was markedly different. After months of development, Lin Xian had acquired sufficient strength. His squad of beast tamers was now robust and fearsome, more than capable of effortlessly crushing that pestilential monstrosity. With such formidable power at his disposal, it felt akin to wielding an unparalleled weapon. With a heart full of resolve, the desire for retribution naturally manifested upon encountering the members of the heavenly god cult's investigative team. The thought of vengeance formed in his mind, and he acted upon it without hesitation. The unfolding events did not deviate from Lin Xian's expectations. Surprisingly, the leader of the heavenly god cult's investigation team cooperated unexpectedly. This man seemed unaware of Lin Xian's true strength and harbored thoughts of summoning aid for himself. Thus, it spared Lin Xian much in terms of torture and coercion. Lin Xian did not have to wait long. Approximately half an hour later, that familiar, deranged visage re-emerged within his line of sight. Thus, he burst into laughter. Beneath his feet, the leader of the investigation team, who was being trampled, also began to chuckle. The man struggled fiercely, shouting, "Over here! Old Wang! Here! Hurry and kill this damned bastard! Save me!" As he cried out, Lin Xian did not intervene. Consequently, the mad old man, known as Old Wang, soon turned his gaze in that direction. Upon seeing the members of the investigation team, Old Wang hastened his steps, accompanied by his subordinates. As they drew near and discerned the plight of these individuals, his brows furrowed in confusion, and he directed a question at Lin Xian's captive. "What on earth is happening? We were supposed to, Just as the man began to explain, Lin Xian forcefully stomped down on his head. The sudden attack took him by surprise, leaving him breathless, and the words he had intended to utter were abruptly silenced. Lin Xian regarded Old Wang with a smile that belied his disdain as he uttered, "Old fool. It has indeed been a long time." Such a blatant insult deepened the furrows of the mad old man's brow. Initially, upon receiving the distress signal from the investigation team, he had presumed they had once again fallen into some anomaly within the western mountains, unable to extricate themselves. Thus, he had rushed over. Little did he know, upon approaching, that they were instead being held captive by a single human. Old Wang was utterly perplexed. Firstly, he could not fathom how anyone could be present in such a desolate place. Secondly, he was astounded that the members of the investigation team could have been subdued by one person. Observing Lin Xian's audacity, he fell into contemplation. Before long, his thoughts transitioned from confusion to realization, and then to fury. "It's you?" he bellowed. "Ha!" Lin Xian laughed heartily, seemingly recognizing me. "I was beginning to wonder if your old age had rendered you senile. Perhaps I should revert to my former appearance from underground?" He spread his hands and feigned helplessness, adding, "It appears your situation is far better than I anticipated." Old Wang, consumed by rage, paid no heed to Lin Xian's taunts. His chest was ablaze with fury, reaching a point of no return. "You wretched beast! Treacherous traitor! You have ruined the invaluable assets of the Holy Church, causing me to face severe punishment from the Master. And now, you dare to appear before me. I shall certainly slay you today." As he roared in rage, he summoned the plague monster, charging towards Lin Xian. In response to this fierce assault, Lin Xian exhibited an unprecedented reaction. This time, he did not retreat. Beside him, the enormous figure of Little Salty Fish surged forth, instantly positioning itself in front of him. With its massive claws, it effortlessly blocked the plague monster's attack. Behind it, Lin Xian gazed at the furious and irrational old man, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he declared, "No need to rush. Today, I shall not flee. We have ample time to settle our scores. Ha ha ha." With these words, the delight in his smile morphed into unrestrained maniacal laughter. In the brief span of 3 minutes, the atmosphere between the two had rapidly deteriorated, charged with tension as they prepared to clash. The man beneath Lin Xian's feet, keenly sensing an opportunity for escape, covertly glanced at Lin Xian. Observing him fixated on the mad old man, entirely oblivious to his plight, he seized the moment and launched his escape. He forged a mental connection to summon his contracted beast for rescue, straining his body as he attempted to rise and slip away from beneath Lin Xian's foot. Yet, a scene of despair unfolded. His sudden and swift action failed to budge Lin Xian in the slightest. Indeed, his feet remained utterly immobilized. Noticing the anomaly beneath him, Lin Xian looked down, only to find the sweat-drenched leader of the investigation team gasping for breath. Ah, in my eagerness to reconnect with an old friend, I completely neglected you, my new acquaintance. Upon catching sight of the sinister grin on Lin Xian's face, the leader instinctively sensed impending danger. No, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me, he pleaded, struggling desperately. But Lin Xian would not grant him even a sliver of opportunity. His foot remained firmly planted. Initially intending to deliver a few more mocking remarks, Lin Xian felt a surge of inexplicable annoyance at the leader's frantic cries for mercy. Enough of this, he muttered, lifting his foot. The leader, sensing the sudden release of pressure, experienced a fleeting moment of relief. Just as he was about to scramble to his feet and flee, that foot, which had seemingly offered him hope, swiftly descended once more. This time, it did not land upon his chest, but rather upon his head. The area beneath was no longer intact, reduced to a gruesome mass of blood and flesh. Boring, Lin Xian sighed, lifting his foot and shaking off the grime that clung to it. Simultaneously, his contracted beasts, observing the fate of their captive, ruthlessly descended upon their quarry. The sounds of explosions and flesh tearing echoed in the air. Within mere moments, the members of the investigation team had met their demise, their contracted beasts reduced to ashes, their powers dissipating back into the vastness of the world. This gruesome spectacle left old Wang momentarily stunned. Yet, his fury seemed to breach its limits once more, becoming even more fervent. The veins on his forehead throbbed prominently. You beast! How dare you! These are precious resources of the Holy Church. 1 diamond rank and nearly 10 platinum ranks. Even the Holy Church cannot easily bear such losses. I will slaughter you. I will slaughter you. I will slaughter you. He completely lost his composure, charging at Lin Xian with his contracted beast. However, little salty fish stood firm, a veritable bastion, absorbing all of his assaults. Meanwhile, Lin Xian appeared entirely unfazed by the mad old man's wrath. He surveyed the now spacious surroundings, a radiant smile gracing his face. All right, the area has been cleared. All unrelated parties have left the stage. Now, let us commence. As the final syllable escaped his lips, his cadre of contracted beasts surged forward, targeting the members of the Celestial Church accompanying the mad old man. Lin Xian followed closely behind, accompanied by little salty fish, charging into battle with fervor. Man sought man. Beast sought beast. Lin Xian confronted the mad old man, while little salty fish faced off against the plague monster. In the blink of an eye, the situation shifted once more, plunging them back into chaos. Little salty fish, brimming with enthusiasm, danced and writhed, letting out jubilant roars. This excitement stemmed not only from the resurgence of battle, but also from the fact that their adversary was an old foe. When it comes to holding grudges, it is in no way inferior to Lin Xian. Even after several months, it has yet to forget the humiliation it endured. Being relentlessly pursued and battered by the plague monster, its scales were blistered and shed by the noxious swamp gas and pus. What a profound disgrace this must be for the noble and magnificent Lord Dragon. Now, the opportunity for vengeance lies before it. It must seize this chance. To restore the glory of the dragon is our solemn duty. Bring me death. It roared, plunging from the heavens towards the massive plague monster. On Lin Xian's side, bolstered by the essence of the dragon, close-quarters combat against beast tamers was indeed his forte. Even the crazed old man, who was significantly higher in rank, stood no chance against him. Observing the old man retreating in disarray, Lin Xian's smile grew increasingly arrogant. What has happened to you? Reduced to scurrying like a mouse? Back in the underground laboratory, you certainly relished the chase, didn't you? Where is your former grandeur? With a powerful kick, he struck the old man's blocking hands, bellowing, "Show it to me." The crazed old man, consumed by fury, had lost all rationality and could not comprehend Lin Xian's words. Even when subjected to such humiliating taunts, he could not retort, only continuing to counterattack, only to be repelled again and again. In this back-and-forth exchange, bruises and indentations began to mar his body, all inflicted by Lin Xian's tremendous fists. Although the old man appeared relatively unscathed on the surface, Lin Xian knew well that within him, his body was already in tatters. Thus, he quickened his strikes, increasing their ferocity. Bang! Another direct punch landed on the old man. This time, he could not block it. The impact struck his head directly. The overwhelming force sent his body hurtling back, crashing into the mountainside. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the once powerful hands of the old man now hung limply at his sides. It seemed that the bones in his arms had been shattered inch by Lin Xian's relentless assault. Terrifying indeed. Lin Xian strolled leisurely towards the old man, who was now slumped against the mountainside. His eyelids were swollen with bruising, unable to open fully, only able to squint slightly. Yet, The fury in his murky eyes burned fiercely, eager to devour. He seemed to want to curse, but his neck was equally damaged, allowing only feeble whimpers to escape. This sound, devoid of any intimidation, did little to instill fear in Lin Xian. He crouched down to level his gaze with the old man. What do you say? Did you think of this day while you recklessly hunted me down? This simple question ignited a fierce, ragged breathing in the old man. Haha. Lin Xian laughed. Look at you in this pathetic state. He extended his palm, condescendingly patting the old man's face, offering him a piece of advice for his next life. In your next incarnation, remember to grow a few more eyes. Don't provoke me again. With that, he raised his right hand, forming a blade-like gesture, and struck down fiercely at the old man's neck. Splat! Blood sprayed forth. What was once the life force of the crazed old man vanished into oblivion, leaving behind only a headless, shattered corpse and a pair of bulging eyes. Chapter 165. The Sea Witch's poem. At the moment Lin Xian struck, the nearby plague monster sensed its master was in peril. It abandoned the small salted fish and hurriedly moved to render aid. However, the small salted fish was not to be underestimated. Its mighty jaws opened wide, unleashing a divine light that struck the plague monster, sending it sprawling to the ground. When it rose again, it could only gaze upon its master's lifeless body. With a mournful roar, it prepared to charge at Lin Xian in desperation. But the small salted fish had already caught up. Where do you think you're looking? You ugly creature. Your opponent is me. Its colossal claws pressed down upon the monster's head-like appendage, pinning it to the ground. The monster had long since lost the will to fight. Now, it only wished to return to its master's side. Yet, that short distance seemed to stretch into an insurmountable chasm. Under the relentless assault of the small salted fish, it could hardly move an inch. Finally, the plague monster's frantic struggles subsided. Its breath had become labored, with far more exhalations than inhalations. Clearly, its journey through life was nearing its end. Witnessing this, the small salted fish scoffed. How boring. Is this all you can endure? It extended its claw and poked at the pus-filled bulges on the plague monster's body. The bulges burst easily, yet the monster remained unresponsive. Boredom washed over the small salted fish. During the latter half of the skirmish, the plague monster was solely fixated on returning to its master, offering no resistance whatsoever. This lack of engagement in battle felt akin to striking a wooden post to the small salted fish, failing to alleviate the pent-up anger within. After some contemplation, the small salted fish extended its massive claw in a familiar posture. The black hole of the universal attraction manifested once more, and it descended directly upon the plague monster's body. In the blink of an eye, the creature, resembling a corpse, was obliterated into nothingness, not even granted the chance to return to the earth. Having torn it apart in such a manner, the small salted fish felt a fraction of its pent-up fury dissipate. Now that is more like it. It patted its claw and swam back to Lin Xian's side. At this moment, Lin Xian had already completed the task of eliminating the crazed old man and was crouched there, inspecting the remains. Hey, I said it. After all, he is a diamond-tier beast tamer. How could he possibly lack a storage item? After searching for a while, Lin Xian finally found a small ring tied in a tangle of the old man's thick white hair. Upon taking it in hand, he discovered it was indeed a storage item. Damn it! Was it necessary to hide a storage ring so deeply? What a waste of my time. Let us see what treasures it holds that warranted such concealment. A man who had been buried underground for years, with no living companions, had to be so cautious about storing this ring. Lin Xian instinctively sensed that it must contain secrets. He forcefully erased the mental imprint on the unclaimed ring and delved his spiritual energy inside to examine its contents. At first, he encountered a collection of mundane supplies, food, drink, clothing, and other trivial items, none of which held any value. Lin Xian casually discarded them. However, unexpectedly, after disposing of these items, there was hardly anything left in the storage ring. A few strange, foul-smelling materials appeared, seemingly resources for the plague monster's sustenance, alongside several magic crystals for replenishing strength. These, indeed, are the most valuable possessions within. No way. A distinguished beastmaster of the diamond tier, and yet, aside from secrets, there isn't even a single valuable item. Lin Xian was on the verge of cursing aloud. No, he corrected himself. I must have overlooked something. He rummaged through the mad old man's belongings once more, yet still found nothing of worth. Curse it. I refuse to believe this. He glanced around, directing his gaze toward the discarded supplies of food and clothing. He had searched every nook and cranny. If anything were to be concealed, it would surely be among these items. This time, Lin Xian was thorough, meticulously examining each piece, striving not to overlook any detail. Time and effort bore fruit. A little over 10 minutes later, under the sun, Lin Xian raised an object and exclaimed excitedly, "Huh, I knew it. There must be something here." In his hand was a notebook, its pages yellowed with age. Most of its contents chronicled the mad old man's thoughts and reflections following various experiences. Though brief, the entries spanned a significant timeline, with the earliest dating back over 30 years, when the mad old man seemed to be in his prime, courted by several female beastmasters, pondering whom to pursue, and thus recording his musings in the notebook. The most recent entries were from just a few months ago, primarily detailing the farcical events in the third laboratory. That incident appeared to have deeply affected the mad old man, as the words within the notebook were laced with fury and curses, vulgarities aplenty. Any ordinary reader would instinctively frown at such language, yet Lin Xian, the subject of these grievances, found himself laughing heartily. After all, the suffering of his adversary was undeniably a source of joy for him. However, if the notebook contained merely these entries, it would serve only as a source of amusement. It was undoubtedly insufficient to elicit Lin Xian's exuberant shout under the sun. The true secret lay within the final pages of the notebook. One page, in particular, stood out, remarkably pristine compared to the others. Unlike the yellowed pages, this one retained its original whiteness, untouched by the passage of time. The pages above and below it were carefully protected by a thin film inserted by the mad old man. It was evident that this page was no ordinary piece of paper. Realizing that there was something amiss, Lin Xian promptly began to investigate. Yet, despite his efforts to scrutinize the page, he failed to uncover anything substantial. He had employed nearly every conceivable method. But this exceptionally clean paper proved to be remarkably resilient, impervious to water and resistant to fire, yet it revealed no discernible writing. After pondering for a considerable time without resolution, Lin Xian decided to abandon his own conjectures. With a decisive motion, he activated the omniscient eye. As expected, the paper was indeed connected to otherworldly beasts. The information panel quickly presented itself. See Demon Poem Scroll, page 1. Description: the first page of a poetic scroll that chronicles the illustrious history of the Sea Demon clan, possessing unique powers. The holder may inscribe upon it to communicate with the holder of the final page. In times of necessity, it can be torn to unleash the power of the Sea Demon royal family, summoning tumultuous waves. Note: power is indeed valuable, but life is worth even more. Those who tear this page will incur the enmity of the Sea Demon clan and be marked by their unique power. Once within a certain proximity, they will be sensed by the Sea Demons. Chapter 166, Communication. Sea Demons? Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback upon reading the information displayed. He had never anticipated encountering the name of this race here. Lin Xian had some familiarity with the Sea Demons during the Beastmaster entrance examinations on the island. He had inadvertently stumbled upon the Sea Demon Sanctuary, where he had defeated a Sea Demon spirit and subsequently enjoyed a significant boon from the primordial sea spring. It was there that his small companion had experienced a remarkable enhancement, joining the ranks of his many Saint-tier contracted beasts. However, according to Ergo, this race had long been extinct. Was this item still of any use? Lin Xian was uncertain, but he suspected it had value. After all, the mad old man must have found it useful. Otherwise, why would he have preserved it so meticulously? Unable to conceive of any other plausible explanation, Lin Xian summoned Ergo, who was resting nearby. Take a look at this. Do you recognize it? What is it? Ergo asked, puzzled. It glanced at the item and remarked disdainfully, just a piece of tattered paper. What's so impressive about it? Lin Xian remained unfazed and encouraged. Examine it more closely. Ergo shot Lin Xian a curious look, then approached the notebook, scrutinizing it intently. Not only did it observe, but it also pressed its nose to the page for a closer sniff. Hey, it detected a hint of briny sea scent. Is this a Sea Demon artifact? Indeed, Lin Xian confirmed, having acquired it from the mad old man's storage ring. It said that this page can be used to connect with another individual possessing a similar page. What do you think we should write? Ergo took the notebook from Lin Xian and began to flip through it casually. You mentioned connecting. Who would we even reach out to? How would I know? Lin Xian shrugged. I only know this can serve as a communication tool, but where exactly it might lead us, I'm not entirely sure. At the very least, it 1TB to the Sea Demons, he speculated, recalling Ergo's earlier assertion that this race was indeed extinct. However, his conjecture did not garner the same acknowledgement from Ergo. Not necessarily, it replied, lifting its head. The reason I claim they were extinct is that this race has virtually vanished from the world. However, that does not mean the Sea Demon clan has no surviving members. Lin Xian was taken aback. Why is that? Quite simple. Ergo raised a paw, because the demise of their clan was not due to external enemies, but rather internal strife. It elaborated on the history of the Sea Demon clan. Due to power struggles within the court, the once thriving Sea Demon Empire fractured into several factions. Each faction ruled independently, refusing to submit to one another while simultaneously yearning to restore the glory of the Sea Demon Empire. Thus, conflict ensued. However, rather than reviving their former glory, This strife only shattered it further. The factions splintered into numerous smaller groups, which continued their relentless fighting until the sea demons disappeared from the world stage. Even amidst such brutal and intense conflict, there were inevitably victors. They would not perish. They would quietly reproduce and thrive. Perhaps, in some corner of the world, sea demons still exist. This explanation was straightforward and easy to comprehend. Lin Xian quickly grasped the reasons behind the sea demon clan's apparent extinction. It has become evident why Ergo would suggest that there may still be members among them. Yet, he steadfastly clung to his own convictions. The entity connected to this poetic scroll is unlikely to be a siren. After all, the siren clan has ultimately descended into utter decline. Even a relic as significant as the scroll's preface has become lost to the world. Thus, what is so surprising about the scroll's conclusion being adrift? Lin Xian articulated his thoughts to Ergo, who remained silent, instead fixating on the paper in his hands. Lost in contemplation. What are you pondering? Lin Xian inquired. I'm considering what to write, Ergo replied. Lin Xian, perplexed, responded, why not just jot down something casual? No. Ergo shook his head. As you mentioned earlier, this item was retrieved from an enemy. Moreover, that individual likely utilized it. We are unaware of the relationship between the person on the other side and that individual. If the first sentence is poorly crafted, this page may very well become useless. So what if it does? Lin Xian shrugged nonchalantly. It's not like this thing holds much value. We have no one to contact. Actually, if I were to insist, there is someone. If only we had a stable and swift means of communication with Baizé, we could periodically exchange information regarding our investigations, assisting in the selection of future inquiry directions. But even in the absence of such means, it is no great loss. After all, Lin Xian still possessed his own ideas. To his assertions, Ergo offered no comment, still staring blankly at the paper, deep in thought. Observing Ergo's persistence, Lin Xian smirked, initially intending to recline and rest. However, the paper suddenly transformed. The once pristine surface of the page was abruptly marred by damp stains. What is happening? Both the man and the dog were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances as they leaned closer to the page. Under the scrutiny of their 4 eyes, the stains multiplied. Dots formed lines, and lines branched out into trajectories, coalescing into characters. To Lin Xian's astonishment, these characters were indeed Chinese characters. Darn, a troubling thought flashed through his mind. Could the entity on the other side be human? Ergo appeared to have arrived at the same conclusion, his canine eyes reflecting surprise. They both fixed their gaze on the page, awaiting the complete formation of the characters. Once the emergence of the stains ceased, a sentence appeared on the page. How about it? The method I taught you should still be effective, right? Has your pestilence monster learned any new skills? The tone of friendly communication stirred something within Lin Xian. Is this from a member of the Celestial Church? After a brief moment of contemplation, he chose not to engage in pretense, but rather to assertively channel his power and inscribe a question on the page. Who are you? The response from the other side came swiftly, not in characters, but in a simple question mark. Lin Xian waited patiently, yet received no answer. It seemed the individual was lost in thought due to his inquiry. After a moment of careful consideration, Lin Xian wrote again. Are you also from the Holy Church? Did you strike a deal with that old fool, thus teaching him how to cultivate aberrant beasts? He endeavored to adopt the demeanor of a fellow member of the Holy Church, hoping to extract more information. However, the reply from the other side left him astounded. Human. Do not underestimate me. I am not a member of the Holy Church. I am not even human. I am a siren. A siren with a lineage steeped in countless glories. Chapter 167. Why not inquire about the marvelous siren? Upon reading the self-introduction on the scroll, Lin Xian and Ergo exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. How curious. It truly was a siren? Lin Xian exclaimed in wonder. Even Ergo, who had harbored similar suspicions, found it hard to believe. Could it be that they are merely toying with us? It worriedly pondered. That is indeed a possibility. Lin Xian concurred. Let us test the waters. With that, he took up the pen once more and wrote on the scroll. Go ahead and boast. You don't even know how to perform a proper act? At the very least, you could conjure some mysterious script to impress us, right? Or has our human script somehow made its way to the sirens? While Lin Xian maintained a calm facade, his writing was laced with ridicule, as if he held the individual on the other side in utter disdain for their pretense. Remarkably, such skepticism proved effective. The reply came almost instantly. Huh? Humans are indeed just humans, a tribe devoid of depth, narrow-minded, and yet you dare to question such matters. At this juncture, the writing on the page abruptly halted. Initially perplexed, Lin Xian pondered and arrived at a conjecture. Perhaps this being was waiting for him to seek further knowledge. Through their exchanges, he had formed a preliminary impression of the siren on the other side, someone knowledgeable, capable of offering insights into the eccentric beast cultivation methods of the mad old man at the diamond tier. displaying a sense of self-importance. This siren often dropped phrases hinting at nobility, revealing a rather naive disposition. Lin Xian, still uncertain, decided to refrain from immediate response, patiently waiting in silence. Ergo, unaware of his thoughts, did not interrupt, simply accompanying him in quiet anticipation. As time passed, Lin Xian's patience began to wane, and he feared he had misjudged the situation when suddenly, water stains reappeared on the page. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall benevolently share with you. 2 lines of text rapidly emerged. Seeing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Who asked? This individual was indeed as he had suspected, exceedingly proud. Clearly eager to impart wisdom to Lin Xian, yet too proud to state it outright, wishing for Lin Xian to inquire. However, Lin Xian's approach was equally audacious, as he had long since ceased to be swayed by such tactics. Determined to match wits with this being, he found that the siren could no longer contain their excitement. They hastily added 2 more sentences before elaborating on the origin of the Chinese characters. The paper you hold is no ordinary sheet. It is a poetic scroll that carries the illustrious history of our siren clan, and it is the scroll's preface. As a sacred object that extols the great achievements of our siren lineage, it naturally possesses the ability to self-translate. This is to ensure that the glory of our siren kind is spread throughout the entire world. It was clear that the siren took great pride in this function. With the exclamation mark following world nearly consuming the entirety of the page, Lin Xian felt rather speechless. What nonsense! Deep down, he wanted to retort, if your siren kind is so magnificent, why are you reduced to hiding away in solitude? However, after some contemplation, he ultimately refrained from articulating his thoughts. After all, if the entity before him were indeed a sea demon, uttering such words would equate to openly exposing vulnerabilities, which could easily cultivate enmity. Just then, a new statement from the sea demon materialized on the parchment. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Lin Xian seized the opportunity to respond. Indeed, remarkable. I never imagined such wondrous things existed. The power of the sea demon is truly unparalleled. How is it achieved? Could you possibly enlighten me? The latter question was merely a casual inquiry, yet to his astonishment, the response was genuinely forthcoming. However, this latest answer proved excessively technical, laden with an array of perplexing terminologies. Although the medium remained Chinese characters, Lin Xian found himself as bewildered as if deciphering an ancient script, utterly incomprehensible. The sole clarity he gleaned from the text was that the individual opposite him was seemingly a true sea demon, and evidently quite erudite. Judging by the eager demeanor of Ergo, it was apparent that the theories inscribed on the scroll could not have been articulated without prior study. Realizing this, Lin Xian suddenly conceived a peculiar notion. Even though he struggled to comprehend, he chose not to interrupt the sea demon's elaborate exposition, patiently awaiting the conclusion before entering his own mode of flattery. Wow, you possess an impressive wealth of knowledge. The sea demon's reply was refreshingly candid. Of course. After all, I am a sea demon, and I cannot bring shame to my lineage. From this response, Lin Xian discerned that the creature was in a rather jovial mood. Accordingly, he ventured to voice his request. Might you, esteemed sea demon, be able to assist me in resolving some queries? Speak freely. The sea demon replied decisively. Our greatest virtue as sea demons is our eagerness to impart knowledge. Encouraged by such generosity, Lin Xian decided to be forthright. I have heard whispers of an impending calamity looming over this world. Is there any truth to this? Naturally, the subject he wished to broach pertained to matters of disaster. From what Lin Xian had gathered, although the sea demon clan had fallen into decline, their ancestral heritage was undeniably rich. They must possess some foresight regarding a catastrophe of apocalyptic proportions, he mused. With this thought in mind, he inquired through the sea demon scroll about the aforementioned calamity. However, to his dismay, the sea demon appeared wholly ignorant. Calamity? I have not heard of such a thing. Where did you acquire this information? Surely it cannot be the boastful prattlings of some charlatans? Upon receiving this response, Lin Xian felt a significant plunge in his hopes. Even the sea demon was unaware. He let out a slight sigh, yet instinctively inscribed on the scroll, "This is no mere boast. The source of my information is reliable, a divine being." He pinned this in hopes of enhancing the credibility of the impending disaster, aspiring to channel the information through the sea demon to prompt action within their clan, thus potentially mitigating the threat. A prompt response followed. "Ah? A divine being? That cannot be mere bluster." After this remark, the parchment fell silent. Lin Xian waited patiently, but as no further characters appeared, he prepared to close his notebook. Yet, just as he was about to do so, a new trace of ink emerged on the page. Ah, I just remembered. Chapter 168, A Shift in Perspective. Lin Xian's heart quickened. He quickly opened his notebook and scribbled, "What have you remembered?" The reply came swiftly. Not long ago, a peculiar old fellow visited us. After conversing with him, the elder chieftain has been in a foul mood. When I inquired about the reason, he said nothing. Only that the heavens are about to change. At the time, I was completely bewildered. Now, hearing you mention it, could it be that he knew of the impending disaster? Upon reading this passage, both Lin Xian and Ergo exchanged looks of exhilaration. Without hesitation, he pressed for more details. What more can you tell me? Nothing more. The sea demon replied. I already said. The chieftain divulged nothing. Lin Xian nearly cursed aloud. Why must the most crucial information be so frustratingly elusive? Suppressing his rising frustration, he spoke with utmost courtesy. Might you, esteemed sea demon, inquire further on my behalf? No, the sea demon firmly declined. The elder chieftain indeed dotes on me, but once he makes a decision, it is unchangeable. As long as he remains unwilling, no amount of pleading will sway him. It is a matter of principle. Despite his humble entreaties, he was met with a cold rejection, further aggravating Lin Xian's discontent. In a fit of irritation, he shifted his approach, challenging, What principle? Surely your chieftain is merely putting on a facade. After all, your sea demon clan has been absent from the world for far too long. What strength could you possibly possess? The one seeking your chieftain must be far from formidable. Such a statement was indeed audacious. The sea demon's tone suddenly turned grave. You must not speak so. I assure you, our chieftain boasts divine powers. Should you persist in these disparaging remarks, he will surely seek you out. Lin Xian scoffed at the notion. Divine powers? How could that be? This was a race forced into seclusion. If they truly possessed divine strength, how could they have fallen to such a state? Thus, he raised his hand and inscribed upon the parchment. I might as well claim to be a divine monarch. Anyone can boast. Speak of it. But who can prove it? Lin Xian's words were laced with aggression. The sea demon seemed thoroughly incensed. Oh, you infuriate me. You are doomed. Our chieftain once served closely beside the divine monarch. His strength is undoubtedly formidable. You dare to belittle our sea demon clan and show disrespect to the divine monarch. Mark my words, you shall face retribution for this. In a fit of rage, the sea demon indeed divulged a wealth of information, leaving Lin Xian in a state of bewilderment. Served closely beside the divine monarch? He pondered. Turning to Ergo for clarification, the rise of the divine monarch must have occurred after the decline of the sea demon clan. Yes? Was there truly a sea demon in his company? Ergo shook his head in response. Don't ask me. I am equally in the dark. Were you not a witness to those times? I was indeed present, Ergo admitted. But I was wholly absorbed in researching runic formations and had no dealings under the divine monarch. How would I know about his entourage? Damn. Lin Xian shot at a withering glance. What use are you? In response, Ergo showed no sign of retreat, returning the disdainful look. After a noisy exchange between a man and a dog, the second dog spoke up. If you wish to ascertain whether that old patriarch is of divine descent, I have a method. What is it? Lin Xian inquired. You could simply ask that visitor, the old fellow, what he looks like. If those two were indeed discussing matters related to calamities, then the one who visited, even if not a divine beast himself, must certainly be a trusted subordinate of those ancient beings. I have encountered many of them in my time, and I am quite familiar with their appearances. As long as that sea demon can provide a rough description, I shall be able to recognize him. Is that true? Lin Xian asked, astonished. The second dog gave him a playful swat. Of course it's true. Lin Xian decided to trust him for the moment. He first pinned numerous pleas for mercy on the parchment, followed by an abundance of flattering remarks. 3 parts praised the entire sea demon clan. Another 3 lauded the old patriarch's unmatched might, and the remaining 4 extolled the intelligence and vast knowledge of the sea demon opposite him, humbly admitting his inferiority. When the tone on the other side shifted back to one of arrogant delight, Lin Xian finally posed the question he had been wanting to ask. Great sea demon, you mentioned earlier that a beast visited the old patriarch. What did that visitor specifically look like? I only caught a distant glimpse, so I didn't see clearly. The sea demon replied. But that odd old fellow resembled the drawings of a monkey in books. Only, he was much more robust than a monkey, with bulging muscles all over. The others in the clan said he was quite imposing. However, it continued to express its views on aesthetics. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's attention had shifted away from the parchment. He turned to the second dog and asked, So, do you recognize him? The second dog nodded. I do recognize him. Who is it? Lin Xian pressed. A muscular monkey? Aside from the brutish war god of monkeys, there are no other beasts fitting that description. What could he be doing among the sea demon clan? Seeking assistance? The second dog speculated. Upon hearing that name, Lin Xian paused for a moment. The war god of monkeys? Why does that name sound familiar? After a brief contemplation, he remarked, Is he the one who forced your old subordinate into reincarnation? That was not his doing, but rather that of his subordinates, the second dog corrected, but that is of little consequence now. It lifted its gaze to Lin Xian and said, The situation regarding the calamity is likely grim. That monkey is notoriously dim-witted. The fact that he is even handling negotiations indicates that the other divine beasts are too preoccupied to intervene. Surely not. Lin Xian expressed disbelief. Quite so. The second dog affirmed. Have you not realized? Those radical lunatics who have been secretive about the calamity have been so adamant that they would rather eliminate us conservative factions than disclose a single detail. But now, it paused, pointing a paw at the sea demon's scroll before them. They have divulged details to the old patriarch of the sea demons for some unknown purpose. I do not know the reasons behind this, but their drastic shift in behavior is certainly not a good sign. At this juncture, the second dog stood up and moved closer to Lin Xian, urging him, there is no time to seek out the survivors of that exploration team. Quickly, ask the sea demon where their clan resides. We need to pay a visit to the old patriarch directly and clarify matters. Chapter 169, The Great Scholar Selena. As these words left the second dog's mouth, its expression was one of urgency. Infectiously stirred by this emotion, Lin Xian too felt an unexplainable anxiety rising within him. He glanced at the second dog and then turned back to the parchment, continuing to write the sea demon's earlier words. Indeed, I too find that much more appealing. Great sea demon, might I, as a mere human, have the opportunity to visit the sea demon clan? The sea demon was astonished. You wish to come to our realm? Yes, Lin Xian replied. Why is that? Having listened to your previous explanation, I have developed a profound curiosity regarding the magnificent aesthetics of the sea demon clan. I am eager to witness it with my own eyes. I earnestly request your permission. Truth be told, this flattery was excessively obsequious, bordering on repulsive. As Lin Xian penned these words, his expression was one of inner turmoil, as if he were inscribing something foul and unclean. However, the sea demon seemed oblivious to this, genuinely believing Lin Xian's words to be sincere praise. It responded joyfully, "Humph. Now you see our noble grandeur, do you? However, regrettably, even with such praise, you cannot visit our clan." Lin Xian's heart sank, perplexed by the response. Why not? The sea demon replied in a tone that suggested it was a matter of course. It has always been this way. Our clan has never allowed outsiders. The previous large fellow could come only because the old patriarch permitted it and personally welcomed him. This revelation left Lin Xian feeling utterly disheartened. He had not anticipated that the urgent request proposed by the second dog would face an obstacle right from the outset. The patriarch of the sea demons was not so easily accessible as he had imagined. Lin Xian exchanged a glance with the second dog, and from its small eyes, he saw an unmistakable impatience. No, he could not simply give up. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and resolved to make another attempt. He decided to inquire if there were any other possibilities for entering the sea demon clan. Yet, just as he was about to write, the sea demon's message appeared on the parchment once more. Of course, if you sincerely plead, I might still have a way to bring you in. It all depends on your level of sincerity. These two sentences felt like golden advice to Lin Xian and the second dog, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Without hesitation, Lin Xian wrote, Indeed, I am most sincere. I earnestly beseech the great sea demon to grant me this unparalleled opportunity. I can hardly wait to bask in the glory of the sea demons. In pursuit of this rare chance, Lin Xian racked his brain for a plethora of flattering words to convey. After several rounds of correspondence, he had come to understand the character's vulnerabilities of the sea demon opposite him. This creature possessed a touch of vanity and relished compliments. He was confident that he had struck the right chord. Sure enough, after a brief interval, a response appeared on the parchment. Now that is more like it. I am quite satisfied. I shall make an exception and allow you to come. With the communication reaching this point, Lin Xian felt a slight sense of relief. At least he had managed to appease the creature on the other side. He wasted no time in writing. Thank you. Thank you. May I inquire, great sea demon, how should I proceed to reach your realm? Is there a map available? The sea demon clan was currently in seclusion and without guidance. A common person would be utterly unable to locate their whereabouts. Lin Xian needed to clarify the situation. This is simple, responded the sea demon. The scroll you possess is our treasured map. As long as you immerse this poem page in the sea for half a day, you will be able to sense its location in my hand. When the time comes, simply follow the guidance to find your way here. As it was stated, this method is indeed remarkably straightforward. At least, Lin Xian did not find it particularly challenging. With the objective achieved, he felt no desire to linger on words and promptly prepared to take action. Thus, he wrote on the page, Thank you. I shall set off at once. Saying this, he began to close his notebook. However, as he did so, he noticed more words appearing on the page. By the way, when you arrive, remember to tell the patrolling guards that you are here to seek the Grand Scholar Selena. Do you understand? The Grand Scholar Selena? Is that the name of the sea witch across from us? Lin Xian was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that this individual is a celebrity among the sea witch clan? He found it puzzling. Responding casually, He put away his notebook and commenced his journey. At present, Lin Xian was still situated within the western mountainous region. According to Selena, by soaking this sea witch poem scroll in the ocean, he would be able to locate the sea witch's secluded abode. Therefore, Lin Xian's goal was quite simple: to find the sea. This was no daunting task. After all, he had the extraordinary beast ergo, native to this otherworldly realm, at his side. Given its original stature, it was not just well-versed in geography. It certainly had a rough mental map of the otherworld. From Ergo's recollection, the nearest ocean was the fragrant wind sea, located far to the southwest of the western mountains. It was quite a distance, requiring at least a 7 or 8 day journey. Initially, Lin Xian thought it was merely an exaggeration. However, upon setting off, he realized that Ergo had been rather conservative in its estimate. Riding on his cloud-riding little salted fish, he had already traveled for 10 days. Even accounting for detours to avoid the territories of formidable otherworldly beasts and allowing time for rest, this distance was indeed staggering. Perched atop the little salted fish and gazing at the glistening surface of the distant sea, Lin Xian could not help but curse. Damn it, we've finally arrived. Why is this otherworld so vast? Beside him, the diminutive Ergo also looked weary from the long journey. Yet upon hearing Lin Xian's words, it proudly puffed out its chest. Humph. Have you come to realize? Our world is vast indeed. Lin Xian shot at a sidelong glance. If it is so expansive, why do your kin still harbor thoughts of invading our Earth? There's no choice, Ergo replied. They are facing a cataclysmic disaster. It is only natural for those fellows to seek an escape route. However, it cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xian with a smile. This matter can be resolved. As long as we can eliminate the disaster and mitigate the crisis, they would have no reason to invade Earth, would they? You see, doesn't that provide another motivation to diligently investigate the cause of the disaster? Humph. Lin Xian scoffed. This hardly counts as a reason. My investigation into the disaster is not out of fear of those invaders. I merely fear that the calamity here will spill over to our Earth. If that happens, the entire world will be polluted, and I want to even have a place to settle. Fine. I understand. Ergo shook its head, chuckling. It did not argue with Lin Xian and casually remarked, I recognize your pure intentions. Let us proceed. It extended its paw, pointing toward the sea surface below. Let us witness the domain of the sea witches. Chapter 170, The Domain of the Sea Witches. Following Ergo's direction, Lin Xian patted the scales of the little salted fish beneath him, signaling it to descend gently into the fragrant wind sea. As a noble dragon, the little salted fish was naturally adept in water. Not only was it a proficient swimmer, but it also possessed an innate ability to provide a water-repelling effect, enabling Lin Xian and Ergo, both mammals, to breathe freely underwater. He retrieved the poem scroll from his bosom, allowing it to quietly attune to the rhythm of the ocean, letting time pass. As expected, Selena's words were not erroneous. A faint blue luminescence began to shimmer on the scroll, coalescing into an arrow that pointed toward the depths of the ocean. Is it over there? Following the guidance, Lin Xian looked up, only to see the unfathomable darkness of the ocean floor, devoid of any feedback. Yet, he hesitated not. Through their mental connection, he commanded the little salted fish to head straight in that direction. Perhaps the little salted fish was swifter in the water, or perhaps the distance was not as great as on land, but this leg of the journey did not consume an excessive amount of time. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of peculiar marine creatures and beheld the breathtakingly vibrant wonders of the ocean floor. Finally, Lin Xian arrived at his destination, the domain of the sea witches. Similar to the sea witch sanctuary he had previously witnessed, their domain was another peculiar place. Before entering the designated area, it bore no distinction from the ordinary seabed, with no signs of intelligent life to be found. However, once within the realm, the extraordinary would manifest. It was far from the primitive tribes like the grass children. Exquisite structures appeared out of thin air, towering in the serene depths of the ocean. Bathed in a kaleidoscope of shimmering lights, this oceanic expanse was transformed into a dreamlike paradise. To Lin Xian, the legendary underwater holy city of Atlantis could scarcely compare. Gazing at this vibrant spectacle, his mouth agape, he softly murmured, "It is truly beautiful." Indeed, the nearby Ergo concurred. Its sudden voice brought Lin Xian back to his senses, prompting him to ask curiously, "What do you find beautiful? Have you never seen this before?" "Certainly," Ergo replied matter-of-factly. "You have seen what Selena mentioned. Under normal circumstances, the Sea Witch clan never reveals themselves to outsiders. It is hardly surprising that I have never seen it before." It shrugged its shoulders. Lin Xian scratched his head. He was tempted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. While deep in thought, a sudden disturbance in the water caught his attention. Lin Xian keenly noticed it. Looking up, he saw two figures swiftly approaching. Are they sea witches? So fast? He furrowed his brow. However, it was not surprising. Ergo remarked, after all, this is their territory. And it is only natural for them to detect our presence. Did you not receive permission to pass from Selena? Let us go, there is nothing to fear. Saying this, it boldly surged forward to meet the two figures. Seeing Ergo so confident, Lin Xian felt no trepidation either. He followed closely behind with the little salted fish. As they drew nearer, Lin Xian finally discerned the appearances of the two sea witches. Contrary to the grotesque images he had envisioned, these two beings possessed a beauty that aligned with human aesthetics. Their overall forms bore little distinction from humans, both having arms and legs, but adorned with delicate, shimmering scales on their cheeks, wrists, and ankles, radiating an elegant sheen. Their bodies flowed with graceful lines, undulating like the waves of the sea, and their long hair resembled green algae, gently swaying with the currents. The most striking feature lies in their exquisite eyes, a deep, ethereal blue. Reminiscent of the most resplendent jewels found within the ocean, they shimmer with a mysterious and captivating luminescence. Upon encountering Lin Xian, the outsider, both of them furrowed their brows. They raised their weapons, pointing them toward him, and spoke in a melodious yet unintelligible tongue. Lin Xian, unable to comprehend, instinctively turned to the peculiar creature beside him, Ergo, and inquired, "What are they saying?" Ergo shook his head, replying, "I don't know. Their language is not the common tongue." Lin Xian then remarked, "Didn't it say that sea demons once accompanied the Sea King? Wasn't their race part of the unified language back then? Who knows?" Ergo shrugged, equally puzzled. The two sea demons, observing Lin Xian's murmurs with the strange beast beside him, instinctively grew more vigilant, drawing their weapons closer. Lin Xian, sensing the tension, instinctively raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and turned to Ergo, asking, "What should we do? Should we resist or make a run for it?" Upon their initial encounter, he had already utilized the all-knowing eye to assess the two sea demons. Their strength was commendable, yet merely at the platinum 9th level, which paled in comparison to his own prowess. He could depart at any moment if he so wished. However, just as he awaited Ergo's counsel, one of the sea demons appeared to have an epiphany, exchanging glances with its companion before turning back to Lin Xian, their mouths moving. Suddenly, Lin Xian's mind was flooded with distinct words. "Can you understand?" Startled by the voice, Lin Xian quickly realized it was a mental communication from the sea demon. He promptly responded, "Yes, yes." Seeing that the communication was effective, the sea demon tightened its grip on the weapon and solemnly inquired, "Which race do you belong to? What brings you to the domain of the sea demons?" Though the tone was interrogative, Lin Xian felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had feared a breakdown in communication would result in their abrupt dismissal by these two sea demons, rendering his arduous journey of half a month futile. Now, at least, they could converse. Lin Xian hastily explained, "I am human. I have come here to visit a friend." "Human?" One of the sea demons expressed surprise upon hearing Lin Xian's self-identification, scrutinizing him closely as if to ascertain the veracity of his claim. This unexpected reaction perplexed Lin Xian. "Have you heard of us?" "Of course," the other sea demon nodded. "There is indeed a human among us. We all witnessed when Luna brought him back. So, you are here to visit him? What a coincidence." Lin Xian's lips parted in astonishment. He had never anticipated the existence of a human in the secluded realm of the sea demons. How could there be a human here? Could it possibly be the unrelenting remnants of the celestial sect? Lin Xian instinctively thought, these beings have even infiltrated the sea demons. He instinctively desired to distance himself from this human connection and quickly replied, "No, no. I am here to find a sea demon." Perhaps due to Lin Xian's kinship, the two sea demons lowered their guard, curiously inquiring, "Searching for a sea demon? What is their name?" "The scholar Serena." "A scholar?" The two sea demons exchanged bewildered glances. "We do not have such a sea demon here." "Indeed," the other concurred, "there are many named Serena, but none can be deemed a scholar." Their response left Lin Xian utterly confused. Is it possible that there isn't one? How can that be? Is that fellow deceiving me? But that seems unlikely. After all, I followed the guidance to reach the sea demon domain. Is there any reason to suddenly trick me here? Lin Xian, perplexed, exclaimed, "That cannot be. When I contacted her, she explicitly stated that name." The two patrolling sea demons exhibited remarkable patience, refraining from dismissing Lin Xian outright, and instead calmly confirming the details with him. "However, we truly do not have a scholar Serena here," the leader stated, gesturing with his hands. "Can you describe what the sea demon you seek looks like? Perhaps we might recognize her." This question stumped Lin Xian. He had never seen Serena and had no idea what she looked like. After pondering for a long while, he could only stammer a vague impression of Serena. She is quite knowledgeable, possessing high academic achievements in various fields. However, her personality has significant flaws. She has a haughty disposition and is easily flattered. She is trusting and tends to believe others too readily. Just then, Lin Xian's words were abruptly interrupted. All right. No need to say more. We probably know who you're referring to. Upon hearing the leader's sea demon's comment, Lin Xian looked up in confusion, noticing that the expressions on the faces of the two sea demons had transformed into something rather peculiar, as if they were stifling laughter. After all this, you're talking about that little one? The scholar? Huh. If we must say, she indeed qualifies as a scholar, huh? Amidst Lin Xian's bewildered expression, the two sea demons laughed heartily for quite some time before nodding and stating, "Come on, I will take you to see her." Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Can we just go in? Shouldn't we confirm with Serena first?" After describing Serena's appearance, Lin Xian had sensed the two sea demons muttering to one another. He instinctively feared that the individual on the other side was fabricating his identity, expecting to face a tedious interrogation. Yet, it seemed they had passed through so easily. He found it difficult to comprehend, so he asked, "Really? No need for any further procedures?" The leader sea demon chuckled, "Not at all. If you harbored malicious intent, Serena would not engage in conversation with you. Since you are a guest invited by her, you must be trustworthy. There is no need to go through such cumbersome processes." This statement left Lin Xian even more perplexed. He could hardly discern what position Serena held within her clan. Could it be that she held a high status? With such confusion in his mind, Lin Xian followed the two sea demons as they glided gradually into the heart of their domain. From a distance, the entire territory appeared resplendent, exuding an enchanting allure. As they drew closer, the beauty remained unblemished, with every brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree, perfectly adorned, creating a serene ambience. Compared to the Grass Children tribe he had previously visited, this place was undoubtedly more advanced, expansive, and prosperous. Within the territory, there existed not merely simple residences, but also bustling streets lined with numerous shops, radiating vibrancy. As Lin Xian strolled through this lively scene, he was filled with awe. He had never imagined witnessing such a spectacle in a foreign realm. Sensing his astonishment, the leading sea demon turned to him and inquired, "How is it? Not too shabby, right? Although we now live in seclusion, we once boasted a glorious history. While this current state may not compare to the past, it certainly qualifies as prosperous. Wouldn't you agree?" In response to this inquiry, Lin Xian instinctively nodded in agreement. Based on the interworld phenomena he had encountered thus far, the vast majority of extraordinary beasts exhibited no intelligence and lived solely by instinct, akin to wild animals. Only a handful of sentient species could form communities, wield tools, and engage in collective labor. Yet, they were largely comparable to primitive humans. In stark contrast, the merfolk were vastly different. They had advanced significantly along this developmental path, establishing political systems and commercial frameworks. More importantly, they appeared to have delved into the intricacies of rune array technology, utilizing it extensively for their societal functions. The vibrant radiance that dazzled the eye seemed to be byproducts of certain rune arrays. Everything Lin Xian beheld was a source of astonishment. In terms of civilization, they were nearly on par with humanity. This group of merfolk could no longer be described merely as beasts. As he walked, Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. However, perched upon his shoulder, Ergo remained unfazed. Is it truly necessary to be this astonished? If the merfolk lacked any advanced technologies, how could they have once claimed dominion over the continent and unified the world? He remarked, "You should have anticipated this, shouldn't you?" Lin Xian conceded that he had indeed considered it, but what one merely thinks of cannot compare to what one witnesses. If any human were to witness this scene, they would likely wear the same expression as I do now, he stated candidly. Ergo offered no rebuttal, merely curling his lip and settling comfortably on Lin Xian's shoulder. Choosing not to elaborate further, the two merfolk leading the way continued forward, paying no heed to Lin Xian as they navigated their path. They appeared to be notable figures within the merfolk community, as they exchanged greetings with various merfolk along the street, who were invariably intrigued by Lin Xian. The anomaly amongst them. The duo maintained a tight-lipped demeanor, simply informing others that he was a guest without divulging further details. Thus, while absorbing the unique ambience of the merfolk territory, they strolled leisurely until the two guides came to a halt. "Here we are," they announced, rousing Lin Xian from his reverie. Before him stood a magnificent edifice, a library-like structure, constructed of an unknown white stone, towering majestically and occupying nearly half the street. A lengthy staircase extended before Lin Xian, ascending towards an equally grand entrance. At this juncture, one of the merfolk aptly remarked, "This is our grand library, housing countless rare and precious tomes." According to the elders, this library was modeled after the great library of the former terrestrial imperial capital. Intrigued, Lin Xian inquired, "Is it a scale replica?" "Not quite," the merfolk replied, shaking their head. "It has been significantly downsized. Following such severe disintegration, many of our texts have been lost or scattered. There was no necessity for a library of such grand proportions." Lin Xian pondered this thoughtfully. The merfolk offered no further elaboration, gesturing towards the library's entrance. The scholar Selena you seek is within. Once you enter, she will be able to sense your presence. You may proceed alone. We, the merfolk, shall resume our patrol. Chapter 172, The Young Scholar Selena. With these brief words, the two merfolk turned and departed. Seemingly confident in Lin Xian's ability to navigate this realm without causing turmoil. This aspect perplexed Lin Xian. Observing their retreating figures, he contemplated, what could be the reason? Do they possess confidence in their community's strength, unperturbed by my potential disruption? Or perhaps they have great faith in Selena's capabilities. After much contemplation without resolution, Lin Xian decided not to dwell on it further. He stepped forward, entering the vast library that stood beneath the sea. Inside, all was silent. Not a sound broke the stillness. There were no whispers, nor the rustle of pages turning. It appeared that the merfolk were not fond of reading, even in broad daylight. Not a single figure occupied the library. Yet, the radiant luminescent lights remained unyielding in their brilliance, illuminating the library with a warm glow. Lin Xian ambled further inside, unimpeded by any merfolk. He refrained from calling out for Selena at once, casually perusing the shelves and picking up a tome to leaf through. However, he found himself utterly bewildered. All the books were inscribed in the merfolk script, unlike the merfolk themselves, who could communicate telepathically, or the merfolk poetry scrolls that featured built-in translation capabilities. These were mere volumes written in the conventional merfolk language. How could a purely human individual hope to comprehend them? Frustrated, he placed the tome back on the shelf, his interest in reading swiftly extinguished. He scanned the surroundings once more, still failing to spot any merfolk. Just as Lin Xian prepared to call out for Selena, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Human, you have finally arrived. Startled, Lin Xian quickly glanced around, but saw nothing. Bewildered, he queried, who? It is I. The voice responded again. Noticing Lin Xian's continued bewilderment, it urged, look down here. This time, the voice had a clear source. Peering down, Lin Xian finally glimpsed the speaker. It was a child? He couldn't be certain. The being before him bore the same physical traits as the merfolk, an elegant physique, seaweed green hair, and gem-like eyes. Delicate scales adorned its wrists, ankles, and cheeks, glistening like fragments of jade, pure and flawless. It appeared far more beautiful than the other merfolk he had encountered outside, albeit considerably smaller, barely half the height of the two patrolling merfolk. Presently, this petite merfolk stood before Lin Xian with its hands clasped behind its back, gazing up at him with a mixture of indignation and shyness, as though the earlier oversight had elicited some ire. Finally meeting the source of the voice, Lin Xian's expression shifted to one of curiosity. He slowly crouched down to meet the little merfolk's gaze and tentatively asked, Are you the scholar Selena? Upon hearing this title, the little merfolk's demeanor brightened, and it beamed back. Indeed, that is me. Lin Xian sighed in resignation, covering his face with his hand. Selena, may I ask how old you are? The little merfolk tilted her head adorably, responding with a hint of confusion. Why do you wish to know? Just out of curiosity. Curiosity? Selena puffed out her cheeks. You aren't underestimating me, are you? I shall inform you. Despite my appearance, I am already 25 years old. She raised her hands before Lin Xian, extending 2 fingers with one hand while fully spreading the other. She made a gesture, seemingly eager to emphasize her age. Listening to her childish response, Lin Xian remained impassive and inquired, How long can your kind of sea nymphs typically live? Upon hearing this question, which pertained to the entire sea nymph race, Selena's earlier irritation dissipated instantly. She lifted her chin and declared with pride, Over 200 years. Quite a long time, isn't it? The old chieftain says that a sea nymph with extraordinary talents like mine can live even longer. I might very well have the chance to live for over 1,000 years, just like him. Selena rambled on about the impressive attributes of her race. But Lin Xian absorbed none of it. Instead, he buried his face in his hands in dismay. No wonder they failed to consider her during the title announcement. As soon as her personality was mentioned, they recognized her immediately. It turns out that the title was one she had concocted herself. Clearly, she was merely a child. Lin Xian mentally berated himself. He finally understood why her mental maturity seemed so lacking during their previous communication through the sea nymph scroll. After all, she was just a little girl. Despite her actual age being 25, that was merely a facade. If one were to convert her age into human years, she would barely be a 10-year-old child. What kind of maturity could one expect from such a little brat? Lin Xian felt quite helpless. He glanced at Selena, who was still chattering away, and turned to the dog on his shoulder, murmuring, Do you think this little one can really take us to see the old chieftain? The dog sighed, clearly irritated, and muttered, Well, there's no other choice now. We'll just have to take it step by step. Selena seemed to have overheard their murmurs and paused her introduction to ask, What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Lin Xian quickly replied with a smile. We were just wondering what you will show us next. We can hardly wait to learn about the glorious past of the sea nymphs. He did not directly state their objective, but rather continued along the pretense suggested by the scroll. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Selena brightened and said, "Don't worry. I've been preparing for this. During your journey here, I've drawn up a detailed plan of all the places worth visiting in our territory." Her enthusiasm was palpable. "We will definitely explore all the splendors of our sea nymph race." "Indeed." Lin Xian smiled. "So what are we waiting for? Let us begin." Saying this, he stepped out of the library, seemingly eager to commence the tour. "Is this really a good idea?" The dog on his shoulder queried. "Are you truly set on visiting?" "Of course," Lin Xian whispered back. "One must always proceed methodically. We previously suggested that we wanted to meet the chieftain. If we suddenly change our stance and declare that outright, anyone would suspect our intentions. At that point, not only would we fail to meet the chieftain, but we might also risk being chased away." After a brief pause, he added, "And besides, did you not say it yourself? Take it one step at a time. We need to understand this young lady's situation before we can plan our next move. If she can, we will find a way to have her take us to see the chieftain. If she cannot, we will seek to engage with other sea nymphs." With his thoughts clarified, Lin Xian followed Selena without hesitation. Although he did not express it openly, Selena was indeed quite fond of Lin Xian, this foreign visitor. She had meticulously planned their route in advance, mapping out all the notable places within their territory, and then she guided Lin Xian through an enjoyable adventure. It must be said that the sea nymph race possessed a unique charm. Their culture was strikingly distinct from that of humans, making for an exhilarating experience. For several consecutive days, Lin Xian reveled in delight. Not only that, but he also gained deeper insights into Selena. She was a beloved little girl, known by seemingly everyone in the sea nymph territory. All adored her. No matter which sea nymph encountered her, they would greet her with smiles, as if she were the very heart of the entire sea nymph race. Lin Xian found this utterly perplexing. During their excursion, he utilized the all-knowing eye and received the following information. Sea nymph. Name, Selena. Attribute, water. Qualification, divine tier. Rank, platinum level 8. Status, joyful. Skills, none. Optimal evolution path, none. Remarks, possessor of divinity. Holds the ancient judgment power of the sea nymphs, capable of discerning the hearts of beings and uncovering the truth. Capable of rendering the most severe judgment, ensuring that evil cannot escape its consequences. Divine tier qualification, possessor of divinity. Lin Xian was taken aback. A seemingly unremarkable little sea nymph possessed such an invaluable divine status? How could this be? How could the sea nymph race trust her with such a thing? Or perhaps, he glanced at Selena. Was it that this little one was sufficiently extraordinary to embody such a precious divinity? Lin Xian could not be sure. He subtly inquired, "Selena, what do you primarily do in your territory? Work?" Selena turned around, tilting her head slightly. "I don't really have any work. I usually just read in the library." "Just reading?" Lin Xian was surprised. "Don't other sea nymphs ask you for help with tasks?" Selena furrowed her brow and contemplated for a moment before answering. "Well, I suppose there are times when I read in the library. Troublesome individuals often come to interrupt me, asking me to mediate their disputes. It's so annoying. Sometimes, they bring me trivial matters, not realizing how precious a scholar's time is." As she spoke, she puffed her cheeks, clearly annoyed by those bothersome individuals. Watching her adorable demeanor, Lin Xian smiled faintly. However, he pondered, do they seek her judgment to act as a judge? It seemed that most of the sea nymphs were aware of her divine status. With this understanding, Lin Xian began to form a judgment. It was likely that Selena was indeed quite special. This uniqueness was not denoted by that all-knowing eye. Lin Xian did not delve further. Knowing what he did was sufficient. At the very least, he was assured that Selena held a sufficiently high status within the sea nymph race, giving her the ability to take him to meet the old chieftain. Once this was clear in his mind, Lin Xian suppressed his excitement and continued to follow Selena's lead in exploring the sea nymph territory. Days passed in joy. After visiting the last scenic spot, Selena turned to Lin Xian and cutely asked, "Is that all? What do you think? Isn't our sea nymph civilization splendid?" At that moment, Lin Xian stood atop a high platform, squinting as he gazed upon the magnificent expanse of the sea nymph territory. Upon hearing Selena's inquiry, I readily concurred, exclaiming, "Magnificent." No further words are necessary. As I turned to face her, I caught sight of her smug little expression, prompting me to tentatively add, "However, despite having witnessed so much, I still harbor a tinge of regret." Regret? The word startled Selena, and she instinctively assumed that Lin Xian was criticizing her planning. She exclaimed, "I have already meticulously crafted the itinerary. I have taken you to every beautiful and entertaining spot, leaving no stone unturned." Realizing her misunderstanding, Lin Xian quickly waved his hands in a gesture of clarification. No, I am not suggesting that you overlooked anything. That's more like it," Selena huffed. crossing her arms in a manner reminiscent of a little adult. Then tell me, what is it that you find regrettable? Lin Xian sighed, feigning resignation as he lamented, alas. Having traversed the entirety of the sea nymph territory, yet not having had the fortune to behold the sea nymph elder, can this not be deemed a regret? Selena appeared perplexed. Why do you say that? The old elder is frail and unappealing. Why is it essential to meet him? Did I not mention earlier? Lin Xian revealed the reasoning he had prepared. That venerable elder once served in close proximity to the god king. To have been chosen as a guardian by such a magnificent deity speaks volumes of his stature. To visit your sea nymph realm and not catch a glimpse of him, how could that be without regret? Selena, upon hearing Lin Xian's explanation, was left speechless. She seemed taken aback by his ability to praise from this perspective. After murmuring a few words, she nodded in concession. Very well, if you wish to meet the elder. I can arrange that. However, she cautioned, I must first inquire. He may not be available. This minor issue posed no inconvenience to Lin Xian. A brief wait was a trivial matter, and for him, the opportunity to meet the elder and uncover answers rendered the time spent entirely worthwhile. Thus, he responded with a smile, I understand. As the elder, he must be burdened with numerous responsibilities. It's quite all right. Please go ahead and ask. If the elder is indeed unavailable, I am more than willing to wait. There's no need for him to rush. He can simply schedule a time. Upon receiving Lin Xian's reassurances, Selena nodded, and, in an instant, her form dissolved into the sea, vanishing from sight. It appeared she was hastening to the elder's location. Having witnessed the sea nymph's remarkable abilities multiple times, Lin Xian was unfazed. He settled himself comfortably on a nearby bench, patiently awaiting Selena's return with good news. Regrettably, fate often plays tricks on one's hopes. After a considerable wait, Selena's diminutive figure materialized before him once more, her expression markedly dejected, akin to a child who has erred. The first words to escape her lips were, I'm sorry, but you may not be able to meet the elder. According to the guards, he had unexpectedly departed the territory a couple of days prior for official duties, with no set date for his return. These four simple words, return date undetermined, sent a chill through Lin Xian's heart. He had not anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events as the situation had been progressing smoothly. Just as his goal appeared within reach, the principal figure had vanished. What sort of predicament was this? Lin Xian clenched his teeth, feeling a wave of distress. Were it not for Selena's presence, he might have unleashed a tirade of frustration. Observing Lin Xian's expression, Selena felt increasingly guilty. She hastily assured him, Don't worry. Don't worry. Just because they say the return date is uncertain doesn't mean it will be prolonged. Perhaps the elder will return in just a few days. Lin Xian certainly would not unleash his frustration upon this charming young girl. He understood that this incident was merely an unfortunate twist of fate, unrelated to Selena. Thus, he nodded, saying, It's all right. The elder must attend to his affairs. However, may I remain here a little longer? I would like to wait for a few more days to see if there is an opportunity to catch a glimpse of the elder. This was a simple request. Having already spent over 10 days in the territory, extending his stay was hardly a burden. Selena quickly agreed and even arranged for a reasonably clean accommodation for Lin Xian. Seemingly as an apology for the unfortunate news, this gesture made Lin Xian feel somewhat guilty. He had no intention of blaming Selena at all. He couldn't fathom how this young girl had developed such a disposition. With a sigh, he retired to his bed. In the ensuing days, the elder indeed did not return. Lin Xian found himself with ample time on his hands, wandering aimlessly within the sea nymph territory. However, he did not squander this time. He frequently summoned his contracted beasts for some rudimentary training or engaged in sparring sessions with the sea nymph guards on leave. Over this period, the little ones did indeed exhibit some improvement in their abilities. Though it was merely a level increase, any progress was better than none. In addition to training, Lin Xian often sought out Selena for conversation. As previously mentioned, this young girl frequently secluded herself in the empty library, accompanying herself with thick tomes, leading a rather monotonous existence. Although the sea nymphs were friendly towards her, none could partake in her play. The older ones regarded her as a child, while those of her age were deemed too immature in her eyes. Over time, this led to her current solitary predicament. When Lin Xian had expressed his intent to visit, she had been genuinely delighted, which was why she had meticulously planned and arranged every detail of their excursions. That period had been one of her happiest times in a long while. Now, with Lin Xian able to stay longer and occasionally engage her in conversation and merriment, Selena was naturally very pleased. Each time Lin Xian arrived, she would set aside the hefty volume she had been perusing to engage in delightful discussions with him. While it was said that they conversed, it was primarily Lin Xian who spoke. Selena had never ventured beyond the sea nymph territory. Her understanding of the world outside derived solely from books. Every tale Lin Xian shared was a revelation to her. and even the most trivial anecdotes could elicit peals of laughter. With such a receptive audience providing positive reinforcement, Lin Xian found joy in recounting stories to pass the time. Initially, he shared his experiences since arriving in this world to broaden Selena's horizons. Once those tales were told, he continued with the bizarre stories he had heard prior to his journey, both to amuse Selena and to occupy the hours of waiting. After all, why not seek some amusement during this tedious interlude? Ultimately, Selena's delighted laughter was a sight to behold. Thus, day by day passed, and the elder remained absent. Lin Xian maintained a facade of calm, yet within, he felt the stirrings of impatience that come with prolonged waiting. On this particular day, he chose a familiar spot to dine, only to encounter an unexpected individual. Indeed, it was a person, the very human whom the two patrolling sea demons had previously mentioned. This individual seemed to be specifically searching for him. Upon catching sight of Lin Xian, he approached with a smile and quickened his pace. Having heard from Luna that a human had arrived in their clan, he had long wished to pay a visit, and today he finally had the opportunity. He extended his hand towards Lin Xian and introduced himself, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Luyang, hailing from Hunan Province. And you?" Lin Xian was somewhat taken aback by his overly familiar demeanor, instinctively responding with a couple of O's. He then reached out to shake hands, replying, "Lin Xian, I suppose I'm from Zhejiang Province. How did a brother like you end up here? I heard from Luna that you seem to have come here of your own volition. Is there something you need? If so, please do tell, and I shall certainly lend a hand." His exuberant enthusiasm left Lin Xian feeling quite uncomfortable. Wait. He hastily pushed the man away, saying, "There's really nothing. I'm merely here to visit friends and do not require any assistance at the moment." Lin Xian was reluctant to engage further with someone of such disposition. To him, this fellow was undoubtedly akin to a zealot of a cult. Would revealing his true intentions not expose his purpose? That would only invite endless troubles and heighten the possibility of disaster. Lin Xian wished to depart, but found it absurd that even with his cold demeanor, Qin Luyang remained fervent, inquiring, "Brother, do you perhaps think my abilities are inadequate? You needn't worry about that. Before I found myself in this other world, I was indeed selected for the exploration team. My strength is absolutely reliable. By the way," he added, "seeing as you're quite young, I take it you haven't heard of the exploration team?" He continued to regale Lin Xian with tales of his glorious past, while Lin Xian's mind was engulfed in tumultuous waves. The exploration team? He scrutinized Qin Luyang, realizing with astonishment that this was indeed the survivor. How could this be? Hadn't he ventured into the wind-eroded desert? How could he possibly be here? Lin Xian was utterly baffled. Thus, he interrupted Qin Luyang's incessant chatter, asking, "Brother Qin, did you just say you were a member of the exploration team? You know of the exploration team?" Qin Luyang responded, his face lighting up with surprise. "It seems we were quite renowned back in the day. Indeed, I was a formal member of the Curtain Roller Exploration Team, an organization officially selected, mind you." "Exploration team," Lin Xian murmured. "You are that survivor?" Upon hearing the term survivor, Qin Luyang's expression suddenly shifted. His bright smile turned grave. He understood that only a specific type of person would refer to him in such a manner. Thus, he fixed his gaze on Lin Xian and demanded, "Survivor? Are you sent by the Celestial Sect?" Chapter 175, Unexpected Disappointment. Recalling the troublesome enemies, a chill coursed through Qin Luyang's heart. He had spent too long in the realm of the sea demons, living in unwarranted comfort, to the extent that he had nearly forgotten why he had ended up here. Lin Xian's mere words had effortlessly jogged his memory. He stared intently at Lin Xian, eagerly awaiting a response, ready to strike first. Having been pursued through the other world and escaping for months, he was acutely aware of the terror that the celestial sect embodied. He could not afford to grant even the slightest chance. On Lin Xian's end, upon hearing Qin Luyang's inquiry, he finally realized he had caused a misunderstanding. He quickly clarified, No, I am not from the celestial sect. In fact, I harbor a grudge against them." He immediately stated his position. Yet, startled, Qin Luyang remained skeptical. He glanced at Lin Xian and asked, "How can I trust you?" "I can prove it," Lin Xian declared emphatically. After a moment's thought, he began rummaging through his storage bracelet. After a considerable time, he produced a collection of miscellaneous items, a mobile phone, canned goods, and the like. These were obtained from the prophet of the grass tribe. Surely, they would suffice to substantiate his claims. "These are items I exchanged for assistance from your tribe. Your matters were also mentioned by that prophet, which should be sufficient to validate my identity, no?" As Qin Luyang received the somewhat unfamiliar objects from Lin Xian, nostalgia washed over him. Seeing him remain silent for an extended period, Lin Xian assumed he still harbored doubts and continued, "If this is insufficient, I have other means to prove." "That's enough," Qin Luyang interrupted with a wave of his hand. "I believe you. That prophet is benevolent and wise. I trust they would not mistake someone. With a smile returning to his face, he looked at Lin Xian and asked, "You seemed quite astonished to find me here?" "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. "According to the information I managed to acquire from the celestial sect, you were supposed to have fled into the wind-eroded desert. How is it that you are now in the realm of the sea demons? The patrolling sea demons mentioned that you had seemingly arrived quite some time ago." He voiced his lingering curiosity. "Haha, your information is somewhat outdated," Qin Liang chuckled. "I did indeed escape into the wind-eroded desert. I thought once there, the celestial sect would be unable to pursue me. But who would have guessed that there were other hidden forces lurking in that region? They ambushed me. And after a fierce struggle that left me severely injured and unconscious, I plunged into the sea, barely escaping. When I awoke, I found myself in this realm of the sea demons. Later, I learned that it was Luna who rescued me. She seems to have taken quite a liking to me, perhaps even envisioning me as her mate. After having fled for so long, I was utterly exhausted and merely sought a stable place to rest. So, I accepted her offer and have been living here ever since." He concluded with a hearty laugh, his face radiating happiness. Meanwhile, Lin Xian stood there, speechless. He found himself at a loss for words. Qin Luyang's choice, while entirely logical, was beyond his expectations. Upon first learning of this survivor's existence, Lin Xian had boldly speculated that this intrepid explorer would remain active in the other world, utilizing his abilities to conduct extensive explorations. Yet, what was the outcome? This fellow had settled down to live a simple life. How could this be? Lin Xian mentally berated him. At that moment, he felt immensely grateful for having heeded Ergo's advice, refraining from wholeheartedly diving into the wind-eroded desert in pursuit of Qin Luyang, whose presence was non-existent. What's wrong? Qin Luyang noticed Lin Xian's unusual expression and directly inquired. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Merely a tinge of envy at your blissful life." "Is that so?" Qin Luyang chuckled heartily. "Every time I reflect on Luna's initial invitation, I am grateful for the choice I made." Seeing his satisfied and blissful demeanor, Lin Xian curiously asked, "Should the opportunity to return to Earth arise, would you choose to go back?" This time, Qin Luyang did not respond immediately. He lowered his head and pondered for a considerable while before replying slowly, "I suppose not. I have always been an orphan, with scarcely any relatives on Earth. Returning would serve little purpose." He then chuckled, adding, "The only person I somewhat miss is the headmaster of the orphanage. However, if he were to know that I am now living so happily, he would surely smile with relief." Lin Xian wholeheartedly agreed. It was evident that Qin Luyang was indeed very content. The smiles adorning his face were undeniably genuine. Lin Xian refrained from further persuasion, simply stating, "If the opportunity arises in the future, I could visit that headmaster on your behalf. I would be most grateful, little brother." Qin Luyang replied cheerfully, clasping his hands in appreciation. After expressing his gratitude, he recalled the initial topic and inquired, "By the way, since you are not affiliated with the Celestial Church, what exactly was your prolonged search for me all about?" I pondered for some time and could not deduce anything of significant value about myself, apart from my life. Upon hearing this question, Lin Xian let out a sigh. He explained, "Initially, I sought you under the impression that you were still active in the other world and might possess knowledge of its hidden secrets. It is precisely those secrets that I wish to uncover." "Secrets?" Qin Luyang replied, utterly bewildered. "What secrets?" His expression alone indicated his complete lack of awareness. Yet, Lin Xian clung to a flicker of hope and asked, "It pertains to a calamity that is about to engulf the entire other world. Have you heard anything from the sea demons?" Qin Luyang shook his head. "Not at all." His face bore an expression of skepticism as he queried, "Is there truly such a matter? Why have the sea demons shown no signs of alarm?" Lin Xian elucidated, "The occurrence of this disaster is nearly confirmed. The only uncertainty lies in the manifestation it will take. What I seek to understand is precisely this aspect." He recalled what Selena had previously mentioned and posed another question. Earlier, there seemed to be a massive divine beast that had encountered the sea demon tribe. Have you not come across any news of it? However, this question only deepened Qin Luyang's confusion. "Is that so? I have not heard a whisper of it." Lin Xian had initially intended to relay Selena's exact words to jog Qin Luyang's memory. Yet, he quickly realized that Selena's status was entirely different from that of Qin Luyang. Although she was merely a platinum-tier being, she was nonetheless a divine entity. It was entirely reasonable that she could perceive things which Qin Luyang could not. With this realization, Lin Xian sighed in resignation, abandoning any hope of extracting useful information from Qin Luyang. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Lin Xian turned to leave. I shall continue to wait, hoping for the return of the elder chieftain. Chapter 176, Confession. It proved that events often unfold in unexpected ways. Lin Xian had initially believed he could glean crucial information from the survivors of the exploration team. In the end, He merely engaged in trivial pleasantries and acquired nothing of substance. Just as he anticipated a prolonged wait, the enigmatic elder chieftain of the sea demons returned unexpectedly. Is it true? Lin Xian exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he looked at Selena, who had come to deliver the news. The elder chieftain has truly returned? Having long awaited this moment, Lin Xian instinctively found it hard to believe. Of course. Selena puffed up her cheeks, scolding Lin Xian. Do you think I would deceive you? She was quite displeased with Lin Xian's skepticism, which explained her expression. However, Lin Xian paid little heed to this. His heart was already brimming with elation. He urged Selena, hurry, take me to see him. I can hardly wait. Observing his ecstatic demeanor, Selena rolled her eyes but refrained from commenting further. Leading the way without delay, before long, they arrived in front of a colossal building that appeared to serve as the administrative center of the Sea Demon clan. The elder chieftain's office was located within. Selena, quite familiar with the surroundings, navigated through the corridors with ease. Eventually, she halted before a closed door, which bore inscriptions in the Sea Demon script that Lin Xian could not decipher. He surmised it probably referred to the chieftain's chamber. Without pausing at the entrance, Selena pushed the door open and called out playfully, Grandpa Chieftain, I'm back. Following her inside, Lin Xian distinctly observed the chieftain, who had been deep in thought, startled by her sudden exclamation. In his surprise, he inadvertently plucked several hairs from his beard, initially intending to rebuke her. The chieftain's irritation quickly transformed into a resigned smile upon seeing Selena's charming figure. Little Selena, did I not mention that you should knock before entering? No need to startle me like that. I'm getting old and cannot withstand such shocks. He gestured toward his chin. Look, I've already lost several hairs. With a playful laugh, Selena leaped onto the chieftain, grinning, but Grandpa Chieftain, you're so amazing. You're not old at all. The elder chieftain found it difficult to resist Selena's endearing smile. In the past, when he intended to reprimand her, her smile often diffused the situation, and today was no different. Although he still wore a disapproving expression, his eyes betrayed a hint of fondness. He looked at Selena and asked, I just returned today, and you've come to see me already. Is there something on your mind? Indeed, indeed. Selena exclaimed, raising her hand eagerly. She hopped off the chieftain's lap and ran to pull Lin Xian into the conversation, introducing him. This is my human friend. He admires our illustrious sea demon culture and has come specifically to pay a visit. Oh, the elder chieftain appeared quite surprised. Why would someone who admires our illustrious culture come to visit me? Well, Selena giggled. After all, Grandpa Chieftain, you are also a part of our brilliant history. You certainly have a way with words. The elder chieftain chuckled in mock reproach. All right, since you've brought your friend, you may return now. He hesitated for a moment, as if contemplating how to address Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly introduced himself. My name is Lin Xian. You may simply call me by my name. The elder chieftain acquiesced. I wish to have a proper conversation with this young brother Lin Xian. Very well. I shall take my leave. Selena cheerfully replied, not lingering, and swiftly exited. Of course, she did not forget to bid farewell to her elder chieftain before departing. As Selena's voice faded into the distance, only the elder chieftain and Lin Xian remained in the room. In the presence of Lin Xian, the outsider, the elder chieftain's demeanor shifted dramatically. He no longer appeared as amiable as before. He regarded Lin Xian with a knowing smile, scrutinizing him closely before inquiring. I perceive that your visit is not solely motivated by an admiration for sea demon culture, is it? This question was pointed, yet Lin Xian did not shy away. He met the chieftain's gaze directly and replied, Indeed, there are some pressing matters I wish to consult with you. I earnestly beseech you, venerable patriarch, to spare a moment to elucidate. He understood that his subtle intentions could not be concealed from a person as astute as the patriarch. Rather than harboring them and tarnishing perceptions, it would be more prudent to express them candidly in hopes of garnering some favorable impressions. However, the patriarch, being a seasoned sage, was far from being as easily deceived as Selena. After listening to Lin Xian's explanation, he nodded and remarked, Commendable. The ability to seek something from Selena without incurring her disdain speaks volumes of your intelligence and kindness. Such qualities indeed merit my renewed regard. Hearing such praise, Lin Xian instinctively felt a surge of excitement. Just as he was about to utter more, the patriarch interjected, But, why should I acquiesce to your request? He regarded Lin Xian with a composed demeanor, stating, Your sincere plea does not obligate me to comply. This matter, while posing no harm to me, also offers no benefit. Present me with a reason to acquiesce. The patriarch, anticipating that Lin Xian would falter under such scrutiny, was taken aback when he promptly responded, The reason is quite simple. This issue is also one that you are deeply concerned with. I am concerned. The patriarch found this perplexing. He chuckled softly, countering, What precisely do you mean? Lin Xian's gaze deepened as he fixed his eyes on the patriarch, declaring, the impending calamity that approaches with alarming speed. Upon uttering this phrase, Lin Xian keenly observed that, while the patriarch's expression remained unchanged, his pupils constricted suddenly. The fact that such an aged being could lose his composure over this matter indicated just how astonishing it was. At the very least, in the patriarch's eyes, matters pertaining to calamity were not ones that a feeble human like Lin Xian should be privy to. He parted his lips to inquire, "How do you come to know of this?" "I do not know." Lin Xian shook his head. "I only sense the encroaching disaster. Yet I remain ignorant of its nature. Thus, I sought your counsel. I am precisely asking how you became aware of this impending disaster." The patriarch emphasized, his tone growing considerably more serious. Lin Xian's source of information was, of course, Ergo. Faced with the patriarch's inquiry, he mentally reached out to Ergo. "I intend to tell him the truth. Will it affect you?" Ergo understood Lin Xian's concern, primarily fearing that the patriarch might uncover the divine power residing within him and act treacherously. However, he was unperturbed by such possibilities. Thus, Ergo candidly replied, "It matters not. Speak freely. Though my strength has yet to be fully restored, I am not so easily manipulated. You can rest assured." Chapter 177. The truth. Consequently, Lin Xian recounted to the patriarch the harrowing experiences of Ergo, being hunted, the struggle for survival of his soul, and so forth. This revelation left the patriarch in a state of skepticism. "Surely, you jest?" "I would never dare jest in your presence." Lin Xian shrugged, snapping his fingers to summon Ergo. The moment Ergo appeared, the patriarch's demeanor shifted once more. As a divine beast endowed with divine power, he acutely sensed the same force emanating from Ergo. Observing the patriarch's reaction, Lin Xian smiled subtly, inquiring, "What do you think? Do you now trust me?" The patriarch said nothing further, merely nodding before falling into a contemplative silence. Lin Xian recognized he was deep in thought and did not press him. He stood patiently, awaiting this moment, having pursued it for so long. A mere moment longer was inconsequential. Thus, time slipped by second. After an indeterminate period, the patriarch finally parted his lips, speaking in a somewhat somber tone. "I can divulge this to you." Then, just as Lin Xian was about to express his gratitude, the patriarch added, "However." Lin Xian was taken aback, raising his gaze to the patriarch, uncertain of what further conditions he might impose. However, the patriarch insisted, "If you wish to hear what I have to say, you must first acquiesce to one of my demands." Lin Xian exchanged a bewildered glance with Ergo, querying, "What demand?" The patriarch pondered before responding, "Upon hearing my words, both you and your contracted beast must join the ranks tasked with addressing the calamity." As he spoke, the patriarch's gaze remained fixed upon Ergo. His demand was not motivated by any particular regard for Lin Xian, but rather for the peculiar beast that bore divine power. Following the previous visit from the ape god, the patriarch had gained considerable insight into the calamity. He understood well the significance of having such a divine compatriot in the forthcoming endeavors. Lin Xian replied, "This." Upon hearing such a demand, Lin Xian looked at the patriarch, then turned to Ergo, appearing utterly at a loss. It wasn't that the request was particularly daunting. Rather, he had not anticipated that the patriarch would propose a demand that aligned so perfectly with his own intentions. Lin Xian had come precisely to address the calamity. What other purpose could there be for his arduous efforts? Therefore, when he heard the patriarch solemnly articulate his two conditions, Lin Xian found himself in a state of bemusement. However, the patriarch was entirely unaware of Lin Xian's inner turmoil and, observing Lin Xian's reaction, assumed he was apprehensive. He continued, "My request is not overly burdensome. Surely you can fulfill it? If your intentions are insincere, then I see no reason for our dialogue to continue." In truth, he returned his gaze to Lin Xian, adding, "Once you grasp the essence of the calamity, you will find yourself embroiled within it. Even if you wish to escape, it will prove impossible." No, Lin Xian interrupted, "Patriarch, you misunderstand. I have no reluctance in acquiescing to your request. In fact, your demand aligns perfectly with my own intentions, and I am most willing to engage in efforts to resolve the calamity. My purpose in visiting you was indeed to uncover the truth for more effective subsequent actions." The reason for his earlier expression, Lin Xian smiled, was merely due to the unexpected nature of your request. He glanced at the patriarch, curiously asking, "You mentioned that upon understanding the truth, one becomes ensnared within it? What precisely does that entail?" Lin Xian's prior response had already made his position clear. Thus, the patriarch, no longer withholding, candidly stated, "The explanation is quite straightforward. This so-called calamity possesses no physical form. The initial disaster is merely a conceptual affliction born from the collective negative emotions of this world. The wretchedness of hunger, the agony of injury, the despair of death. These sentiments, over countless epochs of evolution and accumulation, have ultimately coalesced into the primordial disaster at the depths of the abyss. This conceptual affliction, birthed from emotion, is exceedingly perilous. Any being aware of its existence will inevitably become tainted, gradually assimilated. This assimilation is insidious. By the time you perceive it, you will have already reached the brink of hopelessness, with no remedy in sight. The Earth Mother, who first detected the emergence of the affliction, now teeters on the brink of collapse. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback by the Elder Patriarch's words. Was that disaster a conceptual form of mutation? He was utterly confounded. Indeed, it originated from the depths of the abyss. This seemed to align with the initial conjectures he and Ergo had made during their investigation. However, the notion that mere awareness of its existence could lead to contamination seemed excessively exaggerated. Why, then, did Lin Xian feel no sense of danger? How could the Elder Patriarch remain here, speaking calmly? Doubt crept into Lin Xian's mind as he inquired. But you appear to be quite well, do you not? Of course, I am well, the Elder Patriarch nodded, for I am under the protection of divine essence. He elaborated, divine essence is one of the most supreme powers in this world. Only beings endowed with divine essence, or those influenced by its power, continuously restrain the spread of pollution. Presently, all supporters related to the disaster are either divine beasts or trusted subordinates of divine beasts, who are well acquainted with the intricacies of this matter. Only they can remain unaffected by external forces. Yet, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. Is it truly possible to withstand pollution simply by possessing divine essence? This cannot be. He argued. If it were so, how could Bai Zhe have fallen to such a plight in the Western Mountains? Lin Xian recounted his doubts alongside Bai Zhe's misfortunes to the Elder Patriarch. To Lin Xian's surprise, the Elder Patriarch was entirely unfazed. He explained, what that creature encountered is no longer the primal form of pollution. It is a festering sore that has passed through the Earth Mother, forcibly expelled, and intertwined with her power. It simultaneously mingles the forces of disaster and the Earth Mother. And for Bai Zhe to have survived entangled in such a mess is already a stroke of luck. Is that so? Despite the Elder Patriarch's explanation, Lin Xian remained troubled. His brow knitted tightly. It wasn't that he couldn't grasp the situation, but rather that the Elder Patriarch had stated that the red glowing graveyard contained two of the highest powers in this realm, which could lead any being trapped within to perish without resistance. Even a divine beast like Bai Zhe was not immune. However, the fact that such a perilous force could be entirely obliterated by the mysterious golden light in Lin Xian's mind, or rather, within his spiritual realm, left him pondering the true nature of his own power. He had seemingly unraveled the truth behind the disaster. Yet Lin Xian felt increasingly lost regarding the path ahead. Chapter 178. The spread of cognition. This sudden sense of confusion manifested on Lin Xian's face. Observing his peculiar expression, the Elder Patriarch assumed Lin Xian had questions and inquired gently, what troubles you? Awakened by this soft question, Lin Xian regained his composure, smiled, and shook his head. He casually shifted the topic, asking, it's nothing, merely some concern regarding that festering sore. He pondered, shouldn't we address such a dangerous force? If it were to spread, would it not become a cumbersome problem? Ha! The Elder Patriarch laughed heartily. So, this is what weighs on your mind. Fear not. Although that sore is perilous, it is also infused with the Earth Mother's power. As long as she has not been entirely contaminated and assimilated, that strange force will not easily proliferate. Once we resolve the disaster, the power of the sore will naturally be eradicated by the Earth Mother. Yet, should she become assimilated before we can resolve the disaster here? The Elder Patriarch chuckled lightly, shaking his head without continuing. Lin Xian quickly grasped the implication. The Earth Mother was not merely a being, but the fundamental will of the entire Otherworld. Once she was wholly assimilated, the Otherworld would plunge into utter ruin. In such a scenario, the mere festering sore would hardly pose a significant issue. He did not linger on this matter, instead asking, since you have such a thorough understanding, do you have a strategy in place? Regrettably, the Elder Patriarch shook his head. We have formulated a few ideas, but specific and practical strategies remain unclear. For now, all we can do is suppress. Consequently, nearly all informed divine beasts have dispatched their forces to the bottomless abyss. Yet even so, our available strength is quite limited. Limited? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, surprised. How can that be? Aren't those beings still capable of pursuing ergo? Past events are irrelevant. The present is what matters. The Elder Patriarch gestured with his hands. I cannot speak to what happened before, but currently, those ancient ones have truly exhausted their options, which is why they have come to me, hoping our merfolk can lend a helping hand. Lin Xian, at a loss for words, glanced at ergo beside him and chuckled softly. Had I known this would be the case, why act so rashly before? When they so arrogantly pursued ergo and his conservative faction, did they not foresee this outcome? Had they possessed the awareness to unite back then? Would they find themselves in this predicament now? His tone dripped with mockery, as if advocating for ergo. To his surprise, the elder patriarch did not endorse Lin Xian's sentiments. You are mistaken, he sighed. They made that choice out of necessity. Necessity? Lin Xian was perplexed. What necessity could compel such actions? He jested. Surely it isn't that there are too many beings from the other world, resulting in rampant pollution, necessitating a top-down personnel reduction? The elder patriarch disregarded this absurd jest. He raised 2 fingers and directly explained. This relates to the second key point of the disaster. As I mentioned earlier, this disaster initially manifested as a conceptual form of mutation. It arises from the extreme emotions of beings and will naturally evolve due to their perceptions. The elder patriarch fixed his gaze upon Lin Xian, stating solemnly, whenever a new being comes to understand it, it begins to proliferate. For this reason, those old ones cannot share information with others, fearing that others might obstruct the resolution of the disaster, thus opting for a crude method of eliminating dissenters. Understanding leads to proliferation? What an exaggerated premise. Lin Xian protested. After a moment of hesitation, he queried, if the disaster possesses such a capability, will there be no repercussions from you telling me now? None. The elder patriarch waved his hand dismissively. The extent of the mutation's proliferation correlates with the strength of the informed beings. At your current level, you will not have a significant impact. And ergo? Lin Xian gestured to the dog on his shoulder. He possesses divine essence as well. Does that not matter? The elder patriarch nodded. It is of no consequence. In fact, it is precisely because he is of lower rank, yet bears divine essence that I am willing to share so much with you. This statement left Lin Xian utterly perplexed. However, the dog on his shoulder frowned and inquired, do you intend for me to venture into the abyss? Precisely, the elder patriarch affirmed the dog's suspicion. Observing Lin Xian's similarly furrowed brow and skeptical expression, the elder patriarch continued to elucidate. Surely you do not genuinely believe that your current capabilities can significantly influence the grand scope of calamity, do you? Even we, the seasoned veterans, find ourselves momentarily powerless. The only course available to you now is to venture into the abyss to mitigate the further spread of disaster. The addition of another divine entity's power would directly alleviate the pressure on the front line of the abyss. Enough, interrupted Ergo. Do you think I am unaware of the perils of the abyss? That realm is far beyond the capabilities of Lin Xian and myself at present. Your suggestion is no different from condemning us to death. Not at all. The elder patriarch straightened in his chair, leaning back in the high-backed office chair with a serene smile. Though the abyss is fraught with danger, it is not insurmountable. Over the years, those old-timers have spent countless hours in the abyss and have gleaned some insights. With adequate precautions, your survival rate in the abyss can be significantly enhanced. Significantly enhanced. Lin Xian chuckled. By how much? The elder patriarch grinned. Approximately 20%. How much does that total? 21. This absurd statistic left Lin Xian in silent contemplation. Gazing at the elder patriarch's beaming face, rendered speechless. An uneasy silence enveloped the room. After a considerable pause, the elder patriarch ventured, that figure should be quite satisfactory, no? As long as you proceed with utmost caution, you certainly have a chance of survival. That is quite enough. Ergo nearly burst into laughter. If you intend to speak nonsense, it would be wiser to use your backside rather than your mouth. If that is your only genuine thought, then I fear we have little to discuss. With that, he patted Lin Xian's head, signaling him to leave. Surprisingly, even as Ergo chastised him, the elder patriarch remained unfazed, still wearing a smile. Sensing that Lin Xian might genuinely depart, he quickly added, no need to rush. If this plan falls short, I have another up my sleeve. Let us converse properly. Chapter 179. The plan. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Ergo scoffed and fell silent. However, Lin Xian, visibly displeased, remarked, Elder Patriarch, we came here with sincerity, yet your sincerity seems rather lacking, does it not? What nonsense you speak. The Elder Patriarch waved dismissively. I have laid out every possible plan I could offer. Is that not a clear sign of sincerity? Enough with the rambling. Ergo interjected. Reveal your true intentions. If it still involves infiltrating the abyss, then let us not waste any more time here. Rest assured, the Elder Patriarch pressed his hands downward in a soothing gesture. What I am about to propose will undoubtedly satisfy you. With that, he rose and retrieved a chair from the corner of the room, gesturing for Lin Xian to sit. Do not just stand there foolishly. Come, take a seat. Once Lin Xian was seated, the Elder Patriarch returned to his high-backed chair, reclining comfortably. As previously mentioned, we have developed several thorough strategies to eradicate the calamity. For instance, we could rally all our forces to collaborate with the remaining conscious essence of the Earth Mother to launch a devastating strike on the Abyss's lower strata. Alternatively, we could send someone to engage with the Earth Mother's primordial consciousness, aiding her in purging the internal corruption and revitalizing her. There has even been a suggestion that all those aware of the calamity should take their own lives to see if the affliction might naturally recede. Goodness. The elder patriarch sighed. How on earth did such brainless individuals manage to ascend to divine beasts? He appeared quite exasperated, his face visibly etched with concern. Lin Xian found this amusing, yet he had no intention of jesting further. He redirected the conversation. So, what exactly do you want us to do? Even if we were to implement the aforementioned plans, it would not fall upon us, would it? Indeed, the elder patriarch nodded. Those plans are merely directional at this stage, lacking concrete action plans. However, there do exist proposals with actionable plans. What are they? As previously stated, the root cause of the affliction lies in the excessive accumulation of negative emotions, crystallizing into the current troublesome entity. Based on this premise, some of the more astute individuals among us proposed that if we could annihilate those negative emotions before they congeal, we could eradicate the calamity before it fully manifests. Lin Xian queried, perplexed. But how is that even possible? The situation has already unfolded. How can we possibly preemptively eliminate it? He shook his head, chuckling. You do not mean to suggest that you possess technology for time travel, do you? Lin Xian jested, yet the elder patriarch remained serious, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Under such scrutiny, Lin Xian's smile gradually faded. His mouth agape, you truly do? The elder patriarch nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we do. It is not time travel per se, but rather time traversal. Those old fellows have gathered and, in their folly, managed to develop such an extraordinary technology. Therefore, Lin Xian inquired, you intend to send someone to traverse time, returning to the past to eliminate those accumulated negative emotions. And you wish to bestow this rare opportunity upon me? The elder patriarch shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. Lin Xian was left incredulous, his face a mask of disbelief. Elder patriarch, do you hold me in such high regard? My current strength is insufficient even to approach the abyss, let alone eradicate the calamity. I am aware this plan is exceedingly ambitious, the elder patriarch conceded. But we find ourselves at an impasse. The time traversal technology devised by those old geezers is still quite immature and limited. They cannot send themselves, high-ranking divine beasts, through time. However, sending lesser beings proves equally futile. And then I just happen to show up with Ergo? Lin Xian squinted. You dragged me into this. Precisely. The elder patriarch confirmed. As a beast master with a divine contract beast at your side, he gestured towards Ergo perched upon Lin Xian's shoulder. You are indeed the ideal candidate for time traversal, despite your current weaknesses, as you can rapidly grow in strength. The elder patriarch reclined further into the plush leather backrest, a smile gracing his lips. In fact, I must say, I am genuinely pleased to see such an extraordinary anomaly before me. This signifies that our counteroffensive against the affliction may finally commence. Otherwise, do you think I would waste so much time discussing matters with a relatively weak human like yourself? He bore an expression of pride. Lin Xian clicked his tongue in annoyance, although he recognized the truth in the elder patriarch's words. Being bluntly labeled a weak human irked him. He turned to glance at Ergo, seeking reassurance. Ergo, aware of Lin Xian's inquiry, did not respond immediately, instead pondering deeply while licking his paw. After a lengthy pause, he finally nodded. I can agree to this. Lin Xian himself leaned towards this choice. His inquiry to Ergo merely a means to ensure no details were overlooked. Seeing Ergo's affirmation, he turned back to the elder patriarch and asked, I can assure you, but surely it cannot be that you would have me traverse time so easily? Do you have no other preparations? Having received Lin Xian's consent, the old chieftain's mood significantly improved. With a beaming smile, he replied, of course not. As previously stated, we have devised a meticulously detailed plan for this endeavor. Naturally, we have also considered the strength of the time traveler. Before your journey, we shall prepare everything for you. This includes strategies for enhancing your abilities, subsequent action plans, and all necessary arrangements, which we will undertake on your behalf. What you must focus on is maintaining a calm mindset to ensure everything proceeds smoothly. He glanced at Lin Xian and inquired, do you understand? Lin Xian nodded and asked, when shall we commence? There's no rush. The old chieftain waved his hand dismissively. Your arrival was an unexpected delight. I still need to confer with those old codgers to initiate the preliminary preparations. In the meantime, you shall remain here with us, the sea demons, and savor this rare moment of tranquility. With that, the old chieftain snapped his fingers. Soon, a sea demon entered promptly, gesturing for Lin Xian to follow. Please, do not waste any more time with this old man, he said, pointing out the window towards the grand library. Little Selena must be waiting for you to return and play with her. If you tarry any longer, she may very well come to dismantle this old skeleton of mine. Chapter 180, Time Travel. As the old chieftain had mentioned, approaching Lin Xian was indeed a hasty decision, and they had not been entirely prepared. Lin Xian spent nearly a week playing with Selena within the sea demon's domain before he was summoned again by the old chieftain. Are we adequately prepared? Certainly, Lin Xian replied. Then let us proceed. I shall take you to meet those old fellows. With that, the old chieftain rose from his high-back chair and turned to step into a full-length mirror standing against the wall, his form merging into the glass and vanishing from sight. Lin Xian, astonished, followed suit, stepping toward the mirror. Initially, darkness enveloped him, but when he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had undergone a dramatic transformation. Gone was the elegant office. Instead, he found himself in a desolate wilderness devoid of flora. At the center of this wasteland lay a colossal pool filled with a vibrant, unidentifiable liquid that bubbled and exuded an unusual aroma. Lin Xian instinctively felt discomfort and looked around to find numerous strange beasts encircling the area. Each creature possessed a distinct appearance, yet radiated a similar aura of pressure. This kind of pressure, Lin Xian had previously encountered in Baizhe. It was the oppressive force of divine-tier beasts. To his astonishment, he realized that all the creatures surrounding him were indeed divine-tier beasts. A chill ran down Lin Xian's spine. Just as he was about to inquire with the old chieftain, a long-haired beast resembling a lion spoke up. Old Nemo, is this the candidate you mentioned? He appears rather unimpressive. Old Pichio, what nonsense are you spouting? The old chieftain chided with a laugh. Is my judgment something you dare to question? Do not take offense. Nemo, another enormous canine-like beast, interjected. It is merely that this human appears exceedingly feeble, hence Pichio's doubts. Perhaps you should allow him to demonstrate his strength? Lin Xian directed his all-knowing eye toward this beast and discerned only the name, Chaos. Upon Chaos's words, the majority of the divine beasts nodded in agreement. Despite having heard from the old sea demon that this human possessed a divine contract beast, it was still a concept too fantastical to fully believe. Aware of this skepticism, the old chieftain turned to Lin Xian and stated, Lin Xian, my young brother, summon forth your contract beast. Lin Xian nodded and promptly called upon Ergo. As soon as he appeared, a voice rang out from the beast crowd. Isn't that the Lord of the Rock? Haha, how did you end up like this? Lin Xian turned to see a peculiar beast adorned with blade-like patterns, sharp teeth, and a tail. The all-knowing eye identified it as the blade horse beast. It seemed to have a significant acquaintance with Ergo. Incensed by the mockery, Ergo retorted, Damn you, blade horse. I ended up like this because of you wretched beasts. The blade horse beast continued to laugh raucously, unfazed by Ergo's insults. Lord, you are mistaken. I am the blade horse, not some mere mutt. If anything, haha, it is you in your current form who resembles a dog. Haha. Ergo, furious, lunged forward to bite it, but Lin Xian managed to restrain him. After hearing this exchange, Lin Xian began to comprehend the situation. When Ergo had perished, it was likely that this blade horse beast had been among those involved, who wouldn't be enraged to confront their murderer. All right. The old chieftain of the sea demons raised his hands to signal the divine beasts to quiet down. We've had enough idle chatter. Let us not forget the purpose of our gathering today. So, have you all confirmed this human's capabilities? Certainly, Chaos affirmed, with the Lord of the Rock present. I believe this human will have no difficulty fulfilling the task. Chaos appeared to be the leader among the divine beasts. With his endorsement, the others fell silent. Seeing this, the old chieftain turned to Lin Xian, saying, Come, step into the pool. He gestured towards the pool filled with the strange liquid. This, Lin Xian hesitated. The vibrant liquid did not appear to be anything benign, and he instinctively felt averse to it. What is this? He inquired. The old chieftain explained. These are merely preliminary preparations for your traversal, entirely devoid of danger, so do not be concerned. Time is of the essence. You must enter now while I operate and explain. Lin Xian glanced back at Ergo, who nodded in encouragement, and cautiously immersed himself into the pool. As soon as he entered, Lin Xian was overwhelmed by an intense itch. The multicolored liquid seeped through his clothing, flooding into his body. The sensation was peculiar and somewhat nauseating. Just as he was about to voice his discomfort, the old chieftain's voice rang out. Do not worry. This feeling is perfectly normal. He elaborated. This entire pool of liquid is imbued with the essence of all the divine beasts present. They will leave a trace within you. After your traversal, this trace will guide you to find your respective races and earn their trust. At that time, you can utilize these traces to access the sacred grounds of various races, refine your body, and assist the Lord of the Rock in regaining his strength. Moreover, you may even unite the major races of the time to eradicate the abyss. The old chieftain's voice was crisp and cheerful, yet at that moment, Lin Xian could hear nothing. He had completely lost consciousness, floating atop the pool's surface. Countless vibrant colors surged into him from the pool. A multitude of distinct and strange powers invaded his body, clashing and battling as they vied for dominance within him. As a result of this internal struggle, Lin Xian's expression was anything but tranquil in his unconscious state, alternating between grimaces and smiles, oscillating between joy and sorrow. This tumultuous transformation persisted for an extended period. Gradually, as Lin Xian's visage began to settle into tranquility, the bubbling pool of liquid slowly faded in color, returning to a state of clarity. The peculiar scent in the air has completely dissipated, leaving only a faint fragrance. On Lin Xian's right hand, a large and strange tattoo has emerged. The tattoo consists of numerous elements: a trident, fangs, skulls, and various flora, each distinct from the other. Strangely, each element only leaves behind a fragmentary representation. The trident displays merely its prongs, the fangs only the tips, the skull shows only the crown, and the flora reveals but its roots and stems. All of these together form a bizarre and fragmented tableau. Yet, if one gazes intently at a specific fragment, the complete form of that element can be discerned. The old sea witch leader by the pool observes this scene, nodding in satisfaction. He surveys his surroundings, raises his hands high, and proclaims, "The time has come. What are you all waiting for? Let us lift our hands in unison and shout. Let us send our savior forth to the battlefield destined for him." As he speaks, a spectral image resembling a trident materializes between his hands, radiating brilliant light. The other divine beasts follow suit, conjuring their own unique divine manifestations, casting hues of various brilliance. Under the illumination of these lights, Lin Xian's figure shimmers upon the clear water's surface, vanishing from the realm of reality. Chapter 181, The Domain of the Knife Horse Tribe. In an alternate world, by the seaside, Lin Xian wakes up, clutching his head. Bewildered, he surveys the unfamiliar surroundings, unable to comprehend his situation for quite some time. Where am I? How did I end up here? Suddenly, a realization strikes him. Right. That group of divine beasts conducted a time-traveling ceremony for me. He awakens to the truth and looks around. So, does this mean I have successfully traversed time? Indeed. Ergo interjects through their mental connection. We are now in an alternate world from 1,000 years ago. Lin Xian's face registers disbelief. It was that simple? I really traversed time? Not at all simple. Ergo retorts. That ceremony involved the combined efforts of dozens of divine beasts. If not for the impending disaster, where would you find so much top-tier power? Lin Xian, slightly embarrassed by Ergo's words, chuckles. Ha, you have a point there. He waves his hand, summoning Ergo, and inquires, so what should we do now? After entering the pool, I vaguely heard the old leader saying something, but it was too painful underwater to catch it all. Without much thought, Ergo responds, let's take a look at the markings on your hand. Lin Xian glances down and discovers a myriad of fragmented tattoos adorning his hand. What are these? Those are the marks left by the old fellows, Ergo explains. They intend for you to use these marks to locate their tribes and utilize the corresponding sacred sites to enhance your strength. In the process, you can also gain the trust of those tribes and join forces to eradicate the disaster from the abyss. The markings on your hand should be glowing now, right? That indicates the closest tribe to us. We simply need to follow the guidance. As Ergo finishes speaking, the markings on Lin Xian's hand indeed begin to shimmer, ultimately revealing a knife-shaped pattern. Ergo pauses momentarily. How coincidental. It just so happens to be the emblem of the Knife Horse tribe. What bad luck. He smirks and says to Lin Xian, let's go. Oh, okay. Lin Xian stretches his hand in various directions, setting off towards the direction where the emblem glows most brightly. Shortly after, as Lin Xian approaches the territory of the Knife Horse tribe, he is intercepted. A group of young knife horses bares their sharp fangs and claws at him, chattering a slew of threats. Unfazed, Lin Xian flips his hand, and the emblem automatically radiates light towards the young knife horses. He then commands, take me to your chieftain. The young knife horses, intimidated by the emblem's power, are rendered speechless. Hearing Lin Xian's words, translated by the emblem, they hurriedly scurry back to their tribe to report. Lin Xian chuckles. These young knife horses are quite amusing. Ergo shoots him a sidelong glance. Is it amusing to bully the weak? Lin Xian laughs awkwardly. He says no more and follows the tracks left by the young knife horses. In no time, they arrive at the territory of the Knife Horse tribe. Their level of civilization is far inferior to that of the sea witches, even less developed than that of the grass children. The territory is vast and boundless, yet it possesses only the most primitive and rudimentary tools. Many knife horses are seen bloodied, gnawing on raw flesh. At the entrance of the tribe, the chieftain, a slightly larger knife horse, awaits Lin Xian's arrival. Its strength far surpasses that of the patrolling young knife horses, and it directly communicates with Lin Xian mentally. Noble guest, what brings you to our humble abode? Lin Xian raises his hand once more to display the emblem on his hand and inquires, do you recognize this emblem? The chieftain nods. This is indeed the manifestation of the divine power that our Knife Horse tribe has wielded for generations. Naturally, I recognize it. What status do you claim by bearing this? After pondering for a moment, the chieftain replies, if you are one of our kin, you should rightfully become the new leader of the Knife Horse tribe. However, you are clearly an outsider. At most, we can only treat you as an honored guest. Lin Xian nods in acknowledgement. Observing the other knife horses gathering around, he gestures, have them disperse. What I am about to say is quite extraordinary and should not be known by too many. The chieftain nods in compliance, dispersing the surrounding kin. It leads Lin Xian to its dwelling, a simple cave. This place is quiet. You may speak freely, honored guest. Lin Xian glances around the chieftain's modest cave, his eyelids twitching slightly, before succinctly recounting the catastrophic events prior to his time travel to the chieftain. He then declares, I come at the behest of the divine beasts of the time, having traversed time for one sole purpose, to unite the tribes of this alternate world and amass strength to obliterate the impending disaster before it manifests. The chieftain stands speechless, utterly astonished. A disaster? Time travel? Such shocking revelations? It is reluctant to believe, yet the prominent emblem on Lin Xian's hand compels it to accept the truth. As a member of the Knife Horse tribe, it can distinctly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from the emblem. This pressure, rooted in bloodlines, is indelible. Without the formidable kin of the Knife Horse tribe, one could not possibly exert such imposing influence. The chieftain, already a level 10 diamond, is far more powerful than its own kin. Who else could possess such strength but the divine knife horses? Doubt and trust intertwine in its mind as the chieftain cautiously inquires, noble guest, is this truly the case? Of course, Lin Xian affirms. You cannot ascertain this. But you surely recognize the emblem on my hand, right? If you still doubt me, that would be quite unfortunate. The chieftain forces a smile, saying, indeed, this matter is too shocking to be credible. It sighs, contemplating for a long moment, before finally stating, however, since an honored guest comes bearing the emblem, I suppose it is worthy of trust. Uncertain of what tasks I should undertake, Lin Xian felt a weight lift from his heart as the leader of the Blade Horse tribe finally placed his trust in him. Nevertheless, anxiety lingered. After all, this was the heartland of the Blade Horse clan, and the formidable being before him was at least at the pinnacle of the diamond tier. Should a disagreement arise, it could spell trouble for him. The divine beasts had claimed that the emblematic patterns were sufficient to earn the trust of their kin, but that was merely during their initial crossing. Who could predict the unforeseen changes that might accompany a millennium of time? With confirmation now secured, Lin Xian exhaled in relief. Noticing the inquiring expression on the Blade Horse tribe leader's face, he pondered for a moment before responding, there is no rush. Eradicating calamities is not a task for a single entity. We must gather as much strength as possible before we can take action. He glanced outside the cave before continuing. For now, please lead me to the place where your Blade Horse tribe refines its warriors. I, too, need to elevate my strength swiftly to better confront the impending disaster. Chapter 182. The Shadow Scale tribe. The sacred ground for refining warriors in the Blade Horse tribe was not akin to the Sea Demoness Sanctum, where one simply immersed themselves in enchanted springs. Instead, it was a realm filled with countless razor-sharp blades. At first glance, Lin Xian believed he was to navigate through this perilous domain, to confront the harrowing specter of life and death, thereby awakening his potential. However, the leader of the Blade Horse tribe clarified, this place is where our clan engraves blade patterns. Every adult member must enter this domain, using the myriad of blades as their chisel, enduring pain and hardship to inscribe the patterns upon their hearts. Only then can they be deemed worthy members of the Blade Horse tribe. Lin Xian was taken aback. What madness is this? Can such a method of tattooing truly enhance one's strength? He was perplexed and inquired, is this practice beneficial for other beasts as well? The leader nodded, stating, in the past, esteemed guests have undergone the baptism of 1,000 blades. At least one of those guests claimed to have experienced a significant amplification of power. With that assurance, Lin Xian had little else to say. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a multitude of his contracted beasts, exclaiming, quick, all of you, go and give it a try. An opportunity to enhance our strength has arrived. As the horde of contracted beasts entered the domain of blades, the blades swiftly sprang to life, tracing bloodlines upon the few living beings present. Under Lin Xian's command, the contracted beasts did not flinch. They endured the searing pain as they accepted this rite of passage. Only the little salted fish remained unaffected. Its tough dragon scales rendered it impervious to the blade's assault. This left Lin Xian somewhat exasperated, and he called it back to his side, allowing it to recline comfortably. He had hoped that this sacred ground might swiftly elevate the little salted fish's strength, but it seemed not to be the case. He glanced at the little creature, which wore a smug expression, and sighed softly. Ignoring it, he redirected his attention to the suffering of his other contracted beasts. The bond between a beast master and their contracted beasts was profound. Lin Xian could vividly sense the agonizing pain of 1,000 blades piercing through them, a torment that rendered him restless. It was a far greater ordeal for the beasts themselves. Lin Xian could do little but stand vigil outside the domain, offering encouragement to his beleaguered companions. This trial persisted for a full day and night. The leader of the Blade Horse tribe departed midway to attend to clan matters, leaving Lin Xian to stand resolutely before the domain, his eyes never closing and not a morsel of food passing his lips. He remained on high alert, fearing that one of his contracted beasts might suddenly succumb to the ordeal. At long last, the blades ceased their frenetic dance. Brilliant radiance erupted within the domain, cascading upon the contracted beasts and healing their wounds. The scars swiftly mended, leaving behind intricate patterns upon their bodies. These patterns suddenly glimmered with the same brilliance, harmonizing with the domain, only to extinguish rapidly, vanishing beneath their skin, invisible to the naked eye. Had it not been for the remarkable transformation in the demeanor of his contracted beasts, Lin Xian might have believed that the previous day and night had been nothing but a mirage. Eagerly, he activated the all-knowing eye to inspect the newfound prowess of his beasts. To his delight, all of them had experienced a rise in their levels, with the highest, the little fire feather, ascending 3 tiers, while the lowest, the little illusion spirit, had gained 1. This level of improvement left Lin Xian quite satisfied. His vigil had not been in vain. The leader of the Blade Horse tribe appeared behind him at an opportune moment, inquiring, "Has the baptism been completed?" Lin Xian nodded. "Indeed. It appears that your contracted beasts possess remarkable potential." The leader expressed a thoughtful sigh. "What leads you to such a conclusion?" Lin Xian was unsure how they could discern this. "In this domain of blades, the vast majority of our clan members must endure at least 4 to 5 days of slashing and cutting. Only the most elite among us can reduce their time to within 2 days. Your contracted beasts, having completed the ordeal in merely 1 day, are undoubtedly exceptional." "Is that so?" Lin Xian was somewhat taken aback, but chose not to reveal much about his contracted beasts. He simply replied, "Perhaps it is due to the differences in our races." The leader, perceptive to his intent, did not press further and asked, "What are your plans next? Will you rest within the tribe for a while?" Lin Xian contemplated briefly before shaking his head. "No, time is of the essence during this journey. I cannot afford to waste a moment and must achieve my goals swiftly." As he spoke, he illuminated the emblem on the back of his hand for the leader to see. In an instant, a matching emblem materialized on the leader's form. "Once I am prepared, I will use this emblem to contact you directly." The leader's expression turned grave. "When will you reach out to me?" Lin Xian gazed skyward, his eyes momentarily distant. After a long pause, he replied, "Perhaps at the moment of the decisive battle." After departing from the Blade Horse tribe's territory, Lin Xian continued his quest, guided by the emblem on his hand, in search of the sacred ground. This time, he was drawn to a tribe known as the Shadow Scale. This tribe possessed the ability to conceal themselves and manipulate shadows, rendering them a mysterious faction. Their territory was correspondingly remote and foreboding. However, with the guiding mark bestowed by the divine tier Shadow Scale, Lin Xian easily located their domain. This time, no one came forth to greet or expel him. The entire territory was shrouded in silence. Had it not been for the inky scales on the emblem in his hand radiating a strong light, he might have believed he had arrived at the wrong place. "Is anyone here? Someone come." After calling out for some time, Lin Xian recalled that these beings could not comprehend human speech. Therefore, he raised his left hand high, and the dark scales suddenly exuded an ink-black shadow. Covered by this shadow, the territory quickly revealed a series of anomalous areas. As Lin Xian focused his gaze, he recognized them as shadow scale beasts. This emblem possesses such capabilities? Lin Xian was taken aback. The shadow scale beasts, having realized their exposure, ceased hiding and emerged from the shadows, converging towards Lin Xian. The strength of the Shadow Scale tribe was somewhat inferior to that of the Blade Horse tribe, with their leader only reaching Diamond level 8. Upon encountering Lin Xian, an extraordinary being exuding the majesty of bloodlines, it trembled and inquired, "Esteemed Lord, may I ask what commands you have?" Lin Xian proceeded to enlighten them about the impending calamity and the intricacies of time travel. He then expressed his hope for the nobility's assistance in the forthcoming abyssal expedition. The assembly of Shadow Scale beasts exchanged glances, and after a prolonged pause, the chieftain finally stammered, "But this disaster does not concern us, does it? Can we not refrain from participation?" Lin Xian retorted, "What do you mean it does not concern you? If the world truly faces annihilation, do you believe you will survive?" He was taken aback. Just as he was at a loss for words, the dark-scaled emblem on the back of his hand suddenly radiated a brilliant light. This luminescence enveloped all the Shadow Scale beasts, imprinting them with the same dark mark. Lin Xian instinctively sensed an inexplicable connection between these marks and himself. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he could compel these Shadow Scale beasts to obey his commands through these imprints. Chapter 183, The Replica. Lin Xian, acting on impulse, waved his hand. The chieftain of the shadow scale beasts followed the trajectory of his arm, soaring through the air as if performing acrobatics. This abrupt spectacle left Lin Xian in awe. How could such extraordinary power exist? Had the divine beast of the shadow scale tribe anticipated the foolish intentions of its kin, embedding these abilities within the emblem's design? Such a conjecture was his only explanation. Returning his gaze to the scene before him, Lin Xian noted that after being marked, the shadow scale beasts regarded him with heightened trepidation. One by one, they prostrated themselves on the ground, too fearful to move. Even their chieftain, after completing its acrobatic display, lay trembling on the ground. It appeared that the emblem's oppressive aura had profoundly affected it. "Oh, esteemed guest, no, great divine envoy, we are willing to heed your commands. The entire shadow scale tribe shall serve as your vanguard." Hearing such a humble expression of loyalty, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. Had they shown such understanding from the outset, they might not have found themselves in this predicament. The shift from arrogance to humility was almost comical. With that thought in mind, Lin Xian disregarded the chieftain's dignity and commanded, "Lead me to the sacred ground where your younger generation undergoes their trials." "At your command." The chieftain replied respectfully, guiding Lin Xian directly into the heart of their territory. The prostrate shadow scale beasts retracted their shadowy mists, clearing a path for Lin Xian. The sacred trial site of the shadow scale tribe remained ominous, resembling a desolate graveyard, silent and barren. At its center stood a massive stone, adorned with numerous bizarre and enchanting runes. According to the chieftain, these runes were beyond their comprehension, but primarily signified replication and summoning. The young members of their tribe were required to approach this rune-engraved stone alone on a night when the moon shone brightly, shedding their blood to summon their replicas. To complete the trial, they must defeat these replicas and absorb their power. However, the chieftain, humbly prostrated before Lin Xian, added, "This is the method of our shadow scale tribe. I cannot ascertain whether it would be effective for the other contracted beasts under your command. That is of no consequence." Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. "We shall see." He settled down to wait. Soon, darkness descended. Within the desolate graveyard, fog began to surge, enveloping the entire sacred site. Under the cloudless night sky, the radiant moonlight illuminated the graveyard, adding an air of mystery. As the time approached, Lin Xian summoned the little salted fish first, instructing this resilient creature to brave the initial trials. After all, the little salted fish was tough, even if dangers lurked within the sacred ground. It stood a good chance of escaping. Of course, Lin Xian did not share these thoughts with it, merely suggesting it was a fun place to explore. The little salted fish, unacquainted with treachery, eagerly dashed inside. The divine body of the dragon flickered in the mist, swiftly arriving before the rune-engraved stone. As Lin Xian instructed, "I need to smear some blood on these runes, right? But how much? The blood of this divine dragon is precious. I can't waste it here." The little salted fish hesitated before making a small cut with its sharp claws, allowing 3 drops of blood to fall onto the stone. It then hastily healed the wound, unwilling to waste more. As expected, the rune stone reacted, absorbing the little salted fish's blood and emitting a brilliant light. The surrounding fog began to coalesce, twisting and forming a replica resembling the little salted fish. Yet, this fog-formed dragon appeared feeble, with lifeless scales and vacant eyes, resembling a mere puppet devoid of vitality, not a true replica at all. The little salted fish, irked, swatted the replica back into mist. "What is this? It doesn't even compare to the illusion." It swam around in the fog, but found nothing entertaining. Reluctantly, it exited and swam over to Lin Xian, complaining, "Lin Xian, you deceived me. It wasn't fun at all." "How so?" Lin Xian replied, confused. "Did I not instruct you to summon a replica? What replica is that?" The little salted fish fumed. "I wasted 3 precious drops of my dragon blood only to summon a silly puppet. I smashed it with one swipe." Lin Xian turned his gaze towards the chieftain of the shadow scale beasts, puzzled. What is going on? Under Lin Xian's intense scrutiny, the chieftain broke into a cold sweat. Yet, it too could not comprehend the situation. "It was perfectly normal for my tribe to enter. Why did it malfunction with you?" At a loss for words. "It could only flatter. Perhaps it is because your awe-inspiring contracted beast is too powerful, exceeding the replica capacity of the runestone." Lin Xian found this perplexing. However, upon reflection, it might indeed be plausible. The little salted fish was no stranger to such peculiarities. Its unique constitution prevented it from actively enhancing its power. It could only improve as Lin Xian's beast tamer level increased. Additionally, when the little illusion had replicated it previously, it had failed to manifest the full essence of the little salted fish due to its inability to replicate divine attributes. Considering this, it might genuinely be an issue with the little salted fish itself. With a nod, Lin Xian decided. In that case, let me try another. He summoned the little fire feather and issued the same command. Although the little fire feather possessed significantly less intelligence, it understood Lin Xian's intent. It flew before the rune-engraved stone, drawing a wound and spilling forth blood as red as flames. The subsequent process mirrored the previous one. The runes emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the mist. Thus, the replica of Little Fire Feather was born. However, unlike the previous replica of the Little Salted Fish, this one possessed feathers of a similar gray hue but bore a spirited expression, brimming with vitality. Upon its emergence, it fixated intently on the original Little Fire Feather, its gaze filled with a fierce and dangerous fighting spirit. Sensing the impending peril, Little Fire Feather did not hesitate. With a powerful flap of its wings, flames ignited as it charged towards the replica. Unfazed, the replica mirrored the assault without a hint of trepidation. The collision resulted in a thunderous explosion, reverberating throughout the heavens. At the entrance of the sacred ground, the leader of the Shadow Scale tribe was taken aback, while Lin Xian wore a smile, realizing that this sacred place had some utility for my contracted beasts after all. Chapter 184, The Advancement Ceremony. The strength of the replica was not as formidable as Lin Xian had anticipated. Before long, he witnessed Little Fire Feather emerging with its wings slightly singed and drooping. Though its appearance was weary, there was a fiery brilliance in its eyes, indicating a substantial gain. Lin Xian observed with satisfaction as he ushered in the other contracted beasts one by one. Ergo, the Demon Dragon, Little Earth, and Little Illusion Spirit completed their trials swiftly, particularly Little Illusion Spirit. The colossal rune stone was utterly incapable of replicating its abilities. The mist materialized into the most primitive and vulnerable form of Little Illusion Spirit, which effortlessly defeated the replica and absorbed its power. It could be said that this was achieved with the utmost ease. In stark contrast, the participation of the spirit deer was fraught with difficulty. Being a contracted beast devoid of any offensive capability, its summoned replica also lacked such abilities. The two little creatures engaged in a hair-pulling contest that lasted an entire day and night, to the point where Lin Xian nearly succumbed to slumber. Before a victor was finally determined, it was not the spirit deer that emerged victorious, but rather, the replica summoned by the colossal rune stone vanished upon reaching its time limit. Initially, it was feared that the spirit deer would miss out on the baptismal rewards of the Shadow Scale sacred ground. However, unexpectedly, the colossal rune stone emitted a beam of light that enveloped the spirit deer's body, causing it to grow at a visibly rapid pace. This spectacle brought Lin Xian a measure of joy. This entity possesses quite a bit of intelligence. The Shadow Scale tribe leader, standing beside him, concurred with a smile. Perhaps it is due to the esteemed identity of the divine envoy. Haha. Lin Xian paid no heed to its comments. Once all the contracted beasts had undergone their trials, he promptly instructed, I must seek out other races. You Shadow Scale tribe shall remain here for the time being. Once I have communicated with all parties, I will reach out to coordinate our actions. Upon hearing that there were further tasks to be undertaken, the Shadow Scale tribe leader's expression soured, revealing considerable reluctance. Yet, constrained by the control of the brand, it had no choice but to respond respectfully. I shall obey the divine envoy's command. Subsequently, Lin Xian turned and embarked on his journey to seek out other tribes. This was an exceedingly lengthy undertaking, as dozens of races were scattered across the vast expanse of this other world. Without a complete map to chart his course, Lin Xian could only rely on the markings on his hand to guide him, leading to several instances of retracing his steps. As a result, merely traversing the distance consumed several months. Fortunately, the time spent communicating with those tribes was not excessively lengthy. Despite their diverse temperaments, some being gentle and peaceful, while others were even more challenging to communicate within the Shadow Scales, the divine beasts of the current timeline were exceptionally well prepared. They had already anticipated the potential antics of their kin. Thus, they embedded solutions to these problems within the markings on Lin Xian's hand. For instance, when Lin Xian reached out to the Taotai tribe, they demanded provisions sufficient to satiate all their members. Yet, how could that be feasible? The Taotai tribe's insatiable appetite and their boundless digestive capacity rendered such a task impossible. Lin Xian could not even satisfy a single member, let alone all of them. Consequently, they completely disregarded Lin Xian, refusing to consider uniting against the abyssal calamity. Even the sacred grounds within their tribe were off limits to him. Fortunately, the markings on his hand activated just in time. A dark and inky radiance flashed, sealing the mouths of all the little Taotais within their domain, rendering them incapable of feeding. Simultaneously, their unquenched hunger intensified, leading them to writhe on the ground in desperation, completely shedding their previous arrogance. They all clamored before Lin Xian, pleading for him to lift the seal. Naturally, Lin Xian paid no mind to these formerly haughty creatures, remaining unmoved. he strode directly into the Taotai tribe's sanctified grounds, completed the trial, and departed without a backward glance. Before leaving, he instructed, "I shall return in the future to request a small favor from you. This task is not mandatory. If you are unwilling to assist, that is acceptable. However, the seal upon your mouths must be lifted by your own efforts." With that, he left without regard for the Taoti's reactions. Many tribes, akin to the Taotai, thrived on stirring trouble and imposing demands. Some even outright rejected Lin Xian's overtures. Yet, ultimately, none could evade the retribution of the marking's power, finding themselves compelled to submit before Lin Xian. Thus, after half a year of travel, Lin Xian's contracted beasts experienced rapid advancement in strength. Nearly all had reached the diamond level 10. Some, such as Ergo and the demon dragon, had already attained this level, though they were held back due to the ceremonial requirements for advancement. The other contracted beasts subsequently followed suit, culminating in an unprecedented equilibrium of power among Lin Xian's contracted beasts. As for Lin Xian himself, his Beastmaster rank remained stagnant at diamond level 10, unable to accumulate the essence required for ascension to the holy tier. Correspondingly, Little Salted Fish was also stuck at diamond level 10. To ascend further, Lin Xian himself needed to first reach the holy tier. However, to achieve this, he required the other contracted beasts to make a significant qualitative leap. Thus, even after establishing contact with all necessary tribes, Lin Xian did not hastily proceed to the abyss. After all, external forces are ultimately unreliable. If Lin Xian wished to ensure his safety beneath the abyss, his contracted beasts needed to be sufficiently powerful. Therefore, he resolved to conduct a ceremony to further elevate the strength of his contracted beasts. Among the advancement ceremonies for his various contracted beasts, Lin Xian first chose the Blackhorn Demon Dragon. According to the feedback from the All-Seeing Eye, this creature's ceremony was the simplest. Ceremony requirement: defeat a holy Tirisog in a one-on-one battle without utilizing any non-physical powers. This requirement may seem somewhat exaggerated, yet for the Blackhorn Demon Dragon, it posed no significant challenge. The dragon race possessed inherently formidable physiques, and the Blackhorn Demon Dragon, having lost its elemental abilities, excelled even further in this regard. Moreover, during the baptism across these numerous tribal sanctuaries, it had garnered not only an elevation in rank, but also a remarkable enhancement in physical combat prowess. Therefore, Lin Xian harbored no concerns regarding its ability to accomplish this task. The sole dilemma now lies in determining where to seek out the holy tier aberrations that can withstand a beating. The intelligent races are certainly out of the question. They serve as the backbone in the ongoing battle against the abyss. Sustaining significant injuries would be utterly counterproductive. Lin Xian turned his gaze towards the creature perched on his shoulder, Ergo. This fellow, as its strength gradually returned, had lost the ethereal transparency characteristic of a soul creature, becoming increasingly corporeal. Its appearance had also transformed. Gone was the naive visage of a rustic mutt, replaced by an increasingly elegant and ethereal form. Had Lin Xian encountered it in this splendid guise for the first time, he would never have dubbed it Ergo. Nonetheless, for now, it would remain as it has always been. Ergo, what do you think? Where should we venture to find this holy tier aberration? Chapter 185, The Ringed Worm. Just as Ergo was about to respond, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted. The ground beneath Lin Xian's feet split open, creating a massive chasm. Startled, he swiftly dodged to a safe area. He fixed his gaze intently on the rapidly collapsing fissure, eager to ascertain the cause of this upheaval. With an entire legion of diamond-tier contract beasts at his disposal, he felt quite secure against any unexpected intruders attempting to rob him. After observing for a considerable time, a ringed, striped head suddenly emerged from the depths of the chasm. No, it would be inaccurate to call it merely a head. It bore no eyes, no nose. Nothing of the sort, only those distinctive ringed stripes. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xian recognized it as a worm. He casually activated the All-Seeing Eye to glean information, and the feedback was as follows. Ringed worm. Attribute: Earth. Qualification: Holy tier. Rank: Holy tier. Status: Healthy. Skills: None. Remarks: a fleeting holy tier aberration from a bygone era. Due to inherent racial limitations, it possesses low intelligence and faces difficulties in advancement. Such individuals are rare, emerging once every millennium or more. Upon reading this, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. How fortuitous. Just as he was pondering the absence of holy tier aberrations, one had appeared to impede his path. Could it be that even Mother Earth was aiding him in his quest to eradicate calamity? He jested to himself, before resolutely summoning forth the Blackhorn Demon Dragon. In this perilous realm, where danger lurked at every turn and concerns over his identity were negligible, there was no longer a need for it to shrink in size. The dragon now towered far larger than when Lin Xian first forged their pact, nearly as colossal as a small mountain. The ringed worm before him resembled a mere long creature in comparison. Yet, in terms of rank, the dragon was somewhat inferior to the ringed worm. Nevertheless, the dragon showed no fear. With a mighty claw, it lunged towards the exposed portion of the ringed worm. Though the ringed worm exhibited some low intelligence, its instinct for battle remained intact. It swiftly sensed the imminent danger, retracting its head to evade the claw strike. In response, the surrounding earth and boulders erupted, hurtling towards the dragon. Although the attack was simplistic, it was executed with remarkable speed, and even the heavily fortified dragon could not completely evade it. The rocky debris struck against its scales, causing discomfort but no serious injury. This only served to heighten the dragon's ferocity. It let out a deafening roar, and its claw lunged out like lightning once more, yet it still failed to land a hit. The ringed worm, utilizing its geographical advantage, continued to lead the dragon in a frustrating game of cat and mouse, repeatedly dodging and counterattacking. This vexing scenario ignited the dragon's rage, its roars growing more fervent as it panted heavily. No longer holding back, it unleashed the secret techniques it had learned in recent days. A faint white smoke enveloped its body as its dark scales gradually transformed into a fiery red, almost as if they were melting. Lin Xian discerned that the dragon was prepared to engage the ringed worm in a life-or-death struggle. Lacking elemental abilities, the dragon found itself at a disadvantage against such an agile foe. The worm could choose to attack or retreat at will. The dragon was utterly ensnared in a defensive position. Under ordinary circumstances, it would have evaded such a troublesome adversary, opting to bypass the confrontation. However, this was not an ordinary situation. It was a pivotal moment for its ascension to the holy tier, the prime opportunity to complete its ceremony. It could not possibly relent, just as it had not surrendered when exiled from its clan. Thus, the dragon made its choice. Faced with such a dilemma, its answer was straightforward. Since the enemy was exceedingly nimble and possessed numerous survival tactics, it would seize the opportunity to strike with even greater ferocity. With reckless abandon, it propelled the enhancement of its physical prowess to the utmost limits. Under this augmentation, the dragon's physical strength had reached its zenith. Meanwhile, the ringed worm launched yet another seemingly playful attack. Ignoring all caution, the dragon surged forth, swift as the wind, shadowy like a specter, and electrifying as a flash of light. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside the ringworm of law. With swift claws, it seized the entirety of its form. Then, with a sudden and forceful motion, it tore it apart. The ringworm of law was taken aback, but its instinct for survival kicked in. The severed body split into two halves, one dissipating into ashes while the other reformed. A complete body re-emerged. Witnessing this, the dragon of magic was not disheartened. Rather, it became consumed with wild ferocity. Seizing the opportunity while the ringworm of law was momentarily stunned, it darted forth like a bolt of lightning, capturing it once more. This time, instead of tearing it apart, it abruptly thrust it into its gaping maw, its fangs snapping shut with a peculiar crunching sound. After a few rounds of vigorous chewing, the ringworm of law was devoured whole. Chapter 186, Ascendance. After swallowing the ringworm of law, the dragon's expression suddenly contorted into a fierce grimace. It collapsed onto the ground, rolling back and forth as if enduring excruciating pain. Lin Xian felt a pang of sympathy and was inclined to assist, but was halted by Ergo beside him. If you approach now, all its efforts will be in vain. Lin Xian was well aware of this fact. Yet, the empathetic ache in his heart could not be suppressed so easily. He struggled to contain it. After a prolonged wait in silence, the black-horned dragon finally ceased its rolling. The surrounding black smoke dissipated, and its molten scales gradually cooled, reverting to their original dark hue. The mouth that had been roaring defiantly fell silent, only heavy breaths revealing its extreme fatigue. Seeing this, Lin Xian understood that the ringworm of law had perished. Upon opening the all-seeing eye, he confirmed his thoughts. Indeed, the dragon's rank had ascended to the holy tier. Its ritual had been completed. Filled with exhilaration, Lin Xian hurried to the dragon's side, summoning the spirit of healing to tend to it. Suddenly, a strange voice resonated in his mind. "Thank you, master." Startled, Lin Xian sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings but finding no source for the voice. "Fear not, master. It is I." The dragon spoke. The dragon? Lin Xian was taken aback. Looking down, he found the black-horned dragon gazing up at him with wide, intelligent eyes. No longer the innocent creature it once was. "Can you speak now?" Lin Xian inquired, astonished. "Indeed," the dragon replied. "After consuming that long worm, my mind became clear, and I instinctively understood how to communicate." This revelation surprised Lin Xian, yet upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. The celestial steed encountered in the secret realm of the carp pond, albeit only of diamond rank, had managed to communicate through mental connection. Now that the dragon had attained the holy tier, such an ability was not at all outrageous. With that thought, Lin Xian chose to refrain from further speculation, allowing the spirit of healing to continue its work. The dragon, with its tough hide and resilient flesh, bore few external injuries. Most of its current disheveled appearance was self-inflicted, a consequence of overexerting its potential, which had wreaked havoc upon its body on a microscopic level. The spirit of healing focused on remedying these injuries, a meticulous and protracted process. Lin Xian decided not to linger, seeking a large stone to rest upon. However, the small salted fish hanging from a nearby tree suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura. Brilliant divine light surged upwards, bursting forth like a firework. The small fish, with its narrowed eyes, abruptly opened them wide, fixating on the direction of the divine light. Then, its form ascended into the heavens, reaching the pinnacle of the luminous column. Like a sovereign reigning over all, it surveyed its surroundings with a regal gaze, exuding undeniable power. Shortly thereafter, a towering gate, majestic and reaching into the clouds, manifested at the intersection of heaven and earth, reminiscent of the legendary Dragon Gate. But Lin Xian knew it was not the Dragon Gate. The instant he laid eyes upon it, a message flashed in his mind. It was not a Dragon Gate. It was the divine seat of the dragon god. The small salted fish was about to ascend to the divine tier. How could this be? Lin Xian was astounded. Even though his Beastmaster rank had risen to the holy tier due to the dragon's ascendance, the small salted fish could only be at the holy tier as well. How could it suddenly rise to the divine tier? He could not fathom it. A glance through the all-seeing eye at the Blackhorn dragon revealed a change in its advancement requirements. Method 1. Consolidate powerful strength and possessing a non-divine form. Ascend to the divine tier, becoming a pseudo-god. Method 2. Defeat the Titan Demon Lord to acquire a divine essence, ascending to the divine tier, becoming a true god. These two methods represented the distinction between pseudo-gods and true gods, as mentioned by Ergo. The former's requirements seemed obscure, necessitating the consolidation of so-called powerful strength for ascendance. The latter was much simpler, as long as one could attain divine essence and integrate it within oneself. Ascendance could occur immediately. Thus, the cause of the small salted fish's sudden transformation became clear. With Lin Xian's ascendance to the holy tier, the small salted fish naturally completed its qualitative breakthrough, reaching the holy tier as well. Its internal divine essence belonging to the dragon god had already fused over thousands of years, presenting no discord whatsoever. It then swiftly embarked on the next stage of ascendance, striving towards the ultimate pinnacle for all extraordinary beasts, the legendary divine tier. It must be said, the spectacle of ascending to the divine tier was truly grandiose. Lin Xian had never witnessed such a magnificent scene before. He climbed to the top of a tall tree, quietly observing. At this moment, the small salted fish had shed its previous languid demeanor. Perched high in the clouds, it surveyed the world with an air of majesty befitting a divine dragon. Draped in radiance, surrounded by harmonious praise, it seemed to proclaim to the world that a dragon god was about to be born. Yet, it appeared that not everyone was in agreement. 3 dragons of varying hues swiftly approached from different directions, roaring in unison, determined to seize this supreme position of the dragon god. Faced with such a united front, what fear did the small salted fish harbor? It did not shy away. Sitting firmly upon its divine seat, casting a scornful glance at the disorganized throng, and let out a resonant roar. Immediately, it raised its claws, and 3 annihilating black holes materialized, hurtling towards the 3 approaching dragons. The 3 dragons, seemingly unaware of the black hole's dreadful nature, either due to their ignorance or the overwhelming allure of the suddenly manifested divine essence, charged forward without fear. Regrettably, their physical forms were not as steadfast as their resolve. Upon contact with the black holes, their bodies began to dissolve and disintegrate. First, their scales, then flesh and blood, followed by their very innards. Everything was reduced to ashes, vanishing into the void. As their bodies suffered severe damage, the 3 dragons finally realized the peril of their situation. Their desire for survival eclipsed their obsession with the divine essence. Their faces were etched with panic as they sought to flee the grasp of the black hole. Yet, their efforts were in vain. At this juncture, regret came too late. Their bodies were nearly obliterated, their strength dwindling to almost nothing. They found themselves utterly unable to escape the black hole's pull, flailing their claws and baring their fangs in desperate cries for help. Alas, who could come to their rescue? Who would dare defy the disdainful dragon god? No one. At least, not in this moment. No one would challenge the dragon goddess authority, risking their own safety to save them. The 3 dragons could only watch as their forms slowly melted away, dissipating into nothingness. Their eyes were filled with despair, lamenting their decision to contest the supremacy of the dragon god. Chapter 187, Ascending in Unison. Due to the overwhelming prowess of the little salted fish, the ceremony for ascending to the divine throne unfolded like a farce. The three dragons swiftly turned to ashes. The divine throne beneath the little salted fish erupted into brilliant light, enveloping it in a cocoon of impenetrable radiance. Then, with a sudden explosion, it blossomed into a magnificent display of fireworks. Following this spectacular event, the little salted fish officially ascended to the divine throne, attaining godhood. It had never felt such exhilarating joy. Suddenly soaring into the skies, it danced freely amidst the clouds, radiating divine brilliance from its form. Once it had tired of this revelry, it returned to the ground, approaching Lin Xian with a playful grin, exclaiming, "Lin Xian, how do you like it? Behold, this divine dragon, oh no, this dragon god. Am I not imposing enough?" "Indeed," Lin Xian replied dismissively, "you are exceedingly imposing. So impressive that I find myself drooling with envy." It was evident that the ascension ceremony had little impact on the little salted fish. Its personality remained unchanged. It was still somewhat lewd and rather eccentric. This alleviated Lin Xian's concerns. His greatest fear had been that the ascension of his contracted beasts would drastically alter their personalities, causing him distress. As it stood, everything was perfect. Thus, he chuckled, turning to the little salted fish. "How do you feel about your strength now?" "I'm incredibly strong," the little salted fish declared with pride. "Even the divine beasts I encountered before are certainly no match for this dragon god." "That confidence is reassuring," Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Let us proceed." "Proceed to where?" the little salted fish queried, perplexed. Lin Xian gestured. "You have ascended to godhood, but the other contracted beasts under my command are still at the diamond level. Naturally, we must assist them in completing their own ceremonies." Among his contracted beasts, only the holy level magic dragon required a solo battle for its ascension. The others were not bound by such limitations and could receive external assistance to facilitate their ceremonial needs. Initially, Lin Xian intended to employ the holy level magic dragon for this task. However, since the little salted fish had ascended to godhood, he decided to entrust this formidable responsibility to it. After all, he glanced back at the little salted fish, which appeared eager and willing to serve as free labor. The number of contracted beasts still needing to complete their ascension ceremonies was few. Little Fire Feather, Little Earth, Sandling, Ergo, and Little Illusion Spirit. Only 5 in total. Among them, Little Earth had the simplest requirements: engage in direct combat with a holy level enemy, and in a near-death state. Consume 10 diamond-level Earth-type magic cores to harness the Earth's energy and construct the Holy King's throne, thus completing the ascension. Given Lin Xian's current strength, acquiring 10 diamond-level Earth-type magic cores posed no challenge. It merely required some time to locate them. Engaging in direct combat with a holy level enemy? That request was also manageable. The magic dragon fit the bill, as long as Little Earth faced the magic dragon in battle. Maintaining the balance to ensure it only reached the brink of death would be straightforward. Imagining this, the execution seemed simple enough. Initially, finding 10 diamond-level Earth-type magical beasts would have taken considerable time. However, after the little salted fish ascended to godhood, its flying speed became akin to lightning. In the blink of an eye, it could cover distances that previously took an entire day to traverse. With such a swift pace, combined with its formidable mental perception abilities, within just one day, 10 diamond-level Earth-type magic cores appeared before Lin Xian. Observing the little salted fish, its head held high in anticipation of praise. Lin Xian graciously reached out to pat its head, genuinely commending, "Impressive, truly worthy of the dragon god title. Such strength is awe-inspiring." Humph. Though the little salted fish feigned indifference, clearly satisfied, it turned its head away. Lin Xian chose to ignore it, focusing intently on the battle between Little Earth and the magic dragon. Although the directive was merely to act as a semblance of a fight, allowing Little Earth to reach a near-death state, it appeared that Little Earth was quite reluctant. Stubbornly, it sought to engage the holy-level Blackhorn magic dragon head-on. The Blackhorn magic dragon, being a battle enthusiast, harbored no objections. Thus, a chaotic skirmish unfolded before Lin Xian once more. Describing it as a chaotic battle might be inaccurate. The diamond-level Little Earth stood no chance against the already holy-level magic dragon, finding itself unable to retaliate. It could only rely on its control over Earth elementals to evade and seek opportunities to strike. This scenario mirrored the earlier encounter when the magic dragon had engulfed the Law Ring worm. However, this time, the magic dragon did not even need to employ its blood fusion technique. It effortlessly deflected Little Earth's most powerful moves, even managing to exploit openings to counterattack. Before long, Little Earth was battered and bruised, teetering on the brink of death. Realizing its fate, it ceased its futile attempts to engage in a contest of wills with the magic dragon and laid down in surrender. Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Shaking his head, he approached Little Earth and began feeding it the diamond-level Earth-type magic cores. As the cores were ingested, Little Earth's form began to transform. Its bright yellow elemental body suddenly expanded and burst forth into countless luminous points. These points danced and swirled in the air, drawing upon the Earth's might to construct a throne. Lin Xian squinted, unable to discern clearly. The throne appeared rather rudimentary. Circular with a hollow center, entirely composed of earth and stone. It resembled a hastily assembled earthen pot more than a regal throne. This left Lin Xian somewhat speechless. However, Little Earth seemed unconcerned with aesthetics. The myriad of luminous points coalesced into shape, and Little Earth's sturdy form reappeared, plopping down onto the rudimentary throne. Immediately, the throne radiated a brilliant yellow light, ascending majestically, announcing the birth of the Earth Elemental Holy King to all nearby beings. As the brilliance dissipated, Little Earth remained unchanged, still the same innocent creature standing before Lin Xian, exclaiming, "Master, thank you." Lin Xian smiled and affectionately patted its round head to encourage it. "Well done. You finally made a breakthrough. Previously, during battles, you were unable to participate due to your lower strength. Now, with the prowess of the sacred rank." Lin Xian felt an exhilarating sense of freedom in this otherworldly realm, unencumbered by the fear of lacking opportunities for battle. Elated, he promptly immersed himself in the next advancement ritual. Drawing from his previous experience, the subsequent 2 rituals unfolded with greater ease. He gathered the necessary materials and entrusted them to the little salted fish, while the demands of combat were delegated to the magic dragon and the Little Earth spirit. There was no longer any need to laboriously seek out sacred rank beasts. Lin Xian could settle in one place and accomplish all tasks with ease. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The little fire feather, the spirit of the reference, and the little phantom spirit had all ascended to the sacred rank. And what of Ergo? This former, nay, future devourer of rocks, now wielding the power of divinity, had finally reclaimed his rightful strength. Chapter 188. Completing the mission, returning to Earth. Gazing at the formidable beasts under his command, Lin Xian wiped the sweat from his brow. He understood that the day of reckoning had arrived. All races had established their alliances, and his contracted beasts had attained their utmost combat prowess. Everything was in place, waiting for the wind to carry them forth. They were ready to embark towards the abyss. After hastening his pace, Lin Xian soon arrived above the chasm of the abyss. He raised his left hand and activated the insignia. Countless strands of invisible energy radiated outward, reaching far and wide to various races. Had the divine messenger's message arrived? Were they indeed preparing to venture into the abyss? It appeared they were ready to take action. 3 days later, at the edge of the abyss, a diverse congregation of exotic beasts had assembled, each belonging to different races yet exhibiting the pinnacle of their respective strengths. Today, this gathering of beasts stood united to combat calamity and save the world. Lin Xian said little, upon witnessing the arrival of the beasts. He called out, "Let us depart." He then led his contracted beasts, leaping into the depths of the abyss. Below, darkness enveloped them, thick with murky sludge. Standing atop the little salted fish, Lin Xian surveyed the grim scene, his brow furrowing. It appeared to be a troublesome endeavor, as the accumulated negative emotions over countless millennia were the root cause of this calamity. Lin Xian attempted to command his contracted beasts to obliterate the filth, but the results were underwhelming. The dispersed sludge amounted to hardly anything, and then it retaliated. A bizarre beast, devoid of facial features, coalesced from the muck and charged towards Lin Xian. Unfazed, Lin Xian merely tapped his toe, prompting the little salted fish to emit a divine light. The sludge creature was indeed no match, succumbing quickly to the onslaught. Suddenly, Lin Xian noticed that with the creature's demise, a portion of the tainted muck had dissipated. Realizing this, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with insight. He seemed to have discovered a method to enhance efficiency. Just then, the formidable beasts behind him leaped down as well. Observing the treacherous sludge, they all furrowed their brows, while only Lin Xian wore a smile, saying, "This muck is precisely what we need to eliminate. Attacking the sludge will summon the sludge beasts. Defeating them will significantly enhance our pollution-clearing efficiency." Upon hearing his words, the exotic beasts eagerly attempted the strategy and indeed found it effective. Consequently, they grew enthusiastic and unleashed their might upon the sludge. In an instant, the serene depths of the abyss erupted into chaos. Vibrant attacks rained down upon the muck. Before long, a long stretch of sludge was nearly cleared away. The pollution, born of negative emotions, instinctively sensed the impending threat. The remaining sludge rapidly coalesced into a colossal entity that obscured the sky. Seeing this monstrosity, Lin Xian remained unperturbed. Rather, he grinned in delight. This was fortuitous. It spared them the tedium of gradual cleansing. He raised his hand and called out, "Everyone, join me in dispersing this vile creature." Then, riding atop the little salted fish, he charged forth with great speed. The colossal entity, a manifestation of corrupted pollution, indeed posed a formidable challenge. Even with the combined might of 2 divine beasts and several sacred rank ones, they struggled to subdue it. However, Lin Xian was not alone. Behind him stood the pinnacle combatants of all intelligent races in this world. This was a strike converging the strength of the entire world. How could it be resisted? The monstrous pollution, formed of sludge, was ultimately unable to withstand the combined assault of Lin Xian and the exotic beasts. The immense creature staggered twice before crashing to the ground, its filthy muck dissipating entirely. For the first time in countless millennia, the depths of the abyss returned to tranquility, shedding the previous eerie atmosphere. Observing the scene, Lin Xian wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. The exotic beasts that had come to assist erupted into cheers. Lin Xian gazed at the now clear cliffs and remarked, "So, have we completed our task? Can we return now?" "Not yet," Ergo interjected, shaking his head. "We still have one more task to fulfill." Puzzled, Lin Xian inquired, "What task?" Ergo did not respond immediately. Instead, it instructed the assisting exotic beasts to return to the surface, then raised its paws high, exclaiming, "Rise." With its command, the ground of the abyss began to swell, gradually filling the fissures of the earth. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xian finally grasped Ergo's intent. It sought to eradicate the entire chasm of the abyss from history. Lin Xian did not intervene, allowing it to proceed with its plan. Now restored to its divine throne, Ergo commanded its full power. In a blink, the entire abyss was completely filled. Once this was accomplished, Ergo exhaled, stating, "Now we have truly completed the mission. The abyss and the pollution of negative emotions have both been eradicated. This is the most perfect outcome." Lin Xian nodded in agreement, then asked, "Now we can return, right?" Ergo nodded its head in affirmation. Thus, Lin Xian raised his left hand, activating it amidst the bewildered gazes of the exotic beasts. The power left behind by the divine beasts surged once more. A tremendous force of time enveloped Lin Xian's body, and the immense pressure compelled him to close his eyes in self-defense. When the pain subsided and he reopened his eyes, he found himself back in the very wilderness from which he had traversed through time. In the wilderness stood the same massive water pool, surrounded by the familiar divine beasts. As they witnessed Lin Xian's sudden appearance and disappearance, they were filled with confusion. What had transpired? How could he have returned so swiftly? Only the elder of the sea demon tribe looked at Lin Xian with a smile and asked, "Have you completed the task?" Lin Xian replied with a grin, "Of course. I have fulfilled my mission." The elder of the sea demon tribe nodded with satisfaction. "I knew you could accomplish it. Indeed, I was not mistaken about you." He appeared quite at ease as he retrieved a pipe-like object from his pocket, took a couple of puffs, and inquired, "What is it like to save the world?" "Quite splendid, or rather," Lin Xian shrugged, "absolutely marvelous." "Ha!" The old sea witch laughed heartily. "And what are your plans next? Will you be returning to your Earth? Or perhaps you wish to linger in this otherworldly realm a while longer? I reckon Selena will be reluctant to part with you." Lin Xian shook his head. "No, I've been away from Earth for an extended period, and I truly yearn for the life back home." After a moment of contemplation regarding Selena, he responded, "I would appreciate it if the elder could convey my farewell to her. If the opportunity arises, I shall return to visit." "That sounds reasonable." The old sea witch took another puff. "It is indeed important to visit home often. Then I shall not keep you any longer." Lin Xian nodded and waved goodbye to the elder sea witch. Subsequently, he summoned his little salted fish and, riding atop it, soared directly towards the human stronghold in this otherworldly domain. Unlike his initial arrival, Lin Xian, along with the little salted fish beneath him, had now ascended to the divine tier. The journey required but a fraction of his time. In less than half an hour, the majestic fortress walls of the stronghold emerged before Lin Xian. Gazing upon this imposing yet welcoming sight, he exhaled deeply and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Earth, I have finally returned."